At the apprentice ceremony that shook the immortal realm, a spiritual peak suddenly rose from the ground, emitting holy light in all directions. The peak master made a bold statement, promising that anyone who came to pay respects could enjoy all the cultivation resources within the peak. But the geniuses who have gone through trials in the distance showed no interest at all. Instead, their eyes were full of disdain, because before participating in the assessment, the elders and their families warned them that the cultivation level of the peak master of the Qingxian peak was low, even inferior to the gatekeeper in front of the courtyard. If they join, they will have no future. And some even said they would break his 3 legs to make them remember the warning. While the other peak masters of the sect couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the situation, some even went as far as to mockingly bet me, saying, if I can recruit disciples today, they will go in groups to my outhouse and swallow 100 caddies of feces, just because I just crossed over to this world, inherited the mantle of the deceased master, became the peak master of the Dao sect, and awakened the disciple system that can be activated as long as I accept the Empress as a disciple. But the entire cultivation world knows that I am a cultivation waste with only the chi refining stage, which resulted in none of the disciples being willing to accept me as their master during the previous 7-year disciple recruitment event, let alone accepting any Empress as a disciple. If I don't receive any disciples this year, I will be removed from the position of peak master and expelled from the sect. Thinking of this, I sighed deeply and once again shouted that anyone who worships me as a teacher can enjoy all the cultivation resources of my Qingxian peak. My words once again drew everyone's attention to me, and all I saw in their eyes was undisguised mockery. Seeing this, my face darkened, realizing that even if I had used such a big move, I still couldn't attract anyone to come and be my master. After that, I sighed again and decided to leave here. But at this moment, a faint voice broke the silence. I am willing to join the Qingxian peak and become a disciple of Luan Xian. This statement directly stunned everyone, because the one speaking was none other than Fuyao, who ranked first in this assessment and amazed the entire Dao sect. Even the sect leader looked at her in shock, because he had just been discussing with other saints about who would be better to take her as a disciple. Other saints of the other peaks saw the situation and quickly spoke up to advise not to worship Lu Xian as a teacher. He himself does not understand his own cultivation. Following him will only ruin one's own future. But when Fuyao heard this, her face remained unchanged, and she came to me with a determined look and bowed, saying, Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. With Fuyao's bow, a prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for accepting the reincarnated Empress as a disciple. Activating the invincible disciple acquisition system. Estimated time 2.5 hours. This scene directly made me exclaim. I didn't expect Fuyao to be the reincarnation of the female emperor. The sect leader and other saints saw the situation and all surrounded me, advising me to reject Fuyao's request to be his disciple. The sect leader even proposed to amend the sect rules, allowing me to continue as the peak master of the Qingxian peak in the future, regardless of whether I have disciples or not, and I will never be expelled from the sect. I smiled faintly at this, and then replied directly, I must take Fuyao as my disciple. When these words fell into Fuyao's ears, her gaze towards me underwent some changes. She did not expect that I would face pressure from many peak masters without any compromise, and she has too many secrets on her body. If she joins other saints, she will definitely be exposed. Only I, this useless master, is the safest for her. Princess Fuyao, with one thought to this point, bowed to the sect master and others, saying, Sect master and all peak masters, my mind is made up. After speaking, she looked at me and said, Master, let's go back to Qingxian peak. I smiled faintly at the words, and then led Fuyao out. But at this time, the crowd once again stepped forward and directly blocked our way. And for a moment, the atmosphere in the field became subtle. At this time, the sect master's face was serious as he said, Fuyao is the once-in-a-millennium peerless genius of our sect. In the future, she will become the cornerstone of our sect for thousands of years. Your strength is not even comparable to that of an outer disciple. How can you teach Fuyao well? The rest of the saints heard the words and were deeply saddened, nodding in agreement one after another. I saw the situation and asked seriously, Master, who said I can't teach well? The sect leader laughed heartily when he heard this. In that case, do you dare to make a bet? If Fuyao cannot achieve first place in the inner door competition after 1 month, then you will no longer be Fuyao's master, and Fuyao will have to join another spiritual peak. Fuyao was suddenly anxious when she heard this, and the message from the horse told me not to agree. Those true disciples are all in the profound emperor realm, while she is only a great profound king, not absolutely sure she can take the first place. But at this moment, I turned a deaf ear and confidently said, I will let Fuyao suppress all the geniuses of the current generation of the sect in a month. This statement once again shocked everyone. They all looked at me in disbelief, unable to understand who gave me my confidence. Fuyao glared at me angrily, her face flushed by my actions. After the sect leader and the others realized it, they suppressed their smiles and said, "Since you are so confident, I will increase the difficulty for you. For the next month, Fuyao can only use the cultivation resources of the Qingxian Peak and is not allowed to use any other cultivation resources of the Great Tao sect." I remained calm when I heard this, shrugged my hands and said it doesn't matter, then led Ji Fuyao towards the Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyao, who was silently following behind, had flames flickering in her eyes. At this point, her mentality had already collapsed in anger. This was clearly a trap set by the sect leader, but I stupidly fell for it. In 1 month, those true disciples will definitely gain a lot of opportunities. By then she is afraid she will not be their opponent. But just as we were about to leave, a grey-robed disciple suddenly muttered quietly, "Hilarious, Ji Fuyao may be a genius, but I think her mind doesn't seem to be very good, actually choosing a waste as her master." Ji Fuyao heard this, the suppressed anger directly lost control. She instantly came to the front of the disciple, and then burst out a terrifying pressure, causing the disciple to kneel down on the ground, unable to move and bleeding all over. This scene directly shocked me and the sect leader and others. I didn't expect my disciple to be so fierce. At this moment, a young man in a black robe angrily spoke out, "Ji Fuyao, are you trying to kill your fellow disciple in front of everyone?" However, before the young man in black robe could finish speaking, Ji Fuyao reached out a jade hand and said, "So much nonsense. You should also kneel down." The young man was then suppressed and fell to the ground, and for a moment everyone looked at each other. Even the patriarch's heart was shaken. This Ji Fuyang was so domineering. How dare you strike out like that in front of so many people? Aren't you afraid they'll suppress her? Lu Xian sighed in his heart. Worthy of being Empress Fuyao. Her domineering spirit was overwhelming. Suddenly, a few outer sect elders rushed out, pointing at Ji Fuyao angrily. "Ji Fuyao, you have to remember that you are not an official disciple of the Great Tao sect yet. Today, the patriarch is here. How dare you be so unbridled?" Ji Fuyang didn't say anything. Her slender jade hand spread out, and a divine splendor swept out like the oceanic sea, landing directly on top of the heads of these few outer sect elders. "Then all kneel." Several outer sect elders roared and gritted their teeth, their spiritual energy surging from their bodies as they tried to resist. But it didn't work. At the same Grand Xian King realm, Ji Fuyang was completely above them. Puff, puff. Between breaths, several outer sect elders fell to their knees in incomparable humiliation. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was stunned. Ji Fuyao's strength was too strong. The patriarch's gaze was deep, not surprised but pleased. It seemed that during the introductory examination, Ji Fuyan still had some reservations. For a time, the field fell to their knees, and the people felt as if they were under the pressure of Ji Fuyao's might. They couldn't even lift their heads up, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling, totally crushed. A few outer sect elders' faces were red with shame. It was too humiliating for them to kneel down to a disciple in front of so many people. This has never happened before in the Great Tao sect. At this moment, Ji Fuyao was wearing a long red and fire-colored dress. Her face was absolutely beautiful and delicate, but it was very cold. Her body emitted a faint divine splendor, and there was an obscure power flowing continuously. At this moment, she looked as if she was a goddess approaching the dust, towering over and looking down on the living beings. Ji Fuyang swept her gaze toward the suppressed crowd and said indifferently, "How I choose to do that is my business. It's not for you to delude yourselves." The voice fell. The many elders and disciples were all shocked. Lu Xian, however, smiled faintly, appreciating Ji Fuyao. The crowd looked at Lu Xian. The smile on Lu Xian's face made the crowd feel a bit villainous and everyone despised him. At that moment, the patriarch slowly walked out. By this time, he had to end the farce. It was important to know that Ji Fuyang had triggered the resonance of the Great Tao Bell and had gained the attention of the old ancestor, who had repeatedly emphasized that she must be included in the Great Tao sect. So it was imperative to make Ji Fuyan feel a sense of belonging to the Great Tao sect. He had watched what happened just now. That outer disciple did talk too much and ran right into Ji Fuyan's anger. The patriarch revealed a warm smile as he walked towards Ji Fuyang. "Fuyang, well, let's leave this matter as it is. For this month, you can temporarily cultivate with Lu Xian for now. We won't interfere for now. Are you satisfied?" On Ji Fuyang's stunningly beautiful face, her brows stretched as she gently nodded. "There is one more thing." The patriarch laughed. "Go ahead." Ji Fuyang swept her gaze over the elders and disciples kneeling on the ground. "Patriarch, I don't like it when people talk about me and my master presumptuously in the future." The patriarch immediately chided. "Apologize to Fuyao and Peak Master Lu. From now on, no one is allowed to talk about Peak Master Lu and Fuyao again." Upon hearing this, the many elders and disciples trembled and knelt on the ground to apologize to Lu Xian. "Ji Fuyao, Lu Peak Master, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Seeing this, Fuyao withdrew the force of pressure and made a slight bow to the patriarch. Many thanks. Then Fuyao walked towards Lu Xian. Master, let's go back. The patriarch reminded. Fuyao, don't forget to go to the Great Tao Hall to receive your assessment rewards and handle the report of entering the sect. Fuyao said. Okay, sovereign. Lu Xian slowly walked away with Fuyao. Looking at the backs of the two, the crowd of elders and disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they were all shocked by Fuyao. However, the attitude of the patriarch was also intriguing, and it was obvious that the patriarch was extremely fond of Fuyao. Soon, the crowd put the storm from earlier behind them and continued to start joining the various spirit peaks. Meanwhile, Lu Xian brought Fuyao up the mountain. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Apprentice, you did well just now. Fuyao's beautiful eyes slightly knitted. Why does pupil sound so good? Her fire came back. She had already sent a message to Lu Xian telling him to reject the bet, but he wouldn't listen. Lu Xian wouldn't really consider himself a master. Fuyao's starry eyes flickered like blazing flames. Why did you agree to the patriarch just now? You were that confident in me. Lu Xian smiled. No, I'm very confident in me. Trust me. Within a month, I'll let you grow to be the #1 person in the younger generation of the Great Tao sect. Fuyao had a question mark on her face. She no longer wanted to talk to Lu Xian. She was thinking about what she had just done to those few outer sect elders and disciples. The reason why she struck out just now was on one hand to establish her authority, and on the other hand, she was also testing what kind of attitude the Great Tao sect had towards a supreme genius like her. The results pleased her. It seemed that the Great Tao sect would indeed give some privileges to geniuses. Fuyao knew that she had triggered the resonance of the Great Tao sect's greatest treasure, the Great Tao Bell, and she was afraid that she had already been targeted by an old ancestor-level figure. She knows her worth. She was using the Great Tao sect, and the Great Tao sect was likewise using her. Thinking about this, Fuyao's gaze flowed as she looked at Lu Xian. This month, I know how to cultivate, but I also hope that you can raise your cultivation as well. Master. This last word, master, was practically said by Fuyao through gritted teeth. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. How come the apprentice turned around and lectured himself? That's not good. Who is the master and who is the disciple? This generation can't be messed up. But Lu Xian didn't retort. Right now he was insignificant. But after the system was completely turned on, she would let Fuyao know that choosing him as her master was the best choice she had ever made in her life. Not much longer. Lu Xian and Fuyao stepped onto Qingxian Peak. Qingxian Peak is full of spiritual energy. Beautiful scenery. At the top of the mountain there is a waterfall falling down. At this time the early sun rises. In the daylight reflection, Qingxian Peak rises a layer of mist. Looks extremely magnificent. Fuyao picked a cave for herself and then set up some ceiling prohibitions. She then came to Lu Xian's cave and handed Lu Xian a jade slip. In this jade slip, there are some of my cultivation tips. I know you have mediocre talent, but you can't give up on yourself. And as my master, I hope you'll work hard too. Lu Xian received the jade slip and was somewhat speechless. This is now a reversal of the Big Dipper? An apprentice to guide the master? No way. No way. Fuyao said. Master, I'll go to the Great Tao Hall first to receive my assessment rewards and go through the formalities of joining the sect. I hope you can start cultivating. Lu Xian nodded. Alright. Fuyao just left. The system's voice came out slowly. Ding. The invincible disciple acceptance system has finished loading. Lu Xian immediately sat up from his bed in shock and hurriedly checked the system. Chapter 3 3 days of dishwashing at most. Invincible disciple acceptance system. Host doubles the disciple's cultivation and enlightenment. Lu Xian became excited. In other words, the disciple's cultivation is equal to his cultivation, and the disciple's perception is equal to his perception, and it's a double get. Lu Xian realized, let the apprentice practice hard, he'll just lie down. Fuyao. Sorry. Lu Xian's thoughts moved, and Fuyao's panel information appeared. Great apprentice, Fuyao. Realm, middle stage of Great Xian King. Physique, burning sky sacred physique, minor achievement. Sense, the way of spiritual fire, minor completion. Other, damage to the foundation of the Tao, damage to the divine soul. At this time, the system's voice rang out. Now begin to double gain Fuyao's cultivation and enlightenment. In an instant, Lu Xian's body froze in place, dumbfounded as he felt the drastic changes within his body. An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's limbs and bones, hitting his dantian like a tidal wave. And Lu Xian's cultivation level was skyrocketing. Alchemy realm. Xianshi realm. Late stage of Grand Xian King. Great Xian King late stage Great Circle. Eventually, Lu Xian's cultivation stabilized at the early stage of the Xian Emperor realm. The spiritual energy in his body was as surging as a river. as raging as the vast ocean. His black hair was dancing wildly, and his imperial aura was like an abyss, like the sea, with an extremely strong sense of oppression. Lu Xian was just about to check out his body when some realization of the Tao of spiritual fire suddenly appeared in his mind. The way of spiritual fire. A direct great accomplishment. His right hand slowly spread out, and a terrifying spirit flame was raging and burning, constantly changing shape, moving with Lu Xian's intention, incomparably blazing and imposing. Lu Xian put away the spirit flame, his face bursting with excitement. He had double gained Ji Fuyan's cultivation, so he stepped into the early Xian Emperor realm. Similarly, he doubly gained the enlightenment of Ji Fuyan's Tao of spiritual fire. Lu Xian straight away called the system heaven-defying. This was just the beginning. As long as Ji Fuyao had a breakthrough in cultivation and gained some insights, he would double his access. Right now, there was only one disciple, Ji Fuyang. In the future, if he took in thousands of disciples, wouldn't he take off where he was? It's a little exciting to think about. Not long after, Lu Xian gathered his mind and looked at his system panel. Host name, Lu Xian. Realm, Early Xian Huang Realm. No one can peek into the host's realm unless the host actively displays it. Protégé, the Empress of Fuyao. Sensation, the way of spiritual fire, great success. Lu Xian nodded. Not bad. Others can't pry into his realm, so he can continue to lie flat in the great Tao sect. Just then, the system's voice came out again. Congratulations to the host for completing the apprentice acceptance quest and obtaining the apprentice acceptance gift pack. Is it opened? Lu Xian excitedly said. Open up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1-star Great Emperor 3-hour experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining half an augur meat. The voice fell. In the system space, these rewards appeared instantly. Lu Xian's mind moved, and a pale ancient jade slip appeared in his hand. With just spiritual energy, he would step into the 1-star Emperor realm for 3 hours. Good stuff. Lu Xian put away the Tsanggu jade symbol. This would serve as his bottom card. Then, Lu Xian took out the heavenly ranked Tao Foundation pill and examined it. 9 Dan halos float above the Tao Foundation Dan, like stars shining brightly. Incomparably mysterious breath spread out in all directions. The power contained therein was like an abyss like the sea. Lu Xian just sucked in a mouthful of dense air, and felt his heart clear and incomparably soothing. The system prompted. This is a heavenly grade Tao Foundation pill from the 9 Tao Dan halo. After taking it, you can immediately replenish the injuries to your Tao Foundation. Lu Xian said. Not bad. Saying that, Lu Xian looked at the Jiao Dragon meat in the system space. What is the effect of this Jiao Dragon meat? The system said. This is the meat of a Xianzun ranked fire Jiao Dragon. It contains a sea of spiritual firepower. It is a great tonic for fire cultivators, and it can raise their cultivation level. Lu Xian nodded. He understood how these rewards should be used. A bit of research made Lu Xian feel a bit hungry. He looked at the hour and muttered. It's mealtime, prepare to cook. It just so happens that I don't know what to eat today, so I'll try what the augur meat rewarded by the system tastes like. With that, Lu Xian walked towards the grass hut. This is his kitchen. Lu Xian took out a piece of jiao long meat and immediately had an idea in his mind. It's been a long time since I've eaten braised meat, so I'll make a braised meat and try it. With a large knife in hand, Lu Xian chopped the scaly dragon meat into mahjong pieces, starting a fire to burn oil while preparing the condiments. The Great Hall of the Way. The patriarch concealed his figure and stepped in quietly, arriving in front of a grey-robed old man. Elder Curtain. In a moment when Fuyao comes to go through the formalities of joining the sect, you will temporarily withhold the introductory examination rewards. The grey-robed old man's gaze was cloudy as he nodded his head faintly. All right, I know. The patriarch sighed quietly. In the inner sect competition a month from now, not only can we not let Ji Fuyang take first place, but we have to squeeze her out of the top 10. The grey-robed elder said. Today, Ji Fuyang casually suppressed a group of outer sect elders, so it seems that she still retained her strength in the entrance examination. I think it's necessary for us to give the other true disciples a small opening. The patriarch nodded. A small stove must be opened. A genius like Ji Fuyang must not be buried in Lu Xian's hands. The grey-robed old man said. Patriarch, when you have time, go find Lu Xian and have a heart-to-heart chat. If he is willing to let go of his hands, it would be great. The sovereign said. Good. With that, the patriarch's figure disappeared in place. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyang had already stepped onto the steps of the Great Tao Hall, and was about to go through the formalities of joining the sect and receiving the rewards for the entrance examination. Ji Fuyao was wearing a fire-red dress. Her slender jade legs ascended the steps. The breeze blew. Her perfect body emerged with a tantalizing silhouette. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes flickered. Her delicate and absolutely beautiful face was like coming out of a picture scroll. seeing Ji Fuyang appear. The many disciples were like a spring breeze, their eyes were dazzled and they made way. Ji Fuyang walked to the depths of the hall. Here a very old grey-robed elder sat in front of a pale stone table. His figure was stooped and his grey robe was very loose on his body. When he saw Ji Fuyang, his cloudy eyes cleared instantly and he smiled. Fuyao, the patriarch has instructed me, here are your things. Saying that, the grey-robed elder pushed a jade token over with a smile on his face. This is an identity token. You can put in a drop of blood and recognize it as your owner. The contribution value that will be recorded in this token will also be your identity mark. Congratulations, Fuyan, you have become an official disciple of my great Tao sect. Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand stretched out, picked up the jade tablet, and bowed respectfully to the grey-robed elder. Elder, where is my entrance examination reward? This time, the reward for the introductory examination. The first could obtain a drop of augur blood. Her physique was the burning heaven saint body and she cultivated fire techniques. A drop of augur blood would enhance her greatly. The grey-robed elder smiled. The patriarch has made it a point to tell you that because of Peak Master Lu's bet, this drop of Jiao Dragon blood will be given to you a month later. At those words, Ji Fuyang directly froze. The patriarch definitely did it on purpose. Abominable. I blame Lu Xian for this. If Lu Xian hadn't agreed to that bet, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Things having come to this, Ji Fuyang could only accept the identity token, bowed respectfully to the grey-robed elder, and walked towards the outside of the hall. In her heart, she said that now that the rewarding augur blood had been withheld, she could only use other fire attribute alternatives, but no matter what, she had to take first place in the inner sect competition. And at this moment, at the entrance of the main hall, a brocade-robed man holding a floating fan with a graceful demeanor said with a smile as his eyes flowed over Ji Fuyang. Miss Fuyao, what a coincidence. I'm Lin Feng, the son of the Lin family. I don't think you need to worry about this bet. Miss Fuyao, with your talent. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes knitted up, a wave of displeasure on her face. Get lost. Lin Feng, however, did not retreat, lightly shook his floating fan and squeezed out a smile. Fuyao, this month, we can deeply cut in exchange. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand stretched out and a terrifying power surged out. Boom! Lin Feng was directly shaken out a dozen feet and smashed heavily on the ground, spraying out a mouthful of essence blood. Ji Fuyang coldly said, from today onwards, I don't want you to appear in my sight. The people were all a bit shocked. Ji Fuyao was too overbearing and struck out at the drop of a hat. Lin Feng had a bitter look on his face. He swore that he would never mess with Ji Fuyang again. Ji Fuyang directly ignored Lin Feng and stepped into the air, flying towards Qingxian Peak. She's angry now, because of Lu Xian's bet. Not only did she lose a month's worth of cultivation resources, but she was also withheld even the Jiao Dragon blood. Not much longer. Ji Fuyao landed on Qingxian Peak in a long red and fire-colored dress, with an unparalleled poise. At this time, Lu Xian was busy working in the grass house, and curls of smoke rose from the chimney of the grass house. Ji Fuyang looked towards the grass house, her beautiful eyes slightly knitted. Lu Xian is actually cooking? Cultivators should abstain from eating. How can they eat like mortals? A little puzzled, she walked quickly to the door of the hayloft. Only the oil began to flood in a large pot. On a wooden board on the side, there was chopped spirit beast meat and some condiments already prepared. Ji Fuyang's starry eyes flickered. This spirit beast meat contained an extremely strong power of spirit fire. The blood aura was dense. She immediately recognized it. This is Jiao Long meat. Where did you get it? Lu Xian was thinking of how to explain. Ji Fuyao, however, said, I know where it came from. Lu Xian froze. What? I haven't said anything yet. How do you know? Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. This augur meat's spirit firepower was extremely rich. I'm afraid it was Xianzun rank. No need to think. It must be left behind by the previous generation of peak masters. She had already investigated Qingxian Peak long before she stepped into the Great Tao sect. The previous peak master, Sage Qingxian, only had one disciple, Lu Xian, and he had left behind many cultivation resources when he passed away. This was another reason why she had joined Qingxian Peak. She would have exclusive access to these cultivation resources. On the side, Lu Xian didn't even know that Ji Fushang was brainstorming. He saw that the oil temperature was right, so he poured the spirit beast meat on the wooden board into the pot and started a stir-fry. Zip! Ji Fuyan's brows furrowed slightly as she saw that the power contained in the Jiao Dragon meat was frantically draining away when Lu Xian made it this way. It's a waste. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly and shook her head. I'll do it. Lu Xian froze and questioned. Do you know how to cook? Ji Fuyao said. No. Lu Xian. Chapter 4 Completing the Foundation of the Word. Ji Fuyang added. But I know how to keep the power it contains from being lost. With that said, Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand reached out and offered a gentle spirit fire, while throwing out several high-grade spirit grasses from her nascent sac. In an instant, the medicinal power contained in the spirit herb turned into a ray of light that surged into the auger meat, and the power of the spirit fire in the auger meat no longer escaped. There is a light fragrance in the air. Lu Xian asked, "What is the use of these spirit herbs?" Ji Fuyao explained, "One is the fire intensity grass, which can bring out the effectiveness of the fire jiao meat even more. One is the star mango grass, which is a cold star spirit grass, which can neutralize the power of the spirit fire, so that the fire jiao meat's power isn't too strong. And the other is the..." Lu Xian listened with a bit of a headache. "It's just as good as it tastes. It doesn't have to be so complicated." Watching Ji Fuyang so focused, Lu Xian walked out of the grass hut and lay down outside to bask in the sun as he murmured, "I don't know if what you've made is good enough to eat." Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyang's peaks rose and fell, and her beautiful eyes slightly frowned as she asked, "Is this how you usually make spirit beast meat?" Lu Xian said, "Yeah." Kifu sighed softly. In that case, Lu Xian had wasted countless cultivation resources over the years. On the lounge chair outside the grass hut, Lu Xian basked in the sun, in a somewhat pleasant mood. "It's good to have an apprentice. You don't have to cook for yourself." Just then, the system's voice appeared. Ding! Trigger disciple raising quest. Within 3 days, let Ji Fuyang step into the Xian Emperor realm, the way of spirit fire. Great completion. Task rewards will be issued according to completion. Lu Xian froze. Ji Fuyang was now in the middle stage of the Great Xian King, and 3 days to step into the Xian Emperor realm. It was a bit rushed. However, he had a lot of auger meat that could enhance his cultivation. If you can't, there's still the elixir left behind by the master. Even if you pile it up, you have to harden the realm for the master. As for the spiritual flame way becoming a great success, this is a good one. He was now the spirit fire way of great accomplishment, and with Ji Fuyao's enlightenment, it wouldn't be simple for him to point it out. Lu Xian instantly felt stabilized and began to sunbathe beautifully again. Not much longer. Ji Fuyang wiped the fragrant sweat on her face and brought out the finished fire jiao meat, placing it on top of the stone table in front of Lu Xian. "Start eating." Lu Xian tasted a mouthful and commented, "It's barely edible." Ji Fuyao gave a light hum without any good reason. She also tasted a piece of fire auger meat, and soon the rich power of spirit fire surged into her body. Drops of fragrant sweat seeped out from her face, and her breathing became rapid. Although she had already treated the fire scaly meat, the power contained in it was still too overbearing. It suddenly occurred to her that even she couldn't handle it, and Lu Xian was afraid that something was going to happen. She hurriedly looked at Lu Xian and then froze. Surprisingly, nothing happened to Lu Xian, and he didn't even break a drop of sweat. How could she not sense Lu Xian's realm anymore? Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Apprentice, what's wrong?" Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes slightly knitted as she realized that she couldn't even see through Lu Xian, but she didn't think much of it, continuing to eat the auger meat while refining the power of the spirit flame. She estimated that the power contained in this plate of auger meat was more than several times that of the drop of auger blood. The matter of the Jiao dragon blood being withheld was considered to be compensated by Lu Xian. Not much longer. Ji Fuyang finally finished eating. She raised her head and realized that Lu Xian had long since finished eating and was now lying on a recliner, leisurely basking in the sun. At this moment, Lu Xian turned his head and pointed at the dishes and chopsticks on the stone table. "Apprentice, wash the dishes and chopsticks." At those words, Ji Fuyang was very unhappy. She's a female emperor on one side. When have you ever been called upon like that? Lu Xian really thinks of himself as a disciple? At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly remembered something. His right hand spread out, and the heavily ranked Dao Foundation pill appeared in his palm. "Oh yes, disciple, take this elixir and eat it." Ji Fuyang directly froze in place. Divine splendor surged in her eyes, somewhat incredulous. This is a heavenly ranked elixir. The Dao Foundation Dan. She recognized it instantly, because in her previous life, she had gotten a Dao Foundation pill to take with a heavenly auction price. You can't go wrong with that kind of scent. And so on. Ji Fuyang looked at the 9 Dan halos on the Dao Foundation Dan and felt a little shocked. In her last life, she had skyrocketed the auction, and it was only 3 Dan halos. But this Dao Foundation Dan in front of me was a 9 Dao Dan halo. Heavenly Order Extreme. She realized that this Dao Foundation pill was of heavenly value, enough to cause a bloody storm in the southern wasteland. How could Lu Xian have this kind of heaven-defying elixir in his hands? Her Dao Foundation was shattered, so if she could take it, she would definitely be able to mend her Dao Foundation. This elixir was important to her. "Read this." Ji Fuyang's gaze was ghostly. Her petite body trembled. "Master, this is the Extreme Dao Foundation Dan." Lu Xian smiled faintly and placed the Dao Foundation pill in her delicate hand. Ji Fuyang froze. This is too expensive. Lu Xian said carelessly. What's so expensive about this? I have plenty of good things here. Go wash the dishes. Silence for a moment. Ji Fuyang clenched her delicate lips. I'll wash it, but at most 3 days. She put away the heavenly rank Daoji pill and began to clean up the dishes. This Dao Foundation pill was too precious. It could mend her Dao Foundation injury. She had to take it. Originally, she had stepped into the Great Dao sect because she wanted to use the Great Dao scripture to complete her Dao Foundation. But now that she had the heavenly rank extreme grade Dao Foundation pill, she wouldn't just be satisfied with completing her Dao Foundation. She wanted to utilize the Great Dao scripture to create the legendary Perfect Dao Foundation. Perfect Daoji Didn't he expect that she had already gotten a glimpse of the opportunity? However, Ji Fuyao was a bit skeptical. Was it possible that Lu Xian still didn't know how precious this Dao Foundation pill was? An elixir of this level was completely at the Zhenzong level. And at that moment, Lu Xian's voice came leisurely. Apprentice, remember to cook every day. Ji Fuyang was about to refuse. Lu Xian took out a large piece of gel long meat and placed it on top of the stone table. Ji Fuyang swallowed the words on her lips again. 3 days. I'll cook for 3 days. Wash the dishes for 3 days. Lu Xian said carelessly. As you wish. He knew that after 3 days, there was another system reward. In time, Lu Xian smiled faintly. That's right. Fuyao you're now at the Grand Xian King realm. But those true disciples are all at the Xianzong realm. So you can't slack off next. Starting tomorrow, make sure to seize the time to cultivate. After saying that, Lu Xian left. Looking at Lu Xian's back, a hint of complexity appeared in Ji Fuyan's eyes. This master of hers wasn't a wastrel like the rumors said. Outside rumors are untrue. Soon, Ji Fuyang tidied up the grass house and returned to her cave. Her delicate jade hands stretched out, striking out countless radiant sealing prohibitions. Sitting on her knees, she began to calm her mind. A trace of coldness surfaced above her stunningly beautiful and delicate face, and underneath a red and fire-colored long dress, her concave and convex figure could not be concealed, forming a perfect curve. She began to remember the events of the day. Originally, she thought that by joining Qingxin Peak, she would dominate everything, but I didn't expect Lu Xian to be uncomplicated. She vaguely remembered that she could still see Lu Xian's realm when she went up the mountain with him, but after she came back, she couldn't probe it. Moreover, Lu Xian had casually given her the Extreme Dao Foundation pill. Is there something wrong with this Daoji Dan? Thinking about this, Ji Fuyao's hands changed. Using the ancient secret technique to probe the Dao Foundation Dan, the 9 Dan halos flowed as if the stars were shining. The mysterious and obscure qi surging. The Dao and rhyme contained in the very high-quality elixir vaguely emerged. The elixir contained a terrifying power. A moment later, Ji Fuyang's brows relaxed. There was no problem with this Dao Foundation Dan. Forget it, don't think about it. Let's take this heavenly ranked Daoji pill first. With this in mind, Ji Fuyang activated her ancient secret technique. An endless mysterious auras flowed through her body as she adjusted herself to her best state and directly swallowed this Dao Foundation pill. Giggle. As the heavenly ranked Dao Foundation Dan entered the mouth, an incomparably pure medicinal power surged into Ji Fuyang's jade mouth's mouth. Her delicate body trembled, and an incomparable tingling sensation instantly intertwined throughout her body. On top of the heavenly grade Dao Foundation Dan flowed an incomparably subtle Dao and rhyme, which had long since been transformed into Ji Fuyang's bloodstream, and for a time, obscure and subtle qi christened her body. With transcendent power constantly in motion, Ji Fuyang entered an incomparably strange state. She hurriedly collected her mind, constantly sensing the mysteries of the heavenly grade Dao Foundation pill. This was a heavenly ranked superb elixir, completely incapable of being compared to common sense, and even Ji Fuyao didn't know what kind of transformation her body would undergo. Ji Fuyao's divine sense looked inside her internal world, and she was somewhat shocked. A mark was as bright as a divine rainbow, constantly intertwining in the blood and meridians, shining in the lungs, and reflecting in the bone marrow. Her internal world was like a large domain, and the power of the heavenly great Dao Foundation pill was like thousands of stars reflecting the heavens. And in the midst of this radiant divine splendor, her Dao Foundation emitted an incomparably scorching light, like a giant sun burning the heavens and refining the firmament. Magnificent! Ji Fuyang couldn't help but exclaim. This kind of vision only appeared when I stepped into the Saint realm in my last life. This Dao Foundation pill is not only repairing my Dao Foundation, but it's also improving my body, transforming everything from my blood to my bones, from my meridians to my lungs. The value of this Dao Foundation pill is even more precious than I thought. Ji Fuyao couldn't help but remember that there were thousands of great roads, but the path to the ultimate was the same. As the saying goes, all roads lead to the ultimate. Any great Dao, when taken to the extreme, would secretly coincide with the heavenly Dao and resonate with the heavens and the earth. And this heavenly grade Tao foundation pill had reached the pinnacle of the Tao of Dan, so it triggered the visions within her body. And at this moment, her broken Tao foundation was constantly being mended, radiating an incomparable crystalline light, moving from broken to complete, from dull to incomparable crystalline. Inside Ji Fuyan's body, her bones were being tempered, emitting bursts of clanging sounds. She was shocked. This is the Tao and rhyme for her quenching. Her blood was like a great river, constantly rushing and flashing with a strange Tao pattern. This is also the mark made by the Daoji Dan. Her lungs emitted the most shocking beating ever, and with each beat, it seemed to be darkening with the great Tao, as she directly realized the breathing method that could be called perfect. At this moment, Ji Fuyan was shocked. Was this the efficacy of the heavenly rank extreme grade Tao foundation pill? Her enlightenment was rising. Her meridians were transforming. Her Tao base became flawless and immaculate. Her hair was incomparably crystalline. Her body radiated an incomparably holy light, like a goddess in the dust. And her skin became increasingly fair and delicate, like a baby at birth. Ji Fuyan's heart set off huge waves. She's metamorphosing. Chapter 5 Double the Harvest. It's too good to be true. Several hours later, Ji Fuyan slowly opened her eyes, her starry eyes twinkling. Her Tao foundation had been completely repaired, radiating an incomparably bright light that glittered like a bright moon reflecting on her internal world. Ji Fuyao was a little excited. Right now, her qualifications were not much more powerful than in her previous life. Hope was renewed in her heart. Resurgence. In this life, she will become stronger. Ji Fuyao murmured. Just swallowing the Tao Foundation pill right now is already as terrifying. Wait until I start cultivating the Great Tao Sutra. Then I'll be able to create the perfect Tao Foundation. A perfect Tao Foundation. If I succeed in creating the perfect Tao Foundation, I will ascend to the absolute top of cultivation in this life. She was full of confidence. Moreover, her Fuyao imperial dynasty, too, would rise again. The last time the imperial dynasty suffered a bloodbath, all three of her major ministries had escaped some of their elites, and were now hidden in the southern wasteland, waiting for her call. Ji Fuyan's heart surged and she bit her lip. After I step into the Xianzone realm, I can go and contact my old division. A few moments later, Ji Fuyan ran her spirit skill, wanting to see the speed of cultivation. Her technique was a 1-star emperor rank, the Xian fire scripture. Boom! Instantly, incomparably majestic spiritual energy surged into her dantian. Ji Fuyao was a bit shocked. After the Tao Foundation was replenished, the cultivation speed increased tenfold. This time, worshipping Lu Xian had unexpectedly caused her to receive such a great benefit by mistake. Such a chance is unbelievable, she thought suddenly. Lu Xian had asked her to cook. I'm afraid he was looking for a reason to send her a gift of worship. Master has a heart. A warm current surged in Ji Fuyan's heart. For a while, she became very curious about Lu Xian. Ji Fuyan's lips slightly opened, her beautiful eyes flowing. Lu Xian, what secrets do you have? However, it's also possible that the Tao Foundation pill was left behind by the previous peak master. Observe for a few more days. With that, she took out the identity token she had received at the Great Tao Hall. Her divine sense probed in, and a magnificent and domineering voice filled her sea of consciousness. A mysterious and obscure power surging, as if it had traveled through time and space, and boomed out. Those who worship the Great Tao sect make a heavenly oath never to betray the Great Tao sect. Ji Fuyan knew that this was a grand gesture of the Great Tao sect, utilizing an ancient secret method to make disciples make a heavenly oath. This is an ancient secret method that is extremely difficult to break. Once she made the vow, she was a Great Tao sect disciple in this life. Even if she recast the glory of the Fuyao dynasty and became the Fuyao Empress, she was still a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Ji Fuyan knew that this was not really a constraint, because the Great Tao sect was beyond the struggle of the southern wasteland cultivators. When the disciples cultivated to the Xianshang realm, they were free to choose. They could stay in the Great Tao sect or return to their own forces. Even if they left the Great Tao sect, they were still part of the Great Tao sect. This was the reason why the Great Tao sect had stood for several epochs in the southern wasteland. Ji Fuyao decided a long time ago, join the Great Tao sect, because she needed the Great Tao scripture to build the perfect foundation to enter the legendary Extreme Tao. She directly recognized the identity token and made a heavenly oath. Boom! Above Qingxian Peak, a brilliant divine splendor broke the tranquility of the void, and the heavens and earth roared, with hidden thunder appearing. The oath of heaven is established. Seeing this scene, in the Great Tao sect, the patriarch and the others were in the dark, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Fuyan finally recognized the identity token. She had officially become a disciple of the Great Tao sect. As for the inner sect trial a month later, the patriarch and the others had a good plan. They had already given those true disciples, the inner disciples, a small opening, and this time they must strike Ji Fuyan hard. Cultivation talent was important, But a good master was equally important. A good master guides the practice with half the effort, and Lu Xian as a master, twice the effort. On the other side, Ji Fuyang put away her identity token. She couldn't wait to start practicing. Phew! Ji Fuyao exhaled her breath like an orchid. Her slender jade hands changed. Her green silk gently flicked, and she began to run the cultivation spirit skill, refining the power of augur meat. At the same time, she also took out some top-grade spirit stones and piled them in front of her. Soon, a faint divine splendor flowed above Ji Fuyao's body. Incomparably crystalline, her hair became crystalline, and her cultivation base was rising. And at this time, Lu Xian was in his cave, leisurely lying on the 1,000-year-old Xian ice bed, reading a book that was suitable for both the young and the old. The story is about the wild history of the cultivation world. This wild history is too wild to say that the great Taoist sect started it all. The first practice sword, self-destruction of an eye, and practice sword, and then destroy an eye, changed to practice formation. Self-trapped formation more than 100 days. A few want to die, and cultivate the Dan Dao. A fried furnace. 2 fried spirit peak. 3 let the master brother to serve. The master brother, a few want to die, was expelled from the clan. He built the great Dao sect and had some success. Ha ha! Lu Xian laughed out a pig squeal. So cozy. Just then, the system's voice came from Lu Xian's ears. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao is cultivating and has begun to synchronize his cultivation base. Boom! Lu Xian was slightly stunned. He felt a tingle run through his body. It was the constant influx of spiritual energy, pounding the limbs and bones. In his dantian, incomparably large amounts of spiritual energy were continuously converging. Lu Xian couldn't help but be a little shocked. Ji Fuyan's cultivation speed was too fast. That cultivation base was like a small stream hitting his meridians. It was a little soothing. You can practice while lying down. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. It's a really great feeling. At that moment, the system's voice came again. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyang is sensing the way of spiritual fire. Start synchronizing. Giggle. Lu Xian spread out his right hand, and a spirit fire slowly burned. He felt more affinity for spirit fire. The way of spirit flame. Lu Xian had already attained great completion, and after great completion came consummation, and then great perfection. His spirit flame attainment was refining toward completion. Apprentice, go for it, Lu Xian said with a smile. He changed his position and continued to lie back and read, in a good mood. With each breath, the cultivation base increased. The sense of the Tao of spiritual fire was also rising. Soon, night fell and Lu Xian fell asleep on time. Waking up in the middle of the night, he casually checked the system. Ding! Synchronizing the cultivation base of senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyang. Ding! Synchronizing the spirit fireway sense. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Ji Fuyang was surprisingly so diligent that she was still cultivating late at night. He didn't crush the apprentice, all by her own free will. After thinking about it, Lu Xian continued to sleep. The next day, as the sun rose, Lu Xian woke up leisurely. The system is synchronizing the cultivation base again. A moment later, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into Lu Xian's body, and his realm directly broke through the middle Xian Emperor realm. Lu Xian was stunned. Overnight, he directly broke through a small realm. What kind of concept is that? One would need to know that it would take several months for a genius from the Great Tao sect to break through a small realm at the Xian Emperor realm. Moreover, his realm could not be raised any faster without any side effects. There was no need to think about realm instability or root instability. The main one is a saver. Lu Xian checked Ji Fuyan's panel. Ji Fuyao, late-stage Grand Xianwan Great Perfection. Dougie, it's been patched up. Not bad. Fuyang has already taken the heavenly ranked Dao Foundation pill and it seems to have a good effect. Lu Xian muttered. Ji Fuyang was worthy of being the reincarnation of a female emperor. This cultivation speed was really too fast. He remembered that he had once just crossed over and tried to cultivate himself. But unfortunately, the original owner's talent was too wasteful, and after a month of bitter cultivation, he didn't even raise one layer in the chi refining realm. He gave up straight away and chose to lie flat. But now, overnight, the Xian Emperor realm had unexpectedly risen by one small step. It's horrible. Apprentice child has worked so hard. When the system rewards are handed out 3 days later, I will definitely reward my apprentice child properly. Lu Xian felt in a good mood, and with a thought a white coat was added to his body. He went to the clear spring at the top of the mountain and washed his face. He saw that Ji Fuyan was already cooking in the middle of the grass hut. She wore a long fiery red dress. Her body was perfect and magnificent, and her immortal jade face made the humble room of the grass hut shine. Ji Fuyan's slender jade hands kept chopping the fire-scaly meat on the wooden board, looking especially focused. Lu Xian laid down on the recliner in front of the grass hut and began to bask in the sun. Apprentice, just cook a meal. Feel free. Ji Fuyao said. I promise you to cook for 3 days, and I definitely won't be perfunctory. Lu Xian cried and laughed. Okay. Not long after, Ji Fuyang began to burn the oil. Her slender jade hand lifted up and a spirit fire surged out, continuously warming the Xian iron pot. Zip! Ji Fuyao frowned slightly. Her spirit fire attainment had improved last night, and the power of spirit fire had given way to fierceness. The fire auger meat almost seared. She hurriedly threw several cold star grasses towards the pot to neutralize the power of the spirit fire. Then, a few more spirit herbs were thrown in. Lu Xian remembered Ji Fuyao's fire jiao meat from yesterday, and to be honest, it wasn't very tasty. It was just that the power of spiritual fire inside the fire scaly meat was better preserved, but the taste was much worse. The main thing about eating is that it tastes good. Although the power of spiritual fire is only lost, but it is like chicken ribs, tastes like chewing wax, then it is not worth it. Thinking so, Lu Xian reminded, Apprentice, use the spices on the side, and leave those spirit herbs of yours alone. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes flowed, but my spirit firepower is too violent. If I don't add those spirit herbs, too much of the power of the fire auger meat will be lost. Lu Xian casually bristled. Then control the fire. Ji Fuyao was about to complain, but a lightning bolt flashed through his mind. Is this Lu Xian instructing her? She came to her senses. Fire control, the way of spirit flame. She was now a minor success, and if she wanted to become a major success, she couldn't just raise the power of the spirit flame. Rather, it is about controlling the power of the spirit fire. Once the control of fire was smooth, she would be able to step into the realm of great accomplishment. Thinking this way, Ji Fuyang no longer threw in spirit herbs, but instead sank her heart and focused on controlling the fire. She was relying too much on the power of the spirit herb. It's kind of tricky. Chapter 6, How did Fuyao start brainstorming? Ji Fuyao's heart stirred and he murmured. It's completely possible to not rely on the power of the spirit grass and ensure that the power of the fire sculptor flesh isn't lost just by virtue of the fire control attainment. It looks like you're cooking, but you're controlling the fire. She began to feel it with her heart. Some fragments of memories from his past life, like shadows in the mist, were reflected by daylight and gradually revealed themselves. She caught a glimpse of the truth. Soon, her fire control became more and more skillful. No longer needing the power of the spirit herb, she was able to keep the power of the fire scale flesh in check. Ji Fuyao let out a long breath. Her spirit fire attainment had once again increased. She came to her senses. Lu Xian's pointers just now were just right. Although she was a great emperor, the authorities were in a daze, and I'm afraid it would take some time for her to discover this on her own. Lu Xian had only casually nudged her and she had a direct epiphany. Ji Fuyang felt that it was necessary to listen to Lu Xian's speech carefully. He spoke seemingly casually, but in reality there was a hidden agenda. And at this point, Lu Xian's ears heard the system's voice. Ding! Ji Fuyao has gained an understanding of the way of spiritual fire and is synchronizing. Lu Xian was surprised. Worthy of my disciple. Frying a dish is sensationalizing. Is this the innate stir-fry holy body? Not bad. Not bad. From now on, it's better for you to cover the cooking. Just as Lu Xian was secretly delighted in his heart, Ji Fuyang suddenly said, Master, thank you for the guidance. Ha! Lu Xian directly froze. Points? What pointers? Ji Fuyang said. Master, I know now that you actually had another intention in letting me cook. Oh, Lu Xian touched his nose. Is there another meaning? He really just simply wanted Fuyuki to cook. Isn't that how apprenticeships work? Ji Fuyao guffawed, her eyes as brilliant as stars. Cooking requires spirit flame. You want me to sense the power of spirit flame, and from then on, spirit flame will be a great success. Lu Xian? Really? Is that really what I think? Looking at Lu Xian's shocked face, Ji Fuyang only felt amused. Still loaded. She didn't understand. Why did Lu Xian keep such a low profile when he clearly had two skills? Ji Fuyang added. The great accomplishment of the way of spiritual fire requires very exquisite attainments in controlling fire, and stir-frying requires exactly that. Master, many thanks. Lu Xian's direct person went numb. Why did Ji Fuyao start to make up things in her head? He couldn't help but feel that Ji Fuyao was a bit cute. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly, nodding towards Lu Xian with great meaning, her eyes flowing. Master, the meal will be ready soon. That look seemed to say, Master, I know you have secrets in you, and you've been misunderstood for so many years. Lu Xian nodded. Good. Soon. Ji Fuyang carried a wooden tray and placed 2 plates of spirit beast meat on top of the stone table. Lu Xian took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Today is much stronger than yesterday. Ji Fuyang blushed. Is it delicious? Lu Xian said. Still have to practice. Ji Fuyao. Silence for a moment. It suddenly occurred to Ji Fuyang that this was Lu Xian telling her to continue practicing the way of fire control. she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Lu Xian instructing her was just so plain and simple. It's just so unobtrusive. It may seem to be talking about texture, but it's actually talking about fire control. Ji Fuyang's starry eyes twinkled as she began to eat as well. Lu Xian ate quickly and immediately finished eating and lay down on the recliner again to start sunbathing. Ji Fuyang slowly ate, pondering over Lu Xian's words just now. Boom! A spirit fire suddenly surged out of her body, and the power of the spirit fire continued to rise, sometimes incomparably violent, sometimes faint as a flame. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyang is sensing the way of spiritual fire. Start synchronizing. The system's voice rang out. Lu Xian's direct person was dumbfounded. Another and another epiphany? People are more angry than people. Lu Xian remembered that when he was cultivating before, not to mention sensing, when he went to study the Gongfu, it felt like he was doing reading comprehension. It's kind of like reading a book from heaven. That's talent. It's a difference in the clouds. But now well, why need their own sense of awe? Let the disciple sense on the line. Lu Xian was happy in his heart. Several hours later, Ji Fuyang slowly opened her eyes, her face tinged with joy. The power of the spirit flame on her body slowly collected, and it was clear that it was one step closer to the realm of great completion. But Lu Xian's promotion was even greater. Ji Fuyang smiled faintly towards Lu Xian, her starry eyes flickering as she revealed a hint of gratitude. Lu Xian nodded. Ji Fuyao began to pack up the dishes and stepped into the grass hut to wash them. Just then, a divine rainbow suddenly shot out from the distant void, targeting the very place of Qingxian Peak. Above this divine rainbow, the aura of a saint was terrifyingly overwhelming, like an abyss and a sea, stirring in the firmament, and the heavens and earth continuously roared with a monstrous aura. Boom! A grey-robed middle-aged man landed on Qingxian Peak. It was the great Dao sect patriarch. The patriarch, a country face with a hint of righteousness showing between his eyebrows, walked slowly towards Lu Xian, exuding an air of superiority between his hands and feet. He had come this time to talk to Lu Xian. He still didn't understand why Lu Xian had taken Ji Fuyan as his disciple. He had clearly promised Lu Xian that he could modify the regulations of the great Dao sect for him, and that he would not need to take on disciples and could continue to be the peak master. He doesn't understand. Elder Curtin also suggested that the patriarch should have a chat with Lu Xian, and he came. However, seeing Lu Xian lying on the rocking chair, the patriarch couldn't help but shake his head. Hey! Lu Xian was his usual self, or not practicing and lying around all day. It's outrageous. He had thought that Lu Xian had changed his mind after taking on a disciple, and so on. The patriarch suddenly froze in place. His eyes turned to the inside of the hayloft, and what did he see? Ji Fuyao is scrubbing the pot and washing the dishes. It's not. The patriarch was directly confused. What does Lu Xian have to offer? The patriarch was angry. His heart was filled with rage, flames flickering in his eyes as he directly rushed towards Lu Xian. Ji Fuyang's cultivation talent was something that the Great Dao sect had not encountered in 1,000 years, and it had triggered the resonance of the Great Dao sect's greatest treasure, the Great Dao Bell. Now Lu Xian didn't let Ji Fuyao seize the moment and even let her be washing dishes? Isn't that nonsense? Lu Xian, explain this to me. The patriarch rolled up his sleeves and roared thunderously, growling through his teeth word by word. Lu Xian froze for a moment and looked at the patriarch with a calm expression. Patriarch? Explain what? The patriarch pointed at Ji Fuyang in the grass hut, practically hating him. You, how can you let Fuyang do the work of washing dishes and scrubbing pots and pans? You're spoiling Fuyang's talent. I originally thought that you would guide Fuyang in some way, or else give Fuyang your master's cultivation resources, but I didn't realize that you'd let Ji Fuyang do these trivial things? Lu Xian was thinking about how to explain. Ji Fuyang suddenly said, Patriarch, please don't blame master. I did it voluntarily. Voluntary? The patriarch directly froze. He looked at Lu Xian and then at Ji Fuyang, somewhat dumbfounded. Ji Fuyan was even so protective of Lu Xian? Why? He's stupid. Many questions flashed through the sovereign's mind. He didn't understand this matter at all. Fuyuki, are you saying that you did these things of your own free will? Don't tell me you started eating with Lu Xian too. The patriarch looked towards Ji Fuyan, trying to grab the last straw. Ji Fuyang said with a serious face, eat it. The patriarch's face flushed red and he was so angry that he directly stomped his foot on Qingxian Peak and roared. Ah! With a loud boom, Qingxian Peak trembled a little, as if it had sunk hundreds of feet. He broke down a little. I really wanted to beat up Lu Xian. Lu Xian was the only one in the entire Great Dao sect who didn't dispel the grain. Get this, now it brought Ji Fushang down as well. Isn't that purely misguided? At this time, Ji Fuyan said, Patriarch, this is actually a kind of cultivation. This is practice? What exactly did Lu Xian do to lull Ji Fuyao directly into this? The patriarch's brows furrowed as he looked at Lu Xian. fire spewing from his eyes. He directly dragged Lu Xian and stepped into the cave. I need an explanation. The two men sat around the wooden table. The patriarch looked at the table, some word posters, and scrolls, and became even more angry. These were all the limericks Lu Xian had written and landscapes he had painted over the years. The sovereign immediately shifted his gaze, not even wanting to look at it for a second time. This was all Lu Xian's doing nothing all these years. After all, Lu Xian are idle. At this moment, Lu Xian slowly spoke. Patriarch, don't worry. Fuyao knows what he's doing. The patriarch frowned slightly. A thought occurred to him. Looking at Ji Fuyao's appearance, it wasn't coerced at all. Can cooking and washing dishes really be cultivated? He believes in. Just what is the problem? Ji Fuyan obviously had great respect for Lu Xian. Could it be that the two are related? Wait, Lu Xian, what about your cultivation? The patriarch's eyes glanced up as he suddenly asked, realizing that he couldn't see Lu Xian's cultivation level. Lu Xian said, I hid it. The patriarch couldn't help but want to laugh. You're at chi refining stage and you have to hide your cultivation? Lu Xian, the patriarch said, is it the hidden spirit skill that Fuyao taught you? It seems to be of a very high grade, and it can actually evade my probing. Lu Xian lived in silence. What? How come the sovereign likes to brainstorm too? He didn't know how to explain it. That he's in the Xian Huang realm? But the Xian Emperor realm wasn't enough to look at in front of the sovereign. A saint king. Just keep developing for a while. Lu Xian made a cup of tea for the patriarch, and the patriarch's mood eased a little. He thought about holding back. Let Lu Xian fool around for a month. Lu Xian asked curiously, Patriarch, is there something you're here for this time? One must know that the patriarch hadn't come to Qingxian Peak all these years after his master's fall. There is nothing to do. The patriarch's eyes burned as he looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, your master, Sage Qingxian, has done a lot for the Great Tao sect, and after his fall, it is only natural that my Great Tao sect won't let his disciples get cold feet. And you are the only disciple of Sage Qingxian. It's just that your cultivation talent is limited, and I'm afraid that you don't feel good in your heart after suffering cold words all these years. Hey, I've been negligent over the years and haven't taken much care of you. Lu Xian took a sip of tea and didn't say anything. The patriarch continued. Lu Xian, do you know that if you don't recruit any disciples this time around, I've actually already arranged a way back for you? Lu Xian was slightly startled. Is that so? The patriarch took out a jade seal and placed it in front of Lu Xian. It is? Lu Xian slowly picked up the jade seal and observed it. It was a low-grade spirit artifact that looked incomparably thick and heavy, with 4 big words engraved on it in spirit patterns. Great Xian Dynasty. The patriarch smiled faintly. Originally, after you were expelled from the Great Tao sect, I would have the elders arrange for you to go to the mundane Xian Dynasty to become a mundane emperor. You will be honored for the rest of your life, with a harem of 3,000 beauties, and you will be considered to be enjoying the mundane pleasures of the world to the fullest. Chapter 7 The Daily Brainstorming of an Apprentice. You will be honored for the rest of your life, with a harem of 3,000 beauties, and you will be considered to be enjoying the mundane pleasures of the world to the fullest. The sovereign's voice was like heavenly music. Lu Xian froze. Actually, that's fine. A harem of 3,000 beauties is a breeze to think about. The patriarch frowned. What are you laughing at? Lu Xian said. Joyful. The patriarch shook his head slightly and sighed darkly. It's true that rotten wood can't be carved. Lu Xian is hopeless. The patriarch continued. Forget it, I'll let you fool around this month, and also let Fuyao take a detour for 1 more month so that she understands the importance of a good master. In a month's time, if Ji Fuyang doesn't get first place in the intersect competition, let her leave Qingxian Peak. How? Lu Xian smiled. What if it's number 1? The patriarch shook his head. That's impossible, not to mention those top true disciples, even those top inner disciples. Ji Fuyao was afraid that he would not be an opponent. It was important to know that the strongest disciple in this intersect competition had already stepped into the late great circle of the Xianzong realm. Ji Fuyan was only a Grand Xian king, so what could he compare it to? That's a difference of 2 big realms in between. The patriarch patted Lu Xian's shoulder and without further ado, he collected the jade seal and left directly. Not much longer. The patriarch came to the Great Tao Hall to find Elder Shou and told him about Ji Fuyao's dishwashing just now. Shogun was dumbfounded. How could this be? The patriarch shook his head back and forth. I don't know why Ji Fuyao has such respect for Lu Xian. Old Curtain frowned slightly, his cloudy gaze looking in the direction of Qingxian Peak as he suddenly asked, do you think Lu Xian has been hiding himself? The patriarch was dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shogun was silent, saying the same thing. Lu Xian he knows a laborious thing about teaching disciples. The patriarch said, just as well, I have probed that Ji Fuyang is now in the late-stage Great Xian King Grand Circle. Curtain old man's face was piled up with wrinkles like furrows. and he was a bit astonished. Could it be that Fuyao hid her cultivation during the sect entrance examination? And this is her true realm? The patriarch smiled. Probably. Old Curtain stroked his beard, his face a bit gloomy. There are secrets on this girl, but my great Tao sect has never been afraid of so-called secrets. Now that Fuyao has made the heavenly Tao oath, he is already a member of my great Tao sect. Not only will I, the great Tao sect, not pry into these secrets, but I will also guard them for her. The sovereign nodded. Not bad. Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyao had long since returned to her cave and continued her cultivation. On the one hand, he refined the augur meat, and on the other hand, he absorbed the top-quality spirit stones. The massive amount of spiritual energy surged wildly around her, forming a small storm. Ji Fuyao's cultivation level was rising. She had already made a cultivation plan for herself. First, he would raise his realm, and then he would go to the Great Tao Sect's Fire Abyss secret realm to precipitate his cultivation, consolidate his realm, and quench his divine soul. A month was more than enough time for her. The first in the inner sect, she was determined to win. Now that the Tao Foundation had been replenished, she would look down on herself if she couldn't even take first place. A party of female emperors reincarnated and reincarnated. How can they fall short? Read this. Ji Fuyao collected her mind and sat on her knees. A fiery red phoenix robe fluttering, faint divine splendor surging up. The whole person looked ethereal and dusty, incomparably subtle. Meanwhile, Lu Xian was lying in his cave. The system's voice rang out. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao's cultivation level is increasing. Begin synchronization. The voice fell. A huge spiritual energy began to continuously emerge, impacting Lu Xian's limbs and bones, and in his dantian, his cultivation base was continuously increasing. Lu Xian stretched his back. Looks like Fuyao is practicing again. Now that Ji Fuyao was already in the late Great Xian King stage of the Great Xian King Grand Circle, she could definitely break through to the Xian Emperor realm in 3 days' time. Steady. Moreover, according to Ji Fuyao's cultivation speed, it was more than just the early Xian Emperor realm. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Obviously so talented. Yet you have to work so hard. How embarrassing for him. Worthy of my disciple. Feeling the increasing spiritual energy in his body, Lu Xian leisurely looked at the book. Late into the night, Lu Xian sensed that the cultivation level in his body continued to increase. He yawned and went back to sleep. Wake up! Ji Fuyao directly broke through to the early Xian Emperor realm, and he had stepped into the late Great Circle of the Xian Emperor realm, only one step away from the Xianzong realm. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. That fast? When he thought that he was still huffing and puffing while Fuyao was trying to cultivate, Lu Xian felt this feeling. It's so good. Lu Xian walked out of the cave and saw that Ji Fuyao was cooking again. He casually swept a glance at Ji Fuyao's fire control attainment. It's been very skillful. It wasn't far from the realm of great success. Lu Xian secretly said, it looks like the nurturing mission is almost completed. It's simply too easy. Lu Xian lay outside the grass hut, watching the clouds roll in and out of the sky, his heart clear and very cozy. Not long after, Ji Fuyao brought out the meal. Eating. Ji Fuyao was in a good mood. Only 2 days after joining the sect, she had stepped into the Xian Emperor realm. Cultivating at such a fast pace was unrelated to that heavenly ranked Tao Foundation pill. Thinking so, Ji Fuyao suddenly looked at Lu Xian and said with a serious face, Master, thank you for your help. Lu Xian froze and said indifferently, a small matter. It was he who should be thankful, he said darkly. After all, he didn't do anything. Just lie down. The divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes. Her long glistening white forehead hair flicked as she insisted. Master, that one heavenly ranked Tao Foundation pill has been a recreation for me, and you've been instructing me in the way of spirit flame, both of which have benefited me greatly. It's a reinvention. In this life, she would go farther. Lu Xian smiled. Keep up the good work. Ji Fuyao smiled sweetly. Good. My way of spirit flame is still close to being a great success. I'm going to sense it a little deeper. At those words, Lu Xian spread his right hand out. A soft flame appeared in his palm. This spiritual fire was scattered in form but gathered in spirit. As Lu Xian moved his mind, the spirit flame became incomparably violent at times and very soft at others. Ji Fuyao directly froze. This was a manifestation of the great accomplishment of the way of spiritual fire. Sure enough, Master is not a scrapper. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said in a mysterious manner, got it? In fact, he didn't really know how to point it out. However, he believed that with Ji Fuyao's talent, he would definitely be able to find a hint of the mystery. His way of spirit flame was, to put it bluntly, equivalent to what Ji Fuyao would realize in the future. Only one version ahead of Ji Fuyao. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes flowed with starlight. She came to her senses. The so-called spirit flame is a great success. It should be sent and received by the heart, and shaped at will. She had just sensed that Lu Xian's Tao of spiritual fire was a perfect match for herself. It is as if they are from the same family. That feeling is all too familiar. Could it be that Lu Xian and her were practicing the same kind of technique? No. Even if they were the same gongfu, they wouldn't be so similar. It must be that Master had specially condensed this kind of spirit fire in order to instruct her. That must be it. Thinking so, Ji Fuyang's heart set off a huge wave. Master is too powerful. Next, Ji Fuyang sat down on her knees and began to sense the way of spiritual fire. It was only one step away from the great accomplishment of the way of spiritual fire. There was still a film in front of her that needed to be poked and prodded. But just now, Lu Xian had undoubtedly shown her the way to crack it. 1 hour, 2 hours, half a day later, a spirit fire surged out from Ji Fuyang's body. The power of the spirit fire rose up and went straight to the clouds. Her jade hand stretched out and gently flicked. The power of the spirit fire became very soft. The way of controlling fire is easy to navigate. Ji Fuyang's spiritual flame Dao directly stepped into the spiritual flame realm of great completion. Ding! It's synchronizing great apprentice brother Ji Fuyang's spirit fire sense. Due to the fact that it was gained doubly, Lu Xian's senses increased by an extreme amount. One step closer to the consummation of the way of spiritual fire. Once again, we are one version ahead of Ji Fuyao. At this time, Ji Fuyang slowly opened her starry eyes and said with a slight tremor in her delicate body, "Thank you, Master." The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. There's no need to be so polite in the future. Ji Fuyao smiled sweetly and nodded her head. Her mind couldn't help but think that this time she had really found a good master by mistake. Listening to you is better than months of hard work. A lot of images came to Ji Fuyao's mind. She began to carefully recall every word Lu Xian had said. While she was cooking, Lu Xian would always make small talk with her. She hadn't always cared. Now she suddenly realized that Lu Xian was actually instructing her when he seemed to be talking casually. Ji Fuyang murmured, "It can be concluded that Master's spirit fire attainments must be higher than mine. But how much higher? He's leading me on." A few moments later, Ji Fuyang came back to her senses and said, "Master, I'll go back and consolidate a bit more." Lu Xian nodded. "You can take a proper rest. The raising is now complete. After tomorrow, you'll be able to collect your mission rewards." Lu Xian's mind was relaxed. However, Ji Fu shook her head. "Time is not waiting for me. I need to hurry up and cultivate." Lu Xian cried and laughed. "Fine." Next, he felt the cultivation within his body rising again. The soothing sensation kept hitting his limbs and bones, like a dragon swimming in the 4 seas and hitting his meridians. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Accepting a disciple should be like Ji Fuyao, trying too hard. Day 3. Ji Fuyao finished cooking for the last time and washed the dishes. Her face flushed slightly. "Master, I have fulfilled the agreement. These 3 days, are you satisfied?" When Lu Xian heard this, he immediately understood. Ji Fuyao doesn't want to continue cooking. His gaze was haunted, satisfied and unsatisfied. Ji Fuyao froze. "What do you mean?" She felt that Lu Xian spoke in such a mysterious way. Lu Xian pretended to be profound and said meaningfully, "Fuyao, do you think I'm really asking you to cook?" Ji Fuyan's beautiful eyes knitted slightly as her mind rapidly pondered, trying to understand Lu Xian's deeper meaning. "What do you mean?" A few moments later, she came to her senses. To cook, you first need to use the way of spiritual fire. Secondly, it also enhances her mindset. She was deep in thought. She was a party of female emperors. And even if she was reincarnated and rebuilt, she still had infinite pride in her heart, which made her look out of the corner of her eye, with a little bit of impatience in her heart. But then it was then, and now it is now. In this life, she was not yet in the emperor realm. She needs to shift her mindset. Lu Xian continued, "What satisfies me is that although you don't like cooking, you are still very focused, unsatisfied that your craft needs to be improved." Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyang immediately grasped the keyword. Needs to be upgraded. Still have to practice. When you return to the path of cultivation, you should let go of your arrogance and should act like an apprentice. She gets it. Ji Fuyang looked towards Lu Xian and said softly, "True masters often harbor the heart of an apprentice." "Master, is this what you want to teach me?" Lu Xian froze. "Is that right?" He's not. Don't be ridiculous." Lu Xian was just casually saying that he wanted Fuyao to continue cooking for him. If Ji Fu Shua refused, tomorrow when the system's reward is issued, he can continue to convince people with reason. But how did Ji Fuyao suddenly brainstorm? He's stupid. Chapter 8. If Master sees it, it's really nothing. Looking at Ji Fuyang's serious face, Lu Xian was stunned. Why is the apprentice starting to rip off his ego again? This expression of Lu Xian's looked in Ji Fuyang's eyes, but it meant something else. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. "Sure enough, Master was seen by me. After stepping into Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian had been following the instructions. That's a good teacher. Read about it. Ji Fuyang immediately said, Master, as long as I'm at Qingxian Peak, I'll continue cooking. Lu Xian didn't know what to say. Just one word. Good. Ji Fuyang softly smiled. Master, I will continue to go and sync my cultivation. In the next period of time, I will step into the sect's Fire Abyss secret realm and use actual battles to enhance my battle power and stabilize my cultivation base. Lu Xian said. Not bad. Follow your plan. Ji Fuyang respectfully bowed and was about to leave. Lu Xian suddenly said, Before you go to the Fire Abyss mystic realm tomorrow, come to my cave and I'll give you a gift. Ji Fuyao was a bit surprised. A gift? Master, I don't need anything else right now. Her Taoist foundation has been replenished. She also had her own cultivation technique, and it was a 1-star emperor rank. Spirit stones were not lacking for the time being either. No need for anything else. Lu Xian said, When the time comes, you'll know. Ji Fuyao thought for a moment. Okay. The next day, Lu Xian had once again harvested a large amount of cultivation base. In these 3 days, Ji Fuyang's cultivation directly soared to the Middle Xian Emperor realm, and Lu Xian's cultivation had stepped into the early Xianzong realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple raising quest. Cultivation exceeds the Xian Emperor realm, and the Tao of spiritual fire has been greatly accomplished. Due to the host's overachievement, the reward has been raised. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation base. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star Emperor rank technique. Burning Sky skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star Emperor rank Dan furnace. The Heaven Swallowing Baking Furnace. Extra reward, all laws are inviolable, any cultivator. As long as their cultivation is lower than the host's, all attacks are null and void. The voice fell. Boom! An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, like a torrent impacting Lu Xian's internal world. His dantian emitting a gurgling flow sound. Lu Xian's cultivation level was increasing. A few moments later, it was only one step away from the middle stage of the Xianzong realm. Lu Xian smiled. Satisfied, he began to check out the other rewards. With a movement of his mind, a jade slip of a Mara technique appeared in Lu Xian's hand. The Burning Sky skill. 6-star Emperor rank technique. Lu Xian took a cursory look at it. This technique was extremely terrifying. After cultivating it to its great completion, it could burn the heavens and boil the seas, refine the heavens, and its offensive power was heaven-defying. Cultivate? No, it is impossible for him to practice. Just lie down. This gong method fits Ji Fuyang very well, so let's give it to her. Next, Lu Xian checked the heaven-swallowing baking furnace. This was an incomparably pale ancient oven. The oven had been sealed, but one could still see the radiant Tao patterns flowing on it. Incomparably obscure and mysterious. This was a 6-star Emperor-level treasure that contained a terrifying Tao and rhyme, carrying some kind of mysterious power. If he hadn't been sealed by the power of the system, I'm afraid that if Lu Xian took out this alchemy furnace right now, he would have directly created a heaven and earth anomaly. To the treasure, Lu Xian thought about it. Ji Fuyao's alchemy talent wasn't top-notch. It would be a waste of time if Ji Fuyan was allowed to refine pills. It's important to let the professionals do what they do. Then this alchemy furnace might as well be given to other disciples. At the thought of alchemy, the corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he remembered a classic that Blue Star had read. He couldn't help but laugh. Jia, you're not really going to take this apprentice, are you? No way. Lu Xian asked, can we take a second disciple now? The system said, it hasn't triggered the disciple acceptance quest yet. No trigger? Lu Xian asked, how is it triggered? The system said, soon. Lu Xian secretly said, sure enough, the system had limits. Otherwise, if he were to frantically accept disciples himself, regardless of talent, and directly win by numbers, wouldn't his cultivation take off directly? Lu Xian was already satisfied. He put away the heaven-swallowing baking furnace, his heart filled with anticipation. Second disciple, come to the bowl of master. Next, Lu Xian began to check out the impervious to all laws. It's an extra bonus from the system. Lu Xian straight away called out against the heavens. That meant that those whose cultivation was weaker than his, Lu Xian could simply ignore. Immune to all damage. Wouldn't this be a pretentious artifact? Lu Xian smiled. Low profile? It's better to keep a low profile. Right now I'm just a Xianzong realm, but there are great emperors in the southern wasteland. He was in a great mood. He couldn't help but feel that this invincible apprentice system was too thoughtful. Investing in an apprentice, it's a huge profit. Lu Xian immediately sent a voice message to Ji Fuyan, calling her over. Soon, Ji Fuyang stepped into Lu Xian's cave. Lu Xian's cave was very plain, with only a Xian ice bed, a wooden table and a few wooden chairs, as well as some simple utensils. This made Ji Fuyang's heart feel some good again. It's really a strong one. She walked past the wooden table and saw on it the limerick written by Lu Xian, and couldn't help but smile faintly. A cage in the river, a black hole in the well, white on the yellow dog, swollen on the white dog. The cock crows once and pouts once. The cock crows twice and pouts twice. 3 cries call out Fuson, sweeping away the broken stars and the dawn moon. I sat up in my dying sickness and traveled 1,000,000 miles across the southern wilderness. A line of geese flew south. 2 roast ducks went north. If you ask where the colors of spring are, there is a building beyond the green hills. A moment in the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. And the bright moon and clear springs flow over the stones. Then she saw some more paintings on the wooden table. Jiang Taigong electric fish figure. Hui 98K shoots the sun. Zhuge Liang's skillful use of the eastern wind. Ji Fuyao froze. It's really abstract. True to form. Sifu's style is unique and distinctive. Ji Fuyang murmured. I didn't realize that master still had this kind of hobby. Lu Xian coughed dryly and said, casually write and draw. Ji Fuyao pursed her lips. Lu Xian smiled and said, Fuyao, my gift to you is a feat it's very suitable for you. Ji Fuyang smiled and refused. Master, I have a cultivation technique. It was important to know that her cultivation technique was a 1-star emperor rank fire technique. The Xian fire scripture. It fits her perfectly. In the southern wasteland, how precious were emperor ranked techniques. Once her 1-star emperor rank technique was released, it was bound to cause a bloody storm in the southern wasteland. She didn't believe that Lu Xian had a higher grade technique in his hands. With a thought, Lu Xian took out the jade slip of the feats of the burning sky decree and flicked his finger towards Ji Fuyang. You can take a look at it first. Shoo! Ji Fuyao took it, unimpressed, and probed into his divine sense. The next moment, her body froze in place. 6-star emperor rank technique. Burning sky decree. With a movement of her divine sense, a sight of emptiness immediately appeared before her eyes. A silhouette with his back to the heavens. His aura is monstrous. Far beyond the peak of her previous life. He could not see his face. Behind him, endless spiritual fire constantly surging up and rising. The might of burning the sky and boiling the sea fills the heavens, refining the dome of the sky, and a part of the heavens and earth shines brightly, completely transformed into a sea of spiritual fire. The voice of this shadowy figure appeared slowly. Burning sky decision. My generation of cultivators, cultivating against the sky. The road is long and the road is far. When there is the intention of charging the sky, the will to burn the sky. The voice fell. That silhouette whisked his sleeve. A supreme attacking force carried out between heaven and earth, as if the stars were burning, as if the great domains were boiling, and terrifying and incomparable spirit flames rushed up to the sky, directly congealing into a kind of mood. The sky can be burned, the sea can be boiled. The silhouette transformed into the Lord of Spirit Flame, standing in the endless fire domain as his figure gradually dissipated. Buzz! A lightning bolt struck in Ji Fuyang's mind and she retreated from the vision. She had already obtained the inheritance of the burning sky decree. However, in a few breaths, her body was already drenched in fragrant sweat, and her fiery red phoenix robe clung tightly to her body, revealing an incomparably delicate figure, dimpled and convex, with perfect curves flowing around her, which looked very alluring. Her delicate body trembled, and a huge wave was set off in her heart. This gong method is too terrifying. One could almost say it was built for her. She was originally a burning heaven saint body. 6-star emperor ranked technique. Where did the master get it? In her impression, the southern wasteland hadn't had this gong method at all in these tens of thousands of years. This technique was too precious. Even if it was placed in the Great Tao sect, it was still a supreme technique that was merely subordinate to the Great Tao scripture. Ji Fuyang looked at Lu Xian with incomparable excitement. Master, Lu Xian smiled. I also see that this technique is more suitable for you, so you can cultivate the burning sky decree later on. A warm current welled up in Ji Fuyang's heart, and she didn't know what to say. It was important to realize that she was the reincarnation of a female emperor and had long been a top-tier powerhouse mind, but at the moment it was a little shaken up. Lu Xian, she's only been worshipping for 3 days. You're giving her such a powerful technique? In front of the burning sky decree, the technique she cultivated, the Xian fire scripture, was no longer worth mentioning. In the future, she would definitely have to cultivate the burning sky decree instead. She was really a little touched. Regarding Lu Xian, she became even more curious. To be able to casually take out a heavenly grade absolute Tao foundation pill, to be able to casually give away a 6-star emperor ranked technique, his depth was too deep. As for Lu Xian's strength, I am afraid that he is a high-star emperor. I didn't expect the Great Tao sect to have a top-tier powerhouse sitting in their midst. However, what did Lu Xian want by taking her as his disciple? Ji Fuyao couldn't figure it out. Perhaps this is the teacher. Disinterested, Lu Xian smiled. Go, You know how to cultivate, so master won't teach you. Ji Fuyang froze for a moment. Master, if there are any difficulties in cultivation, can I ask you for advice? Lu Xian said. Yes. Ji Fuyang's eyes glowed with a strange color as she nodded, putting the Tsangu jade slip away and preparing to leave. Suddenly, she looked down. Yikes. Just now, when she was comprehending the burning sky decree, her long, fiery red dress was already wet with fragrant sweat and clung to her body. I'm surprised she didn't notice. Ji Fuyang's face flushed red as she looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked to the side with a nonchalant expression. Some good feelings once again arose in Ji Fuyang's heart, but on second thought, if it's the master who sees it, it's really nothing. After all, master is a righteous man. Lu Xian smiled and said, Disciple, quickly go and cultivate the new technique. Aha! Ji Fuyang gently nodded her head and immediately left with quick steps. After returning to the cave, Ji Fuyang decided to change her plans. First, cultivate the burning sky decree, then go to the fire abyss secret realm. Before that, though, she needed to shower. Ji Fuyao's mind moved. A long red fire-colored dress slowly faded down, revealing incomparably delicate jade shoulders, followed by towering ones. Her smooth and white jade body exuded a faint fragrance, and her figure was perfect. Her long and slender jade legs swung as she slowly stepped into the bathtub. The heat was dense, and a flawless jade body was hidden. The scenery was exquisite. Ji Fuyao's body was flawless and immaculate, emitting a faint divine splendor that looked incomparably holy. Not much longer. Ji Fuyao began to get ready properly. Begin cultivating the burning sky decree. She sat cross-legged, her fire-red dress unable to conceal her diminutive figure, her slender jade hands constantly changing as she recited words under her breath. Boom! A terrifying force of spirit fire surged out from her body surface, spreading extremely fast in all directions. The most powerful killing intent condensed around Ji Fuyang. The temperature in her cave instantly rose, and the terrifying spirit fire directly penetrated the ceiling prohibition of the cave and rushed to the sky. This was a 6-star emperor-ranked technique, the first time Ji Fuyang cultivated. Because her burning heaven saint body was a perfect match for the gong method, she unintentionally triggered the resonance of the gong method directly. In an instant, the entire Qingxian peak ignited with a rushing spiritual fire, just like a giant sun rising and reflecting the heavens. The terrifying power instantly impacted from Qingxian peak towards the surrounding spiritual peaks, forming a blazing wave of fire, and this side of the heaven and earth was directly set ablaze. A vision of heaven and earth. Instantly, the entire Great Tao sect was startled. Chapter 9, Where's Master instructing her? This heaven and earth vision was too terrifying. A terrifying force of pressure was directly derived. The supreme killing force was as if it was going to burn the sky and boil the sea, and the majestic spirit flame will spread out towards dozens of miles in a radius as if it was draining the mountains and seas. The heavens and earth changed color, and the firmament trembled. The temperature of the spirit peaks surrounding Qingxian Peak instantly rose. The force is too strong. Instantly, the entire Great Tao sect was startled. The temperature of the several spirit peaks near Qingxian Peak suddenly rose like a sea of fire, and many saints stepped in, which suppressed the terrifying spirit fire. Countless elders and disciples were incomparably shocked, and they all looked toward Qingxian Peak. What's going on here? Soon, the patriarch and the others were also startled. Countless divine thoughts and divine senses probed towards Qingxian Peak. The many saint kings and saints couldn't help but be shocked. On Qingxian Peak, a heaven and earth anomaly was induced. The divine thoughts of the sovereign and the others continued to probe. They quickly discovered the ceiling restriction laid down by Ji Fuyan. Although with their strength, they could easily pass through the ceiling prohibition, they didn't continue any further. However, it was clear that this was Ji Fuyang's cultivation technique having an epiphany. This kind of sensation was so heaven-defying that it directly triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. At this time, the sea of spiritual fire above the void intensified, as if to refine the shadow, reflecting the heavens, and in the depths of the endless sea of fire, the brilliant divine splendor surging, majestic momentum heavens, and gradually showed a kind of Tao and potential. The hearts of the sovereign and the others instantly set off huge waves. What kind of cultivation talent is this? You have to know that Tao and potential are things that can only be touched after stepping into the Xian Shang realm. Even some Xian saints had no chance to comprehend it in their entire lives. What realm is Ji Fuyang in now? The patriarch looked at the many saints of Dan Peak. Your spirit fire attainments are extremely deep. Do you see anything? The many saints at Dan Peak looked shocked. Fuyao touched a trace of Tao and potential at such a young age. With such talent, he already has the posture of a great emperor. The posture of a great emperor. The patriarch and the others were incomparably excited. The future Great Tao sect had another great emperor powerhouse. If Ji Fuyan stepped into the quasi-emperor, he would be able to leap to the level of Great Tao sect ancestor. The crowd's hearts were pounding. and their hearts were becoming more and more satisfied with Fuyao. Sage Danfeng suddenly said, "Judging from today's heaven and earth anomaly, Fuyao definitely hid her clumsiness during the sect entrance examination. I finally understand why Fuyao wants to worship Lu Xian as her master. I'm afraid she has some secrets in her body that she's afraid of being seen by us." The Misty Peak sage's gaze softened. "Hey, this child, my great Tao sect has many strong emperors at the emperor realm. Only that most of them are in seclusion or slumber. Even if Fuyang is a great emperor, we won't covet the secret she carries," the patriarch explained. Regarding the secrets on Fuyang's body, the old ancestor had already probed her during the entrance examination, and there's nothing wrong with her. Not to mention that now she's already a disciple of my great Tao sect and has already taken the heavenly Tao oath that she won't betray my sect. The crowd nodded. Not bad. In my great Tao sect, there are many disciples from different forces and different identities. If we were to count them all, there would have been no foundation of my great Tao sect for several epochs. The patriarch ordered, "You must never take the initiative to pry into the secrets of Fuyang's body." The crowd said, "Yes, sir." Silence for a moment. Sage Danfeng nodded. Fuyao has a meticulous mind, and it's understandable that he wants to find a place to meditate. However, Lu Xian had to take Fuyao as his disciple. What is the explanation for this? The crowd stood silent. Can't figure it out at all. You Lu Xian can teach a hairline ah. Numerous saints said. After the inner gate trial, it's better to let Fuyao leave Lu Xian. Lu Xian is all stinky and lazy. I'm afraid that it will affect Fuyao's cultivation in the future. The patriarch nodded. Not bad. As the saying goes, those who are close to Zhu are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Fuyang is more or less influenced by being around Lu Xian. The crowd couldn't help but nod. This time, Fuyao invoked the heaven and earth visions, once again proving her cultivation talent. It's not half related to Lu Xian. How could such a genius be buried in Lu Xian's hands? At this moment, a grey-robed sage suddenly said, "Let's see what Peak Master Lu is doing right now." The patriarch said, "Look." At this moment, Lu Xian was leisurely lying on the Xian ice bed, feeling the cultivation base in his body increasing. There was a trace of excitement in his heart. Ding! Host's great disciple Fuyang's cultivation is rising. Synchronization in progress. Ding! Synchronizing the burning sky decree sense. For a while, the spiritual energy in his body was like a great river, constantly impacting Lu Xian's limbs and bones. Soothing. After cultivating the burning sky decree, Fuyang's cultivation speed increased several times again. Lu Xian was overjoyed. This wave of investment is really solid again. Giving something good to your apprentice is like giving it to yourself twice as much. All he had to do was lie flat. Rule by doing nothing. The main thing is that it's hard enough without him prodding at all. It's simply too much of a relief. Thinking so, the corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. His heart was happy. See this scene. The face of the sovereign and the others darkened. They just couldn't look at it anymore. It's not. The disciple is over there practicing hard and gaining insights. And you, a master, are lying here. Is this appropriate? What happened to the promise to teach the apprentice? You don't teach either. Stay here and lie down. The Formation Peak sage frowned in confusion. What's this silly grin of Peak Master Lu's? Sage Danfeng's face twitched. I don't know. Maybe he remembered something happy. Crowd. They couldn't wait to want to beat up Lu Xian right now. I thought Lu Xian was going to change his ways. But this? Just this. The crowd's chest was tight with anger. They couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that Sage Qing Xian had left early, or else he would have been infuriated alive by Lu Xian. The patriarch sighed and said, "Actually, 2 days ago, I had already approached Lu Xian for a chat. This fellow has suddenly become very stubborn, and is dead set against letting Fuyang leave. Let's tolerate him for another month." The crowd shook their heads. It will have to do. Not much longer. The heaven and earth anomaly that Fuyang had induced also gradually dissipated. Old Curtain asked with a serious face, "Do you think that Fuyang has any hope of taking first place in this inner gate trial?" The patriarch said, "Impossible. In this inner gate trial, the strongest true disciple is the late Xianzong realm Grand Circle. Even if Fuyao stepped into the Xianzong realm, it's impossible for him to be their opponent. Moreover, it's impossible for Fuyang to step into the Xianzong realm in a month's time, unless Lu Xian is madly giving Fuyang pills to pile up her cultivation." The crowd nodded. I hope Lu Xian won't pile up pills to ruin Fuyang's cultivation foundation just to win. The patriarch frowned. During this period of time, you guys instruct those inner disciples and true disciples more. The inner sect trial must keep Fuyang outside the top 10. The crowd said, "Yes, sir." A few days later, Qingxian Peak, Fuyang was wearing a long red and fire-colored dress, sitting cross-legged with a faint glow surging through her body, her starry eyes slowly opening. In the past few days, she had run the burning sky decree to retemper the cultivation base in her body. Her cultivation level was already at the late Xian Emperor realm, but the benefits don't stop there. The spiritual energy in her dantian was several times purer. This also meant that her attacks would be extremely elevated from before. Moreover, she had inadvertently touched a trace of the Tao and potential of the Tao of spiritual fire. In her previous life, she had stepped into the Xian Saint realm to do so. In a few days, she metamorphosed again. The more she cultivated, the more Ji Fuyang could realize the terror of the burning sky decree. It was worthy of being a 6-star emperor rank technique. Compared to her 1-star emperor rank technique, the Xian fire scripture, it was simply a world away. An emperor rank technique, a difference of 1 star, would be the difference of a heavenly rift. It suddenly occurred to Ji Fuyang that when she had triggered the heaven and earth anomaly, the patriarch and the others had probed out their divine thoughts, but they had ultimately stopped before the ceiling restriction she had laid down. She breathed a sigh of relief. This time was merely a complete exposure of her talent, but her identity should still remain unguessed. It was important to realize that she had reincarnated and recultivated, and that the matter involved ancient secret arts. Once she was targeted, I'm afraid that the most powerful emperors of the southern wasteland would all take action against her. After all, that is the reincarnation repair method. Extremely heavenly, the strongest people tend to rush to this, the ambition to get. However, it occurred to her that with a master as mysterious and powerful as he was, what harm would it do even if the southern wasteland's most powerful emperor descended? A few moments later, Ji Fuyao collected her mind and slowly got up. In the next few moments, she would have to go to the Great Tao Sect's Fire Abyss secret realm. It was important to realize that her Tao foundation had been replenished, but her divine soul was still crippled. These days of cultivation, she could already feel the effects that the crippling of her divine soul had brought to her. The spirit fire in the Fire Abyss mystic realm could quench the divine soul, and it couldn't be better for her. Moreover, during this period of time, she was in closed-door cultivation, and her body's cultivation base was still not too solid. In the secret realm of the Fire Abyss, one borrows the power of spiritual fire to consolidate one's cultivation base, quench one's soul, and perceive the way of spiritual fire. It can be a triple whammy. Read about it. With a thought, Ji Fuyang's identity token appeared in her hand. Her divine sense probed in and immediately saw the location of the Fire Abyss mystic realm and some introductions from within the token. Putting away the identity token, Ji Fuyang suddenly thought that she hadn't seen her master for some time. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. She kind of missed her master yet. Although she had worshipped Lu Xian for less than a month, in her heart Lu Xian himself occupied a very important position. Master felt different to her than anyone else. Undisputed, subdued, mysterious. Ji Fuyao remembered that she hadn't cooked for Lu Xian in the past few days of cultivation. A twinge of guilt and apology arose in her. After all, she had promised Lu Xian that she would cook as long as she was at Qing Xian Peak. Ji Fuyao murmured, before going to the Fire Abyss secret realm, "Let's go cook for master first." Soon, Ji Fuyang stepped out of the cave and walked towards the grass hut. She flinched slightly. Lu Xian had long since laid down on the lounge chair outside the grass hut and basked in the sun. Ji Fuyao smiled gently. Master is still the same, right? I don't think I've ever seen Master practicing. She was curious as to just how many star great emperors Lu Xian was. Lu Xian stretched his waist and said with a smile, "Apprentice, your cultivation has improved quite a bit in the past few days, but the speed of cultivation is too fast. Don't forget to consolidate your cultivation foundation." Oh. A flash of divine splendor surged in Ji Fuyang's eyes, and her heart rippled slightly. Sure enough, Master saw it at a glance. She said, "Master, I will go to the Fire Abyss secret realm next, consolidate my cultivation, and quench my divine senses of the power of spirit fire." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Not bad. My great Tao Sect's Fire Abyss mysterious realm can be said to be tailor-made for you," Ji Fuyao said with an apology. "Master, sorry, these days I cultivated and forgot to cook." Lu Xian laughed. "It's not a big problem. Although eating is important, it's also important for you to cultivate." Ji Fuyao smiled with a pft. "It's true that eating is important here at Master's. Surprisingly, it ranks right up there with cultivation." Ji Fuyang said, "Master, I'll go cook now." Lu Xian flung over a jade slip. "Fuyao, this jade slip contains the preparation methods for different flavors. Let's change the flavors today. I'm a bit tired of the constant popping and frying." Ji Fuyang received the jade slip. Her divine sense probed into it, and she was stunned. The jade simplicity contained all sorts of meal preparation techniques. It can be said to be compartmentalized. A lot of it she hadn't heard of. Stir-fry, steamed, poached, refried, braised, chilled. She couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Master could be said to have studied eating to perfection. She was thinking that these different cooking techniques should hold a mystery. It may not seem to have a little to do with cultivation, but it actually has a lot to do with it. This is Master instructing her. Chapter 10, Master Shifu was busy. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes flowed with divine splendor. The way is simple. The way is the same. Cooking is also a practice. After all, during this period of time, she had gained a lot of spirit flame sense in the grass house. Ji Fuyang's delicate jade hand trembled gently as she felt that this jade slip was of heavenly value, containing the subtle mysteries of the Tao. She couldn't help but feel that Master was really well-intentioned. Read about it. Ji Fuyang said with a serious face. Master, I will feel all the techniques in the jade sketch with my heart. With that, she had begun to prepare the ingredients. Lu Xian smiled and continued to lie down outside the grass hut. He was satisfied with Ji Fuyan as his disciple. After only a few days of worship, Ji Fuyan's cultivation had stepped into the late Xian Emperor realm. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had directly stepped into the middle Xian zone realm. Not only that, Ji Fuyang's spiritual fire attainments have also improved a lot, as well as the burning sky decision understanding. There is also a hint of the spiritual fire of the road and potential. All in all, Ji Fuyao had a great harvest, but Lu Xian's was even bigger. In the hayloft, this time when she cooked, Ji Fuyao did it very carefully and attentively, doing it slowly. Lu Xian was a bit surprised as to why he was so slow this time. He got up and looked at the grass hut, only to see many portions of meal set on top of the hut's wooden table. Lu Xian said in disbelief, "You can't eat that much in one meal." Ji Fuyang smiled. "Master, I'm going to go to the Fire Abyss secret realm to consolidate my cultivation. I guess I need to leave for a while. I'll make it for you in advance." Lu Xian directly froze. Just see the table in the grass house. There are many flavors of rice. Stir-fried, gongbao, back to the pot, sweet and sour. Each copy was very neatly arranged. Ji Fuyao had put a ceiling prohibition on these meals, and when the time came, all that was needed was to heat them up with the power of spirit fire. Lu Xian's heart warmed. Fuyao had put his heart into it. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. "Master, wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." Lu Xian nodded. "Good." He went back to lying down. Not much longer. Ji Fuyang brought out the meal and Lu Xian and started eating. On Qingxian Peak, the breeze was pleasant and Ji Fuyang's green silk fluttered as she ate while revealing a faint smile. By Lu Xian's side, her heart was clear and incomparably peaceful. "That's something I didn't feel in my last life. Master is so nice." Ji Fuyang said. "Master, after dinner, I'm going to the Fire Abyss mystic realm." Her cultivation speed was too fast and she needed to use the power of the Fire Abyss to consolidate her cultivation base. At the same time, her soul injuries could be restored through spirit flame quenching. Lu Xian nodded and reminded, "The Fire Abyss secret realm is rather dangerous, so you must be careful. Your identity token has an introduction about the Fire Abyss secret realm, so familiarize yourself with it in advance." Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly. "Master, I know." After eating, Ji Fuyang stepped into the grass hut to wash the dishes and brush the pots. When everything is ready, Ji Fuyang bid farewell to Lu Xian. "Master, I'm going to the Fire Abyss secret realm." Lu Xian nodded. "Go." Ji Fuyang gently nodded her head and stepped into the air. A long red and fire-colored dress fluttered in the air. A divine rainbow flashed in the air as Ji Fuyang floated out of the air, flying in the direction of the Fire Abyss mystic realm. As he watched Ji Fuyang leave, Lu Xian also slowly returned to his cave. He was looking forward to what Ji Fuyang would gain from the Fire Abyss mysterious realm this time around. Fire Abyss secret realm. This was one of the great Tao sect's trial sites. There are 3 levels in all. Below the middle of the Xian Zone realm at the first level, the second level was the Xian Zone realm to the Xian Shang realm, and the third level was above the Xian Shang realm. The spirit fire of the Fire Abyss mysterious realm had many wonderful uses. One could sense the power of the spirit fire, as well as refine the physical body, or quench the divine soul and consolidate the cultivation base. Here, a large number of elders and disciples were entering and exiting the entrance to the Fire Abyss mystic realm, appearing very lively. Just then, Ji Fuyao descended in a floating manner, a long red and fire-colored skirt hanging down. Her stunningly beautiful style was fascinating, and she stepped into the air and stood in the sky above the Fire Abyss mystic realm. She looked down and saw that where the Fire Abyss was, the earth was sunken and the spirit fire rose, and a terrifying underground world appeared. In the secret realm, the burning spirit fire continuously intertwined and split, with a monstrous momentum, unexpectedly forming a bizarre pattern as if it had life. The majestic heat wave rose up to the sky, and a power that was enough to vaporize and burn everything to death filled the heaven and earth. Soon, a disciple spotted Ji Fuyan and directly exclaimed, "Ji Fuyan! I didn't expect Ji Fuyan to come to the Fire Abyss mysterious realm." Some of the newly initiated disciples were shocked. Wait, how did Ji Fuyang step into the late Xian Emperor realm? Wasn't he a Grand Xian king before? A few elders' pupils shrunk slightly as they were shaken inwardly. This cultivation speed is even faster than the top true disciples of our clan. For a time, the entrance to the fire abyss mysterious realm produced a considerable stir. The many elders had transmitted their voices to the patriarch and a group of peak masters. The patriarch and the others immediately detached a strand of divine thoughts and probed towards Ji Fuyang. The patriarch's face was grave. Fuyang's realm is a bit vague and unstable, and his soul is injured. No wonder he came to the fire abyss mysterious realm. The misty peak master frowned and said, Fuyang's realm is rising too quickly. Wanting to be fast is not enough. The Dan peak master revealed a worried expression. Lu Xian wouldn't have given Ji Fuyang pills to pile up his realm hard, right? The sovereign's face darkened. I should have known why I agreed to this laborious bet in the first place. If the realm was really piled up with pills, wouldn't this harm Ji Fuyan? In the meantime, Ji Fuyang slowly walked towards the entrance of the fire abyss mystic realm, and she saw that there was a tall stone monument standing, magnificent and ancient, straight into the clouds. The fire abyss secret realm list. The stone tablets were inscribed with the records of disciples of different realms. In the fire abyss mysterious realm, Xian Emperor list, Fang Yan, stepping into the first layer of the fire abyss for 60 miles. Xian Emperor list, Luo Lingkong, number 1 in the number of fire beasts killed on the first level of the fire abyss in a single day. Xian Huan list, Ji Fuyao glanced at it faintly and jotted down the records. At that moment, the sovereign's voice entered Ji Fuyang's mind. Fuyao, according to the rules of the fire abyss mystic realm, once a new record is set or broken, the will in the fire abyss mystic realm will send down a spirit flame to quench and cleanse. This kind of quenching is very helpful to your physical body, divine soul and cultivation base. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyang said, Thank you for reminding me, Patriarch, that's exactly why I've come. This time, she's all about breaking records. She was in great need of this spirit fire quenching and baptizing. The Patriarch couldn't help but ask, Fuyan, Lu Xian wouldn't still be lying down when you left, right? Ji Fuyao hesitated and said, My master is busy with his own things. The sovereign's face twitched. Minding your own business? What else can he do but eat and lie down? Lu Xian, this kid, wouldn't think that he could raise his cultivation level just by lying down, would he? The patriarch sighed and said, Forget it, let's not talk about Lu Xian. Fuyang, the fire abyss mysterious realm is treacherous. You have to be more careful. Ji Fuyao nodded. The many peak masters smiled. They were all looking forward to how Ji Fuyang would perform at the first level of the fire abyss mystic realm. Not much longer. Ji Fuyang floated up in a long, fire-red dress and stepped directly into the first level of the fire abyss mystic realm. Boom! Ji Fuyao's divine thoughts probed out, and as far as the eye could see, the power of spirit fire was monstrous. Incomparable blazing monstrous waves rise up to the sky, forming a pillar of fire. These spiritual firepower constantly intertwined and split, bursting out of the burning heavens might, as if everything in the world can be steamed and burned off. In the far distance, incomparably dense spiritual firepower transformed into a number of giant wheels reflecting the empty space, shocking to the eye. And this was only the first level of the fire abyss mysterious realm. Ji Fuyang directly stepped into the air and flew towards the deepest part of the fire abyss mystic realm. Quite a few disciples were attracted and followed Ji Fuyao at the back. They were curious to know how many miles deep into the first layer of the fire abyss Ji Fuyang could go. Currently in the Great Tao sect, the record for the Xian Emperor realm is Fangyan, 60 miles. 1 hour later, Ji Fuyang had already penetrated 10 miles deep into the fire abyss secret realm. Continue to go deeper. 20 miles, 30 miles, 60 miles. Half a day later, Ji Fuyang had arrived at 70 miles. It directly broke the Xian Emperor realm's record in one fell swoop. The many disciples were directly stunned. One must know that the last Xian Emperor realm record, Fang Yan had spent half a month before he managed to walk 60 miles to the fire abyss. But Ji Fuyao only used half a day. Numerous disciples exclaimed, quickly informed the peak master. They immediately took out their sound transmission jade slips and transmitted their voices to the saints of the peaks. Just then, a low voice rang out from the fire abyss mystic realm. Ji Fuyao, breaking the Xian Emperor realm Fang Yan record, granting spirit flame quenching baptism. The voice fell. Boom! A long river of heavenly spirit flame poured down from the void, directly covering Ji Fuyang, a mysterious and obscure qi constantly surging, and radiant Tao patterns flickering continuously. Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled as the power of the subtle spirit flame was like an oven, quenching her divine soul, refining her physical body, and consolidating her cultivation base. Her beautiful eyes were flowing with divine splendor, and her divine soul was being tempered and was slowly recovering. She sat cross-legged, a long red and fire-colored skirt flowing down, a faint divine splendor flowing above her concave and convex figure as she continuously resisted the power of the surrounding fire domain. Tick! Ji Fuyang's fragrant sweat continued to slide down her face, her delicate body trembling as she lightly bit her delicate lips and held on. Spiritual fire quenches and repairs the soul, and the pain is like 10,000 insects eating the body. On her body, she was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her fiery red dress was tightly attached to her jade body, revealing an incomparably tantalizing silhouette. Ji Fuyao is holding on for dear life. In the meantime, Lu Xian was lying comfortably on the Xian ice bed, leisurely watching the talking story. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao has gained an understanding of the power of spiritual fire. Begin synchronization. Chapter 11. The sect leader wants to beat up Lu Xian. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao has gained an understanding of the power of spiritual fire. Begin synchronization. Lu Xian felt something in his heart as he slowly spread out his right hand. He stepped directly into the way of spiritual fire. The realm of perfection. A soft wisp of spirit fire slowly rose in the center of his palm. This spirit fire looked soft, but it was actually very fiery inside. This is the realm of perfection. The power of the spiritual fire is restrained, and the power of the fire is returned to nature. Lu Xian put away the spirit flame and changed his position to lie down and continue reading. It had to be said that Ji Fuyan's talent was too strong. He was looking forward to how far Ji Fuyan's cultivation and spirit fire sense could increase during this period of time when he was cultivating in the fire abyss mystic realm. The other side. In the fire abyss mysterious realm, Ji Fuyan's spirit flame tempering baptism ended, and she had gained a great deal. She continued to go deeper on the first level. As he went deeper, the fire abyss condensed out more and more fire beasts, each of them with fierce faces and blazing flames burning on their bodies, as if they were a small mountain moving horizontally. The power of each fire beast was comparable to a Xian Emperor realm cultivator. These fire beasts were like wolves running towards Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyao's slender jade hand stretched out. The power of spirit fire surged, and she directly slapped it. Boom! A large swath of fire beasts directly turned into pieces. Seeing this scene, the many disciples were shocked. How can it be so easy? When they were at the Xian Emperor realm back then, killing a fire beast would have to take 9 cows and 2 tigers of effort. At this moment, she was as if she was the master of the fire domain. Her delicate lips slightly opened. Extinguish, as the words come out of the law. Wherever Ji Fuyang went, countless fire beasts were turned into spirit fire and annihilated in the air, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. In front of Ji Fuyao, these fire beasts didn't have a single power of their own. One day later, an old voice rang out from the fire abyss mystic realm. Ji Fuyao's number of fire beasts killed in one day exceeded 12,345, setting a new record. Grant the spirit flame tempering baptism. Boom! A long river of spirit flame hung down, radiant Tao patterns flowing and enveloping Ji Fuyang. Seeing this, a huge wave rose within the hearts of the many disciples. Ji Fuyang broke the Xian Huang realm record again? Enough to kill over 10,000 fire beasts. It was more than 10 times that of the previous record setter. Luo Lingkong. When did the fire beasts become so weak? They immediately transmitted the matter to their own saints and patriarchs. The sovereign and the others were incomparably shocked. What's a genius? That's genius. The patriarch was somewhat surprised. Worthy of being a demon who caused the great Tao bell to resonate. This kind of performance is among the best even in the history of my great Tao sect. The sage of Sword Peak said. If this progress continues, it's likely that Fuyan will have to break through the Xuanzong realm in the fire abyss. Hiss. The sovereign and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. In a month's time, from the Grand Xian King realm to the Xianzong realm, this kind of cultivation speed was too terrifying. The patriarch's face twitched. No, I have to go ask Lu Xian now. Did he give Ji Fuyan pills? Otherwise how could the cultivation speed be so fast? Old man Shou said. Just ask. If Lu Xian piles up his cultivation hard, we'll have a plan to deal with it in advance. Won't we? The patriarch immediately left for Qingxian Peak. On Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian lay on his recliner and smiled faintly. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao is raising her cultivation level. Begin synchronization. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao is sensing the power of spirit fire. Begin synchronization. The voice fell. An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into his body. At the same time, the spirit fire attainment was also improving. Lu Xian was in a good mood. Great apprentice Ji Fuyao is really good. So much talent and so much hard work. And he just lays back and sits back and enjoys it. This made Lu Xian feel so embarrassed in his heart. Gollum. Lu Xian rubbed his stomach, looked at the position of the sun, and muttered, "It's mealtime again. Eat." He stepped into the grass hut, warmed up the meal Ji Fuyao had prepared in advance, and served it out on the stone table to eat. The aroma is overflowing. Lu Xian ate with relish. Ji Fuyao's cooking has improved a lot. In a while, it should be ready to be discharged. Just then, boom! A brilliant divine rainbow surged in the distance, flying towards Qingxian Peak as a terrifying sage realm pressure poured out from afar. the patriarch landed on top of Qingxian Peak with a loud bang. Seeing that Lu Xian was eating, the patriarch was furious. Eat. Apart from sleeping, it was all about eating. This was Lu Xian's daily routine. The patriarch angrily walked towards Lu Xian. His disciple was in the middle of the fire abyss mystic realm, but Lu Xian was actually enjoying himself here? That's how you become a master? Lu Xian. The patriarch gritted his teeth and shouted word for word, sparks of anger erupting from his eyes. Lu Xian froze slightly and put down his chopsticks. Patriarch is here. The patriarch arrived in front of Lu Xian with a hateful look on his face. Do you know what happened to your disciple? In the fire abyss mystic realm? Lu Xian frowned slightly, checked out Ji Fuyao's panel. No injuries, and the cultivation and senses were continuing to increase. Security. Lu Xian was puzzled. What was the sovereign doing? Looking at Lu Xian's bewildered look, the patriarch angrily said, Ji Fuyang broke 2 Xian Emperor realm records in the fire abyss secret realm. Lu Xian nodded. Very well. The patriarch frowned deeply. You're good at what? Did you teach them? It has nothing to do with you. Lu Xian. The patriarch asked. Fuyang's cultivation speed is so fast. Did you give her pills? Lu Xian froze for a moment and nodded. Right. Indeed. He had eaten a heavenly ranked Dioji Dan. Did the patriarch find out? It shouldn't. At this time, the sovereign's face became darker and darker. What he feared had happened. Fuyang's cultivation had really been piled up by eating pills. Damn Lu Xian. He really wanted to punch Lu Xian right now. Wasn't this purely and simply misleading? At this moment, Lu Xian got up and walked towards the grass hut. Patriarch, are you eating? Fuyang prepared many days' worth of meals when he left. The patriarch followed and asked in confusion. What does it mean? Lu Xian pointed to the many portions of rice on the wooden table and said with a smile. Fuyang cooked for me in advance when he went to the fire abyss mystic realm. Ha! The patriarch was dumbstruck, too shocked to speak. This Lu Xian guy really is. Ji Fuyao is your disciple, not your cook. He practically wanted to punch Lu Xian. Isn't this a waste of Ji Fuyang's talent? One thing he couldn't quite understand was why Ji Fuyao was willing to cook for Lu Xian. Why are you being so nice to Lu Xian? What Lu Xian could give her? This guy must have taken the Qingxian sage legacy and used it to fool Ji Fuyang. The more the patriarch thought about it, the more angry he became, and his face became darker and darker. Endure Lu Xian for another half-month. The patriarch admonished himself inwardly, resisting the urge to strike out and punch Lu Xian. Lu Xian touched his nose and asked in confusion, Patriarch, why do you look so bad? Ah! The patriarch stomped his foot with force and roared. He broke down. He couldn't stay in this Qingxian Peak for a moment longer. Half a month. Stick around for another half a month. In the next instant, the patriarch directly twisted his head and left, directly stepping into the air and transforming into a divine rainbow, disappearing above the void. Seeing this, Lu Xian was very confused. Ah, this. What's wrong with the sovereign? Is it a sudden emergency? Never mind. Lu Xian stopped thinking about it and continued eating. On the other hand, the patriarch stepped directly into the Great Tao sect and came to find Elder Shou. The patriarch's face was very ugly. Elder Shou. It's true. Lu Xian gave Fuyang pills. That's why her cultivation speed is so fast. Curtain Elder sighed. It really is piles of pills. The patriarch said. It seems that we need to formulate some cultivation plans to consolidate Fuyao's cultivation. Relying on the fire abyss mystic realm alone, with Fuyang tossing around on his own, is far from enough. Elder Curtain's eyes revealed a deep color. Cultivation base is the foundation. It must be well built and never be flimsy. Wait until after the inner sect trials. You come and personally teach Fuyang. The patriarch's gaze was ghostly. Good. The next few days, the many disciples once again witnessed Ji Fuyang's demonic nature. The voice of the fire abyss mysterious realms will kept ringing out. Ji Fuyang killed the Xianzong realm fire beast, setting a Xian Huang realm record. Give spirit flame hardening baptism. Ji Fuyang's spirit fire attainments broke the Xian emperor realm record. Give spirit flame quenching baptism. Qi Fu Shao. The record-breaking sounds are endless. The many disciples were dumbfounded. Is Ji Fu Shao going against the grain? Another and another and another broken record. One person alone had bagged all the records of the Xian emperor realm. Several new records were also set. When the sovereign and the others found out, they were both happy and uncomfortable at the same time. Happily, Ji Fuyang's spirit fire talent was too demonic. The hard part was that Lu Xian, as Ji Fuyao's master, did nothing and lay around all day. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm sorry to hear that. By this time, Ji Fuyang had already arrived near the entrance to the second level of the fire abyss. Some true disciples were shocked. Senior sister, are you stepping into the second layer of the fire abyss? Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly and nodded. Now, the first level of the fire abyss was no longer much of a pressure for her. She was going to step into the second layer of the fire abyss and break through the Xianzong realm with the power of the fire abyss. Several disciples blocked the way. Senior sister Fuyao, to step into the second level, you need to defeat the Jingguan fire beast. With your current strength, it's simply impossible. Yeah, that Jingguan fire beast, even a disciple in the middle Xianzong realm would have a hard time defeating it against it. Ji Fuyang smiled. Thanks to all of you senior brothers. I know what's in my heart. Not much longer. Ji Fuyang arrived in front of the second level's Jingguan fire beast. This fire beast's body was incomparably huge, just like a small mountain, burning with terrifying flames, with bizarre Dao patterns flowing on its body. Its pupils were as huge as wheels, and above a large mouth, countless fangs were intertwined, all of them intertwined with spirit flames, with a monstrous aura. This is the fire beast of Jingguan. Defeat it to step into the second level of the fire abyss. The Jingguan fire beast licked its lips and slowly got up, looking at Ji Fuyao with some doubts. I sensed that someone was frantically killing my fire beast clan. I didn't expect it to be a Xian Emperor realm. Ji Fuyang's starry eyes flashed as she said faintly, "You are not my opponent, Jingguan fire beast?" It shook its head and sized up Ji Fuyao. "You little doll. You're just a teenage Xian Emperor realm. I've been guarding this place for thousands of years, and I've never seen an arrogant disciple like you." Chapter 12, Speak Less. Act Masterful. The Jingguan fire beast was dumbfounded. The patriarch had already given orders to it not to strike at Ji Fuyan. Otherwise, how could it have the patience to talk to Ji Fuyang like this? Would have slapped her to death a long time ago. Ji Fuyao faintly said, "I made a move." The huge head of the Jingguan fire beast shook. "You make your move." It didn't put Ji Fuyang in its eyes at all. Ji Fuyang directly activated the burning sky decree. Boom! The spiritual firepower in a few miles around was directly triggered. This side of the heaven and earth was like a vortex. The spiritual firepower was madly surging, and a terrifying power was condensing, as if it was burning the sky and boiling the sea. A huge palm print crushed directly towards the Jingguan fire beast. The Jingguan fire beast's gaze cleared up all of a sudden. It roared. It's exasperated. "No! What grade of Gongfu is this?" The Jingguan fire beast roared and began to condense the power of the fire abyss into an impenetrable shield of spirit fire. But it didn't work. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Not only the impenetrable spirit fire shield, but the entire huge body of the Jingguan fire beast directly collapsed into countless fragments. Seconds. Seeing this scene, the many disciples were directly stunned in place. A dead silence fell between heaven and earth. Ji Fuyao unexpectedly killed this Jingguan fire beast with a single strike. To realize that all of them together might not be able to do it. That feat Ji Fuyang blasted out just now was too terrifying. The many disciples were all a bit disoriented. And at that moment, Ji Fuyang's figure had already disappeared into the first layer of the fire abyss. Boom! The second level of the fire abyss. Ji Fuyang's breathing became rapid. The might of the spirit fire here was indeed many times more powerful than the first layer. She sat directly on her knees, her long fiery red skirt dancing with the spirit fire dipper, her spirit symbols changing in her slender jade hands as she took out a bunch of top-grade spirit stones and began to impact the Xianzong realm. Berserk spiritual energy converged around her, gradually forming a huge storm. A few days later, Ji Fuyang slowly opened her eyes, her body exuding a terrifying Xianzong realm power of pressure, and with a movement of her mind, the surrounding power of spirit fire receded like a tidal wave. Xuanzong realm. Ji Fuyang's heart sighed slightly. Unexpectedly, less than a month after stepping into the Great Dao sect, he had directly stepped into the Xianzong realm. To say that the one who had helped her the most, it had to be Lu Xian. The heavenly rank Absolute Dao Foundation pill and the 6-star imperial rank technique had done her a great favor by recreating her. Ji Fuyang counted the time. There were still 3 days left for the inner gate trial. This has been a very rewarding experience. Next, she was going to continue to go deeper in the second layer, quickly breaking several records in the Xuanzong realm. And at this point, a storm has long since risen from the great Dao clans. Ji Fuyao killed the fire abyss first level suppressor divine beast with a single strike, and it broke a few more Xuanzong realm records. This news quickly spread throughout the entire great Dao sect. The incident was too shocking. She's just a disciple who just joined the sect. One must know that for thousands of years, no Xian Emperor realm disciple had been able to kill the Jingguan fire beast. The Fire Abyss Mysteries list. All the records of the Xian Emperor realm were all replaced with Ji Fuyan. Xian Emperor list, Ji Fuyang. Stepping into the second level of the Fire Abyss. Xian Emperor ranking, Ji Fuyan. Killed the first level's Jingguan fire beast in one hit. Xian Huan list. Ji Fuyang's battle performance in the Fire Abyss mysterious realm was too stunning. But soon, news came out from the second level of the Fire Abyss again. Ji Fuyang broke a few more records in the Xianzong realm. The sovereign and the others were once again shocked. What kind of cultivation speed is this for Ji Fuyang? With such a talent, it was all the more important not to waste it in Lu Xian's hands. For a time, the patriarch and a bunch of other peak masters created a sheltering heart in their hearts and praised Ji Fuyang. The heavens have blessed my great Tao sect. Such a stunning and overwhelming demon. My sect must shelter its complete rise. Worthy of being a genius who caused the great Tao bell to resonate. There are still 3 days left in the inner sect trials, and Fuyao will finally be able to leave Lu Xian. However, the patriarch was not the least bit worried about the inner sect trial 3 days later. Because of Ji Fuyao's battle in the Fire Abyss secret realm, occupying the geographical advantage of the Fire Abyss, Ji Fuyao was a fire physique and technique that could call upon the power of spirit fire. If she left the Fire Abyss, her battle power would drop a lot. So now the patriarch could be said to be eagerly awaiting the inner sect trials. 3 days, Ji Fuyan will leave Qingxian Peak. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyan's reputation had become as good as new in the mouths of many disciples. She is now growing long ahead of her time. Ji Fuyang's strength attainment crushed a group of inner disciples and began to take on the true disciples. Those disciples who joined the sect together had a bitter look on their faces, feeling somewhat out of reach. Ji Fuyang's talent is too strong. Even under a waste of a master like Lu Xian, he can still be so amazing. The inner sect trial in 3 days. That's the stage for Ji Fuyang and the true disciples. In fact, not only the disciples who had just joined the sect, even the inner disciples and true disciples felt a surge of pressure. The various spirit peaks of the Great Tao sect were already in an uproar. Without the need for pressure from the peak master, the Great Tao sect started a cultivation frenzy. The many inner sect demons and true transmission demons also had pride and arrogance. Surprisingly, all the records of the Xian Emperor realm were broken by a junior sister who had just been initiated to the Xianzong realm. Where does this make them? The senior brothers and sisters. Lose face? Even some of the top true disciples were getting ready to come out. After hearing Ji Fuyang's battle achievements in the Fire Abyss mysterious realm, their gazes burned and a terrifying battle intent emanated from their bodies. All of them are geniuses and demons. Their pride and bones are jagged. How can they be compared to Ji Fuyao, the newest senior sister in the clan? Ji Fuyao? Kind of interesting. For the first time in decades, such a genius has appeared. Senior sister Fuyang, I'm looking forward to your performance in the inner gate trial. The Great Tao sect was once again sensationalized. The hearts of the many disciples set off huge waves. It could be imagined that with so many top true disciples out of the gate, how fierce the competition would be for the inner gate trial 3 days later. And at this point, on Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian was still oblivious to these things. He only knew that Ji Fuyang had broken through to the early Xianzong realm. His cultivation was only one step away from the late great circle of the Xianzong realm. On top of that, Ji Fuyang's spirit flame attainment had likewise improved extremely much. Lu Xian's spirit flame way was about to step into the realm of perfection. Ding! Synchronizing the cultivation level of the host's great disciple Ji Fuyao. Ding! Synchronizing the host's great disciple Ji Fuyao's spirit fire sense. The system sounds simply wonderful. 1 day later, a long fiery red dress floated and landed on Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyang's starry eyes flickered. Her robes couldn't hide her perfect jade body at all, her slender jade legs swinging as she slowly walked towards the grass hut. Lu Xian was lying on a recliner and sunbathing. Apprentice son, there are still 2 days left in the inner sect trials. Why did you come back early? Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly. I encountered some bottlenecks, and 2 days was not enough time, so I came back first. Lu Xian said indifferently. The way of spiritual fire, right? He had sensed that Ji Fuyang's spirit fire attainment had stagnated. Right now, Ji Fuyang was a spirit fire way grand completion, and there was still a long way to go if she wanted to step into the spirit fire way completion. To that extent, one must realize, if enlightenment doesn't come, it's definitely going to stop. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. Master, let's not talk about that for now. I'll cook for you. Lu Xian nodded. Ji Fuyao began to prepare the ingredients meticulously. This time when she returned to Qingxian Peak, she felt something different. Intimate. Even she felt a little surprised that she could feel this way, but she was in a two-life state of mind. Seeing her master again, her heart relaxed in a rare way. No longer thinking about cultivation matters, no longer thinking about avenging the Fuyao imperial dynasty, his heart was somewhat emptied. She could already conclude that Lu Xian must be a strong person, an emperor realm powerhouse without a doubt. Thinking so, Ji Fushan thought of glancing out the window. Lu Xian was leisurely lying on the recliner, as if transcendent. I didn't expect that. It was surprising that the Great Tao sect hadn't realized it after all these years. This was even more proof of Lu Xian's power. At that moment, Lu Xian slowly got up and peeked his head toward the grass hut, only to see Ji Fuyang throw in the meat and then the spices in a serious manner, and then control the power of the spirit fire with unparalleled precision. Explosives! Lu Xian cried and laughed and said, Apprentice, cooking. do not have to be so bored. A little more natural. He felt like Ji Fuyao was cooking like a robot. Somewhat curmudgeonly. Probably too little cooking. Still have to practice. But at that moment, Ji Fuyao froze. Naturally? A lightning bolt flashed through her mind. She had been paying close attention to what Lu Xian was saying. It was because she felt that when Lu Xian spoke, none of his words were unintentional, and all of them were secretly pointing her in the right direction. And now, Lu Xian was undoubtedly pointing her out again. Buzz! Ji Fuyao suddenly realized. In order for the Tao of spiritual fire to move from the realm of great completion to the realm of perfection, it is necessary to control nature. What is natural? Stow and go as you please. The way of spiritual fire should be a unity of man and fire, not a man controlling spiritual fire. She knew what her problem was. Use your heart to sense the spirit fire and to catalyze it, rather than deliberately controlling it. With this in mind, Ji Fuyan's slender jade hand gently danced, and the aura of the spirit fire in her hand changed in vain. It looks a little messy, but it's actually getting closer to the natural way. An incomparably mysterious aura surged out from her body, and she directly fell into an epiphany. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian directly froze. Ji Fuyao suddenly began to have epiphanies again. So sudden. Ding! Host senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyang's spiritual fireway sense is improving. Synchronizing. The system's voice rang out. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he lay back down on the recliner. That's talent. Cooking a meal can be an epiphany. Feeling the Tao of spiritual fire within his body rising, Lu Xian felt beautiful in his heart. Not long after, the aura on Ji Fuyao's body stagnated slightly. Her epiphany ends. And it was just about time for the stir-fry to end. Ji Fuyang brought out the meal and placed it on top of the stone table, divine splendor flowing in her eyes. Master, thank you so much just now. Ha! Lu Xian froze for a moment. Ji Fuyang smiled brightly. Master, if it wasn't for your guidance just now, I wouldn't have had an epiphany. It was important to know that she now knew the direction of the spirit fireway to perfection. The road has been traveled. The rest is just a matter of time. Lu Xian frowned slightly. Did he just point it out? Forget it. Don't think about it. Talk less. Play the master. Lu Xian nodded lightly. Eat. Chapter 13 Dragon Guards of the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty. Ji Fuyao smiled. Lu Xian's appearance she saw in her eyes was that of a strong stance. One time, Lu Xian's status in Ji Fuyan's heart had risen a lot more. At this time, Lu Xian said, well, it's not bad. The taste of the meal has improved. Ji Fuyang blushed and said seriously, I will continue to work hard. After the party's epiphany, Ji Fuyao felt that her strength would be able to increase again in these 3 days. After eating, Ji Fuyang returned to her cave to continue her cultivation. She sat cross-legged, and with a movement of her mind, a faint divine splendor emanated from her body, and a circle of spirit flame continuously flowed around her like flowing water. After worshipping Qingxian Peak, her cultivation could be said to have progressed by leaps and bounds. Looks like her plans need to be advanced a bit. Ji Fuyan had already decided that after stepping into the Xianzong realm, she would leave the Great Tao sect to look for her old ministry and start preparing for the rise of the Fuyan imperial dynasty. It was just that she didn't expect to step into the Xianzong realm in less than a month. It came way earlier than planned. In his last life, at the time of the great danger of the Fuyao imperial dynasty, Ji Fuyao made a heroic move to split the 3 powerful forces of the Fuyao imperial dynasty, allowing them to save most of their elites and escape that catastrophe. By that time, she had long known that a deadly battle was useless. You can only make a comeback and rise again. Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand stretched out, and an incomparably pale and ancient token appeared within her palm. It's exactly the order of the rotary. 3,000 years ago, she had long ago told the 3 old ministries that when she succeeded in her reincarnation, she would utilize the Fuyao order to summon them. This is a token. This pale ancient token was golden yellow in color, with golden yellow Dao lines flowing on it, engraved with the 2 ancient words Fuyao, a brilliant pattern surging, and a terrifying sealing prohibition laid down in the token, sealing the power of the dragon vein of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. Ji Fuyang's mind moved, the Tsangu token floated up, and an incomparably weak trace of dragon power emerged. Well, Ji Fuyan's delicate body trembled slightly. That familiar feeling. Southern wasteland, I, Empress Fuyao, am back again. Ji Fuyao slowly opened her mouth, a look of disdain appearing in her eyes. Incomparably lofty, that lofty Empress aura surging forth. Soon, Ji Fuyan had a plan in mind. After the inner sect trial, she would go and take on an inner sect quest of the Great Tao sect and go out to contact her old division. The first of her old guards she would contact would be her dragon guards. Dragon guard. These people were absolutely loyal to her, and none of them had issued a heavenly Tao oath to follow her. Ji Fuyan knew that for 3,000 years, they had all been waiting for news of her return. As for the other two major old guards, you can let the Dragon Guard contact them. She was absolutely at ease with the Dragon Guard's work. Read this. Fuyao directly utilized the ancient secret method to activate the Fuyao order. Directly began to contact the Dragon Guards of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. The arcane and mysterious aura flowed, and the ancient secret art directly crossed the endless space, sending out fluctuations towards the place where the Dragon Guards were. In the meantime, southern wasteland, deep within the Black Flame mountain range, there were many powerful spirit beasts in the Black Flame mountain range, and there were not a few half-emperor rank and quasi-emperor rank spirit beasts. The murderous land is dense. However, in the midst of these horrifyingly ferocious lands, there was an empty land, as if it was isolated from the world, where hundreds of extremely simple buildings were situated. There was a large number of people here, and everyone seemed to be very amiable, all with their heads down, doing their own thing. Someone was wiping at their lance, which was sharp and exuded a gust of Saint Realm pressure. Someone looked into the void, not knowing what suddenly came to mind, and suddenly burst into tears. Someone sitting on their knees is practicing. These people are so mysterious. In the center of this clan's territory, there was an incomparably ancient altar. The altar was several feet high, like a dead thing, and it was stained with countless dust and fallen leaves. But even so, it couldn't disguise the countless mysterious ancient Tao patterns carved on top of the altar. These ancient Tao patterns were constantly intertwined and very mysterious, but it seemed like they hadn't been opened for thousands of years. There were several figures around the altar. In the east, a grey-robed old woman with a somewhat stooped body with incomparably cloudy eyes looked up at the altar, her body sighing slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. In the west, a shirtless man, his temples already grey, his eyes burning, looking very rugged, his body robust, a pale ancient axe hanging from his waist, was chopping wood with his bare hands. Suddenly, the ancient altar emitted an incomparably bright light, and the secretive and obscure atmosphere flowed in all directions, and this side of heaven and earth was suddenly illuminated with a glittering light. Instantly, all the eyes of everyone in this community turned in the direction of the altar. Pay attention. Everyone's bodies were trembling with excitement. The rugged man froze as he charged straight towards the altar. The other grey-robed crone's cloudy gaze suddenly cleared up and she stood up from the ground, her hunched body instantly straight. Boom boom boom. Treadmill. Like a volley of mountains. From within this bizarre territorial building, thousands of figures surged out wildly. Their auras were monstrous, coming in like a tidal wave and quickly gathering together, neat and tidy. At this moment, the grey-robed crone and the rough man stood in front of the crowd, looking towards the altar with incomparable respect. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. The light above the altar grew fiercer and fiercer, but and rushed out into the clouds as a bizarre formation suddenly appeared above this space, isolating heaven and earth. The breath of this place could no longer leak out a single trace. Looking at the light on the altar, everyone was so excited that they couldn't control it. Why? They've been waiting here for 3,000 years. Not bad. They are the Dragon Guards of the Fuyao dynasty. 3,000 years after that great battle, Empress Fuyao split her elite forces into three, and they, the Dragon Guards, fled to the Black Flame mountain range through the hand of creation, where they remained hidden for 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, they had become the overlord of the Black Flame mountain range, but it didn't matter to them. They were waiting for news of Empress Fuyao's return, and now the altar resonates. Finally, this meant that Empress Fuyao had successfully reincarnated and lived another life, and was now using the Fuyao order to contact them. Their Dragon Guards. The point of their existence was to obey the orders of Empress Fuyao. Otherwise it's the Walking Dead. Moment. The grey-robed crone's eyes were a little wet in the middle. Her voice trembled as she looked toward the altar, somewhat in disbelief. Your Majesty the Empress. Is it you? It's me. A woman's voice appeared. Puff. Puff. In an instant, everyone in this place fell to their knees like a black cloud. Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress. Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress. The crowd roared in unison, and a terrifying aura surged out from their bodies, which continued to coalesce and eventually converged together, forming a monstrous battle intent. The grey-robed crone said excitedly, Your Majesty the Empress, are you okay? The woman's voice said, It's been 3,000 years, and I've finally succeeded in reincarnating. I've been practicing on my own for 16 years, and now I've worshipped the great Tao sect and stepped into the Xianzong realm. Xuanzong realm. 16 years to step into the Xianzong realm. At those words, everyone was shocked, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. What kind of cultivation talent is this? Worthy of Her Majesty the Empress. However, thinking of the Empress worshipping the great Tao sect, the grey-robed crone thought of something. She knew that ancient secret method, that was incomplete, and now successfully living out a life was already comparable to a rebellion. but it was obvious that the Empress body still had some problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worshipped the great Tao sect. With this in mind, the grey-robed crone carefully asked, "Your Majesty the Empress, what can we do for you with your body?" The woman's voice said, "You guys don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of these. In some time, I will contact you guys. You guys go ahead and contact the other two major forces." The grey-robed crone said, "Yes, sir." On one side, the rough man spoke, "Your Majesty, At that, his voice choked and a line of clear tears ran down his face. The woman's voice was somewhat moved. "Wang Ban, Qing Yin, you have worked hard all these years." The moment these words came out, all of the many Dragon Guard powerhouses had moist eyes. In this moment, they feel alive here. Can't we not take revenge for what we did back then? So Her Majesty the Empress has returned. It is time to begin. The great-robed crone said, "Your Majesty the Empress, we are in the deepest part of the Black Flame Mountain Range. If you descend into the Black Flame Mountain Range, we will receive you in advance." The rough man's eyes were firm. "Your Majesty, I'll immediately go contact the other two major forces to see how they are doing now." The woman's voice said, "Good." Silence for a moment. The woman's voice said, "In this life, I am confident that I will ascend to the top of the Emperor realm. My promise is just as it was 3,000 years ago. When I return, I will recast the glory of the Fuyao imperial dynasty and rise to the southern wasteland as a top hegemonic power." The voice fell. The many dragon guards of the imperial dynasty were all trembling tremendously physically and mentally. The rough man roared loudly, "Recasting the glory of the Fuyao imperial dynasty, we are willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty the Empress." The people all roared, their voices like thunder. "To recast the glory of the Fuyao imperial dynasty, we are willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty the Empress. Recasting the glory of the Fuyao dynasty, we wait for." The woman's voice said, "Good, I will not fail you." For a while, the battle intent surged out from the many dragon guards. A few moments later, above the altar, the light dissipated. The grey-robed crone and the rugged man glanced at each other, both seeing the flames in each other's eyes. Excitement. How can you not be excited about the return of the Empress? At this time, the grey-robed crone said, "Other than my dragon guards, we haven't contacted the other two major forces for 1,000 years. I wonder how they are doing." The rough man frowned slightly. "Are you worried that after 3,000 years, these people will betray Her Majesty the Empress?" A hint of worry appeared in the grey-robed crone's eyes. "After all, it's been 3,000 years, and our enemies are too powerful." The rough man snorted coldly as a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "If you dare to betray Her Majesty the Empress, then I won't blame me, Wang Barbarian, for being ruthless, killing intent." The grey-robed crone nodded. Soon, the two men gathered their men and handed over a few things. Several hours later, dozens of incomparably powerful Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guards stepped out from this place and left the Black Flame Mountain Range, looking for two other former members of Her Majesty the Empress. These Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guards utilized an ancient secret method to transmit their voices. "Your Majesty, the Empress, after contacting the other two forces, we will be the first to transmit our voices to you." Chapter 14. See, you're in a hurry again. "Your Majesty the Empress, after contacting the other two forces, we will, at the first opportunity, send you a message." At those words, the divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes. In the flick of a finger, it had been 3,000 years since the destruction of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. In that battle back then, her three major subordinate forces escaped and hid in the southern wasteland. Now that we've made contact with the Imperial Dragon Guards, I wonder what the situation is with the other two forces. When the inner sect trials were over, she would leave the sect to meet her old team. A few moments later, Ji Fuyao put away the Fuyao order and began to cultivate. Previously, when she was in the grass hut, Lu Xian had instructed her in the way of spirit fire, and she had gained some new insights. Boom! Ji Fuyang activated the Burning Sky Decree and cultivated while sensing the power of spirit fire. The potential of the Burning Sky sacred body was running wild. Terrifying and incomparable flames surged up around her, and a blazing aura directly diffused in all directions. The temperature in the cave instantly rising. Ji Fuyang muttered under her breath, "Spirit fire attainment is complete. The way of nature." And at this moment, Lu Xian was leisurely watching the talking story in his cave. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyang is practicing. Synchronization in progress. Ding! Synchronizing Ji Fuyang's spirit fire sense. The voice fell. A wave of pure spiritual energy transformed into a warm current that rushed through Lu Xian's limbs and bones, and the soothing sensation struck him once again. Cultivation is skyrocketing. The spiritual fireway sense was also increasing. Lu Xian secretly said as he felt the constantly surging cultivation base within his dantian. The cultivation and sense feedback provided by one disciple is so terrifying. Then wouldn't two disciples 3 disciples, be heaven-defying? Read this. Lu Xian couldn't help but ask. System, when will the second disciple be accepted? The system said, Host, look, you're in a hurry again. Lu Xian. In the meantime, in the other spirit peaks of the Great Tao sect, numerous top true disciples had come out of the gate, declaring that they wanted to participate in this inner gate trial. The cultivation levels of these top true disciples were all in the late Xianzong realm, or even the late Xianzong realm grand circle. It was because Ji Fuyang's performance in the Fire Abyss mysterious realm was too stunning, causing these true disciples to be unable to sit still. All of them were the Great Tao sect's heavenly pride demons. How could they be suppressed by a junior sister who had just joined the sect? Ethereal Peak. The mist in this place was misty and dazzling, and countless stunningly beautiful-looking female disciples were cultivating on their knees in the spirit pool. Hot air, dense shadows can be seen between a lot of hidden charming scenery. A woman as if out of the scroll. Bumpy figure fascinating. Perfect curves in the mist vaguely emerging. All of them are stunning. Suddenly, an incomparably subtle chi spread between heaven and earth, and a faint aroma emerged. Giggle. A haze of light surged up, only to see a stunningly beautiful woman stepping into the air. Pieces of petals scattered under her feet, all of which were condensed with radiant light. Her body was covered in a long white dress, and her slender jade legs were constantly swinging as she arrived at the top of the spirit pond. Instantly, the many female disciples immediately paid their respects. And with a thought, the light clothing next to them wrapped around the incomparably delicate bodies. Hello, Senior Sister Lu Xian. Senior Sister Lu Xian has come out of the gate. This stunningly beautiful woman smiled faintly. I heard that during this period of time, there was a senior sister called Ji Fuyang who had entered the sect, but unfortunately did not worship my Misty Peak. The many female disciples immediately spoke of Ji Fuyang's battle results. Lu Xian nodded, her peaks moving slightly. I know, Misty Peak disciples. Follow me and go break Senior Sister Ji Fuyang's record. Saying that, she had already stepped on the pieces of petals and left, a stunningly beautiful divine splendor shooting off into the distance. The target place, the secret realm of the Fire Abyss. Soon, on Misty Peak, numerous absolutely beautiful disciples followed Lu Xian. Alchemy Peak. In a cave surrounded by weeds, an incomparably terrifying aura spread in all directions, and the door of the cave, which had been sealed for many years, was opened with a bang. A bearded youth slowly walked out from the cave. He was naked. His body emanated a golden light, and incomparably secretive patterns flowed on top of his skin, which looked incomparably mysterious. With every step he took, the ground would tremble, and not only that, his inner world emitted a gust of waves. This was the great completion of body refining, and the blood in his body bulged, forming waves of blood. Instantly, the entire body refining peak was sensationalized. Countless disciples exclaimed, Senior Brother Fangyan is out of the gate. A disciple looked up and said, Senior Brother, Senior Sister Ji Fuyao broke your records at the first and second levels of the Fire Abyss. Fangyan smiled and looked at the disciples of the body refining peak. I haven't stepped into the Fire Abyss mystic realm for a long time either, but how can the records of the first and second levels be dominated by a junior sister who just entered? Disciples of body refining peak, follow me and set out to break Senior Sister Ji Fuyang's record. The next moment, on the body refining peak, Fangyan stomped so hard that the ground shook, and he directly stepped into the air, a divine rainbow appearing under his feet as he rushed in the direction of the Fire Abyss mystic realm. At that moment, the many disciples from the body refining peak were shocked and all followed. In an instant, hundreds of figures flew out from the body refining peak. Sword Peak. Clang! A sword roar resounded through the void, and a terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions. The many disciples of Sword Peak were incomparably shocked as they looked in the direction of a cave that was Senior Brother Luo Lingkong's cave. Someone exclaimed, This is the 9th Sword Sect realm. 9 Sword Sect. In the next instant, a green-shirted youth came out from the cave from the Imperial Sword. He had a sword eyebrow and starry eyes. His body exuded a faint sword intent. He stood with his back hand and looked down at the many disciples of Sword Peak. Buzz, buzz. For a time, the spirit swords at the waist of the many disciples continued to vibrate, and Luo Lingkong's sword intent had actually triggered the resonance of the other spirit swords. Everyone was beyond shocked. One must know that Senior Brother Luo Lingkong had only been in seclusion for 2.5 months before breaking through from a 5-star sword sect to a 9-star sword sect. It's just so counterintuitive. A well-deserved genius of the way of the sword. Luo Lingkong made a distant bow towards his master's cave, then smiled faintly. Senior Sister Ji Fuyao. A bit interesting, my great Tao sect has produced another demon. A Xian Emperor realm disciple said respectfully. Senior Brother. The records you once set at the first and second levels of the Fire Abyss were both broken by Senior Sister Ji Fuyang. I know, Luo Lingkong nodded. Disciples of Sword Peak, set out with me to rewrite the record list. Upon hearing this, the many disciples cheered. Boom! With a thought, Luo Lingkong flew his sword and headed directly towards the fire abyss mystic realm. A few moments later, above Sword Peak, hundreds of divine rainbows surged up as numerous disciples flew with their swords, closely following Luo Lingkong. For a while, the great Tao sect was sensationalized. Led by the top true disciples, the geniuses and demons of all the peaks stepped into the fire abyss mysterious realm. Upon learning of this, the patriarch and the others had more than a few laughs. He smiled and said to the other saints, Fuyao has made these true disciples ignite the will to fight. It seems like this inner gate trial will be very intense. The other saints said, this time, the bet with Lu Xian. He's bound to lose. The crowd laughed out loud. The patriarch nodded and said, I'll send a voice message to Lu Xian about this matter. He's at Qingxian Peak now, and he doesn't hear anything outside the peak, so he probably doesn't know anything. The many saints smiled faintly. That's true. Lu Xian's master is hard to describe. Soon, the patriarch sent a voice message to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, good news. Lu Xian froze slightly and changed his position on the Xian ice bed to lie down. Sovereign, what's the good news? The patriarch said. Fuyao broke many records in the fire abyss mysterious realm, and now it's causing many of the top true disciples of the spirit peaks to come out of the gate, all going to break the records. Lu Xian froze for a moment. What kind of good news was this? The patriarch continued. This time, these top true disciples will also participate in the inner gate trials. Therefore, you're going to lose this bet. Lu Xian said calmly, Fuyao is definitely number one. The sovereign paid it off and broke off the transmission. A few moments later, Lu Xian told Ji Fuyang about this matter. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. Master, I will definitely get the first place in the inner sect trial and never let you down. Lu Xian nodded. Good. Divine splendor surged in Ji Fuyang's eyes. For this period of time, many thanks to Master. Lu Xian laughed. Actually, I didn't do anything. Ji Fuyao's heart warmed. Master always keeps such a low profile. You call that doing nothing? Not to mention the heavenly rank Tao Foundation pill and the 6-star imperial rank technique. It was the intentional and unintentional guidance she received in Qingxian Peak that benefited her greatly. She knew deep down that the decision to join Qingxian Peak was incomparably correct. It had only been a month, and her strength had made a qualitative leap. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of heights she would reach in this life by continuing her cultivation with Lu Xian. Read about it. Ji Fuyang collected her mind and continued to cultivate. At this rate of cultivation, she could step into the middle Xianzong realm during the inner gate trial. The other side, Lu Xian leisurely lay on the bed, feeling the ever-increasing cultivation base in his body, the spiritual energy impacting his limbs and bones. The tingling sensation was very soothing to him. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Fuyao is really a cultivation fiend. Nothing but practice, or practice. Lu Xian silently wished in his heart, hoping that his disciples in the future would all be cultivation fiends, just like Fuyao. Fire Abyss Secret Realm. The power of the spiritual fire here was incomparably surging, turning into a pillar of fire that rushed into the sky, the blazing power illuminating the entire piece of emptiness to an incomparably bright light, and the terrifying and incomparable aura continuously spreading out in all directions. Lu Xian was wearing a long dress, her jade feet stepping on the radiant flower petals, her front convex figure presenting incomparably perfect curves, and she took the lead in descending to the first level of the Fire Abyss mysterious realm. Numerous disciples exclaimed, It's senior sister Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled charmingly and nodded her head gently towards the crowd. Boom! Subsequently, Fong Yan of Body Refining Peak, Luo Lingkong of Sword Peak, and other top true disciples also descended. Lu Xian swept a glance towards the crowd. Looking around, after the inner gate trial, I will ask Master to have senior sister Fuyang enroll in my Misty Peak to cultivate. Fong Yan rasped. No way. You Misty Peak is going to snatch away most of the female disciples. My Body Refining Peak hasn't received any female disciples for a long time. And senior sister Fuyang is from our Body Refining Peak. Lu Xian's gaze was ghostly, her peaks rising and falling in anger. Do you think it's appropriate for senior sister Fuyang to take the path of body refining? Fong Yan hummed lightly and didn't say anything. Moments later, Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong, and Fong Yan, the top true disciples, stepped into the second layer, while the other Xian Emperor realm geniuses were speeding through the first layer. Less than half a day, there was a Xian Emperor realm genius who had rushed out 73 miles at the first level of the Fire Abyss mysterious realm, breaking Ji Fuyao's record. Chapter 15, Lu Xian shines. Next, numerous Xian Emperor realm geniuses were killing fire beasts indiscriminately at the first level of the Fire Abyss mysterious realm. The onlookers of the inner sect disciples were incomparably shocked. The normally powerful fire beasts had unexpectedly become weak. In one day's time, Someone had blasted and killed over 30,000 fire beasts. The many talented disciples were killing like crazy. Killing the first layer of fire beasts was too late to condense their forms and appear. The will of the fire abyss appeared in time to stop it. The fire beasts have consumed too much. The first layer of the fire abyss will not produce any new fire beasts for 3 days. The many disciples were shocked. Under the stimulation of senior sister Ji Fuyao, the many geniuses became so completely crazy. Messy kills. At this time, Feng Yan, Luo Lingkong and Lu Xian and the other top true disciples stepped into the second layer of the fire abyss, starting to break Ji Fuyao's record. The Xinguan fire beast at the entrance of the second level skimmed its lips. Seeing a large number of fire beasts being killed, it was incomparably depressed, because these fire beasts were condensed from its power. On weekdays when many disciples killed, he could control the power to equalize. But now there were too many disciples who went crazy, resulting in his chi being a little weak right now. I'm afraid that he would need to recuperate for a while before he could slow down. It's all crazy, as far as it goes. Soon, a disciple of Sword Peak flew in with his sword, looked down at the Xinguan fire beast, and said indifferently, "I'm coming out with my sword." The Xinguan fire beast was lying on the ground. Its huge head was like a small hill, and its body was emitting a gust of terrifying spirit fire. Its eyes opened like copper bells as it slowly said, "Take a shot." Snort! Suddenly a sword chi shot out in the form of a long rainbow. Seeing this, the Xinguan fire beast's huge body stood up and slapped a claw towards Luo Lingkong. The next moment, the Xinguan fire beast was directly cut in half by the sword chi. Seconds, on that sword cultivator disciple's face, a faint smile appeared. Has the Xinguan fire beast gotten weaker? Or have I gotten stronger? I think that it's me who has gotten stronger. With that, he directly stepped into the second layer of the fire abyss. Wait until that sword cultivator leaves. Boom! The Xinguan fire beast borrowed the power of the fire abyss will and once again condensed a massive body. Just then, the ethereal peak woman floated down in a white dress, stepping on radiant flowers under her jade feet. Her slender jade hands stretched out, not giving the Xinguan fire beast a chance to speak at all, and directly a divine splendor surged out. Nima! Before the Xinguan fire beast could react, it was imprisoned by an invisible force within its body, and then it was turned into a gust of spirit fire petals. It tried to resist, but it didn't work. Dead. The ethereal peak woman smiled sweetly, her jade feet stepping on the annihilated body of the fire beast and stepping into the second layer of the fire abyss. Dozens of breaths later, the body of the Xinguan fire beast once again condensed out. It raged. Nima? Because the fire beast had dissipated too much. Its current strength had not recovered and was less than half of its usual strength. Therefore, on normal days, he could completely easily pin down these Xian Huang realm geniuses, but now it was being pinned down instead. The nostrils of the Xinguan fire beast spewed flames and was about to send a message to the patriarch, trying to get the patriarch to stop these disciples. But, another man's figure rushed over madly. It was the body refining peak disciple. This young man was naked, an incomparably bright golden aura flowing from his body surface. And with every step he took, the ordinary fire beasts that pounced over from all around him were directly shattered. And as he arrived in front of the Xinguan fire beast, he suddenly clenched his fist. Crackle! The corners of the young man's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he directly blasted a fist at the Xinguan fire beast. Boom! With the power of one punch, the Xinguan fire beast turned into a burst of fire and dissipated. The young man's face was unperturbed as he stepped straight into the second level of the fire abyss. In the air, the Xinguan fire beast once again condensed its form and let out a resentful voice. Worry you immortal. Who the did I mess with? All here to practice on me ha. Moments later, several more figures descended. It saw that there were many top true disciples behind it, lining up to try to destroy it. These disciples didn't even greet each other and directly struck out. Xinguan fire beast. Extinguish. Extinction. Extinction. Even less than a breath after congealing his form was blown away. The Xinguan fire beast wanted to cry. It collapsed straight away. It now has a question mark on its face. What? In the end, the Xinguan fire beast directly ran away and left the entrance to the second level of the fire abyss. I don't want to guard this crappy entrance. Whoever likes to guard it. The many disciples were directly stunned. The fire beast of Xinguan escaped? The patriarch and the others all laughed when they found out about this. This is really the first time this has happened. At this moment, Feng Yan, Lu Xian and Luo Lingkong were at the second level of the fire abyss, breaking Ji Fuyao's Xuanzong realm record. Thus, Ji Fuyan's name was squeezed out of both the Xian Emperor list and the Xianzong list. All of Ji Fuyao's records were set. The patriarch and the others nodded their heads faintly when they knew. Looks like the inner gate trial. Steady. Feng Yan let out a bold statement. I wonder if senior sister Fuyao can break through my defense? Luo Lingkong had a cloudy face. I have a sword that is invincible when sheathed. the number one in the inner sect. It's not me. Lu Xian smiled charmingly. It's been a long time since I've made a move, so I'm looking forward to it this time. Feeling confident, the patriarch once again sent a voice message to Lu Xian, telling him what had happened in the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Lu Xian couldn't stop smiling when he heard about the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm. Jingguan Fire Beast, this is too bad. When it was time to eat, Lu Xian told Ji Fuyang about this. But, Ji Fuyao pursed her lips and smiled. Those top-tier true disciples who were able to break my Xuanzong realm record don't seem to be weak. Lu Xian bristled. But my disciple is stronger. It was important to know that in these few days, after Ji Fuyao returned from the Fire Abyss Mystic Realm, she had been cultivating all the time except for cooking. Last night, she stepped into the middle stage of the Xianzong realm. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had directly stepped into the first Xianzun realm. It's only been a month. His realm then skyrocketed from the Qi refining stage to the Xianzun realm. At the Xianzun realm, the power of the Xuanfa heaven and earth could touch a trace of the power of heaven and earth. If it was any other cultivator, after stepping into the Xianzun realm, they would have to focus on sensation. Mere cultivation growth would be bottlenecked. Unable to step into the Xian-Sate realm. What is holy? Know your way. Therefore, in the Xianzun realm, perception was even more important than cultivation, and one had to accumulate perception for the Xian-Sate realm. In fact, the moment he stepped into the Xianzun realm last night, Lu Xian felt some slight refreshing coldness in his heavenly aura. He touched a trace of the power of heaven and earth. However, Lu Xian did not continue to sense. What's the point of this nonsense? Isn't there an apprentice here? Read about it. Lu Xian looked at Ji Fuyang with an appreciative expression. Disciple, during this period of time, you have performed well at Qingxian Peak. Master is very satisfied. Ji Fuyao blushed slightly and smiled faintly. Her master gave her a very warm, pure feeling. In her last life, she had fought bloody battles all the way, but she had never experienced this kind of pure and warm feelings. This month at Qingxian Peak went by very quickly. It was like her home, and her mind became clear and light as a result. She didn't slack off in her cultivation, but her mind was no longer as impatient as before, and it was a state of mind that she had never realized in her last life when she had searched so hard for it. I didn't expect it to be reached at Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyang's starry eyes twinkled as she smiled brightly at Lu Xian, feeling more and more that her master was mysterious. Her mind murmured, there is so much I need to learn from master. Lu Xian smiled. And what is the apprentice Fuyao brainstorming? Fuyuki's expression was one he was more than familiar with. Oops. This girl. Evening. Ji Fuyang struck countless sealing prohibitions in the cave. Radiant spirit patterns flowing. Looking incomparably secretive. She took out the Fuyu order. Directly activating the ancient mysteries, he began to contact the dragon guards of the imperial dynasty. Wang Barbarian, Qing Yin, have you spied on the other two forces? Soon. A gruff voice came out. Your Majesty the Empress. We've already made contact with one of the forces. The other is too far away from the Black Flame mountain range and has yet to respond to us. The one who spoke was none other than Dragon Guard Commander Wang Ban. Ji Fuyang nodded. Continue. Wang Ban said. The one that has made contact is Qingcheng, the Yi family. In these 3,000 years, they have become the hegemon of Qing City, but they have always kept a very low profile. We've already tried. They are absolutely loyal to Her Majesty, the Empress. Moreover, we told the Yi family ancestors about your reincarnation and return. They are already preparing for your arrival. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly, and the divine splendor flowed in her eyes. Well done. At this time, another Dragon Guard commander, Qing Yin, asked, Your Majesty the Empress, when will you descend into the Black Flame mountain range? Ji Fuyang said, just a few days. Tomorrow is the inner gate trial. After the end of the inner sect trial, she would receive the sect mission and take advantage of it to travel to the Black Flame mountain range. Qing Yin and Wang Ban were both very excited. Meet Her Majesty the Empress soon. The two men's voices trembled a little. 3,000 years of perseverance. Waiting for this moment. Ji Fuyang said, all right, I'll contact you guys when the time comes. The two great commanders said in unison. Yes, sir. The next day, the Great Tao sect's inner gate trial begins. Up and down the sect. It was a direct sensation. Above the countless spirit peaks, radiant Tao patterns flowed and intertwined, as bright as a river of stars. Above the void, there flew a multitude of auspicious saint-ranked demonic beasts, their feathers unfurled, emitting a burst of auspicious sounds as they roamed the heavens. And wherever they went, the divine splendor was monstrous, looking incomparably spectacular. Many elders and disciples stepped into the air, and a divine rainbow shot out in the air, glittering. In the martial arts arena, not many Spirit Peak disciples had already descended. There was a lot of talk about this inner gate trial. What do you guys say? Will the first be senior brother Fong Yan or senior brother Luo Lingkong? Senior sister Lu Xian is also very strong. What about senior sister Ji Fuyao? If she can squeeze into the top 30 of the trial, it would already be terrifying. Just then, a grey-robed youth descended in the air. His body exuded a terrifying pressure of qi and blood. A faint golden light overflowed his body, and with each step, a gust of waves emanated from the world within. A disciple exclaimed, "Body refining peak. Senior brother Fong Yan is here." Fong Rock. It was called the Great Tao sect, invulnerable under the Xianzun realm. The next moment, clang! A sword roar resounded through the void as hundreds of figures transformed into meteors and rushed towards the martial arts arena. A disciple of Sword Peak. They were all flying with their swords, looking ethereal and dusty, causing the hearts of many female disciples to blossom. The person in the lead was none other than the sword cultivation genius, Luo Lingkong. Luo Lingkong smiled faintly, making people feel like spring breeze. "Gentlemen, long time no see." Many disciples responded, "Senior brother Luo Lingkong." A few moments later, Misty Peak Lu Xian's feet stepped on countless radiant flower petals, her immortal aura fluttering as she landed in the martial arts arena. It drew a crowd of male disciples with glowing eyes. Soon, the patriarch and many peak masters also descended. The patriarch swept a glance around. "Where's Lu Xian? Still not here?" Dan Peak Master laughed. "Do what you can't do." After a long time, in the distance, a cloud and mist floated along, and above the cloud and mist, it was none other than Ji Fuyan and Lu Xian. Ji Fuyao was wearing a fiery red dress. Her face was absolutely beautiful, and her body presented an incomparably perfect curve, causing the hearts of the many disciples to tremble. Lu Xian was also standing lazily, dressed in white, smiling as he looked at the elders and disciples below. "Gentlemen, long time no see." The crowd froze. No one responded. The scene was a little awkward. The patriarch's face twitched. "Lu Xian, speed up. They're all waiting for you." Lu Xian said. "Good." Soon, Lu Xian and Ji Fuyang landed in the middle of the martial arts arena. The crowd was all a little shocked as they looked at Ji Fuyang. "After not seeing you for a few days, Ji Fuyang made another breakthrough?" It was now in the middle stage of the Xianzong realm. The patriarch said in his heart, "How many pills did Lu Xian feed Fuyang? Just pile on the realms hard." Hey! Chapter 16, Ji Fuya 1 move second. One time, the patriarch and the peak masters frowned tightly and glared Lu Xian fiercely. From the Great Xian King realm to the Middle Xianzong realm in a month. This cultivation speed was too fast. Sometimes too fast is bad. This guy Lu Xian for this inner gate trial. How many pills were given to Ji Fuyang? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Xian flashed a bright smile towards the patriarch and the others. Seeing this, the patriarch's face twitched and he said, "This kid is really not much longer." The patriarch stepped into the air and with a wave of his sleeve, he began to announce the rules of the inner sect trial. This inner gate trial is divided into 10 platforms. You will be divided into 10 groups and compete. The top 10 in order will receive 1,900,000, 100,000 contribution values. The top 3 reward an offensive holy weapon. The first reward is a quasi-emperor rank technique. The voice fell. The many disciples were all excited. The rewards of this inner sect trial had been raised too much from the past. Especially the reward for first place is so attractive. Lu Xian and Luo Lingkong and the other true disciples were all moved in their hearts, their eyes filled with battle intent. Boom! Far away, the 10 major competition platforms fell with a bang, splashing up countless dust. The patriarch ordered the many disciples to collect their number plates. The crowd rushed out like a tidal wave. Ji Fuyang got the number plate. Number 1 competition stage. Number 9527. Lu Xian swept a glance. There were too many powerful disciples at the number 1 competition stage. Body refining peak. Fong Yan. Sword peak. Luo Lingkong. Misty peak. Lu Xian. It could be said that most of the demons were piled up at the number 1 competition stage. Lu Xian was powerless to spit. The sovereign is doing this on purpose. The many disciples were all a bit shocked. How does this distribution feel like a lot of gunpowder? So many top true disciples were at the number 1 competition stage. This was simply a godly fight. The other disciples on the number 1 competition stage were all shaking their heads. Wanted to quit straight away. That's a hell of a shot. Wait until all the disciples have collected their number plates. The patriarch announced in a deep voice that sounded like thunder and shook the 4 directions. Inner sect trial. Officially begin. The battles on the 10 major tournament stages were all intense. Especially the first competition stage, where too many top true disciples were gathered. Striking out at the pinnacle, it was Ji Fuyang's turn immediately. For a moment, a sensation arose in the arena. This was Ji Fuyao's first battle. Everyone wanted to see Ji Fuyang's true battle power. Boom! A young man landed on the competition stage with a loud bang. He smiled and looked towards Ji Fuyang. Senior sister, please enlighten me. Someone exclaimed. This is the number 1 inner disciple, Situ Kong. He has already stepped into the late Xianzong realm, and it is rumored that he is going to be promoted to a true disciple after this inner sect trial. Some of the disciples shook their heads. Senior sister Fuyao is so unlucky. The first time you fight, you've met a formidable opponent. At this moment, Lu Xian looked at Ji Fuyang and smiled faintly. Go! Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly as she nodded, floating and stepping into the air as she landed on the competition stage. Begin! The elders announced. Ji Fuyao made a direct strike. Situ Kong hadn't reacted yet. Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand stretched out, and a force shook out. Situ Kong's face changed drastically and wanted to defend, but it was too late. He was directly shaken out of the competition stage and slammed onto the ground with a loud bang, spraying out a mouthful of essence blood and fainting to death. Seeing this scene, a dead silence fell over the field. Everyone was stunned. One move to defeat Situ Kong in seconds. The crowd thought it was going to be a heated battle. As a result, Situ Kong lost so quickly. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Not bad, disciple. The crowd skimmed their mouths, and there was a pang in their hearts. It's not. Why are you so proud of yourself? Not far away, Lu Xian and Fang Yan, among others, looked toward Ji Fuyan with a warlike intent. Senior sister, I'm looking forward to fighting you. Ji Fuyang nodded. Good. The fight continues. On the first competition stage, the sword cultivation genius Luo Lincoln took the stage. A gasp of surprise came from the many female disciples. He wore a green shirt and stood with his hands behind his back, the sword intent on his body slowly flowing. Luo Lincoln's opponent was a grey-robed youth, also a disciple of Sword Peak. The grey-robed youth's scalp tingled as he arched his hand in obeisance. Senior brother Lincoln, I know I'm not your opponent, but I want to know the gap between you and me. Luo Lincoln nodded and said indifferently, You make your move. The grey-robed youth respectfully bowed and directly began to draw his sword. In the next instant, he froze. He couldn't draw the spirit sword. In front of the sword intent released by Luo Lincoln, he couldn't even pull out his sword. Seeing this scene, the crowd was incomparably shocked. Is this the gap between sword cultivators? In the presence of a powerful sword cultivator, it was surprising that he didn't even have the qualifications to draw his sword. All the disciples could not help but sigh. Luo Lincoln was too strong. The grey-robed youth had a bitter look on his face. Senior brother, I admit defeat. Next, the battle on the first tournament stage was still hot. The top true disciples were too strong and crushed all the way. Lu Xian's illusion, Luo Lincoln's sword intent, Fang Yan's supreme defense. The many disciples marveled. Was this the top true disciple? Scary as hell. Half a day later, the most highly anticipated battle begins. Lu Xian took on Ji Fuya. For a time, countless gazes locked onto the first competition stage. The crowd was excited. I wonder if Ji Fuyan can last a few rounds in Lu Xian's illusion? Boom! Ji Fuya was wearing a red fire-colored long dress, and a faint spirit fire surged out from her body as she directly stepped into the air, and her slender jade legs were like jade pillars as she directly stepped into the competition stage. On the other side, Lu Xian's jade feet stepped on the radiant petals and fell as well. The two looked at each other and both smiled sweetly. The two women were absolutely gorgeous, with perfect figures in the front and back, just like walking out of a scroll, making the many disciples cry out in admiration. Don't even have to fight. They can all look at it all day. The patriarch looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, how many breaths do you think Fuyao can hold out? Lu Xian said with a calm face. Fuyao won. The patriarch shook his head. Lu Xian's illusion is very strong. Even Luo Lincoln has to take it seriously. Lu Xian smiled without saying anything. At this time, the number 1 battle arena elder announced. The sparring match begins. Lu Xian smiled charmingly, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Fushan's senior sister, you have to be careful with my illusions. Ji Fuyao nodded. Lu Xian's veiled hand probed out, and secretive and obscure power surged in all directions, directly enveloping Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyang did not resist and took the initiative to step into the illusion. Boom! The power of illusion begins to condense. Lu Xian's gong method could condense a corresponding illusion based on the opponent's intention, and once the mind thought about it, it would inevitably fall into the illusion. As long as one is human, one will have distractions or obsessions. That's how broken the divine soul is. Vaguely, it was as if there was an invisible force guiding Ji Fuyang, allowing her to display her obsession on her own. Ji Fuyo's delicate lips slightly opened. A faint smile. Obsession, well, I do have obsession. Giggle. When Ji Fuyang's obsession was exposed for a moment, Lu Xian sensed it. Senior sister lost. Lu Xian murmured. But in the next instant, Lu Xian's face changed drastically. Her pupils all shook. Put. Lu Xian directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. A trace of Ji Fuyan's obsession was as vast as the abyss. Lu Xian's illusions were simply unable to construct Ji Fuyan's obsession illusion. Lu Xian's divine soul was revolted. Serious injuries. In an instant, the power of the illusory realm continuously collapsed, as if countless mirrors were shattered at the same time, and endless radiant light poured out madly all around. Ji Fuyan's figure disappeared in vain. In the next instant, she came directly to Lu Xian's side and held her up. A hint of disbelief appeared in Lu Xian's eyes. Senior sister, I lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Lu Xian unexpectedly lost to Ji Fuyan. How is that possible? Ji Fuyao with another move for a second. It was important to know that Lu Xian's technique was very secretive, and even if Luo Lingkong ran into it, it would be very tricky. How did Ji Fuyao easily break the illusion? The eyes of the sovereign and the others narrowed. The battle just now was too short, and even he didn't see anything in it. Could it be that Ji Fuyao had the right cards to restrain Lu Xian? At this time, Ji Shuang helped Lu Xian walk down the competition stage. Lu Xian smiled flirtatiously, revealing her snow-like jade teeth. Senior sister Fuyao, it's better for you to not stay at Qing Xian Peak with this kind of talent. It will only bury you there. Ji Fuyang said with a serious face. My master is quite good. I won't leave my master. At that, the crowd was stunned. It's been a month. Hasn't Ji Fuyao seen Lu Xian's nature? He's just a scrapper. What can Lu Xian teach? The patriarch looked at Lu Xian incredulously. Lu Xian returned the patriarch's bright smile. The patriarch's face darkened. Lu Xian, don't cheat on that bet when the time comes. Lu Xian nodded his head and said, Patriarch, you also remember this. Under my guidance, my disciple has performed so well that first place is already secure. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Lu Xian with a look of contempt. What has Ji Fushao's behavior got to do with you? Did you teach me that? The sovereign's face twitched. I didn't expect to let Lu Xian load up. The battle on the number 1 bidding stage continued. Soon, it was Ji Fuyang's turn once again. Ji Fuyao versus Fang Yan. This is another highly anticipated battle. Fang Yan, the body-refining peak, claimed to be invulnerable under the Xianzun realm, and Ji Fuyang was the dark horse of this time, and up until now, hadn't shown any real strength. Can Ji Fuyao continue to perpetuate the myth of undefeatability? The many disciples were all incredibly excited. Ji Fuyao's performance was just too stunning. The ones she faced were real demons, but she won both battles. All crushed. Senior brother Fang Yan's body refinement has already come to a great completion. I bet Ji Fuyao won't be able to break through senior brother Fang Yan's defense at all. Boom! Fang Yan directly stomped on the ground and landed on the competition stage with a bang like a cannonball. His body exuded a burst of golden light, incomparably bright. Fang Yan clenched his hands into fists and pinched his joints to crackle as he waited for Ji Fuyang to take the stage. Ji Fuyang then stepped onto the high platform. Fang Yan looked at Ji Fuyang with a serious face. Senior sister, I watched your battle. You're very powerful. I will strike with all my might. But if you can't catch it, you must admit defeat early. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. The same words were returned to senior brother. Fang Yan froze for a moment, then laughed. The path of body refining he took was not one of turtling in defense, but rather a fierce tiger striking. The strongest defense was just his bottom card. The patriarch and the others were a bit worried. Fang Yan's attacking power was extremely strong, and he fought with great vigor and might. I hope Ji Fuyao doesn't get hurt. At that point, the elders announced. The contest begins. The voice fell. Fang Yan directly charged out horizontally, holding a golden divine rainbow behind him. A direct punch was thrown. The force is strong and fierce, and the hegemony is overwhelming. There was an air explosion directly in the air, and Fang Yan's fist turned golden in color. Ji Fuyao moved as well. Her slender jade hand stretched out, directly activating the power of the burning sky decree, and the power of blazing spiritual fire surged and converged within her palm. Directly meet Fang Yan. A fist and a palm, exchanging destruction. The red aura of the spirit flame collided with the golden chi and blood. Boom! Fang Yan was directly shaken out. Chapter 17, the identity of the Empress is revealed. Seeing this, the crowd was stunned. What? Ji Fuyao shocked Fang Yan with one palm? The next moment, the crowd was even more dumbfounded. Ji Fuyao's body danced like a shocking wave, and with each palm drop, Fang Yan was continuously retreating violently. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. An incredulous look appeared on Fang Yan's face. Surprisingly, he couldn't block it. Read this. Fang Yan made an instant decision and activated his bottom card. Solid as a rock. With a loud bang, the shadow of a mountain peak condensed on the competition stage, and Fang Yan stood in place, like a huge mountain, untouchable. Fang Yan opened his mouth with a solemn face and at the same time, he was very confident. Senior sister, I didn't expect your offensive power to be so powerful. I had to sacrifice my bottom card. No one under the Xianzun realm can break it. If you can't break through my defense in 3 moves, then you'll admit defeat. Before he could finish, Ji Fuyan directly struck out. Burning Sky Decision. Endless raging spiritual energy surged out from Ji Fuyan's body, the power of spiritual fire surging and drumming, blazing light pouring out in all directions, the power of the spirit flame at the grand completion realm, coupled with the offensive power of the emperor rank technique. In the space of a breath, monstrous spirit fire directly swept across the entire competition stage, drowning out the vision Fang Yan had offered. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Fang Yan's giant mountain shadow continuously shattered and annihilated. His body flew out of the tournament stage like a broken kite and smashed heavily on the ground, directly unconscious. Serious injuries. Fang Yan, defeated. Seeing this scene, the field became dead silent. Everyone looked at Ji Fuyan in shock. How is that possible? Fang Yan's body refining secret art was extremely powerful, claiming that it was unbreakable under the Xianzun realm. Surprisingly, he lost to Ji Fuyan today, and there was a difference of 2 small realms between Ji Fuyan and Fang Yan. The following is a crushing. A huge wave rose up inside everyone's heart. Ji Fuyan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The patriarch looked at Fang Yan, who was burnt to a crisp on the ground, and immediately said, "Quickly send Fang Yan back to the body refining peak for treatment." Soon, a few disciples carried a stretcher and sent Fang Yan away. At this moment, Ji Fuyao had undoubtedly become the most shining presence in the arena. Many people turned their gazes towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian's face was calm, as if it was all expected. Seeing this scene, inexplicable anger arose in the hearts of the crowd. Let Lu Xian load up again. Just then, Luo Lingkong walked out from the crowd. "Senior sister Fuyang, you rest first. The next battle will be between me and you," Ji Fuyang said. "No need to rest." The crowd was slightly startled. "Didn't you consume too much when you fought Fang Yan just now?" Luo Lingkong was a bit surprised and said no more. He floated and stepped into the air with a graceful demeanor and landed on the competition stage. "Senior sister, I'll only make 1 sword strike. If you can block it, count me as a loser." The voice fell. A commotion appeared among the many disciples of Sword Peak. Could it be that senior brother Luo Lingkong was going to cut out that sword? That battle was a supreme sword, and it was going to consume all of Luo Lingkong's sword chi. Once chopped out, it cannot be retrieved. The Sword Peak sage suddenly said, "Lingkong, you must not. I'm afraid Fuyang won't be able to withstand that sword." The patriarch frowned, also wanting to stop this fight. "Fuyang, you admit defeat in this one." He knew the terror of Luo Lingkong's sword. The sword technique is called instant air one sword. A single sword cut can determine life and death. Luo Lingkong looked at Ji Fuyang, wondering if she would take it or not. Ji Fuyang smiled. "Senior brother, make your move." The patriarch frowned and sighed as he looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian was old and calm. The sovereign's heart jumped. It's not possible that Luo Lingkong is going to lose, is it? At this time, on the competition stage, clang! Luo Lingkong drew his sword. The sword chi was as volatile as the water of a river, heaving, and the terrifying sword intent flowed through his body, forming a vortex. Ninth sword sect realm, only 1 step away from the sword father. For a moment, the swords on the sword cultivator disciples in the arena all began to tremble. 10,000 swords submit. Thumbs up. Luo Lingkong chopped out that sword towards Ji Fuyang. The sword chi transformed into a long rainbow, surging and volatile, as if it had penetrated through this side of the heaven and earth, shooting directly. This sword reflected the heavens and earth, tearing apart the firmament. Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand reached out and directly activated the burning sky decree. Boom! The terrifying and incomparable spirit firepower surged up crazily, directly forming a spirit firestorm. Ji Fuyang's figure slowly stepped into the air and stood in the endless fire domain, like the lord of spirit fire. In a flash, that sword chi arrived. The sword chi chopped into the fire domain as silently as a mud cow entering the sea. There were no ripples. Ji Fuyang ascended into the void, looking down on Luo Lingkong, and didn't continue to strike. This was because Luo Lingkong was already incomparably weak after cutting out this sword. At this moment, he lost the composure of a sword cultivator. His supreme sword surprisingly did not make a single ripple. Luo Lingkong looked up at Ji Fuyang. "Why?" Ji Fuyao said indifferently. "The way of sword cultivation is to look down on life and death. Your sword skill's killing power is very strong, but you didn't have the obsession of a sword of life and death when you cut out this sword. The word is here. Buzz." Luo Lingkong's mind went blank. With this sword, he didn't give all he had. He has no obsession. "Thanks, I lost." Luo Lingkong bowed to Ji Fuyang and slowly walked off the competition stage. He was a little disoriented. See this scene. A dead silence fell over the field. The sovereign and the others were already shocked and didn't know what to say. They had all underestimated Ji Fuyan, even the demon of Sword Peak, Luo Lingkong. Lost. I'm afraid that none of the other true disciples were a match for Ji Fuyan. In the arena, all the disciples were quietly looking at Ji Fuyang, their hearts filled with thoughts. Who would have thought that the inner gate trial would become Ji Fuyang's stage alone? She was so amazing, like the light of the sun and the moon. It completely compared the other geniuses. In the next battle, Ji Fuyang kept winning in a row. No one can beat that. Ji Fuyao was first in the inner sect trial. Ji Fuyang returned to Lu Xian's side and said with a smile, "Master, it's a pleasure." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Keep up the good work." Half a day later, the inner sect trial came to an end. The crowd waited for the patriarch to announce the results. But the patriarch was in trouble at this time. That bet, Lu Xian surprisingly won, and Ji Fuyang won first place in the inner sect competition. It was hard for him to accept the result. With such a heaven-defying qualification, it would be hard for the patriarch to feel at ease if he allowed Lu Xian to continue teaching. This month, Lu Xian had used some way of pulling up seedlings to forcefully raise Ji Fuyang's realm. There's no telling what else he could have done back there, but it was a fact that Ji Fuyang had won first place. The patriarch was caught in a dilemma. At this moment, Lu Xian faintly said, "Patriarch, announce the results of the inner gate trial, right?" The patriarch's heart was complicated as he looked at Lu Xian. "Fuyao won first place, but it doesn't have much to do with you," Lu Xian said. "Nonsense. It's clearly me who taught you well." A chorus of boos came out of the arena at this statement. Phew! The crowd looked at Lu Xian. I don't know how he had the good sense to say that. The many peak masters and their faces were dark. They had explored Qingxian Peak several times over the course of this month. Every time Lu Xian was either lying down or sleeping. Teach a ing apprentice, totally laying it on the line. Lu Xian froze, looking at the patriarch's appearance. He couldn't be trying to cheat. He frowned. "Patriarch, announce it." Words. The crowd looked at Lu Xian with complex expressions. Ji Fuyang's talent was heaven-defying and her strength was strong. There was no saying. But in just a month, stepping into the Xianzong realm from the great Xian King realm, this was obviously piling up the pills. It's pulling up the seedlings. Why else would Ji Fuyang go to the Fire Abyss secret realm and consolidate her realm? At this point, a few true disciples walked out and said with a grave expression, "Fuyang, we advise you to change masters. We have your cultivation talent and strength in our eyes. The path of cultivation is not something that happens overnight. It should be done in a gradual manner, rather than swallowing pills, piling up realms, and consuming one's talent. But Lu Xian is harming you by using this method to get you first place." Lu Xian froze. That said, how could he harm his precious apprentice? Thinking about this, Lu Xian looked hurt. "Hey, you guys don't understand." A few true disciples had angry faces. "Lu Xian, Peak Master Lu, what qualifications do you have to teach senior sister Fuyang?" The voice fell. Ji Fuyao suddenly moved. She drifted down in front of a few true tradition disciples. Her gaze was cold, and her body directly erupted with the mighty power of the middle Xianzong realm. Boom! It directly suppressed a few people. Ji Fuyang coldly said, "You are not qualified to judge my master." A few true disciples were suppressed and prostrated on the ground, like a giant mountain pressing down on them, unable to even speak. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere in the arena instantly froze. The crowd was very confused. Why did Ji Fuyao defend her punk master so much? Why? The patriarch hurriedly walked over and waved his sleeve to remove this pressure. He looked complicated, not expecting it to turn into this scene. He had a dilemma. You won't let Lu Xian continue teaching? But the bet was won by Lu Xian. Let Lu Xian continue to teach? He can teach a damn thing. Just then, boom! A terrifying and incomparable aura filled the area from afar, and the power of the quasi-emperor realm's pressure was like an abyss and a sea, pouring out towards the martial arts arena. A grey-robed silhouette solidified. Quasi-emperor realm powerhouse projection. The patriarch and the others respectfully said, "Old ancestor." They were a little shocked. Surprisingly, it has alarmed the old ancestor. The grey-robed old ancestor nodded his head slightly and looked at Ji Fuyao, an expression of appreciation appearing in his eyes. "Fuyao, this time, your performance exceeded my expectations. Well done." Ji Fuyan respectfully bowed. "Many thanks, old ancestor." The grey-robed ancestor looked at Lu Xian again and didn't say anything. Immediately, the grey-robed old ancestor's gaze roamed around as he slowly opened his mouth. "Let's announce the results of the inner gate examination," the patriarch said bitterly. "But," the grey-robed old ancestor said, "it's not impossible to let Fuyang cultivate with Lu Xian." The patriarch froze for a moment and had to announce the results. "I declare, the inner gate trial is over. First place, Qingxian Peak, Ji Fuyan. Second place, Sword Peak, Luo Lingkong. Third place. At this point, the gray-robed old man's voice appeared in Ji Fuyang's mind. Fuyao, you remind me of someone. Ji Fuyang was slightly startled. What does old ancestor mean? The gray-robed old ancestor said. The way of spiritual fire. Ji Fuyao. This name, and thousands of years ago there was a person who seemed to have some relationship. Chapter 18 Master. Why are you so good to me? Hearing the old ancestor's words, Ji Fuyang fell silent. There was no affirmation or denial. I'm sure old ancestor has already found a hint of it. She wondered what the elder ancestor had spied on her. The identity of the Fuyao Empress was secondary, and the destruction of the Fuyao imperial dynasty was nothing more than a wave rising from the river of beings in the southern wasteland in the eyes of a great power like the Great Tao sect. However, the secret art of reincarnation and rebirth involved supreme pungent secrets, and once it was exposed, it was feared that it would cause the southern wasteland to shake, and even the forbidden region great emperors would take action. Read about it. Her heart rippled as she asked, what does old ancestor see? The gray-robed old ancestor smiled faintly. Ah, Fuyao, you don't have to worry. If I'm not mistaken, you have some relationship with the Fuyang imperial dynasty from 3,000 years ago. My great Tao sect has stood in the southern wasteland for several epochs. If we can't even protect our own disciples, then what's the point of standing? You are now a member of my great Tao sect. Out of the great Tao sect, you can have your own identity, but in the great Tao sect, you will always be a disciple of the great Tao sect. At those words, Ji Fuyang understood and breathed a sigh of relief. I just thought that she had some connection with the Fuyao dynasty. Moreover, the great Tao sect will shelter her, she said with a respectful bow. Many thanks, old ancestor. The gray-robed old ancestor smiled. All right, I will remind the patriarch of this matter. Not much longer. The patriarch finished announcing the results of the inner gate trial. Tomorrow, the top 10 disciples of the inner sect trial can go to the Great Tao Hall to receive their rewards. There was a roar from the many disciples. This inner sect trial was too unexpected. Who would have thought that a disciple who had just joined the sect would win first place in the inner sect trial? This had never happened in the history of the Great Tao sect. Moreover, this inner sect trial, as strong as Luo Lingkong, didn't even force out Ji Fuyan's true strength. Where are her limits? A few moments later, the gray-robed quasi-emperor ancestor didn't stay and directly left. Lu Xian smiled and looked at Ji Fuyang. Fuyang, let's go back. Ji Fuyan's snowy neck tilted slightly as she took Lu Xian's arm. All right, master. Her delicate hand stretched out and a cloud of mist appeared. Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao stood on top of the cloud mist and floated towards Qingxian Peak. Seeing this, the crowd sighed quietly in their hearts. Lu Xian would also be Ji Fuyan's master. I wonder why the old ancestor agreed to continue to be the master just now. Off the charts. Although Lu Xian had won the bet, but they're not convinced. Very unconvincing. Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyang came to Lu Xian's cave. She looked at Lu Xian with a serious face. Master, tomorrow, I might have to take up a mission to go outside the clan to practice. Lu Xian nodded. Yes. Ji Fuyang's face flushed slightly. Master might have guessed that I have some secrets on me. When the time is right, I will tell you. Lu Xian casually said. No harm done. Just follow your plan. But before leaving, I'll go with you to the Great Tao Hall and exchange some treasures for you. That way, when you leave the sect, you'll have the power to defend yourself. Ji Fuyang nodded. Good, thank you, master. The next day, Lu Xian woke up with a start, and his cultivation level had increased quite a bit. It looked like Ji Fuyan was practicing all night again. He walked out of the cave and went to the mountain stream to wash his face. Then he lay down on a lounge chair in front of the hayloft and soaked up the sun. Not much longer. A fiery red figure flew towards Qingxian Peak from a distance, stepping on a divine rainbow, and a pleasant voice came out from a great distance away. Good morning, master. I just went to the Great Tao Hall to receive the rewards for this inner sect trial, and the rewards for the sect entrance examination. Lu Xian nodded. Good. Ji Fuyang landed on Qingxian Peak, smiled sweetly and walked towards Lu Xian. Within my identity token, I now have 1 million contribution values. On top of that, there's an attacking saint soldier. The fire shadow gun. I chose a saint rank technique. The 3 changes of Xian fire. Lu Xian said. Not bad. For the rest of your cultivation, just follow your own plan. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly as she nodded and returned to her cave. She began to organize what she had gained over the period of time. 1 month. Stepping into the Xianzong realm from the great Xian King realm. The foundation of the road has been made up. The way of spiritual fire was greatly accomplished. It also got a 6-star emperor ranked feat. The harvest was great. Unfortunately, she wanted to exchange the Great Tao scripture, and the contribution value was far too poor. The Great Tao Sutra has 3 layers. The first level alone required 8 million contribution values. She still needs to build up some time before she can do that. But, for now, she was satisfied. Next, It was time to pick up a quest and head to the Black Flame Mountain Range to contact the dragon guards of the Imperial Dynasty and the Qingqingyi family. Immediately, Ji Fuyang struck countless sealing prohibitions in the cave. She took out the Fuyao order and activated the ancient secret method to start contacting the dragon guards of the Imperial Dynasty. A secretive and obscure power flowed. The voices of the commander, Wang Barbarian, and Green Smoke were heard from the Fuyao order. Your Majesty, Ji Fuyang said, today, I will be traveling to the Black Flame Mountain Range. I've read that it will take several days to travel. Wang Ban said excitedly, Your Majesty the Empress, we should have sent someone to patrol the outskirts of the Black Flame Mountain Range. If you descend, send us a message at the first opportunity, and we'll receive you. The Qingqingyi family, we have already contacted them. However, they have a request. They must see the Fuyao order in your appearance before they will make the heavenly Tao oath and continue their allegiance to you. The other power under your command has not yet responded to us. When this matter is resolved, we will travel there and take care of the matter ourselves. Ji Fuyang said. Good. Qingyan said. Your Majesty the Empress, the Black Flame Mountain Range is considered our territory. If you descend, we will activate the ancient formation and will never leak the news. Ji Fuyang nodded. I know. A moment later, Ji Fuyang put away the Fuyang order. In a few days, it will be possible to see the old guard again. There was still some anticipation in her mind. Not much longer. Lu Xian transmitted his voice to Ji Fuyang. Fuyang, since you're leaving, let's go to the Great Tao Hall first to exchange some treasures for you. Ji Fuyang said. Many thanks, Master. She immediately walked out of the cave. Lu Xian smiled. Let's go. Ji Fuyang took Lu Xian's arm and a divine rainbow appeared under her feet as she and Lu Xian flew in the direction of the Great Tao Hall. Outside the Great Hall, Ji Fuyang and Lu Xian fell with a bang. Some of the nearby disciples looked at Lu Xian with some astonishment. Lu Xian had actually come to the Great Tao Hall as well? In their impression, Lu Xian was the one who had stayed at Qingxian Peak for the past 6 or 7 years without moving around. Except for the apprentice recruitment conference, Lu Xian walked through the crowd. Some disciples stiffly bowed. Peak Master Lu. Peak Master Lu. Their minds were complicated. The former wasteful Peak Master was now in a high position because of Ji Fuyang. Teachers are valued by their pupils. In the past, they used to spit on Lu Xian, but now they didn't dare to, because once Ji Fuyang found out, he was afraid that he would directly suppress them on the spot. That's hard for them to accept. Soon, Lu Xian and Ji Fuyang stepped into the Great Tao Hall and came straight to Shou Lao. Elder Maku, I want to exchange something. Curtain Elder was just about to say, do you have contribution value? On second thought, Lu Xian's master had left nearly tens of millions of contribution value to Lu Xian when he fell. Old Curtain frowned and looked at Lu Xian with a cloudy gaze as he took out a Tsonggu jade slip. What do you want to exchange? Check it out for yourself in the jade slip. Lu Xian took the jade slip and didn't look at it as he directly said, the first volume of the Great Tao Sutra. The voice fell. Shogun froze. Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled. Lu Xian wouldn't be exchanging it for her, would he? Silence for a moment. Old Curtain looked at Lu Xian. Are you sure you want to exchange the first volume of the Great Tao Sutra? 8 million contribution value. Lu Xian took out his identity token, which still contained more than 20 million contribution values. It can be very ho-hum. Lu Xian said. Shou Lao, just deduct it directly. Old Curtain took the token, and an obscure and ancient power flowed in his hand. Instantly, a divine splendor surged forth. The jade slip of the first volume of the Great Tao Sutra. Old Curtain said with a gloomy face, this Great Tao scripture technique jade slip can only be read by one person, and it will be burned after reading. The Dharma cannot be lightly transmitted. This technique imposes the Emperor Realm Seal, and the cultivator cannot pass it on to another person. Lu Xian nodded and accepted the merit jade slip. Good. Old Curtain also knew that Lu Xian was redeeming the Great Tao scripture for Ji Fuyang. At this moment, Lu Xian looked at Ji Fuyang. Fuyang, this jade slip contains the supreme treasures that can be exchanged. Choose for yourself. With that, Lu Xian placed the supreme treasure redemption jade slip in Ji Fuyang's palm. Ji Fuyang probed her divine thoughts and immediately saw an incomparably magnificent illusory space. Inside were countless spiritual weapons, spiritual herbs, holy weapons, and talismanic seals. There were even imperial soldiers. But the contribution value of the emperor's soldiers is a bit exaggerated. It takes tens of millions of contribution value. Starting, Ji Fuyang chose some talisman seals, all of which were of the holy rank, and spent 1 million contribution value. Lu Xian shook his head and said, too little. Ji Fuyao was too embarrassed to keep picking. Lu Xian directly exchanged Holy King rank and half-emperor rank talismans for Ji Fuyang. There are also some defense supreme treasures. Maku Lao all looked directly dumbfounded. Is this to arm Ji Fu to the teeth? Not much longer. Lu Xian handed a nascent sacred ring to Ji Fuyang. These should be enough. Ji Fuyao froze for a moment, a trace of warmth rising in her heart. Lu Xian had bought too many life-preserving items. In one fell swoop, another 6 million contribution values were spent. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Master is too good to her. Lu Xian smiled. Alright, Fuyao, let's go back. At this point, the curtain elder was suddenly puzzled. Hey, Lu Xian, where is your cultivation level? Lu Xian froze for a moment. He used the system to shield his cultivation. Unless he voluntarily exposed it, no one else could see it at all. Lu Xian said, I hid it. Shogun's old face twitched. What? You're a chi refining stage. Hiding your cultivation is of no use. Playing the master? Curtain elder thought for a moment that it should be the concealment technique Ji Fuyao had handed over to Lu Xian, which was of such a high grade that even he could not see through it. Old ancestor had already told him that Ji Fuyao was somewhat related to the 3,000-year-old Fuyao imperial dynasty. They now guessed that Lu Xian should also have some connection with the Fuyao imperial dynasty. Otherwise, why did Ji Fuyan defend Lu Xian so much? Read about it. Old Curtain waved his hand. Lu Xian, let's go. Let's go. A look of impatience. Lu Xian had no choice but to leave with Ji Fuyang. But at this moment, Ji Fuyang's heart set off huge waves. Just now, even Elder Curtain couldn't discover Lu Xian's cultivation. You have to know that Shou Lao is in the quasi-emperor realm. Obviously, his master, Lu Xian, was a great emperor. Ji Fuyao's delicate lips slightly opened and faintly smiled, holding Lu Xian's arm, thinking in her heart, you're hiding pretty deep, master. Soon, Ji Fuyang and Lu Xian returned to Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian directly handed Ji Fuyang the jade slip of the first volume of the Great Tao Sutras technique. Ji Fuyao's jade hands trembled and froze a little. This is the first volume of the Great Tao Sutra. She joined the Great Tao sect just for the Great Tao scripture. Ah, I didn't realize it had only been a month and she had the first volume. That's 8 million contribution value. Lu Xian smiled. Fuyao, take it. If you comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao Sutra, your future achievements will be immeasurable. Ji Fuyao's heart was somewhat moved. Her voice trembled. Master, why are you so good to me? Chapter 19, Hunting Ji Fuya. Master, why are you so nice to me? Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled faintly. Because you're my disciple. This is a profitable investment for him. To be good to your apprentice is to be good to yourself. Why not? He could become stronger by lying down. And he only needed to give all the cultivation resources to his disciple. Sit back and enjoy the ride, so to speak. But Ji Fuyan was a delicate body trembled. Murmured, because I am your disciple. Is that the only reason? Her eyes were slightly moist. In her last life, she was a party of female emperors in the Fuyao dynasty and had never felt this way before. In this life, it felt so good to have someone treat her so well. Something in her heart moved. Lu Xian smiled. Actually, it's quite good to go outside the clan for a little bit of experience. Go ahead and don't mind me. Ji Fuyan's face was radiant and bright as she nodded. When she thought that after she left, there would be no one to cook for Lu Xian again, her heart apologized a little. I'm afraid this trip will take some time. Read about it. Ji Fuyang approached the grass hut. Master, I'll finish cooking for you before I leave. Lu Xian nodded. Good. This time, Ji Fuyao cooked with great care. Smoke rises from the grass hut. Lu Xian was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun at a leisurely pace. Bashful as hell. Not much longer. Ji Fuyang ruffled her green silk and brought out the steaming hot meal. Master, let's eat. Lu Xian nodded and came to the stone table. It tastes good this time. Lu Xian took a bite and commented. Ji Fuyang smiled softly. Good. She remembered that the first time she cooked for Lu Xian, Lu Xian's comment was it's not bad. At that time, she was still very unconvinced in her heart towards Lu Xian. But now, she's convinced. In her last life, she had never felt this way. Ji Fuyao had already made up her mind in her mind. Outside of Qingxian Peak, she was the Fuyang Empress. But in front of her master, Lu Xian, she would always be an apprentice. Ji Fuyao also ate, determined to be much tastier than some days ago. Her heart warmed, looking at the way Lu Xian was eating with relish. Ji Fuyang thought in her heart, Master, I also want to stay at Qingxian Peak and cook for you, but I have my own things to do. I'll be back when I'm done with it. Not much longer. Lu Xian had already finished eating and was lying on the recliner again. Ji Fuyao smiled sweetly, brilliant as a star. She eats slowly. It was because she wanted to stay at Qingxian Peak for a while longer. One incense stick later, Ji Fuyang walked out from the grass hut. She looked at Lu Xian with some reluctance. Master, I'm leaving first. I'm going to take up a mission and go out for a month to practice. Lu Xian smiled and waved his hand. After you go out, don't forget to cultivate as well. Ji Fuyao's heart warmed. It was this time of the year, and Master was still concerned about her cultivation. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Master, I won't fall behind when it comes to cultivation. Ji Fuyang gathered her hair, her eyes flowing, and said with a serious face. Immediately, Ji Fuyang directly turned around, and a divine rainbow appeared under her feet as she directly stepped into the air and flew in the direction of the mission hall. Looking at Ji Fuyang's back, Lu Xian thought in his heart. According to Ji Fuyang's character, she shouldn't have neglected the matter of cultivation, and he had just warned. Soon, Ji Fuyang arrived at the mission hall. The place is packed. There were not only disciples, but also some elders. One must know that in the Great Tao sect, contribution value was hard currency, whether it was exchanging techniques for treasures, purchasing pills, or issuing quests. They all required contribution value, and the clan quests in the quest hall were the fastest way to earn contribution value. At that moment, Ji Fuyan's arrival caused a considerable stir among the many disciples. One must know that only yesterday, Ji Fuyang had won first place in the inner sect trial. Going out without a break? Senior sister Fuyao has also come to take on the mission? So fast. Shouldn't senior sister Fuyan consolidate her cultivation first? I wonder if I can team up with senior sister Fuyao. Several true disciples walked towards Ji Fuyang. Senior sister Fuyang, this is your first time taking on a mission, right? Why don't you join me and do a team mission? Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. Thank you, senior brother. I like to do missions alone. She was using the name of the mission to go to the Black Flame Mountain range this time. So how could she possibly travel with others? She was going to take a mission that was farther away from the Great Tao clan. Seeing Ji Fuyang's refusal, a few true disciples left resentfully. They couldn't help but sigh. Senior sister Ji Fuyao is really an iceberg beauty. Desirability. Ji Fuyang turned her gaze towards a huge stone wall, above which light surged with incomparable brilliance. There were quests issued by the sect here, as well as some quests issued by elders and disciples. There are many different kinds of forests. There is the task of picking spiritual herbs. There are quests to kill spirit animals, and the mission to go to the secret world together. Soon, Ji Fuyang chose a quest to kill spirit beasts. Kill the Xianzong realm spirit beast, the flaming beast. Quantity, 3. Contribution value, 6,000 to 10,000. To be determined at that time based on the realm of the flaming beast. On the side, there were quite a few disciples paying attention to Ji Fuyang. Seeing Ji Fuyang take on this task, the crowd was a bit surprised. A true disciple came over and said, Senior sister Fuyao, I suggest that you don't do this mission. You may not understand the flaming beasts. This quest requires 3 of them, but the flaming beasts like to gather, and you'll need to face dozens, if not hundreds of them if you want to hunt them. Ji Fuyang smiled. Thanks for reminding senior brother. I know in my heart. In her previous life, she had certified her empire with the spiritual fire Tao, and she was very familiar with fire-type spirit beasts. The flaming beast was more than familiar to her. Kill it like a chicken. That true disciple sighed slightly and couldn't say anything else. Ji Fuyao left. He came directly to where the sect's teleportation array was. After consuming 2,000 contribution values, Ji Fuyang stepped into the long-distance teleportation formation. This time, she would have to move through many places before finally arriving at the Black Flame Mountain range. Boom! A divine splendor surged as the power of the teleportation array poured out in all directions. Ji Fuyang's figure disappeared into the Great Tao sect. She had already contacted the dragon guards of the imperial dynasty in secret, and they were already near the Black Flame Mountain range ready to receive them. This trip is about to meet his old team. Imperial Dragon Guard, Xinjiang, Yi family. Ji Fuyang's heart gave birth to 1,000 emotions. 3,000 years, a snap of the fingers, a white horse. I wonder how they're doing. Xinjiang Peak. Lu Xian was very relaxed as he lay on the recliner and looked at the scenery in the sky. With the lesser sound of the system prompting the cultivation level to be raised, he felt empty for a while. During this period of time, getting used to one more person in Xinjiang Peak. Now that Ji Fuyao was gone, it was a bit cold. At that moment, the system's voice came out. Ding! The host's eldest apprentice is cultivating and is synchronizing his cultivation. Moment. The cultivation within him started to increase again. Lu Xian was a bit surprised. Fuyang, this is going out and not forgetting to cultivate. Not much longer. Gollum. Lu Xian rubbed his stomach, hungry, and looked at the position of the sun. It's time for dinner. Lu Xian mumbled under his breath as he approached the grass hut. With Fuyao gone, there's no one to cook for me. The voice fell. Ding! Triggered the apprentice acceptance quest. Lu Xian froze. Finally, the second apprentice is coming. When the time came, the 2 disciples would feed back their cultivation together, and his cultivation would double. But it's still too far from the realm of invincibility. So let's just live with it for now. Ding! Please ask the host to travel to Qingcheng. the Yi family to take on an apprentice. Time-limited mission, within 1 month. Take Yi family's son Yi Duan as your second disciple. After accepting a disciple, system rewards will be issued. Lu Xian asked curiously, is there any information on Yi Duan? Silence for a moment. The system's voice came out. Yi Chen, the son of the Yi family of Qing City, 16 years old. 6 years ago, his cultivation dropped and became at the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage. When Yi Duan was a baby, he was fingered by the Yi family ancestor and the Nangong family ancestor. Yi Duan's fiancé, Nangong Baixue. The voice fell. Lu Xian directly froze in place. Isn't this a proper protagonist template? Last name is Yi. Cultivation inexplicably fell. Fingerlings, the buffs are already stacked. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he could already smell a hint of the flavor of a familiar routine. Jia. But he was curious as to how the story went next. Will Nangong Baixue choose to withdraw from the marriage? Or will she choose to take the road wider? For a while, Lu Xian was surprisingly a little excited, wanting to impatiently travel to Qingcheng. He wanted to see his second disciple, Yi Duan. But, it's done. Let's eat first. Lu Xian was in a good mood and had a good meal. It's time to take on another apprentice. The speed of cultivation enhancement will be multiplied by that time. His heart was happy. Just then, a divine rainbow shot out from the distance, and the power of the Sing King realm's pressure was like an abyss. Boom! The patriarch landed on Qingxian Peak in a grey robe with a grave expression. Lu Xian was a bit surprised. Why is the sovereign here again? The patriarch was furious when he saw that Lu Xian was leisurely eating, the only idle person in the great Dao sect. Ji Fuyao cultivated without a moment's pause, and now took the mission to leave the great Dao sect. But Lu Xian was his usual self. The patriarch's face was a little displeased. Lu Xian, old ancestor Tsong Xian wants to see you. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Old ancestor Tsong Xian? After so many years, he didn't have much contact with old man Tsong Xian. The patriarch didn't give Lu Xian a moment to think before he directly grabbed him. A divine rainbow appeared underneath his feet, carrying Lu Xian towards a hidden place in the great Dao sect. Here, the Dao lines surged and powerful auras continuously flowed, looking very secretive. Passing through a formation seal, the patriarch led Lu Xian to land on the ground. In front of me, the mountains were lush and a small river flowed slowly. A grey-robed old man sitting on the bank of a small river was fishing. Lu Xian, coming, the grey-robed old man said indifferently without turning his head. The patriarch said to Lu Xian, this is elder ancestor Tsong Xian, whom you met that day after the inner gate trials. Lu Xian slowly stepped forward. Good day, elder Tsong Xian, the grey-robed old man said to the patriarch. Go ahead and let the two of us have a good chat. The patriarch bowed respectfully and then left. Old ancestor Tsong Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head and sized up Lu Xian's body. And after a moment, he said with a smile, Lu Xian, why do you need to hide your cultivation? The world knows that you are at the Qi refining stage. Chapter 20 Second Apprentice Brother Yi Duan. Lu Xian, why do you need to hide your cultivation? The world knows that you are at the Qi refining stage. Lu Xian. Old ancestor Tsong Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. Silence for a moment. Old ancestor Tsong Xian sighed slightly. Your master, Sage Qing Xian, has great expectations for you, you know? Lu Xian nodded and couldn't help but recall some past events. His master, Sage Qing Xian, could be said to have worked his ass off for the original owner. Old ancestor Tsong Xian added, the patriarch spoke about you in front of me before, and to you, I have no demands. I only hope that you won't interfere with Ji Fuyang's cultivation. Can you do that? Lu Xian thought to himself that he was originally teaching without doing anything. Nothing. Talk about interference. Old ancestor Tsong Xian smiled. I heard that Fuyao cooked for you, Lu Xian said. A few times. Old ancestor Tsong Xian nodded slightly. I guess there is some connection between you and her. The ways of heaven and earth have their own destiny. Perhaps Ji Fuyan should have become your disciple. Lu Xian nodded his head as if he understood. That's when a lingcod took the bait. Old man Song Xian released the spirit fish back into the creek again. If I'm not wrong, Ji Fuyan should have some relationship with the Fuyan imperial dynasty that was destroyed 3,000 years ago. Old ancestor Song Xian leisurely said. Lu Xian said. This matter Fuyao did not say anything to me. Old ancestor Song Xian's gaze was ghostly. 3,000 years ago, the heavenly Luo Palace went on an expedition and destroyed the Fuyao imperial dynasty. And overnight, the dynasty collapsed, and the imperial Fuyao Empress fell. Since then, for 3,000 years, there has been no more news of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. Lu Xian frowned slightly. Tian Luo Temple? Old ancestor Song Xian nodded. The heavenly Luo Palace is quite infamous in the southern wasteland, and none of the targets they set their sights on have met with destruction. Lu Xian asked, How is the strength of the Heavenly Law Palace compared to the Great Tao sect? Old ancestor Song Xian said, if it was 3,000 years ago, it would naturally be inferior to the Great Tao sect, but these past 3,000 years, the Heavenly Law Palace has become quite powerful. Lu Xian froze for a moment. That is to say that the Heavenly Law Palace already has the power to fight the Great Tao sect. Lu Xian asked, wouldn't it be dangerous if the Heavenly Law Palace knew of Fuyao's existence? Old ancestor Song Xian laughed. If my Great Tao sect can't even protect its own disciples, how can we talk about gaining a foothold in the southern wasteland? However, he didn't tell Lu Xian that the person in front of him was nothing more than a quasi-emperor bilocation. The Great Tao sect had many emperor realm powerhouses, and the vast majority of them were in slumber and seclusion. Even if the general hall and all the sub-halls of the Heavenly Law Palace poured in to kill, the Great Tao sect would not be afraid in the slightest. During this 1,000 years, it was his and Old Man Shou's turn to shelter the clan, which was enough to cope with the small storms in the southern wasteland. The Great Tao sect is by no means as simple as it appears. It was only because the Great World had yet to descend, and because the Great Tao sect had always been transcendent and did not participate in the southern wasteland's power struggles, there was no need for so many Emperor Realm ancestors to come out of the world. Old ancestor Song Xian continued, don't worry, Lu Xian, my Great Tao sect will never give up on any of its disciples. Lu Xian nodded. He knew the old ancestor's attitude towards Empress Fuyao. Old ancestor Song Xian looked at Lu Xian. Stretch out your hand. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Is the old ancestor trying to probe his heel? It was only because of the system that his cultivation had been hidden long ago. As long as he doesn't show it, no one can detect it. Read about it. Lu Xian extended his right hand. A strand of old ancestor Song Xian's divine thoughts probed out and shot into Lu Xian's palm. A few moments later, old ancestor Song Xian shook his head indifferently. Your qualifications are still so poor. No wonder you have been unable to step into the Xianshi realm for so many years. The poor natural talent is part of the reason, but laziness is the main reason. Lu Xian's face twitched. Old ancestor Song Xian said, alright, there's nothing more going on. I just think that with Ji Fuyang's matter, you as a master, I should tell you the attitude of the sect. Lu Xian said, many thanks, old ancestor. Old ancestor Song Xian nodded. In the future, in the Great Tao sect, you can do whatever you want. There is no need to have any scruples. Lu Xian froze for a moment. What do you mean? Old ancestor Song Xian laughed. Anyway, you can't turn over much of a storm as a chi refinement stage. And now that you've become Fuyang's master, you should exercise some of the peak master's rights as well. Lu Xian nodded his head and said, many thanks, old ancestor. Not much longer. The sovereign descends again. Old ancestor Song Xian lightly brushed his sleeve. Take Lu Xian back. Don't restrain Lu Xian in the future. The patriarch stalled slightly and nodded his head. Alright old ancestor. I know. Soon. The patriarch returned to the old ancestor's side after sending Lu Xian back to Qingxian Peak. The patriarch asked curiously, old ancestor, can you find anything weird from Lu Xian's body? Old ancestor Song Xian shook his head. No. Still a scrapper. The patriarch couldn't help but want to laugh. I don't know what Lu Xian is doing by hiding his cultivation. Old ancestor Song Xian didn't want to think too much. Let him go. At this point, the sound transmission jade slip in the patriarch's arms trembled. He took out the sound transmission jade slip and his divine thoughts probed into it. An urgent voice came out. Patriarch, Ji Fushan. We lost him. The patriarch frowned slightly. You're a sage realm with a Xianzong realm. You can lose them? This time, when he learned that Ji Fuyan was going out on a mission, he purposely sent in Xian Saint Realm Elder to secretly shelter him. But I didn't expect to lose them? The voice was somewhat silent. Old ancestor Song Xian said indifferently, forget it, let Ji Fuyang go. She's not as simple as we see her. The patriarch put away the voice transmission jade slip and questions arose in his mind. The female emperor of the Fuyao imperial dynasty, known as the Fuyao female emperor, certified as an emperor by the way of spiritual fire. Ji Fuyao's name is just too similar to her, and she is a spirit fire physique. What exactly is the relationship between them? Old ancestor Song Xian said, in the future, if Fuyang is to be given more freedom, she knows what she wants to do. The sovereign nodded. Good. Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian made a few preparations and went down the mountain. He couldn't wait to go to the Qingchengyi family and see his second disciple, Yi Duan. Lu Xian headed directly to the Great Tao sect's teleportation array. Seeing Lu Xian appear, the many elders and disciples were somewhat shocked. Lu Xian is actually going out? Outrageous. What could he do if he left the Great Tao sect as an alchemy stage? It's really groundbreaking. Everyone was shocked. Someone told the patriarch about it. The patriarch waved his hand. Let him go. Old ancestor Song Xian had already said that there was no need to restrain Lu Xian. As for Lu Xian's safety, he wasn't worried at all. This kid is timid, but he has the entire body of Qing Xian Sage on him. What with the talismanic seals and powerful puppets, he will have no problem facing Xian Saints. Just like that, Lu Xian's departure from the Great Tao sect had only caused a small ripple, and then no one pays attention. This was Lu Xian's first time riding a teleportation array. There's some vertigo. The terrifying spatial power constantly shuttled and flowed, making Lu Xian feel very secretive. There was a slight excitement in his mood, wanting to wait impatiently to see his second disciple, Yi Duan. Although he had never met before, he could already smell the very familiar odor on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, quickly come to Master's Bowl. A few days later, Ji Fuyang tossed around several teleportation formations and finally arrived at the closest city to the Black Flame Mountain Range, Luoshuwei City. Along the way, she sensed that there was a Xian sage following behind her in the dark. She guessed that it should be an elder of the Great Tao sect. It was probably because the patriarch was worried about her safety and had sent a saint to protect her. But this time, she was going to the Black Flame Mountain Range to go and round with the Imperial Dynasty's dragon guards, so naturally, she couldn't be exposed. Therefore, Ji Fuyang secretly activated a secret technique to get rid of that Great Tao sect saint. For several days, she only paused for a short while before hoofing it to the Black Flame Mountain Range. But during her rest, she didn't forget to cultivate. I wonder how Master is doing now, Ji Fuyao murmured. She walked in the middle of Luoshuwei City, heading out of the city. There were many cultivators here, coming and going in an endless stream. It's a bit of a bustle. The bodies of these cultivators all carried the scent of spirit beasts' blood, and it seemed that most of them were people who often hunted and killed spirit beasts in the Black Flame Mountain Range. In Luoshuwei City, the moment Ji Fuyang appeared, she was like a star in the dark night, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Never seen such a stunning woman. Her long fiery red dress floated up. Her face was stunningly beautiful. Her dress danced and outlined perfect arrogant curves. Her delicate white skin, like congealed grease, and her slender jade legs were like jade pillars, which was enough to charm all beings. But there was a kind of icy coldness in her eyes that transcended the red dust. In the dark, a scarred man probed towards Ji Fuyang and realized that there was no protector of the Tao behind her. His eyes flashed out a brilliant aura and he licked his lips, saying, "This Xianzong realm woman is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. It's been a long time since I've messed with a woman, so she's it." The other gnarled bearded man laughed coldly, looking at Ji Fuyang's perfect back. "This woman looks like she doesn't have much experience in training. Coming to such a ferocious place as the Black Flame Mountain Range, how dare she come alone?" Someone snorted and said, "Where have these geniuses and demons of the great powers seen any life and death dangers? They all think too well of the southern wasteland." Soon, Ji Fuyang stepped out of Luoshuwei City and headed towards the Black Flame Mountain Range. She had already catalyzed the Fuyao order. The two Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guard commanders, Wang Ban and Cheng Yin, had already responded. "Your Majesty the Empress, will come to meet you right away." On the way to the entrance of the Black Flame Mountain Range, there was a trading workshop. There were many cultivators here, and many of them traded their harvests from the Black Flame Mountain Range here. Ji Fuyao walked by, a fiery red dress like a blazing spiritual fire, her body flowing with a faint divine splendor, like the first bloom of a divine lotus, as if she had walked out of a scroll, out of place with the many sword-tipped cultivators in the Black Flame Mountain Range. For a while, countless eyes were attracted. What a beautiful woman! Immediately, a few men walked towards Ji Fuyang, their eyes flashing with essence. "This girl, this is your first time stepping into the Black Flame Mountain Range, isn't it? It's dangerous here. Why don't you team up with us?" Ji Fuyang directly ignored it and walked straight past a few people. Seeing this scene, several men became angry. Amid Xianzong realm a lone person dared to be so unbridled. Read this. A few people directly rushed over, their eyes showing lustful light, wanting to forcefully team up with Ji Fuyang. "Girl, if you don't say anything, we'll take it as an agreement." At those words, the surrounding cultivators sighed slightly. It's a shame about this girl. These men are from the Black Wolf mercenary group. Once targeted by them, they are bound to suffer an untimely death. I am afraid that the end will be very miserable if they are raped and killed first and then raped and killed again. Suddenly, Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand stretched out, a hint of disgust on her face. Giggle! An incomparably terrifying spirit fire suddenly surged out, sweeping toward the several men like a storm, instantly enveloping them. Instantly, several men let out screams. "No, you this." In the space of a few breaths, though, several men were burned to pieces. Seconds, Ji Fuyang didn't even return her head and directly stepped into the entrance of the Black Flame Mountain Range. Seeing this scene, a dead silence fell over the trading marketplace. Everyone looked at Ji Fuyang's back in shock. Terror! At the same Xianzong realm, this woman killed those men who caused trouble in seconds with the lift of her hand, and she didn't even blink an eyebrow. And at this moment, Not far away, a few cultivators who had followed them out from within Luoshui city stopped, witnessing the scene just now. Some people chose to retreat, but some people don't care, the scarred man said with a fierce face, looking at the retreating people and said in a fierce voice, fellows with no talent, no matter how strong this woman is, she is only at the Xianzong realm, we are at the Xianzun realm, as the saying goes, if you die under a peony flower, you can be a ghost, such a stunning beauty, if you miss this village, there won't be such a store. With that, he looked to the side of the stall and threw out a nascent soul ring, give me 10 Xian ranked dragon drawing pills, I want to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Upon hearing this, the stall owner took out a bottle of elixir and said with a smile, once this bottle of dragon-inducing elixir is taken, the lovemaking will not be able to stop. You are blessed. I see that your seal is blood red and your qi and blood are flourishing. Is this to break through Xian sage? The scarred man laughed out loud. Not bad. Today, my right eyelid is throbbing, so it is true that something good is going to happen. And now that this woman has descended, it is a great gift from heaven, so it can be called a double blessing. I will make her see blood today. The voice fell. Some people were slightly shocked. They recognized this scarred man. This was the famous lustful hungry man of the Black Flame Mountain Range. I don't know how many women had suffered from his poisonous hands over the years. A few moments later, the scarred man led a few people and quietly followed behind Ji Fuyang as he licked his lips and muttered with lustful eyes. Old me likes rigid women the most. It's fun to push back like this. Chapter 21, Death to those who threaten the Empress. Not much longer. On the outskirts of the Black Flame Mountain Range, Ji Fuyang suddenly stopped. Her gaze was ghostly cold as she looked at the dense forest behind her and coldly said, all come out. The voice fell. The several people of the scarred man's eyes showed lustful light, licking their lips and sneering. This girl, instead of dying in the belly of a ferocious spirit beast, why don't you satisfy a few of our brothers? What do you think? Don't worry. A beauty like you will be gentle and won't hurt you. Jia jia jia. With a disgusted look on her face, Ji Fuyan was about to take out the holy rank talisman seal. One must realize that Lu Xian had already armed her to the teeth on this outing. Even if a half-emperor came to snipe her, he would have to die here. Ji Fuyan was about to make a move when suddenly an incomparably terrifying and overwhelming breath surged above the void. Quasi-emperor realm pressure. Half-emperor realm pressure. The majestic and vast power of pressure was like an abyss like the sea, draining the mountains and pouring towards this side of heaven and earth. And at this moment, it was like heaven and earth were stagnant. The scarred man's few people were incomparably shocked and raised their heads to look into the distance. What's the situation? How could such a strong person appear on the outskirts of the Black Flame Mountain Range? Snort! A blood axe flashed above the void, the violet aura rushing to the sky, directly whistling towards the several people of the scarred man. The blood axe whistled like a guillotine. In an instant, the heads of the several people in the scarred man flew straight out. Poof! Put! Poof! Blood exploded. Dare to covet her majesty. Die! An icy voice appeared. The next moment, several figures landed in front of Ji Fuyang with a bang. Puff! Puff! These several figures knelt directly in front of Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly, the divine splendor flowing in her eyes as she carefully surveyed the several people in front of her. Get up! Wang Ban! Shang Yin! You're here! She moved a little. It's been 3,000 years since she finally met her dragon guards. At those words, the two dragon guard commanders, Wang Barbarian and Shang Yin, had their bodies trembling, and several others were also incomparably excited as they looked at Ji Fuyang. It's Her Majesty's scent all right. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The crowd choked up a little, and 1,000 words turned into 2 clear lines of tears on their faces. When the Fuyao imperial dynasty collapsed, it was the Fuyao Empress who alone blocked the 3 Heavenly Law Palace great emperors, gaining the opportunity for their 3 major forces to escape, and that ancient secret technique of reincarnation and recultivation. They knew that the Empress was not at all sure that it would work. After 3,000 years of waiting, the Empress finally returned. She made it. At this moment, Qin Yan wiped her tears and said, Your Majesty, let's return to the Black Flame Mountain Range territory first. Ji Fuyao nodded. Holding a blood axe, Wang Ban dried the blood and looked at a black-robed half-emperor beside him with a murderous intent on his face as he said in a chilling voice, Go and take care of those bugs from the party. The black-robed half-emperor nodded. As you wish. Ji Fuyang and Chang Yan and the others stepped into the air and flew towards the depths of the Black Flame Mountain Range. The black-robed half-emperor, on the other hand, concealed his figure and stepped out of the Black Flame Mountain Range. Killing intent. Dare to covet Her Majesty. Die. He quickly found out what had just happened. The black-robed half-emperor came directly to the territory of the Black Wolf mercenaries. Boom! When he raised his hand, a terrifying palm print fell, covering the sky. Countless cultivators turned into blood mist. The screams continued to rise and fall. The power of the half-emperor realm's mighty pressure was like the ocean pouring in, and wherever it went, it was as if the autumn wind was sweeping away the leaves. Life and death. In the middle of the field, cries for help roared like thunder. Chief, help! A strong enemy has invaded my Black Wolf territory. We can't stop it at all. Deep within the territory of the Black Wolf mercenary corps, a middle-aged man with white temples appeared as he looked at the black-robed half-emperor with an icy face. Who is your excellency? Is there any misunderstanding between my Black Wolf mercenary corps and your excellency? The middle-aged man's face was very ugly. The black-robed half-emperor said in a cold voice, "You have offended someone you shouldn't have." The middle-aged man frowned. The Black Wolf mercenaries had too many enemies. Just which bastard had provoked this half-emperor powerhouse again? Nima. The middle-aged man revealed a sardonic smile. Strong man. I am willing to pay half of the resources of my Black Wolf mercenary corps. Before he could finish, the black-robed half-emperor struck again. Another palm fell. The power of the half-emperor was unstoppable, and heaven and earth directly changed color as the incomparably terrifying spiritual energy formed a storm vortex and slapped down towards the territory of the Black Wolf mercenary corps. Boom! The Black Wolf mercenary corps is extinguished. The black-robed half-emperor said in a cold voice, "Anyone who dares to covet Her Majesty the Empress, die. Those who dare to covet Her Majesty's forces, exterminate." The terrifying fluctuations of this place directly alarmed the cultivators in the vicinity of Luoshui City. They were incomparably shocked as they looked in the direction of the Black Wolf mercenary corps' territory. The pressure of a half-emperor. What kind of existence did they provoke? And at this moment, the black-robed half-emperor stepped directly into Luoshui City. The Wang family, overthrown with the lift of a hand. The Li family, overthrown with the lift of a hand. Why? They were none other than the forces that the scarred man belonged to. The black-robed half-emperor sneered and instantly saw to it that he left. This time, when Her Majesty the Empress returned, she unexpectedly encountered a few bugs. One must know that this Black Flame mountain range was the territory of their imperial dynasty's dragon guards, and this kind of thing had even happened. At this time, the lord of Luoshui City was so scared that he directly hid in his mansion, not daring to appear at all. He knew that it was the force from the Black Flame mountain range that had struck. On this side of heaven and earth, only a very few people, such as the city lord, knew that there was a forbidden force in the middle of the Black Flame mountain range. How many of them are there and just how powerful are they? They don't know any of this. Only when the black-robed half-emperor left the city did the city lord dare to appear. He knew that a storm might be coming to the Black Flame mountain range. Black Flame mountain range. Imperial Dragon Guard territory. Dragon Guard Commander Wang Ban directly unleashed the beast tide of the Black Flame mountain range. For a time, spirit beasts under the half-emperor realm rioted crazily, storming towards the Black Flame mountain range like a tidal wave. Imitation of a wolf running away. The cultivators who were exploring the Black Flame mountain range at this time had chosen to flee. It's horrible. Never before had I seen such a terrifying wave of beasts. Even the Xian Sage realm spirit beasts were gripped by fear, fleeing frantically as if they had lost their direction. It's clearing out. It was important to realize that this time, the return of Empress Fuyao was all important. There must be no slip-ups. Soon, the black-robed half-emperor returned and said to Wang Ban, "Commander, it has been taken care of." Wang Ban nodded his head faintly. Qin Yan directly activated the sealing prohibition of this side of heaven and earth. All of the imperial dynasty's dragon guards had assembled in front of the altar. Ji Fuyao was dressed in a fiery red phoenix robe, absolutely elegant. The might of an emperor surfaced on her face as she swept her eyes toward the crowd. 3,000 years have passed. All of these dragon guards had grown old over the years. The current Wang barbarian commander had graying temples and wrinkles appeared on his face. The green smoke commander had turned into an old crone. Her skin no longer delicate and tinted with the marks of age. I thought she was a woman of war back in the day. As for the other dragon guards, he saw many familiar faces. 3,000 years was just too long, even for Saint Kings and half-emperors. Her dragon guards, however, have been waiting for her return. Read about it. A hint of fluctuation arose in Ji Fuyang's heart as she slowly said, "You guys have worked hard all these years." Upon hearing this, Wang Ban and Qing Yan and the others immediately understood what she meant. Wang Barbarian laughed out loud and beat his chest. "Your Majesty, what's the harm in having slightly frosty temples? You have returned, and my Fuyang Imperial Dynasty can still make a comeback and rise again." Green Smoke's eyes had long since ceased to be cloudy, and with a movement of her mind, her withered skin continued to fall off. A second life. She cultivated the withered wood technique, and the long wait was a bit desperate, which made her state deteriorate every day. But now that the Empress had returned, her obsession instantly dissipated. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out from Qing Yan's body, and his cultivation level was directly refined. And that's when the other dragon guards let out an exasperated cry. Wariness. Majestic battle intent began to continuously converge like the hand of a river. The aura of the imperial dragon guards changed in vain. Ji Fuyan's snowy neck tilted slightly, her eyes surging with divine splendor as she murmured, "Back, all back." Commander Qing Yan and Commander Wang Ban began to report on the situation of the Yi family in Qingcheng. "Your Majesty the Empress, the Qingcheng Yi family has been developing in a very low key for the past 1,000 years, but unfortunately their potential is limited, and some of the quasi-emperors and half-emperors have already fallen. However, the Yi family still has 3 paragon emperors." At those words, Ji Fuyan nodded. "This situation, it's good enough. 3,000 years was simply too long for those twilight paragons and half-emperors to survive. The Fuyao dynasty will not die, but it's fading." The Wang barbarian commander's face changed slightly as he continued. "The other power. I don't know what's going on. The summons we sent out during this period of time didn't even have any response." The voice fell. A terrifying killing intent erupted from the bodies of the crowd of dragon guards. "If this power dares to betray Her Majesty the Empress, no amnesty for killing." Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes slightly knitted as she slowly said, "Continue to contact." The green smoke commander respectfully said, "The old ancestor of the Yi family of Qingcheng wants to see you in person before he makes an oath of continued allegiance." Ji Fuyan said, "Good, I'll first cultivate in the Black Flame Mountain range for a while, then I'll personally visit Qingcheng." "The Yi family," Commander Wang Ban said in a deep voice. "Your Majesty, the Yi family has recently experienced some circumstances." Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes slightly knitted. "Oh," Commander Wang Ban said with a grave expression. "In a few days, it will be the Yi family's family assembly. The original Prince Yi Duan's cultivation suddenly fell 7 years ago, and even Yi family's old ancestor, Yi Beichen, couldn't do anything about it. This time, he will be challenged for the position of the Xian. A sudden drop in cultivation? Yi Beichen can't even solve it with a single quasi-emperor?" Ji Fuyao thought for a moment. "However, my master definitely has a solution, but he's transcendent, so I don't know if he's willing to make a move." Commander Wang Ban continued. "Another matter in the Yi family is also related to Yi Xuan. Yi Chen's fiancé, Nangong Baixue, is going to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage during this time." A hint of softness appeared on Ji Fuyan's face, her eyes glowing. "After the Yi family is submissive, I'll find a chance to ask my master. Perhaps my master is willing to make a move." The crowd nodded. Not much longer. Ji Fuyang and Changyan, Wang Ban and the others stepped into a pavilion. The crowd took their seats. Qingyan curiously asked, "Your Majesty the Empress, how are you doing in the Great Tao sect?" Everyone looked at Ji Fuyan. It was important to know that the Great Tao sect was a dominant level power in the southern wasteland, and it was also far too powerful compared to the Fuyao imperial dynasty at its peak back then. It was a good thing that Empress Fuyao was now worshipping the Great Tao sect. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. "The Great Tao sect is just like the rumors, transcending the southern wasteland controversy. I've already met with an old ancestor who probably found a hint of it, but he also showed his attitude. The Great Tao sect won't care about the identity of the disciples." At those words, Wang Ban and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their enemy, the Heavenly Law Palace, was too powerful. In these 3,000 years, their Fuyao imperial dynasty had stopped moving and even declined too much. However, the Heavenly Law Palace had annexed several more major powers, and they had become several times more powerful. When they thought of the Heavenly Law Palace, Wang barbarians and the others all had hideous faces and killing intent. The vengeance of the destruction of the Fuyao imperial dynasty had never been forgotten by them in 3,000 years. Hatred is like a fire that has burned for 3,000 years. Revenge. It has become an obsession in their minds. However, Wang barbarian and the others still had their sanity intact and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty the Empress, we still need to take things slowly. The Heavenly Luo Palace has risen too quickly in these 3,000 years. They have long since ceased to be what they used to be." A blazing flame burned in Ji Fuyan's eyes as she nodded. "Don't worry, you guys. In this life, I'll go farther." The crowd was a bit excited. "Your Majesty the Empress, you have gained some more opportunities in the Great Tao sect?" Ji Fuyang nodded. "I have already worshipped Qingxian Peak." Qingyan was a bit shocked. "Your Majesty, your master is?" Chapter 22 Yi family surprisingly under Ji Fuyan's command. "Your Majesty, your master is?" Ji Fuyao's figure surfaced in front of her eyes and slowly said, "Lu Xian." Wang Ban and Qingyan and the others froze for a moment. "Lu Xian? What a familiar name." They almost blurted out, but held their tongues. "Isn't this that scrappy peak master of the southern wasteland?" Lu Xian's name resounded through the southern wasteland states, and even though they were in the Black Flame Mountain range, they had heard about it. Now that Her Majesty the Empress was actually worshipping Lu Xian as her master, and so heartily, her awe and reverence overflowed. Could it be that Lu Xian was actually a supreme powerhouse? At this moment, Ji Fuyan's ice-carved flawless face revealed a shallow smile as she remembered something from Qingxian Peak. To this day, she couldn't see through Lu Xian. However, she could sense that Lu Xian was simply pouring out his teachings. Read about it. Ji Fuyao looked at the crowd with a gloomy face. My master. I can't see through it. In the future, if you see my master Lu Xian, it is as if you see me. There shall be no half-assed rudeness. Yes, sir. The crowd took this to heart. Imperial master. Wang Ban and Qing Yan and the others were a bit shocked in their hearts. They saw a look of awe and respect on the Empress' face. Had they ever seen such an expression on the Empress' face? Obviously. Her Majesty's master is very powerful. For a while, they were all somewhat looking forward to seeing Empress Fuyao's master. They were all speculating, just how strong was Lu Xian? How many star emperors were they? Ji Fuyao smiled faintly and reminded. That's right, my master Lu Xian is more low-key. He's a scum in the eyes of outsiders, but he doesn't mind about it. A month ago, I was at the Great Xian King realm, but after practicing with Lu Xian for a month, I stepped into the Xianzong realm. You must not lose your manners after your encounter. At those words, the crowd became even more curious. How could there be such an existence in the cultivation world? Transcendence. Don't be happy with what you see. Don't be sad with what you don't see. And it allowed Her Majesty the Empress to step into the Xuanzong realm in a month's time. The crowd wanted to catch a glimpse of Lu Xian even more. Ji Fuyang smiled. There will be opportunities in the future. I've taken on a mission to kill spirit beasts in the Great Tao sect for a month. So for these few days, I'll first cultivate in the Black Flame mountain range. After some time, I'll head to Qingcheng, the Yi family. The crowd said, yes, sir. A moment later, Wang Barbarian and the others slowly exited the building. In the middle of the building, start practicing. Ji Fuyang sat cross-legged. A long fiery red dress wrapped around her concave and convex figure, and a jade slip of a Gong method appeared in her jade hand. The first volume of the great Taoist scriptures. Ji Fuyang probed into her divine sense and began to check the spiritual records of the Great Tao Sutra. Tao may be Tao, but it is very Tao. Name may be name, but it is very name. Heaven and earth have no line. All things are infinite. Her slender jade hands continuously changed her spirit techniques, and for a time, incomparably mysterious and obscure auras flowed around her. Ji Fuyang entered a very strange state. She was surrounded by dense Tao and Rhyme momentum. This momentum is flowing water, as if nothing, gradually from the pavilion to the surrounding spread. Soon, the pavilion where Ji Fuyang was located emanated a mysterious aura, deriving a radiant divine splendor. The many dragon guards were instantly startled. What kind of technique is Her Majesty the Empress cultivating? This kind of qi has a hint of darkening the heavenly Tao, as if returning to the basics. It is really too shocking. Could it be the Great Tao sect's technique? The Great Tao Sutra? One time, all the dragon guards were incomparably shocked as they looked at this pavilion. That kind of qi transcends the quasi-emperor rank, not a realm to be precise, but a potential, a Tao in reason. Qing Yan frowned slightly. If I'm not wrong, this is the Great Tao sect's town technique, the Great Tao scripture. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. Her Majesty the Empress has only joined the Great Tao sect for a month, and she's already qualified to cultivate the Xinzong technique? This is simply astounding. It was important to know that feats of this level were all untold secrets. The crowd became overwhelmed. Now with the Great Tao Sutra, Empress Fuyao might reach the legendary extreme realm. 3 days in a row, Ji Fuyan was all about sensing the mysteries of the Great Tao Sutra. This Gong method was too obscure, and she had only sensed an extremely tiny portion of it now. But even so, she has benefited immensely. Her body developed a faint divine charm and looked even more ethereal. Above her Tao foundation, there were faintly radiant Tao patterns emerging, which were the imprints of the great Tao scriptures. Her cultivation talent had risen another notch. Ji Fuyo murmured, "It's worthy of being the great Tao sect's Xinzong technique." Next, she began to cultivate the burning sky decree, directly catalyzing the full potential of the burning heaven saint body. For a moment, a massive amount of spiritual energy surged into her body, and the aura on her body was skyrocketing. The speed of cultivation increased by several times. Her goal was to step into the late great circle of the Xianzong realm this month. Lu Xian had spent several days tossing and turning. Ding! The host's eldest apprentice has gained the great Tao Sutra sense. It is being synchronized. The system's voice came out. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Ji Fuyang was cultivating the great Tao Sutra now. Soon, Lu Xian felt an incomparable inner clarity. And surprisingly, he had a feeling of heavenly unity. There was some faint coldness in his heavenly aura, as if someone was enlightening him. It's a very subtle feeling. He vaguely felt that there was an extra trace of Tao and rhyme in his body. For the first time in this side of the world, he felt a sense of intimacy. Lu Xian murmured, "Is this the great Tao scripture? The Tao is the law of heaven and earth, and it is secretly the way of heaven. For the next few days, Lu Xian seemed to be going through a kind of baptism. The whole thing became ethereal. He checked his qualifications. Still a wreck, but there was something else more about him. Something unspeakable. Apprentice, keep up the good work. Lu Xian was in a good mood as he continued to rush towards Qingcheng. Suddenly, the system's voice came out again. Ding! The host's great apprentice's cultivation level is rising. Begin synchronization. Ding! Synchronizing spirit fire sense. Ding! Synchronizing the great Tao scripture sense. Boom! An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, converging like a storm. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. This time, the speed of cultivation enhancement was even faster than before. At Qingxian peak, fully several times, the surging spiritual energy continuously impacted Lu Xian's limbs and bones, and the soothing and tingling sensation spread throughout his body like lightning. Lu Xian trembled. The feeling is simply wonderful. Lu Xian thought to himself that perhaps when he was at Qingxian peak, Ji Fuyan had some scruples and didn't use the full potential of the burning heaven saint body. And now, the burning heaven sacred body was on fire. Practicing is really like eating and drinking. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being a famous physique in the cultivation world. The burning sky sacred body. A few days later, Lu Xian arrived at Qingcheng. Qingcheng is an extremely huge city. The pale ancient and magnificent city wall towers high. From afar, it looks like a large domain perched on top of the earth, revealing a majestic momentum. Countless cultivators came in and out. Qingcheng is quite prosperous. Lu Xian saw the figures of quite a few saints, as well as several saint kings. Obviously, Qingcheng is very strong. Lu Xian paid 100 lower-grade spirit stones and stepped into Qingcheng. In Qingcheng, the buildings and pavilions were lined up and looked very prosperous. The streets were incomparably wide, and among the pavilions on both sides, there were pill pavilions, gongfu pavilions, and quite a number of yuchunyuan. Lu Xian was in no hurry to travel to Qingcheng. The Yi family. He went to poke around the Yi family first. Not much longer. Lu Xian came to a noodle shop, Spirit Iron Ox Beef Noodle. There were many cultivators here, and it was said that the noodles in this noodle shop were filled with spiritual energy, and the soup was made with top-quality spiritual chicken. Not only is it full of spiritual energy, but the flavor is one of a kind. As a foodie, Lu Xian naturally had to try it. Take your seat. A hospitality disciple came over. Hello, what kind of noodles? Lu Xian looked at it and said, signature beef noodles. Remember, no scallions. The hospitality disciple said, okay. In a few moments, the steaming beef noodles were served. Sure enough, no scallions. Spirit beef is plentiful. Lu Xian ate while listening to the comments of the people around him. Have you guys heard? Something big is going to happen to the Yi family. What? 7 days from now is the Yi family's family assembly. Yi Liangchen, the son of the Yi family's grand elder, has challenged Yi Duan, the Yi family's world son. Ha! There is actually this matter. Yi Duan was originally a genius of Qing City, but his cultivation suddenly dropped 7 years ago, and he hasn't recovered until now. And he's always been at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. That Yi Liangchen has risen in the past few years, and his cultivation is already a Grand Xian King. According to the Yi family's clan rules, the son of the world cannot avoid battle. How does this fight? Hear this. Put. Lu Xian almost sprayed out. He caught the scent of a familiar routine. It's still the same flavor. Lu Xian looked at the few people who were talking. Gentlemen, is there any news about Yi Chen's fiancé, Nangong Baixue? A few people looked at Lu Xian, smiled, and said slowly, naturally there is. Yi Chen's fiancé, Nangong Baixue, is going to come and withdraw from the marriage at the family assembly in 7 days. Withdrawal. Lu Xian was dumbstruck. Nangong Baixue's choice was to withdraw. It's a narrow road. Someone asked, is the news of the withdrawal reliable? The man said, of course it's reliable. The elders of the Nangong family have already stepped into the Yi family and announced this matter. It's just that at the family assembly 7 days from now, Nangong Baixue will personally descend with the marriage contract. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Hiss. It's the right flavor. I'm sure Leaf Dust must be very lost right now. Will he say the words? Why is there an inexplicable anticipation? Then, Lu Xian sidestepped the strength of the Yi clan's crowd. The head of the Yi family, Yi Chuan's father, was a 1-star Xian sage. Lu Xian decided well. In the evening, he quietly sneaked into the Yi family to look for Yi Chen. He had a black hooded robe left behind by his master in his nascent sacred ring. Wearing this hooded robe, it couldn't be detected at all below the Saint King realm. As for the Yi family's old ancestor, he was said to be in seclusion in a hidden place. Lu Xian had a hint of excitement when he thought of meeting his second disciple, Yi Duan. At night, the Yi family. The Yi family was situated in the northeast of Qing City, occupying hundreds of miles of land, with countless buildings and pavilions, radiant spirit patterns constantly surging in the dark, and monstrous divine splendor constantly flowing in the distance, looking majestic. It was worthy of being the dominating force of Qingcheng. At this point, in the middle of one of the Yi family's mansions, a young man was sitting cross-legged. He was carrying a jade pendant on his chest. He had a pile of spirit stones placed in front of him, and his face was a bit sad. He was none other than Yi Duan, the son of the Yi family. A few moments later, Yi Chen angrily opened his eyes and said in annoyance, "What the hell is going on here? Why is my cultivation just not increasing?" Of Chapter 23, Yi Chen's mother. Two flames burned in Yi Chen's eyes, and he was very unwilling. He was originally a genius of the Yi family of Qingcheng. 7 years ago, he stepped into the Xianling realm, and for a time, his scenery was unrivaled, becoming an unattainable existence in the eyes of many cultivators in Qingcheng. But suddenly overnight, his cultivation plummeted. Yi Chuan's body was tainted with a strange power, and that power absorbed spiritual energy like a vortex. The old ancestor had also checked Yi Chen's condition, but unfortunately, even the old ancestor was at a loss. Yi Chen's body was tainted with a trace of bizarre power, the kind of power that even the old ancestor felt incomparably palpitating. Yi Chen's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit. The old ancestor had tried to instill spiritual energy, but the power of the Paragon Emperor was not even enough to fill it up. That power in Yi Chen's body was such that even the old ancestor felt incomparable awe. One must know that the Yi family's old man was at the quasi-emperor realm. Even he couldn't fix it, and there was even less anyone else could do. Maybe there is another way. Unless a true great emperor was willing to fight for Yi Chen. But the entirety of the Yi family's reserves combined couldn't even attract a single great emperor. Even if it were possible, the old ancestor wouldn't agree. Could the fate of the Yi family be pressed on an uncertain future? Thinking of this, Yi Chen sighed silently. Where on earth did this weird power come from? Why the sudden outbreak 7 years ago? He muttered, two flames appearing in his eyes. 7 years. At one time, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he could break through a small realm in a month. But now for 7 years, he had been at the third level of the Qi refining realm. Is this what my life is going to be like? Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails sinking deep into his palms and bleeding a stream of blood. He doesn't accept this kind of life. This is not how he should have spent his life. When he was a child, he had made a grand wish that he would stand at the top of the cultivation summit and look down on all beings. But I didn't expect to be dealt such a blow without even stepping into the Xian King realm. After all these years, the cold eyes and taunts did not lose their faith, but instead raised a flame in his heart. He'll surely recover. Yi Chen tilted his head back and looked into the void, his gaze burning. Keep practicing. 7 days later, it was the Yi family's family assembly, and the Grand Elder's son, Yi Liangchen, challenged him to a worldly challenge. According to the Yi family rules, he couldn't refuse. One must know that Yi Liangchen was already at the Grand Xian King realm, and he was only a Qi refining stage, but he didn't want to lose. Can't lose either. Yi Chen knew that during these 7 years, his father, as the patriarch, had withstood a lot of pressure for him, but over time, many elders came together to apply pressure. His father couldn't top that. Those sneering and mocking voices resounded in Yi Chen's mind. How can the son of my Yi family be left to a loser? This is one thing, and the other is another. If Yi Chen wasn't the patriarch's son, but a collateral lineage, he would have been expelled from the Yi family long ago. Anyone has a moment of splendor. Don't treat the past as permanent. It's been 7 years and Yi Chuan still hasn't woken up thinking he's a genius? These words pierced the heart and lingered in Yi Chen's ears. A few moments later, Yi Chen collected his mind. 7 days. There wasn't much time left for him. He took out a bunch of medium-grade spirit stones from his nascent ring and placed them in front of his body, continuously running his spirit technique and began to cultivate. But it didn't work. Spirit stones are depleting. Spiritual power, however, does not grow. Wicked. Just then, a footstep came through the door. A grey-robed man slowly walked in and did not startle Yi Duan. He looked at Yi Duan with a bitter expression on his face and shook his head slightly. He was Yi Chen's father and the patriarch of the Yi family. He had seen Yi Chen's performance all these years. He was heartbroken, but to no avail. Not much longer. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, there was no growth in the spiritual energy in his body. The matriarch shook her head imperceptibly, and a stabbing pain ran through her insides. When Yi Chen saw his father's expression, a ripple arose within his heart. Was there a time when even father seemed skeptical that he would recover? Yi Chen put away the spirit stone. His eyes firmly looked at his father. Father, I still have time. I will win the World Sun Challenge in 7 days. At those words, the patriarch revealed a bitter smile. Right now, Yi Chen was only in the Qi refining realm, and Yi Liangchen was already in the late stage of the Grand Xian King realm. 7 days to reach the Grand Xian King realm? Not to mention the fact that the strange force on Yi Chen's body had not been resolved. Even if it had been resolved, surpassing Yi Liangchen in 7 days was tantamount to a pie in the sky. The patriarch was unwilling to let Yi Chen carry more pressure. Perhaps, 7 days later, after losing the throne of the world's sun, Yi Chen would be able to relax a bit instead. Read about it. The matriarch hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether or not to bring up the matter of Nangong Baixue. Who would have thought that at this juncture, Yi Chen's fiancée, Nangong Baixue, would choose to come to the family assembly to withdraw from the marriage? It was not known if Yi Chen could withstand this kind of blow. Leaf Dust frowned slightly. He knew what his father wanted to say. Father, Nangong Baixue wants to withdraw from the marriage. Make her withdraw. Withdrawal. If the Seiji challenge was the first mountain that pressed down on his head, then withdrawing from the marriage was the second mountain. It's almost as if a man is worse than a dog once he loses his power. Back then, before he had declined, Nangong Baixue often came to the Yi family and practiced with him. At that time, Nangong Baixue was weak and sickly, and he slipped into her room every night, quenching her body until she was drenched in sweat before he left in exhaustion. Unexpectedly, when it was confirmed that Yi Chen was unable to recover, Tokunin Nangong Baixue was the first to abandon her. For her, Yi Xuan had long since lost his feelings in his heart, more like hate. At this time, Yi Chen asked, Father, in the family assembly 7 days from now, Nangong Baixue will definitely come, right? The patriarch nodded. The Nangong family should come. Nangong Baixue will also come, but they are coming after the family assembly. Ha! Yi Chen revealed a self-deprecating smile. Nangong Baixue thinks she's going to lose, doesn't she? Doesn't even want to see himself fight. In the middle of the field, there was a standstill. For a while, father and son looked at each other without words. This is the most painful moment. No sound is better than sound. Yi Chen suddenly said, Father, if I lose the World Sun Challenge in 7 days, I will leave the Yi family. The matriarch was a bit shocked. Dusty, why is this? Yi Chuan smiled bitterly. I want to go out to practice and look for opportunities. I don't believe that there isn't a single person in the Great Southern Wasteland who can't solve this bizarre force. The patriarch's eyes were slightly moist. Letting Yi Chuan, a chi refining realm, leave the Yi family. How is he relieved? But he knew Yi Chen, and what Yi Chen decided. He couldn't stop it no matter how he stopped it. Thinking so, the patriarch gently patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Good, Dusty. It's been a long time since we've eaten together. Let's have a meal together today. Leaf Dust thought about it and nodded. Good. Soon, the matriarch ordered his subordinates to cook a sumptuous meal. Spirit chicken meat, spirit rabbit meat, and baked spirit potatoes. Set a full table. Pity. Leaf Dust didn't have much of an appetite. The patriarch didn't force the issue. He drank a lot of spirit wine to himself. Leaf Dust couldn't be persuaded. Father, stop drinking. But the patriarch took one glass after another. Toward the end of the drink, the patriarch actually choked back some drunken sobs and cried. Leaf Dust's heart suddenly ached. He had never seen his father cry. It was at this moment that he realized the pressure on his father. Because of him, his father was ostracized by many branches. Read about it. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his face. Father. His voice quivered with sobs. All these years he was too selfish to ever consider his father's feelings. In his mind, some vague images are becoming clearer. For 7 years, every year at the family convention, my father pretended to be relaxed. He looked to his father and couldn't help but be shocked at the realization. At some point, his father had gotten frost on his temples and a lot of gray hair on his head. It was very difficult for Yi Chen to feel in his heart. He knew his father had done a lot for him behind the scenes. But what could he do for his father? Maybe leaving the Yi family would make things easier for father. At this point, the patriarch raised his head somewhat blankly as he held Yi Chen's hand and gently stroked it. Dusty, no matter when, you are my pride. Leaf Dust was in tears and didn't know what to say. The matriarch sighed and seemed to remember something as she slowly said, Dusty, for so many years, I have never mentioned your mother. Now I will tell you. Buzz. Leaf Dust's mind went blank. His mother, the matriarch said. Your mother comes from the southern wasteland's hegemonic level power, the medicine family. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Pill family. A color of reminiscence appeared in the matriarch's eyes. Your mother was the holy daughter of the Pill family, and once met me in a secret realm, where we once spent an unforgettable time. Then your mother left. A year later, a black-robed mystery man carried over a baby. That baby was none other than you. That jade pendant on your chest was given to you by your mother. At those words, Yi Chen directly froze. I didn't realize that his mother came from the medicine family. He touched the jade pendant on his chest and a warm current surged in his heart. The matriarch continued. But that mysterious man told me that I must not travel to the Pill family to find your mother. Or else not only you, but I'm afraid the entire Yi family will be exterminated. Leaf Dust was shocked. The patriarch shook his head. I wanted to ask something more detailed from the mysterious man, but that mysterious man seems to have been seriously injured. After he gave me this explanation, he simply dissipated between heaven and earth. Leaf Dust was dumbstruck. A huge wave rose up inside him. I didn't realize there was such a hidden secret. All along, not only him, but the entire Yi family thought that his mother had fallen. Even when the old ancestor punished his father didn't spill the beans about his mother. Having said that, it was as if the patriarch had settled a score. Falling headfirst directly onto the table, he was already unconscious. Looking at his drunken father, Yi Chen had a bitter look on his face as he helped his father up and walked towards his father's compartment. Without realizing it, night had fallen. On the way, he met Yi Liangchen, the son of the Grand Elder. Yi Liangchen was followed by dozens of brocade-clothed youths, all of whom looked at Yi Chen with contempt. Yi Liangchen laughed coldly. Yi Chen doesn't have much time left for you. In 7 days, I will step into the Xian Emperor realm. The voice fell. The few youths behind Yi Liangchen mocked. Someone's going to make a fool of himself at the family assembly in 7 days. It's fortunate that Nangong Baishua won't be able to see this punk's fight with her own eyes, or else our Yi family's face will be disgraced by this punk. He, once a genius, but now it's not even as good as the Yi family's handyman disciples. If it was me, I would have found a piece of tofu and just crashed to death. Hearing these taunts, Yi Chen's breathing became rapid, as painful as a million insects devouring his body. He wanted to rush over and fight these disciples, but he held back. Yi Duan no longer looked back and assisted his father as he walked away. Yi Liangchen looked at Yi Chuan's back and laughed coldly. In his heart he said, Yi Chuan, this punk, doesn't have a few days to live? I'm afraid he's still fantasizing about how he's going to defeat him? Unbeknownst to the World Sons Conference, he would strike down Yi Chen, and all of Yi Chen's lineage would be purged. Simply because, the backer behind the Yi family was finally coming down. He wouldn't leave any chance for Yi Duan to retrograde. Nighttime, outside the Yi family gate, Lu Xian wrapped himself in a secretive black hooded robe. An obscure power flowed through his body as if he was invisible as he stepped straight into the gate of the Yi family. The guards at the door didn't even notice. Lu Xian's aura had been completely concealed. Unless the Yi clan's ancestor descended, it was impossible to discover his existence. Lu Xian murmured, the treasures left behind by Master are really good. Chapter 24, Adopting a Second Disciple. The treasures left behind by Master are really good. After entering the Yi clan, Lu Xian realized that the Yi clan was huge, occupying hundreds of miles of land as a quasi-emperor ranked power. In the distance, the peaks are undulating and the rivers are rushing. Close by, the pavilions are standing and the mansions are everywhere. Under the night color, the tall pavilion emitted brilliant spirit patterns above it, and there was an invisible force of oppression flowing continuously. Lu Xian was a little excited. Where is his precious apprentice? He can't wait. As for how to gain Yi Chen's trust, Lu Xian had already made arrangements. Soon, he found a mansion, the Seiji's house. A huge plaque hung outside the mansion's front door, with large gilt characters of imposing size. The mansion's architecture was imposing and beautiful, but unfortunately, it was sparsely populated and looked a bit desolate. Lu Xian could also understand. After all, he was the fallen son of the world. Lu Xian looked around and stepped directly into Yi Chen's room. Looking at the large table of sumptuous meals, Lu Xian froze. Spirit chicken, spirit rabbit, roasted spirit potatoes, not a single chopstick was moved. Just next to it was a wine glass, and a few bottles of spirit wine. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Yi Duan and I are indeed destined to be together. Knowing that I'm here, I prepared a meal for me. He happened to be hungry and went straight for it. Lu Xian commented as he ate. This spirit chicken meat is good. And this spirit rabbit meat is also fine. The spirit potato is simply excellent. Not much longer. LOL. The door to the room was gently pushed open, and Yi Chen slowly walked in. The moment he saw Lu Xian, Leaf Dust froze. Then he backed out again. Wrong way? In the next instant, Yi Chen walked in again. This is his room. All right. But, who is this man in white? He had a handsome appearance, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and his body exuded a transcendent aura. Very subtle, as if he was one with this side of heaven and earth. Just like the son of a god who was in the dust, floating out of the dust. Leaf Dust frowned slightly. He closed the door. Who are you? Lu Xian wiped his mouth and directly opened the door. Yi Chen, I am the peak master of the Great Tao sect, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Yi Chen froze. You're afraid you're not a liar? The peak master of the Great Tao sect? He would not come to the Yi family to personally accept a disciple. The Great Tao sect was a famous hegemonic power in the southern wasteland. Even if the peak master of the Great Tao sect comes to accept the disciple, he is also contacting the old ancestor himself. How can he suddenly appear in his room? To eat and drink? Read about it. Yi Chen's face became a bit cold. I'll give you 3 sentences to explain. If I'm not satisfied, the strongest members of my Yi family can descend at any time. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said leisurely, Yi Chen, your heart is actually looking forward to it. This statement was made. Yi Chen's body trembled imperceptibly. Since he had suffered this bizarre thing, he was like a drowning man always trying to grab a straw. Stranger things, his heart certainly yearned for some sort of wondrous encounter, or even a chance to fall from the sky. It was only now that this so-called chance had come to him that he was somewhat disbelieving. At that moment, Lu Xian directly threw out a token. The Order of the Way. It was the Great Tao sect his peak master token. Phew! An incomparably pale ancient token surfaced in front of Yi Chen. Yi Xuan frowned slightly as he stared at the token with a deadly stare. 3 words were engraved on top of the token above. Xing Xian Peak. Obscure and ancient power emanated from above the token. Incomparably secretive. Lu Xian smiled gently. Inject spiritual energy and try it. Yi Chen was a little hesitant, and a moment later he gritted his teeth, gathered his courage, grabbed the Great Tao Order, and directly injected a trace of spiritual energy. Boom! An incomparably terrifying illusory world appeared in front of Yi Chuan's eyes, which was exactly a microcosm of the heaven and earth of the Great Tao sect's tens of thousands of miles of land, branded by a kind of creation technique into a kind of Tao pattern power. One could only see countless peaks undulating between the heavens and earth, countless caves standing in the air, haze of light, monstrous divine splendor constantly emerging, and endless radiant Tao patterns constantly flowing and intertwining. One by one, the greatest treasures of the Great Tao sect surfaced. One by one, the Trial Tower, the Fire Abyss secret realm. Suddenly, an incomparably pale and ancient voice came out. Tao, 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 Da! The great Tao bell roared. The 6 sounds of the word Tao were like thunder, incomparably subtle and difficult to describe, as if the power of transcendence, as if the power of the ultimate, darkly combining the power of the heavens and earth, transforming into a torrent shooting towards Yi Chen. It continuously impacted Yi Chen's body. Arcane. It's so subtle. It's like an enlightenment. Yi Chen was directly shocked into a cold sweat. Moment. He retreated from the illusory vision of the Great Tao Order. His body was already wet with sweat. Shocker. He was incomparably shocked as he looked at the white-robed man in front of him. He was now 80% certain in his heart that Lu Xian was the peak master of the Great Tao sect. Yi Chen's body trembled a little as he respectfully returned the Great Tao Order. He couldn't see the realm of the man in white in front of him, but he knew that if this man in white wanted to kill him, he might only need to move a single thought. But something in his mind wondered, why was he chosen? At that moment, Lu Xian's right hand slowly spread out, and a trace of the power of the Great Tao scripture slowly emerged. The mysterious qi began to float up towards Yi Chen, dense around him. Leaf Dust was shocked. This aura was too transcendent. Even in his old ancestor, he had never felt it. Former seniors, what kind of power is this? Yi Chen asked respectfully. He only felt that this power soothed his body and mind, even to the extent that for a moment, he experienced a trace of spiritual energy surging into his body. Skybreaker. This power could actually restrain the bizarre power within him? Lu Xian smiled. This is none other than the Great Tao sect's town technique, the Great Tao Sutra. Yi Chen was shocked. Great Tao scripture. One had to know that the Great Tao scripture was like thunder in the southern wasteland, but it was a top 10 ranked emperor ranked technique. It is said that once you have realized the mysteries of the world, you can enter the legendary extreme realm. As the son of the Yi family, he naturally had some knowledge of the great powers of the southern wasteland. His mind was already a little shaken. This white-robed man in front of him had actually come specifically to accept himself as his disciple? Immediately, Yi Chen's face became respectful as he cupped his fists and smiled bitterly. Elder, 7 years ago a strange power suddenly arose in my body, and now my cultivation has fallen, and not even the quasi-emperor ancestors of my clan can do anything about it. How am I qualified to be senior's disciple? Leaf Dust had made sure of it. This white-clothed man in front of him was definitely a powerful person from the Great Tao sect. Such a chance certainly made his heart skip a beat, but he wanted to know why. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said without blushing, taking on a disciple is all about a karma. I was also traveling in the southern wasteland in the clouds and happened to pass by Qingcheng and heard about you. You and I have a destiny, so I'll take you as my disciple. You should know that I've only ever had one apprentice besides you now. The voice fell. Yi Chen directly froze in place. The cloud traveled to the southern wilderness. Accepting a disciple is all about karma. This is properly the style of the high and mighty, and only ever had one apprentice. How high are his requirements for discipleship? And he will be the second apprentice. Thinking about this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. He thought of a possibility that perhaps the white man in front of him had become curious about the strange power in his body. It was important to know that this bizarre force was beyond the reach of even the Yi clan's quasi-emperor ancestors. His father guessed that only a true great emperor could fix it. Yi Chen carefully asked, "Senior, could you be a true emperor realm powerhouse?" At those words, Lu Xian smiled faintly. "I'm not in the emperor realm." There was a slight disappointment in Yi Chen's heart. If it was only a paragon emperor, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to completely resolve this bizarre force. But at that moment, Lu Xian leisurely said, "But the Great One is my disciple." Yi Chen directly froze. He gets it. The white man in front of me was just being modest. Even a great emperor was his disciple. How could he not be in the emperor realm? Not to mention only having one disciple in all these years. At this time, Lu Xian saw that the fire had arrived, and he slowly got up, the divine splendor surging in his eyes, his gaze ghostly as he looked at Yi Chen. "Yi Duan, worship me as your master. The emperor realm is but an introduction. At the family assembly in 7 days, do you want the entire Yi family to see you defeated? Could it be that you can accept Nangong Baishue descending on the Yi family and insulting you by withdrawing from the marriage? Worship me as your master. At the clan assembly 7 days from now, you can easily defeat Yi Liangchen. Crushing Nangong Baishue won't be a problem either." Words. Yi Chen's heart set off monstrous waves. In 7 days, could he surpass Yi Liangchen? Crushing Nangong Baishue was something he didn't dare to think about right now. One must know that Nangong Baishue was at the early stage of the Xian Emperor realm. It's a bit of a pipe dream, but the power of the man in white was self-evident. Now that there was such a terrifying chance right in front of him, how could he not cherish it? It was the only straw he could grasp now. Read about it. Puff. Yi Chen directly knelt down towards Lu Xian and respectfully performed a master worship salute. "Apprentice Yi Chen, greetings to master." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Good. From now on, you will be my second disciple. Get up." Yi Chen slowly got up and looked at Lu Xian with a burning gaze. At that moment, the system's voice came out. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited disciple acceptance quest. Accept Yi Dust as a disciple." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the accepted apprentice gift pack." Leaf Dust had some expectations. What will the apprenticeship package be? "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation base." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1-star imperial weapon, the Great Dao Lock." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star imperial rank, the Heaven and Earth Foreign Fire Seed, the Bone Cold Spectral Flame." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade Marrow Cleansing Pill." The voice fell. Boom! An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, continuously impacting his limbs and bones as if it was a mountain of water. The soothing sensation hit. Lu Xian's cultivation level skyrocketed, and he was only one step away from being a second Xian Zun. Lu Xian sat down with some excitement and began to check the other rewards of the system. To the side, Yi Duan stood respectfully. He could tell that his master was having some mood swings, and he didn't dare to interrupt. Lu Xian began to check the system rewards. "What's an avenue lock?" Lu Xian muttered. The system immediately gave a prompt. "Great Dao Lock, Dao Law of Nature. With the power of the Great Dao, seal off the power of weirdness. Seal off the power of the unknown." But the current Dao Lock is of the 1-star Emperor rank, and can only seal a small amount of bizarre and unsettling power. Lu Xian understood. It was tailor-made for Yi Duan. It was because Yi Chuan's body had bizarre power within it. Next, Lu Xian began to check out the Bone Cold Spectre Flame. He murmured, "What a familiar name." Chapter 25, Pill Family. Pill Yen. Lu Xian's mind moved. A cold white flame appeared in his palm, with a terrifying spirit pattern seal flowing over it. Bone Cold Spectral Flame. The seed of a foreign fire. Although this was only a foreign fire seed, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. If the seal is lifted, I'm afraid it produces a violent fluctuation. On the side, Yi Duan was a bit shocked. Such a terrifying spirit fire. He saw that the spirit flame was covered with secretive seals, and even so, he still felt a palpitating icy cold power. Next, Lu Xian put away the Bone Cold Spectre Flame, and an elixir appeared in his palm. Celestial Grade Marrow Cleansing Pill. Cleansing the essence and marrow. Improving the qualification, so that a person is directly transformed into a new person. Yi Chuan was shocked once again as he saw several Dan halos on top of this pill. Moreover, judging from the hint of aura leaking out from the elixir, I'm afraid that this elixir is of an extremely high grade. He gulped. Lu Xian nodded as he put away the heavenly rank Marrow Cleansing Pill. Not bad. This apprentice reward is very powerful. Lu Xian was satisfied. The system said, "Calling Dad? Lu Xian?" A moment later, Lu Xian collected his mind and called Yi Chen over as he said with a smile, "Yi Chen, you are my second disciple. Now I will give you the gift of worship." Leaf Dust froze for a moment. Lu Xian had already taken out the heavenly grade marrow cleansing pill. "This is the marrow cleansing pill. Take it in a moment and I'll cleanse your marrow and improve your physique." Lu Xian placed the elixir in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Xuan was dumbfounded as he looked at the pill, somewhat shocked. 1, 2, 9 Dan halos. "Master, what grade of marrow cleansing Dan is this?" Lu Xian said casually. "It's just the heavenly rank. It's nothing." Leaf Dust had an incredulous look on his face. "Celestial Order Elixir. 9 Dan halos. That would be the 9th rank of the heavenly order. I'm afraid that their entire Yi family's reserves couldn't be exchanged for this single elixir. Read about it." Leaf Dust excused himself. "Master, this is too expensive. I can't take it." Lu Xian smiled. "I gave your eldest senior sister one of the same pills, so I can't be too generous." Yi Chen's body slightly stagnated. "Big sister? Eldest sister is a great emperor." A huge wave rose in his heart. Yi Chuan's face showed hesitation. "Master, can..." Lu Xian interrupted. "Take it. There will be more of this in the future." Leaf Dust swallowed a mouthful of spit. "Much? His master wouldn't be at the level of a great Tao sect ancestor. It's horrible." Yi Chen had no choice but to accept the heavenly rank marrow cleansing pill. Next, Lu Xian took out the bone-cold specter flame. Giggle! An icy cold aura instantly swept through the entire room. It was a kind of icy cold that pierced into the bone marrow. Just by looking at it, Yi Chuan felt some heart palpitations. It was as if the entire body, from the blood to the soul, was going to be frozen. Lu Xian smiled and said, "This is my second gift to you. The heaven and earth flame seed, bone-cold spectral flame." Yi Duan was directly stunned. Seeds of heaven and earth's foreign fire. The preciousness of this item, he had only heard about it from his old ancestor's mouth. "I heard that some great emperors had waged monstrous battles for the heaven and earth exotic flame," Lu Xian explained. "This is just a foreign fire seed. It can grow with you." With that, Lu Xian flexed his fingers and the bone-cold specter flame floated directly in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen observed the foreign fire seed with great curiosity. It was now covered with sealing prohibitions. Lu Xian said, "You can first put it in your nascent sacred ring, and I will help you take it in when the time comes." Leaf Dust nodded with incomparable excitement. To the treasure. Now the master sends him the most precious things. It's something that even a great emperor would be moved by. He rubbed his eyes. It all seemed like a dream, but it's what really happened. Lu Xian smiled and directly took out the Great Dao Lock. Imperial Soldier Avenue Lock. The Taoist law of nature seals off the power of the weird and the power of the unknown. It was a several zhan long chain, with secretive and mysterious Dao patterns flowing on it, which was now in a sealed state, but it still leaked a trace of terrifying aura on it. Leaf Dust's eyes widened. What is this? What is this supreme treasure? The chi above this chain was beyond the scope of his cognition. Even the old ancestor's quasi-emperor soldier wasn't as powerful as this? Yi Chuan muttered under his breath. Could this be the legendary emperor soldier? His body trembled with excitement. At this point, the system's voice prompted. A bizarre force exists within the host's second disciple, Yi Chen, and a quasi-emperor rank remnant soul exists within its jade pendant, which is constantly fighting against the bizarre force. That residual soul has been fighting against the bizarre force. Only 7 years ago he had already run out of steam somewhat, so 7 years ago, Yi Chen's cultivation was affected by the bizarre force and inexplicably fell. But that residual soul is still in the jade pendant, secretly harboring Yi Chen, but he can only absorb Yi Chen's spiritual energy. The voice fell. Lu Xian came to a sudden realization. He gets it. No wonder Yi Chen's cultivation had suddenly fallen during these 7 years. The old grandpa in the jade pendant had no choice. He had been secretly protecting Yi Chen. Lu Xian asked, "This remnant soul is from Yi Chen's mother's family?" The system said, "How do you know?" The corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. No explanation. Lu Xian turned his gaze towards Yi Chen and said with a smile, "Apprentice, are you ready? I'm about to utilize this spirit artifact to extract the bizarre power within you." At these words, Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian incredulously. His voice directly trembled. "Master, is this true?" "Ah, the power of weirdness. That was a power that even the Yi family's paragon emperor ancestors were at a loss. Now it's finally going to be fixed? Can he practice again?" "Geez." Lu Xian nodded as he looked at Yi Chen's excited appearance. The next commotion might be a bit loud. Lu Xian raised his hand and a pale ancient black array disc fell directly around the room. Boom! With a movement of Lu Xian's mind, the ceiling formation appeared directly in Yi Chen's room. This was precisely one of the underpinnings that his master had left to Lu Xian. The next moment, Lu Xian unlocked a trace of the seal of the Great Tao Lock. Since there wasn't much weird power in Yi Chen's body, it was sufficient to unlock a trace of it. Giggle. Lu Xian injected his spiritual energy and silently recited the spirit sequence. And soon, a monstrous divine splendor emerged from above the Great Tao Lock. In an instant, the Great Tao Lock directly locked onto Yi Chen, directly binding Yi Chen's body. Leaf Dust was slightly shocked. Then, a mysterious power came out from the Great Tao Lock, which was very subtle, and directly began to devour a trace of the bizarre power within Yi Chen's body. Black gas floated out from Yi Chen's body. For a moment, Yi Chuan felt that his heart was clear, and the meridians in his entire body seemed to be able to operate spiritual energy again. This is a recovery? Yi Chuan was dumbfounded. Is this black gas the reason that made my cultivation fall? The black gas was incomparably secretive, constantly conjuring up horrifying ghost faces and other grim shapes that looked as if they were not something that should exist in this world. The Great Tao Lock flickered with an obscure fluctuation, emitting a Great Tao Brahman sound that brought inner clarity, directly suppressed the power of weirdness. In dozens of breaths, the Great Tao Lock continuously absorbed the bizarre power within Yi Chen's body. For a moment, Yi Chuan only felt physically and mentally relieved, and the familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy within the limbs and bones of his body restarted. His voice trembled as he muttered, "Back, all back." At this moment, Lu Xian reached out and the Great Tao Lock returned directly to his hand as he looked at Yi Chen with a smile. "Apprentice, the bizarre power in your body has been eliminated. This chain is called the Great Tao Lock, so I'll give it to you." Yi Duan was incomparably shocked. Is this supreme treasure to be given to him as well? Yi Chuan asked. "Master, is this an imperial soldier?" Lu Xian said indifferently. "A one-star imperial armament. Sloppy. The Great Tao Lock just happens to restrain the power of weirdness and the power of the unknown." With that, Lu Xian gently pushed, and the Great Tao Lock came directly into Yi Chen's hands. The divine splendor surged in Yi Chuan's eyes as he gently stroked the Great Tao Lock. Feeling somewhat like a dream, he acquired an emperor's soldier this way? You have to know that the Yi clan's oldest ancestor didn't have an imperial soldier in his hands either. It's just a quasi-imperial soldier. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen's hesitation and said with a smile, "Take it. However, the Great Tao Lock is too powerful. I've already made a seal for you. As your strength increases, the Great Tao Lock will continue to unseal itself." Yi Chen received the Great Tao Lock and nodded his head. "Okay, master." Puff. Suddenly, Yi Chen knelt respectfully towards Lu Xian once again. Lu Xian froze for a moment. "Apprentice, what are you doing again? Hurry up and get up." Yi Chen kowtowed 3 times to Lu Xian. "Master, accept my disciple's obeisance. You owe me the gift of rebirth. I never imagined that there would be a day like this." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "This is all trivial. Since you are my disciple, how could I possibly treat you poorly?" With that, Lu Xian stepped forward and helped Yi Chen up. Suddenly, the mutation was sudden. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, the Tsangu jade pendant around Yi Chen's neck suddenly flashed a bright light. Then, an old voice asked blankly as if waking up from a big dream. "What happened? That trace of weird power has actually disappeared?" The Tsangu jade pendant vibrated slightly, emitting an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. Yi Duan was directly stunned. The jade pendant around his neck actually had a person inside. Leaf Dust was puzzled. Didn't his mother leave him this jade pendant? How come there's a ghostly thing in there? The next moment, a bizarre black mist drilled up from the jade pendant and gradually condensed into the form of a grey-robed old man. Yi Chen subconsciously had to offer the Great Tao Lock. Lu Xian smiled faintly. "He's not a weird thing." Yi Chen stared at this grey-robed old man in death and said angrily, "Who are you?" The grey-robed old man gently knocked his head. "Who am I? Oh, I remember. I'm a Pill family elder. Pill Yen." Chapter 26 Stained with the Weird and the Unsettling. "I am the Pill family elder. Pill Yen." At those words, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Pharmacists? His father said that his mother was from the southern wasteland's hegemonic power, the Pill family. A hint of bitterness appeared on the black-robed old man's face. "Little fellow, there is something I have to tell you. The fall in your cultivation over the years actually has a little something to do with me as well." Leaf Dust frowned. "What do you mean?" The black-robed old man said. 7 years ago, I was able to absorb the spiritual energy in your body. That's why you've been unable to raise your spiritual energy." "What?" Yi Chen suddenly jumped up like a madman, looking at the black-robed old man with a fierce face. I didn't expect it to be the cause of this black-robed old man. For a moment, the anger and resentment that had been squeezed in his heart for 7 long years completely erupted, and Yi Chen looked at the black-robed old man with incomparable atmosphere and said in a fierce voice, "Asterisk asterisk 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 Nima." The black-robed old man's face twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Listen to my explanation. I haven't finished." The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he quietly watched the scene. Yi Chen's hair instantly fluttered as his eyes were incomparably red and he pointed at the black-robed old man and cursed angrily. 7 years. Do you know what I've been through these 7 years? Do you know what I have endured? And what my father endured because of me? Just because of you. The Grand Elder's son has issued a challenge to me for the title of World Son. Just because of you. Nangong Baishua wants to withdraw from the marriage. Leaf Dust spat and vented ruthlessly. Silence for a moment. The black-robed old man's face clouded over as he slowly said, Yi Chen, I know you're upset, but hear me out. Yi Chen coldly looked at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man sighed and began to slowly narrate. Yi Chen, 16 years ago, your mother gave birth to you, but because of you, your mother needs to be punished according to the Pill family rules, and you, being seen as something that shouldn't exist, were targeted by the other branches. In order for you to survive, your mother asked me to bring you, incognito, to your father. It's just that I didn't expect the news to fall through, and our group was ambushed, and the enemy laid a corner of the ancient Great Emperor formation patterns in the place where we must pass through, and we were teleported into the middle of the ancient Forbidden Zone, where you were tainted with a trace of bizarre power. In order to save you, I burned my flesh and I burned my divine soul, which brought you out of the ancient Forbidden Zone. I used my last ounce of pressure to suppress the bizarre power within you. By the time I came to the Qingqingyi family, I had already run out of light. After I hand you over to your father, I will dissipate between heaven and earth. It's just that jade pendant of your mother's suddenly erupted with a force that I absorbed into it. This statement was made. Yi Chen directly froze. That meant that this Pillian was the black-robed man that father had spoken of. He was the one who saved himself. At this moment, Pillian raised his hand and a divine splendor surged out. A crippling image slowly flows to appear. In the terrifying desolate forbidden area, secretive Tao patterns flowed, constantly evolving patterns of oozing shapes, and the place was like a wasteland, incomparably desolate, giving people a creepy feeling. On the ground, the peaks were broken, the rivers were cut off, and everywhere there was a strange terrain, which gathered some kind of potential that overturned the power of heaven and earth. Here, the bones of saints drifted in the wind, twilight saint kings lingered on, and one could vaguely see some quasi-emperors with withered faces, and behind them, there was a large tomb that was very bleak. A black-robed old man carrying a baby walked in the midst of this horrible momentum. The black-robed old man was a 3-star paragon emperor, but as strong as the 3-star emperor, plunged into this ancient forbidden area of the terrain, even as plunged into the swamp in general, walking twisted, as if at any time to fall down. Beside the black-robed elder, there were several other quasi-emperors and half-emperors. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth and said, I must bring Yi Chen out. He's his mother's obsession. Upon hearing this, a few other people looked at the baby in the black-robed elder's arms with determined gazes and said directly, let's burn our flesh. Saying that, several other people directly burned their flesh. Sacrifice. The power of the sacrifice formed a shield of imperial might, sheltering the black-robed old man and the baby. It didn't take long. Several people burned their lifespan and their souls. In the end, his body disappeared and turned into pieces, falling into this bleak terrain. See this. The black-robed old man's face was ashen. He burned his flesh directly. Giggle. The body of the quasi-emperor burned, transformed into a monstrous might swept around, but in the ancient forbidden area, everywhere intertwined with the rewinding of the obscure Tao and potential. The quasi-emperor burning body of this power is not enough to look at. Not much longer. The black-robed old man directly burned his lifespan, then burned the soul. Suddenly, a black aerosol floated in, and the black-robed old man immediately held the baby tightly. But unfortunately, a trace of that black aerosol still leaked out and surged into Yi Chen's body. The picture goes straight to a blur here. Yi Chen was deeply shocked. This place looks desperate. Even within the black-robed old man's memory reflection, it brought him endless shock and impact. Here, strong as a saint king can only be turned into withered bones. As strong as a quasi-emperor, he was unable to counteract the potential of this forbidden area. Simply horrible. Yi Xuan felt a little numb. Elder Pill, what kind of place is this? Why is it so terrifying? A hint of lingering fear appeared in Pillian's eyes. The desolate ancient forbidden zone. It is one of the southern wasteland's famously ferocious places. At this moment, Lu Xian asked, Pillian, how did you get out of the desolate ancient forbidden zone? Your quasi-emperor body doesn't stand a chance. A trace of reminiscence surged in Pillian's eyes once again. A few moments later, a divine splendor once again appeared in his hand. I remember. Someone saved us. Then a reflection of a painful memory surfaced again. In the hinterland of a collapsed mountain, there is a grey-robed man sitting on his knees, gusty winds sweeping, strange mists intertwined. His back is difficult to distinguish between men and women, endless desolate, carrying a side of the world's potential, seemingly endless loneliness and despondency. and all around this grey-robed man, a terrifyingly eerie and unsettling power was dense. Two terrifying and overwhelming forces. Pilian was incomparably shocked. Surprisingly, there were people who could resist these two legendary forbidden powers. One must know that in this world, although the Emperor realm was strong, there were two kinds of forbidden powers that completely restrained great emperors. A force called eerie power, a force called the unseen. And at this moment, Pilian was stunned. Surprisingly, someone was tainted with two kinds of forbidden power at the same time. The grey-robed man was a high-star emperor, but as such, in the midst of the storm of the two forbidden forces, this strong man was like the wind and candles, constantly fluttering. Pilian could not help but feel what he felt, and his voice trembled. Senior, I don't know if I can make a move to save this child. The voice fell. That grey-robed great emperor suddenly turned his head, his eyes as bright as the sun and the moon, as bright as stars, directly piercing through the mist of the two strands of forbidden power. Doyle's rhyme. Dewey. Supreme power directly erupted from the grey-robed great emperor, the kind of power that surpassed Pilian's knowledge. Seeing this scene, Pilian was incomparably shocked. The strength of this grey-robed great emperor was surprisingly terrifying. Just a single gaze tore apart the potential of this ancient forbidden zone. Its strength was even above the Pil family's supreme old ancestor. At this point, the grey-robed great emperor's eyes looked toward the baby in Pilian's arms. Its gaze narrowed slightly. The grey-robed great emperor asked, "What is his name?" Pilian respectfully said, "Yi Chen." The grey-robed great emperor fell silent for a moment and slowly opened his mouth, his voice incomparably long. "I smell a hint of karma." Pilian was slightly stunned. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" The grey-robed emperor's voice drifted. "Today's cause will be the result of another day. My body is tainted with eeriness and uncertainty. Hope." The next words, Pilian didn't hear at all. He was bewildered. "The power of karma? What do you mean?" Moment. Pilian only saw the grey-robed great emperor wave his sleeve, and a heavenly force seemed to travel through the past and present, directly reversing the Tao and potential of this side of the heaven and earth, pushing Pilian and Yi Chen out of the ancient forbidden zone. But the potential for several breaths. Pilian was already standing at the edge of the desolate ancient forbidden zone. He was in deep shock. Who exactly is this grey-robed great emperor? Could it be the great emperor of the ancients? The ancient great emperor's cultivation was heavenly, by no means comparable to the emperor realm of this epoch. According to ancient texts, some ancient great emperors, in their later years, were ominous and tainted with bizarre forces, but at this point, although Pilian's heart was surging, he didn't have the world to consider this at all. There was still a trace of power left in his divine soul. In the end, he handed Yi Duan over to Yi Duan's father, the Yi family patriarch. The scene ends here. Once again, Yi Chen directly froze in place as a storm raged in his mind. The great emperor, is this the great one? It was so horrible. There was also that legendary desolate ancient forbidden area, and that grey-robed great emperor with heavenly cultivation. It was all too much of a shock. However, now that he had been absorbed by his master with the bizarre power in his body, he could cultivate again. A flame ignited in his heart. Cultivation. If you don't enter the emperor realm, you'll end up as an ant. He, Yi Duan, could rise again. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought that one of the emperor's soldiers his master casually took out was able to suppress that bizarre force. Wouldn't this mean that his master was just as powerful as that grey-robed emperor from the desolate ancient forbidden zone? Even stronger? Read about it. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with incomparable shock. Lu Xian smiled faintly. He seemed to see a hint of worship in Yi Chen's eyes? What's on this kid's mind again? At this time, Yi Chen looked carefully at Lu Xian's body. Nope. Compared to that grey-robed great emperor, his master's breath was transcendent, with an arcane meaning, as if a heavenly god was in the dust, immaculate. Not a single trace of eerie or unsettling power could be seen. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart once again recalled monstrous waves. He could conclude, his master was more powerful than that grey-robed great emperor. Master. Yi Chen couldn't help but let his voice tremble as he looked at Lu Xian with adoration. Lu Xian smiled and came next to Yi Chen, gently patting his shoulder. Leaf Dust's body was trembling. Lu Xian laughed. Yi Chen, you actually have to thank Senior Pilian. He was the one who brought you out of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, and all these years, he was actually the one who helped you to fight against the bizarre force in your body. Leaf Dust smiled awkwardly. Chapter 27, Washing the Essence. Yi Duan's ears reddened. Sloppy. Yi Chen immediately turned around and bowed respectfully to Pilian with an apologetic face. His face flushed with shame. I'm sorry, he said it out loud. When Senior Pilian drilled out of the jade pendant in front of his chest just now, he indiscriminately scolded Pilian. Now that I think about it, maybe Politis and his mother are related. Yi Duan cupped his fists and said, it was me who was too reckless. Pilian smiled as he stroked his beard. Unimpressed. Cursing is cursing. You've suffered too many taunts and abuse over the years. You need to vent as well. It's not easy for you to hold out until this point in time. Saying that, a wave of appreciation filled Pilyan's eyes. He was in the jade pendant, but he had witnessed Yi Chen's growth over these 16 years. During these 7 years when his cultivation had fallen, although Yi Xuan had always wanted to give up, he had never done so. Read about it. Pilyan said in a serious tone. Yi Xuan, in fact, in these 7 years, it was me who drew on your spiritual power to barely help you resist the bizarre power. Unfortunately, 7 years ago, my power was exhausted, so I could only manage to barely resist it. Sorry, but it's also because you didn't give up cultivation that you survived. Have you ever thought that what you've been through these past 7 years has made your mind grow a lot too? The voice fell. Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. Elder Pillflame was right. What is lost is gained. In those 16 years, he had stepped to the top of the mountain and fallen to the bottom. Both have benefited him greatly. Read about it. Yi Chen bowed respectfully towards Pilyan. Many thanks, Senior Pilyan. Thank you for all these years. Don't worry. One day, I will help you regather your body. Pilyan smiled faintly. No harm done. I'm nothing more than a remnant soul now. Seeing that you have recovered, my obsession has also dissipated. The task that your mother, Pil Lioli, gave me has also finally been completed. Yi Xuan murmured the words Pil Blaze. Is that my mother's name? Pilyan nodded. Your mother is the goddess of my southern desolate Pil family. Her talent is heaven-defying and magnificent. A genius my Pil family won't encounter for 10,000 years. Leaf Dust was shocked. Now that he knew about his mother, his heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of longing to see his mother. Silence for a moment. Yi Chen looked towards Pilyan. He realized that Senior Pilyan should have a deep relationship with his mother. Pillflame Senior, how should I address you? Pilyan smiled. I'm considered one of the old ancestors of your mother's lineage, so you can call me Pill Elder. Medicine Old Man. Leaf Dust nodded silently. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he thought of something. At this point, Pilyan turned his gaze to Lu Xian with a somewhat scornful and curious expression. He tried probing Lu Xian, but he couldn't see through it at all. Obviously Lu Xian's strength was far above him. Leaf Dust has paid his respects. This white-clothed youth in front of him could actually attract the legendary bizarre power. It's unbelievable. Never heard of anyone being able to absorb bizarre powers. Could it be that this white-clothed youth was even more powerful than the gray-robed great emperor he had encountered in the desolate ancient forbidden zone earlier? Read about it. Pilyan looked at Yi Chen with a smile. Yi Chen, introduce your master. At those words, Yi Chen froze. He was embarrassed. He realized that to this day, he didn't know what his master's name was. It was only known to be the Peak Master of Qingxian Peak of the Great Tao Sect, and so on. Qingxian Peak? How seems a bit familiar. His father once mentioned, but exactly what time is too long to recall. With embarrassment on his face, Yi Chen respectfully bowed to Lu Xian before scratching his head. Master, I haven't asked your name yet? Politest smile stiffened on his face. Lu Xian smiled faintly. My name is Lu Xian. Lu Xian. Buzz. A lightning bolt crossed Leaf Dust's mind. He remembered. No wonder when he thought of Qingxian Peak just now, he felt like he had heard it somewhere. Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian, Great Tao Sect. These three keywords directly reminded him of the Yi family sage's admonition to the many geniuses. If one day you go to the Great Tao Sect, you must not worship under Lu Xian of Qingxian Peak. If you worship Lu Xian as your master, you'll be wasted for the rest of your life. Lu Xian is a loser. Thinking about this, Yi Chen's face flushed. Lu Xian saw through Yi Chen's mind. Disciple, what do you want to ask? Yi Chen touched his nose. He really couldn't help but ask. Master, you and the Lu Xian rumored to be in the outside world aren't the same person, right? Lu Xian smiled faintly. That's me, Leaf Dust. He was confused. His master was so powerful. How could he be a loser? The rumors are wrong. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Pilyan asked, what's going on? Yi Chen told Pilyan some of the rumors about Lu Xian. Pilyan frowned slightly as he kept shaking his head. Your master hasn't even penetrated me. And even more so, he has mastered the method of absorbing the bizarre power. He is an insurmountable mountain in front of me. Senior Lu Xian. It must be High Star Emperor. Lu Xian smiled indifferently. Seeing this, Yi Chen and Pilyan became even more convinced. Is this the Jedi? Long ago, I didn't care what the outside world said. Transcendence. Suddenly, Pilyan was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the desolate ancient forbidden areas? He thought of a terrible thing. Because in the desolate ancient forbidden zone, that grey-robed great emperor's body was tainted with the power of strangeness and uncertainty. He had mentioned the power of karma. Think about that. Politis didn't say it. For heavenly causation is the power of the underworld. If he breaks it, Maybe he breaks that kind of karma. He was shocked. Soon, Pilian suppressed the suspicions in his heart, knowing that such hidden secrets involving great emperors, even ancient great emperors, was something he could not bear. Unspeakable, untouchable. At this time, Yi Duan opened his mouth to ask about her mother. Pilian faintly shook his head. I will tell you about your mother. Pil Lioli, later. Now you're not qualified to know. Yi Chen froze. Pil Elder. What do you mean? Pilian closed his eyes. I'll tell you when you step into the Xian Saint realm. Yi Chen's body slightly stagnated and did not continue to inquire. Lu Xian patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Don't think about that now. Your mother's matter is too far away for you. What you have to face now is the World Sun Challenge and withdrawal from the marriage in 7 days. Yi Chuan awoke from his trance. Master, please help me. Pilian nodded. Your master is right. Just raise your strength in these few days. When this storm passes, I will teach you the art of alchemy. The art of alchemy. Leaf Dust was a bit shocked. It was important to know that in the southern wasteland, alchemists had a supreme status. High-ranked alchemists were highly respected, and they could even dominate a large power. Lu Xian smiled. Sure enough, Pilian looked at Yi Chen admiringly. Yi Chen, the blood of my Pil family flows in your body, and my Pil family rose to prominence in the southern wasteland with alchemy. When the time comes, I will show you your alchemy talent, but I believe that your alchemy talent will be very strong. At those words, Yi Chen revealed a hint of anticipation. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as too much skill. But for now, well, let's just rise quickly under the guidance of the master. Shoo! Pil flame directly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Disciple raising quest released. Within 7 days, have second apprentice brother Yi Chen step into the Xian Emperor realm. Task rewards will be given out based on the degree of completion. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. The task of raising is late but arriving. Not bad. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen. Alright, don't think about anything else now. For the rest of the time, I will help you step into the Xian Emperor realm. Yi Chen was a little excited and took out a sound transmission jade slip from his nascent sack. He told his father not to come to him for the rest of this time. He had laid a sealing prohibition. To be ascetic. After doing so, Yi Chen collected his mind and looked at Lu Xian. Master, what should I do? Lu Xian nodded and with a flick of his fingers, a divine splendor surged into Yi Chen's body. Circulating through his body for a week, he discovered the problem within Yi Chen's body. Not having cultivated for up to 7 years, Yi Chen's internal world had not undergone the baptism and impact of spiritual power. It's already a little stagnant. It's like a clogged river. There are piles of silt and impurities everywhere. Lu Xian checked Yi Duan's control panel. Second disciple, Yi Duan. Qualification, Great Emperor's posture. Dan Dao heavenly rank talent. Technique, Earth rank 6-pole collapse. Other, blockage and stagnation of the meridians in the body. Suggested to take the heavenly order marrow cleansing pill. See this, Lu Xian muttered. If we give Yi Chen another emperor rank technique, it would be perfect. The system said, it will come later. Lu Xian nodded and said to Yi Chen, take the marrow cleansing pill first. I'll protect you. Words. Leaf Dust sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. He took out a bunch of medium-grade spirit stones on his body and took out the Heaven's Path marrow cleansing pill. Looking at the 9 Dan halos on the pill, Yi Chen was somewhat in a trance. This was a heavenly rank 9th grade marrow cleansing pill. He's about to take it. Yi Chen's hand trembled slightly as he directly swallowed the marrow cleansing pill. Boom! Yi Chuan's internal world was like a thunderous explosion. The power of the marrow cleansing pill was like a bolt of lightning traveling through Yi Chuan's body, and a mysterious and transcendent chi constantly flowed out from his body. For a while, Yi Chen's body flickered with streams of light. The mysterious and obscure Dao patterns Yi Chuan's internal world continuously intertwined, sinking in the blood, flowing in the bone marrow, and penetrating through the meridians. Wash the essence. This was a transcendent power that could be said to be infinitely close to the reasoning of heaven and earth. Yi Chen's breathing became rapid. He felt that his enlightenment seemed to be increasing. It was as if he could see the great Dao of heaven and earth resonating. The mysterious supreme principle glowed in his body, and there was an incomparably terrifying treasure image competing for glory. Soon, Yi Chuan's body was dampened, and sweat continued to seep out. It's black. Slowly, in addition to the black sweat, there were tons of black impurities. Chapter 28, The Backer Behind the Yi Family. Yi Chuan looked as if his entire body was coated with a layer of black dirt, which looked a bit bizarre. Lu Xian occasionally stepped in to suppress the aura on Yi Chen's body. You have to know that this is a heavenly ranked marrow cleansing Dan. If Lu Xian is not in control of the manipulation method handed over to him by the system in his hands, Yi Chen taking this heavenly ranked marrow cleansing Dan, I am afraid that he would directly explode and die. After all, he was only a chi refining realm. Where was he qualified to withstand such a terrifying power? And at this moment, within the jade pendant, Pilian sensed all of this, his heart incomparably shaken. It's a 9th grade elixir of the heavenly rank. The power contained therein was terrifyingly overwhelming. But Yi Duan's master had maneuvered so effortlessly. For a time, Pilian's offer Lu Xian was once again raised a lot. Yi Chen worships Lu Xian as his master. This is his blessing. He was shocked that the Great Tao sect was hiding such a supreme existence. In the meantime, Yi Chen had entered an incomparably strange state. This marrow cleansing pill was of the 9th grade of the heavenly rank, and besides cleansing the essence and marrow, it also contained the Tao and rhyme. Although Yi Xuan had never seen this kind of mystery before, that kind of Tao and rhyme was actively engraving Tao patterns and imprints for Yi Xuan's body. Leaf Dust awakened at times and fell into a daze. The power of the heavenly rank pill was far beyond what he could withstand, and he could only receive it passively. 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Prescientia realm. Xianling realm. Just by absorbing the power of the marrow cleansing pill, Yi Xuan's cultivation level had directly increased to the Xianling realm. Ding! The cultivation level of the host's second apprentice is rising. Begin synchronization. The system's voice rang out. Lu Xian smiled faintly, feeling the pleasure of his cultivation base rushing through his body. Familiarity. Soothing. It was important to realize that at this time, Ji Fuyao was also continuously feeding back her cultivation. Ding! The host's great apprentice's cultivation level is rising. Begin synchronization. Lu Xian's cultivation growth rate had increased by an extreme amount. Nice. Not bad. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. He planted the seed. The harvest has now begun. Not much longer. Leaf Dust slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked to find that his body had undergone a drastic change. His bones were incomparably crystal clear, emitting the light of the holy rank. His dantian was like a starry sky, like a great domain. His inner world was flawless and immaculate, and even his hair had become incomparably crystalline. This was due to the medicinal power of the marrow cleansing pill. On top of that, he felt incredibly translucent. It was as if celestial beings were intertwined, and one could penetrate the mysteries of any gungfu at any time. Lu Xian said indifferently, "Don't rush to get up first. Digest the power of the elixir again." Upon hearing this, Yi Xuan felt the residual power of the marrow cleansing pill flow through his body as he operated his spiritual skill. Inner clarity. The heart of the way is clear. Yi Xuan was as if he was in a clear river. His body was constantly being baptized by holy water as he moved towards the ethereal realm. Another half-day passed. The light on Yi Chen's body dimmed. It's not gone. Instead, it was hidden. By now, Leaf Dust had been refreshed. Lu Xian nodded. By this time, everything was ready for Yi Chen to cultivate. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with great gratitude. "Many thanks, Master." Lu Xian nodded. He wanted to see if Yi Chen's cultivation speed could surpass Ji Fuyang's. At this time, the sound transmission jade slip in Yi Chen's arms constantly vibrated. He took out the voice transmission jade slip and injected spiritual energy to hear his father's voice transmission. The voice was a little sharp. "Dusty, I've transmitted my voice to you many times, but you haven't responded." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was a bit embarrassed. "Father, I just was cultivating." The matriarch sighed imperceptibly, not knowing what to say. "Dusty, I came to your room a few times and realized that you had placed a ceiling prohibition, so I didn't disturb you." Yi Chen heard the patriarch's tone and knew that his father was a bit worried about him. So he said, "Father, don't worry about me. I'm fine." The matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. "Dusty, if something happens, be sure to let me know." Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, father. I won't mess around." The matriarch said, "Oh yes, I may need to make a trip to the ancestral ground in the next few days. The old ancestor summoned that there is something extremely important." Yi Chen frowned. "Something extremely important." The patriarch's tone became very grave. Even his voice was lowered a lot. "This concerns a hidden secret of my Yi family. The reason my Yi family exists is because of a strong man. My Yi family is loyal to that strong man." Leaf Dust was a bit shocked. How come he never heard about it? The patriarch said in a secretive voice. "However, this matter has nothing to do with you. Right now, our Yi family's top management is preparing for this powerful person to descend. But Yi Liangchen and your Seiya challenge will continue. Even Nangong Baishua's withdrawal, our Yi family didn't put it off. But the old ancestor is still communicating when that strong man will descend." Leaf Dust froze. "Who is that powerful man?" The matriarch said with a faint smile. "Duster, you don't need to worry about that for now. Maybe there will be a chance for you after that powerful person descends." The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly, tempted to tell his father that he had already worshipped the master, but he held back. When it came time for the family convention, he was going to be a hit. The patriarch said, "Well, I'll go to the ancestral land first." Leaf Dust said. Good. He put away the voice transmission jade slip and told Lu Xian about this matter. Lu Xian frowned slightly. A powerful person is about to descend? To be able to make the Yi family's quasi-emperor ancestor so startled, he must be an emperor realm. However, Lu Xian didn't panic. He also had a 1-star Great Emperor experience card in his hand. At this moment, Yi Chen said confidently, Master, even if that strong man comes, I'm afraid he won't be your opponent. Lu Xian nodded his head indifferently. Yi Chen said, Master, I'll continue to cultivate. Lu Xian took out several bottles of pills. These pills, you can take them. Yi Chen received the elixir and examined it with some shock. Surprisingly, they were all earth rank pills. The grade is too high. These elixirs are all for enhancing the cultivation base. At the time of the family assembly, there was a high probability that Yi Liangchen would step into the Xian Emperor realm. That was why he was also going to step into the Xian Emperor realm. Read this. Yi Chen swallowed a few pills. He began to operate his gong method, frantically absorbing the medium-grade spirit stones in front of him. Soon, the system's voice came. Ding. Synchronizing second apprentice brother Yi Duan's cultivation. Ding. It's synchronizing the cultivation level of senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyang. Ding. Synchronizing the senses of senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyao. Pounds of majestic spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, continuously impacting his limbs and bones. Tingling. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen with admiration. Yi Chen's cultivation speed was not inferior to Ji Fuyang's. If it was followed by a god-ranked technique, it would simply be heaven-defying. Now with 2 disciples, the speed of his cultivation increase was already so fast. Later, if 3 disciples, 4 disciples, it's exciting to think about. Aside, Yi Chen was practicing hard. Lu Xian directly laid down on Yi Chen's bed and rested. There wasn't a hint of guilt. Ding, ding, the beautiful voice kept ringing out. Yi family, ancestral land. Only to see a pale ancient giant pillar rising up into the sky, with a heavenly imposing dragon inscribed on it. These giant pillars form the heavenly array, and a terrifying spiritual chi converged towards the place where the giant pillars were located. The place was filled with bizarre Dao patterns, and the might of a quasi-emperor slowly poured out in all directions. The ancestral land of Kangmai had been transformed by the Yi family's old ancestor with the hand of creation, and the place presented a magnificent aura that appeared to be very sacred. On this day, the Yi family patriarch, the Grand Elder, and other important elders were summoned here. Boom 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 boom. Deep within the Yi clan's land, several terrifying figures slowly stepped out from the mists. All of them are the ancestors of the Yi family, led by the 3 great quasi-emperor ancestors. They were all followed by half-emperor ancestors and some Saint King ancestors. This was the Yi family's top-notch heritage. At this moment, surprisingly, all of them chose to come out of the world. The patriarch and the others were very shocked as they looked at the scene in front of them. The Yi family's quasi-emperor ancestors and half-emperor ancestors had all come out. Although they had intentionally done some sort of suppression on their bodies, they still inadvertently leaked out the might of a quasi-emperor. The patriarch and the others were facing the 3 great paragon ancestors directly, as if they were in the middle of a storm, their bodies constantly trembling. The other half-emperor ancestors and Saint King ancestors silently followed behind the 3 great paragon emperor ancestors with respectful gazes. The gazes of the 3 great old ancestors swept away the turbidity of the past. They looked towards the patriarch and the others. Their eyes were like 2 giant suns burning, causing the patriarchs and the others' divine souls to have to tingle a little. The patriarch and the others were shocked. It was important to know that they had also met the 3 great paragon emperor ancestors before. At that time, the 3 great old ancestors were as good as dead, with their breath decaying like the fluttering of a broken candle. But today, it's completely different. Even the aura on their bodies became like a dead tree rising again. The patriarch and the others looked at the 3 great paragon emperor ancestors in shock and immediately kneeled down. Puff, puff. The patriarch and the others knelt down like a tidal wave. Congratulations to old ancestor for accomplishing his feats. It's a joyous occasion. Congratulations to old ancestor for accomplishing his feats. It's a joyous occasion. The 3 great old ancestors smiled faintly. It's not that the kung fu technique has come to fruition, but the true dragon that my Yi family worships will return to its place. Words. The patriarch and the grand elder and the others all looked at each other. Said the strong man above the Yi family. Once the old ancestor mentioned that once that strong man returned, the Yi family would definitely make a heavenly oath to serve him as their master. That's 3,000 years of waiting. The 3 great old ancestors waved their sleeves, and a heavenly force instantly swept upwards, sealing this side of the small world. In an instant, the void above his head stagnated and flashed with a brilliant divine splendor, and the ancestral land had been isolated from the outside world. After doing so, the old ancestors were still uneasy as they raised their hands and sprinkled several divine splendors. Shoo shoo shoo. directly placing a ban on the bodies of the patriarchs and others present as well. See this. The patriarch and the others' faces changed drastically. At this moment, the gazes of the three great old ancestors roamed towards the crowd. All Yi family descendants. What I am going to say next involves the hidden secrets of the Yi family. Previously, we may have mentioned the background of the Yi family in just a few words, but it was not exhaustive, and we did not tell the true backer of my Yi family. The crowd was shocked. The Yi clan's old ancestor's face was grave, and his body's imperial might swirled as he continued. There is a truly great emperor behind my Yi family. Her name is called Empress Fuyao. Her power is called the Fuyao dynasty. Chapter 29, under Ji Fuyan's command, Qingcheng Yi family, Fuyao dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the patriarch and the grand elder and the others went into shock. They had heard about it before, but I didn't realize that their backer was the already fallen Fuyao dynasty. 3,000 years ago, my Yi family was a force under the banner of Empress Fuyao. In the final battle, the Fuyao imperial dynasty was attacked by the heavenly Luo palace, and coupled with the appearance of traitors from within, the Fuyao imperial dynasty nearly collapsed in that battle. However, Her Majesty the Empress was able to carry the three great emperors of the heavenly Luo palace with her own strength, and split the elite under her command into 3 units, causing them to escape. My Yi family is one of them. Afterwards, Her Majesty, the Empress, has found a glimmer of life in the ancient secret method, and now she has returned to retrain. It's been 3,000 years. My Yi family has lost several quasi-emperors and half-emperors, and we've finally waited for Her Majesty the Empress to return. The 3 of us have already made contact with Her Majesty, the Empress, and she will descend on my Yi family on the day of my family assembly. The voice fell and resounded through the ancestral land like thunder. Everyone was shocked. A light flashed in the matriarch's mind and he respectfully said, "Old ancestor, if Her Majesty the Empress descends, can we have her help in making a move to suppress the bizarre power within Dusty's body?" Words. A grey-robed old ancestor faintly shook his head. No. The matriarch froze slightly. Why? The grey-robed old man sighed and said, "It's not that I'm not far away from requesting Her Majesty the Empress, but rather, Her Majesty the Empress is now recultivating, and her cultivation is not even close to that of a saint. Not even a saint." The hope in the patriarch's heart was once again dashed. At this time, an elder frowned and asked, "Old ancestor, the female emperor is no longer at her peak back then. Can she be qualified to lead my Yi family?" "Ha!" The grey-robed old man smiled faintly and spoke slowly. "For one thing, several of us have made a vow that if Her Majesty the Empress returns, if called, we will return. Secondly, Her Majesty the Empress's first force, the Imperial Dragon Guard, still exists, and if my Yi family chooses to turn its back, the only way for the Yi family to die is to be annihilated." The voice fell. The faces of the many Yi family elders were grave. Things had come to a head, so we could only follow the old ancestors' arrangement. In the middle of the field, there was a lot of talk. If Empress Fuyao can make our Yi family rise again, there's no shame in even becoming under the Empress' command, but our enemy will be the Heavenly Law Palace. In these 1,000 years, the Heavenly Law Palace has gotten stronger and stronger, and the many tragic cases of clan extermination in the southern wasteland were all perpetrated by the Heavenly Law Palace, and there is no one to sanction them. My Yi family is nothing more than a quasi-imperial ranked power, so I don't have much of a choice. A few moments later, the 3 great old ancestors waved their sleeves and silenced the crowd's chatter. In the next few days, I'll pass on some of the supreme secret techniques of the Fuyang imperial dynasty to you. All of your battle power will be enhanced. I'm sure Her Majesty the Empress will be very happy to see that. The many saints of the Yi family were all a bit excited. The supreme secret method. At this time, the grand elder frowned and asked, "Old ancestor, in a few days it will be the family assembly, and the Nangong family might descend as well. Will this be a conflict?" The grey-robed old man smiled faintly. "You want to ask about the Shitsi challenge and that withdrawal? Ha, those are both small fights. The position of the son of the throne is meant to be a competition for the younger generation, so let them fight it out. As for the Nangong family's withdrawal, my Yi family will once again commit to the Empress's banner when the time comes, and a mere Nangong family's defection is harmless." At those words, the crowd understood. The most important thing for the Yi family right now was the descent of Empress Fuyao. As for any challenge from the World Sun and any withdrawal from Nangong Baishui, it was a trivial matter. The old ancestor didn't take it to heart. Next, the 3 great old ancestors sat cross-legged, floating above the void, their bodies flowing with radiant quasi-emperor Dao lines as they slowly opened their mouths and spoke of the supreme secret method of the Fuyao imperial dynasty that had been sealed in the dust for thousands of years. As the 3 great ancestors preached, like the sound of the great Dao, the Dao and rhyme were intertwined between this side of the heaven and earth, and the subtle qi was constantly flowing in the field. The many saints of the Yi clan began to listen attentively. All of them were sitting on their knees and running their spirit techniques. For a time, brilliant divine splendor intertwined endlessly in the Yi family's ancestral land. Like a star field, like a long river, black flame mountain range, Ji Fuyang had been cultivating for more than 10 days. In the pavilion, Ji Fuyao was wearing a fire-red dress. Above her concave and convex figure was dense with radiant light, and secretive lines emerged above her body, as if her icy skin and jade bones were flawless and immaculate, as if she were an exiled immortal in the dust. She slowly opened her eyes. She had already stepped into the late great circle of the Xianzong realm. The way of spiritual flame was only one step away from the realm of perfection. Not only that, she utilized the great Tao scripture to continuously cleanse her Tao foundation, which had now become incomparably crystalline, with faint Tao patterns emerging on it, gradually transforming towards the direction of a perfect Tao platform. Thanks to the great Tao Sutra that Master had redeemed for her, before her eyes, she couldn't help but see Lu Xian's appearance. I wonder how it is, Master? Ji Fuyang murmured. Master, when I'm done with the Yi family, I'll immediately return to Qingxian Peak. A few moments later, she slowly got up, gathered herself and walked out of the building. Outside, Wang Ban and Cheng Yan and the others had long been on standby. With joyful faces, they had long known that Ji Fuyang's cultivation had skyrocketed and said with smiles, "Congratulations to your Majesty's cultivation for being one step closer to the peak of that year." Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly as she asked, "Are there any Xianzong realm flaming beasts in the Black Flame Mountain range?" Cheng Yan immediately took out a map jade slip from her bosom, and her divine thoughts probed into it. And a moment later, she said with a smile, "Your Majesty the Empress, there happens to be a piece of fire flaming beasts territory, but their leader's cultivation is at the Xianzun realm." Ji Fuyang nodded. "It's just the Xianzun realm. You guys wait for me to return from hunting the flaming beast and we'll move to the Yi family in Qingcheng." Wang Ban and Cheng Yan respectfully said, "Yes, sir. We have already contacted the Yi family of Qing City. It just so happens that in a few days, it will be the Yi family's family assembly, so we can go over and take a look." Ji Fuyao faintly said, "Yes, not much longer." Ji Fuyang stepped into the air, and a divine rainbow appeared under her feet as she flew directly toward the place where the flaming beast was. Half a day later, Ji Fuyang descended into the flaming beast territory. Here, the flaming beasts were numerous, their bodies burning with incomparably terrifying flames like a giant sun. Each of the flaming beasts was incomparably huge, like a small mountain, and was far too powerful compared to the Jingguan fire beasts on the first level of the Fire Abyss mysterious realm. Ji Fuyang had a breezy face. It's just the right time to take advantage of this battle to step into the perfection of the way of spirit flame. A faint divine splendor surged through her body, and her terrifying and overwhelming aura exploded, directly opening up to kill. Like the wind sweeping away the clouds, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, wherever the terrifying attacks fell, the numerous flaming beasts continued to die violently, totally seconds. In just a few hundred breaths, all the flaming beasts were slaughtered. Ji Fuyang felt something in her heart and stood in the middle of the spiritual firestorm, directly operating the burning sky decree and beginning to comprehend the way of spiritual fire. In an instant, the aura on her body began to skyrocket. Qingcheng, Yi family. Yi Duan was still practicing. 4 days have passed. The current Yi Chen had already stepped into the middle stage of the Grand Xian King realm in one fell swoop. Breaking through the Xian Emperor realm was only a matter of time. Lu Xian was satisfied as he looked at Yi Chen's bitter cultivation. A genius is a genius. Yi Chen's cultivation talent was comparable to Ji Fuyang's, both being great emperors, and his cultivation speed was very heaven-defying. Now that both disciples were practicing hard, the cultivation base within Lu Xian's body was rising rapidly. In the past few days, Lu Xian had directly stepped into the triple Shenzun realm. He lay in Yi Chen's bed for several days. Yi Chen, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced hard, while Pill Elder gave some pointers from time to time, sometimes asking Lu Xian's opinion. Lu Xian tends to reply with a "ha, good, right, etc." Such a performance fell in Pilyan's eyes, and he even felt that Lu Xian was incomparably mysterious. Suddenly, the system's voice came. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao is sensing the power of spirit fire. Begin synchronization. Chapter 30, The Supreme Secret Art of the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao is sensing the power of spirit fire. Begin synchronization. Instantly, an incomparably majestic spirit flame sensation surged into Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian had never seen so many spirit flame sensations before. Is this Fuyang stepping into the perfection of the spirit fireway? Lu Xian checked the system. Sure enough, Ji Fuyan had stepped into the perfection of the way of spirit flame. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Ji Fuyang's spirit fire talent was truly heaven-defying. It was worthy of being in existence that had certified an emperor with the spirit fire Dao in his previous life. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's great apprentice's cultivation level is rising. Begin synchronization. Lu Xian once again sensed a surge of spiritual energy hitting the meridians in his body. This spiritual energy was several times that of the past. On Ji Fuyang's panel, her realm jumped from the late Xianzong realm's great circle to the first Xianzun realm directly, and Lu Xian directly stepped into the fourth Xuanzuan realm. Feeling the majestic and raging spiritual energy in his body, Lu Xian had a trace of excitement. It had only been less than 2 months, and he had directly stepped into the Xianzun realm. And he didn't do anything. Just lie down. The feeling is simply awesome. Not much longer. Yichen slowly opened his eyes as he looked at Lu Xian with great surprise. Master, I've stepped into the middle stage of the Grand Xian King realm. He examined his body with a look of disbelief and great excitement. Lu Xian smiled faintly. There are still 3 days left, so don't take pills or absorb spirit stones for the rest of the day. I'll assist you in devouring the seeds of the otherworldly flame. Leaf Dust was shocked. Seeds of bone-cold spectral fire? Just then, giggle. Within the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest, pill flame directly drilled out. Ha, devouring foreign fire seeds? It just so happens to be an area that old me specializes in. Pilian came uninvited and offered Lu Xian to help Yi Chen devour the bone-cold specter flame. Lu Xian said with a faint smile, since Pill Elder is so confident, then you do it. Yi Chen immediately took out the bone-cold spectral flame from his nascent sac. Phew! Although the bone-cold specter flame was covered with sealing prohibitions, when it reappeared in the room, a terrifying aura still spread out in all directions. Icy cold seeps in. Yi Chen could feel the terrifying power contained within this seed of exotic fire. Seeing this, Pilian was somewhat agitated. He was an alchemist who dealt with spirit fire all day long, but it was also the first time that he had seen a heaven and earth exotic flame so close. With such an opportunity, he naturally had to propose to Lu Xian that he would help Yi Chen devour it himself. After all, this was only a foreign fire seed, not a truly grown heaven and earth foreign fire. Pilian was still quite confident that he could suppress this bone-cold specter flame. He spread out his right hand, and bone-cold spectral flame instantly flew in front of him. Pilian began to scrutinize this foreign fire seed as he murmured, Yi Chen, let the old man prepare. Devouring the foreign fire is simple, but this foreign fire contains a terrifying power, and I can't let it harm your foundation. Give me a little time. Oh, right. When the time comes, once the seed of Fey Flame is unsealed, it will definitely attract heaven and earth anomalies. I will help you suppress it. Yi Chen said respectfully. Thank you, Pill Elder. Pilian nodded, and a faint divine splendor surged out from his body as he began to remove the sealing power on top of the bone-cold specter flame little by little. His Tao of spirit flame was at the transcendent realm, and suppressing this strain of spirit flame wasn't too difficult. Perfection, great perfection, transcendence. And at this point, in the middle of the Yi family's ancestral land, the figures of the 3 great old ancestors sat cross-legged in the depths of the void and slowly preached. It was the supreme secret art of the Fuyao imperial dynasty that they had passed down. This was the root of their Yi family's standing. At one time, they had become one of the 3 major commanders of the Fuyao imperial dynasty with this supreme secret technique given by the Empress. As the 3 great old ancestors of the Yi family preached, the metaphysics of this supreme secret art surged as if it was imprinted by the great Tao, condensing a brilliant divine splendor between this side of the heavens and earth. The void was rendered by divine splendor, as if a river of stars was dropping down. The 3 great old ancestors were in the middle of a party of stars and rivers, looking incomparably deep and lofty. They looked down at the Yi family patriarch and the others. These people were the most talented cultivators in the Yi family and had already stepped into the saint realm. According to the speculations of the 3 great old ancestors, as they passed down this supreme secret art, there must be quite a few people who could comprehend a hint of its mysteries. Read about it. The 3 great old ancestors waited quietly. In the middle of the field, the patriarch and the great elder had a precious light on their bodies, and there was a hidden battle intent condensing out, and the killing power rose up through the sky, directly condensing a heaven and earth phenomenon above the void. Above the dome of the sky, the power of slaying continuously converged, diffracting many reflections of a monstrous aura. The matriarch has cultivated a successful career. A long spear through the sky appeared directly above his head. The spear came out like a dragon. The dragon swam in all directions. The sea boiled and the mountains cracked, cracking the clouds. Terror! The great elder followed and comprehended it. A sea of spirit fire condensed directly above his head, and the heavenly spirit fire was like a fire abyss, constantly boiling, with sky-high heat waves that shot up into the clouds. Spectacular! Then, several more sage elders participated in the enlightenment. All of them also had heaven and earth visions condensed above their heads. It was only because in this clanland, A heavenly seal had been laid by the three great old ancestors joining hands, so this heaven and earth vision had not manifested in the Yi family land. Outside of the Yi family land, other people didn't know about it either. The three great old ancestors nodded. Not bad. To be able to comprehend to this extent shows that you all have good talent, the Grand Elder asked with some astonishment. Old ancestor, this supreme secret method, could it be that it stimulates our own Tao? I follow the way of spiritual flame, so my attacking power has been increased by several times, and I can actually produce heaven and earth visions when I attack. The gray-robed elder nodded. Indeed, this supreme secret art can stimulate the cultivator's potential. So continue your cultivation. The heaven and earth visions are just one of them. After that you will experience over more of its benefits. Words. The Yi family elders were all a bit agitated. The supreme secret art of the Fuyao imperial dynasty was truly incomparably mysterious. This was the depth of a great emperor-level power. Seeing this scene, the three Yi family ancestors felt slightly regretful in their hearts. It was because people such as the patriarch and the Grand Elder were actually quite talented. But unfortunately, their cultivation time was less than 1,000 years. And they had only stepped into the Xian Saint realm. However, with the support of this supreme secret art, stepping into the Saint King realm was only a matter of time. What's more, their battle power will be increased by several times. Among the same rank, unless one encountered those demons, one could be called invincible. At this point, the Grand Elder asked, Old Ancestor, can I pass this supreme secret art to my son Lianshan? The gray-robed quasi-emperor nodded. Naturally, it is possible. Now that my Yi family is about to return to the banner of the female emperor, it is imminent for my Yi family to improve its strength as a whole. The patriarch sighed slightly in his heart. He also wanted to pass the supreme secret art to Yi Chen. Unfortunately, right now, Yi Chen's problem was not his battle power, but the strange power in his body, which he could not cultivate at all. With this in mind, the patriarch turned his head to look at the Grand Elder. The Empress may have a way. It would be nice if the Seiho challenge could be cancelled. The Grand Elder sensed the patriarch's gaze and saw through what the patriarch was thinking in his mind and said lightly, My hallowed Yi family is now returning to the Empress banner, and it's more or less inappropriate to have a scum who can't cultivate be the son of the world. I hope that the patriarch has the greater good in mind. Now that Her Majesty the Empress has not yet recovered her strength, and it's the first time in 3,000 years that she has descended on my Yi family, I hope that the patriarch won't make some excessive requests. It's small to impinge on Her Majesty the Empress, but if Her Majesty's strength is damaged, I'm afraid that the patriarch can't afford to do so. The patriarch's face turned cold. Back then, he and the Grand Elder had a disagreement during the patriarchal dispute, and had been in constant conflict ever since. Especially since Yi Chen's cultivation had fallen all these years, the Grand Elder had constantly targeted him. This time, the female emperor descended, and a glimmer of hope arose in the patriarch's heart. If he could get the Empress to help Yi Chen remove the bizarre power in his body, he could give up the patriarch position for that. At this point, the gray-robed quasi-emperor ancestor looked at the matriarch and slowly said, Changfeng, this time, you must not bring up the matter of the strange power within Duster's body for the time being. When the time is ripe in the future, I will naturally ask Her Majesty the Empress for instructions. The patriarch's face became extremely ugly as he coldly glanced at the Grand Elder and could only respectfully say, As you command. The Grand Elder laughed lightly and did not speak. Immediately, the three great old ancestors whisked their sleeves and said with a grave expression, Counting the time, Her Majesty the Empress should have 3 or 4 days to descend on my Yi family. Just now, I communicated with the Dragon Guard King Barbarian Commander, and Her Majesty the Empress may not necessarily be able to descend at the time of the family assembly. Next, you guys go get ready. Remember one thing, for this matter, hold it low-key. At that time, our Yi family will open the clan protection formation. The female emperor has descended. This matter is of great importance and must not be divulged one iota. We'll temporarily shut ourselves up for a little while in this ancestral land, and when the female emperor descends, we'll naturally appear. The voice fell. The patriarch and the Grand Elder and the others said loudly, Yes, sir. The three great old ancestors waved their sleeves and directly cancelled the heaven and earth seal of the ancestral ground. The patriarch and the others slowly left the Yi family's ancestral land. The Grand Elder walked towards the patriarch. Patriarch, I'm reminding you once again that I hope you have the greater good in mind. On the way to the rise of the Yi clan, some wastes should be sacrificed. 7 years have passed. Are you still harboring illusions about certain wastes? At those words, the patriarch's face was livid with murderous intent. The Grand Elder's voice was low and hoarse. Matriarch, for the World's Sun Assembly, I will give you a great gift. With that, the Grand Elder directly left. He was in a great mood. He couldn't wait to see his son, Yi Lianshan. It was so timely for the old ancestor to pass on the supreme hidden secret of the Fuyao dynasty to them. When the Fuyao Empress descended, he would be able to let Yi Liangchen show off. Although Yi Liangchen's talent is not as good as the peak Yichen of that year, it is also the second-day talent of the Yi family. Of course, it is now a first-day talent. This time, the descent of Empress Fuyao was a heavenly opportunity for Yi Liangchen. The Grand Elder murmured, "If my son Liangchen can also produce heaven and earth visions, he can definitely startle the female emperor. Maybe he would be accepted as a disciple by Her Majesty the Empress. Ha ha ha." As for the patriarch's lineage, the day of the sun's race will be their doom. As long as Yi Liangchen killed Yi Duan, the patriarch would definitely make a move. But then he would be able to behead the patriarch. There is no need for the patriarch's line to exist. Not far away, the patriarch looked at the Grand Elder's somewhat agitated appearance, and his face became extremely ugly. On the day of the family assembly, how was Yi Chen going to face it? Who will save Yeden? Chapter 31, I'm going to push down Empress Fuyao. The patriarch's mind was buoyant. The feud between him and the Grand Elder had been going on for a long time, and now it had long been irreconcilable. The battle for the patriarch hadn't ended, but now it had turned into a battle for the son of the world. Yi Duan has suffered an undeserved disaster. Read this. The patriarch quickly walked towards Yi Chen's room. He was slightly startled. The sealing prohibition in Yi Chuan's room was still there. He transmitted his voice towards Yi Chen. There was no response. However, there were a few of Yi Chen's leftover messages in his voice transmission nascent ring. "Father, I won't step out of the room until the family assembly. Believe me, when the time comes for the family assembly, I will give you an incomparably huge surprise." At those words, the patriarch frowned slightly and shook his head gently. He'd heard the same thing too many times. A few days before the opening of the clan assembly in the previous years, Yi Chen had also locked himself in his room, wanting to create a miracle. But that kind of bizarre power was something that not even a quasi-emperor ancestor could solve. So how could Yi Chen solve it by himself? Still, a warmth grew in his heart. "Dusty, you're good. Your father's pride. After 7 years, you've never given up. Just ask who can do this. I'm sure your mother would be happy if she knew." Can. In this manner, the patriarch left Yi Chen's residence. The other side, the Grand Elder had arrived at his son Yi Liangchen's residence. "Ah, hurry up, brother Liangchen." Well, from outside the room, there was a sound of a woman's panting. Cough cough. The Grand Elder's face twitched as he clenched his fists and faked a cough. He knew his son, who liked to seek out flowers on a regular basis. The Grand Elder didn't feel that this was a disadvantage. After all, as the current Yi family's #1 genius, there were simply too many stunningly beautiful women who were willing to throw themselves at him throughout the day. His son has also never gone for the kidneys, not the heart. Therefore, he felt that this was not a hindrance, but rather helped in cultivation, relaxing his mind and combining labor and leisure. If it was a normal day, he would have left of his own accord if he knew his son was doing what he was doing. But not now. He's in a hurry. It was necessary to let his son Yi Liangchen cultivate the supreme secret art of the Fuyao imperial dynasty as soon as possible. There's not much time left for them. This supreme secret art must be passed on to Yi Liangchen immediately, so that he could have some enlightenment, and it would be best to produce heaven and earth anomalies, so that he would also have the capital to brag about it with the Empress. But the room still panted for a long time. The Grand Elder's face became a touch ugly as he directly started knocking on the door. Bang bang bang. Inside the room, there was an instant grumble. "Father, is something wrong?" Yi Liangchen wrapped up a robe and walked out barefoot. LOL. The door opened. The Grand Elder's face was very excited. "Liangchen, let me in. I've come to tell you the good news. This will probably be your chance of a lifetime." Inside the room, two pink-skinned, stunningly beautiful women shrank into a ball, hugged tightly, and hid on the bed. They were in a springtime, beautiful scenery, and when they saw the Grand Elder come in, they were trembling in fear. The Grand Elder frowned slightly, glanced toward the two women for a few moments, and said indifferently, "All go out." Soon, the two stunningly beautiful women grabbed their clothes haphazardly, casually covering their delicate bodies, and fled. The first elder closed the door. Directly raising his hand, he laid a saint-rank sealing prohibition in the room. Instantly, radiant spirit patterns surged forth, isolating the room. Yi Liangchen looked at his father with some shock. It seems that the father burst in, and this is really something that has come to a head. The Grand Elder immediately told Yi Liangchen about the fact that Empress Fuyao was about to descend. Yi Liangchen froze. "What? My Yi family is actually a power that was once under the Fuyao imperial dynasty? Now the Empress has actually returned and wants to take over our Yi family?" A huge wave rose in his mind. That was a truly great emperor. The Emperor's realm. At this time, the Grand Elder said with a grave expression. This time when Her Majesty the Empress descended, It's a very good opportunity for you to perform. You are now the first genius of the younger generation of the Yi family. Maybe you'll receive instruction from Her Majesty the Empress, or even accept you as a disciple. Yi Liangchen was slightly stunned. Two flames appeared in his eyes. If he could worship the Empress as his teacher, his future would be unlimited. Yi Liangchen said, "Father, I know the importance of this matter. This matter is even more important than the position of the son of the throne." The Grand Elder nodded. "Indeed." Saying that, the Grand Elder made a point towards Yi Liangchen's brow. "I'll pass on to you the supreme secret art of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. You only have 3 days. It would be better if you can realize something. If you can invoke heaven and earth visions, I'm sure you'll be rewarded by Her Majesty the Empress." Giggle. A divine splendor surged into Yi Liangchen's mind. It was the message that the Yi family's old ancestor had preached. A massive amount of information exploded like an explosion in Yi Liangchen's sea of consciousness. He was shocked to realize the terror of this supreme secret art. The Grand Elder said, "My son, you and I both cultivate the way of spiritual fire. I've already triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon in the clanland, so I can give you my epiphany as a reference. I hope you can also trigger a heaven and earth vision." Yi Liangchen nodded, very excited. The Grand Elder continued, "When the world sun challenges, you will directly kill Yi Chen. This son has a deep heart, and since 7 years of ridicule and mockery did not make him give up, this son must not be kept." Yi Liangchen snorted, "Just a waste." The Grand Elder's face was heavy as he shook his head. No. The situation has changed now. We have to know that Her Majesty the Empress will come. What if Her Majesty the Empress has a solution that can resolve the bizarre power?" At those words, Yi Liangchen's face became very ugly. "Father, you're right. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Yi Chen, I will kill him." The Grand Elder nodded, satisfied with his son. "Right, if you kill Yi Chen, his father, Yi Chongfeng, will definitely take revenge on you. At that time, I can use this opportunity to strike and kill the clan leader. That way I can logically become the clan chief." The voice fell. Yi Liangchen was stunned. "Father, this is a wonderful plan. It's a serial plan. It seems that I still need to learn more from your wisdom." The Grand Elder smiled gently, flattered by Yi Liangchen's pat on the back. "My son, you will surpass me in the future." Silence for a moment. Yi Liangchen suddenly asked, "Father, I just remembered something." The Grand Elder asked, "What is it?" Yi Liangchen asked, "You said that Empress Fuyao has returned again, and that she is now no longer in the Emperor realm?" The Grand Elder thought for a moment. The old ancestor said it was under the Holy Realm, but rights cannot be abolished. The authority of Her Majesty the Empress cannot be questioned. At that moment, the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth lifted slightly. "Father, it seems that back then, Empress Fuyao must have been severely injured in that battle. Maybe there are still injuries in her body right now? Maybe her sanity hasn't fully recovered yet?" The Grand Elder was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yi Liangchen lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Father, what if I can say that I can make Empress Fuyao's heart move towards me and thus submit to me?" The Grand Elder froze. "What? Is Yi Liangchen trying to raid the Empress? How can you have such a bold idea? How could he not think of that? But what if it does materialize? The Empress was an Empress, but right now she wasn't in the Emperor realm yet." Yi Liangchen suddenly erupted with confidence. "Father, I have not 1,000 but 800 women in my power nowadays. I know how to manipulate women, whether it's a proud woman of the heavens or an ordinary woman. I'm good at it. Do you think I can take down Her Majesty?" Thinking about it made Yi Liangchen feel excited. "What all? That's the Empress. If you can push it down and, it's really like reaching an orgasm just thinking about it. Read about it." A flame ignited within Yi Liangchen. "Father, I will comprehend this supreme secret art. When the time comes, I will make sure to astonish Her Majesty the Empress." The Grand Elder nodded and reminded, "Liang Chen, don't be too aggressive. If you really want to take down the Empress, you must do it slowly, and never let the Empress find out. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable." Yi Liangchen smiled faintly. "Father, I know, the Empress is also a human being. She also has 7 emotions and 6 desires. I've taken down hundreds of women over the years. These are all my experiences in raiding the Empress." The Grand Elder said, "Alright, now start comprehending that supreme secret art. This is the first step in approaching Her Majesty the Empress." Words. Yi Liangchen sat down on his knees and began to operate the spirit skill. Boom! A terrifying and incomparable spirit flame surged out from his body, directly condensing a storm that hovered over him as Yi Liangchen began to check out the epiphanies that the Grand Elder had handed over to him. On his body, radiant spirit patterns flickered continuously, and his aura became more and more subtle. "See this." The Grand Elder slowly exited the room without further interruption. He murmured, "My son, I hope you can condense the heaven and earth visions. You and I both follow the way of spirit flame, and your talent is not inferior to mine. You can do it, son. Leaf dust room. Lu Xian watched from the side. Pilian wanted to help Yi Chen devour the foreign flames, so let's leave it to him. It could be seen that Pilian's spirit fire attainments were extremely high as he handled this bone-cold spectral flame with great concentration. Leaf dust was not idle on the side. Pilian passed on some spirit flame sensations for him to comprehend first in preparation for devouring the bone-cold spectral flame, while Yi Chen was comprehending the Tao of spiritual fire. Lu Xian's ears heard the system's voice. The host's second disciple, Yi Duan Spirit Fire, has had an epiphany and is synchronizing. Lu Xian smiled faintly. He thought that in the future, with Pilian as his old grandfather following Yi Chen, his spirit fire attainments would improve extremely fast. That's great. At this time, Pilian asked, Yi Chen, how are you feeling? Yi Chuan had a bitter look on his face. The spirit fire in his palm was constantly jumping around. It was very unstable. Pil Elder, I feel that it's a bit obscure. I don't understand some parts very well. Pilian smiled. No harm done. You should first memorize this knowledge of spirit flames that I gave you, and when you devour the bone-cold spectral flame in a while, you will naturally realize it. Leaf Dust nodded with seeming understanding. Chapter 32, Yi Lianchen, am a genius. 1 hour later. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The seals above the bone-cold spectre flame began to shatter continuously. Pilian activated the power of a quasi-emperor to suppress the power of the bone-cold spectre flame, carefully levitated it in front of him, and carefully observed it. He was in an agitated mood. This is the heaven and earth foreign fire. He had also gone in search of heaven and earth exotic flames, but unfortunately, his chances were not enough and he had never encountered a heaven and earth exotic flame. Now that he saw the bone-cold spectre flame near his eyes, Pilian's breathing became rapid. A few moments later, he gathered his mind and began to probe this foreign fire. Knowing that Yi Chen was only a middle stage of the Grand Xian King realm, he was unable to directly withstand the power of this foreign fire. Not only did he have to tell Yi Chen what he needed to pay attention to in advance, he also had to protect Yi Chen from the side. Soon, with his transcendent spirit fire attainments, he discovered some of the things he needed to pay attention to when devouring foreign flames. Pilian would tell Yi Chen one by one. Next, although I will be there to prey on you, the entire process of devouring the foreign fire will be extremely painful. If you persevere through it, you will devour this foreign fire, and if you can't hold on, you will burn out here. The bone-cold spectral flame looks icy cold, but it actually possesses another fiery power. So, when you devour it in a moment, there will be a twofold change. The first change is the power of ice and cold on the exterior of the bone-cold spectre fire, and you will be plunged into endless cold. And the second change is the blazing power within the bone-cold spectre fire. You will be burned endlessly. If you can survive these two changes, you will completely devour this foreign fire and he will fuse with your body. Yi Chuan listened attentively and silently memorized it in his heart. Pilian asked with a grave expression. Yi Chen, are you ready? Leaf Dust said. I'm ready. With a movement of Pilian's mind, the bone-cold spectre flame slowly floated over towards Yi Chen. Giggle. With a wave of Pilian's sleeve and a change of spirit techniques in his hand, the seed of bone-cold spectre fire directly disappeared into Yi Chen's dantian. Instantly, in his dantian, a source of icy cold crazily spread towards his limbs and bones, sweeping through his internal world like a white torrent. But a few breaths, frost condensed out of Yi Chen's body. His hair, eyebrows, and his face all froze. This room was as cold as an ice cellar, piercingly cold. Yi Chen clenched his teeth as his consciousness continued to freeze with this terrifying cold force. The flesh has frozen. The divine soul has been frozen. Leaf Dust only had his obsession left to struggle. Pilian frowned deeply. At this point in time, he simply couldn't make a move. Being able to enter the second change was entirely up to Yi Chen's creation. On the side, Lu Xian had a calm face and wasn't worried in the slightest. One must know that Yi Chen was a great emperor, a proper protagonist template. How can you not be able to cross the small challenge of the foreign fire? Pilian was a bit surprised. Peak Master Lu, aren't you worried? Lu Xian smiled faintly. If my disciple is unable to even devour the seeds of Fei Flame, then I've looked away. Pilian's face twitched as he turned his gaze toward Yi Chen. Leaf Dust's body was trembling. The cold power seemed to have invaded his memory. A picture emerged in Yi Chuan's mind. For 7 years, what face does a waste of the Yi family have to stay in the Yi family? In order to restore this waste, old ancestor didn't know how many cultivation resources he had spent, all to no avail. What will Yi Chuan take to repay? Yi Chen should be expelled from the Yi family, but that wasn't what hurt him the most. There was still a dusty love affair within him. Nangong Baixue. Once, the Yi family's old ancestor and the Nangong family's old ancestor had survived a Jedi in his secret realm and worked together. So when Yi Chen was still a baby, He was betrothed to Nangong Baixue. At that time, Nangong Baixue had lived in the Yi family for several years. They played together, cultivated together, and at one time Yi Chen thought that Nangong Baixue was his destined dowmate. Brother Yi Chen, your cultivation speed is so fast. Brother Yi Xuan, I can't understand some of this Gong method again, can you teach me? Nangong Baixue always looked at him with a face of adoration, and often had to punish her. The supposed punishment was to pout, kiss him on the cheek, and run away. Yi Chen always stroked Nangong Baixue's green silk in a very doting manner, and his heart was filled with tranquility at that time. Until 7 years ago, his cultivation had fallen, and his father had tried everything he could think of to fix it. The old ancestor had also expended a great deal of treasures, to no avail. Nangong Baixue disappeared. At that moment, Yi Chen's heart ached a little. Slowly, the taunts from the Yi family's crowd were unending, until one day, Nangong Baixue appeared in front of him again. Her eyes were pitying, pitiful. Ka-ching, Leaf Dust's heart broke. Yi Chen, the best years of my life were spent with you, and you've disappointed me too much. With that, Nangong Baixue left, as if she had made some sort of determination. Then the scene shifted to some time ago. In his room, his father cried. Yi Chuan suddenly realized that his father had grown old and his hair was white. His father cried for him. Leaf Dust's heart once again shook and ached. A man, in his life, may encounter pain twice. Once it was the backstabbing of a beloved woman. Once it was a father who shed tears. This painful obsession was constantly burning in Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen roared in his heart. Is my life really just like this? No, I am not willing. The power of the obsession turned into a monstrous sea of fury and began to pound toward Yi Chen's inner world, like a great river. At the same time, the spirit fire sense handed over to Yi Chen by Pilyan was also undergoing a subtle effect. Almost at the limit, Yi Chuan urged it out. In an instant, a blazing spirit fire condensed out of Yi Chuan's inner world and directly began to reverse the icy cold power of the bone-cold specter fire. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The frost on Yi Chuan's body surface all shattered. Seeing this scene, Pilyan slowly let out a sigh of relief. The day passed. The first change of the bone-cold specter flame Yi Chuan had finally gotten through it. Next, it was the second variation of the bone-cold specter fire. Moment. The two poles of icy cold and blazing power reversed, and Yi Chuan's body directly scorched. He was sweating profusely, and his body was constantly trembling, as if he could not support himself. Contrary to the icy cold power sealing off all his senses, this blazing power kept hitting every inch of his nerves, every pore. It was as if the body burned inside and out all over. Even, two flames appeared in all of his eyes. 1 hour, 2 hours. The day passed. Leaf Dust is still holding on. Pilyan was nervous. Every breath Yi Chen took now might not be able to carry it. If he couldn't carry it off and directly failed, Yi Chuan would directly set himself on fire here. He murmured. Obsession is a cultivator's last weapon. Right now for Yi Chen, it's the battle of obsession. Lu Xian nodded. He could also see that Yi Chen had already poured out all he had, and only the power of his obsession remained. The obsession is undying. Although the bone-cold specter flame was powerful, it was after all a dead thing, and at this moment, in Yi Chuan's internal world, his obsession was constantly fighting against the strength and arrogance of the bone-cold specter flame, and he was devouring the bone-cold specter flame little by little. Yi Chuan sensed that in the process of devouring the bone-cold specter flame, his body had gained tremendous benefits. His bones and blood, and even his meridians, and even his divine soul, were like being in a terrifying fiery oven from the inside out, being constantly scorched, burned, and quenched. Vigorous and majestic power continuously stirred out from his dantian. The spiritual energy within his body had turned into a crimson-red color, constantly boiling as those impurities were annihilating and impacting his divine hidden ground. I don't know how much time has passed. The spirit flame sense handed over to Yi Chen by Pilyan began to work. Yi Chuan naturally manipulated the spirit fire within his body. Gradual. The outline of a spirit fire appeared on the periphery of Yi Chen's body, like an invisible domain. It was reflected in this side of the small world, and if it wasn't for the formation Lu Xian had laid down to block it, it would certainly have rushed straight out of the room and condensed a vision. Another half-day passed. Suddenly an incomparably blazing divine splendor splashed out from Yi Chen's body. Precisely the power of the bone-cold specter flame. Like ice and fire, reddish-red and cold white intertwined, and it directly shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Pilyan was instantly shocked and immediately struck out, wanting to block this heaven-charging vision, but it was too late. The monstrous vision directly broke through the formation Lu Xian had laid down. Pilyan was alarmed. Yi Chen devouring this heaven and earth foreign fire was a matter of great importance, and now was not the time to expose it. Peak Master Lu, what should we do now? There's already a heaven and earth anomaly. Lu Xian smiled faintly. No harm done. He had a 1-star Great Emperor experience card in his hand. Even if the Yi family's ancestor appears, so what? Pilian's heart settled a little and he raised his head to look into the void. His hands changed in spiritual techniques, directly urging the power of a paramount emperor to disguise the source of this heaven and earth anomaly. Boom! Only to see an incomparably monstrous sea of spirit fire suddenly condensed above the Yi family's void. The cold white spirit firepower and the crimson spirit firepower were clearly separated, constantly diffusing terrifying patterns. For a time, even the sun appeared to be somewhat eclipsed. These two forces were constantly merging. How the two rivers converged and erupted with heavenly power. The power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Moment. The entire Xinjiang was directly alarmed. A vision of heaven and earth. Is this someone in the Yi family cultivating a supreme technique? Or is someone having an epiphany about something? And that's when, just as Yi Liangchen had an epiphany, he excitedly transmitted his voice to the Grand Elder. Father, I've sensed it. I've sensed it. The Grand Elder was shocked and immediately fell into a fit of ecstasy. What? My son Liangchen. You know, you have invoked the heaven and earth anomaly. Yi Liangchen was slightly stunned. Anomaly of heaven and earth? How did he feel that he didn't invoke the heaven and earth anomaly? Did he set it off? The Grand Elder smiled. Worthy of being my son. I just observed that a blazing spirit fire rushed out of your room, and I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye's feats, you had condensed a vision above the void. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, that's it. Besides him, are there any other geniuses in the Yi family? This was the vision of heaven and earth that he had condensed. He also didn't expect that after he casually sensed it, a heaven and earth anomaly had appeared. I, Yi Liangchen, am a genius. Chapter 33, pushed down by Empress Fuyao. I, Yi Liangchen, am a genius, Yi Liangchen said excitedly. For a while, his heart surged, and his mind directly brainstormed the images after meeting the Fuyang Empress. After meeting Empress Fuyao, the Empress was shocked by his cultivation talent and offered to take him as her disciple. For the next few days, he cultivated with Empress Fuyao. Empress Fuyao was getting more and more shocked at his talent. Liang Chen, your cultivation talent is the strongest I've ever seen. And he, too, was getting closer to Empress Fuyao with each passing day. Finally, one day, he sensed that Empress Fuyao was getting on his good side. He's always looking for opportunities. Slowly, pretending to gently touch Empress Fuyao's skin without thinking, then embarrassedly said, Master, I'm sorry. Empress Fuyao's face flushed slightly. Apprentice, it's fine. Then later on, he became bold enough to pull up Empress Fuyao's delicate hand and pretended to let Empress Fuyao feel his spiritual power. The Fuyao Empress was imploring, her delicate and absolutely beautiful face approaching her, but he dodged it. It's a trick called the lustful tackle. Empress Fuyao sighed slightly, somewhat disappointed. Finally, one day, while Empress Fuyao was bathing, Yi Liangchen pretended to ask for advice and inadvertently intruded into the Empress's cave. Yi Liangchen immediately covered his eyes and apologized. Master, I'm sorry, I'll leave immediately. Empress Fuyao blushed and said, Liangchen, come over and join us. Yi Liangchen pretended to walk over reluctantly. Master, can I really? Empress Fuyao directly pulled up Yi Liangchen's hand and placed it on top of her own peaks. Liangchen, if it's you, I'm fine with it. Saying that, Empress Fuyao's snowy neck tilted slightly, and her delicate lips directly kissed Yi Liangchen's mouth. He was pushed straight back. Later, he lived happily ever after with Empress Fuyao. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen roared, his veins exposed, and his unicorn arms suddenly fired. He roared. He groaned. His body trembled. After a moment, Yi Liangchen felt a little empty inside. It's like something's been lost. Mud. It's all in his head. He had even come up with the name of the child he would have with Empress Fuyao. I must push down Empress Fuyao. Yi Liangchen secretly swore. And at this point, the Yi family has been sensationalized. The three great paramount emperor ancestors probed out their divine thoughts from within the ancestral land, wanting to probe the Yi family to find out who had triggered the heaven and earth anomaly. Pity. Nothing. Seeing this, the three great old ancestors stopped pursuing the matter and began to expel the divine thoughts probing from the other forces in Xinjiang. An old ancestor murmured, I think the person who triggered the heaven and earth anomaly doesn't want us to know. However, since it's someone from the Yi family, we'll always see it later. The other old ancestor nodded. That's the truth. The three great old ancestors quickly retracted their divine thoughts back into the ancestral ground and stopped prying. And at that moment, the Grand Elder had already transmitted his voice to the many elders of the Yi family. Congratulations! My son Liang Chen's participation in the supreme secret art has triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. The many elders were shocked. Grand Elder, is it really Yi Liangchen? The Grand Elder laughed. You can ask the people of the Yi family. Besides my son Yi Liangchen, Who else has comprehended that supreme secret art? The many elders looked at each other and shook their heads. In the distance, the patriarch watched this and sighed deeply. Was it really Yi Liangchen who had triggered this heaven and earth anomaly? The commotion. It was too much, the matriarch murmured. If only it were Dusty. On the other side, numerous elders congratulated the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, when Liangchen has gained the favor of Her Majesty the Empress, be sure to let Liangchen pay attention to my lineage. I've said long ago that there is only one supreme demon in the Yi family, and that's Yi Liangchen. God bless my Yi family. Soon, the vision of heaven and earth disappeared. In Leaf Dust's room, Yi Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with the power of spiritual energy, and with a thought, a cold white flame appeared in his palm, like a perfect work of art, slowly rotating and releasing the power of a faint Taoist pressure. Now Yi Xuan had begun to send and receive, controlling the power of this bone-cold specter flame. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian and Pil Yan with incomparable excitement. Master, Pil Elder, I've succeeded. He completely subdued the bone-cold spectral flame. For 2 days he fell from heaven to hell and from hell back to earth. Lu Xian smiled. Apprentice, well done. A cold sweat had long broken out on Pil Yan's body, and he was now relieved. Looking at Lu Xian again, he had been very calm for the past 2 days. Pil Yan inwardly sighed. AI, this is the gap between me and Peak Master Lu. I don't have the state of mind of a strong person. Read about it. Pil Yan cast a gaze of awe at Lu Xian. Just then, boom, an incomparably majestic spiritual energy suddenly surged out from within Yi Chen's body, like a great river impacting his limbs and bones. His cultivation was skyrocketing. The middle stage of the Great Xian King Realm, late stage of the Grand Xian King Realm, early Xian Huang Realm, eventually stopping at the middle stage of the Xian Emperor Realm. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with some shock. Master, what's going on? Pil Yan explained. The bone-cold spectral flame seed contains a terrifying power within it, and now that you've taken it in, it's giving you feedback on your cultivation base. Leaf Dust was shocked. Lu Xian smiled faintly. The system's voice rang out. Host's second disciple Yi Chen's cultivation has skyrocketed, starting to synchronize his cultivation. It's synchronizing second apprentice brother Yi Chen's spirit flame sensation. Boom! Lu Xian's body trembled slightly. An incomparably majestic spiritual energy surged out and directly surged into his dantian. Lu Xian directly stepped into the fifth Xuanzuan realm. On top of that, his spirit flame attainment stepped directly into the great perfection. One must know that this time, Yi Xuan devoured the bone-cold specter flame, and invariably, he kept running the spirit flame sense that Pil Elder had handed over to him, which brought him tremendous benefits. Yi Chen's spirit fire attainments had skyrocketed a lot. It's happening in his subconscious. Yi Xuan's mind moved, and the bone-cold spectral fire in front of him began to change constantly, and the space around him slowly condensed out of frost, and even distorted a little. Pil Yan couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being a heaven and earth exotic flame, even if it hasn't grown up yet. It's already so terrifying. Lu Xian smiled. Yi Chen, you try to familiarize yourself with this foreign flame first. Yi Xuan nodded, and the spirit techniques in his hands changed as he began to manipulate the bone-cold spectral flame. Pil Yan looked at Yi Chen with great satisfaction. Your brat really has deep chances. Not only did your master help you solve the hidden danger of the bizarre power, he also helped you devour the foreign fire. Yi Chen touched his nose and looked towards Lu Xian gratefully. In his heart, Lu Xian had long been in the highest position. It's a rejuvenation. Lu Xian smiled and said, tomorrow is the Yi clan family assembly. You'll definitely be a hit. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. Yeah, tomorrow is the family convention. Today, he has crossed 10,000 mountains in a light boat, and his body and mind have become incredibly relaxed. He even felt that Yi Liangchen's challenge was a bit ridiculous. As for Nangong Baishui, his heart was no longer rippling. Most importantly, the father can finally rest easy. Tomorrow's family assembly will be his stage. On the side, Yi Chen was already lying on the bed, ready to rest. The system's mission is complete. Just wait for the next day to collect your reward. Yi Liangchen's room. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Liangchen very appreciatively and waited for him to finish his enlightenment. This time, Yi Liangchen sensationalized the entire Qingcheng. That heaven and earth vision was shaking him to this day. Be sure to tell Her Majesty the Empress about this. With such a heaven-defying cultivation talent, it was only natural that one could gain Her Majesty the Empress's favor. Not much longer. Yi Liangchen slowly opened his eyes and collected his body's aura. Father, thanks a lot. The Grand Elder nodded. As soon as the clan assembly begins tomorrow, you will immediately challenge Yi Chen. There is no need to wait for other processes. It just so happens that the old ancestor and the others will appear after the fugue Empress descends. So with this time difference, you can kill Yi Chen. Otherwise, when Her Majesty the Empress descends and the old ancestor appears, I'm afraid the old ancestor will stop you if you try to kill Yi Chen. Yi Liangchen nodded. Okay father, when I kill Yi Chen, you will step in and kill the patriarch. When the old ancestor descends, there's nothing you can do. The grand elder stroked his beard and laughed. Not bad, the patriarch is no match for me, and I can kill him before the old ancestor descends. As for the other elders, I've already made arrangements, they won't be involved. Yi Liangchen smiled broadly. Very well. The grand elder patted Yi Liangchen's shoulder. Alright, you rest first. With that, the grand elder left. When the grand elder disappeared for a moment, Yi Liangchen immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip. Secret voice transmission. Soon, several stunningly beautiful women with lithe postures stepped into Yi Liangchen's room. Young Yi, slave misses you so much. Yi Liangchen slapped on the plump honeyed buttocks of several stunningly beautiful women. Slut. A few women twisted their bodies, and the thin, cicada-like clothing on their bodies instantly slipped off, revealing incomparably charming scenery. Yi Liangchen's fire surged. Previously, he had been fantasizing about Empress Fuyao, and a flame had long since built up in his heart. All climb up, Yi Liangchen ordered. Several women's delicate bodies trembled and undulated like white waves. Yi Liangchen ambushed a woman's ear. I want you to call yourself this emperor. I'll call you Her Majesty the Empress. You call yes. Do you understand? The woman laughed with a flamboyant smile. Yi Xiao, are we role-playing? Yi Liangchen immediately called out. Your Majesty the Empress. The woman immediately enchantingly twisted her body. This emperor wants. Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth and growled lowly. That's what it feels like. Room. Waves run. Waves flow. The next day, Lu Xian stretched and climbed up from the bed. He saw that Yi Chen was still cultivating and hadn't rested all night. Yi Chen smiled. Good morning, master. Lu Xian nodded. Ding. Synchronizing Yi Duan's cultivation. The system's voice rang out. Boom. A wave of pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, and his cultivation once again refined. Soothing. Lu Xian asked. System, where's my limited time mission reward? The system said. Here it comes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited disciple raising quest. Chapter 34, I am the desolate heavenly emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star emperor rank technique. Desolate heaven technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation base. Ding. Overshooting the quest. The host obtains invincible stance. The voice fell. The cultivation base within Lu Xian's body increased once again, directly stepping into the 6th Xuan realm. Next, Lu Xian began to check out the desolate sky decree. I am the desolate heavenly emperor. When I suppress all enemies in the world, a domineering and overwhelming voice resounded through Lu Xian's mind, as if it had traveled through the long river of the past and present. Simply by viewing the gongfu, the terrifying and overwhelming martial will rose up to the heavens, like an indestructible torrent impacting Lu Xian's sea of consciousness. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Could it be that man? This technique was too strong. Just the power of will alone was extremely heaven-defying, and once practiced to a great extent, I'm afraid that its offensive power would be quite heaven-defying. Lu Xian muttered. Wait until after the Yi clan's family assembly, then give this technique to Yi Chen. It was natural for him not to cultivate it. There's no need. Next, Lu Xian began to check the invincible stance. The system immediately prompted. The so-called invincible stance is that the host can directly ignore a large realm and kill in seconds across the ranks. Lu Xian asked. I'm now at the 6th Xuan realm, so I can directly kill a 1-star Xian sage in seconds? The system said. Yes. At those words, Lu Xian was a little excited. It was surprising that he, a Xuan realm, could, directly, be compared to a saint. It was important to know that the Xian sage realm was a watershed. There is a saying, all under saints are ants. The Xuan realm only honors the power of heaven and earth, and can touch a trace of the Tao, but the Xian Shang is a step towards his own Tao. But now, he had crossed this chasm of the Xian saint realm and could directly kill a 1-star Xian saint in seconds, and the Yi family patriarch and the grand elder and the others were 1-star Xian saints. Without realizing it, his battle power was actually above them. Read this. Lu Xian was a little excited. You know, in addition to his invincible stance, he also had 10,000 laws of invulnerability, and he was directly invincible. A few moments later, Lu Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Yi Chen. When the clan assembly is over, you'll return to the Great Tao sect with me. I will give you another gift at that time. Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. And a gift. The previous few great gifts were all anticlimactic. What will it be this time? Yi Chuan was very expectant in his heart, and at the same time, he sighed. Master's hand is simply too bold. Lu Xian smiled faintly. You are my disciple well. At this point, the sound transmission jade slip in Yi Chen's arms began to vibrate. The patriarch's voice came out. Dusty, the family assembly is about to begin. Yi Duan said. Father, I'm ready. The patriarch stalled slightly. In a moment, when Yi Lianchen challenges you, you'll just give up. Otherwise, he might lay his hands on you. Yi Chen smiled. Father, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. The patriarch said. Good, then come as soon as you can. Leaf Dust said. Yes, father. He put away the voice transmission jade slip, and a hint of cunning appeared on his face. Master, can you help me hide my cultivation? Lu Xian smiled. Good. Yi Duan is like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He reached out a little and directly hid Yi Chen's cultivation. Yi Chen was still at the third level of the qi refining stage in the eyes of outsiders. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Apprentice, since you're hiding, then I'll conceal my form as well. With that, a black hooded robe wrapped around Lu Xian's body. Yi Chen instantly couldn't sense Lu Xian's presence anymore. Lu Xian raised his hand to break the ceiling restriction of this room, and the two of them, Yi Chen and Yi Chen, walked out of the worldly prince's mansion. The Yi family was very lively at this time. The family assembly was an annual event for the Yi family. All of the Yi family's main veins and branches would return to the Yi family to participate in this grand event. There were people everywhere in the Yi family, and they were like a tidal wave heading towards the Yi family's main hall. Boom! The patriarch and the others directly teamed up to open the Yi family's clan protection formation. With a loud boom, radiant spirit patterns continue to surge up, transforming into a huge dome covering this side of the heavens and earth, and monstrous divine splendor filled the four fields. Like a huge pearl buried in the earth, the several major powers in Qingcheng all probed their divine thoughts and looked in the direction of the Yi family. They were surprised that they hadn't been invited to the Yi family's family assembly this year. Off the charts. And at this point, in front of the Yi family's main hall, many elders and disciples flocked to the main hall square, which could be said to be overcrowded. Today was the stage for the younger generation of the Yi family's veins, as many of the young disciples were dressed in brocade garments and were beaming with anticipation for the start of the family assembly. Yi Lianchen was dressed in a green-colored robe, holding a folding fan in his hand, a pale ancient jade pendant hanging from his waist, and a brilliant light appeared in his eyes as he stood to the side of the many Yi family geniuses, not communicating with them at all. Today, he is well dressed for this. I'm sure it will appeal to Empress Fuyao. A gray-robed disciple frowned and asked, why hasn't that loser Yi Chen come yet? The voice fell. Yi Duan slowly appeared in the distance. Some of the disciples snorted. It's really saying waste. Waste to awe. Yi Lianchen glanced toward Yi Chen, a hint of killing intent surging in his eyes. He laughed coldly in his heart. Yi Duan with his stupidity. I'm afraid he doesn't know he's going to die soon. As Yi Chen walked through the crowd, he heard some whispers. It's all sneers and taunts. This moment is just like the other moment. But the difference was that today he was long gone. Yi Chen looked in the direction of the patriarch, who quickly smiled at Yi Chen and transmitted a voice to him. Dusty, remember, for the World Sun's challenge in a moment, you must be the first to admit defeat. Yi Chen said. Father, I know. Soon, the veins have arrived. The old ancestor and the others were still in the ancestral ground without appearing, and they were waiting for Empress Fuyao to descend. As for the Nangong family, they hadn't arrived either. Nangong Baishui had already informed the matriarch that she would not descend until the end of the family assembly. The patriarch sighed in his heart. He knew that the relationship between Nangong Baishui and Yi Chen had deteriorated, and now Nangong Baishui didn't even want to see Yi Chen fight. He glanced towards Yi Chen, who was a bit worried about him. First there was the Seiho challenge, then the withdrawal. Yeduan, he's just a kid, can he handle it? The patriarch blamed himself deeply inwardly, and he felt that he had not done his duty as a father. A few moments later, the patriarch collected his mind, looked at the crowd, and began to announce, Yi Family Clan Assembly, now officially begins. The first item is still the competition between the disciples of the Yi family's veins. Before he could finish, Yi Liangchen suddenly stepped out and bowed respectfully to the patriarch. Patriarch, today's family assembly is a bit special. How about advancing the challenge of Yi Duan's worldly son and I and throwing a brick to everyone? The patriarch's face became very ugly. I agree. A voice rang out. Leaf Dust suddenly walked out. The patriarch hurriedly hinted at Yi Chen, telling him to go back. However, Yi Chen had already walked towards the competition stage. The Yi family crowd was in an uproar. Yi Duan was courageous, but this fight was without suspense. Yi Liangchen had already broken through to the Xian Emperor realm. How could Yi Xuan fight a qi refining stage? It's a total egg on the face of the earth. At this time, the Grand Elder stepped forward. In fact, there's nothing wrong with letting the battle of the sons of the world be brought forward. After all, this is a contest that everyone wants to see. The Yi family members were all a bit excited. Yi Xuan had stayed in the position of the son of the world for 7 years after his cultivation had fallen, which had long triggered the dissatisfaction of the Yi family. The patriarch stood up and was about to speak, but Yi Chen had already stepped onto the competition stage. Yi Liangchen, I'm ready. This time, the World Sun Challenge. I choose the Life and Death Challenge. Life and Death Challenge. At those words, a dead silence fell over the field. The crowd looked at Yi Chen with incomparable shock. Did they hear right? Life and Death Challenge. Is Yi Duan taking the initiative to seek death? Boom! Yi Liangchen directly stepped into the air and landed on the competition stage. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All of you have heard it. Yi Duan wanted to challenge me to life and death. I didn't refuse at all. The patriarch's face became extremely ugly as he said to the Grand Elder, they're all his own people. Just decide the highs and lows. Why decide life and death? Don't take things to the extreme. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen revealed a cold smile towards the patriarch. Patriarch, in my opinion, a waste is not qualified to be one of our own. The Grand Elder laughed. Liangchen is right. My Yi family doesn't keep idlers. Wastrel should either be expelled from the Yi family or die, so as not to waste my Yi family's resources. The voice fell. The patriarch's face became hideous as he laughed fiercely. Grand Elder, do you wish for Dusty's death so much? The Grand Elder snorted. He's not Dusty. He's trash. Moment. The atmosphere in the arena froze. The many elders looked at the two of them, the Grand Elder and the patriarch. With some shock, they knew that the two men had an extremely deep grudge. Is this a showdown for the Grand Elder today? The Grand Elder had a teasing look on his face. In his opinion, Yi Chen's father and son were already a dead pair. Yi Liangchen killed Yi Duan, and he killed the patriarch. With this in mind, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice, Liang Chen, kill Yi Chen. The Seiho challenge starts straight away. Yi Liangchen directly rushed towards Yi Chen and directly offered a terrifying spirit fire attack. Full out. Not only did he want to kill Yi Chen, he also wanted to show the entire Yi family that supreme secret art that he had realized 2 days ago. In an instant, the terrifying and incomparable spirit fire roared and turned into a sea of fire. The blazing spirit energy was like an abyss and a sea, and the mighty power of the Xian Emperor realm crushed towards Yi Chen. The Yi family members were all shocked. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? When Yi Liangchen struck this blow, I'm afraid that Yi Duan would be directly reduced to pieces. But in the next instant, the crowd directly froze. Yi Xuan smiled faintly and raised his hand lightly. A fist directly blasted out, annihilating this attack from Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen directly froze. Before he could react, Yi Chen had already arrived in front of him. Yi Liangchen was incomparably shocked as he looked at Yi Chen. Dumbstruck. How did you, this trash, become so strong? Yi Chen unexpectedly annihilated his attack with his hand. How is that possible? That was his supreme blow. The next instant, Yi Duan threw a punch at Yi Liangchen's chest. Ka-ching! A bloody hole appeared directly in Yi Liangchen's chest. Blood exploded. Yi Liangchen looked at Yi Chen incredulously, his voice trembling. Brother Dust, spare my life. Brother Dust, I was wrong. Chapter 35, Lu Xun battles a Paragon Emperor. Brother Dust, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yi Liangchen's dead soul was in a state of shock, and his scalp was numb. He can't die. He can't die. He hadn't been favored by Empress Fuyao yet. As long as he met Empress Fuyao, he still had a chance. He triggered the heaven and earth anomaly, and the Empress will definitely protect him. Your Majesty the Empress, when will you descend? Yi Liangchen was still fantasizing about Empress Fuyao coming to his rescue. Read about it. Yi Liangchen frantically begged for mercy. Brother Dust, it's me. Have you forgotten? I was always your little brother when I was little. Brother Dust, I was wrong. Let me go, okay? At those words, Yi Chen directly choked Yi Liangchen's throat and lifted him into midair. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. See this scene. Everyone in the Yi family was stunned in place. How is that possible? Yi Chen's cultivation had not fallen. He was in the middle of the Xian Huang realm. Yi Liangchen was completely powerless in front of Yi Chen. What is this? Wasn't the bizarre power within Yi Chen's body one that even the old ancestor was at a loss? The crowd looked at the patriarch, who was dumbfounded. At this point, the Grand Elder immediately called out, Yi Duan, there's something to talk about. We are all family. Yi Chen laughed. That's not what you guys said just now. That I'm trash. Waste. The voice fell. Yi Chen directly crushed Yi Liangchen's throat. Click. Yi Liangchen looked at Yi Chen incredulously and instantly died of gas. Yi Chen directly threw Yi Liangchen's body off the competition stage and coldly looked at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face became hideous and terrifying, madly rushing up toward the fighting stage. Snapping, I will kill you. This little man. Boom. The Grand Elder directly offered the Xian Sate realm pressure, and the terrifying and overwhelming aura was like an abyss like the sea. as if it was 100,000 mountains crushing towards Yichen. Seeing this, the patriarch's killing intent was monstrous. Who dares to touch my son? Boom! The patriarch also directly unfolded his Xian Saint realm pressure and stepped into the air to meet the Grand Elder. Both of them were one-star Xian Saints, and the field was instantly filled with a heavenly aura, and the terrifying spiritual energy turned into a storm that swept in all directions. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, neither the patriarch nor the Grand Elder stayed their hands. The two Xian Saints battle, the wind and clouds surging between the lifting of the hands, between the flicking of the sleeves, the astral fierce and horizontal absolute attacking power filled the sky and the earth, and the radiant divine splendor heaved up to the heavens. The terrifying fluctuation turned into a ripple spreading in all directions. The two raised their hands to kill. A fire saint soldier appeared in the Grand Elder's hand, and with a movement of his divine mind, the saint soldier erupted with a blazing light, blasting towards the patriarch. In an instant, the monstrous spirit fire transformed into an ocean that swept through the void on the main hall, as if it could burn the sky and boil the sea. The patriarch similarly offered a saint-ranked lance. A little cold aura arrived first, and with his hand, the lance came out like a dragon. Boom boom boom. Seeing this scene, the Yi family members were shocked. How could things have gotten to this point? No one expected Yi Lianchen to be directly killed by Yi Chen in seconds. When exactly did Leaf Dust recover? Even the patriarch doesn't know. How could this son be so stoic? The bodies of some disciples of the Yi family trembled continuously as they thought of the fact that they had taunted Yi Chen a few days ago. Their scalps tingled at the thought. At this time, a few elders of the Yi family shouted into the void. Today's family assembly, you should stop fighting. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder said in a sardonic voice, today, Yi Chen must die. Only one of me and the patriarch can stay in the Yi family alive. The crowd was in awe. The pent-up resentment has exploded. It's irreversible. Ah, the battle between the two great saints. The sky collapsed and the earth fell. The divine splendor heaved. This is the real battle of life and death. The patriarch and the great elders are all the cards. This battle that is to determine the high and the low, but also to determine the life and death. On the competition stage, a hint of worry appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. His father was surprisingly no match for the Grand Elder. Being pressed, not much longer. The Grand Elder let out a sardonic laugh and blasted out with a palm, and the patriarch was directly sent flying hundreds of feet, spewing out a mouthful of essence blood as he fell heavily to the ground. Boom! A large crater appeared directly on the ground. Father! Leaf Dust immediately shrieked. The Grand Elder instantly stepped down into the air and stomped on the patriarch's chest. Die! Seeing this, Yi Chen yelled, Master! The next moment, Lu Xian's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Grand Elder and directly blasted out with a fist. The Grand Elder was directly shaken hundreds of feet and smashed heavily on the ground. Ka-ching! The ground underneath the Grand Elder spread out like a spider web. He covered his chest and tried to climb up, but found that he was too weak to do so. The Grand Elder snapped. You? Who are you? Lu Xian said indifferently. I am Yi Chen's master. At those words, the Yi family members were stunned. Leaf Dust's master? When did Yi Xuan worship his master? This person was so powerful that he almost killed the Grand Elder with a random punch. At that moment, the patriarch climbed up from the ground and looked at Lu Xian with incomparable shock before asking Yi Chen, Duster, what is your master? Yi Chen immediately walked towards the patriarch. Father, my master is the Great Tao sect, Qing Xian Peak Master. Lu Xian. The voice fell. A dead silence fell over the field. Lu Xian, master of Qing Xian Peak? Why is that name so familiar? Isn't Lu Xian the loser peak master of the Great Tao sect? It was so terrifying. What's going on here? Yi Chuan explained. The rumors from the outside world are false. It's just because my master is more low-key and never cares about other people's opinions, so it makes the outside world mistakenly think that my master is a loser. The patriarch was stunned. The Yi family members were dumbstruck. They tried to probe Lu Xian's cultivation, but came up empty-handed. The crowd was shocked. Was this hiding their cultivation, or was it too much beyond their realm? Just then, with a scowl on his face, the Grand Elder looked at Lu Xian and said, This is a private matter of my Yi family. Do you know what day this is? You seek death. The crowd froze slightly as they remembered that not only was today the Yi clan family assembly, it was also the day that Empress Fuyao had descended. The family assembly was a small matter, but the descent of Empress Fuyao was a big deal. One must realize that all of the people in the arena, except Lu Xian, were members of the Yi family. How can outsiders know that the coming of the Empress Fuyao involves a secret from 3,000 years ago? The Grand Elder laughed fiercely and was about to activate the jade card in his hand. When my Yi family ancestor descends, you will surely die. Before he could finish, Lu Xian directly slapped his palm down. Boom! A gigantic palm through the sky condensed out, immense and incomparable, like a small mountain. and one could even see the lines within the palm as it directly crushed down towards the Grand Elder. In an instant, the Grand Elder didn't even let out a miserable scream as he directly turned into pieces. The crowd was straight up dumbfounded. Seconds, suddenly, a few saints from the Great Elder's lineage rushed out. Lu Xian, you seek death. You're just a punk elder of the Great Tao sect. How dare you kill someone in my Yi family? You seek death. In an instant, several one-star saints surrounded Lu Xian directly. The power of the Xian Saint realm's pressure was monstrous. Like a great river coalescing above the void, the majestic killing intent almost condensed into substance, and several Xian saints flickered with radiant spirit patterns as they directly sacrificed their holy weapons to exterminate Lu Xian. The patriarch looked at Yi Chen. Your master. Yi Chen whispered. Don't worry, father, my master can exterminate great emperors with a snap of his fingers. The patriarch was shocked. Was Lu Xian's strength even this terrifying? By this time, Lu Xian was already surrounded by several Xian saints, but he was old and calm. It was important to know that now that he was at the 6th Xuanzuan realm, his invincible stance could cross a large realm to kill his enemies in seconds. That meant he could kill a 1-star Xian sage in seconds. Not to mention these few Xian saints. Even if 100 1-star Xian saints came, they would be killed by Lu Xian in seconds. Lu Xian was calm and relaxed, and he directly struck out. Between breaths, he directly probed out with his large hand and crushed the head of a saint. Put! Blood exploded. Then, one by one, the bodies of the several saints in the void burst apart. A shower of scarlet blood rose in the air. Kill like a chicken. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Yi family's people set off a huge wave. Just how strong was Lu Xian? This is a saint, and just be exterminated without a word? What outsiders said about Lu Xian being a wastrel was completely false. As soon as the Grand Elder's vein was activated, the crowd immediately shrieked. Quickly go and ask the old ancestor to make a move. They directly crushed the summoning jade talisman. Ka-ching! As the summoning jade talisman transformed into a radiant divine splendor. From the Yi clan's land, 3 terrifying and incomparable auras seemed to be awakening as if they were diffusing towards the place where the main hall was located. The Yi family's crowd was shocked. This was the 3 great paramount emperor ancestors about to strike. For a time, in the Yi family's 1,000-mile radius, the radiant Tao patterns continued to flow, and this side of the heaven and earth seemed as if it was about to burn. Above the spirit peaks, in the rivers, and above the earth, as if it was boiling, Taoist lines flowed. The terrifying might of the quasi-emperor was like an abyss, like a sea pouring out towards this side of the heaven and earth. An incomparably terrifying figure between the heaven and earth gradually rose up, and the bodies of all the people in the Yi family trembled, unable to resist the urge to prostrate themselves on their knees, and were about to kneel down to pay homage. And there were 3 such terrifying auras. In an instant, the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors of the Yi family had already sacrificed their quasi-emperor Dharma phantoms. Tens of feet of Dharma phantoms standing through the heavens and earth, standing above the void, huge and boundless, as huge as a giant mountain across the sky, as vast as a star falling. The Yi family's crowd was shocked. Lu Xian frowned slightly. Was this the strength of a quasi-emperor? The 3 Yi family ancestors looked down at Lu Xian, their eyes blazing like giant suns, their grayish-white hair hanging down like a waterfall as they slowly spoke. Your Excellency, if you can't give us a satisfactory explanation, you're afraid you won't be able to leave the Yi family alive. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Explanation? A mere quasi-emperor in the district. The Yi clan ancestors frowned. The reason why they didn't make a move was because they couldn't see through Lu Xian's heel, couldn't detect Lu Xian's realm. Moreover, it was clear that Lu Xian looked broken to them, but they had an unsettling premonition, as if they would die by Lu Xian's hands once they made a move. The field is locked in a standoff. Boom boom boom. Hundreds more breaths awakened in the Yi family's ancestral land. It was none other than the Yi family's half-emperor and Saint King. In an instant, hundreds of terrifying qi transformed into a torrent and crushed towards the main hall. Immediately behind the 3 great old ancestors, hundreds of Tao half-emperors and Saint Kings stood. They were pressuring Lu Xian. Lu Xian had a breezy face. Because of his disciple Yi Chen, he didn't want to make too much of a mess with the Yi family. But if the Yi family's ancestors didn't know what to do, he didn't mind sending them into reincarnation. The 1-star Great Emperor experience card in his hand was something that could be activated at any time. At this moment, the crowd from the Great Elder's lineage roared towards the Yi clan's old ancestor. Old ancestor, please still do something for us. This Lu Xian is just pretending to be a god right now. If he was really stronger than the old ancestor, he would have already made his move. Chapter 36, Master, why are you here? Please also ask the old ancestor to kill Lu Xian. The voice fell. Yi Chuan's heart was flabbergasted as he immediately stepped forward and said, Old ancestor, don't make a move. My master is powerful and unpredictable. If you guys make a move, you might fall. In Yi Chen's opinion, Lu Xian was a high-star emperor. In Master's eyes, I'm afraid that their Yi family's old ancestors are all ants. He didn't want his old ancestor to fall here. Silence for a moment. The three major Yi family ancestors still decided to make a move. Boom! The terrifying and incomparable emperor realm pressure surged up to the heavens, and above the tens of feet of the three great old ancestors' phantoms, radiant Tao patterns surged up, turning into infinite star rivers, and in front of them, the heaven and earth spirit fire surged and surged, raging like a vast ocean, and the three great old ancestors of the Yi family brood killing moves directly, wanting to exterminate Yi Chen with a single blow. Lu Xian said indifferently, "You have made a wrong decision." He was about to crush the one-star Great Emperor experience card. Suddenly, the Yi clan's clan protection formation appeared to fluctuate a bit, and the radiant array pattern was activated. The next moment, a long fiery red dress floated down. Her face was absolutely beautiful, her body emitted a faint divine splendor, and her concave and convex figure presented a perfect curve. She looked down towards the Yi family crowd below and frowned slightly. The visitor was none other than Ji Fuyan, and behind her, the two dragon guards, Wang Ban and Cheng Yin, followed closely, emitting a faint pressure of a quasi-emperor. On top of that, there were dozens of quasi-emperors and half-emperors standing behind the two Wang barbarians. Ji Fuyao's delicate jade hand spread out, and the aura of the Fuyao order was instantly induced, with radiant Tao patterns spreading out in all directions, and an aura of pale antiquity permeating the surroundings. Instantly, the bodies of the three great old ancestors of the Yi family trembled as they looked toward the void. "Your Majesty the Empress, you have returned." Ji Fuyan's snowy neck tilted slightly, nodding her head faintly. Upon hearing this, the three Yi family ancestors said in a deep voice, "My Yi family welcomes the return of Her Majesty the Empress." The words fell. The three great old ancestors of the Yi family directly knelt down towards Ji Fuyan. Puff, puff. Seeing this, the Yi family's crowd also knelt down like a tidal wave. "Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress. Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress." Yi Chen's knees bent slightly, and suddenly Lu Xian came to his side and pulled Yi Chen back, smiling faintly. "You don't need to kneel." Leaf dust froze for a moment. At this moment, only Lu Xian and Yi Chen were the only two people standing in the field. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor chided, "Duster, kneel down." Yi Chen looked towards Lu Xian, who gently patted his shoulder, telling Yi Chen to relax as he turned his gaze above the void and slowly spoke. "Fuyao, I can't believe you're here." This statement was made. The Yi family's crowd directly froze. What's the situation? Lu Xian knows Empress Fuyao? How is this possible? And at that moment, Ji Fuyan's petite body trembled. It was only then that she saw Lu Xian. Just now, because the Yi family ancestor's quasi-emperor's aura was too strong, Lu Xian was submerged in it. She surprisingly didn't notice it. In an instant, Ji Fuyang stepped into the air towards Lu Xian and smiled sweetly. "Master, why are you also in the Yi family?" The crowd was dumbfounded. "Master? Why did Ji Fuyao call Lu Xian master? They didn't mishear me." The Yi family's old ancestor's scalp tingled and his face twitched as he looked at Lu Xian in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, "Your Majesty the Empress, is Lu Xian really your master?" Ji Fuyang nodded and looked at Lu Xian with a smile. A dead silence fell over the field. The crowd was dumbfounded. Half the time, Lu Xian was actually Empress Fuyao's master. Just now, Yi Duan said that Lu Xian was his master. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Lu Xian smiled and looked at Ji Fuyang. "Fuyang, this month, your cultivation has improved quite a bit." Ji Fuyang nodded, her gaze soft. Seeing this, Dragon Guard Commander Wang Barbarian and Qing Yan immediately stepped down into the air and came next to Lu Xian. They looked at Lu Xian with incomparable shock. "This is Her Majesty's master. I didn't expect to meet so soon." They remembered Ji Fuyan's admonition and immediately bowed respectfully to Lu Xian. "We pay our respects to Peak Master Lu." Lu Xian nodded slightly and looked at Ji Fuyan. "These are your men?" Ji Fuyan's starry eyes twinkled, revealing a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, master. I haven't had the chance to tell you the secret I'm carrying." Lu Xian smiled. "No harm done. You deal with your own matters first. It was also by chance that I came to the Yi family to take on a disciple." With that, Lu Xian pointed at Yi Chuan. "Yi Chuan, quickly call big sister." Yi Chen froze for a moment and sized up Ji Fuyang. Eldest sister. He was a little unresponsive. The backer behind the Yi family had turned out to be his senior sister? Some of it was like a dream. At this point, cough cough, not far away, the three old ancestors of the Yi family knelt on the ground and coughed dryly. Their Yi family was under the banner of Empress Fuyao. Now Yi Chuan had become Her Majesty the Empress's senior brother? The generations are totally messed up. Yi Chen turned his head to look at the old ancestor. "Old ancestor, is there anything wrong?" the Yi family's oldest ancestor said with a twitch in his face. Nothing, nothing. Ji Fuyan sized up Yi Chen. Senior brother, your talent is very high. Master really has good eyesight. Yi Chen's face blushed, a little embarrassed. This is all because Master helped me. My body was tainted with a trace of bizarre power and my cultivation fell. Not even my old ancestor could do anything about it, but Master helped me suppress it. Ji Fuyang's face changed slightly. Weird power? She looked at Lu Xian in shock. This was one of the forbidden forces in the cultivation world. One of them is the power of the unknown, and the other is the power of the weird. Even if a high-star emperor were to contract this forbidden power, he would suffer greatly and be powerless to do anything about it. I didn't realize that his master, Lu Xian, had such heavenly means. At this time, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor took in a deep breath of cool air. Hiss! Just now, they had actually tried to take a shot at Lu Xian. Who gave them the courage? This was a ruthless person who could even suppress the power of weirdness. Luckily, Her Majesty the Empress had arrived in time, and it just so happened that they were all on their own. Otherwise they might have been obliterated by Lu Xian. Fine thoughts. At this moment, Lu Xian smiled faintly. Fuyao, you deal with your own business first. We'll talk later. Ji Fuyao nodded and turned his gaze to the Yi family members and said, All rise. The Yi family members slowly rose. Qingyan looked at the three Yi family paragon emperors. Now that Her Majesty the Empress has descended, it's time for you all to take the heavenly Tao oath. The Yi family's oldest ancestor nodded and looked at the crowd of the great elder's lineage. Your Majesty the Empress, before you descended on the Yi family, something happened in my Yi family? Duster, you tell Your Majesty the Empress a little bit about it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen told Ji Fuyang about the Yi family. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes were slightly knitted. I didn't expect something like this to happen to the Yi family. The Battle of the Suns. If Lu Xian hadn't descended and helped Yi Chen rise to power, I'm afraid that after she descended today, what you would have seen would have been the corpses of Yi Chen's father and son. With a bitter look on his face, the Yi family's oldest ancestor explained, Your Majesty the Empress, I am guilty. It was me who connived with the great elder's lineage, and I thought at the time that since you were descending on the Yi family, the dispute over the lineage would be a minor matter, so I didn't bother about it. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. Ji Fuyang looked at Yi Chen. Senior brother, you decide. Leaf Dust froze for a moment. In an instant, all the people from the great elder's lineage knelt down towards Yi Chen like a tidal wave. Puff, puff. They knew that right now. Yi Chen completely dominated the life and death of their lineage. If Yi Chen wanted them to die, they would die. The crowd begged for mercy toward Yi Chen. Dusty, this is all about the Grand Elder trying to target you and the matriarch. It has nothing to do with us. Dusty, let us serve Her Majesty the Empress. But, Yi Duan had an ice-cold face. He knew what the Great Elder's lineage had done to him and his father over the years. It wasn't just the Grand Elder and Yi Liangchen. The grudge between the two veins had been building for a long time and had long been irreconcilable. Read about it. Yi Chen looked at the old ancestor. Old ancestor. Exterminate them, even if they issued the heavenly Tao oath. I can't trust them. If they don't die, I'm afraid of their retaliation. Upon hearing this, a grey-robed ancestor nodded and directly raised his hand to slap down at the crowd of the Great Elder's lineage. Boom! A terrifying and incomparable palm fell. The Great Elder's lineage was directly decimated. For a while, the other branches of the Yi family panicked. It was important to realize that while they were not like the Great Elder's lineage, they were antagonizing the clan chief. However, their younger generation had all mocked Yi Chen. Now that Yi Xuan has risen strongly, what if he wants to liquidate? The many elders of the branch lineage looked at Yi Duan in panic. Duaner, it's true that we've been too cold to you all these years, and we've even mocked you, but we've done it for the sake of the Yi family in all fairness. Today, we apologize to you. We shouldn't have given up on you before. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen sighed slightly. Elders, let's stop here. He didn't continue to liquidate. These branches didn't have any life and death feuds. It's just a conflict of interest within the Yi family. If you really want to liquidate because of giving up on him, I'm afraid that the Yi family will not be able to survive in 10. It's not what he wants to see. He's also from the Yi family. Seeing this, the Yi clan's ancestor let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yi Chen would say that he would exterminate these branches. And if this continued, he was afraid that the Yi family would exist in name only. Seeing that the matter was taken care of, the three Yi family ancestors immediately led the Yi family crowd and began to make an oath to the heavenly Tao. A grey-robed old ancestor offered the spirit sword at his waist. Clang! A sword chant rang out, and the sword chi spread out, turning into an ocean as Ling Chen's sword intent poured out in all directions. Qingyan looked at this spirit sword and remembered some past events back then. She sighed. Yi Beichen, back then, You were the one who wielded this spirit sword and decapitated 2 paragon emperors of the Tianluo Hall. But you were also seriously injured. The grey-robed old ancestor sighed. Yes. We were able to survive thanks to Her Majesty the Empress. If it wasn't for Her Majesty the Empress stopping all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Law Palace with her own strength in the end, how would we have any chance of escaping? As he said that, all the strongest members of the Yi family above the Saint King had reddened eyes. They went through that battle. It's too gruesome. The Empress Fuyao fought 3 great emperors alone, and she also stopped the other quasi-emperor powerhouses, causing them to split into 3 forces and flee the Fuyao dynasty. This memory, immortal. How many people did the Palace of Heavenly Law kill in their Fuyao dynasty? Back then, the Yi family was in a force that had suffered numerous deaths and injuries. Their Yi family had existed until now, and all of them had been waiting for the Fuyao Empress to come again. The vengeance of that year has not yet been averted. When will the hatred in my heart be extinguished? Read this. The spirit sword in the Yi family's old man's hand sensed something and blossomed with a blazing cold aura. Killing intent. In front of the emperor, the old sword is lit again, and the cold light is like that of the old days. Instantly, the Yi family's oldest ancestor's heart surged and he directly led the Yi family's crowd to make an oath to the Heavenly Tao. My Yi family is willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty the Empress, and give all we have. Chapter 37, Ji Fuyao subdues the Yi family. The Nandong family withdraws from the marriage. My Yi family is willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty the Empress, and give all we have. Boom! Above the void, there was a tremor. The heavenly oath is sealed. Soon, an imperceptible imprint surged out from the Yi family's body. This is the heavenly oath contract. Once violated, they were directly blasted by the heavenly Tao. Seeing this scene, Ji Fuyang nodded her head gently. Nowadays, 2 of the 3 major old divisions of the Fuyao imperial dynasty had already been collected. The dragon guards of the imperial dynasty and the Qingcheng Yi family. Ji Fuyang looked at Yi Beichen. For the rest of the time, you guys continue to remain dormant. The time is not ripe yet. Yi Beichen's voice trembled. Your Majesty the Empress. When the other few quasi-emperors and half-emperors of the Yi clan disbanded their armies, they still carried an obsession in their hearts, hoping that you would return and lead them to continue their battle. But unfortunately, they didn't see this day. Ji Fuyao was a bit moved. Don't worry guys, I will destroy the Tianluo Palace. Yi Beichen's eyes flushed red. In the final battle, I, Yi Beichen, am burning my lifespan and my soul to kill a few more of the dogs and thieves of the Heavenly Law Palace. Qin Yan and Wang Ban and the others said. Now that Her Majesty the Empress has returned, we only need to wait for Her Majesty's arrangements. Yi Beichen said. Yes, sir. At this moment, Ji Fuyang looked at Lu Xian with a smile. Master, I'm sorry that I hid something from you before. Lu Xian smiled. No harm done. Ji Fuyao said slowly to Lu Xian. Back then, I certified as an emperor with the spirit Fireway, and was known as the Fuyao female emperor, and I single-handedly created the Fuyao imperial dynasty, which was overthrown by the heavenly Luo Palace before it could reach its true pinnacle. Lu Xian asked. The heavenly Luo Palace is quite infamous in the southern wasteland, and has exterminated quite a few forces in these 1,000 years. Ji Fuyao said to Lu Xian in a secret voice transmission. Master, the reason why I am alive is because I have been reincarnated and reborn utilizing an ancient secret technique. This matter is only known to a few of my most loyal subordinates. Lu Xian nodded. Reincarnation and rebirth is too shocking. This matter must not be exposed. It was important to know that reincarnation and rebirth involved the power of reincarnation, which had a fatal attraction to those supreme emperors, especially those great emperors whose bodies were tainted with the bizarre and unsettling, who were deeply afflicted and powerless to return to heaven. If they knew that Ji Fuyao had this kind of reincarnation and rebirth secret technique, I'm afraid that they would directly troop to the Great Tao sect and force their way out to claim it. After all, this method was too heavenly. Ji Fuyang was a little surprised that just now, when she spoke of the secret art of reincarnation and rebirth, there was not a single ripple on her master's face. Did master know about this before? Or perhaps master doesn't even take the secret art of reincarnation into account. Master, she couldn't see through it. At this point, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor asked, Peak Master Lu, are you a high-star emperor now? Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyang and Yi Duan, as well as the Yi clan's crowd all looked towards Lu Xian. They all wanted to know what realm Lu Xian was in. Lu Xian faintly shook his head. The Yi clan's ancestor's face changed drastically. Could it be above the emperor realm? Lu Xian smiled. Nice guy. Why did this Yi family's old man start brainstorming too? Seeing Lu Xian's expression, the Yi clan ancestor had a hint of judgment. Indeed, Lu Xian was speechless for a while. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor was puzzled. But why does a strong person like Peak Master Lu keep carrying the name of Scrappy? Lu Xian's face twitched. That said, that's because he was a wreck before. At that moment, The Yi family patriarch groaned slightly. Yi Chen immediately looked at the old ancestor. Old ancestor, can you help treat my father? He has been seriously injured. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor nodded and came in front of the patriarch. A healing elixir appearing in his palm. Take it, Longwind. The patriarch immediately swallowed the elixir, and soon a wave of pure power surged through his body, cleansing his body like a spring breeze. Not much longer. The injuries on the patriarch's body had gotten much better, and he respectfully bowed. Many thanks, old ancestor. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor nodded his head indifferently and invited towards Ji Fuyang. Your Majesty the Empress, let's move to the main hall. Ji Fuyang nodded and stepped into the main hall with Lu Xian and the others. The Yi clan's old ancestor asked, Your Majesty the Empress, how is the other power in my imperial dynasty now? Upon hearing this, a hint of sulkiness appeared on Qingyan's face. Another force has now risen and established an organization called Drunken Immortal House. They already know that Her Majesty the Empress has returned, but are hesitant to take a stand. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor said angrily, There's actually such a thing? Qingyan said, The current Drunken Immortal Tower has a vague attitude and is unwilling to give us a clear answer. The Yi family's old ancestor's face turned cold. Simply bold. When the Drunken Immortal House fled at that time, they took away a large amount of cultivation resources from our Fuyao dynasty, and they were able to rise up to do auctions and run the supreme treasure trade, relying on the heritage of our Fuyao dynasty. What makes them unwilling to submit to Her Majesty the Empress again? The divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes. After some time, make a trip to the Drunken Immortal Tower headquarters. Killing intent struck Wang Barbarian's face. If Drunken Immortal Mansion doesn't know what's good for them, I don't mind making them disappear. Ji Fuyao nodded. For a time, the faces of all the people in the Fuyao imperial dynasty were filled with rage. Back then, if Empress Fuyao hadn't blocked the attack of the Heavenly Law Palace, how could they have escaped? Empress Fuyao could have completely abandoned them and left on her own, but she didn't do that. Their lives were given to them by Empress Fuyao. If the Drunken Immortal Tower is unwilling to submit, then it will fall. A few moments later, the sound transmission jade slip in the patriarch's arms was constantly vibrating. He took out the sound transmission jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. A condescending voice came out, Yi Changfeng, we will arrive at Qingcheng after an incense burns. I wonder if the Yi family is ready. My daughter Nangong Baixue will also descend. The one who spoke was none other than Nangong Baixue's father, Nangong Baichio. The matriarch frowned slightly. I see. He slowly put away the voice transmission jade slip and looked at Yi Chen. Duster, Nangong Baixue has come to withdraw from the marriage. Withdrawal. The faces of the Yi family members became extremely ugly. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor looked at the crowd. Prepare to open the clan protection formation and welcome the Nangong clan. Boom. Several elders whisked their sleeves and took out a black array disc. Their hands changed in spiritual techniques, and in an instant, spiritual patterns flowed on top of the huge clan protector formation, and the radiant divine splendor continuously dimmed, and the void reverted back to azure blue clarity. One incense stick later, the Nangong family's crowd descended on the Yi family's main hall. Nangong Baichio, the head of the Nangong family, looked arrogant, glanced at a few quasi-imperial ancestors of the Yi family, and directly stepped towards the guest seat, as if he had arrived at his own great hall. Gentlemen, let's open the door and get straight to the point. Although the Yi clan's old ancestors were huffing and puffing, Ji Fuyan was present, so they held back and didn't lash out. And behind Nangong Baichio, there stood a young and stunningly beautiful woman, as if she was the first bloom of Fangfei, a long dress gently swinging, her face was delicate and tender, like the first spit of a spring bud, her skin was fair and smooth, her slender figure showed perfect curves, her breasts were plump and full, and her long hair flowed and flew, like a waterfall of silver threads hanging down. It was Nangong Baixue. Nangong Baixue looked at Yi Chen through her nostrils with a teasing and pitying smile on her face. Yi Duan sneered. The Nangong family members took their own seats. The atmosphere in the field was stagnant, as if enemies were meeting. Nangong Baixue looked at Yi Changfeng and did not get up. Her face was like ice and frost. She coldly spoke. Patriarch Yi, now that I have already worshipped the Taishang Xian clan, I am as far from Yi Chen as clouds and mud. Today, I came here to break the marriage contract with Yi Chen. At those words, the corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Nangong Baixue, you've narrowed your path. Yi Chen's face was expressionless, with no ripples in his heart as he turned his head to look at Lu Xian and transmitted his voice in a secret voice. Master, I've made you laugh. Lu Xian smiled at Yi Chen and nodded. No harm done. And at this point, Patriarch Yi Chongfeng's face became extremely ugly. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt disgraced now that this scene was happening before his eyes. It's a blatant slap in the face, especially the attitude of the Nangong family. obviously the same quasi-imperial rank forces, but now it was as if they were above the Yi family. It was simply outrageous. Nangong Baishui turned her head to look at Yi Chuan and said with incomparable disgust, "Yi Chuan, you're nothing but a short-lived waste. Now you're sitting in a well and watching the sky, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You don't even have the qualifications to look up to me." Yi Chen snorted. "What a look up?" Yi Changfeng wanted to roar out, "My son Yi Chen is not a waste. He has risen." But after being glared at by the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, Yi Changfeng held back. At this point, Nangong Baishua's plain hand spread out and an elixir appeared in her palm. She said coldly, "Yi Chen, this Xian rank Qi gathering elixir is for you. I hope you behave yourself. By the way, I am now an alchemist." Saying that, Nangong Baishua lifted up her proud and plump breasts and once again looked down at Yi Chuan with her nostrils, and with a casual flick of her plain hand, the Qi gathering pill was thrown directly in front of Yi Chuan. "Xian rank pills. There are 3 Dan halos on it." At this moment, Nangong Baichio smiled coldly and looked at Yi Chuan. "Yi Chuan, take it. This pill was specially refined for you by my daughter. From now on, you and my daughter's avenues face the sky, each going their own way." Yi Chongfeng's eyes were icy cold, feeling endlessly humiliated. Once Duster gave Nangong Baishue several Saint King rank supreme treasures, and even a large number of spirit stones, talisman seals, and arrayed discs. Now the district of a single Xian ranked elixir looks like it's dismissing our Yi family? A look of contempt appeared on Nangong Baishue's face. "That was all because Yi Chen begged me and I accepted. If your Yi family lacks this trash, I'll have my master, Nanyang Dan Shang, send it back to your Yi family some other day." At those words, the faces of the Yi family members became very cold. The Nanyang Dan sage, that was the heavenly rank alchemist of the Taishang Xian clan. Their Yi family was as worthless as ants in front of the Taishang Xian clan. Nangong Baichio had some self-satisfaction on her face. "Yi Changfeng, my daughter Bai Shui joined the Taishang Xian sect half a year ago, under the discipleship of the Yunyang Dan sage, and became her true disciple. In just half a year's time, she has already ranked as a first-grade Xian rank alchemist." The voice fell. The Yi family members were all shocked. Xian rank first-grade alchemist. To know the way of alchemy, divided into to know the way of alchemy, divided into yellow rank, human rank, jade rank, Xian rank, king rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and each rank is divided into 9 products. Nangong Baishua had actually stepped into the realm of a Xian rank alchemist in only half a year. With such talent, her future, her achievements in the path of alchemy were immeasurable. One must know that Nangong Baishua worshipped the Taishang Xian sect. The Taishang Xian clan was a famous hegemonic level power in the southern wasteland. Plus it was the fact that Nangong Baishua's master was the prestigious Yunyang Dan sage of the southern wasteland. And in the future, the Nangong family might have to rise to prominence with alchemy. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at the pill in front of him and directly crushed it with one hand. Watching the broken pieces of the pill raise up, Nangong Baishua snorted. "Yi Chen, this is a pill that you won't be able to refine even in your lifetime." Leaf Dust clenched his fists. For the first time, he had the idea of becoming an alchemist. Alchemist. At this moment, Pilian's voice slowly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. "Dusty, there's no need to envy her. But the bloodline of my pill family's holy maiden flows in your body. My pill family is an alchemy family. A mere Nangong Baishue is not even worthy of lifting your shoes." Chapter 38 Beat Nangong Baishue violently. "Dusty, there's no need to envy her. But the bloodline of my medicine family's saint daughter runs through your body. My medicine family is an alchemy family. The mere Nangong Baishue is not even worthy of your shoes." Leaf Dust was slightly startled. Is Pill Elder's alchemy level so high? Soon after, Yi Chen collected his mind and looked at Nangong Baishue. "You want to withdraw from the marriage. How can I let you have your wish?" Nangong Baishue frowned and stood up directly with a huff. "Yi Chen, I guessed correctly. You really do want to continue to stalk me." Yi Chuan snorted. "Stalking? You're wrong. Even if you strip naked and stand in front of me, I still don't have any interest in you." Nangong Baishue gritted her teeth and said, "You punk looking for death?" Yi Chuan laughed fiercely. "The orders of the 2 families' ancestors are not child's play. The marriage contract has been finalized, witnessed by heaven and earth. But I've long wanted to make a clean break with you," said. Yi Chen's hand surged with radiant divine splendor as he directly wrote a word towards the top of the marriage contract. Flew. With a loud boom, the power of the Xian Emperor realm's mighty pressure appeared to carve an eye-catching brand. A marriage certificate turned directly into a letter of repudiation. Yi Chuan sneered. "From now on, you go on your sunny path, and I'll go on my one-wood bridge." Nangong Baishue's petite body trembled slightly as she looked incredulously at the letter of repudiation in front of her. Yi Duan dared to repudiate her. Her eyes flooded with flames. "Who are you? A punk, to repudiate me?" Yi Chen snorted coldly. You can get lost. At this point, Nangong Baiqiu looked at Yi Changfeng with some shock. Yi Changfeng, when did Yi Chen become able to cultivate? The elders of the Nangong family were all dumbstruck. Who would have thought that Yi Xuan, this loser, would suddenly recover again? And it's already in the middle Xian Emperor realm now. Could it be that Yi Duan is rising again? Yi Changfeng coldly said. Nangong Baishui has already broken off her engagement with Dusty, so there's no need to know about this. The Nangong family's crowd stuttered slightly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Nangong Baishua's green silk floated up and smiled at Yi Chen. So what if it's the Xian Emperor realm? Still not a waste. I have already worshipped the supreme Xian sect, and the gap between you and me will only grow wider. Yi Chen sneered and didn't bother. Nangong Baishua stretched out her plain hand, and in the center of her palm, a crystal clear treasure pearl appeared. The treasure pearl's divine splendor was monstrous, flowing with brilliant light, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Saint King rank treasure. An arrogant smile appeared on Nangong Baiqiu's face. Bai Shui, explain to them the origin of this object. Nangong Baishua stared at Yi Chen, a divine aura of scorn flickering in her eyes as she said, "This is the Cloud Sea Pearl, a token of love given to me by Qin Shao, the son of the ancient Qin family." Upon hearing this, the Yi family's crowd was once again in awe. The ancient Qin family was a dominant level power in the southern wasteland, and its strength was enough to crush the Yi family. I didn't realize that Nangong Baishua had become the fiancé of the ancient Qin family. No wonder the Nangong family is so arrogant today. At this point, Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders, no waves or waves in his eyes. So, what does it have to do with me? Nangong Baishua revealed a hint of a smile. Yi Chen, it's fine to lie to others. Don't lie to yourself as well. You say you don't care, but actually your heart cares. Don't think I don't know. I just want to tell you that even if you recovered your cultivation, I have long since become a Taoist couple with Qin Shao, and Qin Shao has also joined the Taishang Xian sect. Before he could finish, Yi Chuan closed his eyes and faintly said, "Not interested." Nangong Baishua said, He, Yi Chuan, so what if you can cultivate? You'll never be a match for me, much less my Dao couple. Qin Shao, Yi Chen said. Qin Shao? Never heard of him, but when I see him, I will trample him under my feet. The voice fell. Nangong Baishua directly disappeared in her original form and stepped into the air towards Yi Chen. Her face was ice cold. Qin Shao is my husband and the being who is going to become the divine son of the supreme Xian sect. I'll give you 10 breaths to apologize to Qin Shao. Yi Chuan looked at Nangong Baishua and faintly said, "Stupid." Boom. Nangong Baishua stretched out her plain hand and directly struck out at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'm only one step away from stepping into the Xianzong realm. Today I'll show you the gap between you and me. With a loud boom, Nangong Baishua's body erupted with the aura of the late-stage Xian Emperor realm Grand Circle, like an ocean raging, as a terrifying aura surged through the main hall. Directly at Yi Chen, he shot out a palm with all his might. See this? Nangong Baiqiu didn't stop it. Instead, he smiled and looked at Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng, let the conflicts of the younger generation resolve themselves. It's fine for Yi Chen to flirt with Bai Shui, but it's his fault for mocking Qin Shao. If the ancient Qin family pursues the matter, they can easily exterminate the Yi family. Before he could finish, Nangong Baiqiu directly froze. Pop! Yi Chuan casually annihilated Nangong Baishua's attack and came directly in front of her, slapping out with a slap. A clear voice resounded through the great hall. Put! Nangong Baishua was directly sent flying a dozen feet. The left side of her face directly swelled a piece, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. Boom! She fell straight to the ground with a heavy thud. Seeing this scene, the Nangong family's crowd was stunned. How is that possible? Yi Chen was only a mid-Xian Emperor realm. Nangong Baishua was a late-stage Xian Emperor realm Grand Circle. Why wasn't Yi Chen's opponent? The next moment, Yi Chuan's figure disappeared from its original spot in vain and arrived in front of Nangong Baishua. Nangong Baishua was about to get up from the ground. Pop! Yi Chuan slapped the right side of Nangong Baishua's face. Nangong Baishua had a hideous face. You! Snap! Leaf dust slapped again. She cursed. Snap! Another slap. Nangong Baishua's face was directly beaten into a pig's head. At this time, Nangong Baiqiu immediately said in a sardonic voice, "Duster, stop." Yi Changfeng, however, smiled faintly and stopped Nangong Baiqiu. Let the younger generation settle things on their own. Nangong Baiqiu's face became very ugly. Had Yi Chen completely recovered? This was crossing two small realms and crushing Nangong Baishua. At that moment, Ji Fuyan whispered to Lu Xian, "Senior brother's strength is good." Lu Xian teased, "Then don't you see whose senior brother it is?" Ji Fuyao pfft a smile. Middle of the field. Nangong Baishua's originally delicate and white face had swollen up high like a small mountain, looking very miserable. She looked at Yi Duan incredulously. How dare he hit her? Her eyes were wide with anger as she looked at Yi Xuan, itching to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Yi Xuan, do you think you're invincible? Yi Duan snorted and didn't say anything. Nangong Baixue spat a mouthful of thick blood and said through clenched teeth, my Dao couple, Xin Xiao, is 10,000 times more powerful than you. He's already in the late Xianzong realm now, and when he becomes the divine son of the supreme Xian sect, you'll be even less of a match for him. Leaf Dust laughed. Nangong Baixue couldn't beat him and even moved Qin Xiao out. Yi Xuan slammed his fist into Nangong Baixue's eyes. You are well tuned by Qin Xiao. Bang! Nangong Baixue covered her eyes and rolled all over the ground. A few moments later, Nangong Baixue cloaked her hair and sneered. Ha 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 ha, Yi Xuan, you probably don't know the difference between the Yi family and the Qin family. The Qin family is the hegemonic level power in the southern wasteland. Now that Qin Xiao has worshipped the supreme Xian sect, he is a great emperor. What are you going to compare with Qin Xiao? Bang! Just after saying that, Nangong Baixue received another punch from Yi Chen. Her eyes turned into panda eyes and she looked miserable. At this point, Nangong Baixue couldn't hold back any longer and looked at the Yi family's old ancestor. Old ancestor, Yi Chen has punched enough. Every punch Yi Xuan throws is causing more trouble for the Yi family. Do you want the Yi family to be exterminated? The voice fell. A terrifying power of a quasi-emperor erupted from the Yi family's old ancestor's body, pouring out towards the Nangong family's crowd like water from the ocean. What? Is this a threat to my Yi family? Nangong Baixue gritted his teeth against the power of the quasi-emperor's mighty pressure. A trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth as he said in a sardonic voice, Old ancestor, don't take things too far. This statement was made. A dead silence fell over the field. The face of the Yi clan's ancestor became extremely ugly. The Qin family was a dominant level power in the southern wasteland, and their family had a great emperor present, so the Yi family was no match at all. If they were targeted by the Qin family, the Yi family would surely be destroyed. Read about it. The Yi clan's old ancestor withdrew the quasi-emperor's pressure and slowly said, Duster, let's call it a day. Words. Yi Chen directly raised Nangong Baixue a few feet, and she slammed heavily on the ground, emitting a miserable scream. Yi Chen, you shall not die. Nangong Baixue climbed up from the ground and returned next to Nangong Baixue, who had an icy face and took out a pill for Nangong Baixue to take. Not long after, Nangong Baixue's face recovered as before. Nangong Baixue swept a glance towards Yi Chanfeng. Today, I might as well tell you, my daughter has awakened the Tai Yin Yuan body, and the Qin family has already made an agreement with my Nangong family that when Qin Xiao steps into the Saint Realm, he will marry Bai Shui, Tai Yin Yuan body. The Yi clan's ancestor was slightly startled. This was a woman's special physique, and with dual cultivation, it could feed back the cultivation for the other person. Moreover, the first double cultivation will feed back a huge amount of cultivation. No wonder the Qin family had taken a liking to Nangong Baixue. It's just a tripod. At this time, Nangong Baixue looked at Yi Duan. Her voice was icy cold, gritting her teeth, like a complaining woman's voice was incomparably vicious. Yi Duan, I'll remember this matter. Chapter 39, Heaven doesn't give birth to Lu Xian. 10,000 years is like a long night. Yi Duan, I'll remember this matter. It's true that I lost to you today, but the gap between us will only grow wider, and you will eventually be trampled under my feet. Even if all of the Yi family's reserves were piled on top of you, you wouldn't be a match for me. Behind me is the Qin clan and the Taishang Shan clan. And what do you, besides, the Yi family, have? Yi Chen turned his head to look behind him and bowed respectfully to Lu Xian. I have a master. The gazes of the Nangong family's people all turned to Lu Xian. Master? This youth is your master? Which power is he from? Yi Chen's eyes burned. Great Tao sect. At those words, Nangong Baichu's face stiffened. The Great Taoist sect. The Great Tao sect was a dominant power that had stood for several epochs in the southern wasteland, comparable to the Tai Xian sect. How could Yi Chen, this trash, become a disciple of the Great Tao sect? The expressions of the Nangong family's crowd instantly became respectful as they bowed to Lu Xian and asked, which powerful person from the Great Tao sect is this senior? Yi Chen straightened his chest and introduced himself. Great Tao sect, Qing Xian Peak, Lu Xian. The Nangong family's crowd directly froze, and so on. Why is there something familiar about that name? Immediately, they remembered. Lu Xian, isn't this, that the long-time famous wasteful peak master of the Great Tao sect? Over the years, whenever a big event occurred in the southern wasteland, many great powers would gather and joke about Lu Xian to the Great Tao sect. After all, it was rare for a Qi practicing stage to be the peak master of a hegemony-level power. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, all the people of the Nangong family could not help but laugh, and the respectful look on their faces was swept away. Nangong Baixue directly laughed. Ha 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 ha. You've really found a good master. I told you, how could a loser like you get into the eyes of the great Tao sect? It turns out so. The people of the Nangong family were relieved as if they were relieved. It is widely rumored in the southern wasteland that if you worship Lu Xian as your master, your life will be ruined. Leaf dust is wasted. Transition from one waste to another is achieved. Seeing this, Yi Chen clenched his fists and said angrily, "You don't understand my master's might. He is invincible." Nangong Baishui was overjoyed, covering her stomach and laughing. "Powerful? Invincible?" Yi Chen said with a straight face. "A saint king seeing my master is like sitting in a well and watching the sky. A great emperor seeing my master is like a mayfly seeing the ocean." The voice fell. The Nangong family's crowd was stunned. Ha! The way he said it, Lu Xian was even more powerful than the great Tao sect's ancestor? They really wanted to laugh. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. This. Did Leaf Dust have some misunderstanding about his strength? But, we'll say you say more. He loves to listen. Yi Chen continued. The heavens did not give birth to my master. And the southern wasteland is like a long night for ages. Who is the peak at the end of the emperor realm? Once I see my master, the path becomes empty. Nangong family crowd. Their inner door was unruffled, and they even wanted to laugh. Leaf Dust spoke seriously, but the Nangong family only felt that they had heard a joke. If Lu Xian was so powerful, wouldn't he be carrying the name of a wasteful peak master for years, being made fun of by the southern wasteland? Nangong Baishue snorted. Yi Chen, are you so eager to prove your future? There's no way I'll come back to you. Just die. Yi Xuan snorted coldly. Summer insects can't talk about ice. A teasing smile appeared on the faces of the Nangong family's crowd. But, the Yi family members, Ji Fuyao and the others were convinced of what Yi Chen said. Lu Xian's strength was terrifying and overwhelming. Ji Fuyao looked at Lu Xian, who had an old and breezy look on his face. She sighed slightly. Master is too low-key. No wonder he has been misunderstood for so many years. When she was at Qingxian Peak before, she didn't understand at first. But now she understood that Lu Xian was transcendent and completely regarded all beings as nothing. This was her master. Lu Xian, a low-profile and introverted absolute powerhouse. Aside, Lu Xian froze as he looked at Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen with a hint of respect and awe in their eyes. And what are these two disciples thinking? At this point, Nangong Baiqiu suddenly whisked his sleeve, and without greeting the Yi clan crowd, he directly got up and walked towards the outside of the hall. Let's go. The Yi clan is already ruined. The faces of the Yi family members were icy cold. Too much hubris. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen. Do you need me to make a move to leave them behind? Yi Chen shook his head. Master, leave it to me. He can't rely on the master for everything. Otherwise, wouldn't he become the king of dependence? Above the void, Nangong Baishue transmitted a voice to Yi Duan. Her voice icy cold. Yi Duan, after some time, I will prepare a surprise for you. Yi Duan coldly snorted, looking at the backs of the Nangong family's crowd as they left. The Yi family's oldest ancestor sighed deeply. No one expected things to go this way. After today's farewell, the Nangong family and the Yi family have already formed a grudge. The Nangong family is too arrogant, thinking that you can be so contemptuous of the Yi family just because you've relied on the southern wasteland hegemony. The Qin family? If there was no Empress Fuyao, if there was no Peak Master Lu, they would naturally lower their heads. But Empress Fuyao was here, and more importantly, Peak Master Lu was incredibly powerful, and their Yi family had the backbone. A few moments later, Patriarch Yi Changfeng looked at his old ancestor. This time, Yi Chen has already formed a bond with Nangong Baishue. If Nangong Baishue tells Qin Shao about this matter, what if the Qin family descends to Qingcheng in a fit of rage and wants to exterminate my Yi family? A few Yi family ancestors laughed and turned their gazes as to Lu Xian. If the Qin family dares to come, Peak Master Lu will snap his fingers and exterminate them. They're bloated now. Peak Master Lu was someone who could even suppress the power of weirdness. How could you be afraid of a Qin family? What about the southern wasteland overlord? The Qin family certainly had a few great emperors in existence, but in front of Lu Xian, they were nothing. At this moment, Lu Xian asked, how strong is the Qin clan's great emperor? The Yi clan's old ancestor thought for a moment. The strongest great emperor out of the Qin clan right now should be a 7-star great emperor. Other than that, the Qin family has some low-star great emperors. Lu Xian frowned slightly. If the Qin clan's 7-star emperor descended, he really wasn't an opponent. He only had a 1-star great emperor experience card in his hand. The invincible posture could ignore a great realm and kill the enemy in seconds. Above the emperor realm, each star was divided into early, middle, and late stages. Therefore, ignoring a great realm, he could kill a 2-star great emperor in seconds. But the emperor realm, a star and a world, a difference of 1 star, a difference of mud and clouds. He was definitely no match for the 7-star emperor. Seeing Lu Xian frown, The Yi clan ancestor smiled. Does Peak Master Lu think that this Qin clan ancestor is too weak? Upon hearing this, the Yi family members all smiled. A 7-star emperor was an ant in front of Lu Xian. Yi Chen said, "At that time, my master will make a move, and the ancient Qin clan will be directly destroyed." Lu Xian directly froze. Who told them they were so powerful? Don't around. He's stupid. How do you feel that your strength is through and through, and that you can take a second in the sky and a second in the earth? He sought to find out that he hadn't said he was invincible either. Had he? The divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes and her delicate lips slightly opened. Master is more low-key, but that doesn't mean that Master will hold back on all things. The Yi family crowd recalled that Lu Xian had killed a dozen saints from the great elder's lineage in an instant at the family assembly. This is Lu Xian. Stay out of trouble, but also not afraid of things. At this time, Yi Chen leisurely asked, "Master, if it really comes to that day, will you make a move?" Lu Xian could only say stiffly, "It doesn't matter. I'll make a move." At these words, the Yi family's crowd was thrown into ecstasy. Yi Chen was now worshipping Lu Xian, hugging his super Fuyao. The Yi family was bound to rise in the southern wasteland and become a hegemonic power. Lu Xian was speechless for a while as he looked at the excited faces of the Yi family's crowd. Is this a case of him overplaying his hand? But it's already pretending, so we'll just have to tough it out. You choose your own path, and you have to pretend to follow it. After all, people give themselves their identity out there. At this point, Qin Yan smiled and said, "However, I don't think the Qin family will make a move against the Yi family, at least not on the surface." The Yi clan's oldest ancestor frowned. "Oh," Qin Yan explained. "For one thing, the Qin family and the Yi family are not on the same level at all, even if the Yi family is exterminated. So what? The entire southern wasteland knows that Nangong Baixue was repudiated. This is too much of a loss of face for a hegemonic level power. Secondly, now Yi Chen is already a disciple of the Great Tao sect. The Great Tao sect is famous for maintaining disciples in the southern wasteland. The Great Tao sect has a deep heritage, and I don't know how many Emperor Realm giants are sleeping. If the Qin family dares to bully the small with the big, the Great Tao sect will never sit back and do nothing." Words. The Yi clan's ancestor nodded. "That makes sense. What's more important is that we have Peak Master Lu, not to mention the Qin clan killing us. So what if the Taishan Shan clan kills us?" Qin Yan laughed and said, "That's why I think that even if Nangong Baixue wanted to tell Qin Shao about this matter, the Nangong family would stop it. This matter is a joke that will bring shame to the Qin family." The Yi family crowd agreed. Indeed, the Yi clan's old ancestor sighed slightly. "It's a pity that I won't be able to see the image of Peak Master Lu striking. When I think of Peak Master Lu lifting his hand to exterminate a great emperor, I get a little excited just thinking about it." Lu Xian had a black face. He'd like to, but the strength doesn't allow it now. What's wrong with these people? Ji Fuyang's starry eyes flickered as she faintly said, "My master likes to keep a low profile. Regarding my master's strength, you may not divulge it." The Yi family members nodded. "Yes, sir." For a while, they felt that Lu Xian's image had grown even taller. Is this the Jedi? Lu Xian looked at Ji Fuyan and was satisfied. It's still the eldest apprentice who understands me. He's not developed yet. High profile my ass. Wait until sometime to take on a high-star emperor disciple. But with the high-star emperor's disciple, was there still a need for him to make a move? He seemed to be able to lay flat again. What a way to look forward to the future. At this moment, Ji Fuyan looked at Yi Chen. The Qin family's senior management might not make a move against you, but their younger generation will inevitably target you. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Eldest sister. They will all be trampled under my feet. I will never let master down. Yi Changfeng stroked his palm and laughed. Good, good, good. Worthy of being my son. So what if Qin Shao has the posture of a great emperor? My son also has the posture of a great emperor. Leaf Dust blushed slightly. Next, Ji Fuyao gave the Yi clan's old man some more instructions. Qin Yen and Wang Ban and the others would liaise about the drunken immortal mansion. Immediately, she was going to return to the Great Tao sect with Lu Xian. But before leaving, Ji Fuyan looked at Lu Xian. Master, it's been a long time since I've cooked for you. Let's eat before we leave? Cooking. The Yi family's crowd, including Wang Ban and the other dragon guards, were directly stunned. A powerful man like Lu Xian has yet to dispel the grain? They were dumbfounded. However, on second thought, was a powerful person like Lu Xian not something they could speculate on at will? Ji Fuyang smiled. Actually, when I was at Qingxian Peak, I often cooked for master. The crowd was dumbfounded. This is Her Majesty the Empress. Ever condescend to cook for someone else? It was only a strong person like Peak Master Lu who could make Empress Fuyao put her foot down. Soon, Ji Fuyao approached the kitchen. The Yi family ancestor in Qingyan, Wang Ban and the others scrambled to fight for Ji Fuyang. Your Majesty the Empress, I'll wash the spirit vegetables. Your Majesty, I'll cut the meat. But they were all rejected by Ji Fuyao, who directly drove them out of the kitchen. You guys get out. I'll do it myself. A bunch of people gathered around the kitchen door, watching in secret. In the kitchen, there were only two people, Yi Chen and Ji Fuyang. Where's Lu Xian? Early returned to Yi Duan's room to sleep. He also didn't understand that dozens of quasi-emperors and half-emperors had been mobilized for no more than cooking. Is that necessary? Does it make the meal taste good or something? And at this point, the crowd watched Ji Fuyang chopping vegetables and burning pots with such skill that it was heartbreaking. Yi Chen watched carefully from the side as he whispered, Master, what do you do on weekdays at Qingxian Peak? Ji Fuyao smiled. Eat, lie down, maybe do some poetry and paintings once in a while. Yi Chen was stunned. Doesn't Master cultivate? Ji Fuyang said. No cultivation. Leaf Dust scratched his head. Ji Fuyao said, but Master likes to eat, so you can also study it. Moreover, let me tell you, this matter of cooking is very delicate. It is also a kind of cultivation. Chapter 40 Desolate Heavenly Emperor. But Master likes to eat, so you can study that too. And, let me tell you, this matter of cooking is very delicate. It's also a kind of cultivation. Yi Chuan seemed to understand. This is also a kind of cultivation? Ji Fuyao patiently explained. Cultivation is like cooking a small meal. Not only do you need gong methods, but also a state of mind, and a natural way. This is reflected in cooking. Leaf Dust came to a sudden realization. Is this the alternative way of cultivation developed by Shifu? And relax. Ji Fuyao smiled and said, let me give you another example. When you look at cooking, do you need to use spirit fire? This is also improving the way of spirit fire. As for the other aspects, you can dig into it yourself. Yi Duan came to his realization. Ji Fuyang exhorted, pay attention in the future. Every word that Master has said should be carefully scrutinized. There must be a deep meaning in it. Master just likes to unintentionally give you pointers. If you can't catch it, it's a missed opportunity. Yi Chen firmly remembered Ji Fuyang's words. Many thanks, senior sister. His heart murmured. Master is really a high-level person. He was now somewhat looking forward to his life after stepping into Qingxian Peak. 1 hour later, Ji Fuyao finally finished the feast. She immediately transmitted her voice to Lu Xian. Master, dinner is ready. Lu Xian woke up leisurely and came to a large hall. Here, a table had already been set up, and the Yi family ancestor, Wang Barbara, and the others stood to the side, waiting for Lu Xian to be served. There was some emotion in the crowd. This time they had actually dipped their toes in the water with Lu Xian, and had eaten a meal made by Empress Fuyao herself. This is Her Majesty the Empress. Where did they get that honor? Lu Xian was invited to the main seat. Ji Fuyao and Yi Duan sat next to Lu Xian respectively, before the others took their seats one by one. The table was full of dishes. There are braised fiery beasts, spicy spirit chicken, boiled Kuan fish, and patted spirit cucumber. There were also several bottles of spirit wine on the table. Lu Xian nodded and looked at Ji Fuyang. Apprentice, have a heart. It was evident that Ji Fuyan had studied the jade slip of the dish he had handed her. The crowd looked at Lu Xian with some restraint. Lu Xian waved his hand. Eat? There aren't that many rules. But the crowd did not move their chopsticks. Lu Xian took a shallow taste of the flaming beast meat and nodded. Not bad. The crowd then began to eat. The Yi clan's old ancestor picked up the bottle of wine on the table and said to Lu Xian, Peak Master Lu, this is the 820-year-old spirit wine I purchased, and I've never had the chance to drink it. I will fill it up for you. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. Give me some as well. The Yi family's old ancestor was slightly stunned. Your Majesty the Empress. You, Ji Fuyao said. It's just the right time for a reunion here today, so I'll have a few drinks as well. The crowd cracked up. Then, the Yi family ancestor and Wang Barbara began to frantically brag about the meal Ji Fuyang had made. Your Majesty, this is simply delicious. Your Majesty the Empress, you are the southern wasteland food god. I feel privileged to have the honor of tasting one of your Majesty's dishes once in my life. In the arena, the atmosphere was jovial. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor looked at Yi Duan. Duaner, when we return to Qingxian Peak, you should ask Her Majesty the Empress for more advice, and ask Peak Master Lu for more advice. Leaf Dust nodded. Good. Not much longer. Wine and dine. The crowd moved to the main hall. The Yi family members knew that Empress Fuyao and Yi Chen were about to leave. With a thought, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor took out a pale ancient spirit artifact from his nascent sacred ring. This spirit artifact looked like an ink treasure, black in color, and looked extremely bizarre. As the Yi clan's old ancestor gently tapped, a terrifying and overwhelming power surged forth. Incomparably brilliant Dao patterns spread out towards the main hall, and a vast quasi-emperor pressure permeated the field. This is a quasi-imperial soldier. The Yi family's old ancestor smiled and looked at Yi Duan. Duaner, This is the Yi family's family treasure, the Quasi-Emperor Soldier Tian Yuan ink box, which I once obtained in an ancient secret realm. You are now leaving the Yi family. Take this Quasi-Emperor Soldier with you. Yi Chen shook his head. Old ancestor. I don't need it. The Yi family's old ancestor said. Take it. You have now offended Qin Shao. And if you are targeted by the Qin clan, this Quasi-Emperor Soldier will at least support you for some time. Enough for Peak Master Lu to arrive to save you. Yi Chen said. Old ancestor. I don't need to because Master has already given me a better supreme treasure. The Yi clan's ancestor was slightly startled. What is it? Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian, who nodded his head indifferently. And then Yi Chen took out the imperial armament Great Dao Lock. Old ancestor. This is the imperial weapon that Master gave me. The Great Dao Lock. Above the Great Dao Locks flowed brilliant Dao patterns, incomparably obscure and ancient. In these complicated Dao patterns, the Great Dao Locks seemed to seal an incomparably terrifying power. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, only to feel some numbness in their scalps. Moment. A hint of Emperor realm pressure poured out in the main hall, and like a mountain of power pressing down on the hearts of the crowd, they all felt a palpitation. Imperial soldier. Lu Xian had actually given Yi Chen an imperial armament. There was some envy in the hearts of the Yi clan's oldest ancestor and the others as they looked at Yi Chen. Dusty, can I take a look? Yi Chen presented the Great Dao Lock to the Yi family ancestors, and they immediately probed out their divine thoughts to scrutinize the Great Dao Lock. After a trace of divine thought probed into the Great Dao Lock, it was immediately swallowed up by a mysterious black power. This kind of power caused the backs of the Yi family's 3 paragon emperor elders to chill and their scalps to tingle. The power of weirdness. The Yi family's old ancestor was shocked. His voice became trembling. Dust child. That power sealed in this chain, could it be the bizarre power in your body? Leaf Dust nodded. The crowd was incomparably shocked as they looked at the avenue lock. That's the power of weirdness. At one time, the Yi family's 3 great old ancestors had spent countless amounts of the Yi family's reserves and could not be suppressed, but now they had actually been suppressed by Lu Xian in the Great Dao Lock. Ji Fuyang also became interested, her starry eyes twinkling. Is this the power of weirdness? The Yi clan's ancestor respectfully delivered the Great Dao Lock to Ji Fuyang. Wang Ban and Cheng Yan and the other dragon guards also came over. Ji Fuyang picked up the Great Dao Lock and looked towards it to seal the trace of secretive power. The secretive power was like a black smoke that kept flowing in the Great Dao Lock, and her heart and soul trembled slightly. It was an instinctive fear. That's the rumored forbidden power. Something that even the most powerful emperors were palpitating over. Once tainted with the bizarre power, it is difficult to pull out. In the field, all the people probed the Great Dao Lock, and they mentally lamented that it was fortunate that they had met Lu Shen, or else this bizarre force might still remain in Yi Chen's body. The Yi clan's old ancestor said with a palpitating heart, Your Majesty the Empress, originally we wanted to wait for you to descend and then let you see if you could solve this bizarre force, but I didn't expect that Peak Master Lu had descended on my Yi clan. Ji Fu shook her head. Even at my peak, there's nothing I can do. The crowd was dumbfounded. They looked at Lu Xian and became more and more shocked in their hearts. Just how strong was Peak Lord Lu? The Emperor's soldier that he casually bestowed on Yi Chen suppressed this bizarre force. A few moments later, Yi Dust put away the avenue lock. The Yi clan's old ancestor took out several more pale ancient jade slips. Since your master sent you Emperor soldiers, your gongfu can't fall short. This is the quasi-imperial rank gongfu that I've collected over thousands of years. There's a sword technique, a fist technique, and a blade technique inside, so you can take a look at them and choose one to cultivate. Leaf Dust was a little excited. Quasi-emperor ranked feats. Yi Chen was about to walk over when Lu Xian said indifferently, No need. The quasi-emperor rank technique grade is a bit trashy. The Yi family's ancestor froze. What? Quasi-emperor ranked gongfu grade is still garbage ah. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen and took out a feat jade slip. Yi Chen, remember when I said that I would give you another gift after returning to Qingxian Peak? Leaf Dust nodded as he remembered. Lu Xian smiled. I'll give it to you now. You're lacking a high-level technique. With that, Lu Xian flexed his fingers and the jade sketch of the technique flew towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was somewhat excited to receive this jade slip. He was looking forward to it. What grade was this feat? Master just said that the quasi-emperor ranked techniques were a bit trashy. Then this must be an emperor ranked technique. An emperor's rank technique. Ha! He won straight off the starting line. Soon, Yi Chen probed into his divine sense to check out this feat. Desolation. Heaven. Knack. Moment. Yi Xuan felt the scenery change in front of him and came directly into an illusory space. Boom! A magnificent green-shirted man slowly rose from the void. His back was against the heavenly star domains. The divine splendor on his body was monstrous. Reflecting the heavens, his green silk hung down. His body's Dao lines flickered, and between the closure of his eyes, thunder streaked across the sky, shocking the heavens and moving the earth. Yi Duan was incomparably shocked. What kind of strong man is this? This green-shirted man's one hand held a vast world, and in front of him were endless alien enemies, all of which were great emperors. The might of the emperor realm was like an abyss like the sea, annihilating the stars and penetrating the heavens, enough to tear the heavens apart. The green-shirted man looked disdainfully at the enemies of the foreign races in front of him and slowly spoke. Even with a vast world in one hand, I am still invincible. I am the desolate heavenly emperor. When I suppress all enemies in the world. The words fell. The green-shirted man's figure disappeared in vain. Each step was 1,000,000 feet. Each step stepping on a star. Stepping on a star. Boom. A punch is thrown. Like the universe shattering. Like the stars falling. Boom. Incomparably violent power poured out towards the heavens. This fist print revealed an invincible posture. Wherever it went, it annihilated everything. The radiant Tao pattern continuously condensed out of illusory shapes, directly suppressing down towards a group of alien enemies. Next moment, thousands of alien enemies were annihilated with a bang and died without a burial place. Yi Xuan felt a trance and instantly retreated from the vision of the party. The desolate heaven skill was passed down to him in its entirety through the shocking scene just now. Yi Xuan stood frozen in place, sweat flowing all over his body, completely immersed in the image just now, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Who is this powerful man? Surprisingly, he was so domineering and horizontal, as if he was running through the past and present, stepping into the air and killing countless great emperors with a single punch. The crowd looked at Yi Duan with some shock, and waited until Yi Duan's gaze recovered as before he opened his mouth and asked, Duster, just now, this gong method is not powerful and unparalleled. Yi Xuan nodded heavily. The one that my master bestowed upon me is the 6-star emperor ranked Gongfu. The desolate sky skill. This merit law has a terrifying Tao and potential condensed within it, carrying a supreme obsession. The Yi family crowd was shocked in place. Chapter 41, wanting Yi Chen to die now. 6-star emperor ranked technique. Desolate heaven technique. They turned their gazes to Lu Xian, their teeth chattering in excitement. Just how deep was Peak Master Lu's depth? To the extent that he had casually pulled out a 6-star emperor ranked technique. At this moment, Lu Xian was old and calm, with a breezy face as he slowly said, This is nothing. I have plenty of good things here. This statement was made. The crowd was even more shocked. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor licked his lips. He even wanted to worship Lu Xian as his master now. Mud. It's a bit cheeky though, but if you can get the emperor's soldier, and you can get the emperor's rank technique, what's the use of having this old face? The words just came out, but they couldn't be said. He could worship his master, but Lu Xian wouldn't necessarily accept it. If Lu Xian didn't take it, wouldn't he have to buckle his toes to the ground in embarrassment? After all, Lu Xian had personally descended on the Yi family for Yi Chen. After thinking about it, the Yi clan's ancestor gave up. At this moment, as a quasi-emperor old ancestor, he was truly envious. At this moment, Yi Chen collected his breath and bowed respectfully to Lu Xian. Master, many thanks. Lu Xian smiled. Must remember to cultivate hard. I don't have any other requirements for you. Oh yeah, you can learn how to cook. At those words, Yi Chen was so moved that he almost cried out. This is the master. Give so much and ask for nothing. This desolate sky skill was too powerful, and he was very confident that with this technique, he could sweep away all the heavenly prides and step on them to rise to power. Suddenly, it occurred to Yi Xuan that since master had given him this technique so freely, wouldn't that mean that he was even more powerful than that green-shirted man? Shocker! Yi Chen's heart set off a huge wave. How powerful is master? Could it be that it was already above the emperor realm? Transcendent? Just as Yi Chen was lost in thought, the Yi family's oldest ancestor asked with some excitement, Duaner, did Peak Master Lu give you anything else? It's not that he's greedy. He really wanted to open his eyes a bit. In his entire life, he had never seen so many supreme treasures this close. Yi Xuan smiled. Old ancestor, my master also gave me a heaven and earth flame seed, bone-cold spectral flame. Saying that, Yi Xuan moved with a thought. A wisp of grayish-white flame lingered at his fingertips, jumping slowly. In an instant, the temperature in the main hall plummeted by an extreme amount, as if it was plunged into an ice cave. The Yi family's crowd was once again shocked. Seeds of heaven and earth's foreign fire. This was something that many great emperors had been eager to get their hands on. Once this item is revealed, even great emperors will have to fight for it. Lu Xian unexpectedly gave this item to Yi Chen. What's more, this foreign fire seed could continue to grow along with Yi Xuan, and there was almost no upper limit. The Yi family's oldest ancestor patted his chest, unable to calm down for a long time, as he admonished, Duster, these supreme treasures may not mean much to Peak Master Lu, but once they are discovered by other quasi-emperor powerhouses in the southern wasteland, and emperor realm powerhouses, they'll lead to a killing curse for you. A piker is not guilty of a crime. This heaven and earth flame seed, you must not show it at will. Yi Chen put away the bone-cold specter flame and nodded. Old ancestor. I know. The Yi clan's oldest ancestor licked his lips and asked with some excitement. Is there more? Yi Chen said. Old ancestor. There is another secret. My cultivation level stepped into the Xian Emperor realm from the Qi practicing realm in 7 days. My master gave me a heavenly rank marrow cleansing pill. What? The Yi family's crowd directly stood up from their seats, all of them blushing with incomparable excitement. Celestial grade marrow cleansing pill. Even if they sold their entire Yi family as a package, they couldn't afford to buy a heavenly rank marrow cleansing pill. Just how deep was Lu Xian's depth? How the treasures you pull out of your hand are all amazing things. It wasn't that they hadn't seen it, but these supreme treasures were all too astonishing. Even hegemonic powers, as strong as the Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan, I'm afraid they couldn't manage to give their disciples so many supreme treasures. For a moment, everyone looked at Peak Master Lu. They served, really convinced. On the other side, Ji Fuyang and the many imperial dynasty dragon guards were also dumbstruck. Who would have thought that Lu Xian would give things that were more outrageous than one another? These supreme treasures are simply too unbelievable. Ji Fuyang's gaze was ghostly as she looked towards Lu Xian, her beautiful eyes slightly knitted. Earlier, when she was at Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian had given her a heavenly grade extreme Dao foundation pill and then a 6-star emperor grade technique. Burning Sky Decree. She felt that this had been a chance against the odds. She was completely satisfied. Unexpectedly, Master had given senior brother Yi Chen so many supreme treasures at once. For some reason, there was a tiny twinge of envy in her heart yet. Compared to Yi Duan, the treasures that Master had given her were indeed a bit less. At this time, the Yi family's 3 great ancestors continued to ask with red faces and ears. Dusty child. Is there more? Is there more? Leaf Dust's face twitched. No more. It's already too much. What else do you want? He was a little embarrassed. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Who says there isn't any more? After we return to Qingxian Peak, I'll give you another item. It was important to know that he still had a heaven-swallowing baking furnace sitting in the system space right now. It was an alchemy furnace that could also be used as a killing imperial weapon. If back at Qingxian Peak, after Pilian's test, Yi Chen really had the talent for alchemy, then it would not be wrong to let Yi Chen take the path of alchemy at the same time. At that time, Yi Chen was taking 2 paths at the same time. Dan martial arts dual cultivation. And at this moment, the many old ancestors of the Yi family directly exclaimed in shock. My God! They couldn't care less about their disorder anymore. Lu Xian was going to give away another supreme treasure? Yi Chen said with some embarrassment. Master, it's a bit too much. Why don't we give it to eldest sister? Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes flowed with divine splendor as she tried to control her emotions. Just now, when Yi Chen said that she would also give Yi Chen a supreme treasure, her mindset had a slight shift. Isn't it a bit too much to give to my junior brother, Yi Duan? Master can't favor one over the other. Although she was a great emperor in her previous life, she couldn't sit still when Lu Xian gave away supreme treasures every time. In her last life, she was only a 1-star great emperor, but Lu Xian's supreme treasures could all be of the high-star emperor rank. Seeing Ji Fuyang's expression, Lu Xian smiled. It suddenly occurred to him that it seemed as if he had given Ji Fuyang a bit less compared to Yi Chen. No harm done though, it all comes later. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Fuyao, Yi Duan, don't worry, the current one is just a sprinkle. As long as you cultivate hard, I have many supreme treasures here. He's starting to paint a big picture. Hearing this, Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly. Master, I will. Yi Chen also clenched his fists. Master, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Lu Xian nodded his head. Fine, fine, not much longer. Ji Fuyang handed over some things to the Yi clan ancestor and said goodbye to the Yi clan ancestor. Qing Yin, Wang Ban, and the other dragon guards of the imperial dynasty were headed to the Drunken Immortal Tower's headquarters. Song Zhou. Flames flickered in Wang Ban's eyes. Your Majesty the Empress, we will definitely probe Drunken Immortal Mansion's attitude. If they refuse, we don't mind making Drunken Immortal Mansion disappear in Sangzhou. Ji Fuyao nodded. When he was about to leave, Yi Changfeng patted Yi Duan's shoulder. Duaner, when you go to the Great Dao sect, make sure you cultivate hard and listen to your master. Yi Chen nodded heavily and said in a low voice. Father, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. One day, I will step into the pill family and save my mother. Yi Changfeng's body suddenly trembled and his voice trembled. Good. Now that Yi Chen was worshipping Lu Xian and Lu Xian was so powerful, he finally saw hope. The pill family was a dominating force in the southern wasteland. The difference with the Yi family is too great, but with Lu Xian around, he and Yi Chen also had the capital to negotiate with the pill family. He believed that under Lu Xian's guidance, Yi Chen would definitely be able to rescue his mother one day and then they would be reunited as a family. Read about it. Yi Changfeng smiled. Dusty, go. Yi Chen nodded and left the Yi family with Lu Xian and Ji Fuyang. Lu Xian and the three of them immediately headed to the teleportation array near Qingchang, preparing to leave Qingchang and return to the Great Tao sect. Boom! The three of them stepped out of the teleportation array, and Yi Chen looked at Qingchang, which had disappeared in front of him, with a trance in his eyes. It's really too metaphysical what's happened in the last few days. After stepping into the Great Tao sect, he would definitely cultivate hard. The Nangong family. After Nangong Baiqiu and his group returned to the clan, Nangong Baiqiu brought Nangong Baixue and arrived at the ancestral land at the first opportunity. The ancestral land was a pale place, with radiant Tao patterns constantly flowing, looking very secretive, and several caves filled with a terrifying and overwhelming quasi-emperor realm pressure. Here, there were several quasi-emperor ancestors sleeping. Nangong Baiqiu respectfully bowed to the ancestral land. Old ancestor, something big has happened. Instantly, in a cave, the quasi-emperor's aura collected, and an old voice came out. It's by Shui who's back. Ha, come in. Upon hearing this, the Nangong Baiqiu father-daughter duo stepped into the quasi-emperor ancestor's cave. In the cave, a grey-robed old man sat cross-legged on top of a futon, his hands changing in spiritual techniques. The obscure and ancient power was continuously converging, and the mysterious qi gradually returned to formlessness. Nangong Baixue told the old ancestor what had happened in the Yi family. The grey-robed old ancestor slowly opened his eyes, his brows tense. There's actually this matter? He was a little shocked. Yi Chen was unexpectedly able to cultivate, and had elevated to the Xian Emperor realm. Not even Nangong Baixue is a match? At this point, Nangong Baixue cried out, 2 lines of clear tears streaming down her face as she instantly jumped into the old ancestor's arms, whimpering, Old ancestor, you must do right by me. That punk dared to do this to me. I've grown up and this is the first time I've ever been hit. The grey-robed old ancestor gently patted Nangong Baixue's back. Alright, this matter has to be considered in the long run. Nangong Baixue frowned and said, Old ancestor, I can tell Qin Shao to have the Qin clan directly step in and exterminate the Yi clan. The grey-robed ancestor shook his head and stopped. No, Nangong Baixue asked. Why? The grey-robed old ancestor said. The current Yi Chen is no longer the Yi Chen of old. For one, Yi Chen has already worshipped the Great Tao sect, and even though that Lu Xian is having a reputation as a waste of time, that's still the Great Tao sect. This is an existence that my Nangong family cannot afford to mess with. Secondly, if you let Qin Shao know about this matter, even if the Qin family steps in, the Qin family will lose face over it. After all, many forces know about your engagement with Yi Chen, and you were disgraced in the Yi family, and even if the Yi family is destroyed in this matter, the Qin family will be criticized by the other major forces for this. Nangong Baixue gritted her teeth and said, What then? I want that loser Yi Chen to die right now. Chapter 42 You come up and move yourself. The grey-robed old ancestor laughed. The Qin family and the Yi family aren't even on the same level. There are plenty of opportunities. As for you being beaten by Yi Chen, this matter should not be told to Qin Shao. If you say it, instead, the Qin family will think that our Nangong family is not doing a good job. Nangong Baixue asked, But if we don't say anything, what if the Yi family spreads it everywhere? The grey-robed old ancestor sneered. Impossible. The Yi family's ancestors are not little cuties. Once they let this matter be exposed, the Qin clan will strike. At this point, Nangong Baiqiu frowned and asked, Old ancestor, has the Yi family found a backer of some sort? This time when I stepped into the Yi family, I clearly felt that the Yi family had changed. The grey-robed old ancestor thought about it. 8 or 9 is not far from it. That power within Yi Chuan's body. Even the Yi clan ancestor couldn't solve it, so someone high up must have made a move. Nangong Baixue's face was icy cold. Damned trash Yi Duan. To have this kind of chance. She clenched her fists and peaked with anger. She really hated to kill Yi Chen immediately. The grey-robed old ancestor sighed. In this world, there is only certainty in the underworld. Between you and Yi Duan, the destiny has now been severed. However, the Yi family now has a way to take death. Bai Shui. Don't worry, the Yi family will definitely be destroyed. That fellow Yi Baichen. I did once have some affinity with him in an ancient secret realm, but now that he watched Yi Chen drop his letter of repudiation, he even sat back and did nothing. Between me and him, from now on, the favor is severed. Nangong Baixue frowned and said, Old ancestor, at that time, you shouldn't have made a marriage contract between me and Yi Chen with that old thing. The grey-robed old ancestor's face darkened. This matter is indeed my fault. At that time, we escaped from death in the ancient mysterious realm, and under great joy, we chatted about the geniuses of our family, and without much thought, We made a marriage contract for you. Nangong Baishua beamed her mouth resentfully. Although that waste Yi Chen can already recultivate, but compared to my husband Qin Xiao, he's nothing. No, comparing that waste to Qin Xiao is insulting my husband. The grey-robed old ancestor nodded and looked at Nangong Baishue, his eyes filled with endless expectations. Bai Shui, the future of my Nangong family now rests on your shoulders. There's no need to care too much about Yi Chen and the Yi family. Yi Chen will die and the Yi family will surely be destroyed. What you need to do now is to firmly control Qin Xiao, while at the same time standing your ground in the Taishang Xin clan. Nangong Baishue nodded. Okay, old ancestor. Just then, the sound transmission jade slip in Nangong Baishua's nascent scarf vibrated slightly. She took out the sound transmission jade slip and injected it with spiritual energy. A middle-aged man's voice came slowly. Bai Shui, how is the matter of going to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage being handled? The one who spoke was none other than Nangong Baishue's master, Yun Yang Dan Saint. Nangong Baishue hesitated and said, Senior, it's already taken care of. Yun Yang Dan Sage said indifferently. Not bad, then return to the sect as soon as possible. In these 3 months, I'm going to give you special training. Nangong Baishue froze for a moment. Special training? Senior, is this something? Yun Yang Dan Sage smiled and said, the once-in-a-century alchemy exchange conference is going to open in 3 months. This time it's being held at the Great Tao Sect's Dan Peak, so I'll bring you there at that time. Great Tao Sect, Dan Peak. Hearing the name of the Great Tao Sect, Nangong Baishue's heart instantly tightened. Yi Duan was also in the Great Tao Sect. It's a pity that this punk doesn't know how to make pills at all. Otherwise, she would ruthlessly stomp on Yi Duan. Pity, Yun Yang Dan Sage said. Bai Shui, within 3 days, return to the sect. Nangong Baishue nodded. Master, as you wish. Putting away the voice transmission jade slip, Nangong Baishue told the old ancestor and her father about this matter. The grey-robed old ancestor's gaze was cloudy. Surprisingly, such a coincidence? Nangong Baishue revealed a look of disgust. Old ancestor, I really don't want to see that loser anymore. He makes me feel sick. If I have to see it, I hope to see the corpse of that loser Yi Chen. The grey-robed old ancestor said in a deep voice. Don't think about this for now. Yi Chen is already dead. In these 3 months, just follow your master and learn the way of alchemy properly. Then go to the Great Tao Sect and shock the other geniuses. Nangong Baishue nodded. Okay, old ancestor. Not much longer. Nangong Baishue left the clan and took a teleportation array to the Taishang Xin clan. The Great Wei Sect. Qing Xin Peak. The patriarch descended with a bang in a grey robe. Where is everyone? Why aren't they back yet? Both Lu Xian and Ji Fuyang's caves were empty. The patriarch knew that Ji Fuyang had taken a clan mission and gone out. But what about Lu Xian? What did he do? The patriarch really didn't know what a chi refining stage running out of the sect was doing. It's been almost a month. It was good that in the Great Tao Hall, nothing happened to Lu Xian and Ji Fuyang's soul cards. This also means that they are all safe. The patriarch came to the hayloft and looked at it. In the middle of the grass hut, there were many neatly arranged dishes. Seeing this made his heart come alive. A cultivator who can't yet achieve grain elimination. Then what are you cultivating for? Eating some spirit beast meat or something like that would be acceptable. But Lu Xian eating every day. Who could stand that? The point is to take Ji Fuyao off course. Read about it. The patriarch sighed deeply. However, because of Ji Fuyang, old ancestor Tsang Xian had ordered that Lu Xian would no longer be restrained. Therefore, he couldn't use this matter to teach Lu Xian another lesson either. The patriarch shook his head and prepared to leave Qing Xian Peak. Suddenly, outside of Qing Xian Peak, a brilliant divine splendor shot up into the sky and flew over in the direction of Qing Xian Peak. The patriarch's divine thoughts swept and he directly froze. Lu Xian is back. Ji Fuyao also came back. It's amazing that they came back together. The patriarch frowned slightly and muttered. This Lu Xian fellow wouldn't have gone to look for Ji Fuyang, would he? And so on. Who was the other young man? Boom. A few moments later, Lu Xian, Ji Fuyang, and Yi Chen landed on Qing Xian Peak. Seeing the patriarch, Lu Xian was a bit surprised. The patriarch wanted to probe Lu Xian's cultivation, but found that it was shielded by a force. His face twitched. Lu Xian, this guy really likes the feeling of hiding his cultivation, doesn't he? Then he turned his gaze to Ji Fuyang and asked with some surprise. Fuyang, your cultivation has actually broken through to the first Xuanzuan realm. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. This time, I went out to practice and gained some chances. The patriarch nodded his head continuously. Satisfied. Not bad. Not bad. This time, the aura on your body is somewhat internalized. So it seems that the harvest is not small. On the side, Yi Chen observed the patriarch. He was a bit stunned. Was the sovereign just a Saint King realm? Looking at the patriarch's attitude, It seemed like he preferred eldest sister more. Sovereign has some cold feet towards master. At this point, the patriarch looked at Lu Xian, puzzled. What have you been doing this month? Lu Xian said casually, I'm going to take a walk outside to see the scenery or something. The patriarch had a question mark on his face. Silence for a moment. The patriarch said in a deep voice, Lu Xian, you're just a qi refining realm. Don't just run around when you're not doing anything. The southern wasteland is very big and chaotic, and it's dangerous wherever you go with this cultivation level. Lu Xian said, got it. Leaf Dust's face twitched. His master is a top-tier powerhouse in the southern wasteland. Master's power was beyond his knowledge, but the sovereign doesn't even know? At this moment, Xuan finally understood why Lu Xian had been spat on and denigrated by the Great Tao sect, by many great powers, for so many years. Master, he's too low profile, obviously so powerful, but unwilling to show his cultivation. Sure enough, Master's realm was too high for him to understand. The patriarch probed out a strand of divine thoughts to observe Yichen, and after a moment, he was stunned. Yichuan's body was flawless and immaculate to the point of purity. His Tao foundation was perfect, and his bone age was only 16, but he was already in the middle stage of the Xian Emperor realm, and the entire person's cultivation base was very condensed. Yichen's body also revealed a trace of a mysterious aura, an aura that he couldn't even see through. Where did this genius come from? The patriarch looked at Ji Fuyang. Fuyang, is this the genius you brought back? Lu Xian froze for a moment. Shouldn't we ask him? Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. Patriarch, this is the disciple that my master took in. The patriarch frowned and looked at Lu Xian with some disbelief. What? Lu Xian the disciple you took in? Lu Xian said. Yeah. Yichuan slowly stepped forward and bowed to the patriarch. Good day patriarch. My name is Yichuan. I'm master's second disciple. The patriarch he didn't believe that this was what Lu Xian had brought back. After all, Lu Xian was a qi refining realm. What does he have to attract this genius? He had just made a shallow probe and initially concluded that the cultivation talent of this young man called Yichen could be comparable to Ji Fuyang. With a genius like this, even if Lu Xian took out all of Sage Qing Xian's reserves, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to attract him to worship Lu Xian as his master. So there must be a hidden agenda. Suddenly a bright light flashed in the sovereign's mind. This time, after Ji Fuyang left, Lu Xian also followed. It was important to know that Ji Fuyao had a connection with the Fuyao imperial dynasty, but she didn't want to expose it. Therefore, allowing Lu Xian to leave the sect as well. In fact, this Yi Duan must be greatly related to Ji Fuyao. Returning this time, pretending to worship under Lu Xian's door, saying that he was Lu Xian's disciple. Read about it. The patriarch felt it was too reasonable all of a sudden. No wonder this Lu Xian fellow ran out of the clan? No wonder Ji Fuyang had evaded the tracking of that sage protector? It turned out that Ji Fuyang had gone to look for this genius. The patriarch smiled faintly, living up to his name, and immediately deduced the beginning and end of the matter. However, since Ji Fuyang said that Lu Xian had brought it back, he wouldn't poke at it. Now the Great Tao sect had another talented disciple. That's a good thing. As for Lu Xian, he was just covering for Ji Fuyang. The patriarch smiled and said, Lu Xian, you've done well. This time, you brought back a talented disciple. So later on, you'll have Yichen go to the Great Tao Hall to find Elder Shou, test his cultivation talent, and then receive the identity token of my Great Tao sect. Yichen looked at Lu Xian, who nodded. Go in a while. The patriarch looked at Ji Fuyang with great relief. Not bad, not bad. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes slightly knitted, not quite understanding what the sovereign meant by not bad. The patriarch patted Lu Xian's shoulder. Lu Xian, old ancestor Song Xian said that he won't let me interfere in your affairs from now on. You're in the Great Tao sect. Do as you please. Lu Xian asked. Wherever I want to go? The patriarch said. Feel free. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, you're a qi refining stage. Even if you poke a basket, where can you poke it to? Lu Xian. Silence for a moment. Lu Xian shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. I'm a person who still likes to stay on Qingxian Peak. The patriarch smiled faintly. He had already seen through Lu Xian's nature. A lazy man. Never stand if you can sit. Never sit if you can lie down. Even if they were doing something sexual, I'm afraid Lu Xian would say, come up here and move yourself. There's no quest. Lay flat and be done with it. However, this time, Ji Fuyang brought back a supreme genius, and the patriarch was in a great mood. He smiled and said to Yichen, all right, I'll wait for you at the Great Tao Hall. Your eldest sister has invoked the resonance of my Great Tao sect's greatest treasure, the Great Tao Bell. I look forward to how far your cultivation talent can reach. Chapter 43, Forcibly Capturing Yichen. I look forward to what your cultivation talent will reach. At those words, Yichen was a little apprehensive. If his cultivation talent wasn't considered excellent, wouldn't he disgrace his master? To know that eldest sister had invoked the resonance of the great Tao sect's greatest treasure, the great Tao bell. Soon, the patriarch stepped into the air, a divine rainbow appearing under his feet as he floated away. Ji Fuyao said, "Master, then I'll go to the task hall first to turn in my tasks." Lu Xian nodded. "Go." When Ji Fuyao left, Lu Xian said, "All right, Yi Chen, you choose a cave and make some preparations, then go to the great Tao hall." Yi Chen nodded. "Master, where have you and eldest sister chosen your cave?" Lu Xian pointed. Yi Chen chose a cave next to Lu Xian's. Not much longer, Yi Chen walked out of the cave and bowed to Lu Xian, who threw out a jade slip. "Go on, this is the map of the great Tao sect." Yi Xuan took it, and with his spiritual energy probing into it, he immediately stepped into the air, and a divine rainbow appeared under his feet as he flew in the direction of the great Tao hall. His extreme eyes far canthus, see the great Tao sect, covering tens of thousands of miles of land in a circle, extremely vast. A spiritual peak rises up from the ground, rich spiritual energy, purple gas surrounded, some auspicious demonic beasts soaring in the sky, letting out pleasing cries, countless caves juxtaposed with them, in the clouds and mist under the vapor, as if the earthly fairyland. In the distance, many towering as the clouds of the palace flashed with a bright Taoist pattern, like the stars generally glittering, the whole great Taoist sect majestic, red light dense, God Hua monstrous incomparable magnificent. Yi Chen lamented in his heart. Is this the southern wasteland's hegemonic power, the great Tao sect? Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the great Tao hall. Deep inside the great hall, old curtain, dressed in a grey robe with a faint majesty flowing from his body, sat behind a wooden table, and beside him, the patriarch looked at Yi Chen with a smile. "Yi Xuan, it's here, this is old man Shou." Yi Chen respectfully bowed to the patriarch. "Good day patriarch." "Good day Shou Lao." Old curtain stretched out his right hand, and a strand of divine splendor probed out, shooting toward Yi Chen. A moment later, Shou Lao's cloudy eyes became clear and his face was slightly shocked. Yi Chen's foundation was perfect, his cultivation base was condensed, his bones were crystalline, and his internal world was flawless and immaculate. So young to have such a perfect physical body? Seeing Shou Lao's expression, the patriarch smiled. Looks like Shogun was shocked by it too. The patriarch asked, "Yi Chen, what power are you from?" Yi Xuan said, "Qingzhou, Qingcheng, Yi family." The patriarch frowned slightly. "Qingzhou?" A pale ancient jade slip immediately appeared in his hand, and with a thought, incomparably bright spirit patterns surged forth, and an illusory map of the southern desolate great state instantly appeared in the air. One could only see a large state shimmering like a star. The southern wasteland was vast and boundless, with countless large states. Soon, the patriarch was in the place where Qingzhou was. Qingzhou was a pitifully small area compared to other large states, and was considered a relatively remote place. The patriarch continued to probe on the map, but unfortunately, the few large forces marked on the map did not have the Yi family at all. It seemed that the Yi family wasn't some big power in Qingzhou. A trace of bitterness appeared on Yi Chuan's face. "Patriarch, my Yi family is considered a big power in Qing City, but it wouldn't rank in Qingzhou." It was important to know that in a state, there was usually a great emperor-level power, and Qingzhou was no exception. The Yi family was only a quasi-imperial power, so it was nothing in the Qingzhou. The patriarch nodded and put away the Tsanggu jade slip. "So that's how it is." Old curtain took out a token and handed it to Yi Chen. "This is the identity token of my great Tao sect. You can activate it after you return to Qingxian Peak. When you activate it, you need to make an oath to the heavenly Tao. Once the heavenly Tao oath is established, you are a formal disciple of my great Tao sect." Yi Chen received the identity token. "Many thanks to Elder Curtain." Old Curtain said, "Within this identity token, you can view the information of our clan's technique pavilion, secret realm, trial tower, and many other places, as well as record your contribution value, so you can study it when you return." Leaf Dust nodded. The patriarch smiled and said, "All right, Yi Chuan, follow me to the Talent Stone Monument." Talent Stones. This was a supreme treasure of the great Tao Hall to test the talent of disciples. A few moments later, Patriarch and Elder Curtain led Yi Chen to step into the air, divine splendor heaving beneath their feet as they flew towards the Talent Stone Monument. On the way, the Patriarch informed the other Peak Masters. Upon hearing this news, the many Peak Masters murmured and complained a bit. "What? Qingxian Peak has another supreme genius. Ji Fuyao brought it back? I'll come to the gifted stones in a minute to check it out." For a time, above the Dan Peak, Ethereal Peak, Body Refining Peak, and many other spiritual peaks, a brilliant pylon flashed, and many saint kings and saints stepped into the air towards the Talent Stone Tablet. Boom! Elder Curtain and Patriarch led Yi Duan to land in front of the Talent Stone Monument. Leaf Dust was slightly shocked. This gifted stone monument was like a large mountain stretching out in front of him, rising up from the ground and into the clouds, looking weathered, extremely thick, incomparably pale and ancient, with an obscure and ancient aura flowing from it. It's 100 feet. The Southern Wasteland talent qualifications, which were divided into yellow, human, jade, Xian, king, earth, and heavenly ranks, and only when the talent reaches the earth rank, this talent tablet will be stirred up and glow brightly. The different heights of light represent the level of talent. Old Curtain smiled. Yi Xuan, you only have to place your hand on top of the talent stone tablet and inject spiritual energy into it. At that time, the stone tablet will emit light. Yi Duan nodded and walked towards the talent stone monument. Boom boom boom. The breaths of hundreds of saint kings and saints shot out from not far away, a divine splendor transforming into a river of stars, and the terrifying and overwhelming power of pressure was like an abyss, like a sea, pouring out above the void. In an instant, numerous peak masters fell. Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. What's the situation? Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? The Dan Peak Master carefully sized up Yi Chen and said, "Is this the disciple Ji Fuyang brought back? It looks like he has good talent and substance." A brilliant aura appeared in the eyes of the Sword Peak Sage. This son should join my Sword Peak and cultivate the Supreme Sword Dao. The body refining Peak Saint shook his head. No, no, no. Such a perfect fleshly body should take the path of body refinement and recast the glory of my body refinement lineage. Yi Chen hadn't even tested his talent yet, and the many peak masters had already begun to scramble for it. Old Curtain waved his hand lightly. Alright, let Yi Chen test his talent first. Seeing this, Yi Duan was a bit nervous. Isn't it a test of cultivation talent? How did it startle so many saint kings and saints? Soon, Yi Xuan arrived in front of the talent stone tablet, urged his spiritual energy, and slapped his palm on top of the talent stone tablet. Giggle! A cold sensation seeped in, and Yi Chen immediately felt a trance. The talent stone tablet erupted with an incomparably blazing divine splendor, and Yi Xuan's eyes had a moment of disorientation as the light nearly blinded him and directly rose up into the sky. 10 feet, 20 feet, 90 feet, 100 feet. The terrifying divine splendor directly surged into the depths of the void, and the brilliant light reflected the sky, like a giant sun rising, and a pillar of light through the sky directly appeared in this place. Seeing this scene, the crowd was directly stunned in place. 100 feet of light. This meant that Yi Chen's talent was extremely demonic. The next instant, knock! The Great Tao sect's greatest treasure, the Great Tao Bell, suddenly manifested above the void, and a bell chime resounded through the Great Tao sect. For a time, the entire Great Tao sect was startled. Countless divine thoughts and divine sense probed towards the void, only to see an incomparably ancient clock emerge. The ancient clock was pale and boundless, as huge as a small mountain, with traces of the years branded on it, and obscure and ancient Tao patterns faintly flowing. The Great Tao bell rang out with a chime. The sound of the bell was ghostly and incomparably mysterious, and everyone felt inner clarity and mental relief. Everyone was beyond shocked. What's going on here? Surprisingly, it invoked the manifestation of the Great Tao clock? Someone exclaimed. Look! At the place of the gifted stone tablet, 100 feet of divine splendor reflects the void. The crowd was stunned in place. Did the Great Tao sect produce another supreme demon? Terror! And at this point, at the place of the talent stone monument, the crowd and others looked at Yi Chen, and their hearts once again rippled. Yi Chen's talent had actually triggered the Great Tao Bell, same as Ji Fuyao. A fervent flame appeared in the gazes of the many peak masters, itching to peel back Yi Chen layer by layer. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. The sovereign's voice trembled a bit. Very well. Very good. Very good. Yi Xuan, your talent is comparable to Ji Fuyao, who has similarly invoked the resonance of the Great Tao Bell. Leaf Dust breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't disgrace the master. That's fine. He looked up at the Great Tao Bell in the depths of the void and felt his body and mind shake. It was obviously an emperor's soldier and of a very high grade. A few breaths later, the Great Tao Bell slowly disappeared into the void. Suddenly, a majestic quasi-emperor aura quietly diffused out from the hidden place of the Great Tao sect and rushed over in the direction of the talent stone tablet. Seeing this, the patriarch and the others respectfully bowed. Old ancestor Song Xian. Boom! An illusory figure condensed and a hale and hearty grey-robed old man appeared in front of Yi Chen. Quasi-emperor projection. Old ancestor Song Xian stroked his beard and smiled faintly, looking Yi Chen over from top to bottom. Not bad. Not bad. My Great Tao sect has gained another supreme demon. At this time, the Dan Peak Master stepped forward. Yi Xuan, would you like to join my Dan Peak and worship me as your master? Before he could finish, the Sword Peak Master pushed the Dan Peak Master away. Yi Xuan, I observe that your bodies has a trace of martial will. When practicing the way of the sword and worshipping the sword peak, your future achievements will be immeasurable. The Battle Peak Master smiled and said, Battle Peak has already cultivated quite a few great emperors and has a deep foundation. Join Battle Peak. For a while, there was some confusion in the field. All of them were rushing to take Yi Duan as their disciple. Yi Chen touched his nose and bowed respectfully to the many peak masters. Seniors, sorry, I already have a master. I won't leave my master Lu Xian. The voice fell. The field was instantly quiet. The crowd frowned slightly. What can Lu Xian teach you with a qi refining stage? A talent like yours must not be buried in Lu Xian's hands. Now that Ji Fuyang has stayed at Qingxian Peak, we can't let Lu Xian spoil you any further. Leaf Dust's face twitched. It seems that the many seniors of the Great Tao sect have a deep misunderstanding of Master. Master is too low-key, and never explain. No wonder Lu Xian's reputation as a scrappy peak master had been widely circulated for so many years. The patriarch laughed and grabbed Yi Chen. Yi Chen, follow me to the other spirit peaks. This disciple of yours must not stay at Qingxian Peak anymore. Chapter 44, Hugging Lu Xian's Thigh. This disciple of yours must never remain at Qingxian Peak again. Upon hearing this, the many peak masters nodded. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the crowd stepped into the air. A divine rainbow surging up into the heavens, shooting out in the direction of Qingxian Peak. The radiant divine splendor Pylian sweeping past the many spirit peaks. Many elders and disciples were startled. This is Patriarch, Elder Shou, as well as old ancestor Song Xian and the many peak masters. Which spirit peak are they going to? Pay attention. Could that youth be the genius who has triggered the resonance of the great Tao bell? Heavens, in these few months, there have been 2 demons, one Ji Fuyang, and who is this genius? And at this point, Lu Xian lay down in front of the grass hut to bask in the sun. Ji Fuyang had just returned from handing over the mission. Master, the mission has been handed over. I've harvested 10,000 contribution value. Lu Xian smiled. Not bad. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly, and the light in her eyes shone brightly. It's to be expected that senior brother has invoked the great Tao bell. Lu Xian nodded. Both of you are gifted. Gollum. Lu Xian's stomach suddenly growled. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly and stepped into the grass hut. Master, I'll go cook right now. Lu Xian nodded. Good. Boom boom boom. In the distance, the monstrous divine splendor pushed straight towards Qingxian Peak, and the terrifying and overwhelming might poured over like a mountain and a sea. Soon, the patriarch brought Yi Duan, and a group of people landed on Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian slowly stood up from the recliner. The crowd frowned slightly. As soon as he came to Qingxian Peak, he saw Lu Xian lying down. This guy is completely giving up on himself and giving up on cultivation. For some reason, there was an uptick in the crowd. Lu Xian leisurely asked, Patriarch, Yi Chen's talent is still okay, right? I see that it has even invoked the great Tao bell. The patriarch nodded, his eyes burning. We have come precisely for this matter. Lu Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Wait. The Dan Peak Master frowned deeply. Fuyu, this is cooking? Lu Xian smiled. Yeah, it's time for dinner. The many Peak Masters looked at Lu Xian incredulously. It's not. This is a supreme genius. You let Ji Fushan cook? This master is a master. Teaching is impossible to teach. But making a call is making a strong call. A fire burned in the chests of the many Peak Masters. It's too much. The patriarch's face twitched as he looked at the crowd. Actually, this matter, I have known about it for a long time. Only I didn't tell you guys. The crowd was pained to say. Patriarch, you said it earlier. This is too outrageous. Ji Fuyang slowly walked out from the grass hut and slightly bowed to the crowd. Patriarch, this is none of my master's business. This is all of my own volition. The crowd fell silent as they glared fiercely at Lu Xian. What was Lu Xian saying to Ji Fuyang? Already brainwashed. It was only now that they realized that although this Lu Xian kid was full of flaws, his ability to fool people was indeed very strong. If Ji Fuyang worshipped them, they didn't dare to guarantee that Ji Fuyang would be disobedient. It's almost as if he's doing what he's told. Old ancestor Song Xian sighed. Forget it. I've already said that Fuyao will cultivate with Lu Xian. Lu Xian can toss and turn as much as he wants. Fuyao, you go ahead and get busy. The crowd froze. It had to be said that Lu Xian's treatment was definitely unique in the history of the Great Tao sect. Old ancestor Song Xian was now letting go and letting Lu Xian play. Qi refining stage to a great emperor's posture as a master. I'm afraid this sets a record in this southern wasteland. Read this. The crowd gritted their teeth and looked at old ancestor Song Xian. Old ancestor, Yi Chen must not stay at Qingxian Peak. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Song Xian nodded and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, Yi Chen will worship the other spirit peaks. Lu Xian froze for a moment. Yi Chen is already my disciple. Old ancestor Song Xian dryly coughed twice. Ahem. You can let go. Lu Xian smiled. Ask Yi Chen then. The crowd's hearts were delighted as they looked toward Yi Chen. Suddenly, Yi Chen rushed towards Lu Xian and directly hugged Lu Xian's thigh tightly. Master, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay at Qingxian Peak. Yi Duan secretly said. Master is the real big brother. These quasi-emperor ancestors, Saint King Peak masters were juniors in front of their masters. How could he leave Qingxian Peak and worship other spirit peaks? Seeing this scene, the crowd directly froze in place. What? It's not. What's wrong with you? Leaf dust? Where exactly is Lu Xian better? There are a whole bunch of Saint Kings and Saints here. Yi Duan, you don't pick one. You pick the weakest one. Isn't this nonsense? Old ancestor Song Xian's face twitched. He had cultivated for thousands of years and honestly had never seen such a scene. He can't figure it out. Lu Xian slowly spread his hands. Look, old ancestor, there's nothing I can do. Crowd, why is this kid acting up? At this time, Yi Chen slowly rose and made a deep bow to the crowd. Old ancestor, I have long since worshipped under my master. If I hadn't met my master, I would have joined another spirit peak. But now that the right of master and disciple has been established, the right cannot be abolished. So, I apologize for disappointing you all. Old ancestors. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. This kid was good at talking. The old ancestor and the others glanced at each other. This kid is pretty stubborn. Same with Ji Fuyao. Having said that, they could only be brazen and forcefully take Yi Chen away. The many peak masters directly grabbed towards Yi Chen with a faint smile. It's not up to you. Lu Xian was stunned in place. You don't even want to lose your face. Leaf Dust didn't want to go, but even wanted to forcefully arrest people. Seeing this, Yi Chen frantically resisted. Oh seniors, you're just taking me away. I'm still in your spirit peak and my heart is in Qingxian Peak. This statement was made. The crowd was too embarrassed to take another shot. This kid's got too much head on his shoulders. Dead head. It had already been successfully brainwashed by Lu Xian. Old ancestor Song Xian sighed quietly. Forget it. Let's take another look and let Yi Chen cultivate at Qingxian Peak for a period of time first to observe. Lu Xian smiled. Still betting? Old ancestor Song Xian's face darkened. No bet. The many peak masters looked towards old man Song Xian, their hearts unwilling. But things had come to this, and since Yi Chen had already said so, they had no choice but to admit it. The patriarch exhaled deeply. Let's discuss this matter later. The crowd was ready to leave. Lu Xian asked, do you want to eat a meal before leaving? It's almost ready. The crowd directly stepped into the air, not wanting to talk to Lu Xian anymore. The fire is big. Dinner? Just know how to eat and eat and eat. Soon, old ancestor Song Xian's crowd left Qingxian Peak. Looking at the backs of the crowd as they left, Lu Xian patted Yi Chuan's shoulder. Yi Chuan, what just said was good. Leaf Dust's face reddened and he was a little embarrassed. Not much longer. Ji Fuyao brought out the steaming hot meal. Today's meal is back to the fire beast meat and cold primrose. The three ate. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. Master, why don't you just display your emperor realm cultivation? Who would dare not recognize you that way? Yi Chen also looked at Lu Xian. Yes, master. Lu Xian's face twitched. He wants to show it off, too. The point is that he's not some emperor realm. Lu Xian could sort of see that he was now invincible in the eyes of his two disciples. But by now, he'd just have to keep pretending. Lu Xian said leisurely, if they knew about it, they would definitely assign me a task. Why would that be necessary? Yi Duan and Ji Fuyan looked at each other and smiled. Got it. Just too lazy. Or not. Too bland. Yi Chuan said. Senior sister, tomorrow I'll start learning how to cook. Ji Fuyang nodded. Good. Not much longer. After finishing his meal, Lu Xian was contentedly lying on the recliner, looking at the sky. Now that there was one more person on Qingxian Peak, there was already a cozy feeling of home. It's such a good feeling. It's as if the years are still and all is well. Inner peace. At this time, Pilian drilled out of Yi Chen's jade pendant. Peak Master Lu, I've disturbed your rest. Why don't we test Yi Chuan's alchemy talent as soon as possible so that we can plan a cultivation path for Yi Chuan? Lu Xian nodded. Good. Yi Duan, follow me. The three of them stepped into the cave. At a glance, Pilian and Yi Chen saw Lu Xian's limerick and masterpieces such as Zhang Taigong's electric fish diagram. They were dumbfounded. Is this something a human being could come up with? They feel weird, but then they light up. Worthy of Lu Xian. Pilian looked at Yi Chen and slowly said, when refining pills, the three most important things are spirit herb attainment, spirit fire, and soul power. The first one, the so-called spirit herb attainment, is that one must be very familiar with the medicinal power and habits of all kinds of spirit herbs. The second, is the spirit fire. The higher the grade of the spirit fire, the more powerful the power it contains, and it is twice as effective for alchemy. And now that you have the bone-cold spectre flame, This condition has been fulfilled. The third one is soul power. When refining pills, the fire and temperature of the spirit fire are crucial, and each step determines whether or not this furnace of pills can be successfully refined. Generally speaking, the soul power of alchemists crushes other cultivators of the same rank. Leaf Dust nodded and listened attentively. Pillian took out a black jade, which contained a black gas above it, flowing continuously. Pillian explained, "This is a soul stone, used to test soul power. The black gas in here is soul chi. I will adjust the soul stone to the Xian Emperor realm to see what level your soul force is." With that said, Pillian's spirit technique changed in his hand, applying a seal to the black soul stone. Yi Chen asked, "Pill Elder, what should I do?" Pillian said, "Push your soul force and impact the soul energy inside the soul stone. The stronger your soul force, the brighter this soul stone will be." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen placed his hand on top of the soul stone and began to activate his soul force. Between breaths, the black gas kept storming back. Dozens of breaths later, the soul stone directly turned cold white, and all the black gases disappeared. Pillian said with some shock, "Duster, your soul force is too powerful. It can rival the pride of my pill family." Yi Chen was a bit surprised. "Pill Elder, can I make pills?" Pillian said, "Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Now you lack spirit herb attainment." Saying so, a pale ancient jade slip appeared in Pillian's hand. "This is the first volume of my pill family's herb and tree scripture. The ranks of alchemists are categorized into yellow rank, human rank, jade rank, Xian rank, king rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. If you comprehend the first volume of this grass and tree scripture, your attainments in spiritual herbs will be at the level of the Xian rank." Yi Chuan asked. Within half a year, Nangong Baixue stepped into the Xian rank alchemist. "What level is this?" Pillian smiled. "Sort of an alchemy genius. However, the Xian rank is also divided into 9 grades, and there is a gap between Xian ranks. However, I believe that your alchemy talent absolutely crushes Nangong Baixue, because you have the bloodline of the pill family flowing in your body." Yi Chen nodded. "Pill Elder, Master, I will work hard." Lu Xian smiled faintly. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Limited time apprentice raising released. Within 1 month, raise Yi Chen's alchemy attainments to the Xian rank. Rewards will be given out based on task completion." Chapter 45, Pushing Down Nangong Baixue. Within 1 month, raise Yi Chen's alchemy attainments to the Xian rank. Rewards will be given out based on task completion. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. It is important to know that the path of alchemy is divided into yellow, human, jade, Xian, king, earth, and heaven stages. In a month's time, it was difficult to go from knowing nothing about the Dan Dao to being a Xian rank alchemist. Pillian looked at Lu Xian. "Peak Master Lu, what do you think about letting Dusty become a jade rank alchemist in a month?" Lu Xian said with a faint smile. "Pill Elder, I'll give you a task. How about making Yi Chen a Xian rank alchemist in a month's time?" Pillian's face twitched. "Peak Master Lu, I'm afraid this is difficult." Lu Xian smiled and said, "Pill Elder, I'm afraid it wouldn't work if someone else taught Yi Chen, but if it was you, wouldn't it be a breeze?" Pillian's old face flushed red as this sudden compliment made him somewhat embarrassed. This was an affirmation from the supreme powerhouse. "Master Lu Feng," Pillian said with a hint of excitement. "Peak Master Lu, I'll do my best." Yi Chen also clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry, Master. Within a month, I will become a Xian rank alchemist." Lu Xian smiled. "Good. You see, it's really not that he's sincerely oppressing his disciples." It was Yeduan who volunteered. Lu Xian smiled faintly. "All right, since you're going to start refining pills, then the gift I promised to give you can be given to you as well." Said. With a movement of Lu Xian's mind, the heaven-swallowing baking furnace floated directly in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Pill Old Man were both incomparably shocked. Heaven-swallowing furnace, 4 corners of the heavy pale ancient. The furnace body, majestic atmosphere. Inscribed on the countless road pattern. There are mountains and rivers. There are birds and beasts. There are some powerful figures. It looks incredibly secretive. Its bright spirit pattern slowly flow. Look carefully. The furnace cohesion of a kind of road and potential. The first time I saw it in the sky, and I saw it in the sky. This was still the state in which the heaven-swallowing baking furnace was sealed. If the seal was opened, as it was a 6-star emperor rank, it would inevitably trigger a vision. Yi Duan's eyes went straight all of a sudden. Another imperial weapon. How many imperial soldiers does Master have? Pillian's voice trembled slightly. "Peak Master Lu, how many grades of the imperial stage is this?" Lu Xian said indifferently. "It's just a 6-star emperor rank, so take it and use it first. By the way, this heaven-swallowing baking furnace is not only capable of refining pills, it also has an extremely strong killing power." Pillian was directly shocked in place. 6-star Emperor rank alchemy furnace. When he thought about it, Lu Xian had already given Yi Chen how many Emperor rank supreme treasures up to now. Just how deep was Lu Xian's depth? Pilyan was thinking that even if the Pill family was the southern wasteland hegemony, it wasn't as bold as Lu Xian. With a casual hand, it was an emperor's soldier and an emperor's rank technique. No, throughout the entire Pill family, there was no one who had this kind of treatment, not even the son of God. Lu Xian was too good to Yi Chen. Pilyan stretched out his illusory spirit body and stroked the heaven-swallowing baking furnace in front of him with great excitement. He hadn't even used an emperor rank alchemy furnace to make pills in his lifetime. Now a Yi Duan who was just about to get started was starting to go straight to the top. The difference is too great. With this emperor rank alchemy furnace, coupled with the heaven and earth flame seeds, as if he was unable to temper Yi Chen to a Xian rank alchemist, he would die headfirst on the tofu. Read about it. Pilyan said with incomparable excitement, Peak Master Lu, I guarantee that within a month, I will allow Yi Chen to step into the Xian rank alchemist. Lu Xian nodded. Good. At this time, Yi Xuan carefully asked, Cough. Master, how many emperor soldiers do you still have on you? Lu Xian thought for a moment. No more. It's really gone this time. Leaf Dust bristled. He doesn't believe it. Master must have many more supreme treasures. Pilyan said, Duster, now let's go back to the middle of your cave. Start with spirit flame attainment and I'll slowly pass on the various techniques of alchemy to you. Leaf Dust nodded. Good. Lu Xian waved his hand. Go. By the time the two left, he was lying down again. Walking out of Lu Xian's cave, he happened to encounter Ji Fuyao coming out of the grass house. Yi Chen smiled and said, Eldest sister, I've given my master a promise that I'll step into the Xian rank alchemist within a month. At that time, I'll make pills for you to eat. Ji Fuyao smiled. Good. Yi Xuan smiled faintly. Eldest sister, I'm not showing off. Guess what goodies master gave me again? Ji Fuyao was slightly stunned and asked, Imperial soldier? Yi Chen took out the heaven-swallowing baking furnace. 6-star Emperor rank alchemy furnace. Heaven-swallowing baking furnace. Not only can it refine pills, it is also a killing treasure. Ji Fuyao looked at the heaven-swallowing baking furnace with some shock, and a wave rippled through her heart. 6-star Emperor rank alchemy furnace. At this time, Yi Chen whispered, Eldest sister, isn't it true that master sent you a lot more supreme treasures than me? Ji Fuyao smiled faintly, her starry eyes twinkling. No. Leaf Dust smiled. He doesn't believe it. Yi Chen put away the heaven-swallowing baking furnace and said, Eldest sister, it looks like I still have to work harder. Ji Fuyao smiled brightly and nodded. Yi Xuan said, Eldest sister, I'll go back to my cultivation first. Not only do I want to step into the Xian rank alchemist this month, but I can't fall behind in my cultivation. Ji Fuyao said, Good. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, Ji Fuyao's heart set off huge waves. How many more imperial soldiers does master have? This is too deep. Soon, Ji Fuyao returned to her cave, collected her mind and sat on her knees. A long red and fire-colored dress fluttered down. Her slender jade hand in which the spirit skill changed. A wisp of spirit fire surged. Start practicing. As for Lu Xian's cave, he was lying down and reading some talking books. At this point, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao is raising her cultivation level. Begin synchronization. Ding! Host second apprentice's spirit herb attainments are improving. Begin synchronization. Moment. A surge of pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, incomparably soothing. At the same time, the medicinal power and habits of some spirit herbs appeared in his mind. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Sure enough, knowledge entered the brain in a strange position. It's such a strange feeling. Inexplicably familiar with some spiritual grasses. 3-star grass, flame grass, dragon amazement root, spiny mud moss mold. Lu Xian murmured. Spirit herb attainments can even be synchronized. Not bad, not bad. The system said. That counts as an epiphany. Lu Xian nodded. Oh. With that, he opened his system panel and checked it out. Host, Lu Xian. Apprentice, Empress Fuyao. Leaf Dust. Realm, 6th Xianzun Realm. Technique, Burning Sky Decree. The Great Tao Sutra. Spiritual weapons, none. Senses, the Tao of spiritual fire, great perfection. The Great Tao Sutra, not yet initiated. And spiritual herb attainment, not yet initiated. A few moments later, Lu Xian shut down the system and continued to read the talking story. It's beautiful. Taishang Xuanzone. There are 100,000 mountains here. Above the peaks, the blue light is monstrous. The spirit wood is extremely dense. The majestic vitality spreads in all directions. The spirit weapon surges. The flow of light is like a tide. These spirit peaks are all branded with a brilliant Tao pattern. The darkness flows, very subtle. As the hegemonic level power of the southern wasteland, The territory of the Taishang Xian clan was vast, tens of thousands of miles away. On top of the endless spirit peaks, the caves were densely covered, draped in haze and dense spiritual energy, and under the spirit peaks, several rivers rolled and flowed, the waves beat the shore, and the momentum was monstrous. This place is blessed with the spirit and hidden mysteries of heaven and earth, and auspicious beasts roam above the void, emitting bursts of auspicious sounds. Nangong Baishui wore a long, elegant dress, and with a divine rainbow under her feet, she flew toward Yunyang Peak, the cave. Yunyang Dan Shang had been waiting for a long time. Snow, come back. Yunyang Dan Sage was dressed in a gray robe. His stature was straight, standing with his hands in the air, looking at Nangong Baishui with a smile. After going to the Yi family, the people of the Yi family didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Nangong Baishui hesitated and said, no. Yunyang Dan Sage nodded. Good. For the next 3 months, you will not go out of Yunyang Peak. Stay by my side and learn the art of alchemy. Nangong Baishui said. Yes, sir. Yunyang Dan Sage smiled and introduced. Every 100 years, the many great powers in my southern wasteland hold a Dan Dao exchange event. And this time, it's the great Dao sect's turn to organize it. This alchemy exchange extravaganza, not only my Taishang Xin clan, but also the Pill family and other great powers with alchemy heritage will participate. After years of running, this exchange event has now turned into a stage for alchemy geniuses to compete. Bai Shui, you have a high talent for alchemy, and with all this, you'll definitely be able to shine. Upon hearing this, Nangong Baishui was a bit excited. Master, I will definitely work hard. Yunyang Dan Sage nodded. Among the many alchemy inheritances in my southern wasteland, the ancient Pill family is number 1. However, my Taishang Xian clan's inheritance isn't weak either, and the Great Dao clan is a bit worse than us. This time, I'm not asking for you to win first place among the many heavenly prides. As long as you can emerge and meet the other alchemy geniuses of the southern wasteland, I'll be satisfied. Nangong Baishui said with a serious face. Okay, master. The Yunyang Dan Sage said. Alright, now, if you have any other matters, you can go ahead and take care of them. 1 day later, you must return to Yunyang Peak. Nangong Baishui smiled gently. Many thanks, master. Her master is so good to her. Knowing that she was going to meet her Daoist partner, Qin Shao. Read about it. Nangong Baishui bowed to Yunyang Dan Shang and slowly exited the cave and flew towards Taishang Peak where Qin Shao was. Taishang Peak. This was the first peak of the Taishang Xian clan. All of the Divine Sun candidates cultivated at this spirit peak. As for Qin Shao's master, he was the long-renowned Saint King Xianyi of the Taishang Xian sect. And Saint King Xianyi's power of attack was so strong that it was said to be unrivaled at the Saint King rank. Soon, Nangong Baishui landed on top of Taishang Peak. This Taishang Peak was straight into the sky. The mountainside place was covered by gusts of clouds and mist. It looked like a fairyland. On top of the spirit peak, dozens of caves were occupying the heavenly place in time, revealing gusts of haze. This place was so abundant with spiritual energy that it was almost condensing into substance. Nangong Baishui took a deep breath of the rich spiritual energy and felt her body and mind unclogged as she murmured. Taishang Peak is so much better than my master's Yunyang Peak. It would be great to be able to cultivate here. She immediately came to Qin Shao's cave. Qin Shao was dressed in a brocade suit with a handsome face, holding a folding fan in his hand and a pale jade pendant hanging from his waist, carrying a strong atmosphere of a great clan. Qin Shao! Nangong Baishui cried out and directly jumped into Qin Shao's arms, her hands groping Qin Shao's body. I miss you so much. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao directly placed a sealing prohibition on the cave. Qin Shao picked up Nangong Baishui and came to the purple wool wooden bed deep in the cave and wore out his hands. Nangong Baishui let out a chortle. Qin Shao. Chapter 46, Lu Xian. Don't run blindly. Qin Shao. Nangong Baishui's peaks pressed on top of Qin Shao's chest, bringing a lot of pressure to Qin Shao. Immediately, Qin Shao's belly was so hot that he couldn't wait to strip Nangong Baishui naked. Did you get everything done on this trip to the Yi family? Nangong Baishui nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. But soon, she forced out a tear and cried. Boing boing. A killing intent instantly appeared on Qin Shao's face as he said in a cold voice. Did the Yi family give you a hard time? Nangong Baishui was silent. Qin Shao snorted coldly. Yi family seeks death. Nangong Baishui stroked Qin Shao's face and said. Qin Shao, that trash Yi Chen can cultivate again. This time when I went to the Yi family, he has even stepped into the Xian Emperor realm. She didn't say anything about being defeated by Yi Chen. This whole thing is so humiliating. Her realm was higher than Yi Duan's, yet she was brutally beaten by Yi Duan, completely powerless to fight back. If Qin Shao knew, he would definitely despise her. Qin Shao snorted. District Qingzhou. A projectile land. District Yi family. A mere ant. Even if Yi Chen breaks through the Xian Emperor realm, in front of me, I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers. Nangong Baixue nodded. Yes, that loser Yi Chen is simply incomparable to you. Qin Shao said indifferently. Don't worry, I will find an opportunity to exterminate Yi Chen. It's just that during this period of time, the Divine Sun contest is about to begin, so I have no flaws to distract myself. Nangong Baixue's peak squeezed Qin Shao, but, Qin Shao frowned. His hand was on Nangong Baixue's body, rubbing it recklessly. But what? Nangong Baixue said. This punk Xuan doesn't know what kind of luck he got, but he even worshipped the great Tao sect. Qin Shao's hand stopped, and Nangong Baixue let out a chortle. Nangong Baixue continued. But don't worry, he's worshipped at Qingxian Peak, and his master is that wastrel Lu Xian. Lu Xian? Qin Shao froze for a moment. What a familiar name. Quickly, he remembered. Isn't this the great Tao sect? That scrappy peak master? At one time, he was also torn between several sects such as the Taishangshan sect, the Great Tao sect, and the Tsangmu Academy Palace, and finally chose the Taishangshan sect. At that time, the Qin clan's old ancestor made it a point to remind, if you want to worship the Great Tao sect, you must not enter Qingxian Peak. That peak master Lu Xian is a waste. Think about that. Ha 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 ha, Qin Shao laughed out loud. It's true that waste matches waste, with two wastes added together. It's really hard for me to imagine how wasted Yi Chen would be, Nangong Baixue said. Qin Shao, but I still want Yi Chen to die. I will be your woman, and I want all of me to belong to you. If Yi Chen lives, I feel like I am incomplete. Qin Shao nodded and said, don't worry, if it was in the Yi clan, there wasn't much of a chance to take a shot at Yi Chen. Now that this loser has worshipped the Great Tao sect, it's possible to take a legitimate shot. Nangong Baixue looked at Qin Shao with a doting face. Oh yeah, Qin Shao. 3 months later, there will be an alchemy exchange conference at the Great Tao sect, and my master will bring me to the Great Tao sect. Qin Shao said, go ahead, if you have the chance, killing this punk would be great. When the time comes, I can arrange it. Nangong Baixue smiled, her veiled hand already reaching out to Qin Zhao's hidden place. Qin Zhao's body shook as he tightly hugged Nangong Baixue. Baixue, don't worry, I will step on the other candidates to ascend to the throne in the Divine Sun contest a year from now. By that time, I will have long since stepped into the Xian Zun realm and be one step closer to the Xian Saint realm. Nangong Baixue's body twisted. Qin Shao, I want to give you so much. Qin Shao had a bitter look on his face. I also want to, but let's hold back a little longer. It was important to know that Nangong Baixue was a Taiyin Yuan body, which was an excellent cauldron physique. Dual cultivation with Nangong Baixue could gain a large amount of cultivation feedback. However, he had to step into the Xian Shang realm before his gains could be maximized. What's more, the Qin family's supreme gong method that he cultivated required him to remain a child until the age of 18. However, in the face of such a special creature as Nangong Baixue, it was really hard for him to hold back. Read about it. Qin Zhao's face reddened. Directly and violently tore Nangong Baixue's clothes. The perfect carcass was like a water peach that was about to ripen. Nangong Baixue slowly squatted down, her peaks rising and falling. Qin Shao was a breeze. He looked down into the abyss and the landscape. A dozen or so breaths later, Qin Shao let out a muffled grunt and collapsed on top of the purple worsted wooden bed. It feels like everything is tasteless. Nangong Baixue wiped her lips and lay down next to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, I'll stay with you for a day. I'm going to be in seclusion for the next 3 months. Qin Shao was a bit regretful. Then these 3 months have been very difficult for me to pass. Nangong Baixue smiled and said, I'll come back to you before I leave the Taishangshan clan. Qin Shao nodded and groped around Nangong Baixue's body once again. The Great Wei sect, old ancestor Tsong Xian, patriarch and Shou Lao, as well as the many peak masters sat around in the Great Tao Hall. Old Curtain frowned deeply. How do you guys think this Lu Xian fellow did it? Both Ji Fuyang and Yi Chen, surprisingly, don't want to leave Qingxian Peak. The patriarch shook his head. It can be seen that they respect Lu Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Unlike faking, the many peak masters were at a loss. It's hard to understand why that is. This Lu Xian fellow had gained another disciple for nothing. What can he do? What was most unbearable to them was to have Ji Fuyao willingly cook for him. Off the charts, old ancestor Tsong Xian said indifferently. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Xian and Ji Fuyang, Yi Chen all have some affinity with the Fuyang imperial dynasty. It is understandable that they are unwilling to leave Lu Xian. The patriarch thought for a moment. I remember that Lu Xian was an orphan when sage Qingxian picked him up back then. Old ancestor Tsong Xian shook his head. After all, it was 3,000 years ago. Too long ago. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that when Ji Fuyang joined the sect at that time, She had already thought about it and wanted to join Qingxian Peak. This matter cannot be forced. At this time, the Dan Peak Master said with a bitter face, "Old ancestor, 3 months from now, it will be the alchemy exchange event, and at that time, many of the southern wasteland's great alchemy powers will descend. This Lu Xian fellow will definitely be ridiculed once again." The crowd sighed slightly. One must know that in the past, when the Great Tao sect participated in some of the southern wasteland's secret trials and the Heaven's Pride competition, the other major powers would use Lu Xian to flirt with them. And now, Lu Xian had actually taken in 2 genius disciples. This mustn't be mocked by the Taishang Xian clan, the medicine clan and those clans with their faces plastered on them? Just thinking about it made their heads spin. I hoped that when the time came, Lu Xian would be better off hiding in Qingxian and not coming out to mess things up. Old ancestor Song Xian looked at the Dan Peak Master. Gu Yufeng, this time, many clans with deep Dan Dao legacies in the southern wasteland will descend. So the 2 of you and the patriarch should make arrangements in advance. Dan Peak Master Gu Yufeng nodded. As you wish. Not much longer. The crowd dispersed. After the Dan Peak Master returned to Spirit Peak, he immediately called over all the alchemy geniuses of Dan Peak. 3 months from now, it will be the alchemy exchange event, and during this time, I will provide you with personal guidance. The first place title will be taken by the Pill family if there are no surprises. You guys just need to go all out. The voice fell. The crowd of alchemy geniuses said in unison, "Yes, Peak Master." Soon, the news that Lu Xian had taken on a second disciple spread throughout the Great Tao sect. All the elders and disciples were stunned. That was a disciple who had invoked the resonance of the Great Tao bell. This kind of talent was completely on par with Ji Fuyan. How did you become Lu Xian's disciple again? They were very upset about Ji Fuyao. I didn't expect another genius to be abducted by Lu Xian. It's really hard for the crowd to accept it. Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian lay on the Xian ice bed and leisurely watched the talking story. The system's voice kept ringing. Ding. Host's great disciple Ji Fuyan's cultivation level has increased. Begin synchronization. Ding. The host's great apprentice, the Great Tao Sutra, has had an epiphany. Begin synchronization. Ding. The host's second disciple, Yi Duan, has gained an insight into his spiritual herb attainments. For the next few days, Yi Chen and Ji Fuyao were cultivating except for eating. Yi Xuan worked even harder. Even while eating, he was repeatedly thinking about the habits between the different spirit herbs, the medicinal power. Lu Xian reminded Fuyao, Yi Chen, you two have to remember to combine work and rest. He's a little embarrassed about it all. After all, during the night when he was sleeping, the 2 disciples were practicing all night long. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is simply the innate working saint body. If Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen didn't have to take turns cooking, they probably wouldn't even step out of the cave. And on the contrary, Lu Xian, laying down for a while is good. Laying down all the time is good. This reminds him of his own experience of playing screws in Blue Star. But before that, he was thinking about when he could lie flat, and now he finally realized it. Just then, the sound transmission jade slip in Lu Xian's bosom vibrated slightly. Lu Xian injected spiritual energy, and soon the sovereign's voice came out. Lu Xian, let me tell you something. Lu Xian frowned slightly. Sovereign, what is it? The sovereign's voice was solemn. 3 months from now, my Great Tao sect will be hosting an alchemy exchange conference, and at that time, the Taishang Xian sect, the Pill clan, the Danxiang sect, and other major powers will be stepping into my Great Tao sect. During the time of the alchemy exchange conference, I wish to not run around blindly and stay at Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Alchemy exchange conference? The patriarch said. Not bad. This alchemy exchange conference is held once every 100 years. And now it's the turn of my Great Tao sect. You know what I'm talking about. So don't wander around the sect blindly when you're there. Lu Xian's face twitched. The patriarch felt his hints were obvious enough. If Lu Xian didn't show up by then, the other major powers would more or less tighten up. It suddenly occurred to Lu Xian that since the Taishang Xian clan was coming, then I'm afraid that Nangong Baixue was also coming. Read about it. Lu Xian said. Sovereign, I know. However, I also have something to tell you about Yi Chen. Something related to the Taishang Xian clan, and also related to this alchemy exchange conference. The patriarch frowned and asked with some curiosity. Oh, what's the matter with Yi Xuan? Chapter 47, Reverse Alchemy Talent. Lu Xian told the patriarch about Yi Chen's withdrawal from Nangong Baixue. The patriarch froze. There is actually this matter? Then you and Yi Chen had better stay well in Qingxian Peak for me and don't come out. Lu Xian. The patriarch quickly told Old Man Shou and Old Man Song Xian about this matter. Old ancestor Song Xian and the 2 of them were a bit surprised. What a coincidence. Ha! After a moment of silence, old ancestor Song Xian smiled. I'm afraid that Qin Xiao still doesn't know that Yi Chen has recovered and possesses top-notch talent. I think the two will have a battle in the future. The patriarch nodded. My great Dao sect Saint Sun position has also been vacant for many years. As far as I know, Qin Xiao is a candidate for the Divine Sun. And a year from now, the Taishangxian sect opens the Divine Sun competition. Old ancestor Zhangxian said, let's wait until after the Alchemy Exchange Conference to discuss the matter of my clan Saint Sun's position. The patriarch and Maku Lao said, okay. 5 days later, Yi Chuan arrived at Lu Xian's cave with some excitement. Master, I've memorized the first volume of the Grass and Wood scripture. Pilian drilled out of Yi Chen's jade pendant. Peak Master Lu Duster's talent is very high. It's only been 5 days, and his performance is comparable to my Pil family's geniuses. Yi Chen smiled faintly and nodded. There was no need for Leaf Dust to report. He knew, after all, the system's voice had been reminding him that spirit herb attainment was improving. Pilian looked at Lu Xian with some excitement. Peak Master Lu. Next, I will teach Yi Chen to refine pills. Lu Xian nodded. Pil Elder, I'll leave the back to you. Pilitis said. Good. Yi Chen raised his fists and said confidently. Master, believe me, I will live up to your expectations and step into the Xian rank alchemist. Not much longer. Yi Chen and Pilian returned to the cave. Pilian began to explain the process of alchemy. First you need to warm the alchemy furnace. Now that the way of spirit flame has become a great success, this step will not be difficult for you. The second step is to extract the essence of the spirit herb and put it into the alchemy furnace. The third step is then to refine the alchemy, condensing the essence to form the elixir. Yi Chen listened with a serious face. Pil Elder, I know. Pilian smiled and said, an alchemist's first elixir is always the chi-gathering pill. Don't look at the fact that the chi-gathering pill is a yellow-ranked pill, but some human-ranked alchemists can't do everything. Although the chi-gathering pill is of low grade, it has all 5 organs. If one realizes the refining method of the chi-gathering pill, one method will lead to all methods. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen took out the heaven-swallowing baking oven, and with a thought, the bone-cold spectral flame appeared in the cave. Pilian smiled faintly. Duster, next, I'll give you a demonstration, so watch carefully. Leaf Dust said. Good. Pilian's divine idea power surged, and the heaven-swallowing baking furnace floated directly in the air as he used his soul force to control the bone-cold spectre flame, constantly warming the heaven-swallowing baking furnace. As the power of the bone-cold spectre flame continued to invade the body of the furnace, the surface of the heaven-swallowing baking furnace flowed with radiant divine splendor, and a kind of subtle aura spread out in all directions. As the mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, and strong figures inscribed on it slowly manifested, Pilian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's worthy of being an emperor-rank alchemy furnace. The Dao and rime it contains is surprisingly so thick. Half an incense stick later, Pilian took out the spirit grasses for refining the chi-gathering pill. Silver leaf grass, flying red flower, earth root grass, and so on, all of which extracted the essence of the spirit grasses and threw them into the alchemy furnace. His hand's spirit skill changed, and the bone-cold spectre flame kept changing its shape, and the temperature followed suit with constant adjustments. Not much longer. A Dan fragrance wafted out from the heaven-swallowing baking furnace, refreshing the heart. Pilian lightly drank. The lid of the furnace gently flew up, and 9 pills appeared in the heaven-swallowing baking furnace. There were Dan halos on all the pills, and the best-colored one even had 9 Dan halos. Leaf Dust was a bit shocked. The 9 Dan halos of the chi-gathering pill, worthy of being a heavenly rank alchemist. Pilian stroked his beard with one hand and shook his head slightly, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Some rusty. Leaf Dust smiled. Pilian handed the heaven-swallowing baking furnace to Yi Chen. It's your turn next. Leaf Dust nodded as he did. Although his movements were a bit rusty and not particularly smooth, the whole process was meticulous and without any mistakes. Half an hour later, the fragrance of the Dan wafted out from the heaven-swallowing baking furnace. With a thought, Yi Chen turned on the alchemy furnace. The same 9 pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Pilian's face changed slightly. 9 pills appeared in the first alchemy. Wait. This is the Dan Halo. There are Dan Halos on top of each of the pills. One of them turned out to be a 6 Dao Dan Halo. Seeing this, Pilian looked at Yi Chen with incomparable shock. Could this kid be a born alchemist? This is the first time I've ever made an elixir. Just straight up concocted 9 pills? It was a fluke to know that the average alchemist would be able to successfully concoct a single elixir the first time. Not to mention that one of the pills had 6 Dan Halos. This was a superior existence amongst yellow rank alchemists. Yi Chen, however, shook his head faintly, not very satisfied. Pil Elder, this technique of mine, it's a bit rusty. Pilian's face twitched. This kid's alchemy talent was too unbelievable. Next, Yi Duan continued to work hard. Finally, a few days later, a 9-dan halo pill was refined. Yi Xuan was a little excited. Pill Elder, is it possible to start trying to refine human rank pills? Pill Elder smiled and shook his head. No need, let's skip the human rank and directly refine a jade rank elixir. Leaf Dust was surprised. Why? Pill Elder said. You were able to refine the chi gathering pill into 9 pills, and 9-dan halos also appeared. Do you know how heaven-defying this matter is? You have to know that you've only been refining pills for a few days. Your current level is already higher than that of an average human rank alchemist. Yi Chen touched his nose. But I think I still have a lot of shortcomings. Pill Elder dryly coughed. You brat. Next we refined the jade rank 5th grade pill congealing spirit pill. In the meantime, Lu Xian was lying leisurely in his cave. The system's voice rang out. Ding. Host's second disciple Yi Duan's Dan pill attainments have broken through the jade rank. Start synchronizing your senses. Lu Xian was slightly surprised. It had only been a few days and Yi Chen had stepped into the jade rank alchemist? This alchemy talent is truly too heaven-defying. A few moments later, many alchemy techniques and a large number of alchemy epiphanies appeared out of thin air in Lu Xian's mind. Because of the system's double harvest, Lu Xian directly stepped into the Xian rank alchemist. At this moment, if an alchemy furnace appeared in front of Lu Xian, he could completely use his subconscious mind to make pills. Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. This double harvest is horrible. Lying down and doing nothing, he directly became a Xian rank alchemist. This is simply astounding. Ding! The cultivation level of the host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is rising. Begin synchronization. With a loud bang, a large amount of cultivation underpinnings surged into Lu Xian's body, impacting his limbs and bones like a great river, and the dantian was instantly surging with cultivation underpinnings. Lu Xian directly stepped into the 7th Xianzun realm. He checked Ji Fuyao's system panel. Ji Fuyang stepped into the 2nd Xuanzuan realm. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Not bad. Not bad. Both disciples are firing on all cylinders. Soon, by the time it was time to eat, today it was Leaf Dust who was cooking, and he was in a happy mood, with a smile on his face, happily cooking, half a column. Yi Duan came smiling with the stewed spirit chicken meat. Spirit chicken meat is here. Chicken soup is here. Stone table. The three of them, Lu Xian, sat around. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. Senior brother, why are you so happy today? Yi Chen smiled and said, Eldest sister, I'm already a jade rank alchemist. When I'm done eating, I'm going to start trying to refine the jade rank 5th grade spirit condensing pill. Ji Fuyang's starry eyes flickered with a hint of shock. It's only been a few days, and you've stepped into the jade rank alchemist? Yi Chen smiled. It's all because master taught him well. Lu Xian, he didn't. Don't be ridiculous. He really didn't teach anything this time. It's all under the guidance of the old medicine man. Yi Chen took out a 9-dan halo chi gathering pill from his nasal ring and handed it to Ji Fuyang. Eldest senior sister. This is the first 9-dan halo pill I've refined. Would you like to try it? Ji Fuyang took it and carefully observed the chi-gathering pill. A wave rippled through her mind. 9-dan halos. Although it was only a yellow order elixir. But I'm afraid that many jade order alchemists can't make it. What is the Dan halo? The Dan halo represents the condensation of almost all of the essence of the spiritual herbs, and represents the depth of the alchemy attainments. Yi Xuan smiled and said, Eldest sister, don't worry. When I become a heavenly rank alchemist in the future, I'll refine heavenly rank pills for you. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly and nodded. She could imagine that in the future, Yi Chen would enjoy a certain reputation in the southern wasteland for his way of alchemy. Read about it. Her delicate jade hand brought this chi-gathering pill to her mouth. Her delicate lips slightly opened and she directly swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, an extremely pure spiritual energy surged into the dantian. And although it wasn't huge, it was all spiritual energy essence. Ji Fuyang nodded with a smile. Senior brother. Not bad. Lu Xian nodded along and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Keep up the good work. Yi Chen said. Good. Oh, by the way master, besides refining pills, I haven't forgotten to cultivate. Look at me now, I'm almost at the late Xian Emperor realm. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Let's set a small goal for you. In this month's time, your cultivation steps into the Xianzong realm. Yi Chen's face stiffened. It's kind of hard. I should have known that he wouldn't have mentioned cultivation just now. Lu Xian pointed at Ji Fuyao and said leisurely. Yi Chen, Fuyao stepped into the middle Xianzong realm from the Xian King realm in a month at that time. Put some pressure on Leaf Dust. During this period of time, Lu Xian could sort of see that Yi Chen had been secretly comparing himself to Ji Fuyang. He didn't want to lose his big sister too much. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Xian finished speaking, Yi Chen patted his chest and said, Master, don't worry, I will step into the Xianzong realm. Lu Xian nodded. Finish eating. Ji Fuyang looked towards Lu Xian and smiled sweetly. Master, I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Xian nodded and couldn't help but sigh. Both of these disciples were too desperate to practice. Originally, Ji Fuyang had been practicing very hard, and now that Ji Chen had stepped into Qingxian Peak, it had invariably given her a kind of pressure, and she had become even more diligent. Both are secretly fighting. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Time-limited disciple raising quest released. Within half a month, let senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyan's spirit fireway step into the half-step great circle. Chapter 48, A Full Harvest. Within half a month, let senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyan's spirit fireway step into the half-step great circle. Lu Xian froze slightly and finally released Ji Fuyan's nurturing quest once again. Otherwise he really didn't have anything good to give Ji Fuyao. During this period of time, there were too many supreme treasures given to Yi Chen, and Ji Fuyang, the eldest senior sister, had instead fallen behind. He, the master, surely couldn't be thick-skinned. Read about it. Lu Xian called out to Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, during this period of time, have you grasped the way of spirit flame and stepped into the half-step great perfection? Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled. I didn't realize that master had given himself a mission. Was this because she felt that her spirit flame attainment had improved too slowly? Knowing that these days, senior brother Yi Duan had been refining pills non-stop, and his spirit fire attainments had improved quite a bit, he thought that he would definitely be able to step into the realm of consummation when the Alchemy Exchange Conference was held in 3 months' time. She was already feeling some pressure. Thinking so, Ji Fuyang nodded and said, Master, I'll try my best. In a few days, I will step into the Fire Abyss secret realm to cultivate. Lu Xian nodded. For the next little while, Lu Xian continued to live a life of lying flat, idle time, poetry and painting, reading stories to pass the time. The days are extremely comfortable. Each day the wonderful sound of the system never breaks. Ding! The host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyang has gained the spirit fire sense. Begin synchronization. Ding! The host's second apprentice's alchemy attainments are improving. Begin synchronization. Ding! Comfortable. Laying down improves the realm and the senses. What a conscientious system. During this time, the patriarch and the others were a bit curious. Qingxian Peak was a little too quiet. Apart from eating all day long, Yi Xuan just locked himself up in the cave to cultivate, and Ji Fuyang had already stepped into the second level of the Fire Abyss mystic realm to cultivate. Lu Xian, they were powerless to spit. As usual, the patriarch said to Elder Curtain, Lu Xian is simply too easy to be a master. Don't have to care about anything. Both disciples know what they have to do. Old Curtain smiled faintly. In that case, it actually seems that worshipping under Lu Xian is quite freeing, except for the fact that there's no one to guide them. For this kind of genius, unless they encounter a bottleneck in their cultivation, they actually don't need too much interference a lot of the time. The patriarch nodded. That's true. Fuyang broke several more Xuanzong realm records at the second level of the Fire Abyss. Old Curtain's gaze was deep as he sighed. These two disciples of Lu Xian are both good seedlings. The patriarch smiled, but their staying at Qingxian Peak has always made everyone's intentions difficult. Maka Lao shared his feelings. Silence for a moment. Old Curtain suddenly asked, how are the preparations for the Alchemy Exchange Conference going? The patriarch said, it's going according to plan. There's no big problem. Curtain Elder said, not bad. Taishang Xuanzong. Nangong Baixue reluctantly left Qinshao and returned to Yunyang Peak. Yunyang Dan Sage was dressed in a gray robe with a smile on his face. Bai Shui, this time you went to the Yi family as a way to sever the past, and there are no longer any hang-ups in your heart. Having severed Yi Chen's record, the heart barrier is uprooted, and in the future, your cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds. Nangong Baixue frowned slightly. Master, this time when we went to the Yi family, there were some accidents. Yunyang Dan Sheng asked, oh, what accident? Nangong Baixue said, that punk Yi Chen can suddenly cultivate again and has worshipped under the Great Tao sect. Yunyang Dan Sage's face changed slightly. There's actually such a thing? Do you know which spirit peak Yi Chen has worshipped? Nangong Baixue said, Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Yunyang Dan Sage was dumbfounded. There's no need to care about Yi Chen anymore. By worshipping Qingxian Peak, he's already wasted. What's more, karma begins and ends. There is no longer any relationship between you. Nangong Baixue nodded. Good. Yunyang Dan Sage said, don't worry, this time when you go to the Great Tao sect, if Yi Chen doesn't know what's good for him, I'll do it for you. Nangong Baixue bowed and said, many thanks, master. Next, Nangong Baixue began her seclusion. On the other hand, Tai Shan Peak, Qin Shao was still preparing for the Divine Sun contest. The Qin clan had given Qin Shao a massive amount of cultivation resources, and if Qin Shao could become a Divine Son of the Taishang Xian clan, Then the Qin clan's prestige in the southern wasteland would increase once again. On this day, the Qin family elder descended on the Taishang Xian clan and gave Qin Shao a large amount of extremely high-grade spirit stones and pills. Qin Shao told the Qin patriarch about Nangong Baishua's trip to the Yi family. The Qin patriarch nodded his head indifferently. Since he has already withdrawn from the marriage, he has no more involvement with the Yi family. Qin Shao asked, "Can we exterminate the Yi family? It's too annoying to watch." The Qin family elder frowned. "Let's talk about this matter later. At least after you have obtained the position of divine son. Right now, if my Qin family strikes against the Yi family, a mere ant, we are considered to be bullying the small with the big, and it will bring down the name of my Qin family. But Yi Xuan, since he has joined the Great Tao sect, we can look for an opportunity to have some geniuses engage in a life and death challenge with him and exterminate this person." Qin Shao nodded. "I know. Everything is based on the divine son contest," the Qin patriarch said. "Not bad," Qin Shao said. "My master has already exchanged the first volume of the Taishang Sutra for me. This Gongfu is worthy of being the Taishang Xian clan's Jinzong Gongfu. The power of offense and attack is extremely heaven-defying. If it is combined with my Qin clan's supreme Gongfu, my battle power can be increased by at least 10 times. Elder Qin Parental said slowly as he pondered. The supreme scripture can be ranked in the top 10 amongst the southern wasteland's emperor rank techniques, even ahead of the Great Tao scripture. The Great Tao Sutra is the main way of nature and contains terrifying Tao rhythms, while the Taishang Sutra is the main offense and attack. This suits you very well, which is why we asked you to join the Taishang Xian clan at that time," Qin Shao said. "Elder, you can tell my father and old ancestor when you return that the position of divine son, I, Qin Shao, aspire to win." The Qin family elder had a satisfied look on his face and then left. Qin Shao looked at the elder's back and couldn't help but think of Yi Chen in his heart and snorted. "It's just an ant." Great Tao sect. Qingxian Peak. Half a month passed quickly. During this period of time, Ji Fuyang had been cultivating in the fire abyss mysterious realm, while Yi Chen was doing both alchemy and cultivation. Ji Fuyang's realm had been raised to the triple Xuanzuan realm, and her spirit fireway was only a sliver away from half-step consummation. Yi Chen, on the other hand, could already refine jade rank pills very skillfully, and on top of that, Yi Chen's realm had already stepped into the late Xian zone realm's great circle. Lu Xian's gains were not insignificant. He directly stepped into the 8th Xuanzuan realm. The way of spirit flame continued to refine toward the transcendent realm. On this day, Lu Xian was lying in front of the grass hut and sunbathing. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Ji Fuyang's spirit fireway has stepped into half-step perfection. Start synchronizing your senses." Boom! Lu Xian felt that his understanding of the Tao of spirit flame had become even more refined. After the great completion of the way of spiritual fire, one could transcend the realm of the extraordinary. The so-called transcendent realm was gradually touching a trace of the true meaning of spirit fire. And in the future, there was a chance to certify an emperor with the way of spirit fire. The realm of transcendence has 10 levels. Pill Flame was the 5th level of the spirit flame transcendent realm. And now, Ji Fuyang had only used less than 3 months to step into a half-step consummation from the small completion realm. It was simply too heaven-defying. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Not bad. Fuyao just made it to the last day and completed the mission. At this point, the jade slip in Lu Xian's bosom vibrated slightly. His spiritual energy infused. Yi Chuan's voice appeared, and he said with some embarrassment, "Master, I'm going to be in seclusion for the next few days to impact the Xian rank alchemist, so I won't cook for you. After I come out of seclusion, I will make it up to you." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "It's not a big problem. You close the door," Yi Chen said. "Many thanks, Master." Lu Xian nodded. Aha! Now Ji Fuyan's disciple raising mission was complete. But Leaf Dust's nurturing mission was not yet complete. There were still a few days left, and going from a Jade rank alchemist to a Xian rank alchemist was no small challenge. However, Lu Xian believed that Yi Chen would definitely be able to step into the Xian rank alchemist. Soon it was mealtime. Lu Xian personally cooked today. He was in a great mood and started frying the spirit chicken. Today is an indulgent meal. Spirit chicken chops, spirit chicken nuggets, spirit chicken family bucket. Zip! The oil glistened in all directions. Suddenly, a voice as lively as a silver bell rang outside the grass hut. "Master!" Lu Xian turned his head and saw Ji Fuyao standing in front of the door of the grass hut in a long fiery red dress, revealing a smile as gorgeous as a summer flower. Lu Xian smiled. "Fuyao, you're back?" Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly as she nodded. "Master, I accomplished my mission and did not fail you." Today, she finally stepped into the spirit flameway with a half-step to perfection, and immediately thought of coming to report the good news to her master at the first opportunity. Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Then take a break and try my handiwork. For the next few days, Yi Chen will be in seclusion. so it'll be just the two of us for dinner. Good. Ji Fuyang did not leave, but stood at the entrance of the grass hut to observe Lu Xian cooking. Lu Xian cooks in a flowing stream, and is very ethereal. Ji Fuyao carefully stared at Lu Xian's every movement, comparing it to herself. Lu Xian manipulated the spirit flame as he wished. The power of the spirit flame was sent and received as he wished, and there was a natural flavor to it. Soon, Ji Fuyao came to a conclusion. She still has to practice. She had long since memorized Lu Xian's words deep in her heart. Cooking is also a kind of cultivation. She always felt that there was a sense of the way is simple and the way of nature in her master. It was a kind of metaphysics that she had sensed in the Great Tao scripture. The Great Tao Sutra has the cloud that the Tao is natural, and the truly strong do not pretend to be external, transcendental, no longer relying on hard cultivation, but their own Tao in the heaven and earth, invisible in the cultivation. Ji Fuyan felt that Lu Xian had stepped into this state long ago. She gently breathed a sigh of relief. The gap between herself and her master was still too great. There was a difference like a cloud of mud. She knew to herself that in her last life, although she had certified as an emperor with the spirit fireway, however, they were mostly those who had set foot in the emperor realm with bitter cultivation. In this life, under Lu Xian's guidance, she had gained many profound insights into the Tao of spiritual fire. The reason why her spirit flame way broke through so quickly was more of a realization. To cultivate without thinking about enlightenment is confusing. To think about enlightenment without cultivating is dangerous. In this life, with Lu Xian, she cultivated and contemplated both, so her cultivation speed was also fast, and her spirit flame attainment improved quickly. Read about it. Ji Fuyang asked. Master, I am now a half-step great perfection, and to step into the true great perfection, I need to comprehend the way of nature. What do you think I should do? Chapter 49 Ji Fuyao leaves. To step into the true great perfection, one must comprehend the way of nature. What do you think I should do? At those words, Lu Xian was slightly stunned. He was trying to figure out how to explain it. The so-called great perfection is to begin to touch a trace of the ultimate Tao, the Tao of nature. But the word nature cannot be summarized in one word? Although Lu Xian was already at the spirit flame great perfection realm due to the system, it was not easy to elaborate this reason. It is said that the way is the way, but not the way. Lu Xian fried the spirit chicken fillet while generally thinking about how to explain to Ji Fuyang. Seeing that Lu Xian didn't say anything, Ji Fuyang then turned her gaze to Lu Xian's movements. Lu Xian's movements flowed in a cloudy stream, invisibly as if they were secretly in tune with the way of nature. Suddenly Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled. She could see that Master was teaching by example. A few moments later, Ji Fuyang said softly, Master, thanks for the guidance. I understand. Lu Xian froze. Ha, he hasn't said anything yet. How did Ji Fuyao realize this? But by this time, Ji Fuyan had already fallen into a state of epiphany. Just now, Lu Xian's movements were flowing in the clouds, and in Ji Fuyan's opinion, they were secretly in line with the way of nature. In an instant, a terrifying spirit fire surged out from Ji Fuyan's body. This spirit flame was constantly changing, sometimes blazing, like a swimming dragon spitting out its breath to refine heaven and earth, sometimes dimming, as if the candlelight was about to be extinguished at any moment. Eventually, under Ji Fuyang's control, this spirit flame began to diffuse towards a bizarre state. An incense stick has passed. Ji Fuyao was still sensing. 2 incense sticks have passed. Several hours later, the aura of Ji Fuyang's body gradually returned to nature, and the power of the spiritual fire presented a very mysterious state, seemingly melting into the small world of the grass house. But in fact, its power was endless. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Ji Fuyao, this was the realization of something unimaginable. Now this spirit fire on her body, melting into the momentum of this side of heaven and earth, was actually hiding a murderous intent. Any hint of wind and grass could trigger a drastic change in this spirit flame. This is the natural way that Ji Fuyang has realized. A few moments later, Ji Fuyang slowly opened her eyes, her slender jade hand stretched out, and the spirit fire continued to shrink, eventually condensing in the center of her palm. She looked at Lu Xian with some excitement. Master, I know where to go on this path. The power of spirit fire, darkly in tune with nature, seemed powerless, but in fact, it could borrow the power of heaven and earth and explode into an even more terrifying power. Right now she was only realizing a fledgling form. If her senses were greatly realized in the future, she would far surpass her previous life. Now that he thought about it, although he had certified emperor with the spirit fire Tao in his last life, he had gone too hastily and hadn't had too many epiphanies. This life, under Lu Xian's tutelage, had already exceeded the previous life by too much. Just then, the system's voice rang in Lu Xian's ears. Ding! It's synchronizing great apprentice brother Ji Fuyan's spirit fire sense. In an instant, a massive spirit flame sensation surged into Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Ji Fuyao had already found the Tao to prove his empire in the future. That is to darken heaven and earth and return to nature, thus borrowing the power of heaven and earth to explode the strongest killing power. This time, Lu Xian took a big step directly towards the transcendent realm of the spirit flame way. The harvest is too big. In the way of spiritual fire, above the great perfection is the transcendent realm. A moment later, Lu Xian collected his mind and looked at Ji Fuyang with a smile. Fuyang, you did well this time. Ji Fuyang's face flushed slightly. If it wasn't for Master's personal teachings, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. I found the Tao to certify emperor in this life. Lu Xian nodded. Very well. Very good. But let's start eating. He warmed up the spirit chicken family bucket again. Ji Fuyang said with some embarrassment. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Xian smiled faintly. No harm done. Soon, Lu Xian brought out the spiritual chicken family bucket and placed it on top of the stone table. Ji Fuyao ate it for the first time. She exclaimed that it was delicious. Master, this smells so good when you make it. I want to learn too. Her delicate lips were stained with oil, and her stunning face looked even more alluring. This caused Lu Xian to look a few more times. Ji Fuyang blushed scarlet and touched her face. Master, did I get something on my face? Lu Xian smiled faintly. It's nothing. Not much longer. Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao finished eating contentedly. Now that she was with Lu Xian, she wasn't repulsed to eat. Instead she thought there was a lot of good food to be discovered. After eating, Lu Xian laid down outside the grass hut to rest again. Ji Fuyao, on the other hand, was washing dishes in the grass hut. Lu Xian said, Oh yeah, Fuyao, you come to my cave tomorrow. I'll give you a few gifts. The system is going to give out rewards tomorrow. It was time to replenish Ji Fuyang with a wave of treasures, so that her cultivation would pick up speed again. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled and said, Good, is this master's way of giving her goodies again? Finally, to be honest, during this period of time, master had given senior brother Yi Duan many supreme treasures, too much more than her. There was a hint of envy in her yet. Ji Fuyao couldn't help but speculate. What is master going to give her tomorrow? A little bit of anticipation. After a while, Ji Fuyang tidied up the grass hut and said to Lu Xian, Master, I'll go back to my cultivation first. What I sensed just now was just a prototype. I'll ponder over it more carefully. Lu Xian nodded and said, Good. Ji Fuyao drifted away. Looking at Ji Fuyang's back, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. The apprentices are trying too hard. Obviously gifted against the heavens, yet still working so hard. How could this make the other geniuses and demons of the southern wasteland compare? The other side. Ji Fuyang returned to her cave, sitting cross-legged, a fiery red robe fluttering down, her concave and convex figure on full display, her slender jade hand stretched out, just about to prepare for cultivation. Suddenly, the voice transmission jade slip in the nascent sac vibrated. Ji Fuyao's spiritual energy was injected. The voice of Qi Yin, the commander of the dragon guards of the Fuyao imperial dynasty, came out. Your Majesty the Empress, we've already arrived in Sangzhou and have gone to the drunken immortal mansion's headquarters. Ji Fuyang asked, How is the situation? Green Smoke said with some exasperation, These guys are somewhat flip-flopping. I'm holding a token from you, Your Majesty, and they even refused to recognize it. They had to have you come down in person. At this time, Wang Ban said in a cold voice, Your Majesty, the Empress, I suggest directly deploying the Dragon Guards and the Yi family to exterminate the drunken immortal mansion. Such an ungrateful person doesn't deserve to exist. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes frowned slightly as the divine splendor flowed in her eyes. Since this is the case, it looks like I'll have to head to Cangzhou. Wang Ban said, Your Majesty the Empress, I'm worried that by that time, even if you personally descend, they won't be willing to submit? A hint of sulkiness appeared on Ji Fuyang's face as she said, Then there's no need for drunken immortal house to exist. Wang Ban asked, Your Majesty the Empress, what do we do now? Ji Fuyao said indifferently, Let's return to the Black Flame Mountain range first. Qin Yan and the others immediately said, As you wish. We will wait in the Black Flame Mountain range for Her Majesty the Empress to descend. Ji Fuyao nodded. Aha. A few moments later, Ji Fuyang put away the voice transmission jade slip, and a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. It was important to know that in that battle back then, of her 3 old ministries, the drunken immortal tower had almost left with most of the cultivation resources of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. This was the resources of an imperial dynasty. But now they want to betray the Fuyao dynasty? How could she allow it? However, 3,000 years was too long, and there might have been some changes in the middle. So whether the drunken immortal house had gone rogue or not could not yet be easily concluded. Ji Fuyang planned to make a trip to Cangzhou, the drunken immortal house. Read about it. Ji Fuyang murmured. It's time to leave master for a while again. This time, the time may be longer. Then, she gathered her mind and began to cultivate. Day 2. Lu Xian slept a natural awakening. He stretched out on the bed of metaphysical ice, in a happy mood. The system's voice sounded at the right time. Ding! Synchronizing the host's great disciple Ji Fuyan's spirit fire sense. Ding! Synchronizing the host's second disciple Yi Chen's alchemy epiphanies. Soon, a large amount of power of sensation poured into his mind. It's as if a lot of knowledge has been hardwired into the brain. Weird feeling, but soothing. Next, the system's voice reappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Great Apprentice's limited time raising quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star Emperor rank spirit gun. Split sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Way of Fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million extreme spirit stones. The voice fell. Boom! An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, impacting the inside of his body like a great river, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body like lightning. Lu Xian trembled slightly. His cultivation was skyrocketing. Directly break through a small realm. He stepped into the 9th Xuan realm. Next, Lu Xian began to check the system rewards. With a movement of his mind, the 6-star imperial weapon, the lance split sky appeared in his hand. It was a fire attribute imperial weapon. Giggle. Although this imperial soldier was in a sealed state, it was surging with fiery and violent power. And when Lu Xian's hand was placed on top of the spear, a spiritual firepower flickered, lingering on top of the spear like lightning. Lu Xian was able to feel that this lance contained an incomparably terrifying force of will. The way of spiritual fire is the main killing method. The long spear split sky was surging with terrifying imperial might, killing intent and battle intent constantly surging wildly. With a monstrous might, Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Good gun! Good gun!" A few moments later, he put away the imperial armament rift sky and took out the fire Dao rule to observe it. This fire Dao rule was now sealed as a square, only the size of a palm. But you can still feel the terrifying power contained in it, as if once the seal is broken, it can directly burn the sky and boil the sea, refine the heavens and reflect the heavens. The Way of Fire contains an extremely rich Dao and rhyme. Not a trace, not a fragment, but an extremely complete. In the seal, this fire Dao rule continuously diffused into many mysterious shapes, sometimes condensing into a fire abyss, sometimes transforming into a giant sun, and sometimes condensing into a fire vein. Lu Xian was secretly shocked. This Dao of Fire, what effect does it have after fusion? The system explained. Once someone fuses the fire Dao rule, it means that they will definitely witness an emperor in the future. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Must witness the emperor. The system said. The so-called emperor realm is the mutual corroboration between one's Dao and the heaven and earth. The Way of Fire, on the other hand, can be seen as a Dao that has been recognized by heaven and earth. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. In other words, the Way of Fire is the officially recognized way of the heavenly Dao, fusing the fire Dao rule and directly bailing out the great emperor. It's too anticlimactic. Chapter 55 Star Dan Emperor Memory. Lu Xian couldn't help but say, not bad, this fire way rule is good. He put away the rule of the Way of Fire and looked at the 10 million extreme spirit stones in the system space with some excitement in his heart. Surprisingly, it was piled directly into a small mountain. It was important to know that although his chief master, Sage Cheng Xian, had left him a lot of spirit stones, there were only a few 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Now the system had actually given $10 million directly. This is just too ho-hum. Lu Xian let out a long sigh of relief and praised the system. Tuzi, your rewards are good this time. The system said. Call daddy? Lu Xian? The system guy is being skinny again. Not much longer. Lu Xian directly transmitted his voice to Ji Fuyao. Soon, Ji Fuyao floated into Lu Xian's cave with a long fiery red dress. Her face was absolutely beautiful and delicate. Her concave and convex figure formed a perfect curve, and her body exuded a faint divine splendor, as if she was an exiled fairy in the sky. Lu Xian smiled and said, Fuyang, next master has 3 more gifts for you. Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled slightly. 3 gifts exceeded her expectations. Lu Xian smiled faintly and took out the imperial armament lance split sky. Introducing it, this imperial armament is a fire spiritual artifact, the main killing weapon. It is very suitable for you. Ji Fuyang looked at this imperial soldier in front of her in shock. 6-star emperor ranked supreme treasure. Lu Xian handed rift sky to Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyao stroked the emperor's split sky, and instantly the terrifying and overwhelming power of spirit flame resonated with her body. She could feel the terrifying will contained in this imperial soldier. It was practically made for her. The heaven-splitting lance was far too powerful compared to the one-star imperial weapon of her previous life. If, in her previous life, she had been armed with the heaven-splitting lance, she would certainly have been able to decimate those three great emperors of the heavenly law palace. Lu Xian laughed and reached out to Ji Fuyan's brow. A radiant divine splendor surged into Ji Fuyan's mind. Lu Xian said, "Take it. I have already passed on the method of recognizing your master. In addition, there are several seals within this emperor's split sky, and it will slowly unseal itself as your cultivation progresses. But just in case something unexpected happens, you can forcefully unseal the next layer." Ji Fuyan's snowy neck tilted slightly, her peaks undulating as she bowed respectfully to Lu Xian. "Many thanks, master." Lu Xian smiled. The second gift, the fire Dao rule. As he said that, a mysterious square appeared in Lu Xian's hand, and within the square, the Dao rule of fire continued to diffuse its shape, leaping wildly. Ji Fuyang received the fire Dao rule and froze directly in place. She sensed the aura of Dao and rhyme, and the cube contained a terrifying power of origin. In her last life, she had used the spirit fire Dao to certify as an emperor and obtained a party of great emperor origin, and it was this kind of aura, only compared to what was in front of her. The great empress origin she had condensed was too weak. One possibility came to her mind. Ji Fuyan's voice trembled. "Master, is this the legendary fire Dao rule?" Lu Xian said. "Not bad." Ji Fuyang's starry eyes flashed as she looked at Lu Xian with incomparable shock. "This is the stuff of legends. Once it is fused and refined, it will surely prove to be an emperor. And if a great emperor were to refine this item, he might have a chance to touch the realm above the emperor realm." Ji Fuyan's insides were set off by a huge wave. Once this item appeared in the world, I'm afraid it would attract some emperor realm giants to fight over it. Ji Fuyan's eyes burned and her breathing became rapid. Now that she was carrying the Burning Sky Decree and the Great Dao Sutra, now if she refined this Dao of fire, she was confident that she could step into the absolute peak of the emperor realm in the future. Read about it. Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand trembled a bit. "Master, this is a bit too expensive. This object can achieve a supreme emperor." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "A mere Dao of fire is just a Dao. Take it and use it. Master has plenty of good things here." Ji Fuyan was shocked on the spot. Not bad for a master. Casually, he took out the 6-star Emperor Soldier Split Sky and the Fire Dao Rule. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she accepted the Fire Dao Rule. Lu Xian smiled faintly. "With this item's boost, your cultivation speed will be even faster." Ji Fuyang said, "Master, I will definitely work hard to cultivate." Lu Xian couldn't help but nod his head. In a good mood. That's what he wanted. His investment is a sure thing. Ji Fuyan hesitated and said, "Master, I may have to leave you again for a while. I need to take care of things in the Fuyao imperial dynasty." Lu Xian remembered. "What is the attitude of your power called drunken immortal house now?" Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly and shook her head. "Xin Yan and the others have been there, and drunken immortal house's attitude is very unclear." Lu Xian frowned slightly. "If they dare to betray, they will be directly exterminated without the need for mercy." Ji Fuyao nodded. Lu Xian said, "Go, your senior brother is at Qingxian Peak, so it won't be a big problem. By the way, take these spirit stones." With that, Lu Xian tossed over a nascent sacred ring towards Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyang took it, her divine sense probed in, and she was directly shocked in place. 5 million extreme spirit stones were piled up in a mountain, glittering with a dazzling light. Quickly, she gathered her thoughts. After all, even the 6-star imperial weapon Split Sky and the Fire Dao Rule were given to her very casually by her master. So I'm afraid that these 5 million extreme spirit stones were nothing to her master. Ji Fuyang received the nascent ring and smiled sweetly. "Master, then I'll go to the task hall to collect a task and then leave." Lu Xian said. "Good, be careful when you go out." Ji Fuyao said. "Aha, soon." Ji Fuyang prepared herself and bid farewell to Lu Xian. A divine rainbow appeared under her feet and she stepped into the air. Leaving Qingxian Peak, she picked up a 3-month mission at the mission hall and left on a teleportation array. A few days later, Lu Xian was lying on the Xian ice bed in the middle of the cave, watching the talking story very comfortably. Suddenly the system's voice came. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second disciple's limited time raising quest." Lu Xian checked Yi Chen's system panel. Second disciple, Yi Duan. Realm, Early Xuanzong Realm. Technique, Desolate Sky Skill. Alchemy Attainment, 5th Grade Alchemist of the Xian rank. Supreme Treasure, the Great Dao Lock. Heaven Swallowing Oven. Bone Cold Spectral Flame. Lu Xian nodded, very satisfied. Not bad. In a month's time, Yi Chen not only stepped into the Xian rank alchemist, but also broke through to the Xianzong realm. Alchemy and cultivation without delay. Lu Xian secretly said that when he told Yi Chen to combine labor and rest, He was telling him to take a break when he was tired of refining pills. It's not that you're tired of alchemy. Go cultivate the desolate sky skill. Ah. Did the apprentice misunderstand? Read this. Lu Xian smiled and shook his head. With such a high level of talent and such hard work. On the contrary, I am actually quite good. At this time, the system's pleasant voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the memory of a 5-star Dan Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining half of the ancient pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional 1 corner of the Supreme Emperor formation pattern. The voice fell. A stream of pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body. He directly broke through to the late great circle of the ninth Xuan realm. A moment later, Lu Xian collected his breath and smiled faintly. Only 1 step away from stepping into the Xian Sage realm. This cultivation speed is simply too fast. In less than 3 months, he had gone from the Qi refining realm to the ninth Xuan realm. If his cheap master was still around, he would be happy as hell. Then, with a thought, Lu Xian's mind moved, and an incomparably bright ray of light appeared in his palm. It was the 5-star Dan Emperor memory. Lu Xian could feel the terrifying amount of information contained within this light mass. If it was incorporated into his mind all at once, his brain would definitely be burst. At this time, the system prompted. Host, don't worry. I've already sealed this Dandi Emperor's memory several times. It will only slowly unravel. Lu Xian nodded. Yes. He put away the Dandi Emperor's memories and took out half of the ancient pill. Although it was only the size of an arm and looked plain, an incomparably rich vitality contained within it instantly filled the air, and a vast sea of power impacted Lu Xian's body. There was an extremely strong attraction that seemed to be compelling Lu Xian to swallow this ancient pill. Lu Xian patted the roots of the ancient pill and said with a smile, Hey, if you want me to swallow you, I won't eat. This ancient medicine had already given birth to spirituality, and when it was slapped by Lu Xian, the roots and whiskers immediately trembled, no longer emitting that compelling power. Lu Xian scrutinized it carefully and said indifferently, Is this the ancient pill that even the Forbidden Area great emperors tend to swoon over? It's nothing more than that. The ancient great medicine gently trembled its body, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. Lu Xian laughed, quite arrogant. With that, he placed the ancient pill into the system space. Lu Xian then took out a palm-sized crystal. His divine sense probed into it, and the interior of this crystal immediately erupted with blazing divine splendor, the radiant light constantly diffusing terrifying spiritual patterns, as if it was a river of stars. This was a corner of the great imperial formation. Inside this formation pattern, it was as if a great domain had manifested, flowing with obscure and ancient qi. Very secretive. The system explained. Host, this is an additional reward for completing the mission. The host can refine it, so that as long as the host knows the destination, in the middle of the southern wasteland can cross the void and arrive at the target place in an instant. Lu Xian was a bit shocked. This is good. This is good. From now on, the great southern wilderness is at my disposal. The system handed Lu Xian the method of refining. Lu Xian sat down on his knees, his hands changed with spiritual techniques, and he mouthed the words, Heaven's chance is limitless, and the sky is the limit as far as the mind is concerned. Soon, this corner of the supremely powerful emperor formation pattern was directly refined by Lu Xian. Lu Xian produced a flash of clarity. The so-called one-dime great emperor formation pattern was actually the rule power of the formation great emperor. Only this corner of his earth formation could be used indefinitely. Lu Xian couldn't help but praise the system. Tuzi, well done. The system said. If you can talk more. Lu Xian, not much longer. Lu Xian summoned Yi Chen over. Yi Chen bowed to Lu Xian with a respectful face and revealed a smile. Master. Lu Xian nodded. Yi Chen, you've stepped into the Xian rank of alchemist. I've seen all the efforts you've made during this period of time. Do you like alchemy? Yi Chuan said. Master, I like alchemy, but I also don't want to leave behind my martial arts cultivation. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Yi Chen, do you want to certify an emperor with the Tao of Dan in the future? Yi Chen's eyes burned as he said excitedly. Master, I want to. As soon as these words came out, pill flame flew out directly from the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest. Pillian looked at Lu Xian with some shock. He felt as if Lu Xian was going to come with a big wave. Peak Master Lu, could it be that you have a method of certifying an emperor with pills? Lu Xian smiled faintly and flicked his fingers, and a brilliant ball of light surfaced in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the light mass with some shock, only to feel that the power contained within it was terrifyingly overwhelming. His voice trembled. Master, this is? Lu Xian said. The Memories of a 5-Star Dan Emperor. Chapter 51, The Way of Fire Rule. Pillian was dumbstruck. 5-Star Dan Emperor Memory. Yi Chen was a bit overwhelmed with excitement for a moment. If he fused the memories of this 5-star Dan Emperor, he would be stepping on the shoulders of a great emperor. It was only a matter of time before the Dan Dao proved to be an emperor. Lu Xian smiled and told Yi Chen about the spirit technique of refining. Within this mass of memories, I have placed several seals. He will continue to open them with your realm. Pilian's illusory soul body trembled and looked at Lu Xian. Can I watch the memories of this 5-star Dan Emperor? Peak Master Lu. I can pay any price. Ah, Dondi. It was a realm he had pursued all his life. If you hear the word at dawn, you can die at night. Now that there was a chance to certify an emperor in front of him, how could he let it go? Pil Inferno was willing to pour out everything he had in exchange for this chance. Lu Xian said casually, Pil Elder, you are Yi Chuan's master in the Dan Dao and Yi Chuan's relative. So naturally you can watch. Buzz. Pilian's mind instantly went blank with excitement. He could also refer to the memories of this Dan Emperor. Pilian's soul body trembled, almost speechless with excitement. Wanting to confirm once again, Peak Master Lu, if I participate in enlightenment, are there any other conditions? Lu Xian said indifferently. It's just a mere 5-star Dan Emperor's memory. It's not something precious. Pilian directly froze. A huge wave rose in his mind. In his opinion, this was a 5-star Dan Emperor, which was already out of reach. But Lu Xian was such a high-ranking person that this was nothing in his eyes. This was the gap between him and Lu Xian. For a time, Lu Xian appeared to Pilian as if he was a high mountain to look up to, and a scenic walk to only look up to. Lu Xian smiled and said, Pil Elder, you help Yi Chen refine this mass of memories. Pilian nodded with a grave expression. Good. His mind couldn't help but conjure up the words of the Supreme Being in the ancient Forbidden Zone who was covered in strangeness and uncertainty. Today's cause, tomorrow's effect. He had poured everything he had into escorting Yi Chen out of the ancient Forbidden Zone, and had originally thought that this was the end of his life, but he had never thought that he would come across the opportunity to certify an emperor. It's all worth it. On the side, Yi Chuan sat on his knees, his spiritual techniques changing in his hands as he began to refine this mass of Dondi Emperor's memories. Pilian was escorting him at his side. A massive amount of information poured into Yi Chuan's mind, impacting Yi Chuan's mind like a great river. Half a day later, within Yi Chen's sea of consciousness, a boundless river of brilliant stars lay silently. This is exactly the sealed Dandy's memory. With Yi Chen's current cultivation level, the Dandi Emperor's memories were like 3,000 weak waters, and he could only obtain one scoop. Through the strands of broken starlight from the Dandi Emperor's memory star river, Yi Chuan saw some incomparably shocking images of alchemy. Whether it was the way of the spiritual fire, or the attainment of grass and trees, or the alchemy technique, that Dan Emperor was out of this world, making Yi Chen tremble both physically and mentally. Yi Chen was naturally unable to bear this mass of memories right now, but with the help of Pill Flame, it would be possible to intercept a tributary. His excitement was unbearable. The master's random strike was such a terrifying gift. It's too much of a shock. It occurred to Yi Chen that from the time Lu Xian had accepted him as his disciple until now, Lu Xian had bestowed him with countless supreme treasures, but had never asked for anything in return. It's too selfless. Read about it. An obsession arose in Yi Chen's heart. He must strive to become stronger and ascend to the top of the cultivation summit to repay his master. A few moments later, Yi Chen collected his breath and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Lu Xian excitedly. Many thanks, master. Lu Xian nodded. Next, there are still 2 months until the Alchemy Exchange Conference, so prepare yourself well. Leaf Dust said. Good. Lu Xian looked towards Pilian. During this period of time, it will be hard for Elder Pill to guide you some more. Pilian hurriedly waved his hands. I dare not. I dare not. Lu Xian smiled. Alright, Yi Chuan, for the next period of time, while refining pills, don't forget to cultivate as well. Yi Chen said. Master, I know. With that, Yi Chen bid farewell to Lu Xian. He couldn't wait to return to the cave and check the dandy's memories. After returning to the cave, Pilian immediately floated out as he said with some shock. Duster, just now I also discovered a shocking thing in your master's cave. Yi Duan asked. What is it? Pilian said. In your master's cave, there is an aura of an ancient great medicine. It's absolutely not wrong. Yi Chen directly froze in place. Ancient great medicine. This was also a treasure that would be sought after by a great emperor powerhouse. No, his master actually had it. Pilian exhaled softly. Duster, your master is truly unfathomable. Not only is his cultivation heavenly, but he also has a deep heritage. I now suspect that your master has more depth in him than our entire Pill family. What? Leaf Dust directly exclaimed in shock. The Pill family was a dominant level power in the Southern Wasteland, having spanned several epochs in the long history of the Southern Wasteland, with immeasurable reserves. Now Pill Elder actually thought that Master was even more terrifying than the Pill family? Pill Yan's voice trembled. At least in my Pill family, such a terrifying emperor-ranked supreme treasure is never given out of hand. Lu Xian had already refreshed his perception. Since when did emperor-ranked supreme treasures become Chinese cabbages? Pill Yan said with a mysterious face. Dusty, I surmise that your master has actually been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, or even longer, and the reason why he's young is because he constantly swallows ancient great medicines. Yi Duan was shocked on the spot. Master looks too young. I didn't expect to be an old monster who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. For a time, Yi Chen was even more in awe and respect of Lu Xian. Pill Yan sighed with emotion. In the southern wasteland, hegemonic level forces are not the absolute top, but I believe that your master has stepped into the ranks of the absolute top. Who would have thought that the Great Tao sect would hide such a reclusive powerhouse? Yi Chen nodded. Key master. His old man is too low-key, preferring to be misunderstood and staying quietly on Qingxian Peak. Pill Yan said with a face of respect. This is the truly strong, transcendent. A look of yearning appeared on Yi Chen's face. He couldn't learn enough from the master. He simply couldn't learn enough. Pill Yan looked at Yi Chen. There are still 2 months left before the Alchemy Exchange Conference. When that time comes, the Taishang Xian sect, the Pill family, the Danxiang sect, the Tsangmo Academy and other major powers will all be here. This is an event for alchemy geniuses. You must do well and bring glory to your master. Leaf Dust nodded heavily. I'll try. On the path of alchemy, Yi Xuan was already a Xian rank alchemist, and after the Xian rank, there was the King rank, Earth rank, and Heaven rank. The road to alchemy in the future would become more and more difficult, but now that he had the Dan Emperor's memories, he was absolutely confident that he would shine in the Dan Dao. Pill Yan suddenly frowned. Perhaps Nangong Baixue will also descend to the Great Dao sect. Yi Chen said with an icy face. I am no longer related to her. Pill Yan nodded his head inside. Duster. Originally I was worried about passing on the Pill family's alchemy techniques to you, but then I was a little worried about it. But now with the Dandi Emperor's memories, everything is solved. Yi Chen said. Master is too sweet. With that, Yi Chen sat down on his knees and began to refer to the Dandi Emperor's memories. Pill Yan activated the supreme secret technique of the Pill family to help Yi Chen continuously refine the Dan Emperor's majestic memories. This memory was like the water of a great river coming from the sky, flying 90,000 miles below. Even Pill Yan's quasi-emperor's soul couldn't feel an incomparable palpitation. For a time, Pill Yan's and Yi Chen's divine sense was like a flatboat, constantly bobbing amidst the flood of the dandy's memories. Pill Yan marveled in awe. It's still possible to refine pills like this? Amazingly heavenly. Yi Chen was even more shocked physically and mentally. Terrifying as hell. The two of them participated tirelessly. Black Flame Mountain Range. Boundless spirit trees loomed into a sea. Hiding the rolling mountain range, countless spirit beasts hissed in the depths of the mountain range, and bizarre mists floated in the sky above the boundless mountain range, making the Black Flame Mountain Range look incomparably secretive. Ji Fuyang, wearing a long red and fire-colored dress with a floating posture, had descended into the territory of the Imperial Dynasty's Dragon Guards. The Imperial Dynasty's commander, Wang Barbarian, and Qing Yan and the others immediately came forward to greet them. Your Majesty, the Empress. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly, nodding her head lightly. Wang Ban and the others welcomed Ji Fuyang into a pavilion. The crowd took their seats. Qing Yan frowned slightly and began to report on the Drunken Immortal building for Ji Fuyang. Your Majesty the Empress, the attitude of the Drunken Immortal building is too disappointing. Even after I displayed your token, the Drunken Immortal Mansion's owner still expressed his disbelief that you had returned. Wang Ban said in a cold voice. This is just their excuse. I observed that Drunken Immortal Tower is now developing well in Sangzhou, and it has interactions with several major powers in Sangzhou. They just aren't willing to revert back to my Fuyang Imperial Dynasty. Ji Fuyang asked thoughtfully. Who is in charge of Drunken Immortal House now? Qing Yan said. Once the Imperial Dynasty's general of Jinbei, Wei Yan. Wang Ban added. Your Majesty the Empress. I have long observed that Wei Yan, a man with a rebel bone at the back of his head, is bound to rebel after this. Now it's true. Qing Yan waved her hand and glared at Wang Ban. It's too early to assert. Wang Ban gritted his teeth and whispered. Damn Wei Yan. At that time, they took away the vast majority of the cultivation resources of my Fuyang Imperial Dynasty, which became the capital for their rise in Sangzhou, and now after their rise, they've begun to turn the other cheek. Ji Fuyang said indifferently. After I step into the Xian Saint realm, I'll make a trip to the Drunken Immortal House. Xian Shang realm. Qing Yan and Wang Ban and the others glanced at each other. They were a little shocked. One must know that Ji Fuyang was only at the third Xuanzuan realm now, and to step into the Xian sacred realm, even with Her Majesty's terrifying talent, it would still take several years. Or even longer, right? Qin Yan nodded and said, "What Her Majesty the Empress said is very true. We can't go out in haste. Everything needs to be planned out in the long run. After a few years, after Her Majesty the Empress steps into Xian Sage, then we can go to Cangzhou." Ji Fuyan laughed. "It doesn't have to be that long, 2 months is enough." When these words came out, the many Dragon Guard realms froze. 2 months to step into the Xianshang realm from the triple Xianzun realm? How is that possible? Ji Fuyao's slender jade hand stretched out. A party of the Fire Dao rule, a fist-sized red-colored square, slowly surfaced in her palm. In an instant, the entire pavilion became incomparably blazing. The terrifying spirit flame pressure poured out in all directions as if it were a mountain, and a terrifying and overwhelming aura suddenly emerged. The crowd of Dragon Guards, as strong as quasi-emperors and half-emperors, all felt incomparable palpitations when they saw this Tao of fire. The color of that red square was as if it hid a fire abyss, as if it hid this giant round of sun, with a mighty power. Qin Yan and Wang Ban and the others stood up in direct shock. Their voices trembled. "Your Majesty the Empress, this is, they felt the power of the spirit fire origin. That was something that could only be grasped by a true emperor realm." Ji Fuyang smiled faintly. "This is the way of fire rule given to me by my master." Chapter 52, Patriarch, Lucian, don't mess up. "This is the way of fire rule given to me by my master." "Daw then." At those words, Qin Yan and Wang Ban and the others were dumbstruck. They know what it means. The way of fire rule, once fused and refined. In the future, he would surely certify as an emperor with the way of spiritual fire. The Tao of the southern wasteland was said to have been seized by the most powerful all long ago. Now Lucian actually had the Tao rule of fire in his hands? And it was given to Empress Fuyao. Wang Ban said in shock. "Peak Master Lu, truly a man of God." Qin Yan's peaks rose and fell as he breathed heavily. "In the entire southern wasteland, I'm afraid that only Peak Master Lu treats Emperor rank's supreme treasures as if they were nothing. One must know that they were at the Yi family that day and had personally witnessed Lu Xian giving each and many Emperor rank's supreme treasures. It's too posh." Soon, Qin Yan and the others reacted to why Her Majesty the Empress had said that she would step into the Xian Saint realm within 2 months. As long as one refined and fused the Fire Dao rule, stepping into the Xian Saint realm would be as easy as a slap in the face. And more importantly, this life, Empress Fuyao had obtained too many supreme treasures, and once she certified as an emperor, her future would definitely surpass the previous life by too much. Perhaps, Empress Fuyao could step into the absolute peak of the emperor realm and become a true giant of the southern wasteland. A truly forbidden figure. Read about it. Wang Ban and Qin Yan and the others directly fell to their knees in front of Empress Fuyao. "Puff, puff." Wang Ban and the others said, "We are willing to follow Her Majesty the Empress all the way." Empress Fuyao nodded. "Get up. In the future, I will recast the Fuyao imperial dynasty, and you will certainly be able to take another step forward." Wang Ban and the others were incomparably excited. One more step and you'd be a great emperor. They were incomparably convinced of Ji Fuyan's words, knowing that behind her stood Peak Master Lu. The depths of Lord Lu Feng were vast and bottomless, and if they were to casually bestow opportunities for the sake of Her Majesty the Empress, they would be able to certify an emperor in one step. For a while, everyone felt that the future was bright and their hearts were filled with fighting spirit. Ji Fuyang asked, "In the Black Flame Mountain Range, can there be a place where spirit fire blazes?" Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty the Empress, in the eastern part of the Black Flame Mountain Range, there happens to be a place called the Valley of Departing Fire." Ji Fuyang asked, "What grade is the power of spirit fire?" Qin Yan said, "Less than Sing King rank." Ji Fuyang nodded. "It suits me, lead the way." Soon after, Wang Ban and Qin Yan and Ji Fuyao stepped into the air and flew towards the Valley of Departing Fire. Qin Yan reminded, "Your Majesty the Empress, there are some saint-ranked fire beasts in the Spirit Flame Valley. You have to be careful." Ji Fuyao said indifferently, "There's no harm in it. A mere saint-stage fire beast can no longer pose a threat to me." Several hours later, Ji Fuyang and the others arrived in the sky above the Valley of Departing Fire. The Valley of Departing Fire was incomparably long, as if the earth had torn open an infinite crack. Blazing flames rose up to the sky, and this place was like a huge oven, with the spirit fire unceasing and unextinguishable, and the aura of pale antiquity poured out. Boom! The rushing spiritual fire transformed into a pillar of fire rushing upwards. The nearby spiritual trees were directly burned to pieces, and in the depths of the Valley of Departing Fire, there were countless fire beasts running around, looking very violent. Ji Fuyao looked at Qin Yan and the others. "All of you, stand down." Qin Yan and Wang Ban and the others were still a bit worried. Ji Fuyao's delicate jade hand swung lightly, and eventually Qin Yan and the others retreated to a few miles away. They concealed their breath and began to protect Ji Fuyao in the dark. The next instant, Ji Fuyao floated up in a long, fire-red dress and shot directly toward the valley of departing fire. Soon, a large number of fire beasts hissed and charged towards Ji Fuyang. A 9-star Xian sacred fire beast said in a sardonic voice, "Human race, dare to step into this seat's leaving fire valley. Die." The voice fell. The Xian sacred fire beast directly condensed the power of the spiritual fire of the leaving fire valley, and the terrifying killing power diffused into bizarre shapes, and the terrifying might exploded out, blasting towards Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyao had a breezy face as a long spear suddenly appeared within her slender jade hand. The imperial soldier. Split sky. Ka-ching. Giggle. As Ji Fuyang's mind moved, the first seal of the emperor's split sky was directly unsealed, and crimson spirit fire lightning instantly flickered on top of the lance, constantly flowing and intertwining like a swimming dragon. Ji Fuyao and the emperor's split sky created a resonance as she swept her spear down. The gun main was like a dragon, and the might of the spirit fire that burned the sky and boiled the sea directly impacted down towards the valley of departing fire, and the supreme killing power was like lightning instantly annihilating the Xian sacred fire beast's attack. The Xian sacred fire beast had an expression of incomparable horror on its face as it immediately urged the power of the valley of departing fire to defend. But it didn't work. The imperial armament split sky. The gun is as its name suggests. A single strike splits the heavens and the earth. Boom! The Xian sacred fire beast's figure directly transformed into a burst, blood exploding as its angry voice echoed in the air. Nima! This is an emperor soldier. This is an emperor soldier. It resented it. He himself was only at the 9-star Xian sacred realm, so how could he be able to face an imperial soldier? This human woman. She does not speak of martial virtues. In an instant, the strongest fire beast in the leaving fire valley was extinguished, and its body was reduced to pieces. Ji Fuyang put away the imperial soldier rift sky and directly landed in the depths of the valley of departing fire. The surrounding fire beasts had scattered and fled in all directions like a tidal wave. The great terror. The strongest fire beast in the leaving fire valley had already been killed by this woman in seconds. How dare they stay here? In an instant, countless fire beasts disappeared in an instant as if they were wolves. Seeing this scene, Xing Yan and the others were directly stunned. The imperial soldier lance. And it's a high-star imperial weapon. They knew that this was definitely not the original imperial weapon of Empress Fuyao. Wang Barbarian's voice trembled. This imperial soldier must have been given to Her Majesty the Empress by Peak Master Lu. The crowd nodded. Their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. Just how many more supreme treasures did Lu Xian have in his hands? This is just too ho-hum. And at this point, Ji Fuyang sat cross-legged, her fire-red long skirt fluttering down beside her, making it difficult to conceal her perfect body with its dimpled and perfect curves flowing. Her slender jade hand stretched out, and the way of fire Dao appeared in her palm. Ji Fuyang's mind and spirit united and began to fuse and refine the fire Dao rule. On her delicate and absolutely beautiful face, fragrant sweat began to drip down continuously, looking incomparably tantalizing. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Ji Fuyang had already settled down, constantly fusing the Dao while devouring the power in the Dao. Her cultivation was skyrocketing. Triple Xuanzuan realm, 4th Xuanzuan realm, 5th Xuanzuan realm, Great Dao sect, Xingxian peak. Lu Xian was lying in his cave, leisurely drawing abstract paintings. The sound of the system came to his ears. Ding! Ji Fuyao's cultivation is increasing. Start synchronizing. Ding! Ji Fuyang's spirit fire attainment is improving. Start synchronizing. Ding! Yichuan's alchemy attainments are improving. The voice fell. The pure cultivation surged into his meridian power and eventually converged into his dantian. The tingling sensation was like an electric shock, making Lu Xian feel very relieved. It's been over a month. Lu Xian had already stepped into the 1-star Xian Saint realm. There are no bottlenecks for other cultivators to enter the Xian Shang realm. They not only needed a large amount of cultivation reserves, but also needed to swallow the barrier-breaking pill, as well as walk out of their own Dao. But Lu Xian didn't need it. All that was needed was for the disciple's cultivation base to be poured into his body. Sense? A disciple's sense is his sense. Now Lu Xian had walked out of the 3 avenues. Dando, the way of spiritual fire. Budo. Ji Fuyang had already fused most of the fire Dao rule, and she had already stepped into the 8-star Xuanzuan realm. When she had thoroughly fused the fire Dao rule, she would inevitably step into the Xian Saint realm. As for Yi Chen, under Pilian's guidance, he was already able to refine king rank pills. His realm didn't fall either. Lu Xian had already handed over the remaining 5 million extreme spirit stones to Yi Chen, who had directly stepped into the middle Shinzong realm. During this period of time, apart from eating, Yi Chen was either refining pills or cultivating, living a 2-point life between the hayloft and the cave. No breaks all month. Even Lu Xian couldn't look at it anymore. None of the donkeys in the production team were as desperate as Yi Duan, but Leaf Dust was happy to be there. Eating was rest for him. Cultivators and mortals have different physiques. It was Lu Xian who was a special case, and even though he was now in the Xian Saint realm, he still had to sleep more than 6 hours a day. On the other side, the patriarch was busy with the alchemy exchange conference and had not descended on Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian was also happy to be free. Nothing to do but make poems, paint pictures, read talking books and look at the sky. This was the life that Lu Xian had previously dreamed of in Blue Star. Now it's realized. There's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. After all, the pressure is on the apprentice's side. Soon, there were only a few days left before the alchemy exchange conference. Ji Fuyang smoothly broke through to the one-star Xian sacred realm. Lu Xian checked the system and confirmed that Ji Fuyang had fused the Fire Dao rule. From then on, Ji Fuyang's cultivation speed directly increased several times. Lu Xian was happy in his heart. If the cultivation feedback in his body was a trickle before, now it was a large river. The spiritual energy impacted all the limbs and bones, which in turn surged into the dantian, making Lu Xian feel incomparably relieved. And these days, the Great Dao sect was clearly buzzing. Some of the hegemonic level forces in the southern wasteland that possessed the Dan Dao inheritance had already stepped into the Great Dao sect. This time, forces such as the Taishang Xian sect, the Dan Xiang sect, the Tsongmu Academy, and the Pil family would all descend. The ones who came forward were all heavenly rank alchemists. This was a group of alchemists who had already ascended to the peak of alchemy in the southern wasteland. They might not be in too high a realm. The highest was only a half-emperor, but the status of a heavenly ranked alchemist was transcendent. Even when the great emperor saw it, he needed to treat it with respect. This was the status of alchemists in the southern wasteland. The once-in-a-century alchemy exchange conference could be considered the top event for alchemists in the southern wasteland. Not only would these heavenly rank alchemists sit down to discuss the Dao, but their disciples sitting down would engage in an alchemy competition. The Great Dao sect had already announced the process of the alchemy conference to the public. There are 10 days in all. For the first 3 days, the heavenly rank alchemists of these hegemonic powers preached and demonstrated alchemy. On the latter 7 days, it was the much-anticipated genius alchemist competition. Those hegemony-level forces that were invited could directly descend to the Great Dao sect, while other forces or some loose cultivators wanted to observe. They had to pay a certain price. This time, the Great Dao sect's quota open to the public required a holy weapon, or cultivation resources of equal value. Using a saint soldier in exchange for watching the 10-day alchemy exchange conference could be said to be costly. However, the many forces in the southern wasteland continue to rush, because places are limited, but it was definitely worth it, because once there is some enlightenment, the district is just a holy soldier. For the alchemist, it is just a few more pots of pills. In these few days, in the Great Dao sect's 10,000 miles of territory, divine splendor flowed above countless spiritual peaks. Radiant Dao patterns flickered like a river of stars, and ancient auras poured out in all directions, displaying the underpinnings of a hegemonic power that had stood for several chances in the southern wasteland. Many of the Rue beasts soared into the void, emitting a burst of pleasant chirps. There were extremely many spirit boats and flying spirit vessels in the air, their divine splendor heaving and glittering as they shuttled back and forth between different spirit peaks. All of the Great Dao sect's spirit peaks were cooperating with Dan Peak. Many peak masters stepped into the air and flew around in the Great Dao sect, and the divine rainbow gusted in the air, forming a pylon, and the firmament was incomparably splendid. The pomp and circumstances brewing. Lu Xian lay down in front of the grass hut and looked up at the sky. Needless to say, the spectacle in front of us looked very impressive. Just then, the voice transmission jade slip in Lu Xian's bosom vibrated slightly as he took it out and injected it with spiritual energy. The sovereign's voice came out. Lu Xian, to discuss something with you. Lu Xian said. Sovereign, you say. The patriarch said. In a few days it will be the alchemist exchange conference. How about you try to stay at Qingxian Peak? Don't move around. And don't make any trouble? Chapter 53, and if heaven and earth are furnaces, creation is the work. How about don't walk around and make a mess? Lu Xian said casually. I know. Knowing that, but the alchemy exchange conference he would definitely let Yi Chen participate. This could all be an exchange between heavenly rank alchemists. It was greatly beneficial to Yi Duan. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Show disciple raising quest released. Let second apprentice brother Yi Duan's win first place in the alchemy exchange conference. The young generation's alchemy competition. The voice fell. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that this alchemy competition was a must. Patriarch, I'm sorry about that. At this point, Lu Xian looked up. An incomparably huge shadow appeared above the void. It was a huge spirit boat. On top of the spirit boat, the pavilion was extremely tall. It looked like a big mountain, like a big domain. Radiant spirit patterns were constantly flowing on top of the spirit boat. A huge flag was constantly swaying against the strong winds of the void at the top of the spirit boat. Dan Xiang sect, the hegemonic power of the southern wasteland. This huge spirit boat emitted an incomparably terrifying pressure. The void trembled and space distorted, causing the great Dao sect to create a sensation. Boom! Dan Peak Master Gu Yufeng immediately shot up into the sky, a divine rainbow appearing under his feet to greet the Dan Xiang sect's arrival. Fellow Taoist of the Dan Xiang sect, please follow me. Upon hearing this, a heavily rank alchemist from the Dan Xiang sect smiled and bowed his hand. Fellow Taoist Gu Yufeng, long time no see. The two men smiled at each other. Lu Xian exclaimed, worthy of the platitudes of a great power. Not much longer. Yi Chen walked out from the cave and prepared to cook for Lu Xian. He looked up into the void and said to Lu Xian with a smile, Master, recently, so many great powers have descended upon the sect. Lu Xian nodded. It was the first time Yi Chuan had seen such a big scene. Before, he felt that the several power fests in Qingcheng were already very good and big, but now it feels like that's not even worth mentioning. There was some excitement in Yi Chen's heart. He was about to compete with other alchemists this time when he participated in the Alchemy Exchange Conference. He was a little expectant and a little nervous. After all, his master had given him so many cultivation resources. If he was crushed by other young geniuses, wouldn't this be a disgrace to his master? Yi Duan approached the grass hut and started cooking. Today, he was making sweet and sour spirit fish. He removed the scales from the spirit fish and cut some slits, then slather on Lu Xian's honey seasoning and start processing. The whole routine is so fluid and skillful that it hurts. After almost 3 months of refining, Yi Chuan's cooking level was already very high. Every time Lu Xian praised him, it was Yi Chen's motivation. Yi Chen methodically made the spirit fish while recalling Lu Xian's words. As far as he could remember, it was the cooking skills that his master had recognized him for the most. Surprisingly, it's not alchemy or martial arts. This caused some small loss in Yi Chen's heart. Soon, Yi Chuan served the steaming sweet and sour spirit fish on the stone table. Master, let's eat. Lu Xian quickly took his seat. Take a shallow taste. Lu Xian smiled and said, not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. Halfway through the meal, Lu Xian smiled and said, Yi Chuan, for this alchemy exchange conference, I have a small request. Yi Chen had a serious face. Master, you say. Lu Xian said, you're going to take first place in the young generation's alchemy competition. Leaf Dust froze. First, this is a great deal more difficult. I'm afraid. After all, he was only a king-rank alchemist. At this time, Pilian's voice came out from the jade pendant. Peak Master Lu, if you take first place, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Lu Xian asked. Why? Pilian said, Peak Master Lu, in this alchemy exchange conference, there should be earth-ranked alchemists among the younger generation. Right now Yi Chen is only a king-ranked alchemist. There is still quite a gap. Lu Xian frowned slightly. An earth-ranked alchemist is also attending? That's not martial arts. Seeing Lu Xian's doubt, Pilian explained. In our alchemy journey, since it often takes 10 years and 100 years for an alchemist to break through the first rank, we have put a somewhat broad age for alchemists in this alchemy exchange conference. As long as they are under 300 years old, they can participate. Lu Xian directly froze. A 300-year-old alchemist? Is that even the younger generation? Pilian bitterly said. Yi Chen stepping into the king-rank alchemist in 3 months is already very shocking. If there is still time, Yi Chen might actually be able to step into the earth-rank alchemist. In that case, he might be able to take first place. Silence for a moment. Yi Chen suddenly looked at Lu Xian, his eyes incomparably determined. Master, I will definitely take first place. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen, feeling a little surprised. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Master, you have given me so many alchemy opportunities. The heaven-swallowing baking furnace, the bone-cold spectral flame, and the Dandi Emperor's memory. If I can't even win first place with all this, wouldn't I be a loser? Politis was silent. There was nothing wrong with Yi Chuan being young and full of enthusiasm, but the gap between the king rank and the earth rank could never be broken by obsession. At this time, Yi Chen clenched his fists. His arm veins were exposed. His body trembled with some excitement. He looked at Lu Xian with a serious face and said in a trembling voice, Master, for 7 years, I have been regarded as a waste. Now that there is such an opportunity in front of me, how can I not prove myself? This alchemy exchange conference is not only to prove it for me, but also for Master. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian stroked his palm and laughed. Good, good, good. The heart is surging, swinging against the wind and 1,000 waves, and the young man is undefeated in his passion. Now that's a teenager. 7 years of drinking cold ice can hardly cool his hot blood. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian and a look of awe appeared in his eyes. If Master thinks I can, then I can. There must be something that I did not do enough because I didn't step into the earth rank alchemist. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Why is leaf dust suddenly reflective? That's not what he meant. In 3 months, Yi Chen had become a king rank alchemist, which was already astonishing. The reason for proposing a contest for first place was just a task of the system. Pilian was somewhat moved as he gritted his teeth and said, Peak Master Lu, there are still a few days left. I will definitely do my best to help Yi Chen. Perhaps we can really create a miracle. He was a little agitated. 3 months, Earth Order Alchemist. Once this matter was truly realized, it would create a miracle in the path of alchemy in the southern wasteland. At this time, Lu Xian asked Pilian, Pil Elder, what do you think is the difference between Earth rank alchemists and King rank alchemists? Pilian said, the difference between the King rank and the Earth rank, the difference in one word, is actually not the difference in alchemy techniques, but the word spirituality. Lu Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Pilian explained. The so-called spirituality is that after stepping into the Earth rank alchemist, he will walk out of his own way of alchemy, and alchemy will no longer be a boring process of urging the spirit technique, manipulating the spirit flame, and imaginative power. Yi Chen froze. He felt like he was a bit confused. Pil Elder, expand on that. Pilian said, before the Earth rank alchemist, alchemy was alchemy, and with the Earth rank alchemist, alchemy is not alchemy. With a blank expression, Yi Chen began to ponder the true explanation of Pilian's words. Lu Xian smiled faintly. That is to say, alchemy is like looking at a mountain. In the first realm, looking at a mountain is a mountain. In the second realm, looking at a mountain is not a mountain. And in the third realm, looking at a mountain is still a mountain. The voice fell. Politis was stunned. First time I've heard such a refreshingly uncluttered explanation. He was a bit shocked. Could it be that Lu Xian also knew the way of alchemy? Yi Chen's mind buzzed. It was as if he had touched something extraordinary. A mysterious aura flowed through his body. The breeze attacked him, and a light glow densified around Yi Chen. Leaf dust fell into a kind of epiphany. No wonder he always felt that his alchemy had hit a bottleneck. It turned out to be that he had been walking in the bars of the grass and wood scriptures, fire control attainments, and alchemy techniques. Dandi memory is certainly a peak. However, it had caused him to fall into a passive state, and during this period of time, he had been following the 5-star Dan Emperor's path of alchemy. Following the same path, Yi Xuan murmured in his heart, those who learn from me live, those who resemble me die. He came to his senses. He's going to get out of his own way. The 5-star Dan Emperor was a pinnacle, and he would raise a tall building above it. Moment. In Yi Xuan's mind, the grass and tree attainments that he had perceived every day and every night for the past 3 months transformed into a torrent of memories that were constantly fused, and the tens of thousands of spiritual grasses transformed into a radiant light that constantly floated and sank, and began to collide and reorganize. He understood a lot of things at once, habits and medicinal powers between different spiritual herbs, the laws of spirit fire manipulation, extraction of spiritual herbal essence. Yi Xuan felt that he could even transform some king-rank Dan recipes. It was because his understanding of spirit herbs had once again improved. Several hours later, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Xian with some excitement. Many thanks for the guidance, Master. Listening to the words of a gentleman is better than practicing 10,000 pills. Pilian was also a little excited. He felt that Lu Xian seemed to have some unique understanding of alchemy. He was ready to ask Lu Xian for some deeper advice. Read this. Pilian asked Lu Xian, Peak Master Lu, what do you think alchemy is? Lu Xian said indifferently, the great Tao has the same origin, and the way is natural. Everything is like alchemy, and alchemy is also like all things. Pilian frowned slightly, bewildered. Yi Chen was lost in thought, not knowing what Lu Xian meant by that. Lu Xian said, cooking is like alchemy, the ingredients are like spiritual herbs, and the iron pot is like a Dan furnace. Politis came to a sudden realization. Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked at his master with incomparable shock. Master is right. Isn't the meal refined? Lu Xian smiled. Open up your thoughts. Open up your imagination. Watching alchemy is not alchemy, so you can sense something different. Pilian asked again. What else is alchemy? Lu Xian casually pointed at Yi Chen. Cultivation is like alchemy, using the physical body as a furnace and the power of the heavens and earth as a spiritual fire, condensing the essence of spiritual power and enhancing the cultivation base of the Dantian. Isn't this also alchemy? Politis was dumbfounded. This alchemy theory was really a bit ahead of its time. He hadn't thought of it that way before. For a time, his awe for Lu Xian deepened. Pilian asked again, Peak Master Lu, what do you think the ultimate in alchemy is? Lu Xian smiled faintly. What do you think it is? Pilian's heart surged, and he said with some excitement, refining a supreme elixir with 10 Dan halos inscribed on it, invoking the thunder of heaven and earth, and all the essence of the spirit herbs not being wasted, accomplishing a perfect elixir. At those words, Yi Chen nodded. I'm afraid this is the ultimate goal of any alchemist. The quest for perfection. Lin. Lu Xian shook his head. Pill Elder. The pattern opens up. The imagination opens up. You're still at the first level of alchemy. Pilian looked at Lu Xian with some shock. Peak Master Lu. You said. Lu Xian said casually. And if heaven and earth are furnaces, creation is work, yin and yang are charcoal, and all things are copper. Pilian directly froze. Heaven and earth are furnaces, creation is work, yin and yang are charcoal, and everything is copper. What a big deal. Chapter 54. The so-called supreme strength is but the end of the road. Politis' jaw dropped. What Lu Xian had said. I'm afraid that this had already exceeded the realm that a heavenly rank alchemist could control. Pilian's heart set off shocking waves. He had never thought of alchemy in this way. On the side, Yi Chen was even more dumbfounded. The meaning of Lu Xian's words directly surpassed the 5-star Dan Emperor's memory by an unknown number of degrees. The realm is just too high. After a long time, Pilian and Yi Chen came back from their shock and looked at Lu Xian as if he was a celestial being. Pilian looked at Lu Xian, and a few more layers of awe appeared in his gaze. His voice trembled. Peak Master Lu. I'm afraid that only a supreme giant like you can have such an eye and pattern. Even though I am a quasi-emperor, I am as narrow-minded as sitting in a well and observing the sky. Today, when I heard Peak Master Lu's words, I realized that I am only an apprentice in the path of alchemy. Or rather, a heavenly rank alchemist has only just stepped into the threshold of alchemy. Lu Xian froze for a moment. It's not that shocking, is it? It's not really his words. It's from Jaya. He quoted it. This bluffed Pilian. A heavenly rank alchemist? Thinking so, the corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he continued. That's why I've always said that the eyes are open. The ultimate in alchemy. One can use the starry sky as a furnace, use the great Tao as a spiritual herb, and use the long river of time as a spiritual fire to refine the heavens. Politis was once again shocked. Using the stars as a furnace, take the great way as a spiritual herb, with the river of time as the spiritual fire, refining the heavens. This is so shocking. They were only alchemists, and what Lu Xian was saying now went far beyond the general sense, the realm of alchemy, but it's also essentially alchemy. Yi Chen's eyes were extremely wide and he looked at Lu Xian with incomparable respect. His heart was pounding. Not bad for a master. It was worthy of being a man who stood at the top of the southern wasteland's cultivation. Such grandiose words. Ordinary great emperors simply did not have this kind of vision and intention. For a moment, Lu Xian's status in Yi Chen's mind directly shot up into the sky. Master is truly a man of God. Pilian looked at Lu Xian with incomparable excitement and asked again. Peak Master Lu, is this the ultimate in alchemy? Lu Xian smiled faintly. Ultimate? On the path of cultivation. On the path of alchemy. Where is the ultimate? Pilian said. The most powerful one is the ultimate. Lu Xian smiled and said slowly. The so-called supreme strength is nothing more than the end of the road. This statement was made. Pilian and Yi Chen were directly dumbfounded. Their mouths kept repeating Lu Xian's words. The so-called supreme strength is nothing more than the end of the road. The road is exhausted. But does the path of cultivation ever end? Is there no end to the path of cultivation? Such perceptions were far beyond the perceptions of an emperor realm. Pilian had also been in the position of hearing the discourses of the most powerful emperors, but there had never been an emperor realm giant with such a realm. It simply took his breath away. This is Master Lu Feng. Peak Master Lu must have taken that step beyond the emperor realm. Read about it. Pilian asked with some shock. Peak Master Lu, could it be that you have already surpassed the emperor realm? Lu Xian was slightly stunned. What? How did Politis see this? He was just making a casual remark. And that's all it took to bluff Politis? But this time, now that it's loaded, it's just going to have to stay loaded. Lu Xian didn't reply and paid a smile. This was undoubtedly acquiescence in Pilian's eyes. Pilian's breathing became rapid as he said with incomparable awe. Peak Master Lu, it is truly an honor for me to sit and discuss the Tao with you. Lu Xian smiled without saying anything. At this moment, Yi Chen spread out his right hand, and a jade slip slowly appeared. Master, I have engraved all of your words. I feel that it contains an incomparably profound Tao and reason. If I realize it, what heavenly rank alchemist? It's no big deal. Lu Xian's face twitched. This. As for that, surprisingly, his words were directly engraved in the jade slip with spirit patterns. Is this meant to be the Bible? Yi Chen gripped the jade slip tightly. Master, after your guidance just now, I assure you that I will definitely take the first place in the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Lu Xian smiled. I trust you. Soon, Pilian and Yi Chen left in a hurry. They were going to sense what Lu Xian had said. It's so subtle. It's so shocking. Pil Flame was as strong as a quasi-emperor, but he was incomparably frightened. not to mention Yi Duan? They were already worshipping Lu Xian now. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chuan's back, then looked at the stone table. Hey, Yi Chuan, this kid, did he run away without wanting to wash the dishes? However, there was not much time left for Yi Chen. Lu Xian also didn't call Yi Chen back. He went to the hayloft by himself to wash the dishes and scrub the pots. The bobbies weren't loaded for nothing today. At the very least, it was something that made Yi Chen feel something. As long as it gets the job done. Not much longer. Lu Xian packed up and returned to his cave, continuing to lie down. In the Great Tao sect, it became extraordinarily noisy and crowded, with spirit boats constantly breaking the void above it. But all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Qingxian Peak. No one was paying attention to Qingxian Peak either. Lu Xian didn't care. That's better. It's more comfortable to lie on your own. He remembered why he was so tired on the blue planet. There's a reason for that, besides the fact that the factory beats the screws and acts as a cowpoke. Just too much useless socializing. What appears to be mingling, pushing and laughing is wearing a mask, and underneath that mask is a tired body and soul. As for the current Qingxian Peak, he only crossed paths with his two disciples, and the patriarch and the others could be ignored. After all these years, don't you live comfortably? People, it also has to be simple to be happy. Thinking so, Lu Xian picked up the talking story and leisurely read it. It's cozy. The other side. In Yi Duan's cave, Pilian took the jade slip in Yi Chen's hand and infused it with divine thoughts, reciting Lu Xian's words over and over again. And if heaven and earth are furnaces, creation is work, yin and yang are charcoal, and all things are copper, the ultimate in alchemy. One can use the stars as a furnace, the great Tao as a spiritual herb, and the long river of time as a spiritual fire to refine the heavens. Ultimate? The path of cultivation, the path of alchemy. Where is the ultimate? The so-called supreme strength is nothing more than the end of the road. Every time Pilian recited, Yi Chen would follow with excitement. These words are too esoteric. Master is so divine. Yi Chuan said excitedly, Pil Elder. I've already sensed the gap between Earth-rank alchemists and King-rank alchemists that you mentioned. The so-called spirituality. The so-called imagination of alchemy. I touched it. Pilian nodded. There are still a few days left before the Alchemy Exchange Conference. I think you can really shine this time. With this guidance from Peak Master Lu, you've surpassed other geniuses and even other heavenly rank alchemists in terms of intent in the first place. Yi Chen said. Before, I thought that 5-star Dan Di was as terrifying as he was. Now I think my master is the most powerful. Pilian couldn't help but deeply agree. He was already in awe of Lu Xian. Peak Master Lu is simply unfathomable. I doubt that Yuat Master really knows how to make pills. Yi Chen was a bit shocked. So, my master has not only stepped to the absolute top in cultivation, but also has supreme attainments in alchemy. Pilian sighed tersely. I didn't expect the Great Tao sect to have such a heaven-defying powerhouse. Suddenly, Pilian thought, who was stronger, Lu Xian or that great emperor in the Forbidden Zone who was covered in strangeness and uncertainty? Just a moment's hesitation. Pilian then concluded that it must be Peak Master Lu who was stronger. On the side, Yi Chuan could not wait to offer up the heaven-swallowing baking furnace and prepare to refine an earth-ranked elixir. It is better to learn from the mouth than from the mouth. And it is better to learn from the mouth than from the mouth. Beginning alchemy. Taishang Xuanzone. Yunyang Peak. Boom. A terrifying fluctuation surged in all directions. The ceiling prohibitions all shattered. And amidst the endless radiant divine splendor, Nangong Baixue, in a long elegant dress, slowly walked out from the cave. She had a smug smile on her face. At that moment, the figure of Yun Yang Dan Sage drifted down. He looked at Nangong Baixue with great satisfaction, a smile overflowing on his face. Not bad, not bad. After these 3 months of seclusion, you can already refine pills of the 9th grade of the Xian rank. Your alchemy talent is the best among the disciples I've taken in. Nangong Baixue bowed respectfully towards Yun Yang Dan Sage. Many thanks for the guidance, Master. Yun Yang Dan Sage smiled. I'm looking forward to your performance in this alchemy exchange conference. Nangong Baixue said, Master, I will do my best and will never disgrace you. Yun Yang Dan Sage nodded and looked towards the distant void, an expectant smile on his face. Another 100 years have passed in a hurry. This time, we heavenly rank alchemists gathered together will sit and discuss the Tao once again. I wonder if the other Taoists have sensed anything. This was one of the 2 highlights of the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Heavenly ranked alchemists, discussing with each other. It's a collision of alchemical philosophies. The onlooker who listens will benefit from any sense of meaning, if he gets any. Nangong Baixue asked curiously, Master, do all heavenly rank alchemists discuss the Tao? Yun Yang Dan Sage shook his head. Every major power would send a few alchemists to preach, expounding on the Tao and reasoning of their alchemy. Nangong Baixue smiled. Master, you are the strongest heaven-ranked alchemist. The corner of Yun Yang Dan Sage's mouth lifted slightly and he did not speak. Although he knew for himself that there was still a gap compared to those heavenly rank alchemists of the Pill family and the Dan Xiang sect. However, he was quite flattered by Nangong Baishue's flattery. Nangong Baishue asked, "Senior, when do we set off for the Great Tao sect?" Yun Yang Dan Sage smiled faintly, hearing the implication of Nangong Baishue's words. She was trying to meet Qin Shao for a while. "Read this." Yun Yang Dan Sage said, "I'll give you 1 day to rest. After 1 day, return to Yunyang Peak and we'll set off for the Great Tao sect." Nangong Baishue smiled. "Many thanks, Master. Soon." Nangong Baishue stepped into the air and a divine rainbow appeared under her feet as she flew towards the Taishan Peak where Qin Shao was. She wore a long light elegant dress and arrived at the Spirit Peak where Qin Shao was. Qin Shao had long waited for Nangong Baishue's news for many hours. He's been holding his breath for the past 3 months. Without Nangong Baishue, he had to free himself with traditional crafts. When Nangong Baishue descended, Qin Shao hugged Nangong Baishue and kissed her fiercely. For some reason, Nangong Baishue's mind recalled Yi Chen's appearance. She shook her head lightly, making herself forget about Leaf Dust's annoying appearance. Qin Shao lifted his hand and waved it, directly striking a ceiling prohibition outside the cave as radiant spirit patterns surged up. Between breaths, Qin Shao carried Nangong Baishue towards the purple wool wooden bed deep in the cave. Chapter 55, Not Worthy of Being My Great Apprentice Ji Fuyao. Boom! Qin Shao pressed heavily on Nangong Baishue's body. The peaks tremble and the scenery is breathtaking. Nangong Baishue twisted her body and whispered, "Qin Shao, I want to." Qin Shao swallowed a mouthful of spit and held back. Not yet. He practiced the Qin family's supreme secret art and had to remain a child until he was 18. You can't have cunnilingus with a woman, but you can that. Read about it. Qin Shao very roughly tore up Nangong Baishue's light long dress. Nangong Baishue pretended to excuse herself and covered her charming scenery. Qin Shao played with it recklessly, and Nangong Baishue refused to return the favor, letting out a moan from her throat. Well, Nangong Baishue's tongue was in cheek. A dozen breaths later, Qin Shao lay on the bed, his chest heaving. 3 months of waiting, but a dozen breaths of blinking pleasure. However, Qin Shao secretly said, "That's a long time for him, isn't it?" He didn't think that the others would last this long at all. A moment later, Qin Shao wrapped Nangong Baishue in his arms. "This time when you go to the Great Tao sect, make sure you perform well. You are now a member of my Qin family, and many great powers are staring at me as well as you. If you shine, my Qin family will also have a bright face." Nangong Baishue said, "I will work hard. How about you? These 3 months, how was the harvest?" Qin Shao said, "After a while, I will step into the Xianzun realm." Nangong Baishue was shocked. Xianzun realm. Qin Shao nodded, his eyes looking disdainfully. "The other divine son candidates of the Taishan sect are no better when I look at them." Nangong Baishue's peaks pressed against Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, you're the best." Qin Shao sighed. "It's a pity that Punk Yi-chen doesn't know how to make pills. Otherwise, you could have ruthlessly stepped on him this time." Nangong Baishue revealed a disgusted expression. "Qin Shao, when the two of us are alone, you should stop mentioning that loser. When I hear his name, I feel nauseous and feel like vomiting and diarrhea." Qin Shao was satisfied with Nangong Baishue's reaction. "However, if Yi Duan shows up, you teach him a lesson. With your strength, crushing Yi Chen shouldn't be a problem." Nangong Baishue's face flushed. "That's of course. That trash Yi Chen. I only crushed him with my hands." So saying, she recalled the image of being violently beaten by Yi Duan in the Yi family. This ing piece of no mercy at all. That time she had her entire face beaten into a pig's head by Yi Chen. Qin Shao said, "Don't worry, when I become the divine son of the Great Tao sect, I will have the opportunity to exterminate Yi Chen at that time. As the young generation of the Great Tao sect, it's impossible for Yi Chen to escape the battle of Heaven's Pride. At that time, there is no need to even set up a trap. Killing Yi Chen is as easy as a slap in the face." Nangong Baishue rubbed her snow-white body against Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, but I want to see Yi Chen die right now. I want to see his corpse. No, I want to chop it into mush." Qin Shao tightly hugged Nangong Baishue and his hands started to be unruly again. The two tossed and turned all night. Qin Shao felt his body being emptied. Day 2. Nangong Baishue bid farewell to Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, wait for my good news. My level of alchemy may not be able to win first place in the competition, but I won't lag behind either." Qin Shao said, "Just do your best." Nangong Baishue stepped into the air, and a divine splendor under her feet flew towards Yunyang Peak. Qin Shao stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at Nangong Baishue's back with anticipation in his heart. In 2 years, he'll be 18, but it won't be enough. When he stepped into the Xian Sate realm, he would be able to dual cultivate with Nangong Baishue. and then he would be able to enjoy her Tai In Yuan body. Soon, Nangong Baishue returned to Yunyang Peak. The Yunyang Dan sage had long since transmitted his voice to the other disciples. This time, in addition to Nangong Baishue, there were a dozen other disciples who were heading to the Great Tao sect, waiting for everyone to arrive. Yunyang Dan sage spread out his right hand, divine splendor gushed up, and endless radiant light floated above the void of Yunyang Peak. An incomparably huge spirit boat appeared. At this time, the Supreme Xian sect patriarch descended, and he looked at Yunyang Dan Shang. This trip to the Great Tao sect, you'll have to work a bit more. With the Pill family and the Dan Xiang sect around, the top prize in the young generation's alchemy competition will definitely not be obtained. But there shouldn't be any problem in pressing the Great Tao sect, right? The Yunyang Dan sage smiled. Don't worry, patriarch. I am confident in all of my Yunyang Peak's disciples. The Great Tao sect's Dan Peak's Gu Yufeng. His disciples' strength is still okay, but there is still a gap compared to Nangong Baishue and the others. We are bound to force our way past the host. Patriarch Taishang Xian smiled as he stroked his beard. Very good, very good. Soon, Yunyang Dan Shang lifted up Nangong Baishue and the others and stepped into the spirit boat. The spirit boat instantly erupted with incomparable blazing light, directly tearing through the void, the firmament trembling as it crossed the void like lightning. On top of the spirit boat, Yunyang Dan sage looked at Nangong Baishue. That Yi Duan is under Lu Xian's door at Qingxian Peak, right? Lu Xian. This person. We often flirted with him before, but this time, the Great Tao sect is the host. We can't go too far. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would have worshipped Qingxian Peak? This time, if you want to take out your anger, I can propose to Dan Peak's Gu Yufeng at that time, so that you can spar with Yi Chen. With your strength, crushing Yi Chen shouldn't be a problem, right? At those words, Nangong Baishue fell silent. Although her realm had already stepped into the late Xianzong realm, she was apprehensive. She felt that she was not yet Yi Chen's opponent. Qingcheng Yi family, she was violently beaten by Yi Duan, which had become a shadow deep inside her heart. This time, if she lost in front of the many hegemonic level forces, wouldn't it be a disgrace to her master? A disgrace to Qin Shao? Read about it. Nangong Baishue said, Master, why don't we forget about it? After all, the Great Tao sect is the host. If I cripple Yi Chen, the scene might not look good then? Yunyang Dan sage nodded. That's true. However, if this person Yi Chen doesn't know what's good for him and follows through with disrespecting you, I will step in for you. Nangong Baishue nodded. Many thanks, Master. Black Flame Mountain Range, the Valley of the Leaving Fire. Ji Fuyao floated down in a long fiery red dress. Her concave and convex figure presented a perfect curve. Her body was dense with a faint divine splendor. The whole person looked pure and pure, as if a goddess was in the dust. And her splendor was unparalleled. Around her, terrifying spirit flames coalesced like a storm, burning the sky and boiling the sea beyond as if they could refine heaven and earth and burn the void. Ji Fuyao had already been cultivating in the Valley of Departing Fire for almost 3 months. Today, she had finally collected, infused and refined the entirety of the Fire Dao rule. Boom! Ji Fuyang's mind moved. An incomparably subtle aura appeared on her body. Her body was like an oven, brilliant as a star, intertwined with Dao and rhyme. And a trace of the power of the Emperor realm origin escaped. The way of fire rule had already been integrated into her Dao foundation. Above her Dao foundation, the Dao of fire lost its restraints and kept circling like a swimming dragon, constantly transforming into different shapes, and the Dao foundation had transformed into a world of spirit fire. From now on, her Dao would receive the nourishment of the Dao of fire and would continue to grow. Before she had even certified as an emperor, she had already begun to be baptized by the power of the origin. Ji Fuyang was very satisfied, and her mouth murmured, Master, thank you very much. The rewards of these 3 months of seclusion were simply too great. In addition to fusing and refining the Fire Dao rule, the Spirit Flame attainment also improved. The Spirit Flame avenue was directly Great Circle. After stepping into the Great Perfection, she had already comprehended the way of nature that Lu Xian had spoken of. Not only that, her cultivation had also stepped into the one-star Xian Sage realm. Ji Fuyao raised his hands and threw his feet. The terrifying saint's might was like an abyss like the sea, and the terrifying and overwhelming breath was like a mountain that spread out in all directions, suppressing the endless sea of fire, and all of them lowered to the ground. Ji Fuyao slowly got up, and all of the spirit fire power of the entire Lihua Valley prostrated towards her. At this moment, Ji Fuyang was as if she was the master of the entire Leaving Fire Valley. With a single thought, the spiritual fire of the entire Lihua Valley could be born or extinguished. The countless fire beasts in the Valley of Departing Fire could sense the terrifying aura of Ji Fuyang's body, and they all fell to their knees like a tidal wave. Ji Fuyan looked disdainfully out of the corner of her eye and swept around. In the Valley of the Departing Fire, The fierce spirit fire astral wind rose up in all directions, domineering and overwhelming, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The monstrous might immediately spread toward this side of the heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure was like a great river, flowing endlessly. Soon, Wang Ban and Qing Yan and the other dragon guards sensed Ji Fuyan's aura and immediately stepped into the air. They looked at Ji Fuyan with incomparable shock. 1-star Xian Shang realm. 3 months. Empress Fuyao had truly stepped into the Xian sacred realm from the triple Xian Zun realm. It's too fast. With Lord Lu Feng's heritage coupled with Empress Fuyao's heaven-defying talent, cultivating was like a flat-out thunderstorm. A whirlwind of wind and lightning. This life's Empress Fuyao was already crushing compared to the same stage in the previous life. The hearts of all the dragon guards were pounding. They could foresee that Empress Fuyao's future accomplishments would far surpass those of her previous life. Puff! Puff! Wang Ban and Qing Yan and the others immediately fell to their knees in the air and said loudly, "Congratulations, Your Majesty the Empress, on your cultivation. The spirit flame has become a great success. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Empress, on your cultivation. The spirit flame has become a great success." Ji Fuyan's snowy neck tilted slightly and nodded. Soon, Ji Fuyan and a group of dragon guards returned to their territory. Qing Yan and Wang Ban and the others immediately packed up. Ji Fuyan looked into the distant void. It's time to head to Tsangzhou Drunken Immortal Tower. Qing Yan and Wang Ban and the others all looked solemn. On this trip, Her Majesty the Empress herself visited the Drunken Immortal House. If the Drunken Immortal Mansion's owner, Wei Yan, and the others still didn't know better, then there would be no need for the Drunken Immortal Mansion to exist. At this time, Qing Yan asked, "Your Majesty the Empress, do you want to send a message to the Yi family? If a battle breaks out, it will allow the Yi family to prepare in advance." Ji Fuyao nodded indifferently. "Have the Yi family also travel to Tsangzhou and stand by in the shadows?" Green Smoke respectfully said. "Yes, sir." Not much longer. Qing Yan and the others sacrificed at Tsanggu spirit boat, and Ji Fuyao and the others stepped into it. Directly tearing through the void, he shot towards the direction of Tsangzhou. The target place, Drunken Immortal House, Great Dao Sect, Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian leisurely lay in his cave. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyang has broken through to the Xian Saint realm. Cultivation is being synchronized. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyang's spiritual fireway has stepped into the great perfection. It is being synchronized for enlightenment. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao's burning sky decree has had an epiphany. The voice fell. Boom! An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's dantian, and the soothing, tingling sensation intoxicated Lu Xian. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Not bad for a great disciple. Lu Xian began to check Ji Fuyang's panel. Chapter 56, What can Lu Xian, a Qi refining stage, teach his disciple? Great apprentice, Ji Fuyao. Realm, 1-star Xian Shang. Technique, burning sky decree. Supreme treasure, the Tao rule of fire. Emperor's split sky. Sense, great perfection of spirit fire attainment. Lu Xian nodded, satisfied. Imagine that it had only been less than half a year since Ji Fuyang had stepped into the Xian Saint realm from the Grand Xian King realm. What kind of speed is that? At that time, those geniuses from the inner gate trial, such as Fang Yan, Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong, and others were still just barely stepping into the Xian Zun realm. And now that Ji Fuyang had fused and refined the fire Tao rule, her cultivation speed had once again increased by several times. Thinking about this, Lu Xian had a hint of excitement. Now 2 disciples, lying down, get so much feedback. When 3 disciples, 4 disciples, he is going straight to heaven. Unfortunately, the system hadn't triggered the 3rd disciple's quest yet. Lu Xian asked, "System, the 3rd disciple, when will you accept it?" The system said, "There's still some time left." Lu Xian nodded. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from outside Lu Xian's cave. "Master! Master!" Yi Duan excitedly stood in front of the cave's door and shouted. Lu Xian said, "Come in." Yi Duan approached Yi Duan's cave with an excited face. "Master, I've succeeded. I did it." Pillian drilled out from within the jade pendant on Yi Chuan's chest. "Peak Master Lu. Fortunately, Yi Chuan has successfully refined a first-grade earth-ranked elixir, the returning Yuan Dan." Saying that, Yi Chen took out a quintessence of origin pill from his nascent sphere. Lu Xian took it and examined it. 3 Dan halos. There was still a faint heat emanating from the top of the elixir, and there was a faint medicinal aroma that hit his nose. It could be seen that this was Yi Chuan who had just succeeded in refining and ran over to share the good news with him. Returning to the origin pill, swallowing it could precipitate the cultivation base in the body and consolidate the cultivation. The quality of these 3 Dan halos of the returning Dan was already superior. Lu Xian nodded. "Not bad, not bad." Yi Chuan touched his nose. "Master, Your alchemy theory is too ahead of its time. I feel like my thoughts are now diverging, as if the sky is moving. Looking at alchemy is not alchemy. Lu Xian smiled faintly. There are 2 more days until the alchemy exchange conference. Keep up the good work. Yi Chen clenched his fist. Master, don't worry. I will never let you down. Soon, Yi Chen returned to the cave and continued his research. And at this point, in the Great Tao sect, many hegemonic level forces had already descended. The void tore in space distorted. A terrifying and incomparable chi vibrated out from the depths of the void, and the firmament was as if a ripple had been set off. In the air, the divine splendor was monstrous, brilliant as the stars. A flying spirit vessel in the shape of a gigantic palace appeared, pushing away the endless clouds and mist, and above the palace was inscribed with a Tao pattern with 2 large and powerful characters. Medicine family. The medicine family descended. Dan Peak Master Gu Yuefang immediately stepped into the air and laughed as he stroked his palm. Fellow Daoist Pill Bailey, how have you been? Above the palace, a grey-robed old man stroked his beard and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Fellow Daoist Gu Yufang is looking good. The next instant, a heavenly rank alchemist from the Danxiang sect also stepped into the air and smiled, arching his hand toward Pill Bailey. Not bad, not bad. Haven't seen you for 100 years, fellow Daoist Bailey. Pill Bailey nodded. In a good mood. Yes, fellow Daoist Dan Xiangzi. Time flies like an arrow, like a white horse passing through a gap. In the flick of a finger, 100 miles have passed. Just as the 3 of them were talking in high spirits, the air shook once again. Boom! Space distortion. From within the spatial crack, a huge pale ancient spirit shuttle slowly emerged. Above the spirit shuttle, a black-robed middle-aged man gazed disdainfully, looking down at the heaven and earth of the Great Tao sect. Above the spirit shuttle there was a huge flag constantly fluttering in the astral winds of the void, with 4 big words written on it. Sanmu Academy. The spirit shuttle erupted with a brilliant divine splendor, lighting up the entire void. Pill Bailey smiled faintly. It's fellow Taoist San Li who has come. San Li stood on top of the spirit shuttle, nodded with the crowd, and said to Gu Yufang, this journey across the void has been a bit tiring. At those words, Dan Xiangzi and the others all looked at each other. Fellow Taoist San Li has a somewhat eccentric personality, dislikes making friends, and is rather withdrawn and high-strung. Gu Yufang clapped his hands, and one of the saints from Dan Peak immediately appeared and bowed respectfully towards San Li. Senior San Li, please follow me. We've already made arrangements for you and the geniuses from the Tsangmu Academy. San Li nodded and immediately put away the spirit shuttle and left with the saint from Dan Peak. Looking at San Li's back as he left, Dan Xiangzi and Pill Bailey's faces twitched. Alas! Fellow Taoist San Li has always been like this. This is a grand event between heavenly rank alchemists, and fellow Taoist San Li's performance is sometimes, truly, a bit of a spoilsport. They recalled the many previous alchemy exchange conferences. San Li just listened to them sit and expound on alchemy theories without sharing them himself. Even though they were all heavenly rank alchemists and they knew each other, 100 years of time would always allow the crowd to realize something. But San Li's performance was a bit shabby. Gu Yufang gave a dry cough. Ahem. As the host of this alchemy exchange conference, he was naturally not in a position to discuss San Li. However, the 2 of them, Dan Xiangzi and Pill Bailey, spat out their grievances. Dan Xiangzi said in a low voice, San Li, this guy has a harsh character. It is said that he is extremely strict in controlling his disciples, and has refined several talented disciples crazy. Pill Bailey said with a twitch on his face, hey, in Yunzhou, Sangmu Academy is the well-deserved hegemon, and San Li is the Tsangmu Academy's long-famous alchemist. There are countless people begging for San Li's alchemy, so who dares to speak ill of San Li? Dan Xiangzi nodded. I hope that this time when we sit down to discuss the Tao Lord Sang Li can come up with some real epiphanies to share. We can't just whore out our alchemy epiphanies for nothing. Medicine 100 agreed. Just then, boom, the void was once again torn. Space distorted, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out above the firmament. The next instant, a huge spirit boat broke through the air and drilled out from within the spatial cracks, and on top of the boat's body, pale ancient and obscure Tao patterns continuously intertwined, just like lightning. Taishang Xuanzong. Seeing this scene, Dan Xiangzi smiled faintly. It's the Yunyang Dan Sage coming. Yunyang Dan Sage, dressed in a grey robe, stood on top of the spirit boat with his arms folded, smiling at Gu Yufang and the others. Fellow Taoists, long time no see. With that, he brought Nangong Baixue and the others to land in front of the crowd. Nangong Baixue was wearing a long light elegant dress. Her stunning face was very delicate as she curiously looked around. She wondered where Qingxian Peak was. It wasn't that she wanted to see Yichen, but she wanted to stay away from Qingxian Peak. Otherwise, she would feel that being under the same sky and breathing the air as Yiduan somewhat defiled her. And at this point, Dan Peak Master Gu Yufeng also remembered the patriarch's instructions. It's best not to let Lu Xian and Yi Chen appear. The patriarch had already told Gu Yufeng about the matter concerning Yi Chen and Nangong Baixue. Gu Yufeng had also communicated with Yun Yang Dan Shang that Nangong Baixue would come this time. Looking at the only female disciple of the Taishang Xin sect, Gu Yufeng knew that this woman was undoubtedly Nangong Baixue. Nangong Baixue's posture was absolutely beautiful. Her body was convex in the front and curved in the back. She was a stunning woman. Gu Yufeng shook his head faintly. Remembering Yi Chen, his heart was filled with a sigh of relief. This matter had already happened, and Nangong Baixue had gone to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage. The Yi family and the Nangong family had broken up, and there was no way to undo it. Nangong Baixue and Yi Duan had already been avenues toward the sky and were strangers. A few moments later, Gu Yufeng suppressed his thoughts and revealed a smile. Fellow Taoist Yun Yang, fellow Taoist Dan Xiangzi, and fellow Taoist Pill Bailey, I'll arrange for you to take a rest now. There are still 2 more days before the Alchemy Exchange Conference, so you guys can make some adjustments. If there are any requests, you can all make them. The voice fell. Dan Xiangzi and the others all said casually, there's no requirement, just arrange it for fellow Taoist Gu Yufeng. But at this time, Nangong Baixue muttered in a low voice, I hope that the residence of the Taishan Xian clan is farther away from Qingxian Peak. Although Nangong Baixue's voice was small, but how strong were all the heavenly rank alchemists here? The weakest was the Saint King realm. Nangong Baixue's words fell into the ears of the crowd. Qingxian Peak. Whenever Qingxian Peak was mentioned, they all thought of Lu Xian. After all, Lu Xian could be said to be a strange flower of the Great Tao sect. A qi-refining stage scum became the peak master of Qingxian Peak, and this time it was 7 years. This was too outrageous in the eyes of the Southern Wasteland's hegemonic level forces. However, they could understand the Great Tao sect. After all, Lu Xian's master, Sage Qingxian, was severely injured while carrying out the Great Tao sect's mission, and ended up tragically falling into military disintegration. That was why the Great Tao sect was very lenient towards Lu Xian. Pill Bailey asked with some curiosity. Oh, right. I remember that according to the Great Tao sect's regulations, if a disciple is not recruited within 7 years, he has to be expelled from the Great Tao sect. Should Lu Xian have recruited any disciples? Words. Gu Yufeng's face twitched. Ouch. Still, Lu Xian was brought up. This Nangong Baixue was really a pot calling the kettle black. Gu Yufeng said plausibly, ahem. Patriarch decided to give Lu Xian some privileges. Even if he can't recruit disciples, he can still stay in the Great Tao sect. He didn't mention Ji Fuyao and Yi Duan. Otherwise, if these people knew that Lu Xian had taken in 2 supreme geniuses, wouldn't they be laughing their Great Tao sect to death? After all, the matter of Lu Xian accepting 2 heaven-defying demons was something that the many peak masters of their Great Tao sect still had a hard time reconciling to this day. At those words, Pillberry and the others nodded. Also, although Lu Xian's cultivation qualifications were extremely poor and a lazy batch, but after all, Lu Xian was the only disciple of Sage Qingxian, so he could only turn a blind eye. At this point, Nangong Baixue once again muttered in a low voice, didn't Lu Xian take in Qingcheng, Qingzhou, Yi family Yi Duan? This statement was made. Everyone looked at Gu Yufeng. This Lu Xian fellow had actually taken on a disciple. What could he teach his disciple as a qi-refining stage? There really was someone with a head of iron to be Lu Xian's disciple. On the side, Yun Yang Dan Sage frantically coughed dryly, implying that Nangong Baixue was talking too much. Nangong Baixue blushed slightly. She did it on purpose. Dan Xiangzi and the others looked at Gu Yufeng with some curiosity. Fellow Daoist Gu Yufeng, can you tell us? One must know that Lu Xian was very famous in the southern wasteland. Every time the Heaven's Remarkable Trial, or the opening of the secret realm, the many hegemony-level forces gathered together would make jokes about Lu Xian. Now Lu Xian had actually taken on a disciple? It's groundbreaking. Chapter 57, the sect leader wants to kick Lu Xian. Lu Xian has taken on a disciple. This news seemed very explosive to Pillberry, Dan Xiangzi, and the others. They even wanted to immediately descend to Qingxian Peak to find out what was going on. But they held back. After all, this was the host's turf, so they could spit a little, but not too much. Pillberry's complexion was different from the crowd's as he remembered something. He was an elder of the Pill family's goddess Pill Liuli's lineage, and he knew something about the hidden secrets of that year. Qingzhou, Qingcheng, Yi family, Yi Duan. Pillberry immediately thought of some past events. Back then, Pill Liuli entrusted Pill Yan and the others to send her child, Yi Chen, out of the Pill family, and the target place was the Qingcheng Yi family. His face twitched. That's a little too mysterious, isn't it? How come Lu Xian took Yi Chen as his disciple? Gu Yufeng was silent. Yi Chen was a supreme genius who had triggered the resonance of the supreme treasure Great Tao Bell. Moreover, Under Lu Xian, there was another supreme genius, Ji Fuyan. If this matter were to be known to these guys, I'm afraid they would have to mock their great Tao sect for 10,000 years. Abominable. This Lu Xian guy really is. The crowd looked toward Gu Yufeng, unwilling to talk more. But the soul of gossip in their hearts had already blazed. They turned their gaze toward Nangong Baixue. Little friend, how did you know? Nangong Baixue blushed with embarrassment. Can she say she went to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage? Her toes buckled to the ground in embarrassment. Nangong Baixue looked toward Yunyang Dan Shang and asked in a small voice, Master, can I say it? Yunyang Dan Saint's face twitched. Speak. The matter would have been known to all eventually anyway. It's done and there's nothing to hide. Gu Yufeng's face darkened. Pilbury's face darkened. Nangong Baixue immediately said without blushing, Back then, my Nangong family's old ancestor and Yi family's old ancestor had some affinity in the secret realm, so they made a marriage contract between Yi Chen and me. But since I was a child, I have never liked Yi Chen, and Yi Chen has always stalked me. Later on, Qin Shao, the son of the ancient Qin clan, and I fell in love with each other. And some time ago, I went to the Yi clan to withdraw from the marriage. Who knew that this guy Yi Chen would actually worship Lu Xian as his master in a fit of rage? I know that this guy Yi Chen is still not dead to me, but I already have a name and a wife. That's why I want to stay away from Qing Xian Peak and don't want to see him. The voice fell. Dan Xiangzi and the others directly froze. I didn't expect that this time when I came to the Great Tao sect to participate in the Alchemy Exchange Conference, I had actually eaten a big melon. Right now, Nangong Baixue was related to the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan, and the Yi family became disciples of the Great Tao sect again. Too much information. However, Gu Yufeng's face sank as he looked at Yunyang Dan Shang. Fellow Taoist Yunyang, is this your disciple? Yunyang Dan Sage frowned slightly, secretly saying, could it be something else? Gu Yufeng looked at Nangong Baixue with an unkind expression. No wonder Yi Chen would repudiate Nangong Baixue. Not a word of truth came out of this woman's mouth. It's simply open-mouthed nonsense. On the side, Pilbury's face was cloudy. You don't think so? Is Yi Duan, the son of Pil Glaze, that bad? He was a bit unconvinced. After all, Yi Chuan had the bloodline of the Pil family flowing in his body. The Yi family bloodline. How could it be so lowly? At this time, Nangong Baixue looked at Gu Yufeng, then respectfully bowed. Senior, it's best not to let Yi Chen appear at this alchemy exchange conference. He doesn't know how to make pills anyway. Upon hearing this, Gu Yufeng was furious and rebuked. You, a woman, are simply talking out of your ass? Do you think I don't know the truth? Nangong Baixue's body trembled. Her face flushed red, and her heart panicked. Seeing this, Dan Xiangzi and Pil Bailey both immediately came over to pacify Gu Yufeng. Fellow Daoist Gu Yufeng, forget it, let's end this matter here. Gu Yufeng's face eased slightly and collected his breath. Sorry, I lost my temper just now. Silence for a moment. A smile appeared on Gu Yufeng's face. Everyone, please also follow me to step into the spirit peak and rest. The crowd said. Good. Yunyang Dan Sage transmitted a voice to Nangong Baixue. In the future, regarding this matter, you should not speak. Saying more will lead to more mistakes. Nangong Baixue nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Qing Xian Peak. Lu Xian sneezed a few times as he lay on the Xian ice bed. He rubbed his nose. Which one of the hangers-on is secretly talking about my good looks? With that, he rolled over and continued to lay back and rest. That's when the sound of the system came to his ears. Ding! Yi Chuan's alchemy attainments are improving. Start synchronizing. The voice fell. A wave of alchemy epiphanies surged into his mind. Unconsciously, in 3 months' time, he had turned into an earth-rank alchemist while lying down. Who's going to believe that? Moreover, Lu Xian's current alchemy attainment was twice that of Yi Chen. Lu Xian felt that if he were to concoct pills, he was afraid that he could directly concoct pills with 9 Dan halos. Now that's scary. For the next 2 days, Yi Chuan locked himself in his cave and focused on improving his alchemy attainments. 2 days later, the morning sun rose, coloring half of the sky red, and the countless mountains of the Great Tao sect were covered in a layer of haze, looking incomparably pale and ancient and spectacular. In the void, countless brilliant spirit patterns continuously surged up, shining like stars, and above the many spirit peaks, there were many auspicious beasts soaring in the sky, emitting bursts of auspicious sounds, making people's hearts clear and their minds calm. The Great Tao sect was filled with an air of pomp and circumstance. The invited hegemonic level forces were settled in the Great Tao sect, and they had already begun to step into the air toward Dan Peak. The other forces that had purchased the qualifications for the Alchemy Exchange Conference had arrived from outside the Great Tao sect. Dan Feng became the existence of the Great Tao sect in the limelight today. Above the void, countless figures stepped on divine rainbows under their feet and flew toward Dan Peak. The wind gusted in the air, and a terrifying and overwhelming aura surged and surged, as if it was draining the mountains and seas. At this time, the top and bottom of the Dan Peak were flowing with brilliant Tao patterns. The rich spirit wood emitted a burst of medicinal fragrance, and under the reflection of the morning sun, the Dan Peak looked incomparably beautiful, and the spiritual energy here was so abundant that it was almost about to coalesce into a spiritual liquid, causing the many people from the outer sect who had descended to cry out in amazement. The Alchemy Exchange Conference took place in the plaza below the Dan Peak. It lasts for 10 days. The first 3 days were a sit-down for a group of heavenly rank alchemists. The latter 7 days are for the younger generation of alchemists. The alchemy competition. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifyingly overwhelming auras filled the void as Dan Shangzi, Pil Bailey, Son Li, and the Yunyang Dan Sage stepped into the air. Numerous great powers all descended on top of the square. Dan Peak Master Gu Yufeng had already made the arrangements. Everyone was beyond shocked. This was a 100-year-old alchemy exchange event in the southern wasteland. Not to mention the fact that these heavenly ranked alchemists would sit and discuss, and even show off their alchemy techniques. Those talented alchemists of the younger generation would also engage in alchemy competitions. All of this had the crowd eagerly awaiting. By the time the other forces were seated, several hegemony-level forces had descended on the stage. The crowd immediately gasped. This is the medicine family. See, that's the Pil family's heavenly rank alchemist, Pil Bailey. That one is Elder Song Li of the Tsongmu Academy. The previous alchemy exchange conferences, Elder Song Li didn't share his alchemy insights. I wonder if he'll share it this time. That's the Taishang Xin clan. Pay attention. That woman is Nangong Baishui, Qin Zhao's internalized fiancé. The field was very lively and crowded with people. The patriarch also descended, his divine thoughts sweeping. A moment later, the patriarch realized that neither Lu Xian nor Yi Chen had come over, and his heart breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard that 2 days ago, Nangong Baishui had made a slip of the tongue and had already caused some unpleasantness. As the host of this alchemy extravaganza, he didn't want any changes to occur. And at this point, Qingxian Peak, Yi Chen stood incomparably respectful at Lu Xian's cave, waiting for Lu Xian to appear. Con straight face. I'm surprised Master hasn't gotten up yet. Yi Chuan paid attention to the direction of Dan Peak, where the haze filled the sky with divine splendor, incomparably magnificent, with terrifying auras overflowing, and a figure in the air continuously falling, all of which were saint kings and saints. His mind thrilled. After 3 days of sitting and discussing, there was the alchemy competition. He's going to be a hit. Not only does it do him justice, it also does justice to the master. Not much longer. Lu Xian leisurely walked out of the cave. Yi Chen, let's go. Yi Duan was a bit anxious. Looking at Master this way, it seemed like he wasn't in a hurry. He said directly, Master, let's fly there together. A divine rainbow appeared directly under Yi Chen's feet, lifting Lu Xian up and shooting in the direction of Dan Peak. Lu Xian said indifferently, don't worry, don't be in a hurry. This kind of event won't begin until my clan's greatest treasure, the Great Dao Bell, appears. Leaf Dust froze for a moment and relaxed. Master is right. He's a little too annoyed. In the meantime, the plaza below Dan Peak, the patriarch, dressed in a gray robe, whisked his sleeves and stepped into the air. His body was draped in the morning sun and he looked incomparably solemn as he slowly said, fellow Taoists, to be able to come all the way here to participate in the Alchemy Exchange Conference organized by my great Tao sect, it truly brings glory to my sect. All right, there are no more words. I'm sure you're all already incredibly looking forward to seeing all the heavenly rank alchemists sitting down and discussing the Tao. A smile appeared on everyone's face. The patriarch nodded his head indifferently and directly announced, I declare that the once-in-a-century Alchemy Exchange Conference officially begins. The voice fell. Dang! Above the void, the great Tao Bell suddenly manifested a giant shadow of pale antiquity, and in the next instant, a radiant Tao pattern flowed on top of the great Tao Bell as it appeared in the sky above Dan Peak. A mysterious bell sound rang out, directly resounding throughout the entire great Tao Bell. All of them closed their eyes and felt the sound of the great Tao Bell, and all of them felt their hearts cleansed and incomparably clear. They didn't expect the great Tao sect to sacrifice the great Tao Bell to open this event. Many of the cultivators who had purchased the qualifications to watch with their saint soldiers had a surge of excitement in their hearts. It should be known that the sound of the great Tao Bell has the effect of enlightenment, and that kind of subtle aura is greatly beneficial to the foundation of the Tao even if one does not have an immediate epiphany. This time, earn it. Dang! Dang! The great Tao Bell directly struck 3 times, incomparably long, as if it had rung from the desolate ancient times, piercing through the long river of time to the present. The crowd inwardly sighed, worthy of being a great Tao sect. The sound of this supreme treasure great Tao Bell caused the crowd's human Tao foundation to unexpectedly pace a faint layer of imprints. After 3 chimes, The great Tao bell slowly concealed itself above the void and disappeared. The patriarch was about to leave when suddenly he saw a divine rainbow shooting above the void. He froze right in place. Lu Xian and Yi Duan are here. The patriarch's face twitched, and he couldn't wait to kick Lu Xian 100,000 miles out of his way. Chapter 58, Lu Xian. If you want to sleep, go back to sleep. The patriarch inwardly roared. Lu Xian, what are you doing here? It's just nonsense. What? It's not. He had already told Lu Xian to stay at Qingxian Peak. Boom! Yi Chen's divine rainbow carried Lu Xian and landed on top of the square. For a while, countless gazes were directed at Lu Xian and Yi Chen. Undoubtedly, at this moment, they became the most beautiful existence in the entire square. The scene fell into a dead silence. There was a darkness on the faces of the great Tao sex people as they looked at Lu Xian. Convinced. I told Lu Xian not to come, but you insisted. Come as you are. And you're late. The patriarch has already announced the start of the alchemy exchange conference. Isn't this purely ed up? In the arena, some people recognized Lu Xian, and they exclaimed in shock. Isn't this Qingxian Peak Master Lu? Who is that next to Lu Xian? It's a Xianzong realm disciple, worthy of being Peak Master Lu. Not coming early, not coming late, and coming at this exact time. Lu Xian looked at the crowd with a calm face. Sorry for being late. Dan Peak Master Gu Yufeng's face twitched as he squeezed out a smile. Lu Xian. Since you're here, take your seat first. Lu Xian nodded and walked towards the area where the Great Tao sect was located. The patriarch gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, didn't I tell you not to come? Do you know how to make pills, or does Yi Chen know how to make pills? Lu Xian smiled and said, Patriarch, I've prepared a surprise for you. The patriarch pressed his chest, resisting the urge to punch Lu Xian, and said, Alright, since you're already here, sit down and watch. Lu Xian said, Okay. The patriarch reminded again and again, don't mess things up, don't mess things up, don't mess with things, said it 3 times in a row. Lu Xian, not far away, in the area of the Pill family, Pill Bailey carefully surveyed Yi Chen, his heart slightly shocked. Yi Chuan's eyes looked like her mother, Pill Lioli. Yi Chen was dressed in white with a handsome face, looking valiant and graceful. Pill Bailey's heart sighed with emotion, worthy of being a person with my Pill family's bloodline flowing in his body. He made up his mind to wait until the end of the alchemy exchange conference to secretly meet up with Yi Chen. Soon, Lu Xian and Yi Chen sat down. Yi Chen turned his head to look to one side, and he saw Nangong Baixue looking at him with cold eyes. A hint of shock appeared on Nangong Baixue's face. After not seeing him for 3 months, Yi Chen had unexpectedly stepped into the late Xianzong realm, and she was only in the early Xianzong realm. Now she was even less of a match for Yi Chen. How did Leaf Dust do it? Eating pills to build up? Nangong Baixue's gaze forced Yi Chen. So what if her cultivation exceeded hers? Still not a loser. Compared to her Taoist partner Qin Shao, there was a difference between clouds and mud. Qin Shao had long since stepped into the Xianzun realm. Seeing Nangong Baixue's sneering expression, Yi Chen snorted coldly and turned his head, ignoring it. Nangong Baixue directly transmitted a voice to Yi Chen in a secret voice. Yi Chen, you trash. Why did you come? This is the alchemy exchange conference. Do you know alchemy? What a disgrace. Yi Duan snorted. Stupid. He directly blocked Nangong Baixue's divine sense, and a very strong feeling of disgust arose in his heart. The small storm brought about by Lu Xian and Yi Chen quickly passed. The patriarch announced, Now, in the established order, begin to sit and discuss. With the great Tao sect's Gu Yufeng stepping onto the high platform, he began to preach. Everyone's attention was on Gu Yufeng. Gu Yufeng sat cross-legged on top of the high platform, a faint divine splendor flowing from his body as he began to expound on his alchemy theory. All of them listened attentively. Elder Xuan Li even took out a jade slip to inscribe some of the mysteries expounded by Gu Yufeng. Gu Yufeng's voice came out leisurely. The Tao is natural. My great Tao sect's way of alchemy is a bit different from other schools. We emphasize the fusion of Tao and rhyme. A pill with 9 Dan halos is already the limit. After all, there is always loss in alchemy. But if we incorporate the Tao and rhyme into the alchemy, then the quality of this elixir will improve once again. The people were all a little awestruck. Incorporating Tao and rhyme into alchemy, worthy of the great Tao sect. The influence of the great Tao Sutra was so far-reaching that whether it was alchemy, weaponry, body refining, or sword cultivation, they all emphasized the Tao and the rhyme. It could be imagined that once the Tao and rhyme were intertwined within the elixir, the efficacy of the elixir would be absolutely heaven-defying. Ancient Moon Feng had been arguing for several hours, and the crowd had gained a great deal. Leaf Dust was pondering, feeling that he was having an epiphany, worthy of being a heavenly rank alchemist. They have come out of their own way. Leaf Dust turned his head to look. He froze outright. This. Lu Xian's head hung to the side and drooped. Unexpectedly falling asleep? Yi Chen touched his nose and said in his heart, "Is this because Master thought that the lecture given by Peak Master Gu Yufeng was too boring?" Also, the theory of alchemy expounded by Peak Master Gu Yufeng was certainly subtle, but it was far inferior to Master's theory. Not at all on the same level. He had now memorized all of Lu Xian's words from that day in silence. Every time you recite it, your heart is blown away. Yi Duan slightly lamented that he still had to practice and learn. There's no end to learning. Just then, Lu Xian snored. Phew. In an instant, the field became pin-drop silent. All gazes were directed towards Lu Xian and Yi Chen. The crowd was outright stunned. Lu Xian was actually huffing and puffing here. It's not such a precious chance. This was a heavenly rank alchemist sermon. How can I sleep? Especially those alchemists who had spent a saint soldier to come and listen to the sermon. Their hearts were spitting blood. What the hell is Lu Xian capable of? Yi Chen met the gazes of the crowd and felt a little tingling. These people don't know how powerful Master is. Yi Xuan lamented that he still couldn't be as calm as his master, and didn't take things for granted. At this point, Gu Fengyu suddenly stepped down from the high platform in the void and walked towards Lu Xian. His face was dark. He was so angry he wanted to hit someone. The entire room, tens of thousands of people, all of them were listening intently to his discourse, and only Lu Xian was sleeping. Can he put up with that? It's simply rotten. Gu Yufeng came directly in front of Lu Xian and gritted his teeth. Lu Xian, if you want to sleep, go back to Qingxian Peak and sleep. Lu Xian directly froze. At this moment, he felt that Gu Yufeng had a sense of classroom teacher. Go home and sleep if you want to. Lu Xian was speechless. He really didn't know how to take Gu Yufeng's words. Yi Xuan respectfully bowed towards Gu Yufeng and pleaded, "Peak Master Gu, please let my master stay here." Gu Yufeng's face eased a bit, and he possessed more patience for Yi Chen. He looked at Yi Duan. "Then tell me what I have just talked about." Yi Xuan slowly said, "What Peak Master Gu just said was about the integration of Tao and rhyme into alchemy, so that an extremely high-quality elixir above the 9 Dan halos can be created." For a while, Yi Duan narrated. Gu Fengyu nodded and looked at Yi Chen with great relief. Not bad, not bad. The crowd was shocked. Yi Xuan had unexpectedly captured the essence of Gu Fengyu's sermon. One should know that if one was not an alchemist, it would be difficult to understand Gu Fengyu's words at all. The part in the middle where Gu Fengyu cited examples and arguments was extremely obscure, involving many profound attainments of grasses and trees, and many alchemists felt extremely profound. I didn't expect Yi Chen to repeat it as it was. Everyone felt that Yi Chen was not simple, not far away. Pillberry nodded imperceptibly. Yi Chen's body was worthy of having Pill Liuli's bloodline flowing through it. How could they from the Pill family not know how to make pills? Nangong Baixue, on the other hand, had an icy face as she secretly muttered, "Laughing me to death. What's the use of memorizing these truths by rote? Alchemy is not rote memorization." Gu Fengyu looked at Yi Chen and then at Lu Xian. His mind sighed. Hey, Yi Duan is so excellent. And on the contrary, Lu Xian is hard to say ah. However, on this occasion, he was not in a position to say anything about Lu Xian. Gu Fengyu glared fiercely at Lu Xian and turned away, returning to the high platform and asking the many alchemists, "Gentlemen, any questions?" An earth-rank alchemist stood up, his face showing bitterness. "Master Gu, our forces don't have a technique like the Great Tao Sutra, so how can we incorporate the Tao and rhyme into alchemy?" Gu Fengyu thought for a moment. Don't be so narrow-minded. In addition to the Tao within the top-level Gongfu, if after stepping into the Xian Saint realm, one is also considered to have stepped out of one's own Tao, this can also be incorporated into alchemy. At those words, there was a gasp from the crowd. It's still possible? In the area of the Tsong Mu Academy Palace, Elder Xuan Li slowly said, "You've made a good point. We can indeed make more attempts when refining pills." Then, the crowd asked some more questions, and Gu Fengyu answered them one by one. Not much longer. Gu Fengyu looked towards Elder Xuan Li. According to the arrangement, Elder Xuan Li would be the next to discuss the Tao. Elder Xuan Li, please also step onto the Tao discourse stage. The voice fell. Everyone looked at Elder Xuan Li. Elder Xuan Li shook his head. Sorry, I haven't had any alchemy epiphanies in these 100 years. It's better for you guys to do it. At those words, everyone was a little disappointed. Elder Xuan Li is hiding something. As a heavenly rank alchemist, casually sharing some experience in alchemy would be greatly beneficial to the many alchemists who had traveled from afar. Unfortunately, Elder Xuan Li was unwilling to share. Some alchemists whispered, "Elder Xuan Li is a bit selfish. We have paid a holy weapon to listen to these alchemy giants share. Yet Elder Xuan Li is unwilling to discuss the Tao. You guys don't know. Although Elder Xuan Li has a great reputation in the Cloud Prefecture, there are mixed reviews. He charges several times more materials than others for alchemy, and he's very unkind to his disciples. It's been hundreds of years, and Elder Xuan Li hasn't shared once. At this point, Pillberry stepped into the air, a divine rainbow surging up under his feet as he directly stepped onto the Tao Discourse stage. He glanced towards Elder Xuan Li, inwardly very much despising this behavior of Elder Xuan Li. I am ashamed to be a part of it. Pillberry sat on his knees, his body glowing with a faint divine splendor, and began to narrate. The pharmacist's philosophy of alchemy is the way of nature. They would not extract the essence of the spirit herb and throw it into the alchemy furnace, but would put a whole spirit herb into the alchemy furnace. According to pharmacists, this is the way to maintain the essence of the herb. The crowd listened carefully, taking careful notes of the alchemy techniques proposed by Pillberry. At this point, within the jade pendant on Yi Chuan's chest, Pillian's voice entered Yi Chuan's ears. I didn't expect it to be this kid. Pillberry, leading the team to the Great Tao sect. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Pill Elder. Senior Pill Bailey and you are very close? Chapter 59, The Ultimate in Alchemy. Pill Elder. Senior Pill Bailey is on good terms with you? Pillian smiled. He is also an elder of your mother's lineage. He is also considered one of my juniors. Back then I even instructed Pill Bailey in alchemy. Leaf Dust was a bit surprised. Pillian said, I think Pill Bailey has already recognized you. When the Alchemy Exchange Conference is over, it would be a good idea to ask him about your mother's situation. Leaf Dust's voice trembled. My mother. He couldn't visualize his mother's face, and could only know from Pillian's mere words that his mother was stunningly heavenly and magnificent. Pillian said indifferently, alright, let's listen carefully to these alchemists' sermons first. The next 3 days, several heavenly rank alchemists took turns going up to expound on their alchemy concepts. The last one was the Yunyang Dan sage of the Taishang Xian clan. Nandong Baishui and the others were incomparably excited. Yunyang Dan sage was dressed in a grey robe, and a quasi-imperial rank alchemy furnace floated in his hands as he expounded on his alchemy theories and concocted pills. Curling Dan Shi floating. Yunyang Dan Shang dense in a school of mist, looks transcendent. The Yunyang Dan sage shared many of his own insights and experiences in alchemy, drawing a sigh of admiration from the crowd. Several hours later, Yunyang Dan sage summarized, I believe that the path of alchemy, in addition to talent, requires heart and even more diligence. No one can improve their alchemy attainments lying down. The crowd agreed. Lu Xian froze for a moment. Saying this he wouldn't be sleepy he's just lying down to improve his alchemy attainments. Finally, Yunyang Dan sage shared that he had recently read an ancient book on alchemy and slowly said, Gentlemen, what do you think is the ultimate in alchemy? The crowd was talking. The ultimate in alchemy is nothing more than refining higher grade pills. Those heavenly grade extreme pills are all condensed under the tempering of thunder. I'm afraid that this is the ultimate in alchemy, isn't it? Celestial rank pills are not the limit. There are bound to be even more subtle pills above the celestial rank. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Yunyang Dan sage smiled faintly. Gentlemen, in that ancient book I was reading, there is an elixir that surpasses the heavenly ranks, which has already given birth to a spirit and transformed into a humanoid form, in the form of a grey-robed old man. Saying that, Yunyang Dan sage waved his sleeve and condensed the appearance of the elixir in the ancient book with a spirit pattern. Above the void, a grey-robed old man appeared. Humanoid elixir. The people were all a bit shocked. It's beyond their perception. Is there really a humanoid elixir that gives birth to a spirit in this world? If one were to swallow this humanoid elixir, wouldn't one be able to step through the Emperor realm and reach the legendary Supreme realm? The corners of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. To be honest, the grey-robed old man's appearance reminded him of the Dasher ancient emperor. But that elixir is an imperial elixir fledgling. On top of the high platform, Yunyang Dan sage smiled. Therefore, I think that we alchemists, our thoughts should be open. If our gaze is limited, then our alchemy attainments will also stop. A huge wave rose within the crowd. The humanoid elixirs made many alchemists boil. This alchemy exchange conference, they really hadn't come in vain. At this point, Yunyang Dan sage looked at the crowd. Everyone, do you have any other high opinions on the ultimate in alchemy? The field was silent. The crowd had been shocked by Yunyang Dan Shang's sharing of the humanoid elixir. One word overwhelmed tens of thousands of alchemists. There's nothing more exciting than an elixir in human form. Yi Chen looked towards Lu Xian. He was eager for Lu Xian to share that amazing alchemy theory. However, Lu Xian had a lazy face as if he was staying out of it. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's alchemy theory should not be buried. He wants to do right by his master. Read about it. Yi Chen directly stood up. Senior Yunyang, I have something to say. Moment. Everyone looked at Yi Chen. What? Yi Chuan actually had an alchemy theory as well? In the region of the Taishang Xian clan, Nandong Baishui smiled coldly as she got up and chided. Sit down. You don't even know how to make pills. What can you say? Do you want to show yourself so badly? Don't disgrace yourself. Yi Chen snorted and directly ignored Nangong Baixue. Boobs are stupid. Yun Yongdan Sage dryly coughed twice and waved his hand towards Nangong Baixue. Baixue, sit down. Let little friend Yi Chen speak. For a while, Yi Chen became the center of the room. Pill Bailey looked at Yi Chen with interest. He was curious to know what Yi Chen was going to say. Yi Chen looked into the void and slowly said, "Why should alchemy be confined to the alchemy furnace? And if heaven and earth are furnaces, creation is work, yin and yang are charcoal, and all things are copper." The voice fell. A dead silence fell over the field. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with incomparable shock. What kind of alchemy theory is this? With heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as work, yin and yang for charcoal, everything is copper. As strong as a great emperor, I'm afraid it's not even possible. The power of heaven and earth is lofty. The hand of creation is mysterious. The yin and yang qi to obscure. All things follow their own reason. Can these things also be incorporated into the heaven and earth baking furnace? Everyone's hearts were in a state of upheaval. The crowd was savoring this terrifying idea that Yi Chen had spoken of. Suddenly, Nangong Baixue stood up and sneered with her vegan finger pointing at Yi Duan. He, do you know what you are saying? Heaven and earth as a furnace, creation as a work. You are really pompous. Spouting nonsense here just to attract attention. The voice fell. Everyone looked at Nangong Baixue with incomparable anger. Damn Nangong Baixue, she suddenly spoke, interrupting their thoughts. Song Li even got up directly and let out a cold snort as a Saint King's power of pressure shot toward Nangong Baixue. Boom! Nangong Baixue was directly shaken out hundreds of feet and smashed heavily on the ground. Put! Nangong Baixue sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood and looked at Song Li incredulously. She didn't understand. Why would Elder Song Li suddenly storm out at her? Elder Song Li's black robe bulged as his face was ice cold as he looked toward the Yun Yongdan Saint. Yun Yang, control your disciple. Don't let her disgrace herself here. Seeing this scene, the crowd was directly stunned. I didn't expect that it was Elder Somli who had made a move to teach Nangong Baixue a lesson. On top of the high platform in the void, Yun Yongdan Sage had a sulky look on his face. Somli, it's not your turn to lecture my disciple. Saying that, Yun Yongdan Sage waved his sleeve and a gentle power surged into Nangong Baixue's body. Nangong Baixue climbed up from the ground. Her face flushed red. Many thanks, Master. Yun Yongdan Sage looked at Nangong Baixue. Alright, go back and stop talking. Nangong Baixue bit her lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not say anything. She looked at Yi Chen with incomparable resentment. At the moment, her heart was filled with killing intent towards Yi Chen. It was all because of Yi Chen that she had made a public spectacle of herself. But she still didn't understand why the crowd was so shocked when Yi Chen was talking nonsense. Boom! 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 In the field, a monstrous might was set off. The might of a saint king. The might of a saint was like an abyss like the sea. And it suddenly bulged on this side. Dan Xiangzi, Pill Bailey, Gu Yuefeng, and a host of other heavenly rank alchemists directly stood up. They looked at Yi Duan thoughtfully. Yi Duan, continue. Leaf Dust froze for a moment. I didn't expect the many heavenly rank alchemists to react so strongly. He glanced at Lu Xian, who had a breezy look on his face, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yi Duan's heart sighed with relief. Master's realm was simply too high. He continued. The ultimate in alchemy. One can use the starry sky as a furnace, the great Tao as a spiritual herb, and the long river of time as a spiritual fire to refine the heavens. The crowd was once again stunned at these words. Using the stars as a furnace, take the great way as a spiritual herb, with the river of time as the spiritual fire, refining the heavens. What kind of a masterstroke is this? At least the great imperial realm couldn't do it. But this concept of alchemy deeply shook their hearts. They felt as if they had touched a glimmer of something unimaginable. Yi Chen looked at the expressions of the many heavenly rank alchemists, and his heart became excited. This is Master's theory of alchemy. Amazing. Pilian's voice surfaced. His voice trembled a bit. This passage of Peak Master Lu's, no matter when you hear it, it's always shocking. The crowd was mesmerized. Although they were currently 100,000 miles away from the realm that Yi Xuan had described, they could see the Tao of the future. Nangong Baixue frowned slightly. She was puzzled as to why everyone was so shocked. Even his master revealed a shocked expression. Isn't this Yi Duan talking nonsense? Nangong Baixue muttered in a small voice. Isn't it just nonsense? I can also say that I can refine the desolate ancient forbidden zone into an elixir, and refine the people of the Yi family in Xinjiang into an elixir. Who wouldn't? A few moments later, Elder Song Li slowly opened his eyes and directly stepped into the air, descending in front of Yi Chen. His face was dry. A wrinkle was like a gully, and his eyes were like the shadows of an abyss. Elder Song Li was incomparably excited as he looked at Yi Chen, his voice trembling. This This is the ultimate in alchemy? A cold shiver ran through Yi Chen's body. Looking at Elder Songli up close was truly terrifying. Like an old ghost. Leaf Dust shook his head. No. Elder Songli looked at Yi Chen. Then what is the ultimate in alchemy? There is always a supreme alchemist in this world. Perhaps he can do what you said. Yi Duan said indifferently. Ultimate? The path of cultivation. The path of alchemy. Where is the ultimate? The so-called supreme strength is nothing more than the end of the road. Elder Songli directly froze in place. His mouth murmured. The so-called supreme strength is nothing more than the end of the road. That sentence is so subtle. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian excitedly. He simply didn't expect his master's alchemy theory to cause such a big reaction. Master is simply amazing. He would call it God. Looking at Yi Chen's excited appearance, Lu Xian was speechless. It's not. When did Yi Duan memorize his words in their original form? Not really. Suddenly, Elder Songli grabbed Yi Chuan's hand, and his grip caused Yi Chuan some pain. Speak quickly. Who told you all these words? I want to see him. Lu Xian faintly said. Hey, you're hurting my disciple. Elder Songli blankly glanced at Lu Xian. What kind of existence are you looking for here as a chi refining stage? Don't bother. Elder Songli directly ignored Lu Xian, but also let go of Yi Chen. Boom boom boom. Dozens of figures descended directly in front of Yi Chen, directly surrounding Yi Chen and Lu Xian. All of them are heavenly rank alchemists. Dan Xiangzi, Pill Time, Ancient Feng Yu and others. They looked down at Yi Duan with excited faces. Yi Chen froze for a moment. Seniors, what are you? Dan Xiangzi smiled and said. Yi Chen, from whom did these words come? Is it possible to introduce them? Chapter 60 Yi Chen is dishonest. Lu Xian is shameless. Yi Chen, from whom did these words come? Can you introduce them? Leaf Dust smiled. Ha ha ha. Is it finally time to do right by Shifu? Yi Chuan pretended to be mysterious and said. That strong man is on the spot. As soon as these words came out, Elder Songli, Dan Xiangzi, and the others immediately explored their divine thoughts and scanned this side of the heavens and earth. That high man is actually on this side of heaven and earth? Dan Xiangzi bowed his hand and said loudly. Senior, please still show yourself. We have heard Senior's alchemy theory and are deeply shocked. Pill Bailey also said with a respectful face. Senior, we have some questions we would like to ask. Looking at the crowd, Lu Xian directly froze. Those are just words he said off the top of his head. What's all the fuss about? At this point, Yi Chuan smiled and said. Seniors, that strong man is far away and close at hand. Dan Xianzi and the others froze once again. They had a question mark on their faces. What? There was no scent of a strong man detected at all. Elder Songli looked at Yi Chen and said in exasperation. You brat, quickly tell me who it is? If you keep being the Riddler here, I'm going to beat you up. Yi Chen's face twitched as he pointed at Lu Xian. The crowd froze outright. They looked at Yi Duan. Yi Duan, what do you mean? Yi Chen said with a serious face. These words were all told to me by my master. That's right. That strong man is my master. Lu Xian. The moment these words came out, the field directly fell into a dead silence. Lu Xian? How is that possible? Lu Xian is a waste of space who can't cultivate. I'm afraid he won't even be able to remember this passage if you tell him about it. And at this moment, Lu Xian leisurely sat cross-legged on the ground. The gazes of the crowd of heavenly rank alchemists were dead set on Lu Xian, but he didn't feel a trace of pressure. Seeing this, the crowd became even more disbelieving. Elder Songli said angrily, look at Lu Xian's dead-out child. He can say such profound remarks? At those words, Lu Xian was directly displeased. What do you mean? What do you mean? Dead out? No personal attacks, okay? Lu Xian looked at Elder Songli. This senior, please speak properly. Elder Songli snorted. Not bothering with Lu Xian. Not on the same level. Talking to Lu Xian. Dropping the price. Leaf Dust looked embarrassed, his toes buckling to the ground in embarrassment. What's going on? How is it that he didn't even believe Lu Xian after all that? He was stunned. Key Master, this is not a seizure either. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian and said in his heart, Master, do you want your old man to directly make use of the strength of the Imperial Realm's absolute peak, so that everyone can open their eyes? But he knew that Lu Xian wouldn't make a move. Perhaps, Lu Xian even felt a little bored. At this moment, Songli looked at Yi Chen with a gloomy face. Kid, are you not teasing me? Leaf Dust. He was actually speechless. Honestly, no one believes it. Dan Xiangzi smiled and said, Lu Xian, did you really say that? Lu Xian faintly said, yes. At that, the crowd's faces twitched. Songli sneered, if it's what you say, I'll swallow 10 pounds of feces right now. Lu Xian, Leaf Dust, Pilitis. Elder Songli waved his hand and pointed at Yi Chen and Lu Xian. This master and disciple. Disciple dishonest. Master shameless. is really perfect. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Put. That sums it up pretty well. When Nangong Baishue saw Yi Duan get defeated, she was immediately in a happy mood and secretly muttered, "A waste is a waste." Stealing words from somewhere and letting him put on a show. Now it's revealed, isn't it? At this point, Songli once again grabbed Yi Chen's hand and placed it under his nose with thick nose hairs and sniffed it. A moment later, he shook off Yi Chuan's hand before looking at Gu Yufeng. There must be someone behind this brat who is instructing him. His hand is the scent of a spirit fire or a spirit herb. Gu Yufeng, it can't be you instructing Yi Chuan in alchemy, right? Gu Yufeng frowned slightly. No. At the moment, he was in a messy mood. When did Yi Chen secretly refine pills at Qingxian Peak? For a while, he felt that both Yi Chen and Ji Fuyan were too mysterious. Who is it? Who is secretly instructing these two? At this point, Pill Bailey smiled faintly and relieved Yi Chen. Alright. Since Yi Chen is also an alchemist, tomorrow is the young generation's alchemy competition. We'll be able to see Yi Chen's heel at that time. At that, the crowd nodded. Only then did he let Yi Chen and Lu Xian go. Gu Yufeng looked deeply at Yi Chen. He was really curious as to who was actually instructing Yi Chen in these 3 months. Wait for the crowd to leave. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with an embarrassed face. Master, I'm sorry. It seems like everyone's misunderstanding of you is deeper now. Lu Xian said casually. I don't care. Yi Chen could not help but honor it in his heart. It's still the master. With such a state of mind, one had long since stood at the very top of the emperor realm. Could anyone else have taken it so well? And at this moment, there were still many gazes staring at Yi Chen. Who would have thought that this time in the Great Tao sect one would hear such a shocking alchemy theory? This person, in turn, happened to be Lu Xian's disciple. This is outrageous. This is Lu Xian. Lu Xian's name was a far cry from the Great Tao sect's prestigious reputation. But Yi Chen did give them too many surprises. Tomorrow was the alchemy competition, and they were curious as to how Yi Chen's performance would be. Nangong Baishue looked toward Yi Duan and said in a secret voice transmission, Yi Duan, since you are also an alchemist, I will crush you tomorrow. Leaf Dust was silent. Nangong Baishue said with a smug look on her face, 3 months ago, when I went to the Yi family, I was already able to concoct Xian rank 1 pills, and now I can concoct Xian rank 9 pills. Yi Chuan directly couldn't help himself. Just this? At this level? The district is in 9th grade pills of the Xian rank. Yi Chen didn't know where Nangong Baishue's sense of superiority came from. Nangong Baishue froze as she snorted coldly. I'd like to see the level of alchemy of a waste like you. I hope I won't be disappointed. Yi Chen stopped talking and directly shielded his divine sense. Not much longer. The crowd left. Lu Xian also returned to Qingxian Peak with Yi Chen. As their 4 feet fell on their heels, 2 divine splendors shot up in the distance. Boom! Patriarch and Dan Peak Master Gu Yuefang stepped down into the air and landed on Qingxian Peak. A satisfied smile appeared on the Patriarch's face. Yi Chen, well done. Even old ancestor Songxian felt a bit shocked by your words. The person behind you is not simple. Yi Chen pointed at Lu Xian. Behind me is my master. Patriarch and Gu Yufeng looked at each other and laughed. Ha ha ha. Leaf Dust was surprisingly reluctant to speak, and they stopped pursuing it. Maybe that strong man is more low-key. The Patriarch carefully sized up Yi Chen. In these 3 months, I didn't realize that not only were you refining pills, but you didn't forget to cultivate as well. It seems that you fooled us all when you entered the sect examination. You were an alchemist before, right? Leaf Dust didn't know how to explain. The misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper. The Patriarch looked at Lu Xian and faintly shook his head. The disciple fights for the master's face. And on the contrary, Lu Xian. This time Lu Xian is once again famous in front of the many hegemon level strengths in the southern wasteland. The southern wasteland would not remember any chi refining realm, with the exception of Lu Xian. At this time, Gu Yufeng smiled and said to Yi Chen, don't have too much pressure for tomorrow's alchemy competition. My Great Tao sect's alchemy heritage is originally inferior to the Danxiang sect and the Pill family. Yi Chuan, you only need to do your best. Leaf Dust nodded. Gu Yufeng's eyes burned. Why don't you join Dan Peak after this alchemy exchange conference? Yi Chen's face showed bitterness. I'm sorry, Peak Master Gu, I don't want to leave my master. At those words, the Patriarch and Gu Yufeng sighed deeply. Hey, have been brainwashed by Lu Xian. Not much longer. The Patriarch and Gu Yufeng left Qingxian Peak and stepped into the Great Tao sect's hidden place to find old man Songxian. Old ancestor Songxian was still sitting on top of the river, fishing for spirit fish. The Patriarch said, I didn't expect that day. When we were in front of the Talon Stone Monument, we looked Yi Chen away. Old ancestor Songxian smiled faintly. Somewhat interesting. Gu Yufeng respectfully said, Old ancestor, there is something I don't understand. Yi Duan is obviously with Ji Fuyao, both related to the Fuyao imperial dynasty. However, 3,000 years ago, the strongest person in the Fuyao imperial dynasty, Empress Fuyao, was only a one-star great emperor, and the dynasty's depth is not reasonably deep. But now the secrets on Yi Chen and Ji Fuyang have clearly surpassed the one-star emperor realm. The patriarch nodded. Yi Chen and Ji Fuyang's cultivation speeds are both too fast. I have a feeling that they must be carrying supreme treasures, or even emperor-ranked techniques? Old man Song Xian caught a spirit fish and put it into the river again. He said indifferently, "This is good for our great Tao sect. It seems that there is someone behind Yi Chen and Ji Fuyang, and this person is unpredictable." The patriarch frowned slightly and said, "But we didn't detect the aura of a strong person on Qingxian Peak." Old ancestor Song Xian said, "Let this matter end here. You don't need to probe. Right now, Yi Chen and Ji Fuyao are quite fine at Qingxian Peak." Sovereign and Gu Yuefang said, "Yes, sir." The great Tao sect at night was incomparably magnificent. Countless Tao lines slowly flowed, like the trajectory of a river of stars, rendering the dome of the great Tao sect beautifully, and on top of the countless spirit peaks, they glowed with brilliant divine splendor, surging into the sky and interplaying with the bright moon and stars. Fresh! The cry of a Rue beast resounded through the void, making the crowd's hearts clear and serene and calm. Those elders and disciples who had descended from outside the sect were shuttling back and forth in the great Tao sect, appearing very lively. The crowd was talking. Who would have thought that Qingxian Peak Xichen would be able to speak such amazing words? This alchemy exchange conference will definitely shock the entire southern wasteland. Using the heavens and earth as a furnace to refine the stars, what kind of grandeur is this? While the crowd was talking, they were also lamenting why Yi Chen had worshipped Lu Xian as his master. Lu Xian had long been known as a loser, and this time when he witnessed it with his own eyes, it was just like the rumors. People were lazy and shameless, thanks to sage Qing Xian. Or else the great Tao sect wouldn't be able to keep Lu Xian as the peak master? What made it difficult for the crowd to be satisfied was that Lu Xian had actually huffed and puffed while sitting and discussing the Tao. It's too much. And to claim that alchemy theory came from him? I've never seen such chutzpah. Not much longer. Things about Yi Chen and Nangong Baixue began to circulate. There was a gasp from the crowd. I didn't realize there was such a powerful message. Chapter 61 Nangong Baixue doesn't believe it. For a while, there was a lot of talk. Nangong Baixue and Yi Duan have withdrawn from their marriage, and are now the inner fiancé of Qin Shao, the son of the ancient Qin family, and this time, at a glance, Yi Duan isn't an idle person either. TSK, there's a good show to watch. If Yi Chen is able to have a stunning performance in a competition between a bunch of talented alchemists, then this person will definitely take this opportunity to become famous in the southern wasteland states. Yi Chuan lost because the Yi family is too weak. The district Qingzhou is nothing but a bullet-ridden land. And the Qin Yi family is only a quasi-emperor level power, completely incomparable to the ancient Qin family. The crowd was looking forward to tomorrow, Yi Chen's performance. In the meantime, the pavilion where the Yunyang Dan sage was located. Yunyang Dan sage was dressed in a gray robe and stood with his arms folded as he looked towards Nangong Baixue. Baixue, you're a bit too impulsive today. You shouldn't have spoken on that occasion. Nangong Baixue's face flushed. Senior, I was wrong. Yunyang Dan sage nodded. It's good to know that you're wrong. However, that old ghost solemnly dared to injure you. I'm not finished with that old ghost in this matter. Nangong Baixue muttered in a small voice. Master, but I still feel that punk Yi Chen is talking nonsense. Yunyang Dan sage frowned slightly. You are now blinded by hatred. Regardless of what Yi Chen said, whether he heard it or memorized it ahead of time, the weight of these words completely overrides the arguments of us heavenly rank alchemists. Ha! Nangong Baixue's lips widened into an O. I didn't realize that Master's rating was so high. Yunyang Dan sage continued. Regarding Yi Chen's matter, since he has already withdrawn from the marriage, don't think too much about it. If he is truly a genius, Qin Shao won't let him go. Nangong Baixue nodded. The next day, the crowd once again arrived at the square in front of Dan Peak. Dan Peak Master Gu Yufang stepped into the air and came on top of the high platform, slowly saying, the next 7 days will be the Young Generation Alchemist competition. There are 2 rounds of the competition. The first round is a competition of grass and wood attainment. 1/10 can advance. The second round of the festival will be an alchemy competition, and the top 10 will be determined by the final pills you all concoct at that time. The voice fell. The crowd was overwhelmed. A crowd of talented alchemists rubbed their fists and jumped into action, especially the geniuses of the Pill family and the Dan Xiang sect. Then, Gu Yufang began to announce the rewards for the top 10. The rewards for the top 10 are as follows. First place, half Emperor rank Alchemy Furnace, 1 plant of Saint King rank Beast Fire, 1 million Extreme Spirit Stones, 100 stalks of Holy rank Spirit Grass. Second place, Saint King rank Alchemy Furnace, 1 strain of Sage rank Beast Fire, 500,000 extreme spirit stones. Third place. The many geniuses were all a bit shocked. The rewards seemed to be much higher this time around than they have been in the past. Half Emperor rank Alchemy Furnace. 1 strain of Sacred King rank Beast Fire. This was the depth of the Great Tao sect. Yi Chen was slightly surprised, but there weren't too many ripples in his heart. After all, this first place reward was far worse than what Master had given. Thinking of this, Yi Chen slightly froze. At some point, under his master's influence, he couldn't even look at the supreme treasures below the Emperor rank. Immediately, Yi Xuan silently recited, "Low profile, must be low profile." Pil Yen reminded, "When the time comes to make pills, remember not to expose the bone-cold spectral flame and the heaven-swallowing baking furnace. Once you take out these 2 supreme treasures, I'm afraid that these heaven-ranked alchemists will go crazy." Yi Chen said, "Good, but I don't have any other alchemy furnace or spirit fire." Pil Yen said, "Why don't we look for the Guyufeng Peak Master to borrow it? After all, if we look for your master, I'm afraid he'll have to pull out some shocking supreme treasure again." Leaf Dust nodded. Soon, Dan Peak Master Guyufeng announced, "Spirit Herb Attainment Competition, now begin." With that said, Guyufeng waved his sleeve, and an incomparably huge and radiant boundary appeared in the middle of the square. Guyufeng said, "Everyone will enter an independent space after stepping in, and this time, the grass and wood attainment exam questions are jointly made by dozens of our heavenly rank alchemists. There are a total of 500 exam questions, containing the medicinal power and habits of spirit herbs, the grafting of spirit herbs." The voice fell. Ancient Moonfeng, Dan Xiangzi, Pil Bailey, and dozens of other heavenly rank alchemists struck out in unison, and brilliant divine splendor shot toward the boundary. At this time, the examination questions that each of them had come up with were all fused into one, and were inscribed in the jade slip. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian. "Master, I will definitely take first place." Lu Xian nodded his head indifferently. Thousands of alchemists stepped into the boundary. The place where each person is located is a few feet square. A table, a chair, and a jade tablet. Self-contained space. Before stepping into the boundary, Nangong Baixue transmitted a voice to Yi Duan. "Yi Duan, you'd better pray that you don't make it to the second round, or you'll die a horrible death." It was important to know that during the second round of alchemy, one could engage in soul fighting. Nangong Baixue decided to waste Yi Chen during the soul fight. Yi Chen directly ignored Nangong Baixue and stepped into the boundary. Above the void, Guyufeng, Dan Xiangzi, and the others sat cross-legged, as they probed out their divine thoughts, having a clear view of the alchemist's every move in this boundary. Guyufeng said, "This time, the examination questions involve an extremely large number of types of spirit herbs, testing these disciples' alchemy attainments greatly, and can be called the most difficult in hundreds of years." Dan Xiangzi nodded. "Not bad. If someone is able to get more than 80% of this exam question correct, and their grass and wood attainments are below the heavenly rank, they will have passed." Pil Bailey turned his gaze to the many geniuses of the Pil family. They answered the questions quickly. A few moments later, Dan Xiangzi suddenly exclaimed, "You guys, look at Yi Chen." The crowd immediately turned their divine thoughts toward the space where Yi Chen was. They all froze. Leaf Dust picked out the answer almost without thinking. Elder Tsong Li said quietly, "I'm afraid of doing it quickly, but it's all wrong." Ku Zufan. Now that Yi Chen hadn't stepped out of the boundary, they couldn't check Yi Chen's answer. Pilberry said, "At Yi Chen's speed, I'm afraid that in half a day, he'll be able to finish answering, right?" Dan Xiangzi nodded. "Pretty much." Half a day later, Yi Chen directly walked out of the boundary and returned to Lu Xian's side. Lu Xian asked, "How?" Yi Duan said, "There was one question that went wrong, the others I got right." Lu Xian nodded, not surprised, but the others were shocked. Did it really only take half a day to do? Pil Bailey looked at the geniuses of the Pil family, and the fastest had only completed a third of the exam. Dan Xiangzi also secretly shook his head, and the disciples of the Dan Xiang sect were still in the midst of meditation. Elder Tsong Li's face was gloomy. "Let's see how this kid's grass and wood attainments are." Dan Xiangzi and the others immediately took out Yi Duan's jade slip. A few moments later, the crowd froze outright. All questions were answered correctly except for one question that said, "This question is wrong." Dan Xiangzi was shocked. Yi Chen's grass and wood attainments are so terrifying? Song Li, on the other hand, was cold. "Let me see what's going on. This brat Yi Chuan even said that the questions I came up with were faulty?" Pil Bailey and the others immediately checked Song Li's topic on that spirit herb grafting. How do you graft Monstera, 3-star grass, flame grass, ghost mushroom, and echinocerius moss onto a bloodthorn branch? This exam was extremely difficult, testing the medicinal power, habits, and mutual reactions between dozens of spiritual herbs. Song Li waved towards Yi Chen and said, "You kid, Come here for me. Yi Duan immediately walked over. Crowley asked, what is wrong with this title? Yi Chuan smiled and said, Senior, Dream Dew Flower. Flame grass and 3-star grass together will produce a liquid called Star Dew Liquid. If the Star Dew Liquid is with the ghost mushroom, it will wither and die in less than 3 days. At these words, the crowd froze slightly. Song Li had a displeased look on his face. Are you questioning my spirit herb attainments? Saying that, Song Li whisked his sleeve and Dream Dew Flower, 3-star grass, flame grass, ghost mushroom, spiny mud moss, and blood thorn branch all floated into the air. Song Li's hands changed in spiritual techniques, directly grafting all of these spiritual grasses onto the blood thorn branches. Dan Xiangzi and the others all gathered around. Song Li urged his spiritual energy to directly ripen the bloodthorn branch. However, in the time it took to burn incense, this grafted spirit grass was as if it had spent 3 days. Moment. The bloodthorn branches are blooming in all their splendor. Crowley chortled. Look, there's nothing wrong. Before he could finish, the bloodthorn branch blipped and directly withered, and a thick white liquid with a faintly fishy odor flowed out of the branch. Song Li directly froze. Dan Xiangzi and Pill Bailey and the others all looked at Yi Chuan with incomparable shock. Yi Chuan, how did you know? It should be known that the cultivation world had an extremely large number of spiritual herbs, and the medicine family's herb and tree scripture was boundless, but it hadn't included all the spiritual herbs. And if it involves the grafting of spiritual herbs, the test is not only the attainment of spiritual herbs, but more often than not, one needs to personally test it. Therefore, Fong Dan Xiangzi and the others couldn't tell if there was a problem with that exam question. However, Yi Duan knew about it. Gu Yufeng smiled faintly, becoming more and more satisfied with Yi Chen. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen said, I once read it in an ancient book. Song Li frowned. Take out your ancient books. I'll take a look. Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. This was the grass and wood attainment he had gotten from the dandy's memories. How could he take it out? Seeing Yi Chen in a difficult situation, Gu Yufeng coughed. Cough. Song Li, fellow Daoist, this ancient book involves some hidden secrets. Let's end this matter here. Elder Song Li's face was cloudy, and in the end, he did not continue to pursue the matter. Pill Bailey looked at Yi Chen with a smile. Very good. I'm looking forward to your performance in alchemy. Soon, Yi Chen returned to Lu Xian's side. 2 days later, one after another, disciples came out of the boundary. Nangong Baixue also came out early, her face glistening with sweat as she wore a long, light dress, and she returned to the area where the Taishang Xian clan was located with great satisfaction. She looked to the side and frowned slightly. How come this loser Yi Chen came out before me? The bystanders said. It only took Yi Chen half a day to get out of the boundary. Upon hearing this, Nangong Baixue pursed her lips and smiled. It's really a waste. Half a day. I'm afraid that I can't even finish reading the exam questions. I'm afraid that in front of Yi Chen's eyes, it's like reading a heavenly book. The bystanders said. No. Yi Duan answered all the exam questions correctly, and even pointed out Elder Song Li's question mistakes. Nangong Baixue looked incredulous and exclaimed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this loser of his do it? Chapter 62. A left hand and a right hand in slow motion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this loser of his do it? Nangong Baixue frowned tightly. She couldn't believe it. She looked in Yi Chen's direction, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating. Nangong Baixue bit her lip and said, what a pretense. This loser Yi Chuan is getting more and more hypocritical now. With this amount of time, what can he cultivate? Several hours later, the disciples in the boundary all walked out. Everyone was complaining about the extreme difficulty of this grass attainment test. A few geniuses from the Pill family looked grave. I've only completed 80% of the exam this time. It's too hard. Another genius said. The exam questions are hard. They are hard for everyone, so that the gap can be widened. If the exam questions are simple and everyone gets it right, then how can we differentiate the level of grass and wood attainment? A woman smiled faintly. Even my Pill family can only accomplish 80%, so the performance of the geniuses from other forces will only be worse. With that, they turned their gaze towards the Dan Xiang sect. The disciples of the Dan Xiang sect all looked bitter. The genius alchemists from the other forces were even holding their heads in a meditative manner, looking like they had suffered a great blow. Just then, Gu Yufeng, Yun Yang Dan Xiangzi and the others all stepped into the air. Boom boom boom. Above the void, divine splendor surged, and the might of the Saint King was like an abyss. Guyu swept a glance towards the many disciples below and smiled faintly. The difficulty of this grass and wood attainment test is indeed great. If one can complete 70%, then the grass and wood attainments are already superior. If one can complete 80%, the grass and wood attainments are considered profound. At those words, Smiles appeared on the faces of the many geniuses of the pill family. Precision. They didn't disgrace the medicine family. With a wave of Gu Yufan's sleeve, an incomparably bright spirit pattern list appeared above the void. First place, the Great Tao sect, Yi Chuan. Second place, the pill family, Pill Huan. Third place, the medicine family, Medicine Beixian. Fourth place, the Dan Xiang sect, Luo Yin. Instantly, the field was in an uproar. The top 10 places were almost wrapped up by the pill family and the Dan Xiang sect. 6 from the pill family and 3 from the Dan Xiang sect. Nangong Baixue searched for her name on the list and worked her way down, finally finding herself at the 300th position. She looked depressed. I'm not that weak. There might be something wrong with this list. And at this moment, the crowd of talented alchemists all looked at Yi Chen with incomparable shock. Yi Duan is actually number 1 in grass and wood attainment? Pill Huan slowly stood up and bowed respectfully towards Gu Yufeng. Senior Gu, may I ask how many exam questions Yi Chen's got right? Gu Yufeng laughed. All right. A dead silence fell over the field. How is this possible? Pill Huan was known as an alchemy genius of the pill family that would not be encountered for 1,000 years, and she was familiar with the pill family's herb and tree scriptures, which was known as the complete book of grasses and trees of the mobile. Even she had only completed 400 exam questions. How could Yi Chen complete them all? Suddenly, Nangong Baixue stood up, pointed at Yi Duan and said, Master, I think Yi Duan must have cheated. Upon hearing this, Yunyang Dansei looked embarrassed and transmitted a voice to Nangong Baixue, sit down. Nangong Baixue frowned slightly and didn't sit down as she said to Yi Chuan, Yi Chuan, if you're a man, admit that you cheated. Yi Chuan just faintly said 2 words, stupid. At this point, Yi Chen didn't cheat, Dan Xiangzi said indifferently, turning his gaze to Nangong Baixue, instead of belittling others. It's better to improve yourself. The words of the old man are here. This statement was made. Everyone looked at Nangong Baixue. Her face instantly turned red and she sat straight down on the floor. She could hardly believe it. Why can that loser Yi Chuan be all against it? When did Yi Chen become an alchemist? A few moments later, Gu Yufeng waved his sleeve and began to announce, the second round. The alchemy competition begins. A total of 300 alchemists will advance. Nangong Baixue happened to be in last place. Pill Huan looked at Yi Chen and smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to Yi Chen's level of alchemy. Pillberry smiled and said, this kid is indeed good. Grass attainment is ultimately just theory. Soon, the 300 talented alchemists who had advanced walked towards the boundary. Nangong Baixue gave Yi Chen a resentful look and muttered, Yi Chen, I won't let you go. When she was making pills, she could have a soul fight, and she was going to waste Yi Chen. On this trip to the Great Tao sect, she had made too many fools of herself because of Yi Chen. This punk. She didn't dare to imagine what Qin Shao would think of her if he knew about this. Soon, 300 talented alchemists had already stepped into the boundary. Gu Yufeng said, for 4 days, you guys can refine any pills you want. When the time comes, we will judge your performance by the combination of the grade of the elixir, the strength of the medicine, and the difficulty. The voice fell. The crowd immediately offered up their alchemy furnaces, warming them up while preparing the spirit herbs. Yi Chuan looked into the void. Ancient Peak Master, can I borrow a Dan furnace and a spirit flame? At that, the crowd froze. Yi Chuan didn't have a Dan furnace or spirit fire? Nangong Baixue snorted. What's the point of coming to refine Dan when you don't even prepare a Dan furnace or spirit fire? Shame on you. Gu Yufeng looked at Yi Chen and then at Lu Xian. Peak Master Lu, how are you a master? Where is Yi Chen's Dan furnace and spirit fire? Lu Xian froze. It's not. What's it to him? That can take a backseat too. With a casual wave of Gu Yufeng's hand, a nascent sacred ring flew towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen received the nascent soul ring and his divine sense probed in. Slightly shocked. In the nascent sacred rank alchemy furnace and a Xuanzuan rank beast fire were in the nascent sacred ring, along with a huge amount of spirit herbs. Yi Chuan said respectfully, many thanks to Peak Master Gu. Gu Yufeng nodded. Yi Chen murmured in his heart, Master, my fault. He sacrificed a saint stage alchemy furnace and began to warm the furnace while starting to prepare the spirit herbs. Yi Chuan's movements were flowing and very ethereal, and the spirit fire attacked and wrapped the Dan furnace in a ball, emitting a faint glow. This time, he was going to refine a 5th grade earth rank elixir, the earth elemental pill. The earth Yuan Dan could nourish the divine soul and also grow and consolidate the cultivation base, so it could be said to be a very hot elixir. Above the void, Pill Bailey was a bit shocked as he watched Yi Chuan's movements. How is Yi Chuan's fire control technique so skillful? It's already approaching the realm of perfection. Dan Xiangzi frowned slightly. His technique is not simple. It's all natural. Others simply cannot achieve it without 100 years of experience. Elder Xuan Li grunted. Peak Master Gu, You're hiding deep enough this time. Gu Yufeng squeezed out a smile. He really doesn't know anything, knowing nothing about leaf dust. What's this kid been practicing? In the meantime, Nangong Baishui transmitted her voice in a secret voice to the dozen or so fellow disciples of the Taishang Xian clan. For the price of half a saint soldier, you guys will help me take a shot at Yi Chen later. Abolish Yi Duan. The crowd was a bit hesitant. It's not good to be in the Great Dao sect's territory, is it? Nangong Baishui directly said. 1 saint soldier. As long as we waste Yi Chen, each of you will have 1 saint soldier and an additional 200,000 extreme spirit stones. At that, the crowd agreed. Nangong Baishui said, when Yi Chen's alchemy reaches a critical point, we'll make our move. The crowd said, good. Several hours later, Yi Chuan began to extract the grass and wood essence from a strain of spirit grass and then threw it into the alchemy furnace. His hand's spirit skill changed, and the spirit fire kept changing shape, quenching the grass and wood essences. Curling mists of air slowly floated up from the Dan furnace. Dan Xiangzi was a bit shocked. Look guys, Yi Chen's alchemy technique. How come I've never seen it before? Pill Bailey, Yun Yang Dan Sheng carefully surveyed and looked at them, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. Yi Chen's alchemy technique was heavenly, exuding a trace of Tao and rhyme. How is that possible? Yi Chuan was not a heavenly rank alchemist. Only a heavenly rank alchemist can do it. Elder Song Li's gaze was like ink. This is not the alchemy technique of the ancient Moon Feng lineage, nor is it that of the Pill family, nor is it that of the Danxiang sect. I have never seen such an alchemy technique. Saying that, Elder Song Li sat down on his knees and carefully went to watch Yi Chen make pills. His hands were changing in spirit techniques, and he was replicating Yi Chen's alchemy techniques. Dozens of breaths later, Elder Song Li suddenly laughed out loud. Very good, very good, very good. I didn't expect that this trip to the Great Dao sect would have such rewards. Dawning radiance surged out from his body. Surprisingly, he was having an epiphany. Dan Xiangzi pondered, and also sat directly on his knees, his body emitting a faint divine splendor as he began to perceive Yi Chen's alchemy techniques. Boom! Boom! For a time, above the void, dozens of alchemists all sat cross-legged. They all realized that Yi Chen's alchemy technique had a great deal to offer. The more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. It was as if a Dan emperor was refining pills. Seeing this scene, the crowd of alchemists watching from the ground were all stunned. How did these heavenly rank alchemists suddenly come to their senses? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pay attention. Elder Song Li, Senior Dan Xiangzi. The spirit skill in their hands is exactly the same as Yi Chen. Everyone immediately contrasted Yi Chen and the group of heavenly rank alchemists. They froze. How is that possible? A group of heavenly rank alchemists were actually sensing Yi Chen's alchemy techniques? The next instant, someone had already sat down on his knees and started to replicate Yi Chen's alchemy technique. His breathing was rapid. Yi Chen's alchemy technique is too subtle, intertwined with Tao and rhyme. If I can perceive it, my alchemy attainments are bound to refined by a great deal. The voice fell. Other alchemists had followed suit. In the sky and on the ground, all of them were imitating Yi Chen's alchemy techniques. Tens of thousands of alchemists moved in synchronization, all following Yi Chen's example. Yi Chen left hand, right hand a slow motion. These tens of thousands of alchemists also left hand, right hand a slow motion. Simply neat. Only Lu Xian looked at the crowd with a puzzled expression. This scene is so graphic. Lu Xian couldn't help but murmur. Come on, the left side draw a dragon with me. Come on the right side draw a rainbow together. On this side of the world, all the alchemists looked a bit bewitched. He sat leisurely in the middle of the field, looking a little out of place. This matter was so shocking that it directly alarmed Old Man Shou and Old Man Song Xian, the patriarch and the others. With a loud boom, old ancestor Song Xian and the others descended into the depths of the void. They looked down in some shock. The patriarch's body trembled slightly. Yi Chen's alchemy techniques have caused such a sensation? These heavenly rank alchemists have actually followed Yi Chen and learned? Chapter 63, Killing a Taishang Xianzong Heavenly Talent in Seconds. The patriarch and the others were shocked. These heavenly rank alchemists were imitating Yi Chen's alchemy techniques? The incident was too shocking. Old ancestor Song Xian's eyes flickered with starbursts as he scrutinized Yi Duan's movements, and he was shocked. Who exactly is the person behind Yi Duan? This kind of alchemy technique is darkly aligned with the heavenly Tao, flowing with the rhythm of the Tao, and is incomparably subtle. There must be a Dan Emperor behind Yi Duan. Dondi. A monstrous wave rose in the hearts of Old Curtain and the crowd of peak masters. What other secrets does Leaf Dust have on him? A few moments later, the patriarch withdrew his gaze and suddenly looked at Lu Xian. His face darkened. Lu Xian is a bit out of place. Lu Xian was actually resting his eyes? Old ancestor Song Xian said indifferently. He's a qi refining stage. Don't expect anything from him. Still, the The patriarch couldn't help himself and transmitted a voice to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, look at Yi Chen and then look at you. Lu Xian directly froze. Step on one to hold one. Patriarch, why are you doing this? Lu Xian asked. Patriarch, I didn't do anything. The patriarch gritted his teeth and said, it's because you didn't do anything. Look at the others. They're all sensing Yi Chen's alchemy techniques. And you're even resting your eyes? Old ancestor Song Xian waved his hand. Forget it. If you let Lu Xian perceive, what kind of doorway can he see? For Lu Xian to insist on sitting here and accompanying Yi Chen is already considered progress. A group of peak masters? Did old ancestor already demand so little from Lu Xian now? They were actually speechless. The patriarch said to Lu Xian, that's it then, you won't be able to learn this alchemy technique anyway. Lu Xian, to be honest, this alchemy technique, he could do it too, and it was even more subtle than Yi Duan. After all, it was the legacy of a 5-star Dan emperor. It was also very reasonable to let Dan Xiangzi, Pill Bailey, and these people fall into a sense of enlightenment. Just then, in the junction, a sudden change occurred. Nangong Baixue said to the group of disciples from the Taishang Xian sect, it's now. The next instant, Nangong Baixue's soul power gurgled out, turning into a lake that directly crushed towards Yi Chen. The other disciples of the Taishang Xian clan also extruded their soul power. Psionic condensation. Some of them transformed into a long sword, and the cold sword awnings shot out. Some of them transformed into a sea of spiritual fire, with a monstrous momentum looming over them, as if they could burn the sky and boil the sea. A psionic force. 2 soul powers. A dozen or so soul powers all manifested, directly whistling, enveloping Yi Chen from all directions. This violent fluctuation immediately startled the other alchemists in the boundary. The disciple from Dan Peak exclaimed, they're going to attack senior brother Yi Chen. A grey-robed youth's divine sense probed and immediately said, this is someone from the Taishang Xian clan. Soul fights are certainly permitted, but with a dozen or so of their soul powers, this is going to waste senior brother Yi Chen. Moment. The faces of the many disciples of Dan Peak became ugly. In our great Dao sect's territory, we can still let outsiders bully us. Protect senior brother Yi Chen. The voice fell. The dozen or so disciples from Dan Peak immediately sacrificed their soul power as well. Terrifying and incomparable soul power was like a great river, impacting from several directions, all of which descended on this side of the space where Yi Chen was. But it was too late. The dozen or so soul powers of the Taishang Xian clan had all converged together, and their killing power was heaven-defying. Dan Feng's soul power went forward, but it was directly crushed. Nangong Baixue's face was hideous as she said in a fierce voice, want to protect Yi Duan? Waste them all together. In an instant, the long river of soul power condensed by the disciples of the Taishang Xian sect, with Nangong Baixue as the main soul, directly erupted with monstrous killing power. Put, put, put. The dozen or so disciples of Dan Peak spewed out essence blood as their bodies flew backwards directly. The soul is seriously injured. Blood exploded. Blood from the 7 orifices. Seeing this, the many disciples of Dan Peak were enraged and roared with a grimace. No, no, quickly wake up senior brother Yi Chen. One step later, senior brother Yi Chen is bound to follow in our footsteps. Electricity. The Dan Peak disciples who still had some energy left directly transmitted their divine sense to wake up Yi Chen. Senior brother Yi Chuan, quickly wake up. They're going to kill you. Nangong Baixue wants to kill you. We can't stop it. Wake up. The next moment, Yi Chuan was suddenly stunned by a sharp surge of soul power. Immediately waking up from his arcane alchemy state, his eyes instantly regained their clarity, and his divine sense swept in all directions. Immediately, he saw the long river of soul power that Nangong Baixue and a group of other disciples of the Taishang Xian sect had merged into. The long river roared and the great waves churned, as if they were about to raise 3,000 heavy waves. Nangong Baixue's face was incomparably cold. Her killing intent was monstrous, surfacing in the long river of soul power as she let out a cold smile. Yi Chen, die. The terrifying killing power, which derived endless terrifying killing weapons, gathered the soul power of a dozen Xianzong realm disciples, and the long river of soul power erupted into a monstrous killing machine, blasting out a strike at Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen noticed that the disciple from Dan Peak had been seriously injured, but at this moment, their Dan furnace lost control and directly blew up. 1,000 pounds. Boom! Terrifying and incomparable airwaves erupted with a bang, like the sea reeling back, setting off a monstrous wave in the surroundings. The Dan furnace exploded, as if the sky was crumbling and the earth was sinking, and the berserk spirit fire directly tore apart a small part of the heaven and earth. See this scene. Yi Chuan's eyes were wide with anger and he gritted his teeth. No! With a roar, Yi Chuan roared. A monstrous spiritual energy surged out of his body, and the raging and berserk soul power continued to skyrocket. directly condensing an incomparably huge body. But it was too late. A monstrous roar erupted, and the dozen or so disciples of Dan Peak were directly submerged in the sea of fire. Yi Chen's eyes were red, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his face. Ah! Ah! Yi Chen hissed, his white clothes bulging with the astral wind, his long hair fluttering as he seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. His senior brother was drowned by the terrifying power of the blast furnace in order to help him. He didn't save them. What's going on? How? Why hadn't he thought that Nangong Baishue would strike at him? Read about it. Yi Chen roared. I want you all to die. In an instant, Yi Chuan's soul power continued to surge out from his body like a sea breaking its banks, with a continuous flow, as if there was no limit. Desolation. Heaven. Knack. Yi Chen had a grimace on his face, and all of his soul power had been released. An incomparably huge figure slowly surfaced in the boundary. This figure warped the heavens and swallowed mountains and rivers, his back carrying the heavens, his starry eyes filled with endless fury, his large hand probing out. This figure directly crushed the Tai Shang clan's long river of soul power. Boom! He directly crushed the blow blasted out by the crowd of the Tai Shang clan with a palm. The next instant, Yi Chen's large hand directly covered towards the soul power of Nangong Baishue and the others. See this scene. Nangong Baishue and the others were directly stunned in place. How is this possible? Their hearts were dead and their scalps were numb. Yi Chen's soul power alone surpassed the combined efforts of all of them by more than a few times. This palm condensed by Yi Chen's soul power covered the sky, as if it was a continent, as if a star had descended. Nangong Baishue and the others vomited blood. The crowd hissed, retreat! Now that their soul powers were united, they were completely a living target under Yi Chen's killing power. But Nangong Baishue had exploded her main soul power, and she knew that once these disciples withdrew their soul power, the first one to die would be her. Nangong Baishue grimaced. You can't leave. She directly activated her secret technique and retreated the soul power of the other disciples of the Taishan clan to the front. Yi Chen's palm fell. Boom! A disciple of the Taishan clan's soul annihilated and died. Next, die. Another one. Dead. At this moment, Yi Chen's killing intent was so overwhelming that no one could stop him. Endless fear was born in the hearts of the remaining disciples of the Taishan clan as they tried to escape, but they were tied together by Nangong Baishue with a secret technique. They hissed, Nangong Baishue, your mom. Uing. Mom, let go of me. Ah. Nangong Baishue, your whole family. Nangong Baishue was spitting out blood as she reached her limit, but she couldn't let all the soul power be withdrawn. Seeing this, the disciple of the Taishan clan begged for mercy toward Yi Chen. Yi Duan, please also raise your hand. This matter has nothing to do with us. It was Nangong Baishue who used a saint soldier to make us strike, but Yi Duan completely ignored it. As the autumn wind sweeps away the leaves, as the wind sweeps away the clouds, the disciples of the Taishan clan offered endless secret techniques in an attempt to block them, but it didn't work. Extinction. 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 One by one, they died violently. The form and the spirit are all gone. At this moment, Yi Chen's monstrous soul power had already startled the entire boundary. The other geniuses who were originally refining pills were awakened. They were incomparably shocked as they looked at this huge soul power shadow of Yi Chen, which was incomparably tall, like a small mountain, and they felt a palpitation just by going to probe it. What kind of soul power is this? The numerous geniuses of the pill family turned pale. It was the first time they had seen such terrifying soul power on a person of the same rank. Medicine Xuan was dumbfounded. Her delicate lips slightly opened and directly covered her mouth. In front of Yi Chen's soul power, she felt invincible. How is that possible? She was the young generation of the pill family, the first genius of soul power. Now, Yi Chen had killed the entire Tai Shang sect's disciples in seconds with his own strength. What kind of battle power is this? And at this point, above the void, Dan Xiangzi, Pill Bailey and the others who were sensing Yi Chen's alchemy technique suddenly awoke. Yunyang Dan Sage looked into the middle of the boundary and his face changed drastically. What's going on here? He was caught up in his senses just now and didn't continue to pay attention to what was going on in the boundary. How is it that Yi Duan and the Taishan clan erupted into conflict? The next instant, the Yunyang Dan Sage was directly stunned, and the disciples of the Taishan clan, except for Nangong Baishue, had all had their breath annihilated. All dead. Only Nangong Baishue was left to languish. In an instant, Yunyang Dan Shang erupted with a monstrous murderous spirit and gritted his teeth. Yi, dust. His figure directly disappeared in place. At this point, Yi Chen's soul force hand was like a small mountain, directly pinching Nangong Baishue. Nangong Baishue's 7 orifices were bleeding and she looked incomparably miserable as she laughed miserably as if she had gone insane. Ha 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 ha, kill me if you have the guts. Qin Shao will avenge me. Yi Chen snorted coldly and directly wanted to crush Nangong Baishue's body. The monstrous power directly erupted. But, pinch of air. Chapter 64. Why is Yi Duan pretending? Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. Before his eyes, Nangong Baishue's body had disappeared. At this moment, Yun Yang Dan Sage's grey robe bulged, killing intent appearing on his face as his hand's radiant spirit skill changed. The supreme secret art, the battle of the stars, the power of space surged, and Nangong Baishue's body directly appeared in Yun Yang Dan Sheng's arms. A trace of black blood overflowed from the corner of Nangong Baishue's mouth, and black blood flowed out of her eyes, nose, and ears, and a long, elegant dress was directly dyed red with blood. Master, kill Yi Chen. For the other senior brothers and sisters, take revenge. Nangong Baishue said and directly fainted. Yun Yang Dan Sage's hand, pasted on top of Nangong Baishue's forehead as his divine thoughts probed in. His face became very ugly. Nangong Baishue's soul was seriously injured and her breath was dying, only between life and death. Yun Yang Dan Sage immediately took out a Saint King pill and punched it into Nangong Baishue's body, sealing her soul and physical body. The next instant, the Yun Yang Dan Sage directly struck out at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're ruthless, take your life. With a loud bang, Yun Yang Dan Shang's body erupted with a terrifying and overwhelming aura, as if a storm was gathering, as if the sea was overturning. The might of the Saint King was brilliant and unstoppable. The heaven and earth changed, monstrous spiritual energy surged, and the boundless radiant divine splendor was transformed into the most powerful killing power. It directly crushed toward Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian stood up with a scowl on his face. Yun Yang Dan Shang, a Saint King realm, dared to take a shot at Yi Chen? Looking for death, he directly took out the one-star Great Emperor experience card and was about to prepare to activate it. Suddenly, the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest flickered slightly. Buzz! The might of a quasi-emperor erupted, an incomparably blazing power rushed up, and the secretive power diffused a huge shadow, like a giant mountain, like a star. The might of a Saint King was certainly powerful and incomparable, but it was completely and utterly unbeatable in front of the might of a quasi-emperor. Like a giant overlooking a mole cricket, the supreme killing intent directly crushed Yun Yang Dan Shang's terrifying attack and directly struck his body. Boom! Yun Yang Dan Sage directly sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood and directly flew backwards thousands of feet like a kite with broken strings. Serious injuries. Even so, he was still protecting Nangong Baishue in his arms. However, Pilian's quasi-emperor's might didn't end there, and the entire boundary was subjected to fluctuations. Boom boom boom. All the talented alchemists froze in place with shocked faces. This boundary blasted into pieces, brittle and weak as thin paper in front of the might of the quasi-emperor. Seeing this scene, this side of the heavens and earth were silent. Everyone looked at Yi Chen dumbfounded. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? Yi Chen had exterminated a dozen genius alchemists of the Taishanxian sect by himself. Yun Yang Dan Sage struck out at Yi Chen. Who would have thought that Yi Chen had a paragon emperor protector on him? Shocker! Yi Chen suddenly shouted. Seniors, quickly save the senior brothers of Dan Peak. Upon hearing this, Gu Yufeng, the patriarch, and the others immediately stepped down into the air. On the ground, a dozen or so disciples from Dan Peak were lying with dying breaths, and they had all sacrificed defensive supreme treasures. They dodged a bullet under the terrifying power of the blast furnace. Seeing this, Yi Duan's eyes turned red and immediately rushed over. Senior brothers, I'm sorry, this matter started because of me, and I've dragged you all into it. The disciple from Dan Peak squeezed out a smile. Senior brother, this is none of your business, don't take it to heart. Just then, Gu Yufeng's face was icy cold as he slowly got up and looked at the Yun Yang Dan Sage in the void. Your Excellency, I need an explanation. At those words, Yun Yang Dan Sage slowly climbed up from the void, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed hideously. Explain? This Sun Yi Chen is ruthless and killed 15 geniuses of my Taishanxian sect, and you're asking me to explain? Gu Yufeng snorted coldly. If Nangong Baishue hadn't made a move against Yi Chen first, Yi Chen would have made a move? You people from the Taishanxian clan almost killed my Dan Peak disciple. What? The lives of your Taishanxian sect disciples are lives, but the lives of my Dan Feng disciples are not lives? The figures of the patriarch, Old Man Curtain, Old Man Song Xian, and the others slowly floated above the void. The Yun Yang Dan Sage laughed up to the sky and looked at old ancestor Song Xian and the others. What? Are you guys trying to bully others with your power? For a while, the atmosphere in the field was stagnant. Yun Yang Dan Sage pointed at Nangong Baishue and said in a sardonic voice, Nangong Baishue was the fiancée of the ancient Qin clan, and she's dying now. This is all thanks to Yi Chen. This matter will never end here. Gu Yufeng stepped into the air and arrived in front of Yun Yang Dan Sage, coldly saying, my Dan Peak disciples were also lucky enough to pick up a few lives. Yun Yang, the culprit of this matter is Nangong Baishue. You must leave Nangong Baishue behind. Also, you're a Saint King realm. How dare you have the face to make a move against the Xianzong realm? Gu Yufeng has a strong attitude. In their Great Tao sect's territory, how could they still be bullied? Their Great Tao sect didn't cause trouble, but they weren't afraid of it either. Yun Yang Dan Sage had a hideous face and laughed coldly. Want to explain? Come. Then kill me. Right now. Kill me. He hissed. Seeing this, Pill Bailey and Dan Shangzi and the others immediately stepped into the air, waved their hands and said, Fellow Daoist Gu Yuefeng, this matter indeed happened suddenly. Now Yi Chen is fine, and the Dan Peak disciples are only injured. In this matter, should we not think about it in the long run? If the Yunyang Dan Sage were to fall in the Great Tao sect today, then I'm afraid that the Taishang Xin clan and the Qin clan would directly declare war on the Great Tao sect. This is more than just a grudge between the younger generation. Dan Xiangzi continued. This boils down to the grudges of the younger generation. Let them handle their matters. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Song Xin pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Yun Yang Dan Sage, you may go. Yun Yang Dan Sage sneered. His big hand slapped, and a huge pale ancient spirit boat appeared directly in front of him, and he stepped into the spirit boat with Nangong Baishue in his arms. The next instant, Yun Yang Dan Sage directly tore through the void, and the spirit boat stepped into the void crack. Yun Yang Dan Saint's sneering voice came from the depths of the void. Ha, what bull asterisk alchemy exchange conference. I, Tai Shang Xin clan, will withdraw from now on. Never participate. The voice fell. Dan Xiangzi, Pill Bailey, and the others' faces became a bit ugly. They realized that this alchemy exchange conference had even happened in the Great Tao sect, and they were afraid that it would be difficult to hold it again in the future. This time, I'm afraid that this is the last song of the alchemy exchange conference. The crowd had mixed feelings. Who knew all this would happen in just a few days? Gu Yufeng's face was grave. He was hesitating whether or not to continue this alchemy competition. He looked to the other heavenly rank alchemists. Gentlemen, can your disciples continue? The many heavenly rank alchemists nodded. After this, I'm afraid that there will be no more alchemy exchange conference. Let's continue then. In the end, the crowd decided. The alchemy exchange conference, 3 hours later, continued. Lu Xian handed Yi Chen a bottle of healing elixir. Yi Chen, quickly take it and regulate your breath. Leaf Dust nodded. Okay, master. He immediately took the elixir and sat on his knees, looking at everything in the field. Thanks to the desolate sky skill passed down by the master. Just now, when the disciples of the Taishang Xian clan combined their efforts to condense a long river of soul power to exterminate him, that kind of power was terrifying. However, the power of the desolate sky skill was even more powerful and matchless. And that power of will and obsession was as if it was above all beings. She swallowing the 8 wastelands, domineering and overwhelming, suppressing all enemies. He alone fought a dozen or so disciples of the Taishang Xian clan and still killed them in seconds. With this in mind, Yi Chen transmitted his voice to Lu Xian. Master, the desolate sky skill is truly terrifying. Lu Xian nodded. You can realize that force of will that was on you just now again. Yi Duan began to take stock of the party's battle in his mind. A close call can be treacherous. He had already touched a trace of the mysteries of the desolate heaven technique as he exploded with vast and enormous power between life and death. Not much longer. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and had an epiphany. In the battle just now, he knew that with Pill Elder's shelter and his master's presence, he naturally wouldn't have any accidents. When it really comes down to it, master will step in. It was just that he hadn't expected that Nangong Baishue would be so serpentine, taking advantage of the fact that his mind was on alchemy to exterminate him. This woman, he will kill. At this moment, Pil Yen transmitted a voice. Peak Master Lu, with me secretly sheltering Dusty Child. You don't need to worry. Lu Xian said. Good. 3 hours later, Old Man Song Xian laid down a new boundary. Numerous talented alchemists stepped into the boundary and continued the competition. Yi Duan was still the object of the crowd's focused attention. The previous storm did not affect the crowd's ability to continue to perceive Yi Chen's alchemy techniques. Dan Xiangzi, Pill Bailey, and the others sat cross-legged above the void, still observing Yi Chen's alchemy. Only, this time, they left a strand of their divine sense outside and didn't fully immerse themselves in their senses like before. Above the void, the patriarch looked at old ancestor Song Xian with palpitations. Luckily, Yi Chen has a quasi-emperor protector within him, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable for us just now. The body-refining peak master said. I didn't expect. That Yi Chen would hide so deeply? The patriarch frowned slightly. I wonder if Lu Xian knows about this matter. The misty peak master pursed her lips and said. Lu Xian should know that. I now realize that Lu Xian is not without his merits. At least keeping his mouth shut allows him to keep secrets. Crowd. Old ancestor Zongxian probed out his divine thoughts, probing at Lu Xian's body. And a moment later, he was slightly shocked. Although Lu Xian didn't have any strong aura on him, but something else emerged. The power of qi. Old ancestor Zongxian said, "Look guys, isn't Lu Xian a little different now than before?" The patriarch and the others fixed their eyes to look and immediately exclaimed out in shock. What's going on? Lu Xian's body is actually flowing with a rich power of qi. Old ancestor Zongxian guessed. Perhaps it's because of Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen. The two of them were uniquely favored by the heavens and are the sons of fortune. So Lu Xian's destiny changed along with them. The patriarch sighed. It's a pity that this fellow, Lu Xian, is unmotivated to cultivate. If he had cultivated hard all these years, I'm afraid he might have at least stepped into the Xianshi realm, right? Old ancestor Zongxian waved his hand. Forget it, let him go. The body refining peak master frowned and asked, Sovereign, how will the matter of Nangong Baixue be handled? The patriarch nodded and looked into the depths of the void. Let Yi Chen resolve the matter of Nangong Baixue on his own. Of course, if the powerhouses of the Taishang Xian clan and the Qin clan interfere, then we will naturally step in as well. This matter can be big or small. The crowd knew that once Yi Chen rose to power, there would definitely be a battle between him and Qin Shao. No one can escape from the battle of heaven's pride. In this epoch, will there still be an existence that suppresses the pride of the same class? There were no more accidents in the next alchemy competition. 3 days later, there are constantly talented alchemists who become pills. In the middle of the boundary, curls of Dan Qi floated up, dense in all directions. One of the geniuses from the Dan Xiang sect smiled faintly. I've refined the Earth Grade 3 dragon-inducing pill. Once one swallows this pill, the blood will rush out, easily, for 10 days and 10 nights. Making love and doing things without any tirelessness. Not only that, this dragon-inducing pill will also completely improve the physique of the person taking it. One of the geniuses from the pill family said, I concocted the Earth Stage 4th grade Dan Qi replenishing Dan. This time, I broke through my limit and condensed 3 Dan halos. Soon, Medicine Huan, the most talented of the medicine family, also opened the furnace. Earth rank 5th grade elixir, or a pill. The crowd went to investigate. And there were 8 pills in Medicine Huan's furnace, all of which had Dan halos, with the most pills having 5 Dan halos. Yakubari smiled and said, It's okay. Dan Xiangzi's face darkened as he said, Pill Huan's concocted pills have crushed everyone else in terms of both grade and quality. Even some of the old geniuses with more than 200 years of experience in alchemy can't compare to them. Within the boundary, only Yi Duan had yet to open the furnace. Everyone looked at Yi Chen expectantly. Dozens of breaths later, leaf dust opens the furnace. Countless gazes locked onto Yi Chen's alchemy furnace. As the curls of light smoke floated, 9 perfect pills fell to the bottom of the furnace. Dan Xiangzi was a bit shocked. Earth origin Dan. 9 pills. It was important to realize that the number of pills in a furnace represented whether or not the power of spirit herbs was wasted. A furnace that could condense 7 pills would already be considered superior. 9 pills, on the other hand, were close to the extreme. Pill Bailey suddenly exclaimed out, Pay attention. There are Dan halos on top of each of the pills, and one actually has 8 Dan halos. And at this moment, Yi Chuan picked up the pill with 8 Dan halos and muttered, A mistake, it should have condensed 9 Dan halos. At those words, the crowd looked at each other. This kid, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 65, Lu Xian wants to show his hand? Soon, Dan Xiangzi, Pill Bailey, and the others inspected the pills that the crowd had made. There was no doubt that Yi Chen was the deserved number 1. Everyone was inwardly shocked. This was an alchemy exchange conference, and Yi Chen's name would spread throughout the southern wasteland. Next, Gu Yufang began to announce the results of this alchemy competition. First place, the Great Tao sect, Yi Chuan. Second place, the Medicine family, Medicine Huan. Third place, the Medicine Man. The patriarch waved his sleeve and began to distribute the rewards. Yi Duan was the first place winner, and he received a massive reward. The many talented alchemists looked at Yi Chen with incomparable envy. Half-Emperor rank alchemy furnace, 1 strain of Sacred King stage beast fire, 1 million extreme spirit stones, 100 stalks of holy spirit grass. The harvest is too big, but Yi Duan had a calm face. After all, the master had given him better long ago. The patriarch whispered, Why does this brat Yi Chen not seem excited at all? Gu Yufang smiled faintly, pretending, Yi Chen has learned badly from Lu Xian. It looks like there are no waves on the surface, but in reality, he is already excited to death inside. The patriarch smiled. Yi Chen won first place in the alchemy competition. This matter is perfect. The only thing that is lacking in beauty is that Yi Chen's master is Lu Xian. Gu Yufang's face twitched. Yi Chen is definitely going to make a name for himself in the southern wasteland. A 16-year-old Earth-ranked alchemist. This matter is simply unheard of and unseen. But at that time, I'm afraid that Lu Xian's reputation will be taken to the next level. The sovereign nodded. Yes, all this time, the other hegemony-level forces have been flirting with Lu Xian. And after this incident, I'm afraid it'll be another bout of flirting. Gu Yufeng said helplessly. Lu Xian has once again turned red, but it's black and red. Sovereign, Elder Songli, Dan Xiangzi, and the others surrounded Yi Duan. Yi Duan, is it possible to invite that senior out to meet you? Yi Duan frowned. I'm afraid not. The medicine old man must not show his face easily. Dan Xiangzi sighed. You brat, to have such a chance at such a young age. Your future achievements must be immeasurable. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian. It's all because my master Lu Xian taught me well. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Whenever this kid Yi Duan, he never forgets to hold himself up for a wave. Not bad, not bad. The crowd looked at Lu Xian's expression with disdain. Gu Yufeng teased. Lu Xian, did you really teach him? Lu Xian nodded his head. I only made a slight move. The crowd laughed out loud. Lu Xian, don't tell me you know how to make pills? Lu Xian said casually. A little bit, a little bit. The current alchemy attainment was also that of an earth-ranked alchemist. And in front of a group of heaven-ranked alchemists, it was still necessary to keep a low profile. Pillberry smiled. Peak Master Lu, why don't you show me your hand? With that said, Pill Bailey waved her sleeve and a sacred rank alchemy furnace and a sacred rank beast fire floated in front of Lu Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's body directly trembled with excitement. Could it be that Master really showed his strength? According to Pill Elder's speculation, Master's alchemy attainments were at the peak of the heavenly rank, if not beyond it. Once Master, his old man, made a move, I'm afraid that he would directly invoke heaven and earth visions, and even thunder baptisms to quench the elixir. Leaf Dust gritted his teeth, almost unable to control himself. Is Master finally going to shock the entire southern wasteland? Southern wilderness, are you ready? World, you should not be too shocked. Lu Xian smiled faintly as he rolled up his sleeves. But, in the next instant, the patriarch directly blocked Lu Xian's face, coughing madly to imply Lu Xian. Cough cough cough. Lu Xian knows how to make pills with a hammer? Pillberry had dug a hole for Lu Xian, and Lu Xian had really jumped. The patriarch directly gave Lu Xian a secret voice transmission. Have a word, don't ever, count on me to beg you. Lu Xian, the patriarch had said so he could only give up. However, his earth stage alchemy attainments were indeed not too impressive. Forget it. The patriarch was relieved to see Lu Xian give up. Gu Yufeng's face twitched as he looked at Medicine Bailey. Fellow Daoist Bailey, you're bad. Wasn't letting Lu Xian make pills just to see him make a fool of himself? Pill Bailey smiled faintly. Ha ha, since that's the case, this sacred rank alchemy furnace and beast fire will be given to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Thank you, Pill Senior. He was a little faintly disappointed. The master didn't make a move after all. Pity. Pill Yen sighed. It's a bit of a pity that I didn't get to see Peak Master Lu take a shot at alchemy. Yi Chen said. Maybe there will be a chance later. The patriarch looked at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, you can take your master back to Qingxian Peak first. Yi Chen nodded and bowed to the crowd. A divine rainbow surging up under his feet as he and Lu Xian stepped into the air and returned to Qingxian Peak. Seeing Yi Chen's back, Elder Songli suddenly said, Fellow Daoist Gu Yufeng, before I leave, I would like to talk to Yi Chen alone. What do you think? Gu Yufeng looked towards old man Song Xian and the others. Old ancestor Song Xian nodded. Yes, Tenkako chimed in. I have plans to do the same. An essence flashed in Pillberry's eyes. Me too. For a while, dozens of heavenly rank alchemists wanted to talk to Yi Chen before they left. The patriarch couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yi Chen is going to make a name for himself in the southern wasteland. Old ancestor Song Xian laughed. To be honest, having Lu Xian be Yi Chen and Ji Fuyang's master has the opposite effect of taking them by surprise. The patriarch smiled bitterly. It's the fact that they have someone behind them pointing them out. Plus Yi Chen and Ji Fuyang's talent is heaven-defying. What does it have to do with Lu Xian? The crowd laughed. That's true. Qingxian Peak. Yi Chen followed Lu Xian back to the cave. Yi Chen bowed to Lu Xian with an excited face. Master, thank you for your guidance. Without you and Pill Elder, it would have been impossible for me to win first place in the alchemy competition. Lu Xian smiled. Actually, I didn't help much. Pillian drilled out from the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest. Peak Master Lu, it's a pity that I wasn't able to witness your alchemy with my own eyes. If there is a chance, could you let me open my eyes? Lu Xian said indifferently. Next time for sure. He was only an earth-ranked alchemist now. If he were to display it in front of Pillian, wouldn't this be a class act? There's still a wave of development to continue. Xuan suddenly said, Master, for the next period of time, I want to focus on practicing martial arts. In these 3 months, my main focus has been on alchemy, and I haven't had much time to cultivate the desolate sky skill. Lu Xian nodded. That's fine, make your own arrangements. Yi Chen said, Many thanks, Master. At this point, Pilian's soul body redug into Yi Chen's jade pendant as he warned, Someone is coming. Boom! A divine rainbow shot from the distance and instantly landed on Qingxian Peak. Elder Songli, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked into Lu Xian's cave. He pointed at Lu Xian. You, go out. I have something to say to Yi Chen. Lu Xian? Ha? Isn't this a pure inversion of the Big Dipper? Can't tell the difference between a big and a small king anymore, can you? Yi Chen immediately said, Elder Songli, if you have something to say it here. This is my master's cave. Elder Songli faintly said, Then let's go out and talk. Lu Xian. He could sort of tell that this Elder Songli had a strong opinion of him. Looking down on people, Yi Chen did not move a step and said with a straight face, Elder Songli, I hope that you can treat my master with respect. My master is by no means as simple as he appears. Songli hummed and sat directly in front of Lu Xian's wooden table. He casually scanned Lu Xian's paintings and poems. Jiang Taigong electric fish figure. Zhuge Liang's skillful use of the eastern wind. Elder Songli was directly dumbfounded. Oh, pompous. Lu Xian was unimpressed and gestured towards Yi Chen. Sit down and chat. Elder Songli took out a jade slip. His hands changed in spiritual techniques. Endless brilliant spiritual patterns emerged from the jade slip, and soon, a picture appeared in the air. It was Yi Chuan's alchemy technique. Leaf Dust was slightly startled. I didn't expect Elder Songli to take his alchemy techniques and inscribe them with spirit patterns. Elder Songli coughed dryly. Cough cough. Yi Chen, I have a few questions I want to exchange with you. Yi Chen nodded. Elder Songli, please speak. Elder Songli began to ask Yi Chen about the Tao and rhyme in his alchemy techniques. Yi Chen frowned slightly as he looked towards his master, Lu Xian, because the question Elder Songli asked involved the hidden secrets of the 5-star Dan Emperor's memories. He didn't know if he could tell Elder Songli. Lu Xian said indifferently, You can tell Elder Songli, but one question, 1 million extreme spirit stones, or a supreme treasure of equal value. Elder Songli is the alchemy giant of the cloud state. A mere few million extreme spirit stones should only be a small amount of money. Upon hearing this, Elder Songli became furious, directly slapping the table and gritting his teeth. Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at Elder Songli with a clouded expression. This made Elder Songli even angrier. A dead silence fell over the field. Elder Songli didn't speak. Yi Chen didn't speak. And Lu Xian didn't speak either. The scene was a little awkward. Silence for a moment. Elder Songli took out a nano ring and placed it on the wooden table. 3 million extreme spirit stones. 3 questions. Lu Xian gestured for Yi Chen to take it. Yi Chen took Elder Songli's nascent sacred ring and began to solve his confusion. Several hours later, Elder Songli nodded, and a faint divine splendor surged from his body, as if he had come to some realization. His voice trembled with excitement. Very good, very good. I'm certain that behind you, Yi Chuan, is a Dan Emperor. Leaf Dust nodded plausibly. A moment later, Elder Songli turned around and left Qingxian Peak. His voice echoed in Qingxian Peak. Such a good disciple. How did he follow such a waste of a master? Lu Xian froze. It's not. This dead old man. Just leave. And still do not forget to step on his foot. Yi Chen pushed Elder Songli's nascent ring over. Master, this extreme spirit stone? Lu Xian said indifferently. Take it and use it. I don't need spirit stones. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and put the nascent sacred ring away. Many thanks, Master. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. In a moment, there are surely other heavenly rank alchemists coming over. When the time comes it will still be the same standard. One question. 1 million extreme spirit stones. The corner of Yi Duan's mouth twitched. Good. Pilian lamented. Duster your master has taken great pains for your cultivation resources. At a realm like his, naturally he doesn't need spirit stones to cultivate. So just take it and cultivate hard. It'll be considered repayment to your master. Leaf Dust nodded. Next, one by one, Dan Xiangzi and the others stepped into Lu Xian's cave. When they were about to leave, Dan Xiangzi and the others all laughed and cursed. Yi Chen, this kid, where did he learn this? Don't learn from the good and learn from the bad. Chapter 66 Yi Chen's mother. Yi Chuan, this kid, where did he learn this from? The good ones don't learn from the bad ones. However, in the eyes of Dan Xiangzi, Pill Bailey, and the others, a mere 1 million extreme spirit stones was really nothing. The alchemy epiphanies obtained from Yi Chen were of greater value. The last one to descend was the Pill family. Pillberry. In Lu Xian's cave, Pill Bailey looked at Yi Chuan with a mysterious face and asked tentatively, Yi Chuan, your alchemy talent is very high. Could it be that both your father and mother are also alchemists? Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. Pill Senior, don't you understand my mother? Pill Bailey changed color slightly, and transmitted a voice in a secret voice. Your mother's situation. Lu Xian is here. I am not convenient to say. Yi Chen froze for a moment. My master knows about this. Pillberry froze outright. At this point, the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest flickered, and Pillian's voice slowly appeared. Pill Bailey, I didn't expect it to be you. A kid, leading the team to the Great Tao sect? Medicine Bailey frowned tightly. Who are you? Pillian drilled out of Yi Chen's jade pendant. Pill family, Pillian. Looking at Pillian's soul body, Pill Bailey's complexion changed drastically. Old ancestor Pillian, you've been missing for 16 years. What happened? Pillian immediately told Pill Bailey about what happened back then. Listen to the end. Pill Bailey's face turned pale. Old ancestor. No wonder after more than 10 years have passed, other people's soul lamps have gone out while yours has not, but our lineage has never gotten any reply from you. Politis sighed repeatedly. Yi Chen asked, Senior Bailey, how is my mother now? Pill Bailey sighed. Your mother, Pill Lioli, is still being punished in the Valley of Sin. At those words, Yi Chen's body trembled and clenched his fists. It's only because I'm too weak now. Otherwise, I could have saved mother. Pill Bailey looked at Yi Chen and said in a serious tone, Duster, don't be impulsive. Right now, the Pill family doesn't know about you. Once you are exposed, the Pill family will never allow the Qingchengyi family to exist. The Pill family has a deep heritage. Even if you step into the one-star emperor realm, you'll still be far from being able to shake the Pill family in the slightest. At those words, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and said, I'll work hard. Pill Bailey said, Duster, this current situation is already something that your mother's lineage, at great cost, has exchanged for. You must not expose it in advance. Yi Duan's face turned pale and he clenched his fist. I know. Pill Bailey asked Pillian, Old ancestor, who do you think it was back then that used a corner of the Great Emperor formation pattern to force you into the desolate ancient forbidden zone? Pillian's voice was filled with resentment. It's the Saint Son's lineage. One must know that in the Pill family, the lineage of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter had always been at odds. In the Pill family, these two lineages were in competition, but as the years passed, an extremely deep resentment had arisen between the two lineages. Yi Chuan's mother, Pill Lioli, had violated the clan rules as a holy maiden, and the Holy Son had fallen directly into the well. Pillian said in a cold voice, but it's different now. In our sacred maiden lineage, we have Peak Master Lu. If Peak Master Lu makes a move, no one in the Pill family will be able to stop it. Even if the sleeping ancestors come out in unison, they won't be able to stop it. Upon hearing this, Pill Bailey said with a respectful face, Peak Master Lu, I apologize for my clumsiness. Over the years, there have been quite a few people in the southern wasteland who have flirted with you, and I am one of them. Lu Xian, Yi Chuan said, Senior Bailey, my master is very low-key. He won't put these things to heart. With my master's strength, if he really wants to liquidate it, I'm afraid that the southern wasteland will bleed to death. Pill Bailey was secretly shocked, carefully sizing up Lu Xian. The more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. How can you imagine? Lu Xian had been hiding his clumsiness. In fact, he was a powerful person who could even suppress the power of the bazaar. Soon, Yakobari came to his senses. A strong person like Lu Xian had long since transcended the world and simply disdained it. Pill Bailey couldn't help but recall that Lu Xian had been sleeping during the past few days of the Alchemy Exchange Conference. That's just him being bored. A few moments later, Pill Bailey suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Yi Chen. Dusty, may I take a look at that bazaar power? Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded his head indifferently. Yi Chen took out the Great Dao lock and handed it to Pillberry. Pill Bailey looked at the Tsungu chain lock in front of him. Endless brilliant Dao patterns flickered on it. An obscure and ancient aura was flowing, and in the inner space of the chain in his ear, the secret of black aura was constantly illuminating its shape, causing him to feel incomparable palpitations. Is this the power of weirdness? Pillberry was a bit shocked and returned the Great Dao lock to Yi Chen. Yi Chen revealed a look of reminiscence. All of this was thanks to Master's descent, which helped me suppress the bazaar power. Pill Bailey's body trembled as he looked towards Yi Chuan, casually suppressing a trace of bazaar power. Just how strong is Peak Master Lu's strength? If Peak Master Lu directly strikes, I'm afraid that if all the Pill family ancestors come out, they may not be able to block it. Lu Xian's face twitched. This. At some point, he turned into a godlike invincible existence in the hearts of Yi Chen and the others. Both. He'd just have to keep pretending. 2. At this time, Yi Chen reminded Pill Bailey, Senior Bailey, regarding this matter of my master being invincible, it's good for you to know. Don't tell the second person. My master is very low-key and is unwilling to reveal too much. Medicine Time nodded heavily. Not much longer. Medicine Bailey left. The waves of his mind were overwhelming. This time when he came to the Great Tao sect, he unexpectedly knew so many hidden secrets. Soon, numerous heavenly rank alchemists left the Great Tao sect. This time, the Alchemy Exchange Conference was considered a successful conclusion. The many elders and disciples of the Great Tao sect were all incomparably excited. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would become the brightest presence in this Alchemy Exchange Conference? It's simply too anticlimactic. Whether it was grass and tree attainments, soul power, or alchemy, they all completely crushed the Pill family and the Danxiang sect. The crowd was talking. Senior brother Yi Chen's soul power can stand up to a dozen or so disciples of the Taishang Xin sect. It's simply too terrifying. One person killed a dozen disciples in seconds. Nangong Baishua would have died too if it wasn't for Yunyan Danqing's intervention. Without realizing it, Peak Master Lu already has 2 disciples, and both are heaven-defying monsters. Could it be that Bishop Lu Feng's disciple really has a knack for it? There's no such thing. It's still not because Yi Chen and Ji Fuyan have the protector of the Tao behind them to point them out. But Peak Master Lu, he's just hanging on to his master's name. Qing Xian Peak. Lu Xian was leisurely lying on the Xian ice bed. The system's voice suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited disciple raising quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6-star imperial weapon, the Daoxian Iron Cauldron. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven and Earth Wonder, Green Underworld Heavenly Water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-star Great Emperor Experience card. The voice fell. Lu Xian's body was flooded with majestic cultivation underpinnings, impacting his limbs and bones like a great river, and his dantian was like a sea converging underneath. His cultivation was skyrocketing. 4-star Xian Shang, 5-star Xian Shang. The tingling sensation of cultivation impacting the world within caused Lu Xian's body to tremble slightly. The feeling is just so soothing. Next, with a thought, a large pitch-black iron pot appeared in front of Lu Xian. He froze outright. What a big black pot! If it wasn't for the terrifying Tao patterns inscribed on it, Lu Xian was a bit skeptical if this was an imperial soldier. The system said, "This is for the host's convenience in cooking. In the future, if you use this Dao Xian iron pot to cook, you can incorporate the Dao and rhyme into your meals." Lu Xian smiled. "It's a bit interesting. Let's put this cauldron at Qingxian Peak." The system said, "This system has already impressed a supreme Dao pattern for the Dao Xian iron pot, so it can only display its subtle power when cooking. How about it? Is this system sweet?" Lu Xian said. "Sweet." He put away the Dao Xian iron cauldron and took out the next reward. A pale ancient altar appeared with a bang. The altar was just an ordinary 1-star emperor soldier, but the altar presented, in the middle of the altar, the heaven and earth wonders of Qingdian heavenly water. What is the green underworld sky water? Between heaven and earth there are some subtle places, full of the principles of heaven and earth, full of Tao and reason. After endless years of precipitation, in these subtle places will be born in the green and dark heavenly water. Therefore, the green underworld heavenly water was the manifestation of the supreme principle of heaven and earth, and every drop was worth its weight in gold. If this altar of green underworld heavenly water was exposed, I'm afraid that several hegemonic forces in the southern wasteland would directly descend on the Great Tao sect, even going so far as to start a war to obtain the green underworld heavenly water. It was important to know that a drop of green underworld heavenly water could be auctioned off for a sky-high price in the outside world. However, Lu Xian here was an altar of green underworld heavenly water. The green underworld heavenly water could improve the cultivator's flesh, soul, Tao foundation, bones, and blood, and could be said to transform the cultivator from the inside out. Lu Xian said indifferently, "This green underworld heavenly water is suitable for cooking." At that time, Yi Chen and Ji Fuyan's qualifications would become even more heaven-defying. Cultivate faster. Lu Xian picked up the green underworld heavenly water and took a sip. Well, cool sensation. Other than that, there was no change in the body. Lu Xian said indifferently, "Isn't it true that my green underworld heavenly water can completely transform a cultivator's qualifications? Why don't I feel anything?" The system said, "The host's physique is too wasted. This altar of green underworld heavenly water may not be useful even if you drink it." Lu Xian was directly stunned. Innate cultivation ruined body. God closed the window on him and welded the door shut. Lu Xian wanted to cry. It's a good thing he's on, or he really wouldn't be able to top it. That's still practicing a hammer. In the future, the good stuff will have to be given to the apprentice. Gave it to the apprentice, who laid a book on it. If I were to enjoy it myself, I'm afraid it would all go down the drain. and it would do more harm than good. Putting away the Qingdian heavenly water, Lu Xian began to check the 5-star Great Emperor experience card. That's a good one. In his system space, he still had a 1-star Great Emperor experience card that he hadn't used yet. Chapter 67 Fish. Fish, your life is worth it. This 5-star greatest experience card, once activated, he would directly erupt with the strength of the Emperor realm for 3 hours. Coupled with the invincible stance and the impervious to all laws, he could directly kill a 6-star Great Emperor in seconds. It's simply anticlimactic to know that an Emperor realm powerhouse, a star and a world, and yet he was able to attack from below. I am afraid that this is extremely rare in the long history of the Southern Wasteland. Putting away the 5-star Great Emperor experience card, Lu Xian was in a great mood. A few moments later, Lu Xian transmitted a voice to Yi Chen. Apprentice, there's something good. Come over here, soon. Yi Chen stepped into Lu Xian's cave with an excited face. There's good stuff again. Even Pilyan was incomparably looking forward to it. One must know that when Lu Xian produces something, it must be a supreme treasure. Lu Xian's thoughts moved and the Dao Xian iron cauldron appeared in front of him. He flexed his fingers and the Dao Xian iron cauldron flew towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stared at the large black pot in front of him and was directly shocked in place. The Dao Xian iron cauldron was as big as 2 Yi dusts, intertwined with bizarre and obscure Dao patterns. A pale ancient and mysterious aura came out. The black ash was thick, but it couldn't hide the terror of the Dao Xian iron cauldron. The Dao and rhyme flowed unchecked, causing Yi Chen to feel his heart and soul shaken. Pilyan even directly exclaimed, a 6-star imperial weapon. This is a star meteorite iron. Star meteorite iron was an excellent material for building imperial armaments. Surprisingly, Lu Xian had created a large iron pot? Pilyan's face twitched. That's just too ho-hum. Even the deep-rooted medicine family wouldn't dare to squander so much. Yi Xuan scratched his head. Master, could it be that we will have to use this imperial soldier for cooking in the future? Lu Xian nodded. Not bad. This iron cauldron is called the Dao Xian iron cauldron, and it will be placed at Qing Xian Peak in the future. Cooking with the Dao Xian iron cauldron will allow the Dao and rhyme to be incorporated into the meal as well. Leaf Dust was stunned. Can it still be like this? Lu Xian smiled faintly and carried out another altar. It was the Green Destiny Sky Water. Yi Chen looked at the altar in front of him. The altar was a 1-star imperial weapon, so I'm afraid the liquid within that altar was even more extraordinary. Too bad he didn't recognize it. The next instant, Pilyan directly drilled out from the jade pendant in Yi Chen's chest. His soul body caressed this pale ancient altar. His voice trembled. Peak Master Lu. Could this really be the legendary Qingdian heavenly water? Lu Xian nodded. Hiss. Pilyan sucked in a breath of cool air. This green underworld heavenly water they also had in their pill family, but it was only a small bottle. This bottle of green underworld heavenly water is their pill family, a treasure of the Jin clan level. Who would have thought that Lu Xian would have an altar in his hands? At this moment, Pilyan was truly struck. Strong as the pill family, the heritage of several epochs could not even compare to the treasures that Lu Xian had casually taken out. Yi Chen asked in confusion. Pill Elder, what exactly is this supreme treasure? Pilyan gave Yi Chen an explanation. Yi Xuan was directly shocked on the spot as he muttered. The manifestation of the supreme principle of heaven and earth. Filled with Dao and rhyme, a huge wave rose up inside him. Yi Chen looked at his master, his body trembling. Master, this, Lu Xian smiled. When you cook more in the future, it will be good for you. It will allow you to be baptized and tempered by the supreme principle of the heavens and earth. And in the future, your achievements will be unlimited. Pilyan suddenly said, Peak Master Lu, my suggestion is to add a maximum of 1 drop each time. Such a supreme treasure, it must not be wasted. Lu Xian said casually, feel free to use it. If it's gone, I'll give other goodies when the time comes. Pilyan froze in place as he tentatively asked, Peak Master Lu, I have an unkind request. Lu Xian said, Pill Elder, speak. Pilyan's old face flushed. Peak Master Lu, could you give me a drop of green destiny heavenly water? Although I am in a soul body now, the green underworld heavenly water has a nourishing effect on my soul body. Lu Xian smiled and said, 1 drop? How is 1 drop enough? Go, Yi Chen, present 10 bowls to Medicine Elder. 10 bowls. Politis was stunned. No, it won't take that much. Saying that, Pilyan took out a pale ancient broken bowl from his nascent ring. The broken bowl looked broken, but it was also a quasi-imperial weapon. Yi Xuan directly punched a bowl full of Qingdian heavenly water inside the altar. Pilyan's face twitched. Peak Master Lu, this is too much. This bowl of green underworld heavenly water in front of them was more than even the base of their medicine family. If those old antiques of the pill family were to know that he was actually going to drink a large bowl of green underworld heavenly water, I'm afraid that they would simply come out, punch him to death, and then quench the green underworld heavenly water back out of his corpse. Lu Xian smiled and said, "Pill elder, you should drink it now, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll hide it and not be able to drink it." Pillian smiled awkwardly, and to be honest, he really did have this thought. This is the green destiny Tianshui, a heaven and earth oddity that the southern wasteland's hegemonic level forces would fight over. He felt that he was a quasi-emperor. How could he have the virtue to drink a bowl of Qingdian heavenly water? He shed tears of emotion. Yi Chuan swallowed his saliva. "Pill elder, drink it, you need the green underworld heavenly water badly." Politis summoned up his courage and directly picked up the broken bowl and drank directly from it. Gulp! Gulp! Instantly, Pillian's soul body underwent a strange change. As if the supreme principles of heaven and earth were surging in his soul body, and as if the Tao and Rhyme were flowing in his inner world, the mysterious Qi was completely improving Pillian's soul body. Politis let out a soothing drunken chant. Ah! Complex and obscure Tao patterns began to gush out from his body, which was precisely the Tao that Pillian had previously condensed, and now, his Tao was converging, growing, and undergoing a mutation. Half a day later, Pillian slowly opened his eyes. He felt changed. It was as if he had been enlightened. With inner clarity and Taoist clarity, he said with some excitement, "Many thanks to Peak Master Lu. I have already found the way to certify an emperor. So what if I have a residual soul body? I can also use this residual shell to certify as an emperor and regroup my physical body." Lu Xian nodded his head indifferently, his face breezy. Yi Duan, however, was incomparably shocked. A bowl of Qingdian heavenly water allowed Pillian to directly realize the Tao and step into the emperor realm in the future. It's horrible. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from Pillian's eyes. He's really too excited. Ah, the great emperor. Originally, his enlightenment was limited, and even if he hadn't lost his physical body in the desolate ancient forbidden zone, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to certify an emperor. Furthermore, there were many old ancestors in the Pill family, and a quasi-emperor old ancestor like him didn't have the right to use the supreme treasure, so there was no hope of proving an emperor. But now, he was confident that he would inevitably prove to be an emperor. Read about it. Pillian bowed respectfully to Lu Xian. "Many thanks to Peak Master Lu." Lu Xian smiled. "No harm done." Pillian collected his breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. At this moment, he wanted to say 1,000 words. However, he could also see that this priceless wonder, the green underworld heavenly water, was incomparably precious to him, but to Lu Xian, it seemed to be mediocre. Pillian sighed tersely in his heart. Peak Master Lu, truly a man of God. Lu Xian said to Yi Chuan, "Yi Chuan, move this altar of green underworld heavenly water to the grass hut, and when you cook in the future, use the Dao Xian iron pot to cook and then add the green underworld heavenly water." Yi Chuan said with some concern, "Master, if such a supreme treasure is placed in Qingxian Peak, will it be unsafe in case we are all away?" Politis was equally worried. The green underworld heavenly water was enough to create a storm in the southern wasteland. Lu Xian smiled. "I've already put a sealing prohibition on top of the Dao Xian iron cauldron and the green underworld heavenly water, so other than our Qingxian Peaks people, other people won't be able to discover it at all, and only when cooking will their efficacy be revealed." Yi Chen froze for a moment. "Okay, Master, I'll move there now. By the way, Master, are you hungry?" Lu Xian rubbed his stomach. "You can cook." Yi Chen revealed a smile. "Alright, Master, I'll go cook right now. I'm a little excited to be cooking in the Imperial soldier's iron skillet for the first time, and this green underworld heavenly water." Yi Chen's heart simply couldn't hold down his excitement. The master is too deep. Soon, Yi Chuan stepped into the grass hut, changed into the Dao Xian iron pot, and started cooking. Lu Xian, on the other hand, slowly came to the recliner in front of the grass hut and lay down comfortably. Yi Duan made spicy grilled fish today. He took out a few spirit fish. The spirit fish fluttered in Yi Chuan's hands, alive as if it was sighing. "People are the chopping block. I'm the fish." Yi Chuan started the pot to boil the oil, looked at the spirit fish, and sighed. "Fish, fish, you can cook with the Dao Xian iron pot, and you can also enjoy the green underworld heavenly water. Your life is worth it." Saying that, Yi Chuan placed a few spirit fish in the pot. Zip! The spirit fish swallowed a large drop of green underworld heavenly water, rolled his eyes, and straightened his body. Gaslighting. Not much longer. Yi Chen brought out the prepared spicy grilled fish and spirit rice and placed them on top of the stone table. "Master, dinner is ready." Lu Xian lazily got up and sat on top of the stone table, taking a shallow taste. Well, not bad. The craft has improved. Yi Chuan couldn't wait to drizzle the soup on top of the spiritual rice, carefully chucking a piece of grilled fish meat first before taking another bite of rice. "Whoa!" Leaf Dust directly exclaimed in shock. With just a bite of rice and a bite of grilled fish meat, an incomparably mysterious feeling arose within him. It felt like was going to take off. The world inside him was changing dramatically. The originally supremely pure and pure Tao foundation radiated a brilliant light, and the power of the green underworld heavenly water began to paste a layer of Tao lines on top of the Tao foundation. And in an instant, the Tao foundation was as brilliant as a star, and its divine splendor was monstrous. At the same time, his blood was undergoing a mutation. The impurities in his bloodline were constantly being quenched, and his blood was inflicted with a kind of mysterious mark. On top of that, none of his bones, none of his soul was changing. The power of Qingdian heavenly water was too amazing. Baptized with the supreme principle of heaven and earth, and quenched with the Tao and rhyme, Xuan directly fell into a state of celestial and human sympathy. 1 hour later, it took Xuan a moment to come back to his senses, and his body had just finished absorbing the power of a mouthful of rice and a mouthful of grilled fish. He was stunned. At this time, Lu Xian had already finished eating and was lying outside the grass hut again. Seeing this, Pilian was incomparably shocked and said, "Your master is indeed an absolute top giant. He ate so much green underworld heavenly water and had no reaction. Is such a precious heaven and earth curiosity no longer able to produce great efficacy for him as it does for us?" Yi Duan was equally shocked. How strong is his master? Someone tell him. Next, Yi Chen continued to eat. This time he ate for a day and a night. Eat from day to dusk, from dusk to late night, and from late night to dawn. And Lu Xian had long since returned to his cave to sleep. Day 2. After Yi Chen finished cleaning up the dishes, Lu Xian happened to walk out of the cave again. "It's meal time again." Leaf Dust blushed and continued cooking. He said in embarrassment, "Master, I'm sorry, I ate too slowly." Chapter 68 Yi Chen. Invincible Heart. "Master, I'm sorry I ate so slowly." Lu Xian laughed. "It seems that you are still unable to withstand that much of Qingdian heavenly water. Next time, put less of it in." Leaf Dust said. "Good. Another meal." Leaf Dust is seamless. After tidying up the grass hut, Yi Chuan said, "Master, I feel like I'm filled with power right now. I'll go back to the cave to cultivate first." Lu Xian nodded. "Go." Soon, Yi Chen returned to his cave and struck the ceiling prohibition. He gathered his thoughts. Begin cultivating the desolate sky skill. He sat cross-legged, a white coat added to his body emitting a faint divine splendor, and in front of him were piles of extremely high-grade spirit stones. This time at the Alchemy Exchange Conference, he fought with his soul power and catalyzed the desolate sky skill, whose killing power was overbearing and horizontal, and its terrifying and overwhelming power suppressed the 4 directions. Now that he thought about it, it made him dark. This was the first time he had used the desolate sky skill to kill an enemy. That monstrous aura and battle intent was too shocking. Yi Chen muttered, "I am the desolate heavenly emperor. When I suppress all enemies in the world." It was a monumental will that could not be defeated. Whether it was in the current world, in the past, or in the future, the invincible posture ran through the river of time, and that heavenly figure stood untouchable between the ages. Read about it. Yi Chuan's spiritual techniques changed in his hands and began to operate the desolate heaven technique. Instantly, the extremely high-grade spirit stones continued to dissolve, turning into majestic spiritual energy that surged into Yi Chen's body. Soon Yi Chuan touched a trace of the Tao and rhyme and the desolate heaven skill. It starts with invincibility and obsession. Absolutely confident. If one's heart was fearful, then they would lose their qualifications to cultivate the desolate heaven skill. It was important to know that the owner of this gongfu had dictated all the ages and pushed across all the enemies in the world. The desolate heaven skill he was cultivating now was not the complete version. The full version definitely surpassed the 6-star emperor rank. Soon, Yi Chen fell into a subtle state of cultivation. Radiant divine splendor flooded his body. His fleshly body was brilliant like a star. His bones were crystalline. He looked transcendent, as if the son of a god was in the dust. A massive amount of cultivation base surged into Yi Chen's dantian. In the meantime, Lu Xian looked at the sky from his recliner, the clouds rolling in like white clouds. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! The host's second disciple, Yi Duan, is cultivating. Start synchronizing your cultivation." Ding! The host's second disciple is sensing the desolate heaven technique. Begin synchronization. Moment. A large amount of cultivation underpinnings surged into Lu Xian's body. On top of that, there was the realization of the desolate heaven technique. It's a feeling that just can't get any more comfortable. Suddenly, Lu Xian remembered Ji Fuyan. He murmured, "Fuyang took on a 3-month clan mission, and now that 2 months have passed, I don't know how well she's handled things." He looked at Ji Fuyao's system panel. It was still in the early 1-star Xian Sage realm. At this point, the sound transmission jade slip in his bosom vibrated. Lu Xian's spiritual energy infused. The patriarch's voice slowly came out. "Lu Xian, I heard that your kid has gotten a lot of cultivation resources from quite a few heavenly rank alchemists? Lu Xian smiled faintly. It's just a few saint soldiers and tens of millions of extreme spirit stones. The patriarch's face twitched. You brat. To be able to take cultivation resources from a penny-pinching alchemist like Elder Xuan Li is also a good skill. Lu Xian said. They got more from Yi Chen. The patriarch asked. Oh, right. Fuyao went out to practice. Did any news come back? Lu Xian shook his head. No. The patriarch exhorted. Whether it's Fuyao or Yi Chen, if there's anything going on with them, you must tell me in time. Although they both have Dao protectors behind them, they cannot be taken lightly, especially since Yi Chen is now feuding with Nangong Baishui. Let Yi Chen have an extra watchful eye in the future. Lu Xian said. I know. Taishang Xuanzong. Boom. Yunyang Dan Sage rode the Tsangu spirit boat to tear through the void and return to the Taishang Xian clan. Taishang Xian sect patriarch Wei Qianhan immediately stepped into the air and said with a smile, Yun Yang, why did you come back early? Before he could finish, he saw the severely injured Nangong Baishui in Yunyang Danqing's arms. Wei Qianhan's face became a bit couldn't it? Yun Yang, what the hell happened here? Where are the other disciples of my sect? Yun Yang Dan Sage's eyes were enraged as he gritted his teeth and said, aside from Nangong Baishui, they're all dead. Wei Qianhan tightened his brows. What's going on? Who dares to strike at my Taishang Xian clan's disciples? This time, a full dozen alchemy geniuses had gone. Just fall? Losses were heavy. Yunyang Dan Sage said angrily. It was Yi Chen, a disciple of the great Dao sect, who struck. Patriarch, send a message to the Qin family now. Nangong Baishua's soul is seriously injured. Her flesh is seriously injured, and she has already been sealed by me. She won't last long. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianhan floated a pale ancient jade slip in his hand, and his divine thoughts infused into it, transmitting his voice to the head of the Qin family. Nangong Baishua's soul is seriously injured and her physical body is seriously injured, so please also travel to my Taishang Xian clan as soon as possible. Don't worry, we will have the best physicians treat Nangong Baishue. The head of the Qin family said in a cold voice. What happened? Who dares to strike at my Qin family's fiancé? Nangong Baishue was the internalized fiancé of their ancient Qin family. She was carrying a Tai Yin Yuan body, which was of great use to Qin Shao. Wei Qianhan said indifferently. This matter is a long story. Let's wait for you guys to come over. With that, Wei Qianhan interrupted the voice transmission and took Nangong Baishue towards the main hall. The Yunyang Dan Sage immediately transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. In the main hall, many people soon descended. Qin Zhao's face was furious. His killing machine was monstrous, his brocade suit bulging as he stepped into the main hall. This punk Yi Chen, and dared to take a shot at Bai Shui. Simply looking for death? Qin Zhao's master, Saint King Xian Yi, was dressed in a grey robe with an ice-cold face as he also stepped into the main hall. The crowd looked at the severely injured Nangong Baishue and their anger flared. The great Dao sect is not putting my Taishang Xian sect in their eyes? Yunyang Dan Sage told the crowd what had happened in the great Dao sect, but concealed the fact that he had caused the tragedy due to his momentary negligence as a result of sensing Yi Chen's alchemy techniques. The crowd was outraged. Yunyang Dan Sage laughed coldly. Gu Yufan even wanted to leave me behind and asked me to give them an explanation? At those words, Wei Qianhan gritted his teeth, so angry that his body trembled, whipped his sleeve and stomped hard on the ground, roaring, outrageous, simply outrageous. How has my Taishang Xian clan ever been so abused? The great Dao sect, as the host, dares to bully others. Just then, a grey-robed old man slowly walked into the main hall. He looked weathered and withered, walking as if he was weak. Seeing this, everyone bowed respectfully. Elder Ancestor Yuan Qingzi. Old Ancestor Yuan Qingzi was a 6-star emperor of the Taishang Xian clan. He had certified the emperor with his medical path, and his medical attainments were heavenly. There is a saying circulating in the southern wasteland. I, Yuan Qingzi, can save your life or take your life. That was Yuan Qingzi's hegemonic name in the southern wasteland at his peak back then. Only now the time and months flow. Yuan Qingzi has long retired, no longer walking in the southern wasteland. Patriarch Wei Qianhan said, please also ask the old ancestor to take action and save Nangong Baishue. The crowd slowly retreated behind Yuan Qingzi. Yuan Qingzi came in front of Nangong Baishue and bent down, his withered hands resembling a few branches as he placed Nangong Baishue's wrists in his hands. Boom! A pale green divine splendor surged out from Yuan Qingzi's body, and a mysterious Dao pattern flickered above his wide-sleeve robes as a mysterious power filled the main hall, as if a spring breeze was refreshing. A few moments later, Yuan Qingzi slowly said, surprisingly, he was seriously injured by his soul body, and the fluctuations of this soul body backfired into his physical body, surprisingly nearly destroying all of Bai Shui's meridians. The one who strikes is not of a high realm, but he possesses the power of supreme killing. At this moment, Qin Shao arched his hand and said, "Old ancestor, please also save Bai Shui no matter what. My Qin family can pay any price." Yuan Qingzi smiled faintly. "With me here, as long as he is not dead, all of us can renew his life. Don't worry, it's only going to cost an emperor-rank spirit medicine." Said. An emperor-rank spirit medicine appeared in Yuan Qingzi's hand. On top of that, there were several quasi-emperor-ranked spirit medicines, as well as a dozen or so half-emperor-ranked spirit medicines. While there were countless spirit medicines under the half-emperor rank, Yuan Qingzi said, "You don't have to wait here. Staying here will only affect me." At those words, Patriarch Wei Qianhan and the others slowly exited the main hall. Yuan Qingzi took out a pale ancient iron furnace and began to put the many spirit herbs into the pale ancient iron furnace in order. He sat cross-legged, his spiritual techniques changing in his hands, his body surging with secretive Tao patterns, and his radiant divine splendor reflecting the main hall, as if there was a giant sun rising in the middle of the main hall. 3 days later, Yuan Qingzi refined a furnace of white, sticky medicinal liquid. He slowly picked up Nangong Baishue and slowly injected a gentle force into Nangong Baishue's body. Nangong Baishue's inner world suffered heavy injuries, like a dilapidated ancient hall, like a mottled city wall. It looked miserable, but this power into the body, as if the spring rain continuous, moisturizing Nangong Baishue's body. Her body as dry as the parched earth on top of the rain, surprisingly began to slowly revive. Not much longer. Yuan Qingzi's divine thoughts moved and Nangong Baishue's pale lips opened slightly. He whisked his sleeve and a force sent the white sticky medicinal liquid into Nangong Baishue's mouth. As this mysterious medicinal liquid surged into Nangong Baishue's body, a strange change began to occur within her body. The meridians in his body were reviving. The broken souls were also reorganizing. One incense stick later, a trace of blood unexpectedly appeared on Nangong Baishue's face, and her eyes opened with difficulty to look at Yuan Qingzi. "This, where is this? I'm dead?" Seeing this, Yuan Qingzi said to the outside of the main hall, "All come in." The voice fell. Patriarch Wei Qianhan, Yunyang Dan Saint, Qin Shao and the others stepped into the main hall. Along with them, there was also the head of the Qin family. The Qin family patriarch bowed his hand towards Yuan Qingzi and took out a nascent sacred ring. "Many thanks to Senior for stepping in. There are 2 emperor-rank spirit medicines in the nascent ring, as well as other quasi-emperor-rank spirit medicines. Please accept them." "Senior." Yuan Qingzi lightly waved his hand and did not accept the nascent sacred ring. "No harm done. Bai Shui will still need to recuperate for several months before she can completely recover. I will continue to refine medicinal liquid for Bai Shui," the Qin family head said. "Senior Yuan Qingzi, the next spirit medicine will be provided by my Qin family." Yuan Qingzi nodded. "Yes." Qin Shao immediately came to Nangong Baishue. Nangong Baishue's eyes became clear. She pulled Qin Zhao's hand and said through clenched teeth, "Qin Shao, must kill Yi Duan." Cough. Kill Yi Duan. Chapter 69. Nangong Baishue was pushed down. "Qin Shao, you must kill Yi Chen." Cough. Kill Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, endless killing intent appeared on Qin Zhao's face. "Don't worry, Yi Chen, this trash, I'll kill him like stepping on an ant," Yuan Qingzi said. "Yi Chen was able to use his soul power to kill more than a dozen geniuses from my clan, so it is evident that his soul power is very strong. In the future, if you face Yi Chen, be careful of soul attacks." At this time, Nangong Baishue struggled to get up from the ground. Boing boing. A few tears squeezed out of her eyes, and she directly knelt on the ground, tearing her heart out. That day during the alchemy competition, I was concentrating fully on alchemy. Who knew that Yi Chen suddenly urged his soul power to attack me? If it wasn't for my senior brothers and sisters from the Taishanxian sect making a move, I'm afraid I would have fallen straight away. Who knew that this waste of a man, Yi Chen, wouldn't give up, and even joined forces with those disciples from Dan Peak to strike at us? I cried and begged my senior brothers and sisters not to help me. I'm a cheap life, so I'll die. But they refused to do so, and united with my soul power, transforming into a unity of souls to fend off Yi Chen and the others. Unfortunately, Yi Chen and the others are still too strong. One by one, they kill senior brothers and sisters. Woohoo! I'm sorry senior brother and sister. Saying that, Nangong Baishue suddenly climbed towards the pale ancient giant pillar in the main hall. Elder brothers and sisters have all fallen, while I live on. I'm sorry for them. I can only run myself over and thank them with my death. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao immediately hugged Nangong Baishue and stopped her. Yun Yang Dan Saint frowned slightly. This was somewhat less than what Yi Duan had said, but unfortunately at that time, he was sensing Yi Chen's subtle alchemy techniques. By the time he was awakened, Yi Chen had already killed over a dozen disciples of the Taishanxian sect. At this point, the crowd looked at the Yunyang Dan sage, and Yuan Qingzi asked, Yun Yang, what was going on at that time? Yun Yang Dan Sage's face twitched. In this situation, he naturally didn't dare to say that he had caused this tragedy to happen because he was caught up in his own senses. If he really said that, I'm afraid that old man Yuan Qingzi would slap him into serious injury. Read about it. Yun Yang Dan Sage nodded. What Bai Shui said is true. Qin Shao clenched his fists. The Great Tao sect is simply bullying people too much. Is this bullying my Taishang Xian clan and the Qin family? Yuan Qingzi slowly said. What Bai Shui said should be true. I have already probed just now. Bai Shui's physical strength still has the residual soul force of other disciples. I didn't expect that my Taishang Xian sect disciples' intentions were united, or that I would surprisingly lose to the Great Tao sect. The patriarch looked at Yuan Qingzi. Old ancestor, how will this matter be handled? Yuan Qingzi pondered for a moment. I will personally make a trip to the Great Tao sect. At those words, Nangong Baishui was a bit nervous. She lied. Out of 10 sentences, only one is true. In case old ancestor knew the truth, how would she face it? Yuan Qingzi said. Don't worry, Bai Shui. No matter what, I'm naturally on your side. At those words, Nangong Baishui ate a tranquilizer. Yuan Qingzi looked at the crowd. There's still 10 days worth of that medicinal liquid left. You guys take care of Bai Shui first. I'll go to the Great Tao sect first. With that, Yuan Qingzi stepped out of the main hall, his large dry hand directly tearing through the void. Boom! Yuan Qingzi stepped into the air and directly crossed the void. In the middle of the main hall, Yun Yang Dan Sage said in a cold voice, This son, Yi Chen, is ruthless, and must not be kept. Now the trace of goodwill he had for Yi Chen had long since disappeared, completely transforming into killing intent. More than a dozen alchemy geniuses had died violently in Yi Duan's hands, which were all his efforts over the years. The hatred of killing a disciple is not shared. The Qin family patriarch tightened his brows. I didn't expect Yi Chen to have recovered his cultivation and become an alchemy genius. Yun Yang Dan Sage said, There is someone behind Yi Chen. My guess is that it's a Dan Emperor. The head of the Qin family snorted. Dan Emperor? Yun Yang Dan Sage said, There is still a paragon Emperor protector on Yi Chen's body. The Qin family patriarch said in a cold voice. What kind of chance did Yi Chen get? Patriarch Wei Qianhun said. Let's wait until Elder Yuan Qingzi returns. The crowd nodded. At this point, Qin Zhao's face flushed slightly. Patriarch, during this period of time, can I let Nangong Baishui stay in my cave? The patriarch raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. Then he looked at Yun Yang Dan Shang. Yun Yang Dan Sage asked, Qin Shao, you still have to prepare for the Divine Sun contest. Taking care of Bai Shui won't delay your cultivation, right? Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, it won't. I already have a good plan for the Divine Sun battle. Bai Shui needs to recuperate now. If I can't share her suffering, how can I share my white head with her? The crowd froze slightly. The head of the Qin family nodded in relief. That's a beautiful thing to say. Nangong Baishui shed moving tears. Qin Shao, you are so good. Not much longer. Qin Shao brought Nangong Baishui back to Taishang Peak. Returning to his cave, Qin Shao couldn't wait to strike countless ceiling prohibitions in the cave. His breathing became rapid as he carried Nangong Baishui to the purple wool wooden bed. Nangong Baishui blushed. Qin Shao, I want to give you. Qin Shao would understand. And a brocade dress instantly turned into pieces. As soon as he did, he tore Nangong Baishui's long, light dress to shreds. Looking at the seductive as white as snow carcass, Qin Shao easily. Nangong Baishui's tongue is a golden lotus. Streaming. Tease. A few breaths later. Qin Shao let out a low growl, was weak and collapsed on the bed. Nangong Baishui lay on Qin Zhao's chest, bringing a huge pressure on Qin Shao as she asked, Qin Shao, you must kill that punk Yi Chen. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. I will. The Great Wei sect. Qingxian Peak. In these few days, Yi Xuan felt that he had fallen in love with cooking. Cooking on the Daoxian iron pot and using Qingdian heavenly water made him feel a sense of accomplishment. In response, Lu Xian smiled faintly. Now that he had the Daoxian iron cauldron and the green underworld heavenly water, Yi Chen's cultivation speed skyrocketed. Moreover, Yi Chen's desolate sky skill had officially become a minor success. Lu Xian felt the terrifying and overwhelming will of the desolate sky skill and was somewhat secretly amazed. It's simply overbearing and horizontal. It was a posture of invincibility. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the killing power would erupt if Yi Chen cultivated the desolate sky skill to the ultimate. And at this moment, Lu Xian was lying on the recliner in front of the grass hut, looking at the white clouds in the sky. The inner peace is immense. The breeze came and blew Lu Xian's hair. This kind of peaceful day, there is also a kind of light happiness. In the grass hut, Yi Duan was cooking. Suddenly, Yi Chen said, Master, when will eldest sister come back? It's been more than 2 months already. Lu Xian said, It should be soon. Your eldest sister has taken up a 3-month clan mission and is almost back. Yi Chen smiled. I believe that when eldest sister comes back and sees this Xian iron cauldron in green underworld heavenly water, she will be very surprised. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Not much longer. Yi Duan served the meal and the two of them finished eating. Lu Xian continued to lie down, while Yi Chen finished cleaning up the grass hut and went back to the cave without stopping to start cultivating. Looking at Yi Chen's back, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Both apprentices seem to be of cultivating. All of them don't even know how to get tired. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Second apprentice brother Yi Duan is cultivating and is starting to synchronize his cultivation. Ding! Second apprentice brother Yi Chen's desolate sky skill has gained some insights and is being synchronized. Lu Xian closed his eyes and began to enjoy the wonders of the cultivation feedback and sense feedback. It's cozy. And at this point, a loud bang came from above the void of the Great Tao sect. The void tore in space distorted. From within the spatial crack, a stooped old man walked out, his gray robe drooping above his skinny body. Although the old man looked plain and unimpressive, a faint emperor's might flowed around him, as he took a single step and fell, and brilliant Tao patterns surged above the dome of the sky. The person who came was none other than the Taishang Xian sect's old ancestor, Yuan Chengzi. Instantly, the Great Tao sect was startled. Boom boom boom. The figures of the patriarch and the others transformed into lightning, and with divine rainbows under their feet, they directly stepped into the air. Countless divine thoughts and divine senses probed towards the void. The many elders and also disciples were incomparably shocked. Someone exclaimed, "This is the old ancestor of the Taishang Xian sect, Senior Yuan Chengzi." The faces of the group of peak masters changed slightly. Could it be that Senior Yuan Chengzi is here for the matter of Nangong Baixue? At this moment, it has even alarmed the Emperor realm ancestor of the Taishang Xian clan? The patriarch bowed respectfully towards Yuan Chengzi. Good day, Senior Yuan Chengzi. Yuan Chengzi looked at the patriarch and nodded his head indifferently. Take me to see your clan's old ancestor. The patriarch did not dare to slack off. Yuan Chengzi was a renowned healing emperor in the southern wasteland 10,000 years ago, and he was only a Saint King realm, completely unqualified to talk to Yuan Chengzi. Read about it. The patriarch brought Yuan Chengzi to the Great Tao sect's hidden place. Here, the Tao lines were dim. The power of heaven and earth was hidden. An old ancestor Tsang Xian was sitting by the river, fishing, when the patriarch and Yuan Chengzi and the others stepped in. Old ancestor Tsang Xian did not turn around and smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Yuan Chengzi, goodbye. The words fell. An incomparably pale and ancient aura came from the distance of the Green Mountains, and the terrifying imperial might was like an abyss like the sea, as if the ocean had overturned, as if the stars had fallen, and it directly descended on top of the river. Another old man Tsang Xian. The two look exactly the same, no different. The next instant, the Tsang Xian ancestor in the air flashed out a brilliant divine splendor, and the Tsang Xian ancestor who was fishing above the river transformed into a stream of light, merging with the Tsang Xian ancestor in the air. It turned out that quasi-emperor ranked Tsang Xian old ancestor was just a bilocation. Soon, the patriarch and the others left. Old ancestor Tsang Xian smiled, waved his sleeve, brilliant light flowed, and 2 stone chairs appeared on the riverbank. Fellow Taoist Yuan Chengzi, please take a seat. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chengzi sat down on top of the stone chair. Old ancestor Tsang Xian smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Yuan Chengzi, after not seeing you for thousands of years, your cultivation has once again refined quite a bit. Yuan Chengzi faintly said, rather, it is not as good as this angling enlightenment of yours. Old ancestor Tsang Xian spent his entire day fishing for spirit fish above the river, seemingly idle. In truth, this was the cultivation method that old man Tsang Xian had perceived from the great Tao scripture. Taoism is natural and blends uniquely with heaven and earth. If he fished for a spiritual fish, he would be closer to the rivers and mountains, and to this side of heaven and earth. What old man Tsang Xian was fishing for was not a fish, it was a sensation. Chapter 70. A scrapper even has the power of chi fortune? Next, the two of them, old man Tsang Xian and Yuan Chengzi, seemed to be at peace. They began to sit and talk about the two sects' Jin clan techniques. The Great Tao sect's Jinzong technique, the Great Tao scripture, Taishang Xian clan's Jinzong technique, Taishang Sutra. The Great Taoist scripture preaches the law of nature and implies the way of heaven, so that the infinite can be transformed into the finite, and the invisible into the intangible. If one is in communion with heaven and earth, while one can catalyze the supreme power of heaven and earth do not speak, but if heaven sends down killing, it is born to kill. But the Taishang Sutra is just the opposite. Against all odds, the Lord kills. In past epochs, the Great Tao sect and the Taishang Xian sect had erupted into a sect war because of philosophical disagreements, and that war was quite tragic. But later, the relationship between the two clans eased. Half a day later, old ancestor Xian looked at Yuan Qingzi. Let the younger generation settle things on their own. We old fellows should not get involved. How? Yuan Qingzi pondered for a moment. Yes, but I have one request. Old ancestor Xian said. You say. Yuan Qingzi said. Before I leave, I want to meet Yi Chen. Old ancestor Xian frowned slightly and said after a moment of hesitation. Yes. He immediately sent a message to the patriarch. Tell the patriarch to bring Yuan Qingzi to Qingxian Peak. The patriarch asked. Old ancestor, you're also traveling together? Old ancestor Xian smiled faintly. I won't be going. The sovereign's body stiffened. He was a little worried. If Yuan Qingzi made a move against Yi Chen, they wouldn't be able to block it. Yuan Qingzi said indifferently. Lead the way. I'm not so bad as to take a shot at a Xianzone realm brat. The patriarch smiled awkwardly and immediately sent a voice message to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, get ready. Elder Yuan Qingzi of the Taishang Xian clan is coming to take a look at Yi Chen. Words. Lu Xian immediately told Yi Chen. Pilian looked at Yi Chen somewhat nervously. Should I not let Master conceal your martial attainments first? Yuan Qingzi is a long-established and renowned healing Dao Emperor. He will definitely be able to see the clues in you. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said to Lu Xian. Master, please also make a move. Lu Xian immediately opened the system panel. It directly hid Yi Chen's martial arts attainments. Pilian looked at Lu Xian with incomparable shock. Peak Master Lu. What kind of supreme secret art is this? Right now, Yi Chen looked like an alchemist with extremely strong soul power. Other than that, it's not at all obvious. Soon, two divine rainbows appeared in the distant void, shooting toward Qingxian Peak like meteors. Boom! Yuan Qingzi and the patriarch landed on Qingxian Peak between the two of them. The patriarch glared at Lu Xian, frantically hinting at Lu Xian. Only then did Lu Xian slowly get up from his recliner. Senior Yuan Qingzi. Hello. However, Yuan Qingzi directly ignored Lu Xian. His gaze went to Yi Chen. Lu Xian froze. This old man's got eyes in his head. He's looking down on people. He slumped right back into the recliner on his butt. The patriarch gave a dry cough. Ahem. Lu Xian was indifferent. At this moment, Yi Chen said, Senior Yuan Qingzi. Hello. Yuan Qingzi nodded his head indifferently, and a strand of divine thought probed out, sweeping back and forth over Yi Chen's body. The patriarch was a little nervous, afraid that Yuan Qingzi would do something to Yi Chen. After all, this was the southern wasteland's Tongtian healing emperor. If Yuan Qingzi really wanted to harm Yi Chen, I'm afraid that he would be able to sow mischief in Yi Chen's body without a sound. A few moments later, Yuan Qingzi faintly said, Very good, very good, very good. Leaf Dust was at a loss. What's that supposed to mean? Yuan Qingzi looked at the patriarch. Alright, I should go. When he was about to leave, Yuan Qingzi suddenly looked at Lu Xian and frowned slightly. The power of qi fortune? An invalid's body has even derived such a rich power of qi? Lu Xian. Sovereign. The next instant, Yuan Qingzi directly tore through the void, his figure blurring in vain as he stepped into the spatial rift and directly disappeared. There was a glint in his eyes. His intuition told him that Yi Chen was not as simple as what he saw on the surface. But his divine thoughts did not send out an end in Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's soul power was very vast, several times more powerful than cultivators of the same rank. Yuan Qingzi recalled old ancestor Song Xian's words. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. He muttered. Song Xian. Then let's show you the young generation of my Taishang Xian clan in this era. Only after Yuan Qingzi had disappeared for a long time did the patriarch come back to his senses. He said to Yi Xuan, Nangong Baixue didn't die. Leaf Dust frowned slightly. Surprisingly, you're not dead? Soon, though, he was relieved. This time, Nangong Baixue didn't die. Then next time, she will die. The patriarch slowly spoke. You don't have to bear any burden about Nangong Baixue. The older generation of the Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan naturally won't lay a hand on you, but their younger generation, I'm afraid, already have their eyes on you. A battle spirit surged out of Yi Chen's body. Then fight. The patriarch nodded and patted Yi Chuan's shoulder. Yi Chuan, there is no need to have any scruples when fighting. Kill as you should. The great Dao sect will always be behind you. Yi Chuan said. Many thanks, patriarch. A few moments later, the patriarch left to find old man Song Xian. Yi Chen's eyes burned as he looked into the void. Master, I'm eager to meet the young generation of the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xian sect. Lu Xian said. Good. Soon, Yi Chen returned to the cave and continued to cultivate the desolate heaven skill. And at this moment, outside the great Dao sect, the news about what happened at this alchemy exchange conference had already spread throughout the states. Yi Chuan's name forcefully suppressed the alchemy geniuses of the medicine family and the Danxiang sect to win the first place in the alchemy exchange conference. There is something shocking about this. It was important to realize that the Great Tao sect's alchemy heritage was much worse than the Pill family and the Danxiang sect, but now it was surprisingly taken first place by the Great Tao sect's Xuan. Moreover, Yi Chen's age was only 16, a 16-year-old Earth-ranked alchemist. Not only that, heavenly ranked alchemists such as Elder Tsonli, Dan Xiangzi, and Pill Bailey praised Yi Duan, and even said outright that they had gained a hint of enlightenment from Yi Duan's alchemy techniques during the Alchemy Exchange Conference. The crowd was shocked. It can make a heavenly rank alchemist have an epiphany? Just how subtle was Yi Chen's alchemy technique? On top of that, the matter of Nangong Baixue was also making a lot of noise. The ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xin clan did not suppress such voices either. The strongest people in the states were talking about it. The Yi family of Qingzhou. This kind of projectile place. How could a genius alchemist like Yi Chuan appear? Unfortunately, this is the last alchemy exchange conference. Who would have thought that the Taishang Xin clan would have lost a dozen talented alchemists? Nangong Baixue isn't simple either. She's a Tai Ying Yuan body, and was internally appointed as the fiancé of Qin Shao, the son of the ancient Qin clan. I feel that there will be a battle between Yi Chen and Qin Shao. Nangong Baixue and Yi Duan have withdrawn from their marriage and will soon become a member of the Upper Qin clan. And now, Yi Chen almost killed Nangong Baixue. I'm afraid Qin Shao can't stand it at all. These voices are abuzz. Yi Duan's name resounded through the states. With Yi Chen's fame, Lu Xian's name was once again brought up by the crowd. Someone teased. Earlier, we always said that becoming Lu Xian's disciple would be a wasted life. Now it seems that perhaps Peak Master Lu also has some real stuff? The bystanders laughed their heads off. Lu Xian has a load of stuff. It's just a puppet master. Yi Chen's master is someone else. If Yi Chuan hadn't joined Qing Xin Peak, his talent might not have been able to be hidden. This time, it's surprising that both the Pill family and the Dan Xiang sect have suffered. The crowd laughed playfully. You can't flirt with Lu Xian in the future. If nothing goes wrong, his disciple Yi Chen will inevitably become a heavenly rank alchemist. At that time, when we meet Lu Xian, then we'll have to respectfully honor him with the title, Peak Master Lu. The crowd laughed. Ha 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 ha. Lu Peak Master. The Nangong family. The Nangong family's paramount emperor ancestor was furious. Damn Yi Chen. How dare he kill Bai Shui. Luckily, Senior Yuan Qingzi's medical skills are heavenly. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was important to know that Nangong Baixue now carried the chi for the rise of their Nangong family. If Nangong Baixue successfully married Qin Shao, the Nangong family would directly back the Qin family and the Taishang Xin clan. And as the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xin clan had stood in the southern wasteland for several epochs for eons, they, the Nangong clan, would rise in the southern wasteland from then on as well. Moreover, the Qin family's old ancestor had already promised that after Qin Shao and Nangong Baixue got married, the Qin family they would make a move to create a great emperor for the Nangong family. At that time, the grudge with the Yi family would be a legitimate one for their Nangong family to take out. The ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xin clan were burdened by their reputations and were not in a position to take action against the Yi clan. But they, the Nangong clan, had no such scruples. When Qin Shao and Nangong Baixue got married, it would be the day the Yi family was destroyed. The Nangong patriarch had a murderous look on his face. This son, Yi Chuan, is ruthless. If I had known this, I should have secretly killed him during these 7 years. The Nangong family's old ancestor sighed. It's a bit difficult to kill Yi Chen now. It is said that he has a quasi-imperial level powerhouse protecting him. Even if my Nangong family were to make a move, I would not have the certainty to kill Yi Duan. Patriarch Nangong said, Qin Shao will make a move. Yi Chen will die, and the Yi family will die. Pharmacists. The land where the Pill family was located covered more than 100,000 miles, in which mountains and rivers spread out, bells and spirits, spirit trees in the sky, countless grasses and trees grew on top of the peaks, masking the Pill family in a pale green color. All the spiritual herbs recorded in the herb and tree scripture of the medicine family can be found in the medicine family. After several epochs, the medicine family's research on spiritual herbs had topped the southern wasteland. Between the endless peaks, the fragrance of grasses and trees filled the air. Being in the land of the medicine family, one could be nurtured by the scent of grasses and trees at any time and anywhere. And here there were countless gardens of spiritual herbs and medicinal gardens, in which countless high-grade spiritual herbs were cultivated. Inside and outside the Pill family, countless alchemists came in and out in an endless stream, simply because this was the holy land in the hearts of the southern wasteland alchemists. There's a saying, if you want to become a Dan Dao, you must join a medicine family. There are only two kinds of pills in the southern wasteland. Those of the Pill family and those not of the Pill family. After Pill Bailey returned to the Pill family with Pill Huan and a group of other geniuses, the Pill family's old ancestor was very dissatisfied with the results of this alchemy competition. In the middle of the main hall of the medicine family, The old ancestor of the medicine family's face was a bit ugly. No one has ever been able to get the first place in grass and wood attainment in front of my medicine family. If there was, it would only be a person from the second medicine family. At those words, Pil Huan and the other group of geniuses lowered their heads. Before this trip to the Great Tao sect, they thought the same thing. As a result, Yi Duan came out of nowhere and pressured the Pil family and the Dan Xiang sect to lose their breath. The medicine family's old ancestor's face huffed. It's not even enough to lose grass and wood attainments to an unknown kid. Even alchemy was lost. This has never happened before in my medicine family. Pilbury's face twitched, not daring to speak. Chapter 71 Fuyao is thinking of me. The old ancestor of the Pil family asked Pil Bailey to demonstrate Yi Chan's alchemy techniques. Pil Bailey's spirit techniques changed in his hands, almost reproducing Yi Chan's alchemy techniques. The many old ancestors of the Pil family were somewhat shocked. This alchemy technique is incredibly subtle, containing a hint of Tao and rhyme. In their impression, the southern wasteland did not have this kind of alchemy technique. The Pil family's crowd of ancestors asked, "What's the origin of this Yi Chen? And his alchemy techniques are so subtle?" Pil Bailey's heart fluttered as he said, "Yi Chen is from the Qingzhou. There might be a Dan emperor behind him." The Pil family's many old ancestors said, "A Dan emperor? My Pil family also has a Dan emperor. Could it be that Yi Chen's master is an ancient Dan emperor?" The ancient era had experienced radiant prosperity and great emperors had emerged frequently. So if Yi Chuan's master was from the ancient era, then it would be normal for them not to know about this alchemy technique. One must know that the long history of the southern wasteland was long and ancient, and how many hegemonic level forces had either faded away or were hidden, and there was no way to examine them at this epoch. The old ancestor of the Pil family said to Pil Huan and the others, "This time, you have not performed well. You will be punished with 10 years of seclusion." Pil Huan and the others had bitter faces. Pil Bailey said, "Old ancestor, it's been a long time since we've sent cultivation resources to Holy Maiden Lioli. Why don't I make a trip?" "Go on." The voice fell. A nascent ring was thrown out and Pilberry caught it before leaving the main hall and stepping into the Valley of Sin. The Valley of Sin was situated in a hidden place of the Pil family, which was incomparably bleak, with Tao lines intertwined above the void, sealing off this small part of the world. Pil Bailey took out a pale ancient jade slip and activated his spirit skill, and above the Valley of Sin, radiant Tao patterns surged and an entrance appeared. Soon, he arrived in Pil Lioli's cave. Pil Lioli was wearing a light green long dress. Her face was absolutely beautiful. Her eyes were like stars. Her nose was exquisite. Her figure was convex in front and curved in the back, and the light green long dress couldn't hide her perfect figure. With such a stunning demeanor, she deserved to be called the first beauty of the Pil family. Seeing Pil Bailey come, Pil Lioli slowly got up, her slender jade legs swinging like perfect jade pillars as she faintly smiled. "Elder Bailey, you're here." Pilberry lowered his voice. "Lioli, this time I have good news for you." He immediately told Pil Lioli about Yi Chen. Pil Lioli's delicate body trembled, her eyes became moist, and her voice trembled. "Duster, time flies, and 16 years have passed." Her dusty rose. Pil Bailey sighed and handed a nacreous ring to Pil Lioli. "Lioli, there are still 4 years left in your 20-year Sin Valley retreat. During this time, don't fall behind in your cultivation." Pil Blaze's snowy neck tilted slightly as she nodded. Soon after, medicine time left. Pil Lioli looked at the sealing prohibition over the Sin Valley, and her state of mind had already quietly shifted. Knowing about Yi Chen's news, her heart became calm. That's her flesh and blood. At this moment, the seal above the Valley of Sin no longer seemed to be binding. She murmured, "Dusty, Mother is sorry. Now that you also have a master, you should follow him and cultivate well. After Mother certifies as an emperor, she will definitely do right by you and your father." Qing Cheng, Yi family. The news of the Alchemy Exchange Conference reached the Yi family. The patriarch was a bit excited. "Worthy of being my son Yi Chen. Surprisingly, he has become an earth-rank alchemist. Given enough time, he will definitely be able to step into the heavenly rank alchemist." The Yi family's oldest ancestor was a bit puzzled. When did Duster learn to refine pills? The matriarch froze for a moment. "I don't know, but with Peak Master Lu around, I feel like everything is acceptable." The Yi clan's oldest ancestor said. "That's true." The patriarch was a bit worried. "I'm worried that the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan will retaliate against our Yi clan." The Yi family's oldest ancestor frowned slightly. "Don't worry about this. The ancient Qin clan and the supreme Xian sect are both hegemonic level forces in the southern wasteland, and it's unlikely that they would explicitly make a direct move against my Yi clan. Even if they do strike, Peak Master Lu definitely won't sit back and do nothing." The patriarch nodded. "I hope so." Silence for a moment. The patriarch asked, "Old ancestor Yi Beichen and the others went to Yunzhou with Her Majesty the Empress. Is there any news coming back now?" The Yi clan's oldest ancestor shook his head, a hint of worry appearing on his face. There's no news yet. There was some concern in their minds. After all, if drunken immortal house had chosen to continue submitting to Empress Fuyao, I'm afraid that this news would have already been sent back. However, counting the time, Empress Fuyao had led the dragon guards and the crowd of Yi family ancestors to descend into the cloud state for many days, and there was still no news. The Yi clan's old ancestor said. However, the soul lamps and life tags of my Yi clan's group of powerhouses are all intact, so nothing unexpected should have happened yet. Sangzhou, Ji Fuyao and Wang Ban, Xin Yan and the other dragon guards had already descended. Yi Beichen, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, and the others waited in the shadows. Back then, after the destruction of the Fuyan dynasty, Wei Yan and the others took the dynasty's heritage and rolled over the land of millions of miles, setting foot in Sangzhou and establishing the Drunken Immortal Tower. Now that 3,000 years had passed, Drunken Immortal Mansion had already gained a firm foothold in Sangzhou and had already built several branches in Sangzhou. Sangzhou was more than several times larger than Qingzhou, and the native forces here were disjointed and very mixed. The strongest force, with a 2-star Great Emperor in attendance. The Drunken Immortal Mansion was only a quasi-emperor ranked power, yet it was not easy for it to rise to prominence in the Sangzhou, and at this point, Ji Fuyang and the others were in Song City, where the Drunken Immortal Mansion's headquarters was located. In the middle of a restaurant, Ji Fuyao was wearing a long fiery red dress. Her face was veiled so that she couldn't be seen. She was sitting on her knees, and she had a map in her hand. It was the map of Sangzhou, with several red dots marked on the map, which were the headquarters and several branches of Drunken Immortal House. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes were slightly knitted. The Drunken Immortal Tower had risen to prominence nowadays, and its strength had vaguely surpassed that of the Yi family and the Dragon Guards. She had a bad feeling about it. However, she didn't make any rash moves, but waited for news from Wang Ban and the others. Half a day later, Wang Barbarian returned to the restaurant in a rage. Your Majesty the Empress, I think this Wei Yan guy is just playing with us. Ji Fuyang slowly opened her eyes and asked, what's the situation? Wang Banan was so angry that he slapped his chest and said through gritted teeth, Your Majesty the Empress, on this trip, Xin Yan and I had already sent a message to Wei Yin in advance, and Wei Yin claimed that he was right in the middle of the headquarters. But who knows that Xin Yan and I went to Drunken Immortal Mansion's headquarters today with a token. And the elders there told us that Wei Yin had gone to the Willow City branch. Ji Fuyang asked, have you sent a message to Wei Yin? Xin Yan nodded and said with a sulky face, we've already sent a message to Wei Yin. This guy said that the Willow City branch has something temporary and asked us to wait in Song City now. After 10 days, he will return to Song City. Ji Fuyang's gaze was icy cold. 10 days? Wang Barbarian gritted his teeth and his killing intent was monstrous. Damned Wei Yan, is this an attempt to betray Her Majesty the Empress? Why don't we just send a direct message to Yi Beichen and the others and directly destroy the Drunken Immortal Mansion? Ji Fuyang pondered for a moment. In that case, let's wait for another 7 days. Wang Banan was filled with righteous indignation, his chest heaving. Fine, then let's follow Your Majesty the Empress. If after 10 days, this Wei Yin fellow still has an excuse, then we'll just kill him. Xin Yin said, Your Majesty the Empress, I feel that Wei Yan should already know that you have returned, but just doesn't want to meet. He's avoiding us. The divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes. Give him another chance. The crowd of dragon guards forced themselves to hold back their anger. As you command. Next, Ji Fuyang had been cultivating the burning sky decree in the middle of the restaurant. The next day, Wang Ban and Sheng Yan returned to the restaurant with excited faces. Your Majesty, there is good news. Ji Fuyang smiled faintly. Oh, what news? Wang Ban said excitedly. Peak Master Lu's second disciple, Yi Chen, won first place in the Alchemy Exchange Conference. He was able to suppress the alchemy geniuses of the Pill family and the Danxiang sect. Yi Xuan is now an Earth-ranked alchemist. Earth Order alchemist. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes flowed with divine splendor. Somewhat surprised, Yi Chen did a good job. It does count as one of the few good news stories these days. She remembered that more than 2 months ago, when she left Qingxian Peak, senior brother Yi Chuan had only just barely stepped into the Xian rank alchemist. Now that it's only been less than 3 months, Yi Chuan has actually improved his alchemy so much long ago? But it was normal to think about it. After all, under the guidance of the master, all miracles were truly possible. Her realm had also risen extremely fast. In less than half a year, she had gone from the Grand Xian King realm to the 1-star Xian Saint realm, which was a bit shocking. Wang Ban continued, Your Majesty the Empress, at this alchemy exchange conference, Yi Chen's alchemy techniques shocked the entire audience. And even heavenly rank alchemists such as Dan Xiangzi and Pill Bailey went to sense Yi Chen's alchemy techniques. Ji Fuyao's snowy neck tilted slightly, nodded, and smiled sweetly. She was heartily happy that her senior brother, Yi Chen, was so outstanding. Ji Fuyang asked, "Any other news?" Wang Ban smiled and said, "During the time of alchemy, Nangong Baishui and the others from the Taishang Xian clan were suspected of launching an attack on Yi Duan. But Yi Duan wiped out more than a dozen geniuses with his own strength and almost killed Nangong Baishui. It's a pity that Yun Yang Dan Sage suddenly stepped in and saved Nangong Baishui." Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes slightly knitted. "There's actually this matter?" From this, it seemed that senior brother Yi Chen was very strong. She's got to work on that, too. If he was surpassed by his senior brother, it would not be justifiable. Wang Barbarian and Qing Yan and the others all sighed with emotion. Peak Master Lu is truly a man of God. Yi Chuan's talent is also very high, and this time, Yi Chuan has already made a name for himself in the domains. Only, Ji Fuyang asked. "Only what?" Wang Ban said with a frown. "Only, Peak Master Lu is still being pointed out by the crowd. No one knows how powerful Peak Master Lu is." Ji Fuyang laughed. "This is not a problem. Master is master. He won't care about this." Upon hearing this, Wang Ban and the others sighed in admiration. 5 bodies. This person, Lu Xian, must not be disobeyed. A few moments later, Wang Ban and Qing Yan and the others left and continued to the Drunken Immortal Mansion's headquarters to explore the situation, and Ji Fuyang continued to cultivate the Burning Sky Decree. In her mind, Lu Xian's figure flashed through her mind. A warmth welled up in her heart at the thought. She murmured, "Haven't seen you for a long time. Are you alright, Master? Kind of miss Master?" Suddenly she was a bit intent, as if her heart was in the right place. She felt that in the Great Tao sect, which was millions of miles away, her master seemed to be wondering what she was doing as well. The corner of Ji Fuyang's mouth lifted into a smile. "Master, that's so good." Great Tao sect, Qingxian Peak. In the grass hut, leaf dust was cooking. Lu Xian lay in front of the grass hut, basking in the sun and looking at the scenery. Streams of clouds drift by, and the years go by. The joy of lying flat is like this, as if heaven and man were one. Without the disturbance of cultivation trivialities, the whole person is emptied out. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyang is cultivating and has begun to synchronize his cultivation. Ding! Senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyang's Burning Sky Decree has gained some insight. It's being synchronized. The voice fell. A wave of pure spiritual energy surged into his body, impacting Lu Xian's limbs and bones, and the soothing sensation caused Lu Xian to murmur. Suddenly, Lu Xian was somewhat moved, as if his heart had a warm feeling in his heart. He smiled and said to Yi Duan in the grass hut, "Yi Duan, your eldest sister is thinking of me?" Chapter 72. The future is yours. Yi Chuan, your eldest sister is thinking of me? At those words, Yi Chen smiled. "It's been a while since I've seen eldest sister. I kind of miss her cooking. I wonder how eldest sister is doing now." "How did you handle the time at the Drunken Immortal building?" Lu Xian said. "If nothing goes wrong, it should be very soon that we'll be able to see your eldest sister again." Yi Chen said with some excitement. "When eldest sister comes back, I'm going to refine pills for her." Lu Xian nodded. Yes. He suddenly realized that it was a good thing for Yi Chen to be able to make pills, whether it is to the big disciple Ji Fuyao, or in the future, when he receives the third disciple. The fourth disciple will have the elixir to eat. This second disciple is good in both Dan and martial arts. Not much longer, Yi Duan had prepared the meal, and today he was eating spicy spirit chicken. Lu Xian and Yi Chen started eating straight away. Cooked in the Daoxian iron pot, added Qingdian Tianshui, full of Dao and rhyme. Each bite is full of mystery. Infinite mystery. Of course, Lu Xian cannot feel. He can only eat the spicy flavor. He can only eat out the spicy flavor. Yi Chuan ate while sensing the mysteries of the Dao. The world within his body was brilliantly glowing, and the sound of the great Dao Brahma was like a yellow bell drumming. Soon, Lu Xian had finished eating and lay down on the recliner. Yi Chuan asked, "Master, I wonder how many levels of the Xianzun realm eldest sister is now. Is it possible for me to surpass eldest sister if I try harder?" The corner of Lu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. "You'll know when your eldest sister returns." Ji Fuyang was already a 1-star Xian sage. However, he didn't tell Yi Duan. After all, Yi Chen was already cultivating a bit desperately now. If he knew about this news, Yi Chen was afraid that he would have to squeeze himself again. How does that make him feel good? Ahem. Yi Chuan hesitated and asked, "Master, that desolate heaven technique seems to be a remnant?" Lu Xian nodded. Yi Chen's desolate sky skill, as well as Ji Fuyang's burning sky decree were not complete. But that's normal. The desolate heaven technique is suspected to be that man's technique. That man pushed across the ages, suppressing all the enemies in the world, and had it not been for the fact that his enemies were incomparably bizarre and could be resurrected indefinitely, he would have long since punched through the ultimate land. Therefore, It was impossible for the Desolate Heaven technique to only be as low as the 6-star Emperor rank. If it is complete, it should be classless. Lu Xian asked the system. Tuzi, why isn't it that the Desolate Heaven skill and the Burning Heavens decree aren't complete? The system said. Don't worry, it will come later. Lu Xian said. Good. He was kind of looking forward to how powerful it would be if the technique was complete. Yi Chen continued to ask. Master, how does one go about sensing that invincible posture in the Desolate Heaven technique? Lu Xian smiled. Invincible? He has two. The system gives it away. Crossing a large realm, without reasoning, directly killing in seconds. Lu Xian smiled and said. Invincibility comes from fighting. Leaf Dust was puzzled. Beaten out? Lu Xian said leisurely. The path of martial arts has 1,000 robberies, and the path of invincibility has all withered bones. To fight to the very top is to be invincible. Feeling shocked and speechless, Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian. Master, are you invincible? The voice fell. The jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest trembled slightly, and Pilyan also probed his divine thoughts, wanting to hear Lu Xian's answer. Just how strong was Lu Xian? At this moment, Lu Xian said indifferently. That's not important. What's important is that the future is yours. The future is yours. Buzz. A lightning bolt crossed Yi Chen's mind. Battle. On the path of martial arts. Battle to the very top and push all enemies in the world across. Lu Xian continued. Yi Chen, remember, your opponent is not of the same rank, but of the same generation. Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. Pilyan's soul body flew directly out of the jade pendant, and his heart set off huge waves. Make an enemy of your contemporaries. Master Lu Feng is so bold. Suddenly, Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. A terrifying and overwhelming aura shook out from his physical strength. The martial will blazing like an oven, as vast as the ocean. He came to his senses, playing for his time. Yi Xuan sat cross-legged, the reflection of the desolate sky skill constantly flickering in his mind, and the martial will of his body grew more and more terrifying. He stepped into the realm of epiphany. Pilyan was shocked beyond measure. Worthy of being peak Master Lu, he was able to cause Yi Chen to have an epiphany with a casual instruction. Lu Xian let out a light eep. At that moment, the system's voice came. Ding! The host's second disciple, Yi Duan, is sensing the will of martial arts and is beginning to synchronize. The voice fell. Lu Xian's mind was flooded with many epiphanies, which were domineering and horizontal, gradually converging into two words. Invincible. Half a day later, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes as he said excitedly. Many thanks for the guidance, Master. No one responded. Silence for a moment. Pilyan said. Your master has gone back to his cave. Leaf Dust. Not much longer. Yi Chen packed up the grass house and returned to the cave to cultivate. He knew to himself that his realm was still too low right now. Even compared to those true disciples of the great Tao sect, he was still far behind. Those top true disciples, such as Luo Lingkong, Lu Xian, and Fong Yin, they were the late Xianzong realm great circle a few months ago. Now, they had been in seclusion for several months. With their talent, I'm afraid that they have long since stepped into the Xianzun realm. As for the Taishang Xian clan and the ancient Qin clan, they were likewise hegemonic level forces, and it was said that the geniuses and demons there were only stronger than the great Tao clan. Read about it. Yi Chuan clenched his fists and a smile appeared on his face. His insides were hyperactive. Really one couldn't wait to fight the true disciples of the great Tao sect, wanting to fight the geniuses of the Taishang Xian clan and the ancient Qin clan. Yi Chuan's hands changed in spiritual techniques, and his body glowed with a faint divine splendor as he began to cultivate the desolate heaven technique. In the meantime, Lu Xian lay on the Xian ice bed in the cave and watched the talking story. The system's voice came out. Ding! Host's second disciple Yi Duan is raising his cultivation level. Start synchronizing. Ding! The host's second disciple, Yi Chen, has gained some insight into the desolate heaven technique, and is beginning to synchronize. The voice fell. A large amount of cultivation underpinnings transformed into a river and poured into Lu Xian's body, and it was as if the water of a great river was coming from the sky in his dantian as it began to accumulate. Get comfortable. And at that moment, a major event happened in the upper Qin clan. The ancient Qin clan announced to the public, the Qin clan's worldly son, Qin Shao, and Nangong Baixue are engaged to be married in a month's time. The news was a sensation in the southern wasteland states. This time, the upper ancient Qin family had undoubtedly completely solidified the reputation of Nangong Baixue's fiancé. The crowd knew that although the status of the Nangong family was completely mismatched with the ancient Qin family, however, Nangong Baixue was carrying a Tai Yin Yuan body, which could provide support to Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's cultivation talent was so unbelievable that he was said to have the posture of a great emperor. If you add Nangong Baixue's Tai Yin Yuan body, the two of them will be a perfect match, and the yin and yang will interact with each other, so Qin Zhao's cultivation will be even more advanced. the strongest people in the states were talking about it. It can be seen that this is after that change in the Great Tao sect. The Upper Qin family doesn't want any more accidents to happen. This time, Nangong Baixue has already taken the name of her fiancé, and the status of the Nangong family has risen along with it, so no one dares to despise it anymore. It's really true that when one person wins, the whole family rises to heaven. Strange? Great Tao sect's Xuan killed a dozen genius alchemists of the Taishang Xian sect. Is this matter just going to pass? How can this matter pass easily? Between the great clans, wars don't break out easily anymore, but enmity has already been forged. I heard that Senior Yuan Qingzi stepped into the middle of the Great Tao sect, and I don't know what was said between him and the Great Tao sect. Don't you all know that in past epochs, the Great Tao sect and the Taishang Xian sect erupted into a sect war because of their philosophical disagreements, and in that war, blood flowed into the rivers and bloodshed drifted into the scullery, and even a few great emperors fell. Only later, as the years passed, the two sects chose to temporarily put aside their disagreement. Everyone sighed and couldn't help but remember some of the hidden secrets of the southern wasteland. The Great Tao sect and the Taishang Xian sect were the two behemoths of the southern wasteland. As the saying goes, different paths lead to different things. The concepts of the Great Tao Sutra and the Taishang Sutra clashed. One wanted the Tao in heaven and earth, and the other wanted to go against the heavens, and it was entirely the Great Tao facing the heavens. It was only now that the change in heaven and earth had not yet occurred, and the legendary ultimate path had not been presented. Once the ultimate path opens, the supreme path will manifest, but at that time, I'm afraid that the heavens and earth will cry out in sorrow, comparable to the twilight of the gods. Above the emperor realm was the supreme realm. Right now, these hegemons on the surface of the southern wasteland, such as the Great Tao sect, the Taishang Xian sect, the Tsangmu school palace, the Pill family, and the ancient Qin family were just the tip of the iceberg in the southern wasteland. The ultimate path, the supreme path, had not been manifested for several epochs. During these several epochs, an unknown number of hegemonic powers had fallen asleep. Some of the reclusive forces, the ancient forces, chose to remain silent and return to their hometowns. Their names had even been obscured in the long river of time for several epochs, but that didn't mean they had really faded away. And once the supreme path opens, the southern wasteland will not be as peaceful as it is now. Therefore, at the present moment, there was simply no need for a great war to break out between the Great Tao sect and the Taishang Xian sect. This is the hidden secret of the southern wasteland. It's just that only the top powers know about it. For a moment, the powerhouses of the southern wasteland states remembered these southern wasteland secret stories, and their hearts rippled a bit. The crowd sighed. This era. I wonder if the supreme path will manifest. Soon, the news of Nangong Baixue's engagement reached the Great Tao sect. The patriarch told Lu Xian and Yi Chen about this matter. Leaf Dust said he didn't care. This woman has nothing to do with him anymore. Moreover, he will kill Nangong Baixue. Lu Xian muttered. Oh Nangong Baixue, there was once an opportunity in front of you that you didn't cherish. Wrong choices, and you will reap the consequences. In the meantime, the group of true disciples who had lost the inter-sect competition had been in seclusion for several months, and they had come out of seclusion. The Great Tao sect caused a sensation. After months of seclusion, just how strong were people such as Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong and Fang Yan right now? Ethereal Peak. The mist in this place was misty and dazzling, and in the spirit pond at the top of the spirit peak, cloaked in the glory of the sun and reflecting the clouds, a female disciple was like stepping out of a picture scroll, with a fascinatingly concave and convex figure. The heat was so intense that their perfect curves emerged vaguely amidst the mist, the scenery so beautiful and the peaks so undulating that it made people want to get lost. Suddenly, in a cave, a faint aroma surged out, and a terrifying and overwhelming Xuanzuan realm aura filled the surroundings. Radiant Tao haze surged up. True disciple Lu Xian stepped into the air. Pieces of flower petals scattered under her feet. All of them were condensed by the radiant light. A faint smile appeared on her face. She was pleased with her time in seclusion. In that battle, she lost to Ji Fuyan in the inner gate trial, and her heart was very unwilling. It was only because Ji Fuxiao had crossed the ranks to fight, yet she was able to attack from below. However, in the past few months, her illusion techniques had once again refined, and after consuming a large amount of heavenly materials, she had already stepped into the second Xianzun realm. Lu Xian smiled flirtatiously and murmured, Senior Sister Fuyao, I wonder if the current you is still my opponent. I've come to Qingxian Peak to find you in a battle. She'd already lost once. There was no way she'd lose a second time. Chapter 73. They want to hit someone. A few moments later, Lu Xian was wearing a long white dress, her slender jade legs constantly swinging as she descended to the top of the spirit pond. Instantly, the many female disciples immediately paid their respects. Good day, Senior Sister Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded and walked towards her master's cave. She had some doubts about her cultivation, but after consulting her master, she would head to Qingxian Peak to fight Ji Fuyan once again. Suddenly, countless radiant divine splendor petals emerged beneath her jade feet and she directly stepped into the air. The many female disciples were surprised. Senior sister Lu Xian, what are you going to do? Senior sister Lu Xian smiled faintly. To Qingxian Peak. Upon hearing this, the many female disciples immediately walked out from the spirit pool, wrapping their robes on top of their delicate carcasses, and also followed Lu Xian. In an instant, a divine splendor surged through the air, shooting toward Qingxian Peak like a meteor. Sword Peak. Clang! A crisp sword roar resounded through the void, and a terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions. In the next instant, a saint-grade spirit sword directly shot up into the sky, circling continuously in the void. Triple Sword Exaltation Realm. For a while, the spirit swords on the waist of the many disciples of Sword Peak all trembled, emitting a buzzing sword sound. Luo Lingkong, dressed in a green robe, suddenly stepped out of the cave into the air and stepped on top of the spirit sword, his body exuding a faint sense of sword intent as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking transcendent and incomparably ethereal. Some of the female disciples of Sword Peak immediately covered their mouths, blushed, and exclaimed in shock, "It's senior brother Luo Lingkong. Senior brother has come out of the gate. He actually broke through to the fourth Xuanzuan realm. Senior seems to be even more attractive than before." The many disciples of Sword Peak were incomparably shocked. It was worthy of being called the young generation of the Great Tao sect, the number one person in the sword path. Although he lost to Ji Fuyan, he became stronger because of it. Luo Lingkong looked in the direction of Qingxian Peak and muttered, "Ji Fuyao, I've gotten stronger. What about you?" He remembered his failure in the inner gate trial at that time. At that time, he chopped out that sword. Instantaneous air sword. That was his strongest sword. However, his supreme sword was easily annihilated by Ji Fuyao, who told him that he did not have the determination to go all out. And now, at last, he had found that feeling. With the most powerful sword, there is death and no life. I have a sword that is invincible when sheathed. He came to his senses. Luo Lingkong muttered, "My generation of sword cultivators, when life and death are looked down upon." With that said, Luo Lingkong moved his mind and flew with his sword. His sword chi was like the wind, and he flew directly towards Qingxian Peak. He was eager to fight Ji Fuyao again. A few moments later, above Sword Peak, hundreds of divine rainbows surged up, and many disciples flew with their swords like a shooting star, which was spectacular. Alchemy Peak. Boom! Endless brilliant spirit patterns exploded and splashed, and the ceiling prohibitions of a cave rumbled into pieces. Fang Yan slowly walked out of the cave with his naked body. He was naked and radiated a golden color. The blood in his body bulged and emitted a roaring sound. "Senior sister Fuyao, I've made a comeback. Are you ready?" Fang Yan said with a smile. Instantly, the entire body refining peak was sensationalized. The many body refining peak disciples were incomparably shocked. Senior brother Fang Yan's body refining realm is already approaching completion. May I ask, who can compete? The corner of Fang Yan's mouth lifted slightly as he looked toward the group of body refining peak disciples. "Body refining peak disciples, follow me to Qingxian Peak." At those words, the many disciples were slightly stunned. Fang Yan stomped hard and the ground shook as he directly stepped into the air, a divine rainbow appearing under his feet as he rushed in the direction of Qingxian Peak. At that moment, the many disciples from the body refining peak followed. "Go to Qingxian Peak." In an instant, hundreds of figures flew out from the body refining peak. And at this moment, on Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian was eating with Yi Duan. Yi Chuan said while eating his meal with great enjoyment, "Master, I've stepped into the late great circle of the Xianzong realm." Lu Xian nodded. "Very good, keep up the good work." Yi Chen said, "Okay, Master." Just then, boom boom boom, above the void in the distance, countless divine rainbows surged from all directions with monstrous light. In the east, a group of stunningly beautiful women with fluttering shirts and lithe postures, their jade feet stepping on divine rainbows. Their poise was stunning. Lu Xian was at the forefront, a flirtatious smile on her face as she flew towards Qingxian Peak. In the west, hundreds of sword cultivators flew with their swords. Gusts of breaking sounds came out of the air, looking very ethereal. Luo Lingkong stood with his arms folded, his green shirt slightly bulging. The gentle wind blew his hair up, looking incomparably ethereal and dusty. To the north, hundreds of big men rushed over, their bodies tall, as if they were a small mountain. South, seeing this scene, Yi Chen directly froze. What's this about? He had been at Qingxian Peak for several months now, and it was the first time he had seen a disciple of the Great Tao sect descend. Lu Xian skimmed a glance and continued to concentrate on eating. Soon, Lu Xian's jade feet stepped on the radiant flower petals and landed in the sky above Qingxian Peak. Behind her, A group of stunningly beautiful women from Misty Peak were all looking at Lu Xian and Yi Chen with incomparable curiosity. The next instant, Luo Lingkong also descended. Fang Yan also descended. There were also some other top true disciples. For a while, the sky above Qingxian Peak was swarming with people, making it seem a bit crowded. A dozen or so top true disciples. Each one brought hundreds more disciples from their spirit peak. There were thousands of them. It directly surrounded Qingxian Peak. In the air, thousands of Xianzun realm and Xianzong realm auras converged together, like an abyss and a sea. Terrifyingly terrifying. Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong and the others glanced at each other. Master Lu Feng is actually eating? Where's Ji Fuxiao? And who is this handsome young man? After all, they had just rushed towards Qingxian Peak as soon as they emerged from the gate. None of the things that happened in the Great Tao sect were known yet. Seeing this aura, Lu Xian took a bite of his food and raised his head to ask, "Are you guys trying to attack my Qingxian Peak?" Lu Xian smiled. "Peak Master Lu, we're here to spar with senior sister Ji Fuyang," Lu Xian said indifferently. "Cutting? Fuyang isn't at Qingxian Peak. She's out on a mission." Lu Xian and Luo Lingkong and the others were all stunned. At this time, a few disciples frowned. "Senior sister Lu Xian, I seem to recall, more than 2 months ago, I seem to have seen senior sister Ji Fuyao go to the task hall to collect tasks." A hint of disappointment appeared in Luo Lingkong's eyes. "I didn't expect to not come back for more than 2 months. At this time, Lu Xian smiled charmingly, like a flirt, and looked at Lu Xian, pointing at Yi Chen. "Peak Master Lu, this disciple is?" Lu Xian faintly said, "My second disciple." Lu Xian and Luo Lingkong and the others were once again stunned. "What's the situation? Peak Master Lu has taken on another disciple?" Soon, a disciple explained to Lu Xian and the others. Numerous top true disciples were shocked on the spot. The young man in front of him was actually an Earth-rank alchemist. They had been in seclusion for several months, and so many things had happened in the Great Tao sect. Suddenly, Lu Xian looked at Yi Xuan. "Senior brother Yi Xuan, in that case, your soul body exterminated a dozen or so disciples of the Tai Shangxian sect with your own strength, so I guess the soul force must be incredibly powerful." Yi Xuan took a bite of his meal. "Senior sister is flattering." Lu Xian smiled. "Senior sister Fuyao is not here. Why don't you and I spar? My attacks are illusions. Your soul power is strong. Maybe you can break through my illusions?" Leaf Dust had a hint of excitement. Good. He had planned to fight the true disciples of the sect to try out the power of the Desolate Sky skill. I didn't expect them to be out so soon. Just in time. Lu Xian smiled faintly. "When does it start?" Yi Duan said. "When I finish eating?" Crowd. Lu Xian revealed a nice smile, her peaks rising and falling. Good. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at Luo Lingkong and Fang Yan and the others. "Senior brothers, my eldest senior sister is not here. Why don't I replace my eldest senior sister and spar with all of you?" This statement was made. Luo Lingkong and Fang Yan and the other true disciples were slightly stunned. Yi Xuan was only a late Xianzong realm grand circle, but they were already in the Xianzun realm. Luo Lingkong faintly said, "Senior brother Yi Chen, you are not my opponent." Yi Chen laughed. "Senior brother, don't jump to conclusions so quickly." Luo Lingkong stuttered slightly and said, "Good, I'll take it, but I'll go all out." Fang Yan said gruffly, "Senior brother Yi Chen, I'll fight you too. Senior sister Fuyang isn't here, so it's time to bully you. Otherwise I'm itching inside." Leaf Dust nodded. Good. The many disciples held back their laughter. Ha ha. What kind of big truth is this? Yi Dust was certainly gifted in alchemy, but it was well known that alchemists were generally weaker in battle, and they might not be able to beat anyone at the same rank. Isn't this a clear attempt to bully Yi Chen? Next, Yi Chen and Lu Xian continued to eat. At one point, thousands of people began to gather around the two of them for dinner. Lu Xian acted as if no one else was there. Lu Xian's central region couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Yi Xuan, you are at least close to stepping into the Xianzun realm. Why haven't you opened up the valley yet?" Yi Chen smiled. "Senior sister, eating helps a lot in cultivation." The crowd was outright stunned. Lu Xian's snowy neck tilted slightly, faintly shaking her head. Obviously, Yi Chen had been led astray by Peak Master Lu. It was important to know that in the entire Great Tao sect, Lu Xian was the only one who didn't have a valley. There's nothing like it. At this point, Lu Xian had already finished eating, and he laid down on the recliner in front of the grass hut and rested. The crowd's faces twitched. A disciple muttered, "Peak Master Lu, what an absolute." A female disciple from Misty Peak couldn't help but say, "Peak Master Lu has already finished eating and laid down. Why is Yi Chen eating so slowly?" As Yi Chen ate, he felt a trace of Tao and rhyme in the food, and this mysterious qi also contained the power of the green underworld heavenly water. The reason he eats so slowly is because his body can't handle much force. Only, Yi Chuan chewed and swallowed slowly, closing his eyes from time to time and exhaling slightly. This kind of appearance looked a bit strange in the eyes of the many disciples. A female disciple covered her mouth and whispered, "Isn't it just ordinary spirit fish? How come senior brother Yi Chuan seems to be eating heavenly treasures? What exactly is this eating?" Even Lu Xian couldn't help but want to ask, "Does this meal really smell so good? How can you enjoy eating it so much?" On the side, Luo Lingkong and Fang Yan and the other true disciples were watching the scene with interest. There's no rush. Really, there's no hurry at all in their hearts, but they want to hit people. Chapter 74, I lost. They want to go, but they had already committed to sparring with Yi Chen, and it's been such a long wait. Just have to keep waiting. If they had known that senior brother Yi Chen was so inky, they wouldn't have agreed to the cut. Hey, the crowd is suffering in their hearts. Thousands of disciples watched Yi Chen eat. The key, he was really good at eating like this. If it was them, I'm afraid they would have cut it out right away. Fang Yan squeezed out a hint of a smile. Senior brother Yi Chuan, emotional intelligence is relatively low. Appraisal complete. Lu Xian smiled. Fang Yan, this guy is rough and coarse, and he's still qualified to comment on Yi Chen's low emotional intelligence? The crowd said in their hearts. Once upon a time, there was a strange man in the great Dao clan. Well now, there are two. One incense burner, 2 incense sticks. 1 hour later, a few absolutely beautiful disciples from Misty Peak finally couldn't hold back. Their peaks of anger rose and fell. Senior brother Yi Chuan, did you know? We Misty Peak disciples have never waited for a single person. Our first time was given to you. Do you know that? Yi Chuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the crowd with some embarrassment. Can you give me 1 incense stick of time? Upon hearing this, Fang Yan was furious and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. His foot stomped in the air and a terrifying wave of air spread out in all directions as he let out a low roar. He's decided to be good. During the sparring session, he would beat Yi Duan violently and beat him to death. By this time, not only Fang Yan, but also the other disciples' patience had reached its limit. They had originally come to see their senior brother and sister sparring with Ji Fuyao. And now what? Watching Yi Duan eat for an hour. At this time, Lu Xian leisurely said, "Hey, people are still too impatient nowadays." The voice fell. The faces of the many disciples darkened. They could sort of see what Yi Chen's problem was. Master, how can a master learn from his disciple if he has no shame? Xingxian Peak is really a good place to preach and teach. 1 incense stick later, Leaf Dust finished eating. He slowly stood up and looked at Lu Xian. Master, I'll wash the dishes later, or else my senior brothers and sisters might not really be able to wait. Lu Xian nodded. Go. The crowd's faces twitched. It's that time of the year, and you're still thinking about your broken pots and bowls. Fang Yan couldn't hold back any longer. He blushed and said, Senior brother Yi Chen, it's really not me who's talking about you. Look at this. You've wasted almost 2 hours of our time on one person. There are thousands of us here. Do the math. You've wasted more than 2 years of our time. Leaf Dust. He was actually speechless. Lu Xian froze for a moment. Hey, why does that sound so familiar? Lu Xian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, her peaks rising and falling as she looked toward Yi Chen. Senior brother Yi Chen, can we begin? Yi Chen directly stepped into the air. You may begin. Above the void, the many disciples immediately dispersed. It was finally time to cut, and they had waited for the flowers. And that's when, above the void, a terrifying and incomparable aura surged, and brilliant divine splendor surfaced in the depths of the void. The many disciples looked up, and it turned out to be the patriarch and a group of peak masters. I didn't realize that it had alarmed the patriarch and the others. The patriarch and the others immediately concealed their figures and said with a smile, Yi Chen, there's no need to care about us. Leaf Dust nodded. Lu Xian smiled with a beaming smile. Senior brother Yi Chen, your soul power far exceeds that of your peers, so I'll go all out. The voice fell. Her slender jade hand stretched out, and a radiant light surged forth, dense with 5 colors, directly enveloping Yi Chen. Lu Xian's spirit technique changed in her hands as she murmured softly, Next, senior brother Yi Chen, let me weave your illusion. Between breaths, Yi Chen saw the scenery in front of him change drastically. The clear blue sky disappeared. Xingxian Peak also disappeared, and the many disciples watching the battle above the void gradually blurred. Yi Duan quietly looked at what was in front of him. In the next instant, like endless mirrors broken and reorganized, above each broken fragment is reflected some of the light in Yi Chuan's memory. He saw the familiar Yi family. Without realizing it, Yi Chen was already standing in the middle of his father's room. At this time his father, with his thick black hair and wrinkle-free face, was refreshed and looked very young. Yi Chen looked down and his body became much smaller. This is what he looked like when he was 5 or 6 years old. The patriarch smiled and said, Dusty, Your cultivation speed has already broken the record of Qing City. You can be considered to have completely made a name for yourself in Qingcheng at this clan assembly. Looking at his father's young appearance, Yi Chen's eyes reddened. In the 7 years that his cultivation had fallen, his father had aged a lot, and it was all because his father was trying to get him back to cultivation. A few months ago, his father got drunk in his room, and he realized that his father's face was already crawling with wrinkles. His temples were stained with frost, his hair was white, and his whole body was too old. The patriarch walked over and gently wiped away Yi Chen's tears, picking him up and raising him high above his head. Dusty, you should be happy. Why are you crying? Yi Chen smiled. Father, I'm fine, the patriarch said. Tomorrow, I will take you into the middle of the clan land and let the old ancestor cleanse your essence. By then, your talent will be further liberated. Leaf Dust nodded. The next day, he followed his father toward the clan lands. On the way, they met the Grand Elder and his son, Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen was dressed in a brocade suit and squeezed out a smile. Brother Dust, good. A trace of imperceptible bloominess appeared in the Grand Elder's eyes. Duster, cultivation should be a combination of work and rest. Don't oppress yourself too much. When you have time, let Liangchen accompany you on a walk around Qingcheng to relax and unwind. Yi Duan nodded his head indifferently. After going to the ancestral ground, the old ancestor told him that the patriarch had given up the opportunity that belonged to him in exchange for a chance to cleanse his essence. Yi Duan looked at his father, his eyes reddening. Father, the matriarch smiled. Go on. After leaving the ancestral ground, the next time, Leaf Dust saw a lot of images. His father had argued with the Grand Elder and the others many times in the middle of the main hall in order to get more cultivation resources for him. Once, there was even a big fight with the Grand Elder. Yi Chen's heart trembled slightly. These images were originally hidden deep in his memory. Now in the midst of the illusion, he came to the hidden corner, gently wiped the dust from his memory, and saw it all anew. Memories are still warm. Suddenly, Ka-ching, Ka-ching, Yi Xuan looked around, and he saw that this side of the Yi family's heaven and earth was trembling slightly, as if it was about to shatter apart at any moment. He knew that beyond the illusion was Qingxian Peak. Yi Xuan muttered, Senior sister Lu Xian is unable to support this massive illusion. Read about it. Yi Xuan's hands changed in his spirit skill, and the monstrous soul power turned into an ocean, directly rushing upwards, and the terrifying and overwhelming power directly propped up the faltering Yi family's heaven and earth again. He didn't want to leave the illusion so soon. He wanted to see more of the father he remembered so well. The time that followed flowed like a small river. When Yi Chen was not cultivating, he quietly accompanied his father. He realized that his father would always look up at the stars late at night, sighing softly. Previously, Leaf Dust didn't understand. Now he understood that his father missed her mother. Several years have passed. Father's grudge against the Grand Elder was getting deeper and deeper for his sake. One day, his cultivation suddenly fell. The Grand Elder couldn't stop the smile on his face. His father had consumed all of his family's contribution value and exchanged it for countless heavenly treasures from the family treasury in an attempt to restore him. But it didn't work. The gazes of the Yi family's crowd became dim. Secretly, father went to beg the elders of other branches and borrowed a large amount of spirit stones. His father went around and got many physicians. After consuming a massive amount of cultivation resources, these physicians shook their heads and walked out of the Yi family. I'm sorry, patriarch, there's nothing I can do. My father pulled again to step into the ancestral land. The three great ancestors of the Yi family all came together, but it was of no help. Over the course of several months, Yi Xuan saw his father's temples stained with frost, his hair much whiter, and his eyes filled with blood. Leaf Dust muttered. This all turned out to have happened in a few months. He was kicking himself for never noticing this before. His father had become even a bit of a whisperer for his sake, just to keep his position as the son of the world. Leaf Dust's heart stung. Turns out a father, who does things for his kids, doesn't bring it up himself. His father had endured so much for him. One night, Leaf Dust came outside his father's room, and he heard his father sigh in the darkness. LOL. Leaf Dust pushed open the door. His father dodged a little, wiping his eyes secretly. Yi Chen looked at his father. Father, I have recovered. His father took his hand and tried to examine it. Yes? Yi Chen slowly urged his spiritual energy as his realm climbed. Alchemy realm. Xianshi realm. Xianling realm. Late great circle of the Xianzong realm. Seeing this scene, his father hugged Yi Chen tightly and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Good. Just then, the space around Yi Chen began to collapse continuously. Endless radiant spirit patterns began to annihilate. The void above his head began to annihilate continuously, and the earth beneath his feet could shatter. His father was smiling, but the smile was leaving tears on his face. Yi Chen stood still, and on his face, the the same 2 lines of clear tears slid down. He reached out and grabbed it, and the illusion shattered like broken pieces, drifting away with the wind. Caught short. The next instant, Xuan stood above the void again, and the dome of the sky above his head returned to a clear blue color. Not far from him, Lu Xian's eyes were also slightly red, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Yi Chen bowed respectfully towards Lu Xian. Many thanks, senior sister. Lu Xian collected her mind and nodded. I saw it too. Seeing this scene, the crowd was a bit shocked. Who won this time? The female disciple from Misty Peak asked with some curiosity. Senior sister, did you win? Lu Xian smiled charmingly. I lost. The Misty Peak crowd was a bit shocked. A female disciple said, Senior sister, you just took out 200,000 extreme spirit stones to support Yi Chen's illusion. Did you lose even with that? Yi Chen took out a nano ring and handed it to Lu Xian. Senior sister Lu Xian, thanks a lot. Lu Xian took it and her divine sense probed in. Slightly startled. There were actually a full 500,000 extreme spirit stones in the nascent sacred ring. Lu Xian didn't refuse and said with a smile, Senior brother Yi Chuan, your soul power is truly boundless. This time, thanks to you as well, I have also gained some enlightenment. Just now, in Yi Chuan's illusionary realm, Yi Chuan used his soul power to forcefully support the illusionary realm from extinction. She knew that it was Yi Chen's obsession. Senior Leaf Dust wants to see his father. So, she chose to be whole. Chapter 75, I said you look like a big pussy. Yi Chen's memory images caused Lu Xian to be somewhat moved as well, so she also gritted her teeth and took out 200,000 extreme spirit stones, risking the risk of being revolted, to help Yi Chen forcefully continue the illusion. The so-called illusionary realm was nothing more than Yi Chuan's deepest inner memories. This time, she had a deeper sense of weaving illusions. Read about it. Lu Xian smiled charmingly. Senior brother Yi Chuan, I've had an epiphany, so I'll return to Misty Peak first. Leaf Dust nodded. Soon, Lu Xian stepped on the radiant petals under her jade feet, with a stunningly beautiful demeanor, and stepped into the air toward the distance. The field fell into a lull. Everyone was a little shocked. I didn't expect Yi Chen's soul power to be even stronger than Lu Xian's. Deep in the void, the patriarch looked at Yi Chuan with some shock. Yi Chuan's this kid's soul power is truly terrifying. They have seen the end. Yi Chuan was caught in Lu Xian's illusion, and not only did his consciousness not get lost, but instead, he used his soul power to forcefully support the continuation of the illusion. Gu Yufan lamented. I'm afraid Yi Chen is already, in my great Tao sect, the young generation, the number 1 in soul power. The Misty Peak master pursed her lips, but this time, Xianer fought with Yi Chen, and she forcibly wove illusions for him, and she also gained tremendously. Numerous peak masters sighed. Before, Ji Fuyang defeated Lu Xian. I didn't expect his senior brother to defeat Lu Xian as well. The patriarch was in a good mood at this time. In any case, placing Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen at Qingxian Peak and having Lu Xian as a master turned out to be good. With this in mind, the patriarch transmitted his voice to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, well done. Lu Xian was dumbfounded as he slowly sat up from his recliner. Patriarch, what do you mean? The patriarch said. It seems that you being a master has worked out quite well. Lu Xian froze for a moment. As far as he could remember, this was the first time the patriarch had complimented him, right? But it's weird. His heart was like 100,000 ants crawling. It tickles. It's a little disconcerting. Lu Xian said darkly. Must the patriarch say something to make him feel better? I'm so cheap. After thinking about it, Lu Xian laid back down again and looked into the void. At this point, Fang Yan stood out as he smiled and said, Senior brother Yi Chen, I don't know what you saw in the illusion, but now it's my turn to fight between me and you. I hope you can bring out your full strength. Yi Chen smiled. I'll do my best. Seeing Yi Duan's face sweeping away the gloom, Fang Yan said in a rough voice, Senior brother Yi Duan, there are some words I've held in my heart for too long. Before the duel, I must say it. Yi Duan nodded. Senior brother, you say. Fang Yan let out a loud, somewhat rude laugh. Senior brother Yi Duan, what I'm trying to say is that you eat like a big pussy. Grating. This statement was made. The crowd all remembered how Yi Chen ate and laughed out loud as they leaned forward and back. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yan patted his chest vigorously. His fleshly body blossomed with radiant essence as he let out a resounding voice. Senior brother Yi Duan, promise me that you'll change in the future. Leaf Dust smiled. Good. Deep in the void, the body refining peak master smiled faintly. Yi Chen is no match for Fang Yan. Fang Yan has now perfected his body refinement and has been able to use both offense and defense. I'm afraid Yi Chuan can't even break through Fang Yan's defense. The patriarch smiled. Maybe Yi Chen has some kind of card. Let's see. Soon, the cut begins. A brilliant golden light appeared on Fang Yan's body. His flesh was as if it was indestructible, and the power of the blood in his body stirred up, emitting a shocking sound. Suddenly, Feng Yan's aura reached its peak, supreme killing and supreme defense at the same time. Feng Yan directly stepped into the air and directly blasted toward Yi Chen. It was pure physical strength. The air directly resounded with hunting and breaking sounds. With a cloudy face, Yi Chuan directly activated the power of the desolate sky skill, and between breaths, an overbearing and overwhelming aura surged out of his body, and berserk spiritual energy surged out of his body as wildly as a storm. For a while, Yi Chen's white clothes bulged against the wind, his green silk fluttered up, and his body emitted a faint divine splendor, just like the son of a god approaching the dust. Unrivaled. It hadn't moved yet, but a state of invincibility had already formed. On Yi Chen's body, the chi of the martial arts was like a party oven, blazing and burning with might. Suddenly, Yi Chen moved and directly blasted out a palm. Shasta time. The two of them, Yi Chen and Feng Yan, exchanged fists and palms. Berserk winds burst apart with the two people at the center, and the two supreme killing forces collided together, as if mountains were colliding and the sky was crumbling. Boom! Ka-ching! A bone-cracking sound resounded through the void. The next instant, Feng Yan directly flew backwards, like a kite with broken strings directly falling heavily on Qingxian Peak. Bang! The ground directly smashed out a huge deep pit. Seeing this scene, a dead silence fell over the field. Everyone looked at Yi Chun with incomparable shock. Yi Chuan defeated Feng Yan with a palm strike. It was important to know that just now, Feng Yan had gone all out. The power of his fleshly body had been pushed to the extreme, and his attack and defense were already in an extremely strong state. However, he was defeated by Yi Chuan in a second with a single strike. The many disciples from Body Refining Peak immediately stepped down in the air and came in front of Feng Yan, wanting to help him up. Feng Yan screamed in pain, his face pale. "Don't move. It's broken." The crowd was stunned. Yi Chen immediately flew down. "Senior brother Feng Yan, I'm sorry, I exerted a little too much force." Feng Yan's face twitched. He's mentally broken. Previously, he had been burned to death by Ji Fuyang's one-strike attack, and now he had been severely injured by Yi Chen's slap. He kind of wondered if he was in conflict with Qingxian Peak. The key Ji Fuyao and Yi Duan both crossed the ranks to fight against each other, and the following fell to the top. Right at this moment, the voice of the Body Refining Peak Master came out from the depths of the void. "Men, carry your senior brother back." Upon hearing this, several Body Refining Peak disciples took out a stretcher and lifted Feng Yan up, who wailed in pain. "Hey, slow down. I can't take it anymore." A few disciples said in embarrassment. "Senior brother, did we hurt you?" Feng Yan gritted his teeth and insisted. "Forget it, hurry up and carry me back for treatment." A disciple said weakly. "Senior brother, this stretcher is the one that carried you back last time, during the inner gate trials." Feng Yan's face darkened. "If you don't know what to say, then just cough." That disciple coughed dryly twice. Cough cough. Crowd. Feng Yan's heart was hard to bear. This time, after being in seclusion for several months, he thought he could defeat Ji Fuyan. As a result, he couldn't even beat Ji Fuyao's senior brother, Yi Duan. It's so humiliating. Above the void, the shock on the faces of the patriarch and the others could not dissipate for a long time. The Body Refining Peak Master looked at the patriarch. "Patriarch, when did Yi Chen cultivate martial arts again?" The patriarch was at a loss. "I really don't know. Lu Xian didn't tell me anything," the Sword Peak Master said. "I observe that the martial will in Yi Duan's body is very thick and heavy, just like an oven that is monstrous. This shouldn't be something that can be refined in a short period of time." Dan Peak Master Gu Yufang laughed and cursed. "This kid Yi Chen is hiding too deeply. His previous alchemy attainments were also hidden." Then he shocked everyone at the Alchemy Exchange Conference, now having a body of martial arts. "This is going against the heavens." The crowd laughed. "Dual cultivation of Dan and Wu? I can't see through this kid Ji Chuan anymore." The patriarch pondered for a moment and sighed. Lu Xian must have known about it, and as a result, this master and disciple have been hiding it. Even I'm on guard. Crowd. The more the patriarch thought about it, the angrier he became, and he directly sent a voice message to Lu Xian. "Lu Xian, what are you up to? You give me an explanation." Lu Xian, with a dumbfounded expression, slowly got up from the recliner. "It's not. What's wrong with him?" At that moment just now, the patriarch even bragged about him. "Why are you talking about him all of a sudden?" Lu Xian asked. "Sovereign, what's wrong?" The patriarch said angrily. "Yi Chan has such a powerful martial talent. Why didn't you tell me?" Lu Xian said. "At that time, when Yi Chen invoked the great Dao Bell, didn't that already prove that he had an unbelievable talent?" The patriarch froze. It was then that he remembered that because Yi Chen's performance at the Alchemy Exchange Conference was so amazing that it caused them to overlook Yi Chen's talent in cultivation. After all, very few people were dual cultivated in Danmu. The patriarch barked at Lu Xian. In the future, whether it's Fuyao and Yi Chen, if there's anything, be sure to give me a word. Lu Xian said. I know. And that's when Luo Lingkong slowly stepped forward, his green shirt flowing as he looked at Yi Chen. Senior brother Yi Chen, do you have the strength left to continue the battle? Yi Chen directly stepped into the air. Senior brother Luo Lingkong, please instruct. Luo Lingkong smiled. Before, when you didn't defeat Fang Yin, my heart was a bit contemptuous of you. Now, I apologize to you. The martial will in you is very powerful. You have the qualifications to receive my most powerful sword. Yi Xuan frowned slightly with a straight face. The most powerful sword? Luo Lingkong explained. My supreme sword is called Instant Air Sword. It is a sword that I sacrifice all of my full strength to chop out. This sword has only offensive power, no defense, and after chopping out this sword, I will be completely weakened. Leaf Dust was slightly startled. Instant Air Sword. With this sword, what was cut out was actually Luo Lingkong's obsession. Luo Lingkong's eyes burned. A few months ago, I fought with your senior sister Ji Fuyao. I used my supreme sword, but unfortunately I lost. During these months of seclusion, I have gained some insight. My sword Dao has become stronger. Yi Chen nodded. Senior brother, please make your move. The next instant, Luo Lingkong's thoughts moved, and the spirit sword in his hand erupted with incomparably terrifying sword intent, and a stern and matchless chi surged around him like a long river. Inside his body, sword chi erupted with a roar, and the spirit sword let out a clang as it blossomed with a blazing light. Luo Lingkong directly chopped out a sword. This sword chi through the sky turned into a long rainbow, directly penetrating through the void. The sword chi was so powerful that it was as if it could tear the sky and split the earth. Numerous disciples exclaimed. This sword gave them a palpitating feeling. And that's when Yi Chuan's face was grave as he needed to go all out in the face of this sword. Suddenly, endless martial will surged out of Yi Chen's body like a volcano erupting. His surroundings were filled with divine splendor, and a hegemonic and horizontal aura filled the air, like the waters of the ocean sweeping across the sky. Potential. A kind of momentum was created in Yi Chuan's body. An unbeatable momentum. Desolate heaven technique. For a while, the many disciples looked at Yi Chen and felt a slight tingling in their sea of consciousness. That great power in Yi Chen's body was vast and boundless, as if he wanted to crush everything. This kind of aura was several times more powerful than Luo Lingkong's kind of life and death sword obsession. Yi Chen slapped his palm down. Chapter 76. Who in the world is worthy of a white coat? This palm condensed almost a third of the lingering power within Yi Chen's body, directly transforming into a vast heavenly might and condensing an incomparably huge palm print. The palm print was like a small mountain. The lines on it were clearly visible and covered the sky, blasting away at Luo Lingkong's sword chi. Boom! The power of a palm directly annihilated Luo Lingkong's heavenly sword chi. In the void, the long rainbow of pale white sword chi suddenly faded away, leaving only an incomparably huge palm print covering towards Luo Lingkong. Seeing this scene, Luo Lingkong stood frozen in place. He lost again. At this moment, he didn't have any trace of spiritual energy. He couldn't block it at all. At this moment, deep in the void, the patriarch whisked his sleeve, directly blasting away this palm imprint from Yi Chen. Seeing this, Luo Lingkong's gaze dimmed, devastated. If this wasn't a duel, he would have already fallen on the spot at this point. At this moment, heaven and earth fell into dead silence, and a pin could be heard. Everyone's eyes were horrified. Yi Duan was too powerful. No one among them could block Luo Lingkong's sword just now. However, in front of Yi Chuan's attack, it was far too different. Yi Chen was only a Xianzong realm. Surprisingly, he was able to defeat a third-level sword exalt. Demon. It's so demonic. Luo Lingkong lost his mind and looked at Yi Chen. His heart couldn't take it. He had already comprehended the life and death sword that Ji Fuyao had said, putting life and death at risk. And Feng, his obsession and will had reached the extreme. However, an even more powerful will erupted from Yi Chen's body. That kind of aura made his heart and soul tremble tremendously. It was a posture of invincibility. His Taoist heart was nearly broken. He lost to Qingxian Peak twice. At this moment, deep in the void, the sword peak master sighed. Lingkong, follow me back first. The voice fell. A divine splendor wrapped Luo Lingkong and flew towards sword peak. The many disciples couldn't help but lament. Surprisingly, even senior brother Luo Lingkong lost? Senior brother Yi Chuan is already the #1 person in the younger generation of our clan. No, you forgot about senior sister Ji Fuyao. The two strongest demons of the Great Tao sect are actually both at Qingxian Peak. This is too overwhelming. Deep in the void, Numerous peak masters looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian lay on the recliner with an unexpected look. It gives them a hard time. Lu Xian was completely lying down to win. Nothing had to be taught. But the two disciples were just so contrary. Dan Peak Master Gu Yuefang said, "I'm now curious to know who that strong person behind Yichen and Ji Fuyao is?" Sovereign shook his head. "I don't know." At this time, Yichen looked towards the remaining top true disciples as he bowed his hand. "Senior brothers, since you're here, should we continue the sparring session?" But these disciples were already discouraged. "Can't fight it. Can't really beat it." Yichen leisurely said, "I mean, you guys can go together." Together. The crowd was shocked. Senior brother Yi Duan is going to fight a dozen true disciples all by himself. The atmosphere in the arena was stagnant. A grey-robed youth stepped out and smiled. "Since senior brother Yi Chen is so confident in inviting a battle, how can we not retreat without a fight?" The voice fell. One after another. The top true disciples all stepped forward. They knew that if they were alone against Yi Chen, they would definitely not be opponents. But with so many people together, how can we lose? It's time to teach Leaf Dust a lesson. Boom! 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 A dozen or so top true disciples directly surrounded Yi Chen. From all sides. Seeing this, Yi Chen's body surged out with endless berserk spiritual energy, converging like a storm, and a white coat bulged and fluttered up on his body, his green silk moving with the wind, and a faint divine splendor flowing from his body, looking like a god king in the dust. An unrivaled aura coalesced from his body. Desolation. Heaven. Knack. In this battle, he had to defeat these senior brothers with a thunderbolt. Otherwise, if he fought a tug-of-war, his spiritual energy would be exhausted. The next instant, Yi Chen moved and directly rushed towards one of the top true disciples. A direct punch was thrown. The power of the fist seal's chi rushing towards the bucket of cows was as if it had diffused brilliant heavenly might. There was not a single person in the arena who could block this punch. Seeing this, that disciple's body blurred and was about to retreat. But it was too late. Boom! That disciple was directly hit by the fist print and flew backwards. Put! This person spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, spilling blood into the air, and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Then, Yi Chen rushed towards another disciple. With each step he took, the void trembled and the divine splendor under his feet shone brightly. Boom! Another punch. A disciple falls. Yi Chen's figure transformed into lightning, coming back and weaving through the field, and no one could block it. With every strike that fell, a disciple fell from the firmament. The many onlooker disciples were all shocked on the spot. They had never seen such a sound battle. Senior brother Yi Xuan was like a white-clothed god king. The martial will on his body was like a monstrous oven, hunting and generating power, and his fists and palms were all condensing a great power, with a strong and fierce force, and a domineering aura, like the wind sweeping away the clouds, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Wherever Yi Duan went, these top true disciples were all defeated in seconds. Soon, there were only 8 true disciples left in the field. They said with a clench of their teeth, "Combine your forces together and strike." They didn't believe that they couldn't defeat Yi Chen with their full force. Read about it. Endless spiritual energy surged out directly from each person's body, condensing out around them like a vortex as their aura grew stronger and stronger. And at this time, Yi Chen did not make a move. Instead, they waited for these top true disciples to condense their killing moves. Numerous onlookers directly exclaimed in shock. "Senior brother Yi Xuan, to be so confident?" Seeing this scene, the remaining top true disciples were enraged. "Senior brother Yi Xuan, you're underestimating us too much." Leaf Dust smiled faintly. Next, a hit to seal the deal. That image in the inheritance of the desolate heaven skill appeared in his mind. The grey-robed man, with a single punch, directly killed thousands of great emperors and annihilated countless stars. Read about it. The terrifying power of obsession and will turned into an ocean as endless flames surged out of Yi Xuan's body, and his battle intent directly reached its limit. "I am Yi Chen, when I suppress all enemies in the world." The voice fell. Yi Xuan blasted out with a fist, which condensed all the spiritual energy in his body, and his invincible will and obsession were added to the fist print. The void shook. Space distortion. On the other hand, the supreme strikes of several top true disciples descended. Boom! Like stars colliding, like mountains falling, the two terrifying attacks rushed to meet together, and a deafening airburst resounded in the air. An overwhelming wave spread in all directions. The next instant, poof, put, put, a few of the top true disciples directly flew backwards, blood soaring from their bodies. A shower of scarlet blood rose in the air, and at this moment, Yi Chen stood above the dome of the sky, his body's white clothes hunting and bulging, faint divine splendor flooding his body as he looked down at the crowd of top true disciples who had crashed to the ground, his gaze looking askance. His domineering aura was monstrous. The crowd was dumbfounded. A dead silence fell between heaven and earth. Senior disciple Yi Duan fought a dozen true disciples all by himself, and won in a complete victory. What a bully this is! The many disciples couldn't help but exclaim. Who in the world is worthy of white clothes? Only Qingxian peak Yi Duan. At this moment, a hint of realization arose in Yi Chen's heart. The desolate sky skill, born for battle, immortal. A moment later, a group of top true disciples struggled to get up from the ground with a bitter face. I say, senior brother Yi Chuan. Ah, you hit too hard. Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly. Sorry, senior brothers, I have refined healing pills here, so take them quickly. With that, Yi Chen handed several bottles of healing pills to these senior brothers. They picked up the pills and were slightly stunned that there were Dan halos on each of them. Dan halo? 4 ways to start. This kind of healing elixir is extremely valuable. These top true disciples immediately took the healing pills and began to regulate their breath. They sighed. Senior brother Yi Chuan, your pills are really not bad. Not much longer. These top true disciples slowly got up and smiled faintly at Yi Chen. Senior brother Yi Chen, your strength takes our breath away. They were bitter in their hearts. Previously, during the inner gate competition, he had let Ji Fuyao abuse him. Now he was being abused by Yi Duan again. At this point, above the void, the patriarch and a group of peak masters slowly walked out. The shock on their faces did not dissipate for a long time. It had to be said that Yi Chen and Ji Fuyao's battle power was powerful and unrivaled, and they could be called geniuses that the great Tao sect had not encountered in 1,000 years. The patriarch whisked his sleeves for a moment and said with a smile, all of your performances today were amazing. So I've decided that the true disciples who participated in today's sparring session will all be able to step into the Great Tao Hall to select within 2 million contribution value, a technique, or a spirit weapon. The voice fell. The many true disciples were overjoyed. I didn't realize there was a surprise today. Thanks to senior brother Yi Chen's heaven-defying performance, the patriarch was able to be so happy and bestow 2 million contribution values. The crowd immediately arched their hands and bowed. Many thanks, sovereign. The patriarch nodded lightly. Soon, the group of disciples left Qingxian Peak. When they were about to leave, a few of the top true disciples issued an invitation to Yi Duan. Senior brother Yi Duan, we have plans to go out of the sect for training in the near future. Why don't we join together then? Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Yi Duan said, good. The patriarch floated down and came to Lu Xian, looking at him with interest. Seeing that Lu Xian was a bit frazzled, Lu Xian said, Patriarch, what are you doing? The patriarch smiled and said, Lu Xian, the power of qi in you is getting stronger and stronger. It's even stronger than Yi Chen's. Lu Xian swept a glance. His body was dense with a hidden aura. That aura made him feel as if he was one with this side of heaven and earth, with an indescribably subtle feeling. This is the power of qi. The patriarch sighed quietly. It seems as if all of this at Qingxian Peak began to quietly transform from the moment you insisted on taking Ji Fuyan as your disciple. Lu Xian nodded. The patriarch killed himself. This is all because he's finally turned it on, the patriarch said with a mysterious face. Lu Xian, ah, the heavens and the earth have no limits, and in the underworld, there is a destiny. Now that I think about it, Sage Qingxian expects quite a lot from you, and it seems that it is by no means a simple coincidence of chance, Lu Xian said. Perhaps. Just then, the jade slip in the patriarch's bosom vibrated violently. He took out the Tsangu jade slip and injected his divine thoughts into it, and his face suddenly changed in shock. Lu Xian was puzzled. Sovereign, what happened? The patriarch looked at Lu Xian and said with a grave expression, Ancient to ancient artifact, the bronze ancient hall has appeared. Chapter 77, the strongest qi refining stage in history. Lu Xian frowned slightly and asked, Bronze ancient hall? The patriarch explained. The bronze ancient hall is a supreme artifact from the ancient era, and every time it opens, it heralds a change in heaven and earth. The southern wasteland is about to change. The supreme treasure has obscured itself, and the bronze ancient hall hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. This time it appears, a big event will definitely break out in the southern wasteland. Perhaps those hegemonic level forces that are hidden from the world will slowly come out. With a confused look on his face, Yi Chuan respectfully asked the patriarch, what does the change of heaven and earth mean? The patriarch said, this side of the southern wasteland, the heavens and earth, contains secretive and obscure rules of the heavens and earth, and a change in the heavens and earth means a change in the rules of the heavens and earth. According to canonical records, every time the bronze ancient hall appears, the southern wasteland will attract a great world. The great world. The so-called great world struggle meant that heavenly prides rose up side by side, dragons and snakes surging, chasing after the absolute top of cultivation. Saying that, the patriarch looked at Yi Chen with an expectant expression. This great world belongs to your younger generation. Yi Chen's body surged with battle intent. He couldn't wait to fight the demon of the southern wasteland. At this point, the patriarch informed the other spirit peaks of this news. In the next instant, wisps of divine splendor appeared above the countless spiritual peaks of the great Tao sect, as bright as the stars and rivers, bursting out into the void with blazing light. Sage kings, saints' breath filled the air, like an abyss, like the sea, like a great river. The many peak masters all stepped into the air with a grave expression. Boom! From the hidden place of the great Tao sect, old ancestor Xuan was dressed in a gray robe, divine splendor surging beneath his feet, and the emperor realm pressure on his body was as vast as the sea as he directly ascended into the depths of the void. His gaze was deep as he looked at the peaks of the great Tao sect. Today, the ancient treasure of the southern wasteland, the bronze ancient hall, appears. All the spirit peaks prepare immediately and lead the true disciples to the place where the bronze ancient hall appears. The voice fell and resounded like thunder in the great Tao sect. The patriarch looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the bronze ancient hall has appeared. So today, I'll also let you true disciples have a long look. Yi Chen raised his head to look at the void and asked, was it old man Xianxian's quasi-emperor's bilocation that he saw before? The patriarch nodded. Not bad. This millennium, elder ancestors Xianxian and elder Mu have come out of the gate to sit in the sect. Elder ancestor Xianxian is a 6-star great emperor, and elder Mu is a 5-star great emperor. The other emperor realm old ancestors are all in seclusion or slumber. However, on weekdays, old ancestor Xianxian is also practicing, and usually appears as a driven quasi-emperor bilocation. Yi Xuan asked curiously, are there many great emperor ancestors in the sect? The patriarch nodded. Many, however, there is no major storm in the southern wasteland, so they won't come out of the world. Let's go. Yi Xuan, follow me. Lu Xian smiled faintly and looked at Yi Chen. Apprentice, you follow the patriarch. With that, Lu Xian walked towards the cave with a lazy face. Sleepy. Looking at Lu Xian's appearance, the patriarch shook his head. Lu Xian, this time, why don't you come with us as well? Lu Xian was surprised. What am I going to do? One must know that in the past, when a major event occurred in the southern wasteland, old ancestor Xianxian would also order the sect's saint kings and top true disciples to go there, but he had never been called. Lu Xian wasn't too interested in the bronze ancient hall. His cultivation did not rely on supreme treasures or inheritance. As long as Yi Duan went and was able to get benefits, he would be able to get feedback. It makes no difference if he goes or not. The patriarch looked at Lu Xian and smiled faintly. Lu Xian, I'm afraid you don't know that this time, after the Alchemy Exchange Conference, you've become famous in the southern wasteland again. Famous again in the southern wasteland. Lu Xian's face twitched. He knew that this time, Yi Chen's name resounded through the southern wasteland, and as Yi Chen's master, he would naturally be mentioned. By reputation, he is indeed on fire now, but it was black and red. Outsiders even claimed that Lu Xian was the strongest qi refining stage in history. After all, the crowd felt that Lu Xian was at the qi refining stage, yet he was able to accept Yi Chen as his disciple and enjoyed great privileges in the great Tao sect, a situation that was extremely rare even throughout the long history of the southern wasteland. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian. Master, why don't you accompany me for a while? Leaf Dust could see it. Master, this is not having any interest in the ancient to ancient weapon, the bronze ancient hall. After all, at Master's realm, such supreme treasures were still difficult to enter his eyes. Lu Xian hesitated. All right, immediately. With a wave of the patriarch's sleeve robe, two divine splendors surged up beneath Lu Xian and Yi Chen's feet, lifting them up as the patriarch carried the two of them towards the place where old man Xianxian was. Not much longer. The peak masters of the peaks converged on the sky above, and they were all carrying a top-tier true disciple by their side. When Fang Yan, Luo Lingkong, Lu Xian and the others saw Yi Chen, they smiled at him. Leaf Dust smiled and nodded. A few peak masters looked at the patriarch. This time, is Lu Xian going as well? The patriarch nodded. It's still me pulling Lu Xian, otherwise he would have gone back to sleep. The crowd laughed. Lu Xian's face darkened. Hey, what an insurmountable mountain of stereotypes people have about him. Who says he only sleeps when he returns to his cave? He also has some personal hobbies, alright, like painting, like reciting poetry, like reading some talking stories. The body refining peak master smiled and said to Lu Xian, Lu Xian, you are now a celebrity in the southern wasteland. Lu Xian sighed quietly. The world misunderstands me too much. The crowd held back their laughter. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with a feeling of empathy. The southern wasteland didn't understand his master, and his master didn't care for the world to understand. Soon, old ancestor Xianxian's right hand spread out, and an incomparably blazing burst of light surged out from the hidden place, like a river of stars across the crowd. In this star river, there were also some spirit fishes flowing continuously, looking incomparably mysterious and secretive. The crowd was in awe. Lu Xian could see that this star river was the same river that old ancestor Song Xian had fished for spirit fish in his hidden place. I didn't expect it to be a supreme treasure. Old ancestor Song Xian looked at the crowd. All come up. The crowd immediately set foot on this long, mysterious river. With a movement of old ancestor Song Xian's mind, this star river changed once again, turning into a huge black and white Dao palace. The scenery in front of Lu Xian's eyes suddenly blurred and kept changing, and by the time he came back to his senses, he and the people from the great Dao sect were already in the black and white Dao palace. Yi Duan was in awe. This technique is too subtle. Is this the grand gesture of the emperor realm? In the black and white Dao palace, there were two subtle auras flowing continuously, making the crowd feel clear and incomparably soothed inside. The patriarch smiled and said, "This black-white Dao palace is old ancestor Song Xian's imperial soldier, and the bronze ancient hall appeared today. This time, old ancestor Song Xian has come out to let you all see the power of the ancient supreme artifact. The bronze ancient hall as well." The many peak masters had already seen it all. However, the many top-tier true disciples were marveling with both eyes. Yi Chen sighed. "Master, this feeling is so subtle," Lu Xian said sleepily. "Aha." The patriarch looked at Yi Chen. The chi flowing in the black and white Dao palace is the Dao that old ancestor Song Xian has realized. Old ancestor Song Xian has studied the great Dao Sutra deeply, and the black-white Dao palace has another mystery. You can use this to gain some enlightenment. It will greatly benefit you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to sense the Dao of this place. Other disciples, such as Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong, and the others also sat down on their knees and did as they were told. The Misty Peak Master asked, "Sovereign, where did the bronze ancient hall appear this time?" The patriarch said, "Near the Heavenly Sword sect." The Misty Peak Master frowned slightly. Heavenly Saber sect? The Heavenly Blade sect is a force under the imperial authority of the ancient Qin clan, right? I didn't expect them to have such a chance. The patriarch smiled. Such an opportunity is something that the Heavenly Saber sect is not yet able to bear. This time, it was also the ancient Qin clan that issued an invitation to the many hegemonic level forces in the southern wasteland, wanting to suppress the bronze ancient hall together. Saying that, the patriarch looked towards Yi Chen as he secretly said that this time, he had stepped into the territory of the ancient Qin clan. I wonder if that ancient Qin family's son, Qin Shao, will show up? Nowadays, Yi Chen and Qin Shao were considered life and death enemies with each other. Yi Xuan almost killed Nangong Baixue, and Qin Shao and Nangong Baixue had already made their marriage known. The patriarch secretly said that if Qin Shao appeared, it was likely that a battle would break out with Yi Chen. However, he was not worried about Yi Chen's strength. After all, Yi Chen could easily crush even Luo Lingkong, Lu Xian and the others. A few moments later, the patriarch retracted his gaze from Yi Chen's body and looked at Lu Xian. "Lu Xian, has Fuyao sent back any news? It's been almost 3 months since she took on this clan mission, right?" Upon hearing this, the many peak masters all looked towards Lu Xian. "Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen Ji Fuyao." Lu Xian nodded. "It should be back soon," the patriarch said. "Good." Half a day later, the void tore. Space distortion. The black-white Dao palace crossed the void and stepped out from within the void cracks, directly descending into the territory where the Heavenly Saber sect was located. With a movement of old ancestor Song Xian's mind, the black and white Dao palace suddenly changed and disappeared in front of everyone. Lu Xian and the others stood above the void, looking in the direction where the bronze ancient hall was located. There, the divine splendor was monstrous, and the bronze ancient hall was incomparably huge, like a heavenly mountain reclining between the heavens and the earth, with rust stains all over it, each side inscribed with terrifying Dao patterns, and radiant spirit patterns constantly surging, exuding a secretive aura. The bronze ancient hall was majestic and imposing. In the surroundings of the bronze ancient hall, the earth was cracked, the mountains collapsed, the rivers broke off, and the terrifying Dao patterns engraved the Dao in the rhyme, causing the surrounding space to become a bit distorted, and the emptiness to constantly vibrate. There, the divine splendor rushed to the sky, as if a giant sun was sinking between heaven and earth, occupying thousands of miles of land, as vast as the ocean. Yi Dust, Lu Xian and the others couldn't really see. They urged their divine sense to see, and immediately felt their eyes stinging, and 2 clear tears flowed down their faces. They were incomparably shocked in their hearts, setting off monstrous waves. Is this the ancient supreme weapon? Horrible, obscure. That mysterious feeling made their scalps numb in a way that was hard to describe. Yi Xuan produced a feeling that this bronze ancient hall leaning between heaven and earth was also as lazy and transcendent as the master, seemingly not putting the giants of the southern wasteland in his eyes, and had a feeling of looking out of the world. The patriarch said, "You guys should not use your divine sense to see. The might of this bronze ancient hall is not something you guys can withstand. Yi Chen and the others immediately withdrew their gazes. Just then, above the void, a terrifying fluctuation surged forth like a starry moon descending. A huge spirit boat was like a large domain traveling in the depths of the void, incomparably thick and heavy, full of the ancient atmosphere precipitated by the time and months. On top of the spirit boat, a huge flag was inserted. Taishang Xin Clan, Taishang Xuanzong descended. At the top of the spirit boat, Yuan Qingzi sat on his knees and looked towards old ancestor Song Xian, faintly saying, "Fellow Taoist Song Xian." Old ancestor Song Xian nodded. Fellow Taoist Yuan Qingzi, not much longer. The many great powers of the southern wasteland descended one after another. The Pill family's crowd descended in a huge Dan furnace, with wisps of Dan fragrance still wafting above the furnace, causing the crowd to feel a surge of mindfulness. Pill Bailey was in the middle of the crowd and threw a smile at Lu Xian and Yi Chen. Yi Chuan looked at the Pill family's Dan furnace and secretly said, "This Pill family's Dan furnace doesn't seem to be as high grade as the heaven-swallowing baking furnace that Master gave me." The Kangi Academy also descended. The Dan Xiang sect also descended. There were also some other hegemonic level forces in the southern wasteland. Forces such as the ancient king's family. The void kept tearing and reorganizing. With monstrous divine splendor, the many hegemonic level forces were imposing, each occupying a side of the heaven and earth, surrounding the bronze ancient hall from afar. This side of the heaven and earth rendered incomparably radiant. Many of the old ancestors of the forces turned their gazes towards Yi Chen and said to old ancestor Song Xian, "Is this Yi Chen? An alchemy exchange conference has directly made a name for itself in the southern wasteland. Your great Tao sect has produced an alchemy genius." Old ancestor Song Xian smiled faintly. "Fellow Taoists, you are overstating your case." Then, the numerous old ancestors of the forces looked at Lu Xian and flirted. "Lu Xian, Peak Master Lu, it's really better to be known than to meet, and meeting is even better than being known. The times and months change, and a new generation is better than the old. Nowadays, Lu Xian Lu Peak Master's fame in the southern wasteland is even greater than us old guys. Ha ha, Peak Master Lu, long time no see." The voices of the many Emperor Realm ancestors were like bells, spreading in all directions. Instantly, countless gazes in the arena locked onto Lu Xian. Lu Xian. Lu Xian unexpectedly came as well. To have a group of Emperor Realm ancestors say, "It's really better to meet than to be known, and meeting is even better than being known, and I've long admired you, was definitely a form of recognition. However, the target of this statement was the southern wasteland's famous scrappy Peak Master. That makes it interesting. This was a group of old ancestors flirting with Lu Xian. Lu Xian's face darkened. "I'll kill him." Chapter 78, The Black Hand of Overthrowing the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty descends. One time, the many Emperor Realm ancestors, with languid gazes, smiled with interest as they looked at Lu Xian. It was important to know that in the past, when these hegemony-level forces got together, Lu Xian had never appeared, and they all had to flirt with Lu Xian in front of the patriarch and the others. Today Lu Xian was here. How could they not make a few jokes? Lu Xian sighed slightly. Hey! He knew there was no dodging this bullet. In the past, when there was a big scene in the southern wasteland, he had never descended, and people would lie down in Qingxian Peak. These little black, and old black people, black him black out of habit. Today, his rightful owner arrived and was fired straight to his face. But this is one thing and this is another. Lu Xian knew that sooner or later, he would be above these old dangs. Even now, he was carrying a 1-star Great Emperor Experience card and a 5-star Great Emperor Experience card, and he still had Emperor Realm battle power. He was no longer the scrappy Peak Master from back then. Read about it. Lu Xian smiled lightly and casually brushed his sleeves in obeisance to the group of old ancestors, saying with the demeanor of a nobleman, "Each other, hello, fellow Taoists." The voice fell. A dead silence fell between heaven and earth. The crowd was outright stunned. Even the group of hegemony-level forces ancestors looked at each other in dismay. No, this friend will not be able to make them happy. This Taoist friend. Is that something you can say too, Lu Xian? As we all know, in this cultivation world, there are only 3 designations between cultivators. Seniors, Taoist friends, Griffin. In other words, I can't beat you. I'll call you senior. I'm about the same level as you. I'll call you a Taoist friend. I can beat you. Sorry, you're a ing mole, Griffin. And it was obvious that Lu Xian was actually at the mole cricket level in the hearts of a group of hegemony-level power elders. Griffin. At this time, the patriarch was beside Lu Xian and dryly coughed a few times. Cough cough. Crazy hints. The patriarch mentally sighed. He had known not to bring Lu Xian out. Lu Xian. This kid. Does he not understand good and bad words anymore? People are obviously flirting with you. You're good. And you're even calling yourself a friend of the road. The patriarch, as a Saint King realm, was not even qualified to address those Emperor Realm giants as Dao friend, and could only address them as seniors. However, Lu Xian was old and calm. Seeing this scene, the crowd of Emperor Realm ancestors were amused by Lu Xian. They looked at old ancestor Song Xian, stroking their palms and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, fellow Taoist Song Xian. Ah, Lu Xian is very good, very good, very good." Old ancestor Song Xian's face twitched as he sighed in his heart. Hey, this Lu Xian kid has no sense of decency. In the vastness of the southern wasteland, it was only Lu Xian who was so outrageous. Instead, a smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face as he swept his gaze toward the group of Emperor Realm giants, secretly saying in his heart, "Master, his old man is just as low-key. In fact, you should honor Lu Xian by calling him senior." In the direction of the Pill family, Pill Bailey secretly nodded his head. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this Dao friend, only that the people of the southern wasteland didn't know about the terror of Peak Master Lu, or else if he showed his strength, I'm afraid that he would have to crush all the people in this place. In the direction of the Tsang Mu Academy Palace, Elder Tsang Li snorted. I've said it long ago, these two masters and disciples, Lu Xian and Yi Chen. Yi Chen is dishonest and Lu Xian is shameless. It's really true. In the region of the Taishang Xian sect, Yun Yang Dan Shang snorted coldly, and in his heart, he had already had a killing intent towards Lu Xian and Yi Chen. As for the other hegemony level forces, they mostly looked at this matter as a joke. In the direction of the Heavenly Saber sect, many disciples sneered. He, Southern Wasteland jokingly called Lu Xian the strongest chi refining stage in history. This guy can't be serious? I can kind of see that Lu Xian, this waste, not only does he have trashy cultivation talent, he's also brainless. These young generation of the Heavenly Saber sect looked at Lu Xian and Yi Chen with murderous intent. One must know that the Heavenly Sword sect was a power under the imperial authority of the ancient Qin clan. Yi Chen almost killed the fiancé of the ancient Qin family's son Qin Shao, Nangong Baixue. It's a big feud. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword sect's old ancestor had long ago ordered that if the younger generation beheaded Yi Chen, they would be directly accepted as personal disciples. In fact, not only the Heavenly Sword sect, but also the ancient Qin family's imperial forces have issued orders to kill Yi Duan to get a horrible chance. And at that moment, Yi Chen looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saber sect as he smiled coldly. Dare to show murderous intent towards him? Looking for death. Just then, the old ancestor of the ancient Qin clan led the crowd to descend. The Heavenly Sword sect was, after all, a force under the imperial authority of the ancient Qin clan, and they then appeared in the finale. Suddenly, boom, the void tore. Space distortion, terrifying chi surged out from the depths of the void, as if the ocean had overturned, as if the mountains had collapsed, and monstrous divine splendor surged out, as if a giant sun had rushed out. Fresh. Several roars of flood beasts resounded through the void. The many hegemonic level powers all froze and looked into the depths of the void. The next instant, a dozen or so flood beasts crossed the void like small mountains, dominating the road, their faces fierce and imposing, stepping on radiant divine splendor underneath their enormous hooves, pulling an incomparably tall carriage. Although it is a carriage, it is as huge as a palace, and there is a mysterious and obscure Tao pattern flowing on it. And at one time, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and the killing atmosphere was monstrous, and the people shouted and the beasts hissed, as if 1,000 armies stepped in. On top of the huge carriage, two ancient characters were engraved. Tian Luo. The visitor was none other than the Southern Wasteland's newest hegemonic level power, the Heavenly Law Palace. Seeing this scene, the many hegemonic level forces in the Southern Wasteland huffed a bit and snorted coldly. Tian Luo Temple has a big row. Lu Xian frowned slightly. Tian Luo Temple? Isn't this the extermination of that power of the Fuyao dynasty? This power, as a new hegemonic power, gave him the feeling of being a rich man. It was completely different from the introversion of the other vicissitudes of the hegemonic level powers. Soon, a black-clothed man wearing a hooded robe stepped out of the carriage in the Heavenly Law Palace's carriage and slowly stepped out, bowing respectfully to the crowd. Sorry, I'm late. Although he was apologizing, this man in black had a casual attitude. The many Emperor Realm old ancestors snorted coldly. At this point, Qin Huiyang, the ancient Qin clan's old ancestor, was dressed in a gray robe and stepped into the air, slightly bowing to the many hegemonic level power elders. Fellow Taoists, I have invited you to descend today, in order to discuss the suppression of the Bronze Ancient Hall together. The many Emperor Realm powerhouses nodded. The Bronze Ancient Hall is related to the change of heaven and earth. In the long history of the Southern Wasteland, the Bronze Ancient Hall had appeared a total of 9 times counting this one, and the Supreme Path had been opened 8 times. This time when the Bronze Ancient Hall descended, if there were no surprises, the Supreme Road would likewise open. It means a great world is coming. the vicissitudes of endless years. Floating and sinking are again the great world. Above the emperor realm, it was called supreme. As the saying goes, if you don't enter the supreme being, you'll end up as an ant. Countless hegemonic level forces were waiting for the change in heaven and earth, waiting for the supreme path to appear. Thus, this time, the bronze ancient hall appeared in the world, directly alarming many hegemonic level forces in the southern wasteland. There were even some hidden hegemonic level forces that were planning to come out soon. Old ancestor Tsong Xian, Yuan Qingzi, Qin Weiyang, and a host of other emperor realm powerhouses stepped into the depths of the void, all sitting on their knees, and began to discuss how to suppress the bronze ancient hall. Ancient to ancient artifacts, the bronze ancient hall was incomparably secretive. The crowd knew that it was no coincidence that the bronze ancient hall was now staying here. This must involve some hidden secrets between heaven and earth. Even when so many of their hegemony-level powerhouses joined forces to suppress the bronze ancient hall, they all felt a great deal of pressure. And they didn't know why the bronze ancient hall stayed here? If the bronze ancient hall wanted to leave by force, they might not be able to stop them. And at this point, in the area where the ancient Qin family was located, Qin Shao, the Qin family's world son, was dressed in a brocade suit with a handsome face, assisting a Nangong Baishua with one hand and gently shaking a folding fan with one hand. With a playful smile on his face, slowly walked out from the crowd. The many Qin family disciples immediately said respectfully, "World son, Seiji." Qin Shao nodded indifferently before sweeping his gaze in the direction of the great Tao sect. Yi Chen immediately met the gaze. He immediately saw Qin Shao. The two men looked at each other across the room. The crowd found that Nangong Baishua was a bit weak. Her face was pale, and it seemed that it was a bit difficult for her to walk. She pulled Qin Shao's arm as if she were a little birdie, and put her huge peaks against Qin Shao, and from time to time she let out a few coughs. Cough 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 cough. Yi Chen and Qin Zhao's gazes confronted each other. This was the first time they had met. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the great Tao sect and the ancient Qin clan were all a bit nervous. Could it be that Yi Chen and Qin Shao are going to break out into a great battle today? But the next instant, Qin Shao, however, shook his head indifferently, looking at Yi Chen with a gaze filled with pity, teasing and playfulness. That gaze was as if he was high above the crowd, completely treating Yi Chen as if he was nothing, looking down on a crowd of heavenly pride. And at that moment, the young generation of the ancient Qin clan slowly came behind Qin Shao and looked at Yi Chen with a murderous intent, with a hint of a glance from the heavenly saber sect's old ancestor. The younger generation of the heavenly saber sect also stepped into the air and came behind Qin Shao. The young generation of the Taishang Xian clan also descended. All of them were filled with killing intent. Leaf dust snorted coldly. At this time, Fong Yen, Luo Lingkong, Lu Xian and a group of other top true disciples slowly came behind Yi Chen. Lu Xian smiled charmingly and said softly, "Senior brother Yi Chuan, we are." Yi Duan nodded his head indifferently. For a while, all the other hegemony-level forces turned their gazes towards Yi Chen and Qin Shao. Does this look like it's going to be a big fight? The killing intent in the field was surging, and the young generation of the Four Directions forces directly confronted each other in the air. Nangong Baishua's eyes flashed with an exquisite aura as she sensed that whether it was the ancient Qin clan or the Taishang Xian clan or the Heavenly Sword sect, all of them had a murderous intent towards Yi Chen. But there was no fight. It's still a little short of fire. He knew that in Qin Zhao's eyes, Yi Chen was an ant. Moreover, Qin Shao was at the 4th Xianzun realm, and Yi Chen was only at the Xianzong realm, so with the arrogance in Qin Zhao's heart, he would not even personally make a move to exterminate Yi Chen. As for the other young disciples, they all seemed to be waiting for Qin Zhao's instructions. Moreover, today's crowd of heavenly pride demons gathered here was more of the Emperor realm ancestors wanting them to see the world. On this occasion, if this continued, it would not be possible to kill Yi Chen at all. She's going to use the knife to kill people. Then let her light the flame. Read about it. Nangong Baishua suddenly coughed madly. Cough cough cough. Husband, my body hurts. Saying that, Nangong Baishua bit her tongue, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth, and incomparably weakened, she fell into Qin Zhao's arms. Qin Zhao bent down and kissed Nangong Baishua's hair. Baishua, what's wrong with you? Nangong Baishua suddenly had to break away from Qin Zhao and almost planted herself on top of the void. Her breath was weak as she said, "This loser, Yi Chen, killed 15 of my brothers and sisters from Taishang Xian Peak. At that time, my brothers and sisters died in order to sacrifice their bodies. They died so miserably. The person who should have died was obviously me. Elder brother and sister obviously could have escaped, but they had to take the damage for me. I only remember that before they died, they told me to take revenge for them. I will take revenge for them." Chapter 79. Anyone who insults my master will die. elder brother and sister obviously could have escaped, but they had to take the damage for me. I only remember that before they died, they told me to take revenge for them. I will take revenge for them. Nangong Baishue's voice fell. She then acted as if she was insane, her hair falling out, and she was about to rush out and fight Yi Chun for her life. See this scene. The killing intent of the disciples of the Taishang Xian clan, the ancient Qin clan, and the Heavenly Saber sect was even greater. They looked at Yi Chen and almost wanted to kill him with their eyes. At this time, Nangong Baishue struggled and tried to rush out from Qin Zhao's arms, but Qin Zhao pulled Nangong Baishue back. You're not healed. You can't go. The young disciples on Qin Zhao's side were all gritting their teeth and their eyes were wide open. Just then, snap! A round of applause came from the Great Tao sect side. Everyone was looking at the Great Tao sect, only to see Lu Xian with a teasing face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he said playfully, Nangong Baishue, good acting, good acting. You know, that day in the Great Tao sect, the many alchemists were so engrossed in Yi Chen's alchemy techniques that they were caught up in their senses and did not see what was going on in the boundary at that time, but he had witnessed the scene. Originally, those disciples of the Taishang Xian clan didn't need to die. However, Nangong Baishue forcefully sealed those disciples in the river of soul power and pushed them back to the front to defend her from Yi Chen's attack. Nowadays it's good. Nangong Baishue even made up a story under false pretenses. However, Lu Xian's words directly angered the many disciples on Qin Zhao's side. A few disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect directly rushed out and pointed at Lu Xian angrily. Ha, Lu Xian, you punk still seriously think you're the strongest person in the southern wasteland? What qualifications do you have to judge Nangong Baishue, and the peak master of the ING Qin Xian peak, simply disgracing the southern wasteland human race? Lu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a silhouette directly rushed out behind Lu Xian. It's none other than Leaf Dust. Yi Chuan's figure blurred in vain. His body surged with berserk power, his divine splendor was monstrous, and his domineering aura was so overwhelming that it was like a sea of ocean pouring over, directly crushing toward the several disciples of the Heavenly Saber sect. Boom! Ka-ching! Just one shot. Several Shenzong realm disciples of the Heavenly Saber sect were directly enveloped by a huge force and directly fell to their knees above the void. Their kneecaps snapped directly and blood exploded. Yi Chuan was dressed in white, with a floating posture and a faint divine splendor flowing from his body as he coldly looked down at the few Heavenly Saber sect disciples. Lu Xian was the supreme being in his heart, daring to denigrate his master, looking for death. A few Heavenly Sword sect disciples looked at Yi Chen with incredulous faces. They were the strongest few of the Heavenly Saber sect, but they were directly crushed here by Yi Chen at will. Humiliation. They felt endlessly humiliated. They had disgraced the Heavenly Sword sect and the ancient Qin clan. At this time, the power of pressure on Yi Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the terrifying battle intent was like an abyss like the sea, like a huge mountain pressing down on the tops of the heads of a few people, and their bodies kept bending downwards. Couldn't stop it at all. Yi Chen said coldly, "Apologize to my master. Apologize." A few Heavenly Sword sect disciples turned their heads in the direction of the upper ancient Qin clan and said in a fierce voice, "We are Heavenly Sword sect disciples, and we are the imperial forces of the upper ancient Qin clan. It's not finished yet." Yi Chen slapped several slaps directly over. Snap! A loud voice resounded through the void. A few disciples' faces directly soared with blood, and they were enraged. "We are the imperial forces of the ancient Qin family." This time, Yi Chuan directly descended on top of the heads of several people. His feet stepped on the tops of their heads and ruthlessly rubbed them. "Apologize." The faces of several Heavenly Sword sect disciples immediately swelled into pig heads as they roared. "Apologize to that punk Lu Xian? Impossible. Kill us if you have the guts." The voice fell. Yi Chuan's face exploded with killing intent in vain, and he directly stomped down. Ka-ching! Put! He directly stomped on the head of a Heavenly Saber sect disciple. Blood exploded. A headless body fell straight through the air. Seeing this scene, the other Heavenly Saber sect disciples instantly felt their scalps numb and sweated. Yi Chen really dared to kill in front of the ancient Qin clan. They're scared. Really scared. A few disciples immediately trembled their bodies and shouted, "Yi Chuan, don't kill me. I apologize." Before he could finish, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. It's too late. The next instant, Yi Chen once again stomped down. As this foot fell, endless radiant will spirit patterns directly surged up, and a vision was unexpectedly born under his feet. Put! Another disciple's head was directly stomped on. The other Heavenly Saber sect disciples were trembling and dying, wanting to flee, but they had already been confined in place by Yi Chen. They wanted to offer their bottom cards to escape, but it didn't work. Put! Ka-ching! One after another Heavenly Saber sect disciple was directly and mercilessly obliterated by Yichen. For a while, blood spilled into the sky, and the dome of the sky raised a scarlet blood mist. Xuan was dressed in white, coldly standing above the void, although he had killed several people in a row, but above his white clothes, he was still immaculate, just like the Son of God in the dust, incomparably ethereal. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. A dead silence fell directly between heaven and earth. Xuan unexpectedly killed a dozen disciples of the Heavenly Saber sect in direct seconds. An alchemist actually had such a terrifying battle power. It's unbelievable. The crowd all looked at Yichen, secretly somewhat alarmed. It could be seen that Yichen had not yet used his full strength. Elder Xuan Li's pupils shrunk slightly as he muttered, "This kid has even practiced martial arts on the side? I clearly see a wave of martial will. You want to take the path of dual cultivation of Dan and martial arts? I'm afraid that in the end, both ends will be useless." Dan Xiangzi, however, was unusually excited. That day in the Great Tao sect, Yichuan killed a dozen or so disciples of the Taishang Shin sect. At that time, I only thought that Yichuan's soul power was amazing, but I didn't realize that he was actually a good fighter in the path of martial arts as well. Pillberry revealed a faintly imperceptible smile and clenched his fists tightly, his heart overwhelmed with excitement. On the other hand, Yun Yang Dan Sage had a gloomy face, and it was almost difficult to hide his killing intent. In the field, the atmosphere was a bit weird. Nangong Baishue's face was pressed against Qin Zhao's chest, observing all of this in the dark through a gap in her green hair. Bang bang! Bang bang! She heard the increasingly angry heartbeat of Qin Zhao's chest. She felt Qin Zhao's killing intent brewing. Nangong Baishue sneered in her heart. Stupid! Now that Yichen had angered Qin Zhao, her purpose had been achieved. You have to realize that this is the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Heavenly Sword sect was a force under the imperial authority of the ancient Qin clan. Isn't this slapping the face of the ancient Qin family? Just then, in the direction of the Heavenly Saber sect, a green-clothed man stepped out. His face was filled with killing intent, holding a spirit saber. His body was surging with terrifying saber intent as he directly rushed towards Yichen. The moment this green-clothed man struck out, the entire Heavenly Sword sect's disciples exclaimed in shock. Eldest brother has struck! Eldest brother has struck! This green-clothed man was the Heavenly Saber sect, the strongest saber cultivator of the younger generation. The man in green held a long sword in his hand. His domineering aura was overwhelming as he looked at Yichuan with a fierce face and angrily rebuked. My Heavenly Sword sect's senior brothers were just casually saying a few words about that punk Lu Shen, and you killed them. What a ruthless heart! At those words, Yichen's face was like frost. Who dares to say my master? Whoever insults my master, dies. Yichen's voice was like a loud bell that resounded through the void, as if it was a thunderous roar. Seeing this, the man in green laughed maniacally several times and intentionally drank loudly. Ha 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 ha, Lu Xian is a waste. 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 At these words, the killing intent surged from Yichuan's body like a storm, his white clothes bulging out, his green silk floating up, and he said in a sardonic voice, "Then die under my fists." The man in green snorted. The spirit blade in his hand flashed with a cold aura as he slowly spoke. Your martial will is certainly good, but my spirit blade is not yet unsharp. The voice fell. The green-clothed man rushed out directly, like lightning, and wherever he went, his spirit saber vibrated, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Heavenly sword technique. A knife directly chopped out. The force was fierce and domineering, as if swallowing mountains and rivers. A long rainbow of knife chi was drawn above the void, and that's when Yichuan also moved. His body's terrifying and overwhelming power surged. Endless killing intent and martial will continued to coalesce as if it were an unending source, and the aura on his body continued to grow stronger with every breath, like a blazing oven that was burning brightly. In a flash, Yichuan threw out a punch. This punch directly met the green-clothed man's blade chi. Boom! The power of a fist directly struck out a radiant spirit pattern, directly annihilating the blade chi, and the vast fist intent was like an ocean raging, the aftermath unceasingly, crushing towards the man in green. Pust! The man in green directly sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood and his body directly flew backwards. Suddenly, Yichen's figure blurred in vain and directly disappeared in place. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the man in green and threw another punch. This punch was even more violent, and the shadow of the martial way oven was directly diffused behind Yichuan, like a giant sun burning, running directly towards the man in green's head. Punch you in the head. Instantly, endless fear appeared in the pupils of the man in green. He knew that with this punch, he would die. The man in green yelled, "Sect Master, help!" The next instant, the Heavenly Saber Sect Master's hideous voice resounded in the void. Yichuan, if you dare to kill him, my Heavenly Saber Sect will kill you. and I want all of your Yi family to be buried with you. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chen blasted down with a fist. The green-clothed man offered his spirit saber to ward off Yi Chen's punching intent. But it didn't work. It's not working. Click. The spirit sword was directly shattered and turned into countless pieces. Boom. The green-clothed man's head was directly exploded by Yi Chuan's punch, his brain splattering and blood flying. His headless body plummeted directly toward the ground. Knife destruction. People die. Seeing this scene, between heaven and earth, a dead silence directly fell. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with incomparable shock. The Heavenly Sword Sect's group of disciples were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe that their Heavenly Saber Sect's strongest senior brother was directly killed by Yi Chen in seconds. This was a cross-step second kill by Yi Chuan. How is that possible? The faces of the many southern wasteland hegemony-level powerhouses became grave. When Yi Chen killed a dozen or so Xianzong realm disciples of the same rank just now, they only felt surprised. After all, those demonic heavenly prides of their forces could do it as well. But now it was a bit of a shock. The following is the top of the list. Crossing the ranks to kill the enemy. Yi Chuan Xianzong realm killed a first-level blade exalt in seconds. Chapter 80, The might of a word extinguishes Saint Kings. The hearts of many powerful people were shaken. More importantly, Yi Chuan's body diffused the shadow of the martial Dao baking furnace. That kind of battle intent, that kind of martial will, made all of them, Sage Realm and Saint King Realm powerhouses, feel secretly terrified. Even the several elders of the Heavenly Law Palace looked up. Yi Chen, this kid's martial arts path, who did he learn from? He has a vague appearance of being unbeatable. Pill Bailey clenched his fists tightly and secretly roared in his heart. Duster, stronger, a little more powerful, so that you can save your mother. The corners of Nangong Baishua's mouth lifted slightly as she sneered in her heart, muttering in a low voice. Yi Chen, kill, keep on killing, that way the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan will put you on their must-kill list. And that's when Yi Chuan had a murderous look on his face, his white clothes bulging, 3,000 green silks floating up. A terrifying battle intent flowing from his body as he stared at the Heavenly Sword Sect Master dead in the face. The Heavenly Saber Sect Master gritted his teeth and his eyes were glazed over. He had not expected Yi Chen to dare to ignore his threat. Now that Yi Chen had killed so many of their Heavenly Saber Sect's disciples in front of many southern wasteland hegemony-level forces, this was rubbing their Heavenly Saber Sect's dignity on the soles of their feet. Yi Chen, this son, if he didn't die, how could he give the ancient Qin family an explanation? Yi Duan must die. Read this. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master's face was hideous and his killing intent was monstrous. Yi Chuan, die for me. Yi Chuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes scarlet, and looked at the Heavenly Sword Sect Master, saying in a fierce voice, beg, kill, begging to be killed. The crowd was outright stunned. Is Yi Duan crazy about killing? The Heavenly Sword Sect Master was a Saint King ranked powerhouse. A Xianzong realm dared to provoke the authority of a Saint King realm powerhouse? Nangong Baishue muttered in a low voice, idiot. If the heavens let you die, they will first make you mad. Yi Chuan, you fool, already has a way to get killed. The next instant, endless Saint Kings might surged out from the Heavenly Sword Sect's Lord, as if the sea was overturning, as if a storm was gathering. His body was surrounded by divine splendor, and his terrifying and overwhelming aura was surging. His face became more and more hideous as he directly stepped into the air and rushed over towards Yi Chen. The might of the Saint King was vast and unstoppable. It was like a star descending, like a great domain enveloping over Yi Duan. Yi Chen's body shook. It was hard to hold on under the Saint King's might, like a floating boat, as if it was about to fall down at any moment. See this. Lu Xian's face was icy cold as he cupped the one-star Great Emperor experience card in his hand and was about to crush it. Suddenly, deep in the void, old ancestor Zhang Xian slowly turned his head and let out a light hum. The power of a single word transformed into a ray of radiant Great Empress Dao lines that were incomparably secretive and obscure. Seemingly shadowless and invisible, it shot directly toward the Heavenly Saber Sect Master. This Great Emperor Dao pattern, light and airy, kept changing shape, like flowing water, like a light wind, and eventually transformed into a falling leaf that gently drifted down on top of the Heavenly Saber Sect Master's body. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master's scalp instantly went numb, and his endless dead souls were all bubbling up, but it was just a shocking moment. He didn't even have the time to react. Boom! His body directly turned into endless blood mist. Flesh exploded. God's soul is annihilated. Straight to the bone. The form and the spirit are all gone. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Master didn't even have time to let out a scream as he directly died violently. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was shocked. Is this the tactics of an Emperor realm powerhouse? A word to destroy the Holy King. Imitation of the word follows the law. It was horrible as hell. It's true that all under the Emperor realm are ants. However, A fallen leaf that was conjured up by a great emperor Dao pattern had directly harvested the life of a saint king. It's like grass. A monstrous wave was set off in the hearts of the crowd. No one had expected that old man Song Xian would make a move. Between heaven and earth, it instantly became a pin drop. No one expected things to come to such a pass. The battle of the younger generation had actually led to the fall of a saint king. At this point, several of the heavenly saber sect's old ancestors directly fell to their knees above the firmament. Puff! Puff! They all raised their heads to look at the ancient Qin family's old ancestor, Qin Huiyang, deep in the void, with tears in his voice, as if incomparably sad, tears spilling into the sky, slowly opening his mouth, his voice like thunder. Elder ancestor is above. Please still make a decision for our heavenly saber sect. Elder ancestor is above. Please still make a decision for our heavenly saber sect. Deep in the void, the ancient Qin clan ancestor Qin Huiyang locked his brows tightly as he coldly looked at old ancestor Song Xian. Wanting an explanation, old ancestor Song Xian said indifferently, "Heavenly saber sect, change another sect master." The moment these words came out, all the people of the great Dao sect had their hearts pounding. Old man Song Xian was so domineering. The many southern wasteland hegemony level forces were also feeling a bit shocked. The great Dao sect actually wanted to protect Yichen so much. Qin Huiyang's voice was icy cold as he looked towards old ancestor Song Xian with a sulky expression. "Fellow Daoist Song Xian, what is the meaning of this?" Old ancestor Song Xian said indifferently. "If the Saint King realm strikes out at a Xianzong realm, then it's reasonable for me to strike out at the Saint King realm, isn't it? The battles of the younger generation will be left to the younger generation." At those words, Qin Huiyang froze. In terms of sentiment and reason, old man Song Xian was right. The heavenly sword sect master, a Saint King, had broken the rules by striking out at Yi Chen. But how could he swallow this? Qin Huiyang secretly said in his heart that the heavenly sword sect master was a bit foolish. So many people in this side of heaven and earth were watching, but he dared to take a shot at Yi Chen? Can't you just wait for Yi Duan to be alone and do the dirty work? Mud. Stupid. Now it made them the upper ancient Qin family could only hold back and swallow this breath. Read about it. Qin Huiyang said in a cold voice. Very well. Very good. Very good. Then let's leave it to the younger generation. The voice fell. On the side of the ancient Qin clan, Qin Zhao's body suddenly erupted with endless killing intent. On his body, the power of the fourth Xuanzuan realm continuously poured out in all directions like a sea, and terrifying and overwhelming spiritual energy continuously converged. His face was hideous as he looked towards Yi Chen with a mammoth killing intent. It's done. As the son of the Qin family, he had to step in. The heavenly sword sect was a force under the imperial authority of their ancient Qin clan, now in the middle of their territory, being ruthlessly humiliated by Yi Chen. How could he sit back and watch? Originally, he viewed Yi Chen as an ant. A Xianzong realm was not worth his hand. But at this moment, their Qin family's old ancestor had already spoken. He's going to step up. Seeing this scene, a few of the heavenly saber sect's old ancestors knelt above the void, reversed their direction, and respectfully said, I also request that Lord Qin Shao make a move to exterminate this son. Qin Shao nodded indifferently as he whispered in Nangong Baishue's ear. Baishue, you stay by the side first. I have some things to do. Nangong Baishue nodded her head obediently like an obedient little white rabbit. Husband, be careful. This person, Yi Chuan, is ruthless. Do not take it lightly. Qin Shao snorted. Griffins only. Saying that, Qin Shao slowly stepped out towards the void in a brocade suit. Looking at Qin Zhao's back, Nangong Baishue's heart burst with joy. That's good. This time Qin Shao made a move. Yi Duan will die for sure. This punk is finally going to die. For a time, above the void, all gazes were locked onto both Yi Chen and Qin Shao. The heavens and earth were huge, but at this moment, it had become a stage for both Yi Chen and Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze was disdainful, looking at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a mole cricket as he slowly spoke. Yi Chen, originally, I was not going to pay any attention to you. A mole cricket, a mere Xianzong realm. If I kill you, it's no different from stepping on an ant. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Oh, Qin Shao continued. Yi Chen, remember my words. I'll kill you like a chicken. The words fell. Qin Shao directly suppressed the cultivation aura on his body. Fourth Xuanzuan realm. Triple Xuanzuan realm. Late great circle of the Xianzong realm. Qin Shao had a murderous look on his face as he spoke icily. Why do I need Xianzun battle power to kill you? I'll kill you at the same level. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. I didn't expect Qin Shao to be so confident. Qin Huiyang, the old ancestor of the Qin clan, smiled faintly. Shower, not bad. Today, you will step on Yi Chen's corpse and make a name for yourself in the southern wasteland. The next instant, Qin Shao and Yi Chen rushed out at the same time. The battle of life and death is imminent. Just then, the The mutation was sudden. Boom boom boom. The bronze ancient hall suddenly erupted with endless monstrous divine splendor, and it suddenly became even more gigantic, leaning between heaven and earth, and above each side, terrifying Tao patterns continuously surged, and the violent power impacted the clouds, with a monstrous aura. Around the ancient bronze hall, mysterious and obscure Tao patterns condensed the Tao and rhyme, and were about to break out of this side of heaven and earth. The void tore. Space distortion. For a moment, an incomparably vast shockwave poured toward the crowd like an ocean breaking its banks. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Numerous hegemony-level power elders shouted out. The patriarch made a direct move. A ray of light surged and rolled up Yichen, picking him up. The great Tao sect's crowd immediately stormed out of several miles of emptiness. A strong Qin family member stepped in and also picked up Qin Shao. In the void, other than old ancestor Song Xian, Qin Huiyang, Yuan Qingzi, and other emperor realm powerhouses rushing towards the bronze ancient hall, everyone else was continuously retreating violently. Ancient to ancient artifacts, the might of the bronze ancient hall was too terrifying. Just the aftershocks alone could not be withstood under the emperor realm, and once they were affected, they would directly die. After the crowd retreated to a safe distance, they all looked toward the place where the bronze ancient hall was located. Old ancestor Song Xian, Qin Huiyang, Yuan Qingzi, and a host of other emperor realm powerhouses struck out frantically at the bronze ancient hall. Their sleeves and robes danced, and when they raised their hands, there were terrifying emperor realm Tao patterns, filled with Tao and rhyme, and every attack that blasted on top of the bronze ancient hall was like the sun and the moon blossoming with divine splendor, and like the stars shining brightly. The place where the bronze ancient hall was located, the divine splendor rushed to the sky, as if a giant sun was rising between heaven and earth, occupying thousands of miles of land, as vast as the ocean. The many emperor realm powerhouses looked incomparably small in front of the bronze ancient hall, like the light of a grain of rice. Between the void, ripples of aftershocks caused by the endless emperor realm attacks swirled around in a circle, terrifyingly overwhelming. Suddenly, poof, put, a group of emperor realm powerhouses unexpectedly couldn't block the might of the bronze ancient hall and directly spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. The bronze ancient hall was directly going to vanish from this side of heaven and earth. Old ancestor Song Xian waved his sleeve robe, directly diffusing the Tao rhythm of the great Tao Sutra. The mysterious and obscure aura seemed as if it could communicate with the heavenly Tao of this world, directly transforming into a large net, wanting to strongly suppress the bronze ancient hall. Qin Huiyang, Yuan Qingzi, and the others also sacrificed their strongest combat power to assist old man Song Xian in suppressing it. They all knew that if the bronze ancient hall disappeared into the void, they were afraid that it would be difficult for them to chase it down and then suppress it. From afar, countless divine thoughts and divine senses stared dead on at the scene in the field. Everyone was incredibly nervous. They all wanted the bronze ancient hall to be confined here. Not much longer. Ka-ching! The bronze ancient hall directly tore through the endless ceiling prohibitions laid down by old ancestor Song Xian and the others and directly vanished. Chapter 81. Ji Fuyao shouldn't have had any accidents, right? The bronze ancient hall transformed into a radiant river of stars, treating the many old ancestors as if they were nothing as it continued to ascend into the sky. The crowd was stunned. It was as easy as teasing a group of emperor realm ancestors. Boom! The bronze ancient hall was like a majestic and gigantic mountain, emitting radiant divine splendor as it directly rose up from the ground and traversed towards the distant void. Old ancestor Song Xian looked towards Qin Huiyang, Yuan Qingzi, and the others, and the gazes of the many empyrean realm powerhouses glanced at each other. They made a quick decision. After them, in an instant, old ancestor Song Xian and the others directly tore through the void and chased after the direction in which the bronze ancient hall had vanished. Everyone else in the arena was shocked. So many emperor realm powerhouses had struck out, but they allowed the bronze ancient hall to vanish? At this moment, old ancestor Song Xian slowly spoke. Great Tao sect, return to the sect first. The voice fell. Qin Huiyang, the old ancestor of the upper ancient Qin clan, also issued an order. Upper ancient Qin clan, return home. Numerous hegemony-level power elders ordered the crowd to leave this place. The patriarch looked at Yi Chen, his right hand spread out, and an incomparably pale and ancient spirit boat appeared in front of the crowd. Lu Xian, Yi Chen and the others stepped into the spirit boat. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian and said with some embarrassment, Master, I'm sorry for causing all these storms. Lu Xian smiled. What is this? It's all a small scene. Leaf Dust was slightly stunned. Sure enough, Master still supports him in his fights. Yi Chen said with a firm face, Master, I won't disgrace you when I fight Qin Shao in the future. Lu Xian nodded and instructed. Against Qin Shao, there's no need to keep your hands off him. Just kill him, so that the Qin clan can get another son of the lineage, and the Supreme Xian sect can get another candidate for Divine Son. A brilliant aura flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and he said with some excitement, "Good." On the other hand, Qin Shao looked at Yi Chen from a distance, his face as frozen as frost. I didn't realize that the life and death battle between them had been temporarily put on hold. Qin Shao knew that the matter of the ancient supreme artifact, the bronze ancient hall, was of great importance. His life and death battle with Yi Chen was insignificant in front of this matter. Moreover, the bronze ancient hall had vanished, and even Qin Wuyang, the Qin clan's oldest ancestor, didn't have the presence of mind to pay attention to the fact that the Heavenly Sword Sect's master had been killed. It seemed like Yi Duan could live for a while. At this time, the Heavenly Saber Sect's crowd stood above the void in dismay, watching the Great Tao Sect's crowd leave. Anger. Disappointment. Originally, it was so close that Prince Qin Shao had directly destroyed Yi Chen. Who knew that the Bronze Ancient Hall was suddenly well and directly disappeared? Treadmill. Their Heavenly Sword Sect master died tragically here like this? There were also a bunch of talented disciples, and at this moment, there was no one more disappointed in the arena than Nangong Baixue. Endless resentment was born in her eyes as she watched the spirit boat that Yi Chen was in tear through the void and leave this side of the world. Just like that? How come the life of this punk Xuan is so good? If the Bronze Ancient Hall hadn't changed just now, he would have been a corpse by now. Nangong Baixue muttered in a small voice. Damn Bronze Ancient. Before she finished speaking, she felt a palpitation in her heart, as if it was a force from the underworld, making her feel a little numb and creepy. Nangong Baixue's petite body trembled, directly affixed to Qin Shao's body. She secretly shocked. What? Is this what kind of power is this? Frighteningly, Nangong Baixue's heart felt a horrifying awe towards the ancient weapon, the Bronze Ancient Hall. A moment later, Nangong Baixue collected her mind and squeezed out a few drops of tears as she snuggled into Qin Shao's chest. Husband, this time, we let that punk Xuan escape again. Qin Shao sneered. Those whom I, Qin Shao, want to kill cannot escape. With that, Qin Shao kissed Nangong Baixue's delicate face. Baixue, don't worry, I will kill Yi Chen. But for now, let him live for a few days first. The Qin family patriarch's face was icy cold as he came to Qin Zhao's side. This son, Yi Chuan, is ruthless, and now that he is gifted in both Dan Dao and martial arts, this son must not be retained. Qin Shao said indifferently. Don't worry, father. I'll kill Yi Chen like a chicken. Soon. On this side of the heavens and earth, numerous hegemony-level forces left in droves. The head of the Qin clan and the others descended upon the Heavenly Sword Sect. The faces of the Heavenly Sword Sect's group of elders were sad, and they had already gathered the bodies of the sect master and a group of disciples and placed them neatly at the entrance of the main hall. Seeing this scene, endless killing intent towards Yi Chen surged in the heart of the Qin family head. A grey-robed old ancestor said, Patriarch, my Heavenly Saber Sect master is dead, and a dozen more talented saber cultivators have died. Could this matter just be left alone? The Qin family head said with a cold snort. How can we just let it go? Yi Chen must die. The Yi family will be destroyed. Saying that, the Qin family patriarch threw out several nascent rings. These cultivation resources. You guys take them first. Next, give the Heavenly Saber Sect 10 places to step into my Qin family to cultivate. Sort of make up for the losses this time. The many Heavenly Saber Sect ancestors immediately paid their respects. Many thanks to the patriarch. Thank you, patriarch. Wait until the Qin family head and the others left. A few Heavenly Sword Sect old ancestors looked at the corpses on the ground with a cold light in their eyes as they swore directly to the Heavenly Tao. If Yi Chen doesn't die, I won't be able to advance my cultivation by half an inch for the rest of my life. Above the void, the Great Tao Sect's spirit boat was like a great domain that was crossing the void. Fang Yen, Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong, and other top true disciples came before Yi Chen. Lu Xian smiled charmingly. Senior brother Yi Chuan, this time your martial attainments are afraid to be famous in the southern wasteland states. Fang Yan looked at Yi Chen and frowned slightly. It always feels bad to be exposed early like this. It makes Qin Shao wary. Now that the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Tai Shang Xian Sect, and the ancient Qin clan all have murderous intentions towards senior brother Yi Chuan, this is greatly unfavorable to senior brother Yi Chuan. The patriarch smiled faintly. It's always going to be exposed. Strength cannot be hidden. Lu Xian nodded. Leaf Dust's lips moved, wanting to speak. He wanted to say that his master hadn't hidden it well all these years. To this day, the entire southern wasteland still thought that Lu Xian was only a qi refining stage, and in fact, his master had already ascended to the top of the southern wasteland. At this moment, Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, if you were Qin Shao, would you suppress your realm to fight? Leaf Dust said. No. Lu Xian nodded. Very well. Never learn from Qin Shao. Invincibility is not for you to pity the weak. As long as they are enemies, don't give any chance. Try to kill them on the spot. And never set any 3-year contracts or anything like that. There are only two kinds of people in this world: friends and dead enemies. To show mercy to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen silently repeated Lu Xian's words. Pondering, he felt that what the master had said was exactly what he had thought. Surrender your realm and fight your enemy? That's what stupid people do. Would old ancestor Song Xian suppress to the Saint King realm and fight the heavenly saber sect master? It won't. In the field, Fong Yen, Lu Xian and the others looked at Lu Xian with some shock. It was hard to imagine this passage coming out of Lu Xian's mouth. Even the patriarch felt a bit surprised. To know that Lu Xian had been hiding in Qingxian Peak and had never experienced any battles. How could he have such a heart? Weird. Odd. The patriarch laughed and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, where did you hear that from? Lu Xian said indifferently. I'll just say it off the top of my head. Sovereign. Crowd. Leaf Dust smiled faintly. Master is still too low profile. I'm afraid that when Master strikes one day, the southern wasteland will be in for a huge shock. Half a day later, the crowd returned to the Great Dao sect. The patriarch sent Lu Xian and Yi Chuan back to Qingxian Peak. He looked at Yi Chuan and said with a smile, wait for news from old ancestor Song Xian. There might be some chance. Yi Chuan was slightly stunned. I'm afraid we can't get our hands on a supreme treasure of this level. The patriarch smiled. That's not necessarily true. The Bronze Ancient Hall will definitely not let Emperor Realm powerhouses step in. Let's see when the time comes. If we can suppress the Bronze Ancient Hall, wait for old ancestor Song Xian and the others to make the rules. Leaf Dust nodded. Good. The patriarch quickly left. Yi Chen said to Lu Xian, Master, the Bronze Ancient Hall was too shocking today. There's also old ancestor Song Xian and the others who struck out. It's simply terrifying. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Work hard. Sooner or later, one day, you will surpass old ancestor Song Xian. At that time, a mere Bronze Ancient Hall. You can suppress it with your hands. Lu Xian directly drew a pie. At those words, Yi Chen instantly became excited. Beyond old man Song Xian, casually suppressing the Bronze Ancient Hall. It's incredibly exciting to think about. Yi Chen's heart set off a huge wave. His master is Lu Xian. How can he fall from the master's name? Suddenly, Yi Chuan asked, Master, why didn't you secretly strike when the Bronze Ancient Hall vanished today? Lu Xian's face twitched. It's not. In Leaf Dust's mind, just how strong was he? He also wanted to make a move, but his strength didn't allow it. Didn't you see that old man Song Xian? Qin Wuyang and the others were all shaken by the Bronze Ancient Hall and spat out blood? If he goes up there, isn't he just giving it away? But looking at Yi Chen's look of awe and respect, Lu Xian cleared his throat and casually said, let the juniors handle their own matters. The southern wasteland is too big. I can't possibly step in for every single thing. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen had a face of respect. Yeah, how can a man of Master's caliber do everything himself? You know that if he hadn't begged Master to go, Master wouldn't have even bothered to look at the ancient bronze hall. For a while, Yi Chen was a little embarrassed. Hey, that's a very unemotional question to ask, haha. Thinking so, Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian. Master, then I'll go cultivate. Lu Xian nodded. Go. Looking at Yi Chen's hurried back, Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief. It's still up to the apprentice to make up his own mind. It's a little tiring to force a comparison, but his own choice to pretend then. He tearfully kneeling. Also to pretend. Soon, Lu Xian also returned to his cave and lay down. The sound of the system came to his ears. Ding. Second apprentice brother Yi Duan is cultivating. Start synchronizing your cultivation. Ding. Second apprentice brother Yi Chen's martial Dao has gained some insights. Start synchronizing. Ding. Senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyang is cultivating. Start synchronizing your cultivation. Ding. Senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyang has gained an understanding of the way of spiritual fire. Start synchronizing. The voice fell. An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, hitting his limbs and bones like a torrent. The countless soothing sensations caused Lu Xian's body to tremble slightly, and his body was actually a little numb. At the same time, his sense of martial arts and his sense of the Tao of spiritual flame were also increasing. A few moments later, Lu Xian couldn't help but murmur. How did things go with the Fuyang drunken immortal mansion? There shouldn't have been any accidents, right? Chapter 82, Fuyao. I'm behind you. How are things going at the Fuyang drunken immortal house? There shouldn't be any accidents, right? With that said, Lu Xian checked the system and everything was normal for Ji Fuyao. One day later, in front of the grass hut, Lu Xian happened to be eating with Yi Duan. Yi Chen asked, Master, it will soon be 3 months' time. Is eldest sister coming back? Lu Xian nodded. Not bad. Yi Chuan smiled and asked, I wonder how many levels of Xianzun Realm senior sister's current cultivation level is? Lu Xian smiled without saying anything. Just then, The sound transmission jade slip in Yi Chen's nascent sphere vibrated. His divine thoughts probed in, and his father Yi Chongfeng's voice came out. Duster, is your master available? We have something important to ask Peak Master Lu. Yi Chen handed Lu Xian the sound transmission jade slip. Lu Xian asked, what is it? Yi Chongfeng said respectfully, Peak Master Lu, Her Majesty the Empress is currently in Sangzhou. The drunken immortal mansion has a tendency to rebel, and Her Majesty the Empress may be in a life and death crisis. Lu Xian said indifferently, I see. By the way, what is the cultivation level of the strongest great emperor in Sangzhou? Yi Chongfeng thought for a moment and said, 2-star emperor. Lu Xian said, let Fuyao let go of her worries. There is no need to worry. This is also a kind of training for her. I'll be right behind her, so that she doesn't need to worry. Yi Chongfeng revealed a joyful expression. Yes, sir. A few moments later, Yi Chuan put away the voice transmission jade slip and asked with some concern, Master, is eldest sister in danger? Lu Xian's gaze was ghostly. Between desperate situations, there are great terrors and great opportunities. On the path of cultivation, in the good times for the transformation of mortals, in the bad times for metamorphosis, and in the desperate times for metamorphosis. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a divine aura. Master, I have realized, on the path of cultivation, there must be no retreat in your heart. Wherever your steps lead, is the path. Lu Xian smiled with great relief. The disciples are all capable of lifting one to the other, and they are all viable talents. A few moments later, a divine rainbow surged up in the distance, shooting toward Qingxian Peak. Boom! The patriarch was dressed in a gray robe and landed on top of Qingxian Peak with a loud bang. Seeing that Yi Chen was eating with Lu Xian, he frowned slightly and said, the dust has temporarily settled on the matter of the Bronze Ancient Hall. Lu Xian asked, how? The patriarch sighed quietly and said, there is good news and bad news. Lu Xian frowned and asked, the Bronze Ancient Hall has vanished? The patriarch nodded. Numerous Emperor Realm powerhouses have taken action and failed to stop the Bronze Ancient Hall. It's worthy of being an ancient supreme artifact. It's monstrously powerful. It's not bound to external objects. It transcends the void and travels all over the world. It's like a swimming dragon. Lu Xian asked, what about the good news? The patriarch smiled. The good news is that an ancient inheritance secret realm was discovered near the Heavenly Saber sect, the place where the Bronze Ancient Hall appeared at that time. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Patriarch? What kind of inheritance secret realm? The patriarch shook his head. Right now, many Emperor Realm powerhouses are still teaming up to explore and are cracking the sealing prohibitions of this inheritance mystic realm. However, the initial news sent back by old ancestor Tsang Xian said that this secret realm's Emperor Realm powerhouses are unable to step into it. The specific rule power is still being explored. Yi Chuan's eyes burned, and he was vaguely excited. The patriarch smiled and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I know you can't wait to fight Qin Xiao, so maybe this secret realm is an opportunity. Let's wait for those Emperor Realm powerhouses to make the rules of the secret realm. Yi Duan nodded. Okay, patriarch. Soon, the patriarch stepped into the air and left Qingxian Peak. In the meantime, the matter of the ancient to ancient artifact, the Bronze Ancient Hall disappearing spread throughout the 3,000 states of the southern wasteland. Numerous human cultivators were talking. It's a pity that so many Emperor Realm powerhouses have taken action, but they didn't even confine and suppress the Bronze Ancient Hall. That is an ancient supreme artifact. In the long river of history in the southern wasteland, every time it appears, it can set off a huge wave. Going through the ancient history books, every time that Bronze Ancient Hall appears, it's no coincidence. There must be a big event about to happen. Not bad, not bad. With the appearance of the Bronze Ancient Hall, if there are no surprises, a great world is about to descend. Heaven's pride will rise up side by side. Hegemonic powers will continue to surface, and all the races will fight for supremacy. The southern wasteland is going to change. This time is interesting. On the territory of the Heavenly Saber sect, the great Dao sect's Yi Chuan displayed terrifying martial arts attainments and killed more than a dozen saber cultivation geniuses of the Heavenly Saber sect in a row, ruthlessly stepping on the face of the ancient Qin clan. Unfortunately, in the end, Qin Xiao was unable to fight Yi Chen. There's no harm in it. It's said that an ancient inheritance secret realm has been discovered near the Heavenly Saber sect. At that time, if a heavenly pride steps in, there will be a battle between Yi Chen and Qin Xiao. Sangzhou, Song City, in the middle of a pavilion. Ji Fuyao's long red and fire-colored dress floated down. Her hair was spread out. She sat cross-legged, a faint divine splendor flowing from her body. Her hands changing in spirit techniques. She was cultivating the burning sky decree. Today was the last day before drunken immortal House Wei Yan's 10-day appointment. Not much longer. Qin Yan and Wang Ban and the other dragon guards returned. Ji Fuyang slowly collected her breath, raised her head, and asked, how is it? Has Wei Yan returned? Wang Ban was furious, killing intent surging in his eyes. Your Majesty the Empress, Wei Yan has tricked us again. He hasn't returned to the Tsang City headquarters at all. He's still at the drunken immortal house branch in Willow City. Xingyan was so angry that her peaks rose and fell. Her jade hands clenched. This guy Wei Yan. It's simply outrageous. What kind of supreme treasure is there to be auctioned in Willow City? He has been guarding there for 10 days and has not returned yet? Fuyao frowned slightly. Her heart had moved to kill. She knew that 9 times out of 10, Wei Yan's mind was made up and he wanted to escape from her control. But how could she allow it? The crowd of dragon guards in the field were all filled with righteous indignation and killing intent. In that battle 3,000 years ago, Wei Yan's gang had taken away most of the cultivation base of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. Now that they've used this to rise to power, they want to sever ties and betray Empress Fuyao instead? They will never allow that to happen. Damn Wei Yan! ING drunken immortal house. All these times Wei Yan and the others were playing Her Majesty the Empress and their dragon guards. Suddenly, puff, puff, Wang Barbarian, Qing Yan and a bunch of other dragon guards knelt directly in front of Fuyao. Your Majesty the Empress, you have given drunken immortal house many chances, and instead of cherishing them, they have been teasing your Majesty. Wei Yan, when executed, drunken immortal house, shall be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Fuyan's face was as cold as ice. All get up, send a message to Yi Beichen and the others. Wang Barbarian and the others immediately got up. Qing Yan took out its Sangu Sound transmission jade slip and transmitted a message to Yi Beichen, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor. Yi Beichen respectfully said, Your Majesty the Empress, Peak Master Lu has already sent back a message for us to let go of our hands. Upon hearing this, Fuyang's heart warmed up, her smile pouring out of the city, making the heavenly sun dim. Master, should have been paying attention to me all along. Master was so powerful, and she couldn't disgrace him. This battle was the first battle of the Fuyao dynasty, and she wanted to let her master see the resilience of the dynasty. A mere drunken immortal mansion. She'd like to see what tricks they want to play. I'm sure Master wants to use this battle to sharpen the Fuyao imperial dynasty. Thinking about this, Fuyan's vermilion lips flashed with luster as she ordered Yi Beichen. Within a day, arrive at Willow City. Yi Beichen said, Your Majesty the Empress, as you command. Within a day, we will descend on Willow City and surround it. Fuyan said, Let's move as well. Head to Willow City. Wang Barbarian, Qing Yan, and the other group of dragon guards nodded their heads. Just then, the sound transmission jade slip and Wang Ban's arms vibrated crazily. Wang Ban's divine thoughts infused and he frowned slightly as he looked towards Fuyan. Your Majesty the Empress, it's this guy Wei Yan. Wei Yan's voice was urgent as he said, Your Majesty the Empress, this time, I have made a great mistake. You listen to my explanation. You listen to my explanation. At the Willow City auction, there were some changes. That's why I wasn't able to return to Tsang City. Your Majesty the Empress, I never meant to do it on purpose. Fuyang had an icy face and did not speak. Seeing this, Wang Ban said with a loud shout, Wei Yan, let go if you have a fart. This time, what reason do you have? Wei Yan's voice trembled a little. Your Majesty the Empress, 10 days ago, I told you that there was a very important auction here in Willow City that I needed to organize. Originally, I had already made the preparations and planned to leave yesterday, returning to Tsang City, but the owner of that supreme treasure told me that I must stay in Willow City, or else he wouldn't feel at ease. Wang Ban angrily said, What kind of bull supreme treasure? Is it more important than Her Majesty the Empress? Wei Yan said coyly, Commander Wang Ban, the auction is a very important industry for my drunken immortal mansion, and now that the owner of that supreme treasure said that I must stay in Willow City, I can't help it. Qing Yan asked in a cold voice, What supreme treasure? Wei Yan lapsed into silence. Silence for a moment. Wei Yan said, I'm sorry, Commander Qing Yan. This supreme treasure is extremely shocking, and at the request of my employer, I must keep it a secret. Wang Ban directly cursed. Damn it! Even Her Majesty the Empress has to keep it a secret? Wei Yan awkwardly said, Your Majesty the Empress, why don't you come to Willow City and take a look at my drunken immortal mansion's auction in the meantime? When the auction is over, I will make a heavenly Dao oath in front of you and pledge my allegiance to you and to the Fuyang imperial dynasty. Fuyao faintly said, That's exactly what I want. Wei Yan said with some excitement, Your Majesty the Empress, then I will be waiting for you. A day later, when the auction opens, you can come to Willow City to take a look at our drunken immortal mansion's properties. After the auction is over, I will definitely apologize. Wang Ban growled. Got it. A moment later, Wang Ban put away the voice transmission jade slip. Fuyao's eyes flowed, could not be seen to rest his anger, slowly opened his mouth and said, Head for Willow City. Soon, Ji Fuyang and a group of Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guards moved out and stepped into Tsong City's teleportation array, constantly rolling over. On the way, Xingyan inquired about some rumors about the Bronze Ancient Hall and told Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyang smiled sweetly. Seen your brother Yi Chen. Not bad, not bad. He has stepped onto a path of dual cultivation of Dan and martial arts, and now he is considered to have made a name for himself in the southern wasteland. The crowd of Dragon Guards all showed their admiration, but the crowd was also a little worried. Xingyan frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty the Empress, Yi Chen has completely angered the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan. This situation seems to be a bit unfavorable. One must know that even at the peak of the Fuyao imperial dynasty, it was unable to contend with a hegemonic level power like the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan. The latter could easily destroy the Fuyang imperial dynasty. At this time, Wang Ban said, No harm done. Strong as the ancient Qin clan and the Taishang Xian clan, in the eyes of Peak Master Lu, they are nothing more than ants. If they dare to bully others with their power and bully the small with the big, Peak Master Lu will definitely step in. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly, nodding her head lightly. Xingyan hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty the Empress. This time, at the place where the Bronze Ancient Hall appeared, the Heavenly Law Hall also descended. The other hegemony level forces seem to have recognized the existence of the Heavenly Law Palace as well. At those words, Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes flowed with divine splendor. This is bad news indeed. 3,000 years had passed, and the Heavenly Law Palace had risen too quickly, leaping to become a new hegemonic level power. Perhaps there was still a considerable gap between the underlying heritage and the ancient Qin clan or the Great Tao sect, but it had already occupied a place in the southern wasteland. Read about it. Ji Fuyan said, I'm afraid there will be a bloody battle on this trip to Willow City. The many dragon guards nodded their heads, and the battle intent in their eyes was monstrous. Half a day later, Ji Fuyan's group descended near Willow City. Xingyan immediately contacted Yi Beichen, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, and the others. Yi Beichen sent over the message, Your Majesty the Empress, in a few hours, we will arrive near Willow City. Ji Fuyan said, Good, when you guys arrive, don't set foot in Willow City yet and guard the outskirts of Willow City. Yi Beichen said, Yes, sir. This time, counting the strongest members of the Yi family, she had gathered a dozen quasi-emperors, dozens of half-emperors, and numerous saint kings and saints. As for drunken immortal mansion, Xingyan had already snooped around, and there were 4 paragon emperors on the surface. The group of dragon guards stood on top of the peaks outside of Willow City, looking at Qincheng from afar, their hearts filled with wariness. A dozen quasi-emperors against several quasi-emperors. The advantage over the drunken house is me. Xingyan frowned slightly. I'm curious, what exactly is that auction's grand finale treasure? Wang Ban stroked the quasi-emperor armament blood axe in his hand, killing intent appearing on his body. Your Majesty the Empress, Wei Yan is now a dead man. Why don't we look at the drunken immortal tower's auction before making a move? Ji Fuyang nodded. Yes. The crowd immediately moved, wanting to step into Willow City. Suddenly, Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled as she scanned toward the mountains and rivers where Willow City was located and frowned slightly. The 4 directions of heaven and earth are surrounded by mountains, and there's a faintly baleful aura emanating from Willow City. The crowd was shocked. Wang Ban and Xingyan and the other group of dragon guards also probed towards this side of the heavens and earth, only to see that, where Willow City was located, endless rolling mountains blocked Willow City. The mountains were lush and green. There were dark rivers flowing underground, and the great power of heaven and earth condensed into an aura of a ferocious land. Willow City was just a city of average size, even worse than the Green City where the Yi family was located. Nowadays, Willow City is concealed in the arch of mountains in all directions, swallowed up by the great power of mountains and rivers, and secretly robbed of heaven. The great momentum of heaven and earth in this place caused Ji Fuyan and the others to feel a secretive aura coming from them, a sign of great evil. Chapter 83 Tian Luo Palace hunts Ji Fuyao. Fierce, fierce, fierce. The mountains and rivers of this place are dangerous. The faces of the crowd of dragon guards immediately became solemn. Ji Fuyao slowly said, It seems that a battle with drunken immortal tower is inevitable. It was predestined. Not only did the many imperial dynasty dragon guards not feel intimidated, but they were full of wariness. Simply because with Peak Master Lu around, who can stop the southern wasteland? They'd like to see what this Wei Yan is up to. All scheming is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Xingyan thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty the Empress, since this guy Wei Yan wants to ambush us, we'll take the trick. Wang Barbarian sneered and swung his blood axe. My blood axe is already hungry and thirsty. Ji Fuyao nodded faintly and said, It's better to be careful. The many dragon guards said, Yes, sir. At this point, the sound transmission jade slip in Wang Ban's arms began to vibrate continuously. his divine thoughts infused. Wei Yan's voice came out. Your Majesty the Empress, if you have already descended to Willow City, I have already sent my drunken immortal mansion stewards to wait in secret. If today's Luo Palace has risen and my Fu Luo imperial dynasty is in decline, it is not appropriate to be high profile, so I have already secretly instructed the stewards to greet you. Green Smoke inquired about the code words for the joint. A few moments later, Ji Fuyao and a group of Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guards split into several groups and flew towards Willow City. Sure enough, at the entrance of Willow City, there was a grey-robed steward waiting for a long time, admitting Ji Fuyang and the others into the middle of Willow City. Today's Willow City was swarming with people, and there were constantly cultivators coming in and out. The crowd was boisterous. Stepping into Willow City, Wang Ban and Xing Yan and the others kept surveying, their hearts beginning to be alert. Willow City, pavilions, pill pavilions, refining workshop, spirit grass store is very much. It looks very lively, exudes a burst of divine splendor. There is a prosperous atmosphere. Above the street, there are a large number of cultivators set up stalls, in the sale of some jade briefs, gongfa, spirit grass and so on. In this city, the cultivators' cultivation levels were generally not high. As far as God's mind could reach, the highest it could reach was the Saint King realm. A moment later, Wang Ban and Xing Yan didn't let their guard down, but they didn't discover the divine sense and divine thoughts hidden in the shadows. The grey-robed steward of the drunken immortal mansion guided Ji Fuyang and the others towards the drunken immortal mansion while introducing the crowd to Willow City. Your honored guests, this is the place where my drunken immortal mansion originated. Thinking back 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, my drunken immortal mansion was just in the middle of this Willow City, but it slowly kept stepping out and kept opening branches in Sangzhou. Now that the headquarters of my drunken immortal mansion has been relocated from Willow City to Tsung City, originally, the land of Willow City, which is relatively remote, this drunken immortal mansion branch was to be removed, but my drunken immortal mansion's owner, Lord Wei Yan, kept it considering that this is the place of origin. Saying so, a look of pride appeared on the face of this great-robed steward. Wang Barbarian gave a cold snort in his heart and secretly said, it seems that this Wei Yan guy didn't tell this steward about their identity. The grey-robed steward pointed to the pavilions and stores on both sides of the street and continued, all of these properties in this Willow City are actually under the imperial control of my drunken immortal building. My Willow City drunken immortal tower branch has taken control of this place. Green Smoke frowned slightly. Soon, the grey-robed steward welcomed Wang Ban and Xing Yan and the others into the drunken immortal mansion. Wei Yan had long ago arranged rooms for them. The grey-robed steward said with a respectful face, all honored guests, tomorrow is the much-anticipated auction, so please look forward to it. LOL. The grey-robed steward left the room. The moment he stepped out of the door of the room, a faintly imperceptible evil smile appeared on his face. Room. Xing Yan lowered her voice and said, Your Majesty the Empress, I wonder if you have felt that the cultivators in Willow City are feeling strange. Ji Fuyao nodded. It's feeling that way. At this time, Wang Ban's voice transmission jade slip vibrated once again. It was Wei Yan's voice again. His voice was coy and tearful, apologizing and saying that he would take the blame at the end of the day. But just people don't show up. Putting away the voice transmission jade slip, Wang Ban snorted coldly. Traitor, we have long seen through your deeds. We would like to see what the supreme treasure to be auctioned tomorrow is? A brilliant aura flashed in Xing Yan's eyes as she said, Your Majesty the Empress, I'll bring the other dragon guards to stand guard outside the drunken immortal tower. Ji Fuyao nodded. Soon, into the night, Yi family ancestor Yi Beichen and the others had long since descended outside of Willow City, and they were hidden in the mountains, waiting for Ji Fuyan to issue his orders. The battle was brewing silently. Ji Fuyao sat directly on her knees, a fiery red phoenix robe fluttering down, the spirit skill changing in her delicate hands as she began to cultivate the burning sky decree. Deep in the void, a Tsangu spirit boat was shooting towards Willow City. On top of the spirit boat, Wei Yan, dressed in a grey robe and incomparably humble, his figure almost prostrate, was making tea for the two Heavenly Law Palace great emperors with deep breaths. Wei Yan revealed a pleasing smile. Both lords, early tomorrow morning, we can arrive at the drunken immortal house in Willow City, and then there will be a big show directed by me. The two Heavenly Luo Palace great emperors casually tossed out a nascent sacred ring. A reward for you, Wei Yan. You have made a great achievement this time. Ji Fuyan's secret technique of rebirth and reincarnation has alarmed my Heavenly Law Palace General Hall. The General Hall sent High Star Emperor to come to my Qinzhou branch hall to personally bring Ji Fuyang back. Wei Yan was flattered to receive the nascent sacrifice. As the saying goes, a good man chooses a tree of integrity. A wise minister chooses a master to serve. I, drunken immortal tower, am willing to serve the Heavenly Law Palace as a dog and horse. The two Heavenly Law Palace great emperors nodded their heads indifferently. After capturing Ji Fuyang this time, My heavenly law palace will naturally shelter the drunken immortal mansion. Upon hearing this, Wei Yan was ecstatic in his heart and continuously knelt down towards the two heavenly law palace great emperors. The heavenly law palace was a hegemonic level power that had risen in these thousands of years, and it was said that behind it was a giant of the desolate ancient forbidden region. If drunken immortal mansion could become under the banner of Tian Luo Palace, it would inevitably rise in the future. With this in mind, Wei Yan looked in the direction of Lu Chang and sneered. Your Majesty, the Empress, this is not my fault. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your bad luck and your destiny. The great Taoist sect. Qing Xian Peak. Lu Xian was resting on the Xian ice bed. The system's voice came out. Ding! Senior apprentice brother Ji Fuyao is cultivating. Start synchronizing your cultivation. Ding! Senior apprentice brother's burning sky decree has had an epiphany. Begin synchronization. Ding! Second disciple Yi Duan is practicing. The voice fell. Lu Xian's body was tingling as a large amount of his cultivation base converged into his dantian, and the soothing sensation caused his body to tremble slightly. After this period of time, Lu Xian was one step closer to 6-star Xian Sage. Just then, the sound transmission jade slip in his bosom otherwise vibrated. Lu Xian injected his spiritual energy, and the patriarch's mellow voice came through. Lu Xian, the ancient supreme artifact, the bronze ancient hall is still unaccounted for and nowhere to be seen. However, old ancestor Song Xian and the others have not given up their search for the bronze ancient hall. Right. There's another thing to convey to Yi Duan. That ancient inheritance mystery realm near the heavenly saber sect has been sealed and forbidden by many emperor realm powerhouses, and the rules have now been set. One may step in under the saint realm. If Yi Chen wants to step into this ancient mysterious realm, have him gather at the Great Tao Hall tomorrow, Lu Xian said. I know. Soon after, Lu Xian told Yi Chen about this news. Leaf Dust was a little excited. Suddenly, several divine rainbows appeared on Qingxian Peak. Several top true disciples, Fang Yan, Luo Lingkong and Lu Xian descended. Lu Xian smiled flirtatiously at Lu Xian, her smile a little crispy. Peak Master Lu, we are here to invite senior brother Yi Chen to step into the ancient inheritance mystic realm together. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen who was on the side. Yi Duan smiled. Good, see you tomorrow. The many top true disciples smiled faintly. After the fight with you that day, we agreed to go out of the clan to practice, and I didn't expect an ancient secret realm to appear so soon. Leaf Dust nodded. Yeah. Lu Xian had a long dress. Her huge scenery revealed a hint of charm, and under her jade feet pieces of divine flower petals undulated. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen with a serious face and instructed Yi Chen. This time, I'm afraid that Qin Shao will also set foot into the ancient mysterious realm. At that time, you must be careful. We can contact each other with sound transmission jade slips. If Qin Shao and the others are unfavorable to you, we will step in to help you. Luo Lingkong also said. Senior brother Yi Xuan, this time your enemies may not only be Qin Shao, but also disciples of the heavenly saber sect, as well as the ancient Qin clan, and disciples of the Taishang Xian sect. Be sure to be more careful. Yi Chen had a straight face. Many thanks to senior brother, senior sister for reminding me. A few moments later, Lu Xian's jade feet stepped on pieces of divine flower petals as she and a group of top-tier true disciples drifted away. When these disciples left, Lu Xian said to Yi Chen, Lu Xian and the others are right. This time when you go to the ancient mysterious realm, you must be more careful. Let's go. I'll take you to the Great Tao Hall and purchase some life-preserving items for you. Yi Chuan slightly froze and said, Many thanks, Master. Boom. A divine rainbow appeared beneath Yi Chen's feet, lifting Lu Xian up as the two of them flew toward the Great Tao Hall. Soon, the two Lu Xian arrived at the Great Tao Hall. Deep inside the Great Tao Hall, Old Man Shou was still wearing a gray robe and sitting behind a wooden table. Lu Xian smiled and said, Elder Shou, this time, I came to exchange some treasures for Yi Chen. A brilliant aura flashed in Shu Gao's eyes, but he remembered that last time, when Ji Fuyang had to go out to do a sect mission, Lu Xian had exchanged many treasures for Ji Fuyang. There's even the first volume of the Great Tao Sutra. Old Curtain took out a Tsangu Jade Simplex for Lu Xian to pick from. He knew that Lu Xian still had more than 10 million contribution values in his current fortune, so he could completely exchange them as he wished. Lu Xian's divine sense probed into the jade slip and checked it out. Soon, he picked it out. 1-star Quasi-Emperor rank Order Attack Talisman Seal. 1 million contribution value. 1-star Quasi-Imperial rank Defensive Spirit Armor. 1 million contribution value. Saint King rank Ancient Spirit Boots. Saint King rank Defense Array Disc. 7 million contribution values were consumed in one go. Yi Duan was directly dumbfounded. Oh, my god. In addition to these Saint King rank and Quasi-Emperor rank treasures, there were also some large and small Xuanzuan rank talismans. Yi Xuan had previously calculated that it was not easy to accumulate 1 million contribution value just by relying on clan tasks or some clan rewards. But now 7 million contribution value was spent in one breath. Master is trying to arm him straight to the teeth. Lu Xian smiled and placed these treasures into a nano ring, handing it to Yi Chen. Take it. Yi Chen froze for a moment. Master, isn't all this a bit too much? Lu Xian stuffed it into Yi Chen's hand. It's just a quasi-imperial rank treasure. Remember that when you go to the ancient mysteries, you don't necessarily have to fight for your life. If you can't beat me, just give me a direct burst of talisman seals. Just don't get hurt anyway. Leaf Dust felt almost cried out. Woo! Master is too good for him too. He's got nothing to show for it yet. Yi Xuan secretly said that he must rise as soon as possible to repay his master. At this moment, Old Man Shou looked at Lu Xian and revealed an incomparably pleased smile. Somehow, he felt that the boy Lu Xian was not useless. At least it's good for the apprentice. At that time, he had spent more than 10 million contribution values for Ji Fuyang and 7 million contribution values for Yi Chen. The eyes don't blink at all. And at this moment, Yi Chen inhaled. Master, this time when I go to the ancient mysterious realm, I will definitely get that inheritance. Lu Xian smiled. No, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is not to get hurt. Yi Chen's heart warmed. Okay, Master, you're too good to me as well. Old Curtain said leisurely from the side. Yi Xuan, don't be embarrassed. You brat. Your master also spent more than 10 million contribution value for Fuyang. At those words, Yi Chen directly froze. There were so billion little imbalances in his heart. More than 10 million contribution values. It seems that master still favors eldest sister more. There was a small twinge of envy in his heart. Lu Xian saw Yi Chen frothing and gently patted on Yi Chen's head. Let's go. Don't be imagining things. Chapter 84 Auctioning Ji Fuyao. Come on, don't get carried away. Leaf Dust came back to his senses. Oh, okay, master. Lu Xian quickly left with Yi Chen. Seeing the back of Lu Xian and the two of them leaving, Elder Curtain smiled faintly and immediately told the patriarch about this matter. The patriarch was a bit surprised. No wonder Fuyao and Yi Duan are so biased in favor of Lu Xian. This brat can also buy people's hearts. More than 20 million contribution value. Just spend it straight away. Old Curtain said. The bad news is that the contribution value left behind by Sage Qin Xian is about to be spent by Lu Xian. Sovereign. Day 2. Yi Duan was busy in the grass hut early, preparing meals for Lu Xian. Then he came to Lu Xian's cave and bid farewell to him. Master, I'm leaving. The food is in the grass hut, so just heat it up when you get there. Master. Lu Xian responded in a daze. Oh, right, it's... Yi Duan touched his nose and smiled. What kind of good dream was master having again? Then stepping into the air, a divine rainbow appeared under his feet and flew toward the Great Dao Hall. There were already a lot of people standing in the square in front of the Great Hall. The peak masters of the peaks all descended with the top true disciples of their respective spirit peaks. Lu Xian had a long dress. Her perfect figure was on display. Her body flowed with a faint halo, making her look even more somewhat tingly and charming. Lu Xian looked towards Yi Xuan and smiled charmingly. Senior brother Yi Xuan, here it comes. Everyone was looking at Yi Duan. The Misty Peak Master pursed her lips. Yi Xuan, where is your master? Yi Chen swept a glance and realized that people such as Fang Yan, Luo Lingkong, and Lu Xian were all accompanied by their masters. He squeezed out a small smile and said, Master, he's busy. At those words, the many peak masters couldn't help but laugh. He's busy. What can Lu Xian be busy with? Too busy sleeping and eating. The body refining peak master smiled and asked, Yi Xuan, tell me the truth. You and Lu Xian have been spending time together at Qingxian Peak for 3 months now. What is Lu Xian usually busy with? Leaf Dust fell into a deep thought, not knowing how to answer for a while. It suddenly occurred to him that his master seemed to really do nothing every day at Qingxian Peak. No cultivation. Master's daily life. Eating, sleeping, painting, reciting poetry, reading talking novels. However, this didn't affect his awe and respect for Lu Xian. Yi Chen always felt that a high person like master might not need to cultivate anymore. To know that even Pill Elder was very shocked by Lu Xian's life. In Pill Yan's impression, the many old ancestors of the Pill family were in seclusion all year round. So what time did they have to enjoy the scenery and be so leisurely? Pill Yan felt that this was the gap. The Pill family ancestor was obviously on the first floor, while Peak Master Lu was already on an unknown number of floors. Pill Yan secretly speculated that Lu Xian was practicing the Great Tao Sutra, secretly conforming to the heavenly Tao and cultivating without doing anything. Thinking of this, Yi Chen said with a serious face, my master is in a state of doing nothing, perhaps cultivating the Great Tao scripture. Put. The ethereal Peak Master directly covered her delicate lips and laughed. The other Peak Masters were also smiling from ear to ear. And in action? And practicing the Great Tao Sutra? Lu Xian, this kid doesn't know how to fool leaf dust? It's already brainwashed. The patriarch sighed and shook his head. Forget it. Let's all forget about Lu Xian. This time, Elder Curtain will lead the team to the ancient inheritance secret realm. After you go to the secret realm, be sure to keep in contact. If anything happens, you can help each other out. Infighting is forbidden between disciples of my great Tao sect. The voice fell. The many peak masters put away their smiles and nodded with a grave expression. Soon, Curtain Old Man was dressed in a grey robe, slowly walked out from the great Tao hall. His right hand spread out. An incomparably huge and pale ancient spirit boat instantly floated above the void. A terrifying Tao pattern flowed above the spirit boat, as if it was a mountain huge. Come on up here, all of you. Old Curtain directly stepped into the spirit boat. Yi Chen, Fong Yen, Lu Xian and other top true disciples also stepped into the spirit boat. The body refining peak master, Xianghua peak master, and the others then stepped in as well. This time, Elder Curtain led the trip, accompanied by several other spirit peak masters. Boom! With a movement of Shou Lao's mind, the huge spirit boat exploded with a terrifying force, directly tearing through the void and transforming into a divine rainbow that shot off into the distance. The void trembled. Space distortion. When this huge spirit boat disappeared above the firmament, the patriarch looked in the direction of Qingxian Peak and muttered, Old ancestor Songxian wants to probe Lu Xian again, so I'll bring Lu Xian over. With that, the patriarch stepped into the air and flew towards Qingxian Peak, Sangzhou, Willow City. Immediately to the next day, on this side of the world, the morning sun was rising, but it was hidden in thick overcast clouds, and it looked like it was going to rain in Willow City. Wang Barbarian and Chang Yen and the others switched and stood guard outside Drunken Immortal House for the night. No anomalies. Suddenly, Wang Ban stared dead on at an elixir pavilion across from the Drunken Immortal building, and he vaguely saw a few figures. How did he feel as if these few people were going in and out of this pill pavilion to purchase pills, several times a night? A little suspicious. However, these few people's cultivation was only at the Xian Zone realm. Wang Barbarian dispersed a few strands of divine thoughts and struck the bodies of these people, wanting to continue probing. And at this point, the auction at the Drunken Immortal Mansion was about to begin. Numerous cultivators stepped into the auction venue. The grey-robed steward from yesterday came to Ji Fuyang's room and bowed respectfully before saying, Honorable guest, the elegant room that the building owner has arranged for you is number 4. You can participate in the auction in auction room number 4. Soon, the grey-robed steward introduced Ji Fuyang and Chang Yan and the others into the 4th auction room. This place had been laid down by the Drunken Immortal Tower with countless sealing prohibitions, isolating divine sense and divine thoughts, and it was impossible to pry below the Emperor realm. However, Ji Fuyang and the others could clearly see everything in the auction venue. Downstairs in the venue, there were also a large number of loose seats where many cultivators were seated. The grey-robed steward quickly left, leaving behind a sound transmission jade slip, telling Ji Fuyang that if something happened to trigger the slip, he would immediately appear. Ji Fuyao scanned towards the auction venue, which was decorated in a brilliant, bejeweled manner, and the divine splendor between the buildings was radiant, and it looked like it had extraordinary underpinnings. At this point, a tall platform slowly rose from the auction house. On top of the platform, stood an incomparably charming and enchanting young woman. She had a purple dress. Her concave and convex figure looked very charming under the purple dress. The purple dress had an extremely high opening fork, and her snow-white and delicate thighs could be seen, and her jade legs were straight and perfect, just like jade pillars. It's almost like the devil's own body. The crowd exclaimed, Auctioneer Fuyao. Auctioneer Fuyao was a rather legendary auctioneer of the Drunken Immortal Tower, and in her hands, often a mediocre item was auctioned out at a high level. Seeing Fuyao, a charismatic beauty, some people are light-hearted, some people stand without containing, some people are sneaky and don't know what they're doing with their hands. The next instant, the Fuyao auctioneer pursed her lips and smiled. Her flavorful, pasty voice spread throughout the room. The auction will officially begin. The crowd in the arena thundered with voices. Fuyao slowly took out a treasure box and opened it. A Shenzun rank spirit sword appeared in it. Her voice was flaky to the bone as she said, The first treasure, the green blade sword, has a starting price of 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Each call shall not be less than 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The voice fell. Someone said, 110,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 120,000. At this time, in the 4th auction room, Qing Yan frowned slightly. Such an ordinary treasure? Isn't it a bit childish? Is this to set off that grand finale treasure? Another dragon guard said, Where is the damn Wei Yan? Now that I've contacted him with the sound transmission jade slip, he hasn't replied at all. Ji Fuyang looked at Chang Yan. How are Yi Beichen and the others prepared? Qing Yan said with a grave expression. Your Majesty the Empress, they are ready to kill Willow City at any time. Soon. Several of the auction items in the arena had already been auctioned off. All were bought out at a rather outrageous price. The divine splendor flowed in Qing Yan's eyes. This price is a bit too outrageous. It's completely all low-rank spirit weapons and pills and such. It's simply a waste of Her Majesty's business. Fuyao frowned slightly. She had a sudden feeling of foreboding. Boom! Boom! Outside the drunken immortal building, a thunder flashed and rose. A dull shocking thunder exploded as if the sky was collapsing. The void condensed with purple and gold lightning, and above the entire void, gloomy clouds converged. Incomparably secretive. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and the entire Willow City was located tens of thousands of miles in a radius. This side of the earth and sky was shrouded in the scope of thunder. The great power of heaven and earth emerged, causing Ji Fuyan and the others to feel an extremely oppressive feeling of being in danger, as if something big was going to happen. An air of being out of place in the auction house was brewing. At this moment, not only Ji Fuyang, Qing Yan and the other group of dragon guards also felt it. The secretive atmosphere made them sweat. Qing Yan looked at Ji Fuyan with incomparable respect and asked with furrowed brows, Your Majesty the Empress, I really don't understand. If Wei Yan is said to want to go to war with us, why doesn't he just go to war? If he wants to submit, why doesn't he just make a heavenly Dao oath? What does he want? The divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyang's eyes as she was probing everything in the drunken immortal mansion. And that's when, outside the drunken immortal building, Wang Ban's divine thoughts that shot out saw the whereabouts of the bizarre people. These people go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He found other bizarre situations. Other than these few people, there were many people in Willow City, all taking turns going in and out of some of the pavilions and stores, pretending to be a bustling scene of Willow City's citadel. In fact, they are simply, as if they are acting. Ka-ching! Although a thunderclap boomed out, a lightning bolt also crossed Wang Barbarian's mind. Mud! These people are acting. They weren't from Willow City at all. It's all for show. Instantly, Wang Ban immediately transmitted his voice to Ji Fuyan with incomparable nervousness. Your Majesty the Empress, Willow City is all the traitor Wei Yan's people. They've been acting all along. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyan's face was waveless as she ordered, Prepare for battle. In the meantime, above the void, thunder resounded once again and majestic rain poured down. In the sky and underground, thunder, torrential rain, and cloudy skies, Willow City was suddenly filled with a terrifying killing intent. Fia's pasty voice suddenly changed color and became incredibly icy. Her voice raised much higher in vain and was not suppressed by the thunder. Gentlemen, the grand finale of today's auction is. Saying this, her slender jade hand stretched out, pointing to the auction elegant room where Ji Fuyan was located. The grand finale of today's auction is the Ji Fuyan in the fourth auction elegant room. In an instant, the killing machine appeared. Chapter 85, Slapping Lu Xian to Death. For a time, monstrous killing chances enveloped the entire Drunken Immortal Tower. In the auction hall of Drunken Immortal Tower, the many cultivators participating in the auction all rose and looked towards the fourth elegant room where Ji Fuyang was. And at this time, in the fourth elegant room, the crowd of dragon guards instantly became incredibly tense as they immediately protected Ji Fuyang around them, probing out their divine thoughts and alerting the changes in this side of the heavens and earth with their full attention. Green Smoke frowned, probing around and said in a cold voice, Your Majesty, the entire auction is a fake. All the dragon guards were furious. I didn't expect Wei Yan to put on such a show. The entire city of Willow was filled with drunken immortal housepeople. Their Empress Majesty was treated as the grand finale. Obviously, Wei Yan had long been preparing to strike at Her Majesty the Empress, and at that moment, the divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes, unable to tell if she was happy or angry. Suddenly, outside the drunken immortal building, heavy rain and thunder exploded. Wang Barbarian and the others were filled with murderous intent as they thunderously roared, Wei Yan, get your ass out here and die. The voice fell. Wang Ban took out his spiritual weapon, the blood axe, and a terrifying and overwhelming quasi-emperor pressure surged out directly from his body as he glared angrily, holding the blood axe, and slashed down towards the drunken immortal building. Boom! As this axe fell, the terrifying power of a 9-star paragon was overwhelming and incomparably astral, directly smashing a huge hole in the roof of the drunken immortal building. Endless ceiling prohibitions shattered, and radiant spirit patterns continuously annihilated. In an instant, Wang Ban led many dragon guards to step into the drunken immortal building, and behind them, the majestic rain was like the water of a great river coming from the sky, directly pouring into the drunken immortal building. Just when Wang Ban was still continuing to blast out an axe, a cold humming voice came out from above the void. Humph! In an instant, a black shadow fell from the sky. It expanded and swelled in the thunder, shooting directly toward Wang Ban's body. This black shadow was only the size of a palm, and in the midst of the collection and release of thunder, its full appearance was constantly revealed. It was an incomparably pale and ancient token. The token continued to rotate, and the Dao patterns on it continued to flow and intertwine, eventually revealing the two ancient characters inscribed on it. One side is inscribed with heaven, one side is inscribed with Lo. Tenra. This Tsangu token suddenly kept getting bigger and bigger, becoming as big as a carriage from the size of a palm, and then expanding to a small mountain. Ka-ching, the heavenly law token wrapped in endless terrifying power, accompanied by the thunder rolling from the heavens, directly crushed toward Wang Ban. Wang Barbarian was slightly startled and turned around to slash an axe at the Tian Luo token. The force splits the mountains, but the next instant, boom! It was as if there were countless horrifying and obscure forces imposed on the Tian Luo token, and its power had far surpassed that of Wang Ban. Wang Barbarian was directly suppressed and spewed out essence blood in succession. Pffffffffff. The Tian Luo token was directly inserted into the earth above the drunken immortal mansion, pressing Wang Ban directly into the ground. Wang Ban continuously roared. As strong as a quasi-emperor, it was still difficult to break free. Seeing this scene, the many dragon guards remembered the fear they had been subjected to by the Heavenly Law Palace 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago, on the night that the Fuyao imperial dynasty was destroyed, the same pale ancient Tian Luo token descended from the sky and inserted itself into the boundaries of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. That night, the Fuyao dynasty tumbled, but it was different now. They had the invincible peak master Lu behind them. Wei Yan traitor, get the hell out of here. Old me wants to fight you. Wang Man's eyes were wide with rage, gritting his teeth and roaring, and although he was suppressed by the Tian Luo token, he was still seething with battle intent. The damned drunken immortal tower had not only betrayed Empress Fuyao, but had gone to join their former enemy, the Heavenly Law Palace, and at this moment, a group of dragon guards surrounded the area that continued to surround Ji Fuyao, and they were ready for a bloody battle at any time. In the first battle of the Fuyao dynasty, no one feared bloodshed or death. The dragon guards of the imperial dynasty lived to the death. 3,000 years ago, they retreated. This time, they won't. At this point, although the enemy behind the curtain had not yet appeared, the terrifying aura coalescing between this side of heaven and earth was just like this majestic rainy night, with great terror descending at any time. Suddenly, a gloomy voices resounded between heaven and earth. Gentlemen, if you don't show yourselves now, when will you wait? The voice fell. A divine splendor suddenly appeared above the void. Thunder converging, their figures completely exposed, an imposing divine aura, a killing aura, and an overwhelming aura. Each figure was a paragon emperor. Boom boom boom. These paragon emperors kept descending from that huge hole in the drunken immortal tower. Together, 2 courses, 10 ways, 30 roads, the paraclete falls like rain. There were surprisingly a full 30 quasi-emperors. Seeing this scene, the faces of the group of dragon guards changed slightly. Their numbers were crushed. With so many paragon emperors, they could only fight in blood. The next instant, a terrifying and incomparable emperor realm aura filled the heavenly plane, and a grey-robed old man surfaced above the green underworld, his body surging out with endless radiant great emperor Dao lines. A 1-star great emperor descended. Behind him, another 1-star great emperor slowly stepped out. On their robes, there is a Tian Luo mark on their chests. The 2 great emperors of the Heavenly Law Palace looked down at Ji Fuyang and the group of dragon guards, their eyes looking askance as if they were looking at a group of dead things as they slowly opened their mouths. Remnants of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. I didn't expect you guys to be able to hide for 3,000 years. If Wei Yan hadn't defected to my Heavenly Law Palace, we really wouldn't have been able to discover you. The moment these words came out, heaven and earth directly fell into a dead silence. The crowd of dragon guards of the Fuyao imperial dynasty were burning with rage. Wei Yan. Ji Fuyan's face became incredibly grave. The enemy was outnumbered. But she was Lu Xian's disciple. How could she cower? What about the great emperor? Battle! With a loud bang, this side of heaven and earth, the entire drunken immortal tower, the entire Willow City, the aura on all the cultivators changed drastically. One time, the auras of saints, saint kings, and half-emperors appeared one after another. There are as many saints as dogs, and holy kings everywhere. At this point, that grey-robed great emperor looked in one direction of the drunken immortal building and revealed a satisfied smile. Wei Yan, you did well. It was indeed a good show. With us here, you need not fear. You can come out now. Soon, a grey-robed old man stepped out from one of the rooms in the drunken immortal mansion, and he groveled to the 2 Heavenly Law Palace great emperors, almost falling to his knees above the void, his posture incomparably humble as he respectfully said, Lord Heavenly Law Palace. The grey-robed great emperor nodded. Wei Yan, You have already made a heavenly oath of allegiance to my heavenly law palace. After destroying the remnants of Fuyao, my heavenly law palace will support your drunken immortal tower to step out of the Tsang state, rise again, and gain a foothold in the 3,000 southern wasteland states. 3,000 states in the southern wilderness. Wei Yan's body trembled with excitement. He could hardly imagine that one day the fame of drunken immortal house would resonate through the 3,000 states of the southern wasteland, and his status would rise as a result, becoming a big shot in the southern wasteland. With this in mind, Wei Yan knelt down with incomparable gratitude and said, "Many thanks to Lord Tianluo Temple for making it possible." The gray-robed emperor nodded. "Rise." Saying that, Wei Yan slowly stood up and looked towards Ji Fuyao and the group of dragon guards. At this moment, the humble look on his face instantly dissipated and was replaced by a teasing and playful smile. Wei Yan stood tall and looked down at Ji Fuyang, a sardonic smile appearing on his face. "Your Majesty the Empress, what do you think of my arrangements? And how exactly is the auction I organized?" Ha 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 ha. Xinyan was so angry that her peaks rose and fell. Her jade hand clenched her fist and pointed at Wei Yan angrily. "Wei Yan, you traitor! If it weren't for Her Majesty the Empress, 3,000 years ago, you would have been destroyed. How dare you set up a trap to murder Her Majesty?" Wei Yan, however, had a smug look on his face as he slowly said, when you guys descended into the Tsangzhou, I was still contacting the adults of the Heavenly Luo Hall. The Heavenly Luo Hall was incomparably secretive, and I paid a great price to meet the Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Heavenly Luo Hall. In Tsang City, there are several other great powers. How could I possibly meet you all in Tsang City? On the contrary, this Willow City is the place of origin of our drunken immortal mansion, and it's all under our control. That's why I came up with the rhetoric for the auction. The might of my Heavenly Luo Palace will always be beyond your reach. With the snap of a finger, the lords of the Heavenly Luo Palace can exterminate you, but they also found my idea a bit interesting, so they asked me to invite you to descend to Willow City. How's my arrangement? If it wasn't for this sublime auction, you wouldn't have gathered here at all. Ha 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 ha. Wei Yan directly identified himself as Tianluo Temple and teasingly looked at Ji Fuyao. The two great emperors of the Heavenly Luo Palace let out a light laugh. Wei Yan, killing a bunch of mole crickets is indeed a bit boring. It's a lot more interesting when you arrange it like this. At those words, Ji Fuyang's eyes stared coldly, the killing intent in her heart almost condensing into substance. Tianluo Temple. The crowd of Imperial Dynasty dragon guards were even more murderous. Damn traitor Wei Yan. Wei Yan smiled faintly. Your Majesty the Empress, with my knowledge of you, even if you knew that I would defect, you would have descended on Willow City, isn't that right? It's just that when you and the Imperial Dynasty's dragon guards set foot in Sangzhou, it also means that you, the remaining members of the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty, will surely die. When these words came out, the group of dragon guards of the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty were enraged and gritted their teeth. Wei Yan added, "But there is good news. You won't die for a while. Your Majesty the Empress, I've already told the two Tianluo Temple lords about your ancient reincarnation secret technique." The gray-robed great emperor licked his lips, and a flash of essence appeared in his eyes. Ji Fuyang, you're armed with a supreme secret technique and such a stunning beauty. The old man will never treat you poorly. The other great emperor let out a lewd laugh. Having fallen into the hands of our heavenly law palace, your secrets are our secrets. Let me remind you, don't think about blowing yourself up or leaving. This side of heaven and earth has already been sealed and forbidden by me endlessly. It is already a heavenly net. When these words came out, there was not a trace of fear on his face, but instead, he was surging with wariness. Her supreme reincarnation rebirth secret technique had been exposed. This secret art was enough to cause many hegemonic level forces in the southern wasteland to scramble for it, and even draw the hand of an extreme peak great emperor from the forbidden region. The value of this method is indescribable. The many dragon guards of the Imperial Dynasty all clenched their fists, their nails sinking into their palms as they looked at Wei Yan with incomparable anger. Wang Ban roared, "You dog! How dare you expose Her Majesty the Empress's greatest secret?" Wei Yan laughed out loud and looked down at the crowd. "Dog things? So what if it's a dog thing? Dogs live while people die, so why should I be a human?" The gray-robed emperor sneered. "Ji Fuyang, make your move. Since you dared to step into Willow City, I'm sure you have some cards. Let me see what makes you so confident." At this time, Xinyan suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Who dares to make a move today? Her Majesty the Empress is the top true disciple of the Great Tao sect. Who dares to make a move?" As many people know, although the Great Tao sect is transcendent and doesn't interfere in the power struggle, it is extremely sheltering to its disciples. There was a time when a great power of the emperor rank abused a top true disciple of a Great Tao sect, and was attacked by old ancestor Tsang Shen, who annihilated the Tao lineage of this great power of the emperor rank in one night. The atmosphere in the arena was slightly stagnant. Wei Yan froze in place. Great Tao sect disciple. Qing Yin, Wang Ban. Such important information. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Although the drunken immortal house had become a vassal of the heavenly law palace, the Great Tao sect, as an old hegemonic level power with deep roots, could destroy their drunken immortal house with a single finger. Not to mention the drunken immortal house, the Great Tao sect can destroy the entire Zhangzhou with a snap of their fingers. Wei Yan instantly looked at the grey-robed Great Emperor in horror. Lord Tian Luo Temple, how can this be? Good. Before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by the grey-robed Great Emperor. So what if it's a mere Great Tao sect? How is my heavenly law palace not a southern wasteland hegemony level power? Another Great Emperor teasingly laughed. Now that the ancient supreme artifact, the Bronze Ancient Hall, has come out, this great world is going to descend. Ancient imperishable forces such as the Great Tao sect will eventually sink into the river of ages, while my heavenly Luo palace will rise again in accordance with the great trend. At those words, the many dragon guards were directly stunned in place. You're just a big Taoist? Is the heavenly law palace already so powerful nowadays? Even the Great Tao sect doesn't put it in their eyes. The grey-robed Great Emperor said in a cold voice. Ji Fuyang, which spirit peak of the Great Tao sect do you worship? Who is your master? Ji Fuyang's eyes flickered. Her vermilion lips slightly opened, faintly spitting out two words. Lu Xian. A dead silence fell over the field. The only sound is the wind, the rain pouring down. The next instant, ha 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 ha, Lu Xian is actually Lu Xian. An incomparable burst of laughter erupted between heaven and earth. Even the two heavenly law palace great emperors couldn't help but laugh. They snorted. What can Lu Xian, a qi refining stage, teach you? You're also sick and desperate. Ji Fuyao. I can slap Lu Xian to death with a single slap. The voice fell. Ji Fuyang's face became incomparably cold. Who dares to talk about my master? Chapter 86, Ji Fuyao Burning Soul. Who dares to talk about my master? Lu Xian had done her the favor of recreating her, and had an extremely high place in her heart. Anyone who dares to disrespect the master, dies. Boom! Ji Fuyang directly stepped into the air. A fiery red robe fluttered as a faint divine splendor surged out of her body. A terrifying might of the holy realm surged out of her body. The might of the former empress once again surfaced as she looked towards the two great emperors. There was no fear in her eyes. Seeing this scene, above the void, the two great emperors looked at Ji Fuyang with interest. The grey-robed great emperor looked to the other great emperor. Don't get them dead, leave them alive. Another great emperor's eyes revealed a brilliant aura. I can't even bear to lay my hands on such a beauty, but it's better to let her shed some blood and suffer. At this point, Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand stretched out, and a long spear suddenly appeared in her hand. Ka-ching! Once this lance appeared, it surged with a blazing divine aura, and the entire void was instantly torn apart by the terrifying emperor's might, and the monstrous power surged in all directions, just like the great power pressing down on the realm, and the thunder in the void above appeared to be somewhat eclipsed. 6-star imperial weapon, lance, cracks the sky. Ji Fuyao held a long spear and stood in the midst of the torrential rain and thunder. The gusty wind swept as if it were pulling up a mountain, and the torrential rain poured down as if it was breaking the dike, but a vacuum condensed out of the void she was in. Ji Fuyang directly activated the emperor rank techniques, burning sky skill and great Tao scripture. For a moment, two terrifying and overwhelming forces surged out from her body, one domineering and overwhelming, one mysterious and obscure. The two forces constantly intertwined and surged, constantly converging into a long river of cohesion. Ji Fuyao clenched her teeth. Burning souls. Utilizing the power of the burning soul, he directly unlocked the other seal of the 6-star emperor soldier. Split sky. She was going to use the might of the emperor's split sky to battle the two great emperors. Qing Yan and the others instantly froze in place, staring at Empress Fuyao in a daze. The memories of 3,000 years ago are as if they were fresh in my mind. On that day, Her Majesty the Empress burned her soul just like today, fending off the three great emperors of the Temple of Heavenly Law and allowing them to leave. Seeing this scene, all of the strongest members of the Heavenly Law Palace were incomparably shocked. 6-star Imperial Soldier. How is that possible? Ji Fuyang is only a 1-star Xian Shang. Where did she wait for the heaven-defying chance? The Great Tao sect was deep, but it wasn't so deep as to give a true disciple a 6-star Emperor Soldier as a bottom card to save his life. Was it? Qing Yan and the others immediately stepped into the air. Your Majesty the Empress. In this battle, we fight to the end in blood. A group of dragon guards of the Imperial dynasty directly stepped into the air. Their murderous aura was monstrous, trapping the will of the battlefield. There is no life without death. A monstrous battle intent was gathering. In a desperate situation of life and death, the killing intent of the Imperial dynasty's dragon guards that had been accumulated for 3,000 years suddenly erupted. Next moment, Ji Fuyang, dressed in a long, fire-red dress, walked between the voids, directly carrying the Emperor's split sky to kill the powerhouses of the Tian Luo Palace and Drunken Immortal Tower. With a sweeping shot, the gun intent transformed into a monstrous sea of spirit fire, crushing towards the enemy. A little red aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Snort! The cold aura was like lightning, and a quasi-emperor instantly died violently. The hearts of the many Heavenly Law Palace powerhouses were incomparably shocked. A 6-star emperor soldier, terrifying as it was. How could a sage realm kill a quasi-emperor powerhouse in seconds? The grey-robed emperor laughed softly, licked his lips, and looked towards Ji Fuyang. Many thanks for the treasure. With that, the grey-robed great emperor slapped his palm down. This was true imperial might. As if the ocean had overturned. As if the stars had fallen. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations instantly swept above the void. Ji Fuyang spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Her delicate body trembled, and she forcefully stabilized herself in the void. However, the grey-robed great emperor was also shaken back a few feet. The crowd was shocked. Ji Fuyao was holding an imperial weapon, and under the burning soul, coupled with the power of the burning sky decision and the great Tao scriptures' false borrowing of the power of heaven and earth, he was actually able to shock back the great emperor. It's just so counterintuitive. The grey-robed emperor had more than a smile on his face. Not bad. Not bad. This kind of imperial weapon is truly invincible. At this point, Yi Beichen, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, suddenly killed his way out from outside Willow City with the Yi clan's crowd. His spirit sword flashed with a cold aura amidst the night rain, and a sword chant resounded through the void. The old sword is lit up again in front of the battlefield, and the cold light is as bright as it was back then. The people of the Fuyao imperial dynasty knew that they would not be able to defeat them, but they were completely brazen and rushed forward. Wang Barbarian's blood-stained robes finally got out from under the Tian Luo token, and he swung his bloody axe, his face red and livid, his clanking iron clothes stained with blood, and he directly killed the crowd. Thorough. Bottom. Madness. Madness. The blood axe swung, and the might of a heavenly quasi-emperor poured into the sky, and a drunken immortal tower quasi-emperor was directly beheaded. Blood exploded. The field instantly became incomparably chaotic. Ji Fuyang's figure blurred in vain, and the heaven-splitting lance was in full swing like fire, igniting a river of spirit fire above the void. Boom! A gun swept out. The terrifying and incomparable gunshots tore through the sky and split the earth, directly piercing through the throat of a paragon emperor and separating the corpse. Blood exploded. At this moment, Ji Fuyang's fire-red dress had long been bloodstained, and it was impossible to tell if it was the enemy's blood or her own. Her delicate jade hands were bleeding continuously as she fought alone against 2 great emperors and 10 quasi-emperors. Every time she blasted out a killing move, Ji Fuyang was sent flying hundreds of feet, but she immediately climbed up to fight. Qin Yan and the others turned back suddenly with pathos on their faces. Their eyes were moist and 2 lines of clear tears ran down their faces. If Her Majesty the Empress was still so desperate, how could they spare their lives? This scene was deeply imprinted in their hearts, overlapping with the scene 3,000 years ago. Everyone had forgotten everything in their minds. There were only 2 words, and that was fight. The great Taoist sect. The patriarch arrived at Qing Xian Peak and looked at Lu Xian, who was lying leisurely, shaking his head slightly. Lu Xian, old ancestor Song Xian is looking for you. Lu Xian slowly got up. What is it? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xian was grabbed by the patriarch, and a divine rainbow rose under his feet, holding Lu Xian up as he flew towards the great Tao sect's hidden place. Soon, the 2 descended into the hidden place. Here, old ancestor Song Xian sat cross-legged on top of a long river, fishing for spirit fish at a leisurely pace. A spirit fish took the bait, but old man Song Xian immediately put the spirit fish into the long river again. Previously, Lu Xian didn't understand why old man Song Xian wanted to fish here and, moreover, fished and put into the long river. Now he knows. This was a unique cultivation method of old man Song Xian. This long river was actually a manifestation of old ancestor Song Xian's imperial armament, which the old ancestor used to cultivate the great Tao Sutra. When a spirit fish took the bait, it also meant that old man Song Xian had obtained a hint of the great Tao scripture's enlightenment. You should know that the Tao is invisible and the Tao is natural. Spirit fish can only be caught in a state of mind where there is inner clarity. Old ancestor Song Xian smiled faintly. Lu Xian is here. Lu Xian nodded. The old ancestor summoned me here. What is the matter? Old ancestor Song Xian sized up Lu Xian for a moment and asked quietly, do you want to try fishing as well? Lu Xian said, I won't. He can't fish, but touching fish is a bit of a good idea. Old ancestor Song Xian handed the fishing rod to Lu Xian, who hesitated and casually tossed it. Seeing Lu Xian being so casual, the patriarch shook his head faintly from the side. Where's the fish in that? Once old ancestor Song Xian had let him try, and he ended up fishing for 3 days and 3 nights without catching anything. Read about it. the patriarch said. Lu Xian, you're too casual. If you can catch a spirit fish, I'll eat it directly. Before he could finish, Lu Xian's fishing rod swayed slightly. The water flopped. A lingcod is hooked. The patriarch directly froze. This works too? Lu Xian looked at the patriarch. What's for dinner, patriarch? The sovereign's face twitched and he didn't say anything. Lu Xian smiled as he placed the spirit fish into his nascent sphere and said to old ancestor Song Xian, Old ancestor, I'm going to bring it back, and give it to Yi Chen and Fu Shuang to eat when the time comes. The patriarch was slightly stunned. Old ancestor Song Xian smiled. It's fine. Eating this spirit fish will allow you to sense a trace of the power of the Great Tao Sutra. Lu Xian said. I continue? Old ancestor Song Xian said. You continue. You should know that in this long river, fishing for spirit fish has nothing to do with realms. What is wanted is a state of mind, a Tao and the mysteries of heaven and earth. Although this long river was a manifestation of old ancestor Song Xian's imperial soldiers, the mysteries of it were difficult for him to explain. The word is not to be taken for granted. Lu Xian continued fishing. Bottom line, 2 strips, 10 bars, 20 articles. Sovereign direct man was dumbfounded. He was aware of the fact that old man Song Xian sometimes couldn't catch a single spirit fish for a month, often Air Force, but Lu Xian caught 20 at once. This is outrageous. It was his first time fishing. Old ancestor Song Xian kept dryly coughing on the side. These are all sensations that were meant to be his. Knowing that he had been sensing the power of the heavens and the earth all day long, he had incorporated the boundless subtleties into this long river, and those spirit fish were in fact the illusions of the great Tao scripture's sensibilities, only as strong as old ancestor Song Xian was unable to, all at once, grasp the mysteries of the power of heaven and earth. That's why he fishes long rivers to capture the mystery. He felt like he couldn't understand Lu Xian anymore. What's wrong with this kid? But he got it quickly. It's the state of mind. Lu Xian had nothing to do all day, but instead was in a state of doing nothing. That day, when Yi Chen said that Lu Xian was practicing Wu Wei, he was actually right. Unfortunately, Lu Xian's talent was too wasted, and the more inactive he became, the more wasted he became. Old ancestor Song Xian coughed. Ahem, Lu Xian, I did have some things to do this time when I looked for you. Lu Xian smiled and wrapped up, placing all the spirit fish into his nascent soul ring. At this moment, old ancestor Song Xian probed out a strand of divine thoughts and surveyed Lu Xian's body. A moment later, old ancestor Song Xian said, Sure enough, the power of qi in you is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Xian asked, What is the use of the power of qi? Old ancestor Song Xian said, For other cultivators, the power of qi is of infinite benefit, and can change a cultivator's destiny and turn misfortune into good fortune. If the power of qi is incomparably strong, one can be transformed into a favorite of the heavenly Tao, become a son of the heavenly fate, and receive the heavenly Tao's fortune, and be blessed with great fortune. But put it on you, and it may suffer greatly. Lu Xian's face darkened. Why? Old ancestor Song Xian said, This time when you appeared at the place of the bronze ancient hall, the other emperor realm ancestors also noticed the power of qi on you. There is no sin in harboring the power of qi. You're only at the qi refining stage, so if you're targeted, this power of qi will be stripped away. Lu Xian, old ancestor Song Xian admonished. So, in the future, don't wander around alone. It's not safe outside of the Great Tao sect, unless the patriarch and the others take you with them. Lu Xian said. All right. Just then, the sound transmission jade slip in the patriarch's arms constantly vibrated as his divine thoughts infused it. Instantly, the patriarch's face turned pale as he transmitted a secret voice to old ancestor Song Xian. Old ancestor, it's not good. News has come from the Hall of Destiny cards. Fuyao's destiny card has shattered a sliver. His soul lamp is fluttering, and he may be in a life and death crisis. Old ancestor Song Xian frowned. Where is Fuyao now? The patriarch said. In Sangzhou. Old ancestor Song Xian's gaze was ghostly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Sangzhou is tens of millions of miles away from my clan. This time, I'll strike. The patriarch said. Good. Watching the two old ancestors Song Xian suddenly become very nervous, Lu Xian couldn't help but ask. What happened? Old ancestor Song Xian waved his sleeve, and a wisp of divine splendor wrapped Lu Xian as he said indifferently. Let's talk about it when we return. The next instant, Lu Xian was directly wrapped in a force and flew directly out of the hidden place. Boom! Old ancestor Song Xian's power was incomparably soft, like the power of a bucket, and Lu Xian was gently placed on top of Qing Xian Peak. Lu Xian froze slightly and looked up into the void. Ka-ching! The void tore. Space distortion. A monstrous killing intent appeared on old ancestor Song Xian's face as his body surged with the aura of the six-star emperor realm, as terrifying as the abyss and the sea. In these 1,000 years, He and Elder Mu were the ones who sat in charge of the Great Tao sect, while the other Emperor Realm elders were in seclusion, sheltering the sect's elders and disciples. Now, Ji Fuyang was actually in Sangzhou, stepping into a desperate situation of life and death. This was something he had to step in on. Whoever dares to bully the small with the big, he will kill them. Read about it. Old ancestor Song Xian brought along the patriarch and several peak masters, directly tearing through the void and instantly disappearing above the firmament. Lu Xian muttered. What happened? Suddenly, the system's voice came out. Ding! The host's great disciple Ji Fuyao is seriously injured. Disciple raising mission released. The host travels to Sangzhou to save Ji Fuyang and destroy Drunken Immortal House. Chapter 87 in. I've been there. Disciple raising mission released. The host travels to Sangzhou to save Ji Fuyang and destroy Drunken Immortal House. The voice fell. Lu Xian hurriedly checked Ji Fuyang's system panel. Great apprentice, Ji Fuyao. Realm, 1-star Xian Shang realm. Injury, burning soul, serious injury. See this. Lu Xian's face clouded over with killing intent. He knew Ji Fuyan's strength. If he was forced to burn his soul, a great emperor must have taken action. He was trying to sharpen his disciples, but he would kill anyone who dared to bully the young with the big ones. Lu Xian's killing intent surged like the oceanic sea. The system said, it has locked the place where Ji Fuyang is for the host. Sangzhou, Willow City. Instantly, Lu Xian felt an incomparably subtle connection with Ji Fuyang from tens of millions of miles away. Lu Xian directly catalyzed a corner of the most powerful emperor formation pattern. Boom! An obscure and ancient spatial force surged around his body, and Lu Xian felt that his thoughts were clear, and that this corner of the most powerful emperor formation patterns contained an extremely subtle Tao and rhyme. A thought. Lu Xian's figure directly disappeared into Qingxian Peak, transforming into a wisp of fresh wind. Sangzhou, Willow City. Ji Fuyao wore a long, fire-red dress and held the 6-star imperial weapon Split Sky, and with each shot, she had the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. This gun will turn into a swimming dragon constantly roaming in the void, and at any time Ji Fuyao's burning soul, the might of the Emperor's weapon is more and more terrifying. The Quasi-Empire do not have the power to fight. Even the 2 1-star Great Emperors of the Heavenly Law Palace felt a little tricky. Wei Yan had a teasing look on his face. A hint of pity appeared in his gaze as he looked towards Qing Yan and the others. Even if you all burn your souls, so what? It's a death after all. Qing Yan bit her lips and cursed angrily. Dog thief. Today I will kill you even if I die. Saying that, killing intent flashed in Qing Yan's eyes, and her aura skyrocketed under her burning soul as she looked towards Ji Fuyang. Your Majesty the Empress. This time, if we are to die, we are going to die together. Yi Beichen waved his spirit sword. A cold aura flickered above the sword. The terrifyingly cold sword intent continued to rush like a long river, and within thousands of feet of where Yi Beichen was located, the thunder annihilated and the heavy rain fell silent. He also burned his soul directly. The Imperial Dragon Guards are all burning their souls. The Temple of Heavenly Law. Drunken Immortal Tower. Today there will be no rest without death. Boom boom boom. On Ji Fuyan's side, whether it was a paragon, a half-emperor, or a saint king or saint, all of them burned their souls. Thousands of blazing flames, rushing upwards, each one of them eyeballing and gnashing their teeth, charged directly towards the crowd of the Tian Luo Palace and Drunken Immortal Tower. Above the void, the killing intent boiled. The terrifying killing power poured down. The violent spiritual energy continuously surged. The brilliant spiritual patterns were bright and uncertain. The fierce wind swept, and the heavy rain impacted this side of the heaven and earth as if a long river had broken the embankment. Qing Yan's jade hand stretched out, and the incomparably bizarre spirit would crossed Su Xiu and twisted, directly piercing through the chest of a Drunken Immortal Tower Paragon Emperor. Die 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 die. Not far. Wang Ban roared with rage. Blood soared wildly from his body, and he directly chopped off the huge Tian Luo token with his blood axe. His eyes were incomparably scarlet, and the aura on his body continued to climb as he charged directly above the void. Thoroughly. Bottom. Crazy. Crazy. He held the blood axe like a forceful chop, and when he chopped down with an axe, the head of a Paragon Emperor directly exploded. Blood rains down. This is a guillotine. Bastard of the Temple of Heavenly Law. Traitor of the Drunken Immortal Tower. Die for me. Another axe chopped down. Another Paragon Emperor's body was directly split in half. Melee. In the void, the screams were endless. A large number of corpses kept falling. It was simply indistinguishable whether they were Empress Fuyao's subordinates or the people of Tian Luo Hall and Drunken Immortal Tower. For a while, Ji Fuyan's men were so battle-hardened that they were actually unable to fight the crowds of Tian Luo Hall and Drunken Immortal Tower. Seeing this scene, the crowd from the Drunken Immortal Tower were retreating, fleeing behind the 2 great emperors from the Heavenly Law Palace. Ji Fuyao and his commanders were mad. The gray-robed great emperor said in a cold voice, This female emperor is harboring the obsession of certain death, and her might is getting stronger and stronger. These imperial dynasty dragon guards are also going crazy. In such a short period of time, several paragon emperors have fallen. Another great emperor frowned and said, "Let's avoid the front line for now." With that, the two great emperors directly blocked the void to avoid battle. Fuyao couldn't last long as she burned her soul. Boom! The endless great Empress Dao lines directly bridged the void cracks directly with a lightning-fast momentum, blocking the void with the will of a great emperor. For a time, above the void, endless brilliant Dao patterns glittered, like endless stars constantly flickering. The two great emperors of the heavenly Luo Palace both continued to storm back, maintaining a distance from Fuyang, their robes bulging, their hands constantly changing their spirit techniques. Instantly incomparably terrifying great emperor Dao lines shot out into the void between them. The thunder of the firmament was eclipsed in front of this great emperor's Dao pattern, and the majestic rain was like the water of a long river constantly pouring down, filling the sky and earth with pathos. Yi Beichen and Cheng Yan and the others showed anger on their faces. The enemy was avoiding the battle, and if they dragged on like this, their war effort would soon decay, and they would be in a 10-death situation. Skyrocket. Earth web. There was no way to retreat now, only to die fighting. Seeing this scene, Fuyang's long hair fluttered out, boundless flames igniting in her eyes as she pushed the massive amount of spiritual energy in her body and directly wielded the Emperor Armament Split Sky in her hand, wanting to meet the two Heavenly Law Palace great emperors. Giggle! A spear mane fluttered like a shocking flower, graceful like a swimming dragon, rushing upwards. The sea of spirit fire swept across the sky. This spear mane congregation contained the power of the Burning Sky Decree and the Great Tao Sutra. It was already the extreme of Fuyang's power. The two great emperors of the Heavenly Law Palace were both incomparably shocked. Fuyang was a mere Xian sage, and under the burning soul, he could even do this? It's so anticlimactic. However, they had no intention at all to fight Fuyao hard. They knew that Fuyang burned her soul, and her battle power was only temporary. After the blip, she would be untouchable, like an ant, easily captured by them. One incense stick later, Fuyang's breath began to weaken continuously, and the burning soul had its limits. She was almost at the end of her rope. As for Wang Barbarian and Cheng Yan, they were all pale and their battle power continued to fall. Boom boom boom. And at this moment, the many paragon emperors of the Heavenly Law Palace and Drunken Immortal Tower instantly surrounded Cheng Yan and the others. Behind them, thousands of half-emperors, saint kings and saints were like a tidal wave. On the contrary, on Fuyao's side, there were only a dozen or so quasi-emperors and thousands of half-emperors, saint kings, and saints. The enemy is strong and I am weak. The strength is too great a disparity. The grey-robed great emperor slapped his palm down. The incomparably terrifying emperor realm pressure was like a tidal wave crushing towards the void. The heavenly palm was like a huge mountain, as if it was a continent, directly suppressing the heads of the imperial dynasty's dragon guards and the Yi family's crowd. Poof, put, poof. Everyone instantly spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. There was a difference between a one-star great emperor and a quasi-emperor. However, in an instant, the crowd of soldiers from the Fuyao imperial dynasty were defeated, and they were directly shaken and flown thousands of feet away. Wang Barbarian's 7 orifices were bleeding, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was no longer able to stand up. Xingyan's body was dyed red with endless blood, a look of despair on her face. Ka-ching! Yi Beichen's quasi-emperor soldier spirit sword directly snapped. Despair! It's too desperate. The people of the Fuyao imperial dynasty no longer had the power to fight, and that's when the aura on Fuyang's body also became incomparably shriveled. The burning soul ultimately has a limit. Like a flash in the pan, Fuyao held the emperor's split sky and held it with both hands, only barely able to stabilize herself on top of the void. Seeing this scene, the grey-robed great emperor laughed coldly. The light of a glowing fire dares to compete with the sun and moon. Fuyao's long fiery red dress fluttered as the majestic rain fell on her body and blood continued to flow down. She looked in the direction of the great Dao sect, still wanting to continue the fight. But her body was no longer able to support it and was trembling as she continued to bleed on her stunningly beautiful face. In the next instant, Fuyang rushed out, holding the emperor's split heavenly armament, her jade hands trembling, but even so, she still slashed out a supreme shot towards the two great emperors of the Tian Luo Hall. Boom! The two heavenly Luo Palace great emperors whisked their sleeves, and a heavenly force roared out, directly sending Fuyang flying, and the emperor's soldier in her hand directly fell into the void. Seeing this scene, tears of blood flowed from the eyes of the many imperial dynasty dragon guards. Your Majesty! No! No! The two heavenly Luo Palace great emperors coldly looked down at Fuyan as if they were looking at a mole cricket. Fuyan, you've already lost. But soon, Fuyang climbed back up from the void. a long fiery red dress stained with blood, the power of the Xian sage surging, the tops of her crystalline jade hands coated with blood as she blasted her way through. Boom! Ji Fuyan was once again sent flying hundreds of feet. Wang Ban and Cheng Yin, Yi Beichen and the others were incomparably torn in their hearts. They also wanted to stand up, but they were already simply powerless. But Her Majesty the Empress is still fighting. Their hearts are dripping blood. Not much longer. Ji Fuyao also couldn't support herself anymore. It was almost hard for her to get up from the void. She was a bit unwilling. Master, I'm sorry, I let you down. Saying that, 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down from Ji Fuyan's eyes. The reserves in her body had been exhausted, and all the supreme treasures that her master had exchanged for her in the Great Dao Hall this time had been reduced to pieces. Far away, Wang Barbarian, Commander Cheng Yen, many Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guards, Yi Beichen, and a host of other Yi family ancestors also had pathos on their faces. They burned everything, but there's nothing to be done about it. They really gave it their all. Ji Fuyao's eyes flickered. There had never been such a moment in her life where she wanted to be recognized by others. Lu Xian's appearance surfaced in front of her, her delicate lips bleeding. Master, with a wisp of blood at the corner of her mouth. Qing Yan forced herself to try to climb up from above the void as she looked in the direction of the Great Dao sect and shouted out, Peak Master Lu, where are you? Peak Master Lu, do you hear me? Empress Fuyao is calling your name. Why haven't you appeared yet? The next instant, Wang Ban also called out, Peak Master Lu, you are a southern wasteland extreme emperor. You must be able to sense what is happening here. You appear. Quickly appear. Puff. Puff. The Yi family ancestor and the others knelt directly above the void and prayed with incomparable devotion. Peak Master Lu, we're calling out your name. Why haven't you appeared yet? In the middle of the field, all the old parts of the imperial dynasty all knelt down. Call out the name of Lu Xian. Seeing this scene, Ji Fuyang had a bitter look on her face. She could no longer support herself. Burning Soul has been seriously injured. Dying, she revealed a bitter smile. Master, where are you? At this moment, a faint flame welled up in her heart. Like an ember in the darkness of the night, could her master, who was omnipotent, really hear her? At this point, Ji Fuyan's delicate body trembled. She was no longer able to support herself, and she directly fell down from above the void. Her consciousness was in a bit of a trance, and she softly called out once again, Master, are you there? Suddenly, surprisingly, someone responded, Yes, I always am. Chapter 88, Can Master hold me a little longer? Yes, I always am. This voice suddenly resounded in the ears of everyone in Willow City with incomparable clarity. Not only Ji Fuyang, everyone was incomparably shocked as they looked into the void. The divine splendor in Ji Fuyan's eyes was monstrous, and her delicate lips opened slightly as her heart set off monstrous waves. Is it her master? The many people of the Fuyang imperial dynasty directly froze and knelt in the void with disbelief on their faces. Surprisingly, there was actually a response. The people of the Heavenly Law Palace directly froze in place. Originally, they thought it was ridiculous for these people to kneel in the void and call out the name of Peak Master Lu, but at this moment they felt a bit creepy and numb. Even the 2 great emperors of the Heavenly Law Palace were subdued. They looked up into the void and said slowly, Who is your excellency? Who is it that dares to meddle in the affairs of my Tianluo Palace? You, it's not finished yet. Ka-ching, the void tore. Space distortion. The void ceiling prohibition that the 2 Heavenly Law Palace great emperors had jointly laid down directly shattered, and the endless brilliant array patterns continuously annihilated, like dust in a firework. It was an overwhelming spatial force that directly shattered the emperor rank formation pattern into pieces. The next instant, Lu Xian was dressed in white, his 3,000 green silks constantly floating up, his white clothes slightly bulging, the killing intent in his eyes monstrous, his body flowing with blazing divine splendor, surging with a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Looking at the 2 one-star great emperors in the field, Lu Xian directly crushed the 1-star Great Emperor experience card. Boom! The aura on Lu Xian's body was surging. 6-star Xian Shang Realm, Holy King Realm, Half-Emperor Realm, 1-star Great Emperor Late Great Circle. With a thought, Lu Xian directly disappeared in place, and by the time he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Ji Fuyan, who he held in his arms. Incredibly soft and subtle touch. Ji Fuyan's delicate lips slightly opened as she looked at Lu Xian. Master. Lu Xian nodded toward Ji Fuyang. Leave it to me. He brought a healing holy medicine to Ji Fuyang's mouth and took it for her before turning his gaze to the 2 great emperors of the Heavenly Law Palace. Lu Xian's gaze was terrifyingly cold. In the distance, Qing Yan and Wang Ban and the others stared at Lu Xian in death. They don't understand. Why was Peak Master Lu only at the 1-star Great Emperor realm? There were 2 1-star Great Emperors in the Tianluo Palace now. Could it be that the one who descended this time was the doppelganger of Peak Master Lu? At this point, the grey-robed emperor of the heavenly Luo Palace looked at Lu Xian with an ice-cold face. "Who is your excellency? I'm on business at the heavenly Luo Hall, so please leave quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xian's figure suddenly twisted and disappeared in place. By the time he reappeared, Lu Xian had already arrived in front of the grey-robed emperor of the heavenly Law Palace. Lu Xian's large hand slapped down directly towards the grey-robed emperor's heavenly aura. Seeing this scene, the grey-robed emperor snorted. "Dare to fight me in close quarters?" He directly threw a punch at Lu Xian's face. Boom! A direct hit on Lu Xian's face. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. "Why don't you avoid it? Why didn't Peak Master Lu avoid it?" Even Ji Fuyang froze, her delicate body trembling in Lu Xian's arms. Wang Ban, Qing Yin, and the others exclaimed, "Peak Master Lu, retreat!" But Lu Xian didn't move a muscle, letting this Emperor Realm attack blast him in the face. Like a falling leaf crashing into the water, Lu Xian's face was just a ripple in front of him. Nothing happens. Manifestation is activated directly. As long as the enemy's cultivation level was not higher than Lu Xian's, Lu Xian was invulnerable to all laws. As for these two great emperors in the field, the grey-robed great emperor was a late one-star great emperor and one was a mid one-star great emperor. See this, the grey-robed great emperor's scalp was numb, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. Instantly, the grey-robed great emperor was creeped out. This white-robed great emperor in front of him was simply a great terror. It was important to know that his killing power contained ancient secret techniques that could injure a two-star great emperor, and a two-star great emperor could not ignore his attacks. But this white-clothed great emperor in front of him did it. It was clear that the white-clothed emperor was not the one-star emperor he appeared to be, he was actually stronger. The grey-robed great emperor's mind moved, wanting to tear through the void and vanish. He was simply no match, but it was too late. Lu Xian's big hand had already slapped on top of his head. The grey-robed great emperor's body trembled, trembling in fear. His knees slightly bent down. "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding." Before he could finish, Lu Xian's large hand squeezed. Put! The grey-robed emperor's head directly exploded like a watermelon. The form and the spirit are all gone. Straight up gaslighting. His body crashed down towards the void below. Great emperors fall like grass. At this moment, Lu Xian stood above the void with Ji Fuyao in his arms, and although he had killed this great emperor in seconds, his white clothes were still immaculate, and his divine splendor was brilliant, as if he were a divine king on earth. Above the void, the endless downpour was majestic, and terrifying thunderbolts continued to explode, but Lu Xian was stoic, as if he was above the heavens. Thunder falls on 1,000 roaches and rain comes on 10,000 peaks. Lu Xian was as if he was the sole master of this side of heaven and earth, looking down on all living beings as he coldly looked at the remaining people from Drunken Immortal Tower and Tian Luo Hall. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A dead silence fell over the field. Lu Xian had endured a supreme attack from a great emperor, and surprisingly, nothing happened. How is that possible? Ji Fuyan's delicate lips widened into an O shape, and she looked at Lu Xian with an incomparable shock in her heart. Wang Ban and Chang Yan suddenly laughed out loud. They then said, how could Peak Master Lu send over only a one-star great emperor detachment? Even if he was holding Empress Fuyao in one hand, Lord Lu Feng, he was still invincible. The people from the Heavenly Law Palace and Drunken Immortal Tower were all dying as they looked towards Lu Xian. Who the hell is this guy? Why it's so scary? Lu Xian took a step towards the other great emperor of the Heavenly Law Palace. This great emperor's voice trembled and his teeth chattered. You, don't come over. I am an elder of the Heavenly Luo Temple. You have already made a big trouble. Lu Xian ignored it and instantly descended in front of this great emperor while holding Ji Fuyang in his arms. Boom boom boom. In the midst of extreme shock, this great emperor frantically launched an attack at Lu Xian. Terrifying imperial might was like an abyss like the sea. Obscure great emperor Dao patterns were added to the raging spiritual energy. The power of the heavens. The force was rigid and fierce. Strike after strike landed on Lu Xian's body, just like a star smashing on Lu Xian's body. However, Lu Xian had a calm face and directly ignored this great emperor's attack, not even bothering to defend. All laws are inviolate. That monstrous killing power didn't even manage to lift a corner of Lu Xian's robe. This Heavenly Law Palace's great emperor's eyes showed despair. He had never seen such a secretive and powerful person before. Don't come over. If you kill me, my Tian Luo Palace has hunted you to the ends of the earth. The Temple of Heavenly Law. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xian directly slapped his big hand on his head, and this great emperor's face immediately turned white. Unable to resist, Lu Xian directly searched his soul. A few moments later, Lu Xian pinched hard. Put! This one-star great emperor's body directly exploded into a mist of blood and dissipated between heaven and earth without even being able to let out a scream. Another great emperor. Fallen. Lu Xian coldly looked at the remaining enemies in the field. They all looked at Lu Xian with incomparable fear. Lu Xian waved his sleeve, and a heavenly palm shook heaven and earth like a peak across the sky, about to slap down. Just then, Wang Ban and Qing Yin suddenly exclaimed, "Peak Master Lu!" Wait! Lu Xian looked toward Wang Barbarian. Wang Barbarian pointed at Wei Yan and the others with a face and said respectfully, "Peak Master Lu, these people are traitors of drunken immortal tower. It would be too cheap to kill them like this." Lu Xian nodded and clapped his large hand down. "Good." Boom boom boom. Like a heavenly roar, the crowd from the heavenly law palace in the center of the field turned into a blood mist between them, bursting and splattering in a matter of moments. All the cultivators in the entire Willow City except for those in the drunken immortal building all died violently. Half Emperor, perish! Paramount Emperor, perish! 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 Snapping my fingers, kills like a chicken. On the other hand, drunken immortal tower Wei Yan and the others were directly confined in place, unable to move at all. The next instant, Lu Xian waved his sleeve, and a soft force fell on the group of Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guards, who felt their bodies filled with power. Wang Ban, Qing Yin, Yi Beichen and the others rushed towards Wei Yan and the others between them. Wang Barbarian flushed red and roared as he swung his blood-colored fist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn you! You dogs! In a moment, thousands of people directly surrounded Wei Yan and the others. Anger, killing intent. They want to vent. Bang, 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 click, punching and kicking. Wang Barbarian slammed his fist directly into Wei Yan's face, and all of his teeth were knocked out. Wei Yan screamed miserably. Mercy! Wang Barbarian went completely crazy and directly pinched Wei Yan's arm, directly breaking it, blood exploding. I'll spare you, Mom! Green smoke thuds his shin into the crotch of Wei Yan. Ka-ching! Broken! A pool of blood gushed from Wei Yan's crotch. Yi Beichen had a hideous face and said in a fierce voice, "Don't beat them to death. Give me a hard time torturing these traitors." Saying that, Yi Beichen took out a healing elixir and stuffed it directly into Wei Yan's mouth. A half-emperor rank elixir. Wei Yan's injuries are rapidly improving. The crowd once again went crazy and violently beat Wei Yan and the others. A scarlet blood mist was raised in the void. Wei Yan's screams were unceasing. "Your Majesty the Empress, spare your life. I, drunken immortal house, submit to you. I submit. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. My is going to be broken." However, Wang Barbarian and the others ignored them, and their fists and footprints smashed onto Wei Yan and the others like a raging wind and rain. And at that moment, Lu Xian hugged Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyan's face flushed slightly, her peaks undulating as a warm current surged in her heart. The heart was thumping. In her 2 lives, she had never been hugged like that. She's never been this close to a man before. Her fair and delicate face was pressed against her master's chest, and his heartbeat was leaping as powerfully as thunder, and the virility of it gave her an indescribable feeling. Her petite body was so close to her master. The first time was given to the master just like this. Her face became more and more red. "So shy," said. The divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes. She was a party of female emperors. How could she be like a little girl in front of her master? But, in Lu Xian's arms, the warmth did give her a sense of security that she had never felt before. Ji Fuyan looked at her master in a daze, her delicate lips trembling slightly. "Master." Lu Xian smiled faintly and injected a gentle power into Ji Fuyan's body. Her inner world was already like torn flotsam, and now that she was being nourished by this power, such a comfortable feeling, she couldn't help but chortle slightly. That kind of tingling feeling, that kind of pinning feeling, is hard to describe. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. This. He was about to put Ji Fuyao down immediately. Ji Fuyao hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to whisper, "Master, can you hold me a little longer?" After saying that, Ji Fuyang shyly buried her head into Lu Xian's arms. So shy. How could she say such a thing? So strange. But the next instant, Lu Xian gently wiped away Ji Fuyang's tears and said with some favor, "Then I'll hold you a little longer." Ji Fuyao let out a soft cry. Not long after, Ji Fuyang's face flushed. "Master, I'm better." Lu Xian placed Ji Fuyang on top of the void. Her eyes shook as tears cut through her face, and she said with an apologetic face, "Master, this time, it's me who risked my life." Lu Xian gathered her hair. "Don't blame your past self. At one time she too was standing in the midst of a heavy fog, incomparably lost." The voice fell. Ji Fuyao directly froze. Everyone froze. With this statement, is this an endorsement of them by Peak Master Lu? They may have been right about that battle 3,000 years ago. Who could do better in a situation like that? This kind of feeling could only be understood by the supreme powerhouse Lu Feng Master. For a time, everyone above the void was in tears. Qing Yan cried with tears streaming down her face. "Peak Master Lu. He's really good at comforting people." Wang Barbarian also sobbed and whimpered. Lu Xian turned around, leaving the crowd with a backdrop. Ji Fuyao felt incomparably shocked in her heart. At this moment, Lu Xian had his back to the heavens, his back to the living beings, his white coat bulging, his 3,000 green threads floating up, although it was only a back, but it was also flowing and dusty, like an exiled immortal in the heavens, like a unique person in all ages. Thunder descends. Heavy rain. Everyone was overwhelmed. Ji Fuyan looked at Lu Xian's back. Tears continued to flow and her voice trembled. Master. Chapter 89, Ji Fuyao's reincarnation secret exposed. Master. Lu Xian smiled faintly and looked at Ji Fuyang, taking out a bottle of healing elixir. This elixir is to be taken first. Your soul is heavily damaged. Don't activate your spiritual energy yet. Ji Fuyang took the pills and immediately swallowed one. Nodding. Okay, Master. Lu Xian's big hand probed out. A terrifying force directly enveloped this side of the heaven and earth, and with a single movement of his mind, in the Willow City, the nascent rings on top of all those corpses all floated up, transforming into countless streams of light that flew in front of him. In the next instant, two incomparably blazing rays of light shot out from Lu Xian's eyes as his divine thoughts swept through the area where Willow City was located. Quickly discovering the drunken immortal mansion's treasure trove, Lu Xian snorted coldly and probed out with a finger. Boom! This finger passed through the sky and became incomparably huge, like a mountain, and one could even see the lines on the tip of the finger, which crushed towards a certain hidden place in Willow City. In an instant, all of the formation patterns in the hidden place were annihilated, and the countless ceiling prohibitions were as brittle as thin paper, shattering under the might of Lu Xian's single finger and constantly falling silent, like dust in a smoldering fire, streaking through the pounding rainy night. Lu Xian's thoughts caused all the supreme treasures in the treasure vault to fly over. Millions of extreme spirit stones, tens of millions of upper-grade spirit stones. There are also numerous holy soldiers, several half-imperial soldiers, countless pills, spirit herbs, talisman seals, array discs. There was simply a wide array of them. It was densely lined up above the void, like an ocean. Seeing this scene, Ji Fuyang was slightly stunned. The many dragon guards of the Fuyao imperial dynasty and the Yi clan were all incredibly shocked. Is this the underbelly of the Willow City branch of the drunken immortal house? It was so horrible. You know, it's a pretty insignificant division. In the entire Tsangzhou, there were nearly 10 branches of drunken immortal house. Lu Xian smiled and looked at Ji Fuyang. Fuyang, these things, you take them. With a movement of his mind, tens of thousands of nascent sacrifice rings hovered directly in front of Ji Fuyang. Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled and her breathing became rapid. Master, these are too many. One must know that amongst these tens of thousands of nascent rings in front of them, there were also the nascent rings of 2 great emperors, as well as 30 quasi-emperors, and a large number of half-emperors, and saint kings. It's hard to imagine how many supreme treasures are in this. Lu Xian said indifferently. None of this is useful to me. The crowd was shocked. Peak Master Lu didn't look at these treasures and underpinnings at all. Total disdain. Ji Fuyang's slender jade hand stretched out, taking the 2 nascent sacred rings of the Tian Luo Palace in her hands as her divine sense probed in. Instantly, she froze. In the nascent rings of these 2 great emperors of the Heavenly Law Palace, there were countless supreme treasures. There were tens of millions of extreme spirit stones alone. As for the top-grade spirit stones, they were even more piled up and could not be counted. There were also 2 emperor soldiers, already some quasi-imperial rank healing pills, spirit herbs, and 2 emperor rank techniques. The divine splendor flowed in Ji Fuyao's eyes as she looked toward Qingyan. Wang Ban, and the others, come over here and divide these nascent sacrifices. Wang Ban and Qingyan and the others were slightly stunned. Your Majesty the Empress, these cultivation resources, take them and cultivate. Lu Xian said indifferently. It's just this much garbage. What's the point of excusing yourself? Come over and take it. Give you guys an incense stick of time to condition here. And in a moment I'll take you to exterminate all the drunken immortal house branches and headquarters in Tsangzhou. The voice fell. Everyone's bodies shook as they looked at Lu Xian with incomparable shock. Destroy all the drunken immortal house branches in Tsangzhou. But it was only a momentary shock, and they immediately came back to their senses. They didn't doubt this at all when it came from Lu Xian's mouth. Even if Lu Xian said that he would directly smash the entire southern wasteland with a single slap, they would believe it. Lu Xian, it is the god of their hearts. Ji Fuyao's slender jade hand pushed and took half of the tens of thousands of nascent rings, handing over all the others to Wang Ban and Qingyan and the others. 1 incense stick of time. You guys recover the injuries in your bodies as soon as possible. Wang Ban and Qingyan and the others were all incomparably excited as they sat on their knees. Above the void, thousands of dragon guards of the imperial dynasty, the Yi family ancestor, and the others were all sitting above the void, swallowing healing pills. their hands changing in spiritual techniques, and their bodies surging with radiant divine splendor as they began to recover. They recovered while looking at this side of the world. Heavy rain is still falling. The thunder is still ripping. However, the great trend of heaven and earth in this side of the world had quietly changed. The mountains on all sides, the dark river surging fierce land atmosphere has been feudal general. Heaven and earth as if a new face. Wang Ban suddenly murmured. This isn't the heaven and earth power of 10 deaths. This is the heaven and earth power of survival. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan twisted her head to look towards Willow City, where countless huge sky-high willow trees swayed in the midst of the storm. There is no way out of the mountain. But there is another village in the darkness. This was entirely due to Peak Master Lu's descent, forcibly altering the mountains and rivers here. Qin Yan's eyes burned as she looked towards Lu Shen, seemingly having some realization as she said, mainly see, the power of Qi in Peak Master Lu's body is extremely strong, and his power of Qi has just changed the momentum of heaven and earth. The crowd was shocked. In the distance, Wei Yan and the others were lying on the ground like a pack of dead dogs. They were already seriously injured and dying. Wei Yan's eyes were cloudy, and the scene before him was like a nightmare. Who would have thought that such an Emperor Realm powerhouse had suddenly appeared at Ji Fuyan's back? It was clearly only a one-star Emperor Realm, but killing the same class is like killing a chicken. He picked the wrong one. I should have known that I should have submitted to Ji Fuyan. Tears of remorse streamed down his face. Things had come to a head. He knew that falling into the hands of the King Barbarian Commander, he could not even kill himself, and what would wait for him would be an eternity of darkness and torment. Pain. It hurts too much. At this point, Lu Xian saw Ji Fuyan. Fuyan, your secret reincarnation method has been exposed. Now the higher echelons of the Heavenly Law Palace already know about it. At those words, Ji Fuyan's delicate body trembled. The secret realm of reincarnation was a supreme secret. This was a secret method that countless supreme emperors could only dream of. Why? For several epochs, the supreme path had not been opened. Strong as the lifespan of an absolute top emperor is not endless, an epoch is long, and an absolute top emperor can't survive. There are ancient medicines in the forbidden area that can prolong longevity, but although the southern wasteland is large, ancient medicines are indeed rare. As a result, numerous supreme great emperors chose to seal themselves in small worlds, chose to sleep in forbidden areas, or hid in small worlds. Once, above the southern wasteland, there were 10,000 clans, but now the foreign clans are not visible because they have sealed themselves in heaven and earth. If those ultimate great emperors were to know that such a reincarnation secret method existed, they would absolutely rush to it. This was a chance that would allow those supreme beings to live a new life. Take a step back. In this life, the bronze ancient hall appeared. The great world was about to open, and the path of the supreme being was bound to surface. At that time, the battle for the supreme path would be a bloodbath, and great emperors would fall like rain. If they had this reincarnation secret method, they would have a way back, and could completely pour out everything they had to fight for this supreme chance. The big deal is reincarnation and rebirth. A trace of panic flooded Ji Fuyang's heart. She didn't know if the Great Tao sect could be saved if this shocking secret was exposed. At that time, the Great Tao sect would have to face a hegemonic power in the entire southern wasteland. In this life, the path of supremacy opens, and she carries the supreme secret method of reincarnation, which will make her a target. Ji Fuyao had read the record of the supreme path, which would be bloody, with rivers of blood flowing and blood rushing to the heavens. A history of the southern wasteland, half a chapter of great emperors all dead. Thinking about this, Ji Fuyan looked up to Lu Xian. Master, how is this? Lu Xian was calm. There's no harm. I'm here. There I am. Ji Fuyan's heart trembled slightly. Master said so, and she instantly didn't have the slightest bit of fear. A scene from not too long ago surfaced in front of her eyes, when she called out her master's name and he actually responded. Yes, I always am. That scene deeply shook her heart and had become a forever indelible memory in her heart. Ji Fuyan's eyes reddened slightly, and her nose was slightly sore. This feeling of having her master by her side made her feel as if she had returned to Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian smiled. There's no need to worry. The news of that reincarnation method of yours is a supreme top secret even in the Heavenly Law Palace, and those who know about it are the top echelons. These two Heavenly Luo Palace one-star great emperors know about it because it was Wei Yan who first told them about it, and they have already made a heavenly Dao oath not to reveal this hidden secret. Ji Fuyan's snowy neck tilted slightly as she nodded. Okay, Master, Lu Xian said. The Heavenly Law Palace is only a skeptical one right now. After all, the reincarnation and recultivation secret method is too shocking. Fuyang, don't worry about that, Ji Fuyang said. Good. One incense stick later. Ji Fuyan was wearing a long red and fire-colored dress. She slowly got up. Her pair of long and slender jade legs walked towards Lu Xian. Her perfect figure with a convex front and curved back was full of endless charm. She said, "Master, the time for one incense stick is up." In the distance, Wang Ban and Commander Changyan, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, and the others also rose and looked at Lu Xian with incomparable respect. "Peak Master Lu, we are ready." Lu Xian nodded. Wang Barbarian and the others directly sucked Wei Yan and the rest of the drunken Immortal Tower's traitors all in front of their bodies with a single stroke of their hands, directly confining them. Wei Yan and the others' bodies were constantly trembling. Scared less, Wang Banan had a hideous face and looked at Wei Yan with a fierce smile. "Wei Yan, all of this is just the beginning." At this point, Qing Yan took out a map and handed it to Lu Xian. She reminded, "Peak Master Lu, if we go to Tsang City, there are several great powers there. Their old ancestors are 2-star emperors, and even though they are destroying the Drunken Immortal Mansion's headquarters, the Drunken Immortal Mansion is in good company with those great powers, so they might be able to stop us." Lu Xian took the map and swept a glance at it and said indifferently, "A mere 2-star emperor. No harm done. If these people dare to wade through the muddy waters, then just exterminate them." The crowd was slightly startled. Peak Master Lu, what a dominating force. A few moments later, with a wave of his sleeve, Lu Xian directly activated a corner of the Supreme Emperor formation pattern. An incomparably terrifying spatial force continuously surged around Lu Xian, and the mysterious aura made everyone feel incomparably shocked. The void tore. Space distortion. In the midst of the void cracks, the crowd saw incomparably complicated Great Empress formation patterns. Ji Fuyan's petite body trembled and she couldn't help but move a little closer to Lu Xian. Her voice trembled a little. "The power of the absolute peak emperor's formation pattern." This statement was made. The people from the Fuyao imperial dynasty all looked at Lu Xian. Sure enough, Peak Master Lu was the Jedi Emperor. No, casually condensing the absolute top Great Emperor formation pattern, Lu Feng Master is still hiding his strength. As for the 1-star Great Emperor realm, this was a complete disguise. Lu Xian looked towards Ji Fuyan, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, just like the dryness of his sleeve, he directly enveloped all of Ji Fuyan and the others, and walked directly into the void rift. But for a moment, the crowd felt the scenery change before their eyes, and when they looked up again, they were already standing above the void of Tsang City. "See this." Everyone was dumbfounded. What? In one breath, it descended from Willow City to Tsang City. Chapter 90, Lu Xian Massacre. What a distance between Willow City and Tsang City. How is that possible? Was this the power of a Supreme Emperor formation pattern? Lu Xian's divine thoughts probed and he soon saw the pavilion of the Drunken Immortal Tower. The headquarters of the Drunken Immortal Mansion was situated on top of the earth, lifting up several buildings and pavilions that went straight into the sky, with carved beams and painted pillars that were inscribed with endless radiant spirit patterns, looking beautiful and heaven-swallowing in grandeur. The next instant, Lu Xian's body surged with endless divine splendor, like a giant sun rising above the void, as he directly slapped his palm down towards the Drunken Immortal building. The terrifying and incomparable power was like the sea overturning, like mountains falling. The momentum was heavy, and the strongest killing power condensed an incomparably heavenly huge palm print. This palm directly pressed on top of the Drunken Immortal Tower's pavilion. Boom! The Drunken Immortal building's defense array directly lit up, and endless brilliant array patterns lit up one after another, like stars converging, making the Drunken Immortal building look as if it was a huge pearl in the middle of the Tsang City. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! It was only a single breath, and the Drunken Immortal Mansion's formation couldn't hold it back. Totally unbearable. Like a giant mountain crushing the Drunken Immortal Tower, a pale figure flew out from the Drunken Immortal building, a 9-star quasi-emperor. He looked at Lu Xian grimly and loudly scolded, "A mere 1-star emperor. How dare you take liberties in front of my Drunken Immortal building?" Before he could finish, a divine splendor shot out. Put! This pale 9-star quasi-emperor's figure directly exploded and turned into blood mist. For a time, countless divine thoughts and divine senses probed out from the Tsang City, trying to find out who was making the move. But endless divine splendor surged from Lu Xian's body, like a bright moon and a giant sun. It was impossible to see it truly, only a white outline could be seen. Those who wanted to probe Lu Xian all saw a stabbing pain in their sea of consciousness, and their eyes watered. Not observable. The crowd was shocked. Who is this great emperor? Why did he suddenly strike at the Drunken Immortal Tower's headquarters? It should be known that in Sangzhou, the Drunken Immortal House was making friends left and right, and its headquarters was even making friends with the 4 great families of Tsangcheng, the Shao family, the Kai family, the Lin family, and the Lu family, and it was rumored that they had made a heavenly oath to enter into a cooperation for thousands of years, and the Drunken Immortal House has risen in the Tsangzhou for these 2 or 3,000 years, and there are almost no powerful enemies. After all, powerful enemies have either been turned into friends or have been overthrown, and that's when Lu Xian had directly annihilated the drunken immortal building's claimed impenetrable defense formation with just the power of a single palm. The aftermath of this palm was still crushing down, and for a moment, the sky collapsed, like a star smashing on top of the drunken immortal building. Along with the earth of the Tsang city was constantly sinking, flying sand and stones, as if the brilliant heavenly might was irresistible. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from the middle of the drunken immortal building. Xiao family ancestor, Kai family ancestor, Lin family ancestor, Lu family ancestor. I, drunken immortal mansion, have already agreed to a 3,000-year vow of cooperation with you, so please make your move. This time, my drunken immortal tower pays the price of an emperor soldier, but whenever you strike, an emperor soldier is offered, and all of my drunken immortal mansion's industries can be divided into 10% of your share. This statement was made. The entire Xangzhou was shocked. 10% of the drunken immortal house's estate. As long as the offer is made, it has to be 10% of the drunken immortal house's estate. It was important to know that drunken immortal building had nearly 10 branches in Xangzhou, and its auctions, its restaurants, pills, and refining industries blossomed everywhere, so it could be said to have an extremely strong heritage, even surpassing any of the 4 great families of Tsang City. One time, a monstrous imperial realm pressure suddenly surged out of the Kai clan's clanlands, and the aura of a 2-star great emperor was like a sleeping flood beast awakening. The crowd was shocked. The Kai family's old man is going to make a move. The other side. In the hidden place of the Lu family, an incomparably deep aura came out across the sky, as if the ocean had overturned, as if a volcano had erupted, and a vast 2-star great emperor aura permeated the entire Tsang city, flowing continuously between heaven and earth. Another 2-star great emperor was about to strike, and that's when, in the direction of the Lin clan, in the ancestral land of the Lin clan, a great emperor's aura just suddenly surged for a moment before falling silent. In the Xiao family's ancestral land, the strongest old ancestor of the Xiao family was similarly surging with his breath. His divine thoughts glanced towards Lu Xian. He realized that he was unable to discover Lu Xian's face. In an instant, his breath was silent, and he directly sank into the clanland. See this scene. The people of Tsang City were shocked. What is it? The Lu family ancestor and the Kai family ancestor are ready to strike? And the Xiao family ancestor and the Lin family ancestor aren't going to make a move? It's just a 1-star great emperor. But in the next instant, although the pavilions of the drunken immortal tower continued to collapse and topple, the Lu family ancestor and the Kai family ancestor only had their breaths permeate, but did not reveal their forms. Seeing this scene, the voice inside the drunken immortal building roared, "Make a move! Make a move!" However, the Lu family ancestor and the Kai family ancestor ignored them. The voice from the drunken immortal mansion roared, 20% of my drunken immortal mansion's estate. Still no one made a move. 30%. Still no one made a move. At this time, Lu Xian's giant palm of power, the arrow on the string, already had to be sent. Drunken immortal house is as dangerous as eggs. The destruction is only in the breath. Ancestor of the Lu family. Ancestor of the Kai family. Each of you will strike for 30% of the industry each. The heavenly Tao oath is proof. If you don't agree again, my drunken immortal mansion will be destroyed here, and it won't be added to. 30% for each power. This statement was made. Finally, the Lu family ancestor and the Kai family ancestor struck out. Boom! Boom! The void tore. Space distortion. In the direction of the Lu family, a grey-robed old man was leaning on a walking stick, looking windswept, his face covered with wrinkles, and with every step, a gust of death aura was rising from his body as he slowly walked out towards Lu Xian, a terrifying great emperor Dao pattern flowing from his body, the Twilight Archon, and in the direction of the Kai clan, a plain-clothed old crone smiled grimly, revealing leaky old yellow teeth that were missing a few teeth, and a shadowy light shot out from her eyes. In an instant, 2-star great emperors struck out at the same time towards the drunken immortal tower. 2 terrifying forces blasted out, directly annihilating the aftermath of Lu Xian's slap. The collapse of the drunken immortal building was temporarily halted. After doing so, the old crone of the Kai clan and the grey-robed old man of the Lu clan slowly came from 2 directions respectively. They did not place Lu Xian in front of their eyes at all. The district was just a 1-star great emperor. A snap of the fingers can extinguish it. Soon, the Kai family ancestor and the Lu family ancestor stood and stopped tens of thousands of feet away from Lu Xian. The Lu family's old ancestor snorted. I don't know what kind of enmity there is between you and drunken immortal house. Nor do I want to know. Now the drunken immortal house is my Lu family's property. I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. Self-exclusion. Lu Xian was dressed in white and stood above the void, his body wrapped in divine splendor so that he couldn't see his face. But even the silhouette was incomparably ethereal and dusty. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he lifted his right hand and flicked his fingers. and two divine splendors shot directly toward the Lu family ancestor and the Kai family ancestor. Giggle, giggle. These two divine splendors looked flat. The Lu family's old ancestor let out a cold laugh and snorted. Stepping into the Emperor realm. 1 star. 1 world. A mere 1-star great emperor. In front of me is a mole cricket, still presumed to hurt me not. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xian's bolt of divine splendor had already descended in front of him. The Lu clan's oldest ancestor spread his right hand out and casually went to block it. Put! His entire right hand. His right arm directly exploded into a bloody mist, and a miserable scream emanated from the Lu clan's old ancestor as he looked at Lu Xian incredulously. His body suddenly retreated violently, but it was too late. That divine splendor suddenly penetrated his head, and a bloody hole directly appeared where the Lu clan's ancestor's brow was, leaving a strand of blood behind. The Lu family's old ancestor stood frozen in place in a daze, incomparably shocked, stretching out his left hand and touching it toward his brow, murmuring, "How is it possible?" Boom! His body fell straight through the air, and the other side. Pust! The Kai clan's crone turned around and fled, her body surging with endless defensive great Empress style patterns, and she even offered up an Emperor soldier to block it. But it didn't work. The Kai clan's old woman's body turned into a blood mist that exploded like fireworks. Another 2-star great emperor fell. Seeing this scene, everyone in Song City was stunned. How is that possible? A 1-star great emperor killed 2-star great emperors in seconds. A star is a world away. Who exactly was this white-clothed great emperor who had struck out? How there is a sense of invincibility. This is just horrible. The crowd's divine thoughts and divine sense couldn't see Lu Xian at all, and at this moment, they didn't dare to spy on Lu Xian anymore. The Great Terror. Not far away, Ji Fuyan's delicate lips slightly opened, and her heart set off huge waves. This is Master Lu Xian, killing like a piece of grass. The Emperor is destroyed like a falling leaf. Just then, voices begging for mercy came from within the Lu family's ancestral land and the Kai family's ancestral land. This senior, my Lu family has no intention of making an enemy of you. Please don't take the blame on my Lu family. My Lu family is willing to offer an imperial weapon to quell senior's anger. Elder, please also take away your divine ability. My Kai clan is willing to offer up 2 emperor armaments. In a split second, heaven and earth are silent. The cultivators of Song City were all shocked. The Lu and Kai families conceded. Yeah, this white emperor is too invincible. Boom, boom. The Lu family offered a 1-star imperial weapon, a spirit sword with a terrifying sword intent surging from it. The Kai family offered a large seal, which was inscribed with mountains and rivers, obscure and ancient Tao patterns constantly flowing, looking incomparably secretive. The 2 emperor soldiers shot towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled coldly. It's too late. He waved his sleeve, and with a loud boom, the 2 emperor soldiers directly reversed their direction and impacted towards the place where the Lu and Kai families were, directly transforming into 2 divine rainbows, and the heavens seemed to be on fire. Thumbs up. The emperor rank spirit sword plunged straight into the land of the Lu family. Unstoppable. Ka-ching. Boom. Like a river of stars directly surging into the Lu family's territory. This side of the heavens and earth between the divine splendor heaving, the Lu family's family protection array opened with a bang, but in an instant it was directly shattered, as if the dome of the sky had been shattered. The majestic and vast power directly poured into the Lu family's thousands of miles in the circumference. The void tore. Space distortion. The heavens and the earth were filled with the terrifying visions formed by this sword. The Lu family's crowd hissed. Stop it. Seniors, we were wrong. Damn old ancestor, proposed Moncler. Why did you drag us into this? No. In an instant, the heavens and earth roared, and the terrifying power was as devastating as the wind sweeping away the leaves. The vastness of the force, mercilessly erasing the lives of the Lu family's people. The blazing light reflected the land of 1,000 miles, like an incomparably wide rainbow inserted into the Lu family. It's like heavenly punishment. Chapter 91, Imperial Rank Power Submission. Soon, the Lu family is destroyed. No one survived. Directly decimated. On the other hand, the Kai family was similarly down. The Kai family was completely destroyed. The crowd in Song City was directly stunned. This white-robed powerhouse's killing intent was too strong. Surprisingly, he had directly destroyed 2 great forces of the emperor rank in a row. And at this point, they had completely dared not to probe everything in the void anymore. This white emperor is a ruthless man. They're scared. Really scared. The white emperor isn't going to massacre the city, is he? They just looked at it a couple times. For a time, both the big and small forces of Song City sealed off their own territories, with their divine thoughts and divine sense not daring to step out by the slightest bit. The entire Song City instantly seemed to have turned into a dead city. Everyone didn't even dare to utter a breath. Only the crowd of drunken immortal house remained frozen in place. At this point, several quasi-emperors stepped out from the drunken immortal building. They were constantly trembling, but they still gritted their teeth and said, "We have already submitted to the Heavenly Law Palace, and the strongest men of the Heavenly Law Palace will soon descend. If you guys dare to exterminate our drunken immortal building, the Heavenly Law Palace will avenge our deaths." Before he could finish speaking, Xuan slapped down a palm with an expressionless face. This palm fell, covering the sky and terrorizing the world. The people at the drunken immortal tower headquarters looked as if they were dead, as if they had lost their lives, and at this moment they knew that the drunken immortal tower was bound to topple today. Suddenly, a few drunken immortal tower's quasi-emperors said in a sardonic voice, "Dying together." Just now, the Xuan Lin families were also prepared to strike. "If you have the guts, destroy the Xuan Lin families together as well. If you have the guts, then slaughter Tsang City together." The voice fell. The cultivators of the entire Tsang City were directly stunned. "Nima, I've seen a lot of living bodhisattvas, but this is the first time I've seen a living king of hell. The drunken immortal house is going to be destroyed. Do you want to drag them down with you? These dogs." At this moment, the Xuan Lin families were cursing from top to bottom. The Xiao family ancestor and the Lin family ancestor were so angry that their cultivation almost regressed. They were not involved in this matter at all. And now they were also brought up by the drunken immortal house to be subjected to this unwarranted disaster. They obviously didn't do anything. The drunken fairy house which kills thousands of people. Boom! The next instant, everyone in the drunken immortal tower's headquarters was killed by Xuan with a single slap. Blood exploded. Blood is flowing. And at that moment, a two-star emperor walked out of the Xiao family grounds, his figure hunched over, his face ashen, incomparably groveling as he said, "Senior, my Xiao family welcomes Senior to step into Tsang City. In order to greet Senior, my Xiao family is willing to pay for 2 one-star emperor armaments, 100 million extremely high-quality spirit stones, as well as a large amount of cultivation resources." On the other side, the Lin family's old ancestor had a pale face as he climbed out of the tomb, carrying a deathly aura on his body. His original body was in a deathly seclusion, but now that the drunken immortal tower had messed up so much, he had to forcefully endure the risk of a backlash as he stepped out of the tomb. The Lin family's old ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled as he looked towards Xuan and respectfully bowed. "Senior, the same goes for my Lin family." The two men held back the fear in their hearts. This one-star great emperor in front of them would exterminate their clan at the drop of a hat. They were really afraid that Xuan would take action against their clan. They can't even block it. At those words, Xuan was slightly stunned. He didn't intend to pursue the Lin and Xiao families either. After all, they didn't have its killing intent on him. He was invincible in Sangcheng, but the way of the invincible is also the way of the Tao. It wasn't like he liked killing people. He had little interest in killing people. However, since the Xiao family ancestor and the Lin family ancestor were so enthusiastic, there was no reason for him not to accept. However, Xuan's thoughtful expression looked at the Lin family ancestor and the Xiao family ancestor, and they trembled tremendously physically and mentally, incomparably alarmed. This was obviously the white-clothed emperor being dissatisfied with the compensation they had offered. After all, after destroying the Lin family and the Xiao family, all the treasures would also belong to the white-clothed emperor. Read about it. The knees of the Lin family ancestor and the Xiao family ancestor bent slightly, almost about to kneel down for Xuan. "Senior, my Lin family is willing to pay half of the cultivation resources of the treasure trove. My Xiao family is also." The two great emperors almost cried out as they spoke. Xuan was directly stunned. "It's not. He really didn't mean that, did he?" Silence for a moment. The Lin family's old ancestor and the Xiao family's old ancestor directly knelt on the ground. Puff, puff. Xuan looked at the two great emperors and became even more puzzled. "My Lin family is willing to submit to Senior. With heaven and earth as proof of this, my Lin family will never have second thoughts about Senior. My Xiao family is also." One time, the two great emperor realm old ancestors directly swore to the heavenly Tao and submitted to Xuan. Xuan's face twitched. "Okay, that's a good one." Xuan saw Fuyao. "Fuyao, let's have the Lin family and the Xiao family under your banner." Fuyao's delicate body trembled and looked at Xuan with some shock. "Master, this..." The Lin family ancestor and the Xiao family ancestor secretly raised their heads and swept a glance at Fuyang. Seeing an incomparably delicate and absolutely beautiful woman's face, they are bitter in their hearts. Obviously, he was submissive to this white-clothed great emperor. How come he was now kicked into the hands of this saint realm? Moreover, they still didn't know how to address the white emperor. At this moment, the Lin family's old ancestor said, "Senior, why don't you go to my Lin family first?" Xuan nodded. "Yes, but I don't have much time." His one-star great emperor experience card only had 3 hours. He still had to go to other cities in Sangzhou and overthrow other drunken immortal tower branches. Lu Xian's right hand grabbed and seized directly towards the ruins of the drunken immortal building. And in an instant, a large pit appeared where the headquarters of the drunken immortal building was located. All of drunken immortal tower's underpinnings Lu Xian grabbed in his hands. He directly punched them into a nascent sacred ring and handed it to Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, here you go. The crowd quickly descended into the Lin family's main hall along with the Lin family's oldest ancestor. Here, a group of powerful people from the Lin family respectfully saluted. The Shao family's crowd descended as well. Lu Xian revealed his identity. The people of the Lin and Shao clans were all stunned. Lu Xian? Peak Master Lu? Wasn't it widely rumored in the southern wasteland that Peak Master Lu was a scum? It was important to realize that during this period of time, Yi Chen's fame resounded through the southern wasteland states. And with it, Lu Xian's fame. Good news. Lu Xian is red. Bad news. It's black and red. At this moment, the Lin family's crowd and the Shao family's crowd looked at Lu Xian with incomparable shock. Peak Master Lu, you are truly a god. After so many years, it's amazing that you don't care at all about what the outside world thinks. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. My master is transcendent, and has long since stopped caring about the views of the mundane world. The crowd had a hard time accepting it. Having been misunderstood by the southern wasteland for so many years, Peak Master Lu had never failed to refute it or show it. Is this the higher power? The Lin family ancestor and the Shao family ancestor looked at each other and said to Ji Fuyan, Your Majesty the Empress, now that we have offended the Heavenly Law Palace, what should we do about this matter? Ji Fuyan was about to speak when Wang Ban snorted coldly. Humph, if the Heavenly Law Palace dares to strike against us, or against you, this is bullying the small with the big. When the time comes, Peak Master Lu, in a fit of rage, will directly kill the headquarters of the Heavenly Law Palace, destroy the Dao lineage of the Heavenly Law Palace. The voice fell. The Lin family's crowd and the Shao family's crowd were stunned. Can the really do it? Why so billion points of disbelief again? After all, right now Lu Xian was only a one-star great emperor. Ji Fuyao took out the 6-star imperial weapon Split Sky and slowly said, This is just a casual gift from my master. Master there. This kind of imperial armament is nothing more than that in my master's eyes. Everyone looked at Lu Xian in shock. A 6-star imperial weapon. And Peak Master Lu treats it as if it's nothing? Lu Xian had an old-fashioned look on his face as he looked at the Lin family's crowd and the Shao family's crowd and slowly said, You guys behave yourselves well. The district is just a 6-star imperial soldier. There will be plenty more of them in the future. Straight up pie. The Lin family's old ancestor and the Shao family's old ancestor instantly flickered with essence in their eyes and bowed respectfully with incomparable excitement. Many thanks to Peak Master Lu, the 6-star emperor's soldiers appeared, and they were already somewhat convinced. Lu Xian slowly said, Alright, you guys will stay in Sangzhou for the time being. In the future, if you have anything to do, listen to Fuyao's orders. The Lin family ancestor and the Shao family ancestor nodded frantically. Lu Xian looked at Ji Fuyang and the others. Let's go. Continue to eradicate drunken immortal house. When they were about to leave, Wang Ban and Qing Yan secretly voiced to the Lin family's old ancestor and the Shao family's old ancestor. You guys must remember one thing. Peak Master Lu likes to keep a low profile. You must never take the initiative to reveal the true strength of Peak Master Lu. The Lin family's old ancestor glanced at the Shao family's old ancestor and immediately nodded his head at Wang Ban and Qing Yan. As you command. The next instant, Lu Xian directly activated a corner of the Supreme Emperor formation pattern. With a loud boom, incomparably terrifying spatial power condensed out in this side of the heavens and earth, and Lu Xian whisked his sleeve, leading Ji Fuyang and the others to leave directly. Seeing this scene, the Lin family's crowd and the Shao family's crowd were dumbstruck. The Shao family's oldest ancestor's eyes flickered with essence. Peak Master Lu, this is truly terrifying. This is the formation pattern of an absolute peak great emperor. The Lin family's old ancestor's figure trembled. Who would have thought that we would have such a terrifying backer as well? The two of them glanced at each other and immediately ordered everyone in the two great clans to make a heavenly Dao oath to never betray Ji Fuyan and never betray Lu Xian. The great world of the southern wilderness is coming. They might actually be able to get a piece of the pie with Peak Master Lu. Soon, Lu Xian led Ji Fuyan and the others across the void. There are still a few branches of the drunken fairy house left. Lu Xian descended and directly overthrew. Boom boom boom. Cloud City. Drunken Immortal House Branch. Extinction. Windy City. Drunken Immortal House Branch. Extinction. Koan City. Drunken Immortal House Branch. Extermination. Extinction. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, like the wind sweeping away the clouds. After Lu Xian had done this, he gathered all the cultivation resources of Drunken Immortal House and handed them over to Ji Fuyang. This one was simply rewarding. It was important to know that Drunken Immortal House had developed in Sangzhou for 3,000 years, and its heritage was countless. It far surpassed the Lin family and the Xiao family. The pile of extreme spirit stones in Ji Fuyang's hands was now extremely large. There were also a dozen or so emperor soldiers. In addition to this, there are also a large number of talisman seals, and the pills are simply winning hemp. Ji Fuyang distributed some of the massive cultivation resources to the Yi family ancestors and the dragon guards of the imperial dynasty. Not much longer. Lu Xian looked at the crowd. Let me send you all back. With that, Lu Xian directly activated the earth formation patterns and led the crowd to descend into the Yi family. Boom! In the main hall, the Yi family patriarch and a group of elders were directly stunned as they looked at the thousands of powerful people that appeared out of nowhere. What's the situation? They had just been discussing how the Yi family's old man had progressed when he went to Cangzhou. As a result, in the next breath, Lu Xian returned with the crowd. The Yi family patriarch and a group of elders all rubbed their eyes with an unbelievable glance. Yi Beichen, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor, smiled. We came back. It was Peak Master Lu who saved Her Majesty the Empress and us. Soon, Yi Beichen briefly talked about what happened in Cangzhou. The Yi family's crowd's scalps directly tingled, and their eyes became incomparably hot as they looked at Lu Xian. On. I'm always on. Those words, even though they didn't hear them, surfaced in their hearts like a flood of bells. So Peak Master Lu had been paying attention to them. Is this the top powerhouse of the southern wasteland? And this time, there were also two great forces of the imperial rank collected. Peak Master Lu had no intention of bothering with it, and it was all under Ji Fuyang's command, which meant that it was their Fuyang imperial dynasty's power. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Alright, Wang Barbarian, do you guys want to stay in Qingcheng or go back to the Black Flame Mountain Range? Chapter 92, Lu Xian, the Eternal God. Wang Ban and Qing Yan looked at each other. Peak Master Lu, please send us back to the Black Flame Mountain Range. Lu Xian nodded. The group of Imperial Dynasty Dragon Guards were directly sent back to the Black Flame Mountain Range. When she was about to leave, Ji Fuyang looked at Wang Ban and Chang Yan and the other group of Dragon Guards and was somewhat moved. With these cultivation resources, you guys might as well settle down and cultivate first. Strive to break through the Emperor realm. The Heavenly Law Palace is powerful. We still have to plan for it. Upon hearing this, Qing Yan and Wang Ban and the others said loudly, Yes, sir. The next instant, Lu Xian brought Ji Fuyang away from the Black Flame Mountain Range and directly returned to Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyao was wearing a fire-red long dress, staring blankly at the grass and trees on Qingxian Peak, her eyes surging with divine splendor. A familiar and subtle feeling came over me. Her eyes flowed. There is the Master's Cave. There is Yi Duan's cave. There is her cave. Ji Fuyang looked at Lu Xian. Oh yeah, where is senior brother Yi Chen? Lu Xian said. An ancient inheritance land has appeared in the land where the Heavenly Saber sect is located, and Yi Chen and the other true disciples went to the secret realm. I wonder if they have stepped into the secret realm. Ji Fuyang's snowy neck tilted slightly as she nodded. What is senior brother Yi Chen's current cultivation level? Lu Xian said. Late Great Circle of the Xianzone realm. Ji Fuyang smiled. Cultivation is so fast. Lu Xian said. Alright, Fuyang, the injuries on your body have not completely recovered yet, so go back to your cave to rest first. Ji Fu shook her head and walked towards the grass hut. Master, I haven't cooked for you in 3 months. Lu Xian smiled. Alright, said he lay down outside the hayloft. Ji Fuyao, on the other hand, stepped into the grass hut, prepared the ingredients, and started cooking. Today she's making spicy hot pot. She methodically cut the meat of the spirit animal into mahjong pieces and started a pot of oil. Zip! Suddenly, the Daoshan iron cauldron emitted an incomparably radiant Dao pattern, and a mysterious aura flowed and surged through the grass house. Ji Fuyao directly froze. This iron pot seems to have changed? She carefully probed, and found that as the spirit fire roasted, the periphery of the iron pot developed an incomparably complicated and obscure pattern, inscribed with mountains and rivers, the earth, the stars, the sun and the moon, as well as some ancient palaces, which intertwined the Tao and the rhyme. Ji Fuyang exclaimed, Master, this is an imperial soldier. A huge wave went through her mind. How is it that after not returning to Qingxian Peak for 3 months, Qingxian Peak's iron pots have changed? What else has changed? At this moment, Lu Xian said indifferently, It's just a 6-star emperor soldier. The meals made with this iron pot can incorporate a hint of the supreme principle of heaven and earth, which will greatly benefit you and Yi Chen. As he said that, Lu Xian suddenly remembered the spirit fish that he had caught from amongst Old Man Song Xian's spirit river. He immediately took 5 fish. Fuyao, come out and get the spirit fish, Lu Xian said. Ji Fuyang walked out from the grass house and took the spirit fish from Lu Xian's hand. She eeped softly. This fish. She felt the spirit fish as if it had a solid body, and as if it was coalesced by a mysterious power. The spirit fish looked cute. Its eyes were bright. and it kept wagging its tail in Ji Fuyang's delicate hands. Suddenly, Ji Fuyang had a sense. Master, this is the power of the great Tao scripture. This spirit fish was actually condensed from the senses of the great Tao scripture. Lu Xian smiled. Not bad. This is a spirit fish that I caught from old ancestor Song Xian's long river. And these spirit fish are the power of the heavens and earth that old ancestor Song Xian sensed. And this spirit fish is the supremacy of the heavens and earth within it. Ji Fuyang was slightly startled. Master, what long river? Lu Xian explained. Ji Fuyao's delicate lips slightly opened and secretly sighed. It seems like a lot of things had happened during her time away from the great Tao sect. Lu Xian said. By the way, that vat in the grass hut has some Qingdian heavenly water. You can take some and add it to your meal. Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled. Master. What? Lu Xian repeated. Qingdian heavenly water. Ji Fuyang's lips widened into an O shape. The green underworld heavenly water is a legendary treasure that contains the supreme principle of heaven and earth. A drop of green underworld heavenly water is a heavenly price in the southern wasteland. And there is no market for it. After all, even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse was carrying green destiny heavenly water, it was unlikely that they would go to auction. If this item is taken, it can sense the power of heaven and earth, and it can also improve the cultivator's flesh, soul, Tao foundation, bones, and blood, so it can be said that it can transform the cultivator from the inside out. Read about it. Ji Fuyang immediately looked at the unassuming vat in the corner of the grass house. Her delicate jade hand gently stroked the vat, and she instantly realized that this vat wasn't bad either. It was a one-star emperor rank treasure. Ji Fuyang lowered her head and looked at the liquid in the vat that was almost overflowing. It looks very ordinary. With a thought, Ji Fuyao seized a drop of Qingdian heavenly water from the vat and carefully placed it into the iron pot. Instantly, the rice in the Daoxian iron pot produced a subtle change. A kind of Daoan rhyme continuously flowed in the Daoxian iron pot, making Ji Fuyang feel incomparably clear in body and mind. And his thoughts were enlightened. That's the green destiny Tianshui. Ji Fuyang's heart rippled. Who would have thought that his master would have a vat of green underworld heavenly water? If this were to be known by the other hegemonic level forces in the southern wasteland, I'm afraid that the next instant, they would have to come over and attack Qingxian Peak. Not bad for a master. Master, ever-dropping god. At this time, Lu Xian asked, Fuyao, how much did you add? Don't add too much or you might not be able to absorb it. Instead it's not good. Ji Fuyang weakly said, Master, I added 1 drop. Is it much? Lu Xian froze for a moment. This is too little. I thought you added several bowls. Ji Fuyang's delicate body trembled. Several bowls. Which power dares to be so bold? Lu Xian said. Adding half a bowl is enough. You're also practicing the Great Tao Sutra now. It will be very beneficial to your enlightenment. Half a bowl. Ji Fuyao poked her head out from the grass hut and looked at Lu Xian, smiling sweetly. Master, using half a bowl for cooking at a time. I'm afraid this won't take long to run out. Lu Xian smiled faintly. It's just a mere green underworld heavenly water. There'll be good stuff in the future. Moreover, it's just half a bowl each time you use it. It'll last you almost half a year. After all, this tank is huge. Ji Fuyang came in front of the vat, took a deep breath, peaks and troughs, and with a respectful face, scooped up half a bowl and put it into the Daoxian iron pot. Her heart was pounding. Half a bowl of Qingdian heavenly water was consumed just like that. So exaggerated. Said, if those supreme emperors of the southern wasteland knew about it, I'm afraid they would be furious. Ji Fuyao exhaled softly. She laughed softly. What was going on with her? I can't believe I made a heartbeat by cooking a meal. She immediately gathered her mind and suppressed the excitement in her heart. And at this point, Lu Xian quietly lay on the recliner, looking at the clouds and mist in the sky. Clouds roll in and out. What is the end of cultivation? It's not just lying down. Now he has realized it. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that not long ago, old man Song Xian and a group of peak masters had left in a hurry. And I wonder what happened. It's not going to be a Fuyu thing, is it? Just then, the system's voice entered Lu Xian's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple raising mission, save Ji Fuyang and destroy Drunken Immortal House. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his manifestation advancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a charged jade slip. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1-star Great Emperor rank medical attainment. The voice fell. Boom! An incomparably pure spiritual energy impacted Lu Xian's limbs and bones like a great river, and a large amount of cultivation base was poured into his dantian. Early 6-star Xian Shang. Middle 6-star Xian Sage. Early 8-star Xian Shang. Lu Xian directly stepped into the 8-star Xian Sage. That sensation of spiritual energy impacting the world tingling inside his body caused Lu Xian to gently squirm in his recliner. It's so cool, Lu Xian muttered. Not bad, not bad. Then Lu Xian viewed the 10,000 laws. The system prompted. The 10,000 laws are now synchronized with the invincible stance. As long as the enemy's realm is not 2 realms higher than the host will be invincible to all laws. Lu Xian smiled. This is good. This is good. In other words, he was now an 8-star Xian sage, and a 9-star Xian sage couldn't do any damage to him. And once he crushed the 5-star Great Emperor experience card, then a 6-star Great Emperor wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. It's unbelievable. Then, he examined the charged jade slip, on which Tao patterns were intertwined like lightning. The system explained. Once this charged jade slip is activated, it has 2 chances to strike, and can kill up to a 9-star emperor. Lu Xian bristled. It's only 2 chances to strike, but it's barely enough to kill a 9-star emperor. Then, Lu Xian began to study the sudden extra medical attainments in his mind. Massive amount of information on the healing path. This path of healing, which is oceanic, is not just about healing, but also about healing the heavens, the earth, and all things. After studying it for a moment, Lu Xian came to his realization. The so-called Great Way is the same as the Great Way. 3,000 great paths. The medical path is only one of them. The medical path can heal and kill. It suddenly occurred to him. Then wouldn't he be able to help treat the injuries on Ji Fuyan's body? How did I become a milkmaid? Lu Xian muttered. However, this was good. If Yi Chen and Ji Fuyao were injured, they didn't have to beg others. He could treat them himself. Read about it. Lu Xian smiled and said to Ji Fuyan, Fuyang, after dinner in a while, I'll help you heal your injuries. Ji Fuyang's beautiful eyes flowed with divine splendor. Master, could it be that you also know the way of healing? Lu Xian said casually. A little bit. Ji Fuyao pfft a smile. She knew what Master said about knowing a little, and that was a lot. Not much longer. Ji Fuyan walked out with the meal and placed it on top of his stone table. Master, let's eat. Lu Xian slowly got up and came to the stone table. Taking a shallow taste, Lu Xian nodded. Not bad. Ji Fuyao smiled as she began to eat as well. Just the first chopstick in her mouth caused her delicate body to tremble slightly. Instantly, incomparably subtle qi surged into her internal world, cleansing her limbs and bones. Her body underwent a strange change, as if the supreme principles of heaven and earth were flowing above the foundation of the Tao, surging through her meridians, and as if the Tao and Rhyme were gently pounding on the hidden treasures within her body. An unfathomable qi was transforming her flesh, blood, Tao foundation, and soul. The qi was transforming her flesh, blood, Tao foundation and soul. Ji Fuyao's rhyming throat let out a soothing drunken chant. One must know that this time, the meal not only contained the power of the Qingdian heavenly water, but also the arcane mechanism of the Daoxian iron cauldron added to it, plus the arcane mechanism of heaven and earth that old ancestor Tsang Xian had sensed. The triple power converged, causing Ji Fuyan's eyes to become somewhat mesmerized. She directly activated the Great Tao Scripture to transform this power. Ding! Ji Fuyang is comprehending the Great Tao Sutra. Start synchronizing. The system's voice entered Lu Xian's ears. Lu Xian smiled faintly, suddenly remembering that he hadn't exchanged the Great Tao Scripture jade slip for Yi Chen. If Yi Chuan had also cultivated the Great Tao Scripture some time ago, Yi Chuan should have also developed a lot of insights into the Great Tao Scripture. It was just that right now he only had a few million contribution values left, not enough to purchase the first volume of the Great Tao Scripture. Because the Great Tao Scripture was a Zhenzong technique, the Great Tao sect strictly controlled it and placed a heavenly prohibition on it, and anyone who wanted to cultivate it had to go to the Great Tao Hall to exchange it. Therefore, Ji Fuyan's gongfu could not be shared with Yi Chen. Lu Xian frowned slightly. How to get some contribution value? Thought about it for half a day, but didn't come up with anything. To earn contribution value, one must take on sect quests. He didn't bother to take the quest. Forget it, think about it later. Not much longer. Lu Xian finished eating and lay down on the recliner. And at this time, Ji Fuyao was still immersed in the subtle qi. With each bite she took, she had to stop for a long time, and from time to time, a kind of tingling to the bone sound came out from her rhyming throat. Well, Ji Fuyao suddenly awoke from that arcane state and her face flushed slightly. Although she had been in the midst of her senses, she was aware that she had been making some strange noises these past few hours because she couldn't control herself. And the master was right next to him the whole time. Read about it. Ji Fuyao's face flushed red. So shy, said. Ji Fuyang bit her delicate lips, thinking of some of her ravings just now. She instantly blushed and carefully looked at Lu Xian. Master, did you hear everything just now?